Boss, I want to sell a kidney. By the way, I'll sell my corneas too. In the underground black market of Qingcheng, Yilin, wearing a mask that covered half his face, walked into the narrow passage and skillfully laid down on the dirty, makeshift operating table. The unscrupulous boss, who specialized in trafficking human organs, couldn't help but glance at him with a complicated expression. Young man, are you sure? In the past 6 months, you've already sold a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a pair of testicles, a segment of coronary artery, a third of your liver, a section of your small intestine, and half of your large intestine. If you sell another kidney, you won't have many days left to live. Despite being an organ trafficker for so many years, the unscrupulous boss had never encountered someone like Yilin, who sold his own organs so recklessly. It was utterly insane. I'm sure, to save my gravely ill sister, I'm willing to give up everything, Yilin said, tears streaming down his face. Alright, the unscrupulous boss nodded. He was never a kind-hearted person to begin with. A young person's kidney, as long as it matched, could be sold for hundreds of thousands in no time, while he only needed to give Yilin 30,000. As for the corneas, those were practically priceless to someone who was blind. Soon, without any anesthesia or sterilization, Yilin's last kidney and his corneas were removed one after the other. Enduring the excruciating pain in his lower back, he staggered out with the 30,000 yuan given by the unscrupulous boss, disappearing into the darkness. Despite being blind, Yilin had already memorized every path in the black market. Twisting and turning through the alleys of the black market and confirming that no one was following him, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a single thought, the organs he had lost began to regenerate rapidly, and even his once clouded eyes now gleamed with a bright light. With the money from selling organs before, plus this 30,000, it should be enough to cover the cost of the job transfer ceremony, Yilin muttered to himself. The story about a gravely ill younger sister was just a lie he made up to deceive the unscrupulous boss. He was a transmigrator, and as soon as he crossed over, he became the standard protagonist template, an orphan. This world was very similar to Blue Star, but the difference was that it was countless times larger. Demons roamed freely, monsters were everywhere, and there were countless dungeons in secret realms. A single careless mistake could lead to death. Initially, Yilin was worried that, as an orphan, he might not survive in this perilous world until he discovered that he possessed an immortal body. As long as he willed it, no matter how severe the injuries to his body, he could recover completely within minutes. Even missing organs and limbs could regenerate. However, after learning about his immortality, Yilin did not boast about it. Instead, he became even more low-key, going nowhere other than school each day. This was because, in this world, humans could become various powerful job holders through the job transfer altar. Even though he had an immortal body, he had no means of self-defense. It was like being Tang Sanzang, without Sun Wukong's protection. If anyone found out about his immortality, he would undoubtedly be captured for research. Everyone would want the secret to immortality, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This world's job changers are extremely costly. Just participating in the job change ceremony requires a registration fee of 100,000 yuan, and tomorrow happens to be the day of the awakening ceremony in Qingcheng. If it weren't for the need to gather this sum of money, Yilin wouldn't have risked selling his organs. For an orphan like him, this was currently the fastest way to make money. Fortunately, in the end, he managed to get the money. Places like the black market don't register identities, so he didn't have to worry about his secret being exposed. Early the next morning, Yilin arrived at the school to participate in the job change ceremony. He had to become a powerful job changer as soon as possible. Only then could he have the ability to protect himself. After paying the fee, Yilin quietly moved to the back of the crowd and began to queue. To avoid exposing the secret of his undying body, he usually kept silent and acted low-key. Coupled with his status as a poor student, he had no friends at all. Yilin, what are you doing here? The homeroom teacher looked in surprise at Yilin, who was standing at the back of the line. In her opinion, as a student from a poor family, he shouldn't even be here. She then said somewhat oddly, "You're not here to apply for a career transition loan, are you?" Yilin silently nodded. Since the homeroom teacher had already assumed the source of his funds, he saw no need to explain further. As soon as he responded, many in the class looked at him with pity. The cost of participating in the career transition ceremony was extremely high, which had given rise to a specialized loan called the career transition loan. Taking out a loan for a career transition was clearly a high-stakes gamble. If one managed to transition into a powerful profession, it might be worth it. But if the transition resulted in a useless profession, the exorbitant loan interest would leave one working to repay the debt for a lifetime. Well, good luck. The homeroom teacher sighed. The decision was already made, so she said no more. In her view, a poor student like Yilin should just take the regular college entrance exam and live an ordinary life. Even if he succeeded in transitioning, the resources required were far beyond what an orphan could afford. Clearly, she didn't have high hopes for Yilin. As the career transition ceremony began, everyone's attention shifted away from Yilin. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a clown with lofty lofty ambitions, dreaming of achieving the impossible. The principal of Qingchang High School personally presided over the career transition ceremony. Life-type profession, A-level poultry breeder. On the transition altar, a student's face turned pale. Initially, he was thrilled when he saw the black light representing A-level shine on the altar, but he ended up with a life-type profession. Professions are ranked from F-level to SSS level, and the types of professions are also divided into tiers, with combat type being the best, support type second, and life type at the bottom. Don't be discouraged just because it's a life type profession. There are no useless professions, only useless people. Don't forget, there was once a poultry breeder who raised the Chaos Chicken King, striking fear into countless combat type professionals. The principal of Qingcheng High School comforted him. After hearing this, a glimmer of hope reignited in the student's dim eyes. Yes, thank you, principal. The awakening ceremony was in full swing, but gradually, the principal of Qingcheng High School began to furrow his brows. This year's students didn't seem very promising. So far, over 100 students had awakened, and the highest level was just that A-level from earlier. Combat type professionals were particularly scarce. Next, a hint of impatience appeared on the principal's face. At this rate, he was bound to face criticism. Just then, a fiery red phoenix soared into the sky from the transition altar. The intense heat wave scorched the hair of the students in the front row, releasing a burnt protein smell. This is an SSS-level profession. The principal's breathing suddenly quickened. A-level is represented by black light, S-level by red light, SS-level by golden light, and SSS-level by the appearance of phenomena. Whether it's combat type, support type, or life type, reaching SSS-level results in a qualitative transformation. Just like the esteemed poultry breeder who raised the Chaos Chicken King, he was an SSS-level poultry breeder. The principal secretly anticipated that Qingcheng High School might be about to produce a true dragon. All eyes at Qingcheng High School couldn't help but focus on the altar. There stood a tall figure, her loose school uniform unable to conceal her stunning physique, with the massive fire phoenix soaring above her head. Zhuge Ni, combat type profession, SSS level fire mage. The principal was ecstatic. With an SSS level fire mage emerging, he wouldn't care even if all the other students awakened F level life type professions. Zhuge Ni alone was worth 1,000 troops. The eyes of many students were filled with envy. A combat type profession, and an SSS level 1 at that, such talent meant that even if Zhuge Ni were to punch the principal on the spot, he would likely smile and praise her for being both scholarly and physically strong, remarking on how powerful her punches were. Zhuge, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. The principal's face beamed with a smile, as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Mr. Wang, please take over hosting the career transition ceremony for me. The principal turned and left with Zhuge Ni, leaving the remaining students behind. In his eyes, even if they were bundled together, they wouldn't match Zhuge Ni's value. The career transition ceremony continues. Next, Yilin, Mr. Wang, stepped to the transition altar and called out the next name. Yilin silently stepped out from the crowd, and everyone's gaze fell on him, filled with amusement and pity. Taking out a loan for the career transition was bad enough, but to be placed right after Zhuge Ni, the SSS level prodigy, wasn't this just setting him up as a background character? Even if he awakened an A level or even an S level profession, it would pale in comparison to Zhuge Ni. Yilin paid no attention to the whispers around him and stepped directly onto the job transfer altar. His heart was filled with curiosity. What kind of profession would he awaken to? As Teacher Wang activated the job transfer altar, a strange energy surged into Yilin's body, filling him with warmth. The next second, the previously bright and clear sky instantly darkened. Countless dark clouds gathered densely, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Thunder, heavenly fire, storms, and weak water, various natural disasters poured out from the clouds, resembling the end of the world. Everyone was stunned by the sudden anomaly, and some turned pale with fright. Another phenomenon. Teacher Wang felt as if his heart had stopped at that moment. 2 consecutive SSS level professions. Was the world going crazy, or was he? The principal, who had been preparing to leave with Zhuge Ni, paused in his steps and then rushed over eagerly, his fiery gaze fixed on Yilin standing on the job transfer altar. An SSS level profession. With a bonus? Truly, the heavens were blessing Qingcheng. Beside him, Zhuge Ni couldn't help but use her beautiful eyes to gaze at Yilin. She was only interested in men stronger than herself. Damn it, this guy's luck is insane. A poor student, and he actually took out a loan for a job transfer and got an SSS level profession? What the hell? There are plenty of people who take out loans for job transfers, but Yilin must be the first in history to get an SSS level profession from it, right? Why am I only ranked C? Is it just because I don't have a loan? Or because I'm not an orphan? When Zhuge Ni awakened an SSS level profession, everyone could only feel envious. But when Yilin awakened an SSS level profession, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. To put it bluntly, Zhuge Ni had a privileged background, was beautiful, had an outstanding figure, and was practically a model student. But why should someone like Yilin, a poor student, deserve it? What people find hardest to accept is when someone who used to live worse than them suddenly starts living better. How does that saying go? You fear your brother suffers, but you also fear your brother drives a Land Rover. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, the principal's gaze grew increasingly fervent. No background, an orphan, impoverished, and yet awakened in SSS-level profession, this was undoubtedly a prime investment opportunity. As the saying goes, it's hard to offer help in a snowstorm, but easy to add flowers to brocade. If he helped Yilin during his weakest moment, wouldn't he become Yilin's benefactor once he grew strong? Quick, Mr. Wang, quickly check what profession this student Yilin has awakened. The principal's tone softened considerably, fully aware that with such a terrifying phenomenon, it was obvious that Yilin must have awakened a combat-type profession. Good. Teacher Wang also calmed down from his excitement and began to check Yilin's profession. Yilin, combat-type profession, SSS-rank Forbidden Spellcaster? Teacher Wang's mouth dropped open in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. SSS-rank Forbidden Spellcaster, that's amazing. Truly worthy of being a student of Qingcheng High School. Today, you bring honor to Qingcheng High, and tomorrow, Qingcheng High will be proud of you. Wait, Forbidden Spellcaster? The principal finally came to his senses, and his face instantly darkened, as if he had been force-fed 3 pounds of filth. Any profession that reaches SSS rank is incredibly powerful, but among SSS ranks, there is one profession universally despised, the Forbidden Spellcaster. It's not that Forbidden Spellcasters aren't strong, on the contrary, the skills they cast are astonishingly powerful. For them, challenging opponents above their level is as effortless as drinking water or eating a meal. In terms of combat power alone, Forbidden Spellcasters can dominate all other professions. At the same level, a Forbidden Spellcaster can easily crush any other profession. Take Zhuge Mi. For example, although she and Yilin are both SSS rank professions, Yilin defeating her would be as easy as disciplining a child. However, the reason Forbidden Spellcasters are despised lies in the cost of casting their skills. While their skills are immensely powerful, using them requires paying a price, either sacrificing lifespan, losing body parts such as fingers or arms, or even both. Some skills with sufficiently devastating power demand the Forbidden Spellcaster's entire life as the price for casting. As a result, the profession has been mockingly nicknamed Suicide Truck. To date, no one who has chosen to become a Forbidden Spellcaster has lived past the age of 25. If your enemy is a Forbidden Spellcaster, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill them, they'd end up killing themselves while using their own skills. The principal originally planned to invest heavily in Yilin, but after learning that Yilin was a Forbidden Spellcaster, he completely abandoned the idea. To put it bluntly, a 16-year-old Forbidden Spellcaster might not even outlive someone like him, who is 61. Zhuge Ni withdrew her gaze. She had initially been quite interested in Yilin, especially since he had awakened an SSS class profession. However, upon discovering that Yilin's profession was notoriously short-lived, her interest vanished instantly. The crowd below the altar, who had been indignant moments ago, suddenly broke into smiles. TSK, an SSS class Forbidden Spellcaster. It's over, he's done for. A profession that can cripple itself just by using a couple of skills. Don't say that. Maybe after successfully changing professions, Yilin will decide to continue living as an ordinary person to save his life. An SSS class professional choosing not to level up and instead becoming a regular person would at least make the trending headlines. Loan-based profession change, life-on-loan skill casting. Gotta say, this profession really suits him. Good news, SSS class profession. Bad news, Forbidden Spellcaster. I told you, when it comes to job transfers, someone like him, a poor student, shouldn't mess with it. Now look, he's fallen from heaven to hell. The gazes of the crowd were incredibly complex: pity, mockery, ridicule, schadenfreude. Each look pierced through Yilin's body like sharp arrows. Yilin played along, his face pale, head lowered, walking unsteadily as if he'd lost his soul. Only he himself knew the truth. If he didn't lower his head, he might burst out laughing. The casting of forbidden spells comes at the cost of life, but what does that have to do with my immortal body? Yilin silently checked his attribute panel. Name, Yilin. Profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 1, 0%. Strength, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 30. Class talent, endless spells, unlocks a forbidden spell with each level up. Skill, Forbidden Spell World-Destroying Thunderstorm. Forbidden Spell World-Destroying Thunderstorm. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their own body to summon world-destroying thunder from the heavens. The more vital the body part sacrificed, the higher the level of thunder summoned. At its peak, it can summon the Chaos Divine Thunder, with its power determined by the spellcaster's level and mental strength. Note, the Forbidden Spellcaster can cast forbidden spells without any cost or cooldown. Generally speaking, skill levels are divided into common, rare, epic, and legendary, with legendary skills already being incredibly powerful. However, above legendary, there exists a level known as forbidden, referred to by the world as forbidden spells. The reason forbidden spellcasters are so formidable is that all the skills they can master are forbidden spells. For other professions, casting a forbidden spell is often a desperate, last-ditch effort, but for a forbidden spellcaster, even their basic attack is a forbidden spell. The world-destroying thunderstorm, in particular, ignited a fiery excitement in Yilin's heart. Chaos Divine Thunder, this is the king of all thunder. No wonder forbidden spellcasters are called invincible among their peers. Even gods would struggle to escape the strike of Chaos Divine Thunder. What's even more critical is that forbidden spellcasters can cast forbidden spells without cooldowns or mana consumption. This means that as long as they have enough lives to spare, Chaos Divine Thunder can be unleashed recklessly. For those with an abundance of lives, this point couldn't be clearer. Combining the forbidden spellcaster profession with immortality, Yilin didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if his level were to rise. For him, the forbidden spellcaster profession comes with virtually no drawbacks. A forbidden spellcaster with no side effects and combat power that suppresses all other professions. Yilin would laugh himself awake even in the middle of the night just dreaming about it. Although he was ecstatic inside, Yilin knew that now was not the time to get carried away. No matter how powerful forbidden spells were, leveling up was the key. For now, he still had to continue pretending to be dejected. Even a 3-year-old child with a fire Yilin couldn't kill anyone. Yilin clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling, breathing heavily like an ox, his eyes bloodshot, just like a genius unwilling to accept their downfall after rising to prominence. The principal saw Yilin's reaction and couldn't help but sigh, a trace of regret showing on his face. What a good child, but alas, destined to be a forbidden spellcaster. Yilin, don't get too worked up. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is still incredibly powerful. To shine brilliantly, even if briefly, is better than living a dull life, isn't it? Yilin slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. Principal, is it true that forbidden spellcasters can't live past the age of 25? The principal was stunned for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. He didn't want to deceive Yilin. Although forbidden spellcasters were powerful, their strength came at a price. However, the principal's eyes quickly lit up again. Even if forbidden spellcasters had short lifespans, if there was an SSS level forbidden spellcaster combined with an SSS level fire mage, wouldn't Xinjiang High School have a guaranteed victory in this year's college entrance trial? They might not even need Zhuge and I to step in. If Yilin gave it his all and sacrificed a kidney to cast a forbidden spell, he could sweep away all the other high schools. Brilliant! The principal, imagining himself standing on the podium delivering a speech after winning first place in the trial, couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. Xinjiang High School hadn't taken first place in 5 years. Who knew how he had endured these 5 years? Every year, he had to endure the ridicule of other high school principals. The principal of Xinjiang High School had long had enough. Yilin, good child, you come too. Quickly. The principal excitedly brought Yilin and Zhuge and I to the office together. Student Yilin, student Zhuge and I'm sure you both know why I've called you here alone. The principal's eyes burned as he looked at the two of them. You two are the hope of Xinjiang High School in this year's college entrance trial. Therefore, tomorrow's novice dungeon is especially important for you. I hope all of you can level up to at least level 10 as much as possible. Rest assured, tomorrow I won't arrange for any support profession classmates to accompany you. You'll have the opportunity to solo, so I hope you won't let me down, the principal said earnestly. Generally speaking, in novice dungeons, combat professions need to team up with support professions to grind monsters, as support professions lack the ability to fight independently. Allowing Yilin and Zhuge and I to solo means their leveling speed will be much faster than others. Principal, I don't have a problem with that, but Yilin, Zhuge and I frowned slightly. Letting a forbidden spellcaster solo in a novice dungeon is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Casting forbidden spells on level 1 monsters, and then again on level 5 monsters, by the time the solo run is over, he'd probably be half dead. Then what do you mean? The principal asked. Let me team up with Yilin. This way, we can confidently venture deep into the secret realm. I'll handle the low-level monsters, and he can deal with the high-level ones. This should make leveling up much faster, Zhuge and I suggested. Although teaming up to fight monsters only grants half the experience, delving into the secret realm saves time searching for monsters, so overall, it might not be slower than solo grinding. Oh, that makes sense. It's indeed a good idea. What do you think, Yilin? The principal's eyes lit up. Principal, I'd rather go solo. I'm used to working alone. Yilin scratched his head sheepishly. Teaming up with Zhuge and I would mean constant restrictions and the risk of exposing the secret of his undying body. Yilin had no interest in that. Truly ungrateful. Zhuge Ni's gaze turned slightly cold. She had initially wanted to help Yilin out of camaraderie as schoolmates. After all, becoming a forbidden spellcaster, a short-lived profession, was already unlucky enough. She hadn't expected Yilin to reject her. Fine then, once he comes out of the secret realm missing an arm or a leg, perhaps he'll understand. Then go solo. Zhuge, your method is good, but delving deep into into the secret realm is still too risky. The principal made the final decision. He didn't care about the consequences of Yilin going solo, nor did he care whether Yilin would have a short life. What he cared about was the graduation rate and securing first place. Even if Yilin lost half his life after clearing the novice secret realm, as long as he achieved good results in the college entrance trial, that would be enough. Whether Yilin lived or died was none of his concern. Next, the principal took out 2 rings and handed them to Zhuge Ni and Yilin respectively. Heavenly Wisdom Ring. Level, unranked. Attribute, mental power plus 10, refinable. This ordinary ring without any skill bonuses, though its attributes are mediocre, at least adds 10 points to mental power, which is better than nothing. Yilin silently accepted it. Don't be fooled by how plain the ring's attributes are. If you were to buy it, it would probably cost 5 to 8,000 yuan, almost equivalent to a third of his kidney. This is also why the expenses of job changers are extremely high. Just putting together a set of the lowest grade ordinary equipment costs a fortune, not to mention rare epic and legendary gear. This is my personal contribution to support you. Work hard, strive to reach level 10 or above. The principal looked at Yilin and Zhuge Ni with great anticipation. Thank you, principal. I will do my best. Yilin expressed his gratitude to the principal, then got up and walked out of the office. By this time, the job-changing ceremony had already concluded. Some were happy, while others were disappointed. However, when they saw Yilin, smiles appeared on their faces. Yes, no matter what profession they transitioned into, no matter whether the transition was successful or not, at least they were still alive, weren't they? That was better than Yilin, who had transitioned into a forbidden spellcaster, essentially a death sentence. Human happiness often arises from comparison. Compared to Yilin, they suddenly felt that life wasn't so bad after all. Yilin. Just as Yilin was about to head home, Zhuge Ni called out to him, striding over with her long legs and looking down at him from the steps. I advise you to think it over carefully. The more frequently a forbidden spellcaster fights, the faster they die. I mean no harm, it's just because we're classmates, and I don't want you to die too soon. Zhuge Ni's tone was filled with deep concern. Thanks for your concern, but let's forget about teaming up. Yilin declined. You. Zhuge Ni glared at him angrily. She had repeatedly tried to persuade Yilin, but he remained utterly unmoved, like water off a duck's back. Truly, it's hard to advise someone who refuses to listen. Fine, let go of the urge to help others and respect their choices. Zhuge Ni silently reminded herself, deciding not to concern herself with Yilin's life or death anymore. TSK, who is this? Oh, it's our SSS class professional, Yilin. A mocking voice rang out as Ling Yi, leading a group of people, blocked Yilin and Zhuge Ni's path. He was the young master of the Ji family conglomerate in Xincheng, a tyrant in Xincheng High School, and had been openly pursuing Zhuge Ni for quite some time. In this school, who didn't know that Zhuge Ni was Ling Yi's untouchable treasure? This guy had transitioned into a forbidden spellcaster and really thought he could rise to the top? Zhuge Ni, standing to the side, initially wanted to drive Ling Yi away, but recalling Yilin's unyielding attitude, she suddenly decided to remain silent. Letting Ling Yi teach Yilin a lesson might not be a bad idea, it could make him change his mind. After all, he shouldn't think that a forbidden spellcaster could compare to other SSS class professions, which were all about trading life for power. Facing Ling Yi's icy gaze, Yilin felt speechless. Women truly were the root of trouble. He had spent 3 years at Xincheng High School without provoking anyone, yet Zhuge Ni's few words had brought trouble to his doorstep. Please move aside. I want to go home, Yilin said, unwilling to stir up any conflict. Go home? Back to that sewage-filled slum of yours? Ling Yi sneered. You're considered an SSS class professional now. How about you beg me? I can arrange a security guard position for you at my Ji family conglomerate, with food and lodging included, so you don't have to keep living in the slums. I'm being pretty generous to you, aren't I? The lackeys behind Ling Yi immediately chimed in with ridicule. Yilin, you really hit the jackpot. Ha, you even get to join the Ji family conglomerate as a bodyguard. Hurry up and thank young Master Ji, and don't forget to kowtow a few times. Faced with these taunts, Yilin clenched his fists, seething like an enraged bull, his face full of humiliation. Don't push me too far, Yilin roared. Ling Yi was startled. After all, Yilin was now a bona fide forbidden spellcaster. But soon, he smirked smugly. Casting a forbidden spell could be life-threatening. Was Yilin really going to risk everything just because of a few words? Classmate Yilin, I'm only acting out of good intentions. How could this be considered bullying you? Ling Yi reached out and lightly patted Yilin's face. Though the action caused no real harm, it was deeply insulting. This filled Ling Yi with immense satisfaction. So what if Yilin had an SSS class profession? Daring to approach Zhuge Ni would only result in him being humiliated. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood that with someone like Ling Yi, any sign of retreat would only invite even more intensified humiliation. If he wanted Ling Yi to never dare provoke him again, he had to make him realize that he was not a meek little rabbit but a ferocious lion bearing its fangs and claws. pause. With this thought, Yilin's eyes instantly turned blood red. Ling Yi, you've gone too far. You forced me to do this. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Yilin roared, raising one hand. Dark clouds instantly gathered, and a raging thunderstorm followed. Silver-white arcs of lightning danced through the clouds. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a thigh struck down from the clouds, connecting with Yilin's palm. In that moment, Yilin seemed to transform into a god wielding the power of thunder, radiating brilliance. Everyone around looked at Yilin in horror. Such power, was he really just a level 1 job changer? As Yilin's raised hand fell, a terrifying thunderbolt struck right next to Ling Yi, blasting him away and leaving a massive crater on the ground. Yilin, are you out of your mind? Ling Yi, who had just brushed past death, was so scared he nearly wet his pants. He had only wanted to humiliate Yilin a little, to make him stay away from Zhuge and I in the future. But this guy actually went all out and cast a forbidden spell? What a lunatic. If Yilin's aim had been just a bit better, Ling Yi would already be a charred corpse. However, in the face of Ling Yi's questioning, Yilin did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand once more. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Damn it. He's gone mad. Yilin's gone mad. Help. Somebody save me. Ling Yi was utterly terrified. Just a few insults, and this guy was ready to die together with him? Who wouldn't be scared of such a lunatic? He struggled to get up, but his legs had already gone. Weak with fear. Pull me up. He cried out to his lackeys for help, but they were too busy running for their own lives to care about Ling Yi. You bunch of traitorous dogs. Ling Yi cursed in frustration. At that moment, with a deafening crash, an even more terrifying thunderbolt struck the ground beside him. Ling Yi froze in place, a foul-smelling liquid running down his pant leg. The feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death was utterly unbearable. But fortunately, this bolt missed as well. It was finally over. A tear of relief slid down Ling Yi's cheek. Just as he thought this, an enraged voice rang out again, like a vengeful demon. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Ling Yi turned his head in terror, the immense fear gripping his throat like an iron vice, rendering him unable to make a sound. Looking at Yilin, bathed in purple lightning, only one thought remained in his mind. Madman. This guy was truly a madman. A few insults, and he unleashed 3 forbidden spells in a row. If that wasn't madness, what was? At this moment, he deeply regretted provoking Yilin. If there were a remedy for regret in life, he swore he would steer clear of Yilin the moment he saw him. A forbidden spellcaster wasn't terrifying, but a forbidden spellcaster who disregarded life and death, that was the most terrifying existence in the world. Yilin, stop right now. A panicked voice suddenly rang out as the principal rushed out of his office like he was on fire. Hearing the principal's voice, a glimmer flashed in Yilin's eyes, and he finally withdrew the forbidden spell. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to kill the young master of the Ji family in front of so many witnesses. Principal, Yilin silently clenched his fists, his face showing an expression of immense grievance. His complexion was pale, clearly a result of the backlash from casting consecutive forbidden spells. Don't worry, you don't need to explain. I will definitely give you a proper resolution for this matter, the principal said angrily. He had heard bits and pieces about Ji family's young master, Ling Yi, pursuing Zhuge and I. In the past, when Ling Yi bullied his classmates, the principal had always turned a blind eye, considering his father's influence. But this time, Ling Yi had gone too far. To provoke a forbidden spellcaster into risking his life to cast 3 consecutive forbidden spells, how much injustice must Yilin have endured? The principal still hoped Yilin could bring glory to Qingchun High School during the college entrance exams. If anything happened to Yilin, he would not hesitate to deal with Ling Yi on the spot. Ling Yi, stand up right now, the principal roared angrily. This instant, apologize to Yilin. The principal originally thought that with Ling Yi's unruly and defiant nature, getting him to apologize would be harder than climbing to the heavens. He was just about to prepare to scold him loudly when Ling Yi refused, but to his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Yi suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Yilin with a thud. Yilin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry. Zhuge and I is yours from now on. I won't fight with you for her anymore. When it came to his own life, Ling Yi was truly terrified. He was the young master of the Ji group and an only child with a bright future ahead of him. He had no intention of perishing together with a madman, especially one who was genuinely capable of killing him. Ling Yi's speed in apologizing and his sincerity left even the principal stunned. The principal even began to suspect whether this Ling Yi had been replaced by someone else. Wasn't Ling Yi usually the arrogant type who acted as if the heavens were first and he was second? Yilin, what do you think about this? Ling Yi's decisive apology left the principal somewhat at a loss. Principal, I accept his apology. Ling Yi, remember this, a man can be killed, but not humiliated. Yilin pressed his lips tightly together, his words firm and resolute. Yes, I truly know I was wrong. I will never casually humiliate anyone again. Ling Yi nodded repeatedly, genuinely afraid that Yilin might raise his hand again and cast a forbidden spell on him. Principal, then I'll take my leave. Yilin spoke politely, secretly relieved in his heart. After today's incident, Qingcheng High School, and even the entire Qingcheng, probably wouldn't have anyone coming to trouble him for a long time. After all, his persona was already established, a lunatic who could perish together with others at any moment. Who would be bored enough to provoke a madman? Zhuge Ni's expression was complicated. She watched Yilin's departing figure, slowly shook her head, and muttered to herself, not a shred of sense. Just a few insults, and he's ready to risk his life against others. Completely a reckless brute. Even if his profession weren't forbidden spellcaster, someone like him is destined not to go far. Since ancient times, which of the career changers who could stand proudly in the world didn't possess both strength and wisdom? In her heart, Yilin was already sentenced to death. The two of them just happened to awaken SSS-level professions on the same day at the same school, but she and he were ultimately not from the same world. If one looked further ahead, in 5 years, she would undoubtedly become a proud and dazzling figure, while with Yilin's impulsive personality and the flaws of the forbidden spellcaster profession, he would probably be nothing more than a pile of bones in 5 years. Pushing open the door to his home, Yilin returned to the small house in the slums. This was the most rundown area of Qingcheng, with sewage flowing everywhere and a mix of all sorts of people, but it had also become the best hiding place for Yilin's undying body. Sacrificing a section of the duodenum can summon ordinary thunder. Sacrificing a bladder can summon thunder of Kui water. Sacrificing a heart can summon life-extinguishing purple thunder. Yilin silently calculated the organs required to be sacrificed to cast the forbidden spell world-destroying thunderstorm. These figures were derived from his recent experiments on Ling Yi. To avoid drawing attention, all the organs he sacrificed were internal. At this rate, if I want to summon the ultimate chaos divine thunder, I might have to sacrifice my entire body. No wonder this spell is classified as forbidden. Yilin touched his nose and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only someone like him, with an immortal body, would dare to play this way. If it were any ordinary person casting this forbidden spell, they'd be paralyzed after just a few attempts. However, the power of this forbidden spell left him very satisfied. Even though it was currently only at level 1, if he unleashed the full force of the world-destroying thunderstorm, it was estimated that no job changer below level 5 would survive. With a thought, the organs required for the forbidden spell regrew, and Yilin's complexion returned to a healthy flush. He then peacefully lay down to sleep, as serene as a corpse. Some rejoice while others grieve. Yilin slept soundly, but on the other side, Ling Yi tossed and turned, unable to rest. Dad, you must avenge me. You have to kill that guy. Yesterday, he humiliated me in front of the entire school, and I even had to kneel and apologize to him. I just can't swallow this humiliation. Ling Yi sat before his father, crying and sniffling as he poured out his grievances. That afternoon, his apology had been sincere, and now his desire to kill Yilin was equally genuine. The G Corporation had many powerful job changers under its wing, and killing a mere level 1 Yilin would be a piece of cake. G's father held a cigar in his mouth, the rising smoke obscuring his face. Listening to Ling Yi's complaints, his expression remained indifferent. Ling Yi, you are my only son. I've taught you countless times since you were young that a businessman must learn to weigh the pros and cons and not act on impulse, he said calmly. If I listen to you and send someone to kill him, and we succeed, what benefits do we gain? Ling Yi was stunned. What benefits would killing Yilin bring? It seemed there were none, aside from venting his anger. G's father flicked the cigar ash onto the table. And what if we fail? We would completely offend an SSS-level forbidden spellcaster. If he grows stronger, it wouldn't be impossible for him to drag the G Corporation down to hell with him before he dies. Ling Yi's heart trembled violently. So, killing Yilin just to vent your anger is a high-risk, zero-reward endeavor, G's father continued. The people you've had conflicts with in the past were just ordinary individuals. Killing them was no big deal. But this time, it's different. Do you understand? Ling Yi obediently nodded, understanding the stakes involved. Dad, I'll make sure to steer clear of that Yilin in the future. No. Father G shook his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. Not only should you not avoid Yilin, but on the contrary, you should stick close to him and become his follower. Ha, Dad, why? Ling Yi asked, puzzled. Because someone who would unleash forbidden spells just because of a few insults clearly lacks rationality and is extremely concerned about their pride, Father G said with a smug smile. The young master of the G group acting as his sidekick, doesn't that boost his pride enough? A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. As long as you play the role of Yilin's follower well, he will become your shield. After all, bullying his follower is essentially humiliating him and tarnishing his reputation, isn't it? By sacrificing a bit of insignificant pride, you can gain an SSS-level forbidden spellcaster as a free bodyguard. Why not? Although everyone says forbidden spellcasters have short lifespans, no one has ever dared to claim they aren't powerful. Ling Yi's eyes grew brighter, as if he had suddenly seen the light. Dad, I understand now. Father G nodded. nodded, speaking with deep meaning. Remember, pride matters, especially for someone from a poor background. If handled properly, you could have a free forbidden spellcaster as your enforcer. The Ji family has no shortage of money. The next morning, when Yilin appeared at the school gate, many students immediately distanced themselves from him in fear as soon as they saw him. It was clear they had heard about his crazy antics from the day before. Yilin was quite satisfied with this reaction. Killing Ling Yi, the chicken, was precisely to achieve this effect. The fewer people he interacted with, the deeper he could bury the secret of his immortality. Yilin. Just as he was calmly waiting for the school to take them to the novice secret realm, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Ling Yi? Yilin turned around and found that the person running toward him was none other than Ling Yi. A trace of coldness flashed in Yilin's eyes. Could it be that this spoiled rich kid hadn't had enough of a lesson yesterday? If Ling Yi insisted on pestering him, Yilin could always wait until they entered the novice secret realm and create a little accident to send him on his way to the afterlife. Yilin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some breakfast. Ling Yi offered a delicate lunchbox and a bottle of fresh milk as if presenting a treasure. Can't beat me, so now you're trying to poison me? Yilin looked at Ling Yi suspiciously, wondering what kind of trick this guy was playing. How is that possible, Yilin? I really didn't poison it. Ling Yi hurriedly opened the lunchbox, revealing a giant sandwich inside. He tore off a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth, then opened the milk and poured a bit into his mouth. Well, Yilin, do you believe now that I didn't poison it? Ling Yi wiped his mouth, his face full of confidence. Yilin took the lunchbox. The sandwich emitted an enticing aroma. He lifted the first slice of bread, revealing generous layers of beef. It indeed didn't look like it was poisoned, but he still felt suspicious. Could it be that Ling Yi was really a masochist? After being beaten up by him yesterday, had he actually gotten addicted to it? Since it would be a waste not to eat a free breakfast delivered to his door, Yilin also began eating in big bites. After all, he was so poor that he'd have to sell a kidney just to scrape together the money for the job transfer ceremony. How could he refuse such a freebie? Skill, none. Seeing Yilin take his breakfast, Ling Yi revealed a happy smile. His father had taught him that relationships between people would develop quickly as long as the first barrier was overcome. This principle applied not only to women but also to men. His father was right, Yilin wasn't very clever. With a few more flattering words, he would soon have a free SSS-level professional bodyguard. Yilin, my whole life, Ling Yi, have been muddling through aimlessly. Your appearance was like a bolt of lightning that woke me up. Ling Yi spoke passionately, but after swallowing his sandwich, Yilin corrected him. It wasn't like there really was a bolt of lightning. Just say what you want. Ling Yi, well, I want to acknowledge you as my big brother. Acknowledge me as your big brother? Yilin was stunned for a moment. This guy, could he really be a masochist? Yesterday, he went crazy trying to make people stay away from him, but instead, he ended up with a little follower? That's right. After you beat me up yesterday, I reflected deeply and realized that to become better, I must find a good role model to learn from. Ling Yi nodded emphatically. I see. Well, since it's about learning, it's only reasonable to pay some tuition fees, right? Yilin replied, rubbing his chin. Of course, it's reasonable. Big brother, what's your card number? Ling Yi immediately pulled out a card reader from his pocket. 6216 asterisk 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 asterisk. Transfer 20 million into it first. Yilin skillfully recited the card number. Alright, wait, hold on, 20 million? Ling Yi was stunned. No matter how wealthy the G Corporation was, they couldn't squander money like this. How could it start with 20 million? No money? Then forget it. Yilin gave Ling Yi a peculiar look, sizing him up from head to toe. Ling Yi felt that the gaze seemed familiar. After pondering for a moment, he realized that it was the same look he used to give poor people in the past. The dignified young master of the G group was actually being regarded as a pauper, utterly unbelievable. Ling Yi's face immediately turned red. The humiliation of being mistaken for a pauper was far harder for him to accept than the embarrassment he suffered yesterday when Yilin scared him. Wait here for me. I'll have my dad transfer the money. Ling Yi stormed off in a huff to make a phone call. After sending Ling Yi away, Yilin turned around and boarded the bus heading to the novice dungeon, silently thinking that spending too much time with Ling Yi might lower his IQ. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the bus drove toward the entrance of the novice dungeon. At this moment, several long lines had already formed at the entrance. These were transferees from other schools in Qingcheng. Qingcheng High School had only this one dungeon suitable for novices, and with the college entrance exams approaching, it was naturally packed with students. Juba Ni and Yilin, the two SSS-level professionals, stood at the forefront of Qingcheng High School's team. Zhuge Ni's face was stern, her gaze unwavering, clearly unwilling to engage with Yilin, while Yilin seemed perfectly content with the quiet. In the distance, the principal of Qingcheng High School wore a radiant smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum. He held on to the other principals, preventing them from leaving, and said smugly, "Ah, so annoying. I already told them to keep a low profile, that just one SSS-level profession would suffice. But look at these kids, they're so worrisome." The moment they transitioned, they produced two SSS-level professions. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? So infuriating. Ha ha ha, hick. The other high school principals wore dark expressions, as black as the bottom of a pot. They had seen humble bragging before, but never anything this obnoxious. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you naturally quiet? The Qingcheng High School principal's face was glowing with pride. I'm skilled in martial arts, not words. Farewell. The first principal left with a flick of his sleeve. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I need to go. The second principal left with a darkened face. The third principal turned and walked away, clearly having made some kind of resolution. You old rascal, you'd better produce two SSS-level students again. Next year, humph. The last principal stormed off in anger. Next year? I'll be retired by then, hee hee. The Qingcheng High School principal chuckled, so much so that the last principal stumbled slightly as he walked away. While the principals were arguing, the line kept moving, and soon it was Qingcheng High School's turn to enter. Zhuge Ni cast a cold glance at Yilin. There's still time to team up with me. Although she had resolved to ignore Yilin, her inner kindness made her ask again. No need, thank you. Yilin stepped past Zhuge Ni and walked into the novice dungeon. Such arrogance. If you want to die early, no one can stop you. Zhuge Ni shook her head, clearly thinking Yilin was beyond saving. With a flash of white light, the scene before Yilin's eyes changed completely. What appeared was a dense forest, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on Yilin. Random teleportation? Not bad. I was worried about getting separated from the others. Yilin stretched lazily and then began his monster hunting journey. He hadn't gone far when he encountered a round, cat-like, adorable creature covered in pink fur, resembling a moving plush toy that could probably melt the hearts of many girls. A level 1 pink panther cat? Yilin was not fooled by this little creature. Though it looked cute, it was actually a bona fide monster capable of easily biting through an adult's throat. The pink panther cat rolled on the ground, purring in an attempt to lure Yilin closer for a fatal strike. Yilin's response was simple. He extended his right hand. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. Boom! Thunder roared and crashed down. The pink panther cat let out a sharp meow, utterly stunned. What was going on? It was just out hunting because it was hungry. Did it really deserve to be struck by lightning? Faced with Yilin, who unleashed a forbidden spell right off the bat, the pink panther cat didn't even have time to escape before it was reduced to charred remains by the descending thunder. Kill a level 1 pink leopard cat. Reward, 10 experience points. Only 10 experience points for killing a level 1 monster? That means I'd have to kill 100 of them to reach level 2. This efficiency is way too low. Since all my skills are forbidden spells, maybe I can try venturing deeper into this forest. Yilin turned and disappeared into the dense woods. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Kill a level 2 killer bee. Reward, 20 experience points. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Defeated level 3 gray wolf. Rewarded with 30 experience points. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. Defeated level 5 jungle harpy. Rewarded with 50 experience points. In the time that followed, the long-standing tranquility of this monster-filled forest was shattered, ushering in a baptism of thunder. From time to time, a bolt of heavenly lightning would crash down from the distant sky. Yilin swept through the area relentlessly, whether he encountered level 1 monsters or level 5 monsters. His response was always the same. He would unleash a forbidden spell directly, championing the principle of equality for all beings. Through continuous casting, he became increasingly adept at using the world-destroying thunder forbidden spell, to the point where he could cast it instantly without any preparatory delay. Under this almost insanely efficient monster farming, Yilin quickly leveled up to 2. You should know, he had only been in the novice secret realm for about an hour. If this leveling speed were to spread, it would probably leave countless people dumbfounded. After leveling up, Yilin also unlocked a brand new forbidden spell. Name, Yilin. Class, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 2, 13. 14%. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Spirit, 60. Professional talent, Endless Curses. The Forbidden Spellcaster unlocks one forbidden spell with each level gained. Skills, Forbidden Spell. World-destroying thunder, Forbidden Spell. Burning reincarnation, Forbidden Spell. World-destroying thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices themselves to summon destructive thunder from the heavens. The more vital the sacrificed body part, the higher the level of thunder summoned, with the highest being Chaos Divine Thunder. Its power depends on the spellcaster's level and mental strength. Forbidden Spell. Burning reincarnation. confrontation. The Forbidden Spellcaster burns their own life force to greatly enhance the three main attributes of strength, agility, and spirit. Note: Forbidden Spellcasters can release forbidden spells without any consumption or cooldown. A thoughtful line of small text was added behind this newly unlocked forbidden spell. Note: the Burning Reincarnation skill consumes an extreme amount of life force. Once life force is consumed, it cannot be restored. Please use this skill with caution. Use this skill with caution? Yilin nodded obediently, then shouted loudly, "Forbidden spell? Burning Reincarnation." Scarlet flames appeared around him, his vitality burning incessantly like fire, and the blood in his body evaporated into blood flames. At the same time, his strength, agility, and mental power all doubled, with his mental power soaring directly to a terrifying value of 120 points. What a terrifying forbidden spell! In the state of burning reincarnation, even a level 10 magical beast would struggle to withstand my full-powered world-destroying thunderstorm, right? Immersed in excitement, Yilin failed to notice his hair turning white at an alarming rate, his skin gradually loosening, and his once clear eyes becoming cloudy. In just 5 minutes, Yilin transformed from a teenager into an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a frail appearance. He raised his hand, looking at his palm that resembled withered bark, and murmured to himself, "To age like this, in just 5 minutes? If I don't want to expose my identity, I can only activate burning reincarnation for about a minute at most." Yilin did not deactivate burning reincarnation, allowing his vitality to continue burning. Then, a strange scene unfolded. Yilin, who had become elderly, began to reverse in age, regaining his youthful appearance. With his immortal body, he inherently possessed infinite vitality, rendering the side effects of burning reincarnation meaningless to him. The drawbacks of immortality were evident, and the limitations of the forbidden spellcaster profession were equally apparent, but when the forbidden spellcaster and immortality combined, the world would witness the terror of forbidden spells raining down endlessly. Yilin activated the burning reincarnation and began a new round of slaughter. With 120 points of mental power, plus the apocalypse ring gifted by the principal, his mental power was directly boosted to a terrifying 130 points. Even summoning the most ordinary heavenly thunder produced an incredibly powerful effect, crashing down like a world-ending thunder dragon. At this moment, Yilin was fully confident in clearing the novice secret realm before him. Killed level 5 two-headed snake, rewarded with 50 experience points. Killed level 6 iron armored scorpion, rewarded with 60 experience points. Killed level 6 centaur, rewarded with 60 experience points. As he ventured deeper, the monsters before Yilin grew increasingly powerful, with the weakest being level 5. However, these formidable monsters seemed as fragile as paper when facing Yilin, who was only level 2, almost instantly killed upon encounter. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, and regardless of the monster's level, they were reduced to charred remains. The places Yilin passed through were even filled with a faint aroma of cooked meat, the scent of monsters roasted by the high temperature of the lightning. The more Yilin killed, the more adept he became, resembling the descent of a thunder god, casually casting lightning forbidden spells. The novice secret realm is indeed fraught with danger. What an exhilarating and thorough training experience. Forbidden spell? Inferno scorching heaven. Yilin roared furiously, a flame of purple below and red above appearing in his hand, burning like a demonic lotus manifesting in the world. Then, the flame fell onto a pile of dry wood, instantly igniting it. If outsiders were to witness someone using a forbidden spell to light a fire, their eyes would surely pop out in disbelief. This was as absurd as using a nuclear bomb to light a cigarette. After a day of frenzied slaughter, Yilin's level was raised to level 3, and the forbidden spell he unlocked upon reaching level 3 was Hellfire Scorches the Heavens. This skill is similar to world-destroying thunder. It only requires sacrificing oneself to summon boundless hellfire from the 9 nether hells. The further you go, the more apparent the difficulty of leveling up becomes. For example, leveling up from level 1 to level 2 only requires 1000 experience points, while going from level 2 to level 3 requires 2000 points, and from level 3 to level 4 requires 3000 points. Yilin reached level 3 within a single day, which made him very satisfied. He estimated that most people hadn't even reached level 2 yet, and at this rate, reaching level 10 before the novice secret realm closes would be a breeze. Yilin skillfully dragged over the corpse of a 3-eyed demon boar. After skinning it and cutting out the meat, he placed it over the blazing campfire to roast. The plump hind leg began to sizzle as fat dripped into the flames, the aroma and crackling sounds stoking his appetite. Although he was immortal and couldn't starve to death, the feeling of hunger was still uncomfortable. He wasn't a masochist, after all, so he saw no reason to deny himself a good meal. The karmic fire's naturally high temperature made roasting even more efficient, and before long, the entire hind leg was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. He tore off a piece of meat, juices spilling out, steaming hot. As the burst of meaty aroma filled his mouth, Yilin was momentarily moved to tears. The texture of the 3-eyed demon pig's meat was far more flavorful and tender than ordinary pork. In the past, he lived in the slums, both poor and forced to hide the secret of his immortality, never having the chance to enjoy such delicious food. Fortunately, he had now become a job changer, and once he gained the strength to protect himself, he would no longer have to live such a cautious life. Just as Yilin was feasting heartily, Zhuge Ni suddenly stopped in her tracks not far away, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked in Yilin's direction. As a fire mage, she was extremely sensitive to fire elements and immediately sensed the presence of karmic fire. Aside from me, there shouldn't be another SSS-level fire element-related profession in Xinjiang. How could there be such a powerful fluctuation of fire elements? Could it be some kind of fire element treasure? A hint of curiosity flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes, and she began walking toward Yilin's direction. At this moment, after eating and drinking his fill, Yilin quickly extinguished the campfire, even urinating on it, before turning around to continue his monster hunting journey. He always kept in mind the principle of setting fire to the mountain lands you in prison. By the time Zhuge Ni arrived, Yilin's figure was long gone, leaving behind only a pile of still smoking campfire remains. So it was a human who caused this commotion. The fluctuation of fire elements is no less powerful than mine. Zhuge Ni's eyes were filled with astonishment. She crouched down, picked up a partially burned piece of wood, and brought it to her nose to sniff. As she did, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly. It is indeed the legendary aura of karmic fire, but why is there such a strange smell mixed in? Zhuge Ni was puzzled but chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, she stood up, her eyes brimming with excitement. Xinjiang truly is full of hidden talents. Just you wait, Zhuge Ni, will definitely find you. Compared to someone as stubborn and foolish as Yilin, Zhuge Ni was clearly more intrigued by individuals who possessed strength and knew how to remain low-key. She surveyed her surroundings and quickly pursued the direction in which Yilin had left. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? World-ending thunderstorm. At this moment, Yilin was sweeping through all the visible monsters in the depths of the forest like a raging storm. Having grown accustomed to using the world-destroying thunder, even though he had acquired a new forbidden spell for attacks, he still preferred using the world-destroying thunder to clear monsters. After all, with a single strike of lightning, the monsters were finished without suffering, whereas using the inferno blaze required a few seconds of burning to end them. Yilin was not a devil and naturally wouldn't do something so cruel. He considered himself kind-hearted and compassionate. This spree lasted straight into the late night. Seeing that he was about to reach level 4, Yilin was planning to push forward in one go when suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately stopped the forbidden spell Burning Reincarnation, causing the blood flames on his body to vanish instantly. He was very familiar with the movements of monsters, and what came from behind was definitely not a monster but a human. Before seeing the person, he saw the legs. The first thing that caught Yilin's eyes was a long, slender, fair leg, followed by Zhuge Ni's cold face. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a galaxy under the moonlight. Even Yilin had to admit that although this woman was single-minded to a fault, her figure and appearance were indeed outstanding. But with the Nava's secret realm being so vast, how could he have run into this woman? Yilin, why is it you? Zhuge Ni frowned the moment she saw Yilin, and her previously good mood instantly vanished. What she was looking for was the nameless genius who had mastered the infernal flame, not Yilin. How could Yilin, this guy, appear here? But soon, Zhuge Ni figured out the reason. It must be that after entering the Nava's secret realm, Yilin realized how dangerous it was to solo as a forbidden spellcaster, regretted it, and probably came specifically to find her. I told you before, the forbidden spellcaster profession may be powerful, but it's absolutely not suitable for going solo. It's too late for regrets now. Pestering me won't help. I don't have time to team up with you right now. Move aside, I have things to do. The coldness on Zhuge Ni's face was chilling. If Yilin had managed to persevere until the end, she might have admired him as a real man, but his current behavior only left her feeling helpless. She had given him so many chances before, yet he didn't cherish them. Now, facing difficulties, he came to bother her again. Zhuge Ni despised men who were two-faced and unreliable the most. If he couldn't even stick to his word, what kind of man was he? Moreover, Yilin was now blocking her way to find the genius who had mastered the infernal flame, which deepened her disgust even further. Yilin, on the other hand, was utterly baffled by Zhuge Ni's logic. Clearly, she was the one who had caught up to him, yet now it was him who was pestering her. He finally understood that this woman wasn't just stubborn, she was somewhat irrational. Suit yourself, take care. Yilin stepped aside, unwilling to argue with Zhuge Ni. One secret to living a happy life is never to argue with fools, and even more so, never try to reason with them. Yilin always remembered this principle. Zhuge Ni glanced at him, saw how cooperative he was, and said no more, striding past him. Just as Yilin thought he could finally rid himself of this trouble, Zhuge Ni suddenly stopped in her tracks. By the way, let me ask you, have you seen anyone pass through here? That person is very powerful, and extremely skilled in using fire elements, possibly even mastering the infernal flame. Zhuge Zhuge Ni spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Infernal flame? Yilin was both amused and exasperated, finally understanding why Zhuge Ni had approached him. It turned out to be because he had just used the infernal flame to light a campfire. In other words, the person Zhuge Ni was looking for might very well be him. I saw him. He was a very handsome man, heading in that direction. Yilin quickly pointed in a random direction, hoping to send her away. He definitely didn't want to be entangled with this foolish woman. It seemed that the forbidden spell Infernal Flame Scorches the Heavens was something he absolutely couldn't use in the future. Thank you. Seeing that Yilin truly did not pester her any further, Zhuge Ni's impression of him slightly improved. She walked in the direction Yilin had pointed out, but as she passed through the forest, 2 additional moons suddenly appeared in the sky. A total of 3 moons hung in midair, creating an eerie and unsettling scene. In an instant, Zhuge Ni's delicate face turned deathly pale. Those were not 3 moons at all, the 2 extra moons were, in fact, the eyes of a giant beast. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a massive claw swiped directly toward Zhuge Ni. She quickly dodged to the side, creating some distance between herself and the beast, and only then did she see its true form clearly. An 8th level magical beast. A dragon blood behemoth. This wasn't even the core area of the forest yet, so Zhuge Ni couldn't understand why an 8th level magical beast would appear in such a place. Her own level had just broken through to the 3rd, and facing an 8th level dragon blood behemoth was clearly beyond her capabilities. She couldn't help but glance back in Yilin's direction. If Yilin were willing to team up with her, not only might they be able to kill the 8th level dragon blood behemoth, but at the very least, they could escape unscathed. However, when she turned around, Yilin was nowhere to be seen. He had already vanished without a trace. That coward. Zhuge Ni gritted her teeth, her impression of Yilin, which had just improved, plummeting to rock bottom. It was obvious that Yilin must have been so terrified at the moment the dragon blood behemoth appeared that he abandoned her and fled. The dragon blood behemoth lunged at Zhuge Ni again, clearly treating her as its prey. Its massive body, like a towering mountain, brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. Explosive phoenix fire. Zhuge Ni dared not let her guard down. She immediately activated her skill, summoning several high-temperature fireballs that coalesced around her and hurled them at the dragon blood behemoth. The fireballs exploded on the beast's body, scorching patches of its flesh. However, such damage was far from enough to render the dragon blood behemoth incapable of fighting. Instead, it completely enraged the creature. Its moon-like eyes suddenly turned blood red, and another massive claw came crashing down. Zhuge Ni lightly lifted her jade-like leg, successfully dodging the attack. She immediately activated another skill, unleashing a storm of phoenix fire that rained down on the dragon blood behemoth. This time, the beast did not sit idly by. It opened its massive maw and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's cry. Roar! The terrifying sound waves seemed to take on physical form, intercepting all the phoenix fire in midair and even sending the flames flying back toward Zhuge Ni. What? Zhuge Ni's face turned pale with terror. Unable to dodge in time, the fireball she had cast struck her squarely. Her clothes were scorched, exposing large patches of snow-white skin, leaving her almost indecently uncovered. However, Zhuge Ni couldn't care less about this as she stared in horror at the dragon-blooded beast. A single word suddenly surfaced in her mind: death. She was going to die. If this continued, she would undoubtedly be devoured by this dragon-blooded beast. It was far too powerful, completely beyond what her mere level 3 strength could handle. At the brink of life and death, Zhuge Ni lost her usual composure, a trace of panic appearing on her face. Watching the massive claw of the dragon-blooded beast reaching for her, Zhuge Ni helplessly closed her beautiful eyes. In this place, no one could save her. It was only the first day of entering the novice secret realm, and this level 8 dragon-blooded beast was an insurmountable chasm for anyone. Zhuge Ni was utterly despairing. She never imagined that she, a dignified SSS class professional transferee, would helplessly meet her end at the hands of a level 8 monster. However, after she closed her eyes, the excruciating pain she had anticipated from being crushed by the dragon-blooded beast never came. Instead, she heard a deep, magnetic male voice. Hellfire burns the heavens. With her eyes still shut, Zhuge Ni felt a terrifying wave of heat roaring past her side. The moment she opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze was filled with shock. The scene before her was one she would remember for the rest of her life. The dragon-blooded beast, which had seemed invincible to her, was now entirely engulfed in crimson-purple flames. Without even letting out a single scream, it was swiftly reduced to a pile of ashes. Instant kill. This level 8 monster had been instantly killed just like that. In front of Zhuge Ni stood a man with his back to her, his entire body ablaze with blood-red flames. This figure was deeply etched into Zhuge Ni's eyes, branded into her heart. As she continued to look, a trace of dazed emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes, and a faint blush crept onto her face. Hellfire. It was Hellfire again. This man, wasn't he the nameless genius she had been searching for all along? What young girl doesn't dream of romance? What young young girl doesn't hope that, in her moment of peril, a cold and resolute young man will step forward and save her from danger? Easily defeating a level 8 magical beast with a single strike formed a stark contrast to the cowardly behavior of Yilin, who had just turned and fled without a second thought. Juga and I couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the gap between people could sometimes be even greater than the gap between humans and magical beasts. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? Juga and I stepped forward, her voice softening, which almost gave Yilin goosebumps. He wondered how. He hadn't noticed before just how manipulative this woman could be. Seeing that Yilin remained silent, Juga and I took another step closer, wanting to get a better look at the man who could kill a level 8 magical beast in one strike and had now captured her imagination. However, to her disappointment, Yilin's face was covered with a black cloth, leaving only his eyes visible. After a moment of thought, Yilin finally spoke. Call me Ling Yi. Ling as in dawn, and Yi as in night. Ling Yi? Ling Yi. Juga and I murmured the name, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. For the first time in her life, she felt an intense curiosity about a man. She could clearly hear the thumping sound of her own heartbeat quickening. Ling Yi, which school are you from? You saved me, and I haven't even thanked you yet. Seeing that Yilin was about to leave, Juga and I hurriedly asked. However, Yilin had no intention of responding to her. He simply waved his hand and walked deeper into the forest. No need to thank me. It was just a small effort. Ling Yi. Juga and I lifted her leg, intending to follow him, but Yilin stopped in his tracks and spoke coldly. Don't follow me. There are stronger magical beasts ahead, far beyond your capabilities. Also, I suggest you put your clothes back on first. Juga and I looked down and realized that most of her clothes had been burned away by flames, leaving large areas of her fair skin exposed. She let out a startled cry, her face instantly turning crimson with embarrassment. Hastily covering herself with the remaining scraps of fabric, she crouched down. By this time, Yilin had already disappeared into the darkness of the night ahead. Ling Yi, just you wait, I will definitely catch up to you. One day, I will stand proudly by your side. Jugani's voice echoed through the forest, but no one responded to her. She bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes igniting with fierce determination, yet an uncontrollable sense of defeat surged in her heart. She had always prided herself as a favored daughter of the heavens, but in the face of talent, she was utterly powerless against that dragon-blooded beast. She was easily defeated by Ling Yi as soon as they clashed, and when she tried to keep up with Ling Yi's pace, she was seen as a burden. In terms of appearance and figure, her clothes had already been burned to tatters, yet Ling Yi didn't spare her even a glance, as if she held no allure. This only deepened her sense of frustration. Women are indeed strange creatures. If you look at them, they'll accuse you of being a scoundrel. If you don't, they'll doubt their own charm. Juga and I had always been confident in her looks and figure, constantly surrounded by boys expressing their admiration for her, though she always coldly rejected them. But this time, despite her proactive approach, all she received was Ling Yi's indifference. She found it hard to accept, especially since this was the first time she had ever been moved by a man. Ling Yi's indifference clearly stirred Jugani's pride. She secretly made up her mind that the next time she saw Ling Yi, she would make him see her in a new light. Ling Yi, I'll remember you. Let's meet again when the novice realm ends. I won't lose to you. Changed into a new outfit, Juga and I resolutely embarked on her monster-slaying journey. Ling Yi's figure had become an obsession in her heart, a goal she was determined to chase, and more importantly, a driving force for her to grow stronger. She was determined to reach level 10 or above before the novice secret realm closed, so Ling Yi could see clearly that she, Juga and I, was absolutely not a burden. Phew, this way, I shouldn't have to worry about that silly girl pestering me anymore. Deep in the forest on the other side, Yilin let out a sigh of relief and removed the disguise from his face. After putting on this act, Jugani's attention would surely be entirely focused on the fictional Ling Yi. As for himself, the coward who fled the battlefield, Juga and I would undoubtedly turn away in disdain if she ever saw him again, unwilling to exchange even a single word. Yilin was naturally pleased with this outcome, as he had no desire to get too entangled with Juga and I. As for why he had stepped in to save her, it was mainly because Juga and I, though a bit scatterbrained, was an SSS class professional. If such a genius were to fall in the novice secret realm, it would inevitably trigger an official investigation of the realm by Qingqing authorities. If his immortality were to be discovered during such an investigation, it would spell trouble. To avoid such a scenario, Yilin chose to intervene. Another reason was that there was no deep-seated grudge between him and Juga and I. Since he was already hunting monsters, saving her in passing wasn't a big deal. However, this also meant that he wouldn't be able to easily use the forbidden spells Inferno of Annihilation and Burning Reincarnation in the future. But that didn't matter much. The dragon blood behemoth he had just slain had provided Yilin with the last bit of experience he needed. His level had now risen to 4, successfully unlocking a new forbidden spell. Name, Yilin. Profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 4, 0.02%. Strength, 40. Agility, 60. Spirit, 120. 20. Skills, Forbidden Spell, World-Destroying Thunder, Forbidden Spell, Burning Samsara, Forbidden Spell, Hellfire Scorches the Heavens, Forbidden Spell, Undying and Eternal, Forbidden Spell, World-Destroying Thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices themselves to summon world-destroying thunder from the heavens. The more important the sacrificed body part, the higher the level of thunder summoned. At its peak, it can summon chaos divine thunder. The power depends on the spellcaster's level and spirit. Forbidden Spell, Burning Samsara. The Forbidden Spellcaster burns their own life force to greatly enhance their strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Forbidden Spell, Infernal Flames of Karma. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their own blood to summon boundless karmic flames from the 9 nether hell, capable of burning everything. Once it touches the enemy, the flames will never extinguish. Forbidden Spell, Undying and Eternal. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices 2.5 years of their lifespan to become immune to 1 fatal injury. Note, the Forbidden Spellcaster can cast forbidden spells without any cost or cooldown. Yilin eagerly checked his new forbidden spells, but as soon as he saw them, his expression immediately darkened. What a scam! This forbidden spell was completely useless to him. He already possessed an immortal body without any side effects, so what was the point of giving him an undying and eternal spell that required sacrificing lifespan to take effect? Wasn't this just a completely useless skill? Yilin felt extremely frustrated. He had thought that after finally leveling up to level 4, he would gain a more powerful combat skill. However, the next moment, his steps suddenly halted. Wait, this isn't a useless skill. This is clearly a divine skill. Yilin's dark eyes gradually lit up, his thoughts became unimpeded, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Although the actual effect of the forbidden spell Immortal and Undying was almost negligible, it could provide excellent cover. For instance, in battle, if his heart were stabbed or his head chopped off, yet he still remained alive, wouldn't the secret of his immortality be exposed? But with the existence of the forbidden spell Immortal and Undying, surviving a fatal attack would have a reasonable explanation. As a forbidden spellcaster, using a forbidden spell that costs 2.5 years of lifespan to immunize against 1 fatal injury could be considered acceptable, right? In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Today marked the final day of the Novice Secret Realm. Each person could only enter the Novice Secret Realm once and could only stay inside for 7 days. Once the 7 days were up, the Secret Realm would teleport everyone out. Principals and teachers from various high schools had already gathered early at the exit of the Secret Realm, and some parents had also come to wait for their children to emerge from the realm. Ah, my dear old brothers. Good morning. Long time no see. I've missed you all so much. Before the person arrived, his voice was already heard. The principal of Qingcheng High School had not yet reached the scene, but his excited voice had already echoed. Upon hearing the voice of Qingcheng High School's principal, the faces of the other high school principals instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Over the past few days, the principal of Qingcheng High School had been dragging them out for meals and tea at every opportunity, and every time they sat down, he would start bragging about how Qingcheng High School had 2 students with SSS-level professions, to the point where their ears were about to grow calluses. Even when staying home, the Qingcheng High School principal would create a group chat just to show off, which was incredibly annoying. Now, seeing this old rascal, their irritation only deepened. Don't try to get close. We're not familiar with you. We just saw you a few days ago, so what are you talking about? Long time no see. One high school principal couldn't help but retort angrily. That's not quite right. The ancients said, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. By that calculation, it's been over a decade since we last met. The principal of Qingcheng High School approached with a smile, rubbed his hands together, and asked mysteriously, by the way, how did you find out that our Qingcheng High School has 2 SSS-level career changers this time? So what if there are 2 SSS-level career changers? Don't forget, sometimes level is more important than career rank. If the level difference is more than 3, even an A-level career changer might have a chance to defeat an SSS-level career changer. Another principal said sourly, and this remark immediately resonated with the others. Exactly. If we only look at career rank, wouldn't everyone without an SSS-level career just go bang their heads against the wall? Over the years, there have been cases where SSS-level career changers were suppressed by other ranks when leaving the novice dungeon. That's right, the highest record in our Qingcheng is level 11, set by an S-rank job changer, and it has yet to be broken. Principal Su, if I remember correctly, that student was from your Yutsai High School, wasn't it? Several principals turned their eyes in unison toward the stern-faced Principal Su. That's correct. Principal Su smiled faintly. Talent is certainly important, but hard work is equally indispensable. That child is now a level 65 job changer. Upon hearing this, the principals all nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing a trace of envy. A level 65 job changer was already a figure capable of dominating the scene. In Qingcheng, the number of people who could defeat him wouldn't exceed the fingers of one hand. To have nurtured such an outstanding student was truly a source of pride. I wonder if this year's record record will be broken. It has been tied many times before, but it seems it has never been surpassed. I believe in my students. The principal of Qingcheng High School's eyes sparkled with determination. Old Gao, it's not just Qingcheng High School that has SSS-level job changers, Principal Su said calmly. Just wait and see. Qingcheng High School's principal Old Gao said, straightening his neck. Being someone who values pride, he naturally wouldn't back down. At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside the principals. Gentlemen, what a delightful gathering. May I join in the fun? The principals turned their heads in surprise, astonished that the newcomer could appear so quietly beside them. It was truly unbelievable. The man was draped in a trench coat, exuding an elegant demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and sporting a gentle, harmless smile. Ah, it's Mr. Zhuge. Please, have a seat. The principals quickly shifted to make room for Zhuge Qianqing, their eyes faintly showing respect. Qingcheng, a small town, didn't have many prominent figures, but Zhuge Qianqing was undoubtedly an exception. He was an SSS-level astrologer, capable of discerning the world's major trends through stargazing. Rumor had it that when he gave his all, he could even predict significant events 100 years into the future. Many influential people traveled great distances to Qingcheng just to seek his divinations, calling Zhuge Qianqing the most esteemed person in Qingcheng was no exaggeration. You are too kind, gentlemen. I just came to check on my Nini, Zhuge Qianqing said with a warm smile. That's only natural. What father wouldn't be concerned about his daughter? Mr. Zhuge, you truly have a deep love for her, said Lao Gao, the principal of Qingcheng High School, with a laugh. Principal Gao, you're too kind. Nini hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Zhuge Qianqing asked with concern. Not at all, not at all. She's the pride of Qingcheng High School. Principal Gao's face was flushed with excitement. Back then, Zhuge and I clearly had the ability to apply to a better school like Yucai High School, but Zhuge Qianqing insisted she enroll in Qingcheng High School. Everyone speculated whether he had foreseen something, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that Zhuge and I was Principal Gao's student. Someone's coming out. A sudden flash of light appeared at the exit, indicating that someone had emerged from the secret realm. That's strange. Even the first student to enter the secret realm shouldn't come out until noon. How could someone appear so early? Could they be injured? Every year, there were students who exited early due to injuries. Some unlucky ones, overestimating their abilities, challenged overly powerful monsters and even lost their lives. This was not an uncommon occurrence. A tall figure emerged from the white light gate. Zhuge and I walked out gracefully, her complexion rosy, showing no signs of injury. Dad, seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge and I was overjoyed and immediately threw herself into his arms. Zhuge Qianqing affectionately ruffled her hair. Isn't it not time yet? Why did you come out so early? It was too boring inside, so I came out early, Zhuge and I said coquettishly. You came out because it was too boring? Her words not only left Zhuge Qianqing stunned but also shocked the headmaster and the other principals present. The novice secret realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. With numerous monsters inside, lower-level students could quickly level up. Yet Zhuge and I had exited early simply because she found it boring, which was truly unbelievable. What level are you now? Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. Hee, level 12. Zhuge and I grinned mischievously and voluntarily revealed her level. If a class changer deliberately concealed their level, others wouldn't be able to see it. Zhuge and I, fire mage, level 12, the principals collectively gasped, their eyes filled with shock. The highest record in Qingcheng was only level 11, but Zhuge and I had directly broken the record, reaching level 12 and exiting early. It was simply terrifying. The other principals all cast envious glances at the headmaster of Qingcheng High School. What a treasure they had found. Hee, that's great, Zhuge and I, well done. Principal Gao's face was flushed with excitement. However, when he saw Zhuge Qianqing's expressionless face, he wisely shut his mouth. And I, if you had waited until the time was up before coming out, you might have even had a chance to reach level 13. Why did you come out early? Zhuge Qianqing asked calmly. I told you, it was too boring, Zhuge and I replied, somewhat guilty. Is that really the case? Zhuge Qianqing's lips curled into a faint smile, which made Zhuge and I feel even guiltier. Oh, Dad, how could I lie to you? Zhuge and I clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. Of course, she wouldn't tell Zhuge Qianqing that she came out early to block that guy named Ling Yi. That guy could take down a dragonblood behemoth in one hit, so his level definitely wasn't low. Although he was masked when she saw him, Zhuge and I was confident that she would recognize him if they met again. Achoo! Yilin, who was in the novice secret realm, sneezed and couldn't help but rub his nose. Weird, it's not even cold here. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Oh well, back to business. Yilin shook his head and continued deeper into the novice secret realm. After 7 days of grinding, his level had reached an astonishing 15, and the number of forbidden spells he could use had also reached the same number. For Yilin, level 1 monsters and level 10 monsters were almost no different. After all, every encounter was resolved with a single lightning strike. He practically swept through the area, and the monsters in the novice secret realm couldn't stop him at all. Unfortunately, the further he progressed, the more experience points were required to level up, and the difficulty of leveling increased accordingly. On the first day, he gained 4 levels, on the second day, 3 levels, on the third day, 3 levels, on the fourth day, 2 levels, on the fifth day, 2 levels, on the sixth day, 1 level, and on the seventh day, he didn't even gain 1 level. Moreover, Yilin had a vague feeling that the monsters in the novice secret realm seemed to be avoiding him, because he hadn't encountered a single monster in over 2.5 hours. This was simply unbelievable, especially since he had already reached the deepest part of the novice secret realm, an area where level 10 monsters were supposed to roam. Could it be that he had been too ruthless in the past few days? Are you really hiding from me? Well, you'd better be able to hide successfully. A flash appeared in Yilin's eyes. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Dance of the instant. Yilin cast 2 forbidden spells in succession. Burning reincarnation could greatly enhance his strength, agility, and mental power attributes, while the effective dance of the instant was singular, speed. Forbidden spell? Dance of the instant. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own organs, exchanging for agility attributes based on the importance of the organs. A maximum of 10 times the base agility can be gained, lasting for 1 hour. Evidently, this was a forbidden spell meant for escaping during life and death crises. However, in the hands of Yilin, an immortal, the dance of the instant became nothing more than an ordinary acceleration skill. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his brain in exchange for a 10-fold increase in agility. After all, when it comes to the importance of organs, what could be more crucial than the brain? At level 15, Yilin's base agility attribute was already 225 points. With the combined effects of the forbidden spells Burning Reincarnation and Dance of the Instant, his agility skyrocketed to a terrifying 2,475 points. Even many high-level assassin classes would find it difficult to achieve such an astonishing level of agility. A smile appeared on Yilin's face. With a light step, the ground beneath him seemed to tremble, and his figure instantly appeared a kilometer away. As the number of forbidden spells increased, Yilin's combat capabilities and adaptability underwent a dramatic transformation. After teleporting 100 meters away, Yilin finally noticed something amiss. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. 3 storm mantises were flying in midair, each carrying a 3-eyed demon boar. Yilin immediately understood the truth of the situation. The storm mantises possessed extremely fast flight speeds but relatively poor vision, while the 3-eyed demon boars were slow but had a third eye capable of seeing far distances, even detecting prey a kilometer away. The storm mantises carried the 3-eyed demon boars as they flew, forming the simplest surveillance system. No wonder he hadn't encountered any magical creatures for 2.5 hours straight. It turned out something had been monitoring him and relaying information to other creatures, allowing them to flee in advance. Yilin's expression turned peculiar as he marveled at the wonders of nature. Low-level magical creatures typically had limited intelligence and were unlikely to cooperate with one another. Yet, under the pressure of this life and death crisis, even low-level creatures had learned to work together, which was truly remarkable. In light of their cleverness, the kind-hearted Yilin decided to reward them with the third movement of the Thunder Concerto. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. Boom! With a deafening roar, a thunderbolt spanning hundreds of feet descended from the sky, sending the 3-headed storm mantis and the 3-eyed demon pig straight to heaven. With the surveillance of the 3-eyed demon pig and the storm mantis gone, Yilin's monster hunting journey quickly returned to normal, and the slaughter resumed. Outside the novice secret realm, students were continuously being teleported out. After 7 days and nights of trials, many students displayed deep exhaustion on their faces, their clothes tattered, resembling wanderers. Yet, each person's gaze was incredibly bright. This first-hand experience of battling monsters was something no amount of storytelling could replicate. Only by personally going through it could one truly understand how wonderful it is to become a job changer. The teacher stepped forward with a notebook, beginning to count heads and record each student's level, all of which would be archived in their records. Zhuge Ni widened her beautiful eyes, carefully observing every boy emerging from the novice secret realm. She had just inquired with the various principals, and none of them had heard of a person named Ling Yi. This left Zhuge Ni feeling very puzzled. With Ling Yi's monstrous talent, how could he possibly be an unknown nobody? Could it be that he feared the tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be blown down, so he hid his brilliance so well that even those around him had no idea how exceptional he was? Left with no other choice, Zhuge Ni could only resort to the most direct method, relying on her own eyes to search for him. She firmly believed that as long as Ling Yi appeared, she would definitely recognize him. However, as one student after another was teleported out of the novice secret realm, Zhuge Ni still did not see that familiar figure, which made her mood grow increasingly anxious. She stared intently at the exit of the novice secret realm, her face full of anticipation. Ling Yi, oh Ling Yi, where on earth are you? Time ticked by second by second. Most of the students in the novice secret realm had already come out one after another, and some had even registered their levels and been picked up by their parents. Yet Juga and I still had not seen that familiar figure. This made her even more anxious. Clearly, most of the students had already exited the novice secret realm, so why hadn't Ling Yi appeared yet? She remembered that when she first met him, his level was obviously higher than hers. Logically, Ling Yi should have entered the secret realm earlier than she did. If they had entered at the same time, Juga and I was confident that her level would not be inferior to anyone else's. But now, many students from Qingcheng High School had already come out, so why hadn't Ling Yi shown up yet? Just as Juga and I was filled with doubt, a very familiar figure suddenly appeared in the white light gate in the distance. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her heart surged with excitement. She was certain that the person before her was none other than the Ling Yi she had been longing for day and night. She would never forget that when facing the dragon-blooded beast, it was this figure that stood in front of her, giving her the hope of survival and leaving an indelible mark on her heart. However, as the white light dissipated and her vision cleared, Jugani's excitement instantly turned to shock. Yilin, how could it be you? Jugani's expression instantly turned cold. Thinking of Yilin's behavior that day, abandoning her and fleeing for his own life, she couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. If Yilin hadn't left her there alone, she wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon-blooded beast. This man wasn't even worth a single finger of Ling Yi, yet their physiques were strikingly similar. This was nothing short of an insult to Ling Yi. Thinking of this, Jugani's gaze toward Yilin carried a trace of loathing. I came out when the time was up. Is there a problem? Yilin frowned as he looked at Juga and I, puzzled. What on earth was wrong with this woman? Don't talk to me. Stay away from me. You make me sick. Juga and I looked down at Yilin with contempt, her gaze as if she were looking at a piece of foul-smelling garbage. You're insane. Yilin didn't want to argue with this woman and lifted his foot to leave. Principal Gao keenly sensed that something was off between the two and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Yilin, you're finally out. What level are you now? As one of the two SSS level job changers in Qingcheng High School, he naturally had high expectations for Yilin. Without saying much, Yilin directly revealed his level. Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 16. After resolving the issue of being monitored, Yilin used the remaining time to level up once more. Level 16? Not bad, not bad. Wait. Principal Gao froze in place as if struck by lightning. Level 16? Principal Gao's incredulous scream echoed all around, and everyone's eyes instinctively focused on Yilin. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a monster. It was important to know that before Juga and I emerged, the highest record in Qingcheng for so many years was only level 11. To reach level 16 in just 7 days within the novice dungeon was simply unheard of. Such a leveling speed was monstrous even on a global scale. This record would likely remain unbroken in Qingcheng for a very long time. To level up from level 1 to level 16, the total experience required is 120,000. The highest level of monsters in the novice realm is level 10. Assuming you only hunted level 10 monsters, and each kill grants 100 experience points, that means you killed 1,200 level 10 monsters in the novice realm? The headmaster calculated on his fingers as he spoke, his face growing darker with each calculation, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. That means you averaged killing 172 level 10 monsters per day. Without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, you would have to slay more than 7 level 10 monsters every hour. The more they calculated, the more shocked they became. Everyone around was horrified by the numbers the headmaster had worked out. Those were level 10 monsters, the most powerful beings in the novice realm. Even with a team effort, it would take them half an hour to barely take down one level 10 monster, yet Yilin could kill more than 7 of them in an hour. Was this guy even human? Even Juga? Shanxing couldn't help but glance at Yilin, his eyes filled with intense curiosity. Yilin rubbed his nose, silently thinking to himself that, in fact, the number of monsters in the novice realm was still a bit sparse. Most of his time was spent searching for monsters, and as for the time spent fighting, wasn't it just a matter of casting a forbidden spell? How could that take much time? Everyone was immersed in shock, unable to extricate themselves, as they witnessed the birth of a miracle. Well done, Yilin. You are the pride of Qingcheng High School. Principal Gao excitedly patted Yilin on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. With students like this, plus Juga and I, does Qingcheng High School even need to worry about the college entrance trial? They could definitely dominate. 2 SSS class job changers, one at level 12 and the other at level 16. How could other high schools possibly compete? Who would have thought that in the final year before his retirement, Gao Zhentian could still nurture these two genius students? It was truly a grand finale. Principal Gao beamed with a radiant smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, while the other principals cast envious glances his way. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out. What's so surprising about level 16? Don't forget, he's a forbidden spellcaster. If he disregards his life and keeps casting forbidden spells, leveling up quickly is only natural, isn't isn't it? Zhuge and I couldn't help but interject, looking at Yilin, who was being admired like the moon surrounded by stars, and feeling a twinge of displeasure in her heart. How could such a person deserve this kind of aura? Only a man like Ling Yi was worthy of such treatment. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of those around her subtly changed, their gazes losing some of their astonishment and gaining a hint of scrutiny and mockery. So, he's a forbidden spellcaster. No wonder. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is inherently a very unique existence, trading life for combat power. Is this Yilin crazy? Casting forbidden spells like mad in the novice secret realm to grind levels, other forbidden spellcasters don't live past 25, and at this rate, he won't even make it to 20. Ha! Trading your life for a hollow reputation, what a foolish act. Don't say that. Others risk their lives to crazily level up, just to make us envy them. What they exchanged their lives for, let them enjoy the spotlight for a few days. The once highly praised Yilin had now fallen to pieces. His feat of reaching level 16 in 7 days had become a complete joke. It's like finding out your friend suddenly became rich, but has little time left to live. Would you still envy them? Yilin, why put yourself through this? Principal Su of Yutsai High School sighed deeply, speaking with a pained expression. If I'm not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Xintian, who pushed you to enter the novice secret realm to level up quickly, wasn't it? Yilin, you've been deceived. He's using your life to trade for the school's honor. Principal Gao's face changed instantly. Having his intentions exposed, he shouted with a mix of anger and guilt, Su, stop spouting nonsense here. As a teacher, how could I possibly gamble with a student's life? Whether it's true or not, wouldn't it be clear if we asked Yilin? If it wasn't someone leading him astray, I can't believe a young man with a bright future would joke around with his own life. As soon as Principal Su said this, a glimmer flashed in many people's eyes, and they began to scrutinize Principal Gao suspiciously, making him break out in a cold sweat. This is slander. This is slander. He's slandering me. Principal Gao hurriedly defended himself, but Principal Su ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Yilin. Yilin, come on, tell the truth. Don't worry, I guarantee no one will dare to retaliate against you. Did your principal lead you to the novice secret realm to level up? He had been displeased with this old guy Gao Xintian for a long time. As long as Yilin revealed the truth in front of everyone today, it would be the moment Gao Xintian's reputation was utterly ruined. Principal Gao instantly became nervous because he had indeed allowed Yilin and the others to farm levels and had even given Yilin and Zhuge Ni each a ring as equipment. If Yilin exposed this matter in public, a flash of murderous intent involuntarily appeared in Principal Gao's eyes. The moment Yilin raised his head, Principal Gao felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. Everyone else's gaze also focused on Yilin again, eager to know the truth. Principal Su, no one forced me. The act of farming levels in the novice secret realm was entirely my own choice. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, Principal Gao finally felt a huge weight lifted off his chest. It had truly scared him to death. Principal Gao let out a sigh of relief, but Principal Su was far from satisfied. Student Yilin, do you even believe what you're saying? Principal Su questioned. Principal Su. Yilin raised his head and looked directly into Principal Su's eyes as he asked, if you were to change your profession to that of a forbidden spellcaster, what would you choose? Would you choose to live your life as a coward, timid and afraid of death, or would you choose to let go of all fears and give it your all, even if it meant withering at the peak of your brilliance? I choose the latter. Yilin clenched his fists and said firmly, I, Yilin, would rather be a hero for 1 minute than a coward for a lifetime. His voice was like a thunderclap, plunging everyone present into silence. Among those who had mocked him earlier, many now showed a hint of admiration in their eyes, surprised by Yilin's ambition. However, more people still maintained their mocking attitude, believing that death was death, and dying gloriously was no different in the end. Principal Su opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure of how to begin. At that moment, the sound of applause rang out, and Zhuge Qianqing looked at Yilin with great interest. Young friend Yilin truly has grand ambitions. Regardless, Yilin's level is as high as 16, making him the highest level student in this novice secret realm. This is beyond doubt, he is number 1. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing speak up for Yilin, the others dared not make any casual remarks. Even if they didn't take Yilin seriously, they couldn't possibly show disdain for Mr. Zhuge, could they? However, seeing her father support Yilin, Zhuge Ni appeared somewhat displeased. Dad, who told you he's number 1? When Ling Yi comes out, his level definitely won't be lower than this guy Yilin, she said indignantly. Oh, is that so? Which outstanding young talent is Ling Yi? Zhuge Qianqing asked the principals. All the principals shook their heads in confusion, clearly having never heard of the name Ling Yi. Oh, don't worry about it. You'll know when he shows up. He is the true pride of the heavens, Zhuge Ni said with a resolute expression. Someone so highly praised, I really do want to meet him now. Zhuge Qianqing wore a gentle smile on his face, then took out a business card and handed it to Yilin. Yilin, please introduce yourself. My name is Zhuge Qianqing, and I am Zhuge Ni's father. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. The moment Yilin met Zhuge Qianqing's gaze, his heart tightened. He felt as if those deep eyes could see through his his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. I'll take my leave now. Yilin accepted the business card, not daring to meet Zhuge Qianqing's gaze again. Alright, go home and rest well. We should meet again very soon, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Yilin dared not reply, quickly leaving with a faint feeling that this mysterious Mr. Zhuge seemed to know everything. Yilin, don't forget to come back to school for the college entrance exam in 3 days. Principal Gao reminded him from behind. 3 days. After the novice secret realm ended would be the day of the college entrance trial, which was far more important than the novice secret realm. After Yilin left, the others originally wanted to leave as well, but when they thought about the genius Zhuge Ni mentioned, who was said to be even more formidable than Yilin, they couldn't help but stay. After all, Yilin's level 16 was already enough to make everyone look up to him, and there was a full 4-level gap between him and Zhuge Ni, who was currently ranked 2nd. Just how terrifying would a genius stronger than Yilin be? Could it be that they had already reached level 20? Everyone waited quietly, and Zhuge Ni also focused intently on the exit of the novice secret realm. As night fell, the sun cast its last rays of light, before quietly setting in the east. The gates of the novice secret realm slowly closed, signifying that all the freshmen inside had been transported out. The long-awaited crowd couldn't help but look at Zhuge Ni. Could it be that the genius she mentioned, who was even more impressive than Yilin, was nowhere to be found? Zhuge Ni's face turned pale as she thought to herself, impossible. She had been watching the whole time, observing everyone. Where was Ling Yi? Could it be? Zhuge Ni suddenly realized. When Yilin came out, her mood had been affected by the situation with him, and she hadn't paid attention to the commotion at the exit. Could Ling Yi have slipped out quietly at that moment? That infuriating Yilin. It was his fault again. Thinking of this, Zhuge Ni was burning with anger. Seeing her furious expression, no one dared to step forward and question her. After all, she was Mr. Zhuge's biological daughter. Feeling deceived, the crowd could only disperse in frustration. Ni, what's wrong? Where's the genius you mentioned? On the way home, Zhuge Qianqing gently patted Zhuge Ni's head and asked with concern, Dad, even you don't believe me. That genius named Ling Yi really exists, and he even saved me. Zhuge Ni excitedly recounted the events to Zhuge Qianqing, who could only smile wryly. So, you left the novice secret realm early just to recognize him? Zhuge Ni's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, cautiously lifting her gaze to look at Zhuge Qianqing. Although her father had always doted on her, the principle of the matter still made her feel a bit uneasy. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, a glimmer flashing in his eyes, and smiled faintly as he said, Nini, have you ever considered the possibility that Yilin might actually be the Ling Yi you've been searching for all along? Put. Zhuge Ni couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Dad, please don't insult Ling Yi. How could that guy Yilin even compare to Ling Yi? He's not even worthy of carrying Ling Yi's shoes. That guy ran away in terror the moment he saw the dragon blood behemoth. Besides, Ling Yi has an extraordinary mastery of fire elements, even capable of controlling karmic flames, things Yilin could never achieve. If Yilin were truly Ling Yi, I, Zhuge Ni, would willingly serve him as a beast of burden, obeying his every command. She spoke with disdain. One was someone who made her heart flutter, while the other was someone she utterly despised. How could these two possibly be the same person? It was simply too absurd. Zhuge Ni would rather believe she had been hallucinating at the time and that Ling Yi never existed than believe these two were one and the same. Really? Maybe. Zhuge Qianqing smiled as he adjusted his glasses, choosing not to argue with her further. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. A full moon hung high in the night sky, its silvery light flowing gently over the streets like liquid mercury. Ah! Yilin let out a long breath as he returned home. Although this home was located in a slum where sewage flowed freely, it was the place where he felt the safest. Sitting on the chair, the satisfaction in his eyes masked the excitement within. A level 16 job changer, an SSS class Forbidden Spellcaster, wielding 16 forbidden spells. From now on, he was no longer the ordinary person who couldn't even trust a chicken. Even if someone discovered his immortality, he could escape to the outskirts of the city, or, if necessary, hide deep in the mountains and forests. Finding him wouldn't be so easy. Gaining the power to protect himself was undoubtedly a source of great comfort for Yilin. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. This was the slums. After all, even thieves wouldn't bother with a place like this, as the residents here were poorer than the thieves themselves. Who would come knocking at his door at this hour? He secretly prepared for a fight, then got up and opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, holding a briefcase. His expensive suit was starkly out of place in the filthy surroundings. Who are you? Yilin asked in confusion. Are you Yilin? I finally found you. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his forehead and extended his hand toward Yilin. Let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of Qingcheng Brain Overlord Oral Liquid Company, Limited, surname Wang. Yilin. Looking at that damp hand, Yilin had absolutely no desire to shake it. Oh, sorry about that. Your car couldn't get in. Yilin, and walking here was quite far, so I got a bit sweaty. Manager Wang smiled awkwardly and wiped his hand on his pants. I came to ask. I've heard you switched to an SSS class profession and even broke the highest level record for Qingqing's novice dungeon in one go? Would you be interested in shooting a commercial? Manager Wang raised 3 fingers. I can offer you 300,000 for the advertisement. When Yilin heard this, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He finally understood Manager Wang's intentions and silently lamented how cheap an ordinary person's life could be. He had once nearly sold all his organs just to earn 100,000 yuan, but now, as an SSS level job changer, he could earn 300,000 from a single advertisement. In the past, he might have had to sell 10 kidneys to make that amount. Seeing that Yilin didn't immediately refuse, Manager Wang quickly seized the opportunity and said, 300,000 is just the current offer. If you become the spokesperson for our brain overlord oral liquid and achieve excellent results in the college entrance exam, the fee will be even higher. The company has authorized me to promise 3 million. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, indeed feeling a significant lack of money. The profession of a job changer was inherently a money pit. While he had no worries about skills, thanks to the infinite spell, he could continuously gain forbidden spells as he leveled up. Equipment could only be purchased with real money. So far, the only piece of equipment he owned was a ring that added 10 points to mental strength, gifted by Gao Zhentian, the principal of Qingcheng High School, and it didn't even have a level. Sensing Yilin's interest, Manager Wang leaned over and suggested, Student Yilin, standing here won't do us any good. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk in detail? Alright, Yilin nodded in agreement and walked out with Manager Wang. A black luxury car was parked at the entrance. Although Yilin wasn't very familiar with cars, he could tell this one was definitely expensive. Manager Wang took the initiative to open the car door, and the two of them sat in the back seat. After about 10 minutes of driving, the car stopped in front of a secluded farmhouse. Come, Student Yilin, get out of the car. Manager Wang enthusiastically beckoned him. Don't be fooled by the plain appearance of this little farmhouse. The food here is amazing. The chickens here are authentic free-range chickens, and the vegetables are grown personally by the owner, fertilized with chicken manure, completely natural and harmless. The fish here are also fresh. Once you taste it, you'll know how good it is. The chicken tastes like chicken, the fish tastes like fish, and the vegetables have their own unique flavor. The food tastes like crap, Yilin chimed in, teasingly. Manager Wang's expression froze instantly. Yilin, you're quite humorous. Go on in. Manager Wang led Yilin into the farmstead. Everything inside looked brand new, as if it had just opened recently, and there was even a faint smell of fresh paint. After the two sat down, the waiter quickly began serving dishes. Yilin eagerly started devouring the food. Manager Wang hadn't lied to him, every dish was a feast for the senses. The chicken was tender and melted in his mouth, bursting with savory flavor. Yilin ate with great delight. Despite the farmstead's unimpressive exterior, the food inside was anything but cheap. In the past, Yilin had never had the chance to enjoy such delicacies. Yilin, take your time, no rush. If it's not enough, we can order more, Manager Wang said cheerfully, adding food to Yilin's plate. Thank you, you're such a good person. Yilin was thoroughly enjoying himself, but Manager Wang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Of course, I'm a good person. How's the taste, Yilin? Delicious. Yilin nodded, swallowing a piece of chicken thigh. Don't you feel a bit dizzy? Manager Wang asked with a cold smirk. Well, maybe a little. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilin's head tilted, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the dining table. Heh, so easy to fool. What an idiot. And to think I even prepared so many backup plans, Manager Wang sneered, wiping his hands as he looked at the now unconscious Yilin. He gave Yilin a kick, finding him completely limp and unresponsive. Manager Wang then lifted his foot and pressed the hard heel of his leather shoe down onto Yilin's hand, grinding it until it was a bloody mess, yet Yilin showed no reaction. After confirming he was unconscious, Manager Wang pulled out a phone. Hello, boss? It's done. This kid's no better than a dead pig now. After hanging up the phone, about 3 or 4 minutes later, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a shrewd-looking middle-aged man walked in. If Yilin hadn't been drugged unconscious, he would have definitely recognized this middle-aged man as the unscrupulous boss he encountered when selling his kidney on the black market that day. Well done, the unscrupulous boss said, nodding in satisfaction at Manager Wang. But boss, I don't quite understand. Why go to such lengths for a high school examinee? If others find out, we could be in big trouble, Manager Wang couldn't help but say. A high school examinee, and an SSS-level job changer at that, such an existence was enough to attract the attention of the upper echelons of Qingcheng. If it weren't for Yilin's miserable background and lack of any connections, Manager Wang wouldn't have dared to take on this job. Don't ask so many questions. The more you know, the sooner you die, the unscrupulous boss said coldly, casting a glance at Manager Wang. Leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach this private room. Violators will be killed. Yes, boss. Manager Wang nodded, uneasy, and slunk out of the private room, closing the door for his unscrupulous boss. After Wang left, the black-hearted boss crouched down, staring unblinkingly at the unconscious Yilin, his eyes shining with the same shock as an old professor who had spent a lifetime studying aliens suddenly meeting a real one. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand and began to feel around Yilin's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, bladder, corneas, coronary arteries, liver, large intestine, small intestine. The boss's expression grew increasingly twisted, his excitement barely contained in his eyes. They're back. I can feel it, all of them are back. This kid's organs that he sold to me before have all grown back. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The unscrupulous boss carefully caressed Yilin, as if he were handling a rare treasure. If I could unlock the secret of organ regeneration, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. If you could master the secret, even those truly powerful figures would have to treat you as an honored guest, a voice whispered in his ear. Yes, exactly. By then, who knows how many people would kneel before me, begging. The unscrupulous boss nodded repeatedly, imagining the scene and becoming so excited that he almost jumped up. But then, he realized something was wrong. In this room, apart from the unconscious Yilin and himself, where did a third person come from? He suddenly turned around, only to meet Yilin's expressionless face. You're awake? How is that possible? The food you ate was laced with 3 times the usual dose of sedative. Even an elephant wouldn't wake up within 6 hours. The unscrupulous boss was utterly terrified. That's not a question you should be asking. I'm more curious, how did you track me down? Yilin's face was icy, his heart filled with doubt. He distinctly remembered taking extra precautions to ensure no one followed him when he left the underground black market. How on earth had this unscrupulous boss managed to find him? I'll explain that to you slowly after I take you down. Sedating you was just to avoid trouble. Do you really think you're a match for me? The unscrupulous boss sneered, a sharp long blade suddenly appearing in his hand. Yilin's heart skipped a beat as he realized the boss was also a class changer, and at level 20, no less. Ji Yuliang, Phantom Blade Master, level 20. The Phantom Blade Master not only excels in speed but is also highly skilled in concealing their presence, coming and going without a trace, living up to their name. Yilin suddenly realized that it was indeed a transfer class professional tracking an ordinary person, and he hadn't noticed at all. Kid, just surrender obediently. If I make a move, I can't guarantee you won't lose an arm or a leg. The black-hearted boss licked the blade and revealed a sinister grin. Yilin's expression was subtle. This feeling was like a first grader striking a pose and telling you, watch out, my punches are really strong. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Blood flames erupted from Yilin's body. Initially, he intended to end the battle with a world-destroying thunderstrike, but considering they were indoors and not wanting to cause too much commotion, he decisively chose another forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen gaze. Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen gaze. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own eyeballs, freezing everything within their line of sight before going completely blind. Since the monsters encountered in the novice realm were all killed in one hit, Yilin had never had the chance to use this forbidden spell since obtaining it. The moment the Eternal Frost Eye was activated, Yilin's black pupils instantly turned pure white, crystal clear, and stunningly beautiful. He avoided the black-hearted boss's head and looked below his neck. Before the black-hearted boss could react, ice crystals began to form on his body. What's going on? What is this? The unscrupulous boss shouted in terror. He raised his knife, intending to chop away the ice crystal, but with one strike, sparks flew, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The ice crystal remained unscathed, while his tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing out. The ice crystal forming on his body was as hard as metal and stone. Soon, everything below the unscrupulous boss's neck was frozen into an ice sculpture, while Yilin's vision plunged into darkness. The Everfrost eyes were indeed useful, though they strained his eyes. However, for Yilin, this was no issue at all. With a thought, his eyeballs regenerated once more. Impossible. This is impossible. You're only level 16, and I'm level 20. Even if you're a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way you could take me down in one strike. What kind of monster are you? The unscrupulous boss's face was filled with disbelief. He tried to struggle, but how could he possibly break free from the forbidden spell Yilin cast at the cost of his own eyes? Alright, now we can have a proper chat. Yilin rotated his newly regenerated, slightly stiff eyeballs. Tell me, how many people know about my organ regeneration ability? The unscrupulous boss pursed his lips, unwilling to speak. The icy crystals emanating coldness from his body had turned his face a purplish blue. It's fine if you don't want to talk, but if this continues, everything below your neck will definitely be frostbitten. By then, you'll go from being a noble level 20 job changer to a paralyzed cripple. Yilin leisurely walked to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink that. There's a sedative in the tea. The unscrupulous boss immediately shouted. He wasn't worried about Yilin passing out from drinking it, rather, he feared that if Yilin fainted, he himself would truly end up paralyzed from the cold. However, despite his warning, Yilin was completely unfazed. With a slight movement of his throat, throat. He downed the cup of hot tea laced with a heavy dose of sedative in one gulp. The unscrupulous boss, his face frozen to an ashen blue, watched in shock as Yilin drank the sedative-laced tea. Then, as if nothing had happened, Yilin casually wiped his mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why doesn't the sedative work on you? Want to know? Yilin asked with a smile. The unscrupulous boss nodded. First, tell me, how many people know about the fact that my organs can regenerate? Yilin asked in return. The unscrupulous boss's lips had already turned purple from the cold. Just me. That day, I saw you sell 2 kidneys and a cornea. I thought you wouldn't live long, so I figured I might as well take you back and make use of the rest of your useful organs, and at the same time, recover my money. But I didn't expect that, even though you were blind, you could still move through the black market as if nothing had happened. I became intrigued by you. After some investigation, I found out you were an orphan, so I had my men set up a trap to bring you here. Yilin slowly approached the unscrupulous boss. Is it really just you who knows? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Because I wanted to keep the secret of organ regeneration to myself. I didn't tell anyone. Even my subordinates only knew they had to capture you, but they didn't know. Why? The unscrupulous boss spoke truthfully. Alright, I've told you everything I know. Now it's your turn to tell me why you're immune to the drug, isn't it? He pressed. Oh, do you want me to tell you, or the people behind you? Yilin held the black-hearted boss's knife and slashed down, severing his left hand. The frozen arm fell to the ground and shattered into icy fragments, along with the black miniature camera clutched in his hand. Yilin bent down, picked up the camera amidst the pale-faced boss's expression, and then directly invoked a forbidden spell. Crimson and purple flames roared, reducing the camera to ashes. Who are the people behind you? Yilin pressed the knife against the black-hearted boss's neck. Heh, just kill me. The black-hearted boss closed his eyes as if resigning to his fate. If I don't tell you, only I will die, but if I do, my family will. As you wish. Before he could finish his sentence, Yilin's blade had already fallen. The black-hearted boss's head rolled away like a watermelon, his face still frozen in disbelief, as if he never expected Yilin to act so decisively. After dealing with the unscrupulous boss, Yilin turned the knife toward his own stomach. Immediately afterward, he performed a standard seppuku, taking out his stomach. It turned out that his stomach was wrapped in several layers of plastic bags, and the drugged food he had eaten was all contained within the bags, never entering his stomach for digestion. Although he was immortal, toxins still had an effect on him, just not enough to kill him. When preparing the bags earlier, he had even used 5 layers to prevent any leakage. As for why he used plastic bags, firstly, plastic is a polymer compound that cannot be degraded by natural substances, let alone corroded by stomach acid. Secondly, this material is incredibly cheap. After removing the drugged food from his stomach, Yilin casually stuffed his organs back into his abdomen, allowing them to heal. To be on the safe side, he decided not to spare anyone in this farm. Without hesitation, Yilin unleashed a forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Necromantic Realm Return. Forbidden spell? Necromantic Realm Return. The forbidden spellcaster's brain cells die at a rate of 100 million per second, forming a barrier sealed by countless undead creatures. This barrier can only be broken when the forbidden spellcaster dies. Note, if the barrier is attacked, it will accelerate the necromancer's brain cell death. The moment the necromantic return realm was activated, countless white skeletal warriors crawled out from the ground, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly green soul flames. Following them, headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and various other undead creatures emerged one after another, surrounding the entire farm. Unless Yilin was killed, no one could escape from the farm. The people in the farm were terrified. They had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, as if a natural disaster had struck. Fortunately, the undead creatures seemed to have no intention of attacking them, merely standing silently around the farm. Yilin, holding a knife in one hand and the head of the black-hearted boss in the other, pushed open the private room door and walked out. Ha, boss? Manager Wang, who was standing guard at the door, was stunned with fear. Although he had heard some strange noises earlier, he remembered the heartless boss's order that no one was allowed to enter without his permission. So, they had been guarding the door the whole time. Unexpectedly, after all that guarding, they ended up seeing the heartless boss's corpse. Get him! Take this guy down! Manager Wang shouted, and the bodyguards around him immediately charged forward. They were all job changers, but their levels were not high. Forbidden spell? Inferno scorches the heavens. With a single forbidden spell from Yilin, those who approached him suffered heavy casualties in an instant. How are you able to wake up? Manager Wang fell to the ground in terror, his face pale. He had clearly confirmed that Yilin was already unconscious. Thanks to you, I woke up. By the way, I want to ask you a question. Yilin smiled as he approached Manager Wang. Who is the person behind all of you? Manager Wang's pupils contracted sharply, his throat bobbing nervously, but he still refused to speak. Not talking, are you? A cruel smile appeared on Yilin's face. With a swift motion, he plunged his blade into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who was still barely alive. The bodyguard stared at Yilin in disbelief, as if he wanted to say, way, why stab me? Go stab him. You're a devil. Manager Wang's fear grew even more intense. The teenage boy before him was like the embodiment of a demon, killing with such chilling ease. Little did he know, Yilin had already done far crueler things while testing his own immortality. So, are you ready to talk now? Yilin pulled out his blade and walked over to another bodyguard, this one badly burned by karmic fire, glancing at Manager Wang as he spoke. You can't afford to mess with the people behind this. I advise you to just walk away. Manager Wang gritted his teeth. In response, Yilin's face remained expressionless as he drove his knife in again, leaving yet another corpse on the ground. After this, Yilin stopped attacking the bodyguards and stepped directly in front of Manager Wang. Whether the person behind the scenes is someone I can afford to offend is not important, but if you don't speak, you'll die right now. Think it through yourself. As he spoke, Yilin raised the knife. Manager Wang's terror instantly reached its peak. I'll talk. The person behind the boss is the underground king of Qingcheng, Kensen. Kensen? Yilin frowned. Why does this name sound so familiar? Who? He was recently named one of Qing City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists and appeared on TV, Manager Wang whispered from the side. No wonder he looked so familiar. On the surface, he was one of Qing City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists, but behind the scenes, he was the boss of all the underground forces. This kind of double life was truly ruthless. At the same time, Yilin felt a bit of a headache. Being targeted by someone of this caliber meant his days ahead wouldn't be easy. He could only hope that the unscrupulous boss was telling the truth and hadn't yet passed the information to Kensen behind the scenes. Otherwise, if Kensen found out that he could regenerate organs, it wouldn't be hard for him to deduce that Yilin was immortal. That would be trouble. Yilin wasn't confident enough to think he could take on the underground king of all Qing City. That would be sheer arrogance. Who knew how many powerful advanced class individuals Kensen had under his command? Strength. It all comes down to strength. If I were at level 50 or 60 right now, Kensen would be nothing more than a forbidden spells problem. Brother, I've already told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Manager Wang asked tremblingly. Yilin cast a cold glance at him. Get lost. Yi, do not kill cowards. Thank you. Manager Wang hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trying to escape. Yilin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Manager Wang and making his face turn pale. What's wrong, bro? Manager Wang stammered. Do you have any cash on you? Hand it all over to me, Yilin said. Yes. The feeling of narrowly escaping death made Manager Wang break out in a cold sweat. Trembling, he handed over several thousand yuan in cash to Yilin. Alright, get lost. Why are you so scared? I already told you. Yi, don't cut down cowards with my blade. Would I lie to you? Yilin rolled his eyes helplessly. Yes, I'm sorry, brother. It was my petty mind judging and noble heart. I'll leave right away. Manager Wang hurriedly left, but after taking just a few steps, he felt a scorching wave of heat surge from behind. The purplish-red hellfire instantly engulfed him. With a scream, Manager Wang was reduced to ashes within a few breaths. Indeed, his blade does not cut down cowards, but as it happens, I also know a bit of forbidden magic. Watching the flames before him, Yilin kindly explained to Manager Wang, then slowly raised one hand. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Hellfire scorches the heavens. Yilin's face visibly turned pale as a terrifyingly beautiful fire lotus continuously brewed in his hands. The moment the fire lotus bloomed, the entire farm was engulfed in boundless hellfire, burning fiercely. Perhaps some people in the farm were innocent, but Yilin had no way to distinguish them. Faced with a matter of life and death, he could only ensure that these people died as painlessly as possible. Under such terrifying temperatures, human bodies would almost instantly vaporize, which could be considered a painless death. After erasing all traces, Yilin put away the necromancer's realm and disappeared into the night, leaving behind only a scorched expanse of land. Back home, Yilin washed his face, took several deep breaths, but his emotions were still in turmoil. He had killed someone. Unlike before, when he faced those demonic creatures, this time he had killed a living, breathing person. What unsettled him even more was the impending revenge from Kensen. Fortunately, in 3 days, he would be taking the college entrance exam, and by then, he would be safe. Not even Kensen could touch him. The problem was, where should he go for these 3 days? Staying at home was clearly waiting for death. Just as Yilin was fretting, there was another knock on the door. His heart sank sharply. Could Kensen's revenge have come so quickly? He didn't open the door directly but climbed out through the window, circling to the front of the door, silently preparing a forbidden spell in his hand. If the people outside were Kensen's men, he would throw the spell and escape, hoping to take a few of them down. Just as Yilin was about to act, under the moonlight, he saw clearly that the person at the door was Ling Yi. What was this guy doing here? However, it seemed that his problem of finding a place to go might be solved. Seeing that it was Ling Yi, Yilin put away the forbidden spell, climbed back in through the window, and opened the door. Boss, you're finally back. Ling Yi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yilin, completely unaware that he had just gone through a brush with death. I talked to my dad and got approval. The 20 million is is available. But, say no more, money is no big deal. I accept you as my little brother. Let's go to your house. Since you call me boss, I'll make sure to protect you personally from now on. Yilin put his arm around Ling Yi and started walking out. The G Corporation was one of the top enterprises in Xinjiang. No matter how powerful Kensen was, there was no way he could storm into the G Corporation to catch him, right? Ah, really? Ling Yi was somewhat incredulous, but a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. His father was indeed right. Yilin was both prideful and short on money. With just a few words, he had managed to rope in a free bodyguard. Yes, you're my boss. Come home with me. The two walked arm in arm, like perfectly synchronized good friends. At this moment, the thoughts of these two scheming individuals aligned perfectly, each feeling they had struck a great deal. As Yilin got into Ling Yi's car and left, a shadowy figure quietly slipped away into the darkness from a dimly lit corner. The underground black market of Xinjiang. A man with a large cigar in his mouth sat on a sofa chair, and in front of him knelt a stunning beauty with a curvaceous figure. The man had slick back, greasy hair, a slightly plump build, and a kind and benevolent smile. If not witnessed firsthand, no one would have guessed that he was Kensen, the leader of Xinjiang's underground black market. Kensen took a puff of his cigar, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing again. His gaze lost focus as he stared blankly at the ceiling, only regaining clarity after a long while. Why hasn't Jihu reported back? Catching a high school student, how has it taken this long without results? The beauty stood up, took out a wet tissue, wiped her mouth, and replied, half an hour ago, he lost contact. When our people arrived, that farmhouse had already been reduced to ruins. The fire seemed to have been caused by a transferee, and that high school student, Yilin, was taken away by G Group's Ling Yi 5 minutes ago. G Group? They're involved in this too? Kensen's expression shifted unpredictably. Earlier today, his subordinate Su Jihu, who was in charge of the human organ trade, had informed him of something unusual about a high school student. That student might be hiding a significant secret. When Kensen asked for details, Su Jihu only said he would report back after capturing the student. Then, Su Jihu disappeared. What kind of secret is that high school student Yilin hiding? Even the G Group is getting involved. Kensen slowly leaned back in his chair, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It seems I've been inactive for too long. The G Corporation dares to challenge me. It's time to remind everyone in Xinjiang who the eternal king of this underworld truly is. The vehicle drove toward the affluent district of Xinjiang and stopped in front of a standalone villa. Yilin couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the wealthy area and the slums. He had just gotten out of the car to use a public restroom by the roadside and discovered that even the restrooms here smelled fragrant. No wonder so many people love money. Being rich really is wonderful. As soon as he entered the G family residence, Ling Yi had already arranged everything for Yilin. What greeted him was two neat rows of beautiful maids bowing to him. Good evening, young Master Yi. The maids' outfits were already loose, and as they bowed, the stunning scenery was fully revealed. Yilin's eyes were glued to the sight. So this is the joy of being rich? Damn it! Before his transmigration, he was dirt poor, and after transmigrating, he was even poorer, forced to live in the slums. If it weren't for his immortal body, he would have starved to death long ago. Thinking of this, Yilin couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Ling Yi, feeling envious of him for the first time. If only he had transmigrated into the life of a rich second generation, why would he need to work so hard to improve his strength? Boss, do you like them? If you fancy anyone, just let me know. Ling Yi chuckled, revealing a meaningful smile. This one, and this one. Yilin pointed to 3 of the maids. Just 3? Ling Yi was a bit surprised. No, what I mean is, don't send these 3. Send all the others to my room. Yilin said. Ling Yi. Alright, I was just teasing you. Just give me a place to sleep. Yilin shook his head. Okay, I'll arrange it. Ling Yi was a bit surprised. Faced with the temptation of so many beauties, Yilin was actually able to resist. Ling Yi led Yilin into the Ji family's villa, where Yilin also met Ling Yi's father. He was an ordinary middle-aged man who appeared slightly bald, but the occasional glint of shrewdness in his eyes hinted at his extraordinary nature. Soon, Yilin had his own room in the Ji family home. Lying on a soft 3-meter by 3-meter bed, he peacefully drifted into sleep. He had already hidden himself in the Ji family. Could Kensen really come here to catch him? Thinking of this, Yilin fell asleep at ease. However, he had no idea that at this very moment, the entire underground forces of Xinjiang were gathering under Kensen's command. Everyone understood that Kensen was about to make a big move. Early the next morning, as soon as Yilin opened his eyes, he saw a maid waiting by the bedside. She gently tucked her bangs behind her ear, exuding tenderness. Young Master Yi, you're awake. Please wash your face. A steaming hot towel was handed to Yilin immediately. This sudden scene made Yilin involuntarily slap himself, thinking he must still be dreaming. Having lived in the slums for so many years, he had never experienced the luxury of waking up to a beautiful maid offering a hot towel. Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? The maid quickly quickly grabbed Yilin's hand to stop him from hurting himself further. Still groggy, Yilin washed his face, and then 2 more maids came over, ready to assist him with brushing his teeth. Yilin quickly declined. No need, I'll do it myself. He still wasn't used to being taken care of like this. As he finished brushing his teeth, Ling Yi was already waiting for him at the door. Boss, how is it? Are you getting used to staying here? It's alright, Yilin nodded. Hee, that's good. Let's go, let's eat first. Ling Yi led Yilin to the restaurant. It was just the 2 of them, yet the table was filled with over 20 dishes. 8 beautiful young women were already waiting there. The moment they saw Yilin and Ling Yi, the 8 of them bowed their heads in unison. Good afternoon, young Master Ji, young Master Yi. Boss, have a seat. Ling Yi sat down skillfully, and immediately, one of the young women handed him a bowl of perfectly warm soup to sip. After he took a sip, another young woman presented him with a peeled shrimp, its vein removed, holding it to his mouth. He slightly opened his mouth and bit off the most delicious third of the shrimp, which was considered finished. Just as he finished the shrimp, another young woman quickly offered him cherries, precisely 2 red and 2 green. After eating the cherries, 2 young women, one on each side, alternated between feeding him shrimp and peeled crab. This scene left Yilin utterly dumbfounded. In his original world, while wealthy people were extravagant, it had never reached such an exaggerated level. It seemed that in this world, due to the existence of job changers, the status of ordinary people was evidently very low, almost like that of servants. Boss, sit down. Don't these dishes suit your taste? Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have them make it right away. Seeing Yilin still standing, Ling Yi quickly asked. No need, these are fine. I'm just not used to seeing people eat like this, so I was a bit curious, Yilin answered honestly. Ha, you'll get used to it. I spend the money, and they serve me. It's only natural, Ling Yi said with a laugh. After eating and drinking their fill, Ling Yi clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young women walked up to Yilin carrying trays. Each tray held an article of clothing, shirts, pants, ties, everything one could need. What's this? Yilin asked, a little puzzled. Boss, let them help you change into a new outfit. Tonight, we're going to attend an auction dinner together. All the prominent figures in Xinjiang will be there, Ling Yi explained. This was something his father had taught him. Since he had decided to acknowledge Yilin as his boss, he had to follow through completely. By publicly recognizing Yilin as his boss in front of Xinjiang's elite, he wouldn't have to worry about Yilin refusing to help him in the future. Ling Yi was even starting to fantasize about himself being like Gao Qiqiang, with Yilin as Lao Mo. As long as he said, I feel like eating fish, Yilin would take action for him. Dinner party? Not going. Yilin shook his head. Right now, he just wanted to hide out at the Ji family until the college entrance exams began. Turning around, he walked into the bathroom intending to relieve himself, only to find 4 maids inside. One holding dry tissues, another holding wet tissues, and 2 with empty hands. Welcome, young Master Yi, to the restroom. Yilin's face instantly darkened. He bolted out of the bathroom as if fleeing for his life, and his urge to pee vanished along with it. Boss, what's wrong? Ling Yi asked, puzzled. Nothing, I just think attending this dinner party might actually be necessary. Yilin suddenly changed his mind, secretly thinking that staying at the Ji family any longer might suffocate him. Boss, it's great that you changed your mind. Tonight's auction dinner party will have plenty of good stuff, including equipment and skills, Ling Yi said. There are such good things too? Yilin was momentarily stunned. Of course, Xinjiang holds an auction dinner every year before the college entrance exams. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it, Ling Yi explained. Yilin remained silent for a while. He wasn't even considered an ordinary person, just a poor one. Although he decided to attend the dinner, he ultimately didn't wear the formal suit Ling Yi had prepared for him. Wearing such attire made him feel too uncomfortable. He still felt more at ease in his own clothes. Evening came quickly. Ji's father took Ling Yi and Yilin to Qingqing's most luxurious Yunsheng hotel. By this time, many luxury cars were already parked in front of the hotel. Upon seeing Ji's father, the security guard at the entrance immediately nodded and bowed, enthusiastically ushering him inside. After all, the Ji family group was considered a major enterprise in the entire Qingqiang. The 3 of them took the elevator to the top floor of the Yunsheng hotel, where a whole new world awaited. 2 long tables were laden with an array of exquisite ingredients for guests to help themselves. People dressed in luxurious attire gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Among them were business tycoons, exceptionally skilled professionals, and political elites. Almost all the prominent figures of Qingqing were present. As soon as Ji's father arrived, he began chatting with his old friends, something Ling Yi was long accustomed to. Their generation has their own circle, and we young people have ours. Come on, let's go over there, Ling Yi said, pointing to the table on the other side, which was filled with young people. It's fine, you do your thing, don't worry about me. Yilin was already starving. At noon, surrounded by those maids, he barely had a chance to eat anything. Ignoring Ling Yi, he walked straight to the table and began enjoying the food heartily. Everyone present ate with extreme elegance, dressed in expensive custom-made suits, face, but Yilin's ravenous eating style immediately drew quite a few stares. Ling Yi's toes were already nervously tapping the floor. "Boss, how about we eat later? Let me introduce you to my friends first," Ling Yi anxiously suggested. "Not in a hurry, I'll eat my fill first," Yilin said nonchalantly. "Boss, once we get home, I can have anything you want made for you, so stop eating now," Ling Yi said, growing more anxious. He could feel the increasingly heated gazes around them, but Yilin paid him no mind, happily enjoying his dinner. In his desperation, Ling Yi even considered reaching out to snatch the lobster from Yilin's hand, but Yilin's gaze instantly turned sharp. "Forbidden spell." Ling Yi froze immediately, an awkward smile appearing on his face. "Never mind, boss, eat, eat." Helpless, he covered his face and moved away from Yilin. Bringing Yilin to the banquet tonight was originally meant to let him shine in front of his friends, but Yilin's disheveled appearance made Ling Yi too embarrassed to introduce him. If others found out Yilin was his boss, he feared he'd become the laughingstock of Qingcheng's second-generation circle. After driving Ling Yi away, Yilin happily immersed himself in his dinner. As for how others viewed him, he couldn't care less. Filling his stomach was the most important thing. Just as he was enjoying himself, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind. "Yilin?" Yilin was still chewing on an unfinished lobster when he turned around and saw Zhuge Ni's astonished face. Beside Zhuge Ni stood a girl in a white dress. The girl was petite, clearly a head shorter than Zhuge Ni, but her looks were in no way inferior to Zhuge Ni's. "It really is you. What are you doing here?" Zhuge Ni's face showed a trace of disgust when she realized it was Yilin. "Don't tell me you sneaked in here just to freeload?" Yilin didn't want to bother with Zhuge Ni and cursed his bad luck inwardly. How could he run into this scatterbrained woman everywhere? He went, but on second thought, considering Mr. Zhuge's status, it wasn't surprising for Zhuge Ni to appear at this banquet. "Ni, who is he?" the girl in the white dress asked curiously. It was the first time she had seen such an obvious expression of disdain on Zhuge Ni's face. Even toward those persistent suitors, Zhuge Ni had never shown such an expression. "Who is he?" "Humph, just a coward who values his life over everything else. Do you still remember the Ling Yi I told you about, the one who saved me?" Zhuge Ni looked at the girl in the white dress and asked. "Of course I remember. You said he wields hellfire, is incredibly powerful, and on the very first night in the novice secret realm, he instantly killed an 8th level magical beast with one strike." The girl in the white dress nodded in response. "Before I met Ling Yi, the first person I encountered was this guy. His strength isn't weak, and if he had been willing to join me in fighting that 8th level dragon-blooded behemoth, I wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation. But this guy is a coward who values his life too much. He just abandoned me and ran off." At the mention of this incident, Zhuge Ni glared at Yilin with gritted teeth, while Yilin focused solely on eating, not even sparing her a glance. "Ah," the girl in the white dress tilted her head. "But seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune is human instinct. Although he is indeed afraid of death, it shouldn't be enough to make you this angry, right?" "Lu Yanwei." Zhuge Ni shouted the name of the girl in the white dress, puffing with anger. "Whose side are you on, exactly?" "I'm on your side, I'm on your side." Lu Yanwei stuck out her little tongue. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon blood beast, and I wouldn't have met Ling Yi in such an embarrassing state. Ling Yi sees me as a burden, which directly led to me not being able to find any trace of him to this day." "Do you think I shouldn't be angry?" Zhuge Ni retorted. "You definitely should be angry. If it were me, I'd be angry too." Lu Yanwei nodded. She was well aware that this Miss Zhuge had been frantically searching for Ling Yi over the past 2 days, practically turning the entire Qingcheng upside down. All right, since you're angry, stop looking at him. Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, let's go over there." Lu Yanwei pushed Zhuge Ni to another spot, successfully preventing her from continuing to clash with Yilin. However, as they left, Zhuge Ni still shot Yilin a fierce glare. While eating, Yilin suddenly felt a hint of mischievous amusement. Who would have thought that his impersonation of Ling Yi had left such a deep impression on Zhuge Ni? He couldn't help but wonder what her expression would be like once she found out that Ling Yi was actually him in disguise. However, this thought only flashed through Yilin's mind. He definitely didn't want to get entangled with that little girl Zhuge Ni and wished to stay as far away from her as possible. After eating and drinking his fill, Yilin found a quiet spot to sit down and wait for the auction dinner to begin. He was somewhat interested in the equipment and skills mentioned by Ling Yi that would appear at the auction. While he didn't lack skills, his equipment was completely bare bones, with only a ring that added plus 10 points to his mental strength. This would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage during the college entrance trial. After all, the trial was conducted under the watchful eyes of many, and he couldn't act like he did in the novice secret realm, casually throwing out forbidden spells whenever he encountered something. That would definitely arouse suspicion. But here came the problem: he had no money. He wanted equipment but couldn't afford it. What should he do? Yilin glanced at Ling Yi. Perhaps he could paint him a picture and freeload a bit? Just as this thought arose in Yilin's mind, Ling Yi, as if he could read his thoughts, came over with a large group of people. "Everyone, let's let me introduce you. This is my boss, Yilin. Ling Yi waited until Yilin had finished eating before daring to bring people over. As soon as he made the introduction, the people behind him immediately showed skeptical expressions, looking at Ling Yi with faces full of disbelief. Young Master Ji, are you joking with us? It would make more sense if he called you boss, but you calling him boss? The crowd scrutinized Yilin, their eyes filled with confusion. This guy, dressed in cheap attire, seemed completely out of place at the grand dinner. What was Ling Yi thinking? Ling Yi gave a mysterious smile. Most of his friends were second-generation elites from Qingcheng, either rich or noble, so it was natural for them to look down on Yilin. Then, with an air of secrecy, he said, "You can't judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its depth. Ordinary people naturally don't qualify to be my boss, but he's different. Do you know what level my boss is at now? Level 16, and the profession level is SSS grade." Everyone present instantly gasped, and their previous disdain for Yilin completely vanished. No matter where you are, the strong always easily earn others' respect. I was wondering why the name Yilin sounded so familiar. He's the first place winner of this novice dungeon, and he broke Qingqing's record, someone exclaimed in awe. Coming out of the novice dungeon, reaching levels 8 or 9 was already considered extraordinarily gifted, but Yilin in front of them had reached level 16, which was downright terrifying. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ling Yi crossed his arms behind his back, his face full of pride. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, who would dare think that the boss Ling Yi acknowledged wasn't good enough? After Ling Yi had shown off sufficiently, Yilin was ready to dangle a carrot in front of him. Ling Yi, do you have confidence in achieving good results in this college entrance trial? Yilin asked. Not really. I'm only level 7. Getting into an average first-tier university would already be pretty good. Ling Yi answered honestly. If only we could go outside the city, I could help you level up and get better results. Yilin sighed. How is that possible? To prevent people from having strong players help them level up, it's strictly forbidden to leave the city for 3 days after the novice trial ends. Boss, Ling Yi said, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Is that so? Then why did I hear that the passage to the Gaokao trial is just outside the city? Yilin said with a meaningful tone. Boss, you mean? Ling Yi's breathing suddenly became rapid. When the Gaokao trial begins, the 4 city gates of Qingcheng will open, and examinees need to traverse a stretch outside the city on their own to reach the entrance of the trial passage. This is also the first test of the Gaokao. Although there aren't many monsters near the city walls, they are not entirely absent. Every year, examinees rush through this checkpoint as quickly as possible. However, Yilin's suggestion seemed to imply that he wanted to take him there to grind levels, but that's outside the city. It can't even be compared to the novice dungeon. The monsters in the novice dungeon are at most level 10, and even then, they only appear in the deepest parts of the dungeon. But the monsters outside the city start at level 10, and this is a place where a single misstep could cost you your life. Every year, countless job changers lose their lives to monsters outside the city. Don't forget, I'm already level 16. It's just a short distance outside the city walls. I shouldn't encounter any monsters I can't handle. But unfortunately, I don't have any equipment. Otherwise, I could really take you there to grind some levels before entering the Gaokao trial. Yilin sighed, seeming a bit helpless. Equipment? That's easy to handle. Ling Yi didn't take this matter too seriously. But boss, I'm mainly worried about our safety. After all, that's outside the city. Ling Yi still felt a bit uneasy. If the G Corporation could send out strong individuals to protect him, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. But with only a level 16 Yilin in front of him, it wasn't enough. One call of boss, a lifetime of boss. Yilin's voice was firm and powerful. Rest assured, if I dare to act, it means I'm confident. Even if we really encounter a monster I can't defeat, I promise I'll die before you. His words carried unwavering confidence. Don't you want to level up a bit more to get into a better top-tier academy? You have to understand, these things can't be bought with money. Boss. A trace of guilt flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. Yilin was so dedicated to thinking about him, yet he only wanted to use Yilin to get a free forbidden spellcaster bodyguard. However, in an instant, his gaze became resolute. Business and righteousness don't mix. This was a principle his father had taught him long ago. Forbidden spellcasters had short lives to begin with, so wasn't he letting Yilin experience a more luxurious life before his death? When you think about it, he wasn't really harming Yilin. After all, for businessmen, profit always comes first. Yilin was right. Money could buy many things, but it couldn't get you into an advanced academy. To study at an advanced academy in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, the only way was to pass the high-level trial exam. There was no other option. Boss, don't worry. At tonight's auction, just tell me whatever catches your eye, and I'll make sure to get it. Ling Yi said firmly. Alright. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Oh no, I mean, rest assured. With the right gear, I guarantee to help you level up to at least level 10. Yilin made the same promise. As long as the level reaches 10 or above, with a bit more effort in the college entrance trial, it would basically secure admission to any top top-tier academy in the Great Xia Kingdom. The two exchanged a smile, both feeling like they had struck a great deal. At this moment, Ling Yi's group of second-generation friends looked at him with eyes full of envy. A level 16 SSS class Forbidden Spellcaster, risking their life to help Ling Yi grind levels. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? From initially thinking Ling Yi was out of his mind, they now genuinely felt that having Ling Yi as their boss was totally worth it. If not for their pride, they might have even asked Yilin if he needed more underlings. Just by pledging loyalty to a boss, one could freeload from level 7 to level 10. Who wouldn't jump at such a sweet deal? Boss, wait for me, I need to talk to my dad about this first. Ling Yi walked toward his father. The auction dinner was filled with influential figures, and he alone wouldn't be able to secure anything worthwhile. After getting his father's approval, Ling Yi felt much more confident. Boss, don't worry, it's all set. Tonight, whatever gear you have your eye on, I guarantee I'll get it for you. Yilin nodded in agreement. A piece of gear usable by a multi-class player, there were only 6 of them, with no restrictions on type. If you wanted, you could even equip 6 rings at once or wield 6 swords simultaneously. It was entirely up to personal preference. For ordinary people, collecting 6 pieces of gear was as difficult as reaching the heavens, let alone ensuring all 6 suited them. This is why multi-class players were always incredibly expensive to maintain. Those without money could only work for wealthy multi-class players. While still superior to ordinary people, the essence remained unchanged. They simply transitioned from being regular workers to high-level workers. But with Ling Yi as a wealthy backer, Yilin wouldn't have to worry about gear for the time being. At that moment, the lights of the entire banquet suddenly went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. However, the attendees seemed to be accustomed to this and remained calm, waiting quietly. As a beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, a stunning woman dressed in a traditional cheongsam had somehow appeared there. Her face was lightly adorned with makeup, radiating brilliance, and her every smile and gesture seemed to captivate hearts. Many men in the audience revealed a trace of greed in their eyes. Good evening, everyone. I am tonight's auctioneer, Qingqing. On behalf of the Jinbaozhai Auction House, I welcome you all and wish you success in acquiring your desired items tonight. The woman gave a slight bow, her proud figure drawing the attention of many men, though none dared to make any inappropriate remarks. After all, Jinbaozhai Auction House was no ordinary establishment. It was the largest auction house in the Great Xia Kingdom, with branches spread across the entire nation. The annual auction banquet was always hosted by Jinbaozhai, and offending Qingqing would clearly mean offending the auction house. Everyone present was a prominent figure in Qingcheng, and naturally, they wouldn't do something foolish over a mere woman. After all, with their status and influence, obtaining women was as easy as lifting a finger. Without further ado, this year's auction will feature a total of 100 items. The first 50 are skill scrolls, and the latter 50 are equipment. Now, let's bring out our first item. Qingqing smiled gently and clapped her hands, and immediately, a bundle of skill scrolls was brought out on a tray. The first item is an epic level skill scroll, a fire element skill, suitable for mage-type professions. The starting price is 500,000, with a minimum increment of 10,000 for each bid. As soon as Qingqing finished speaking, the room erupted in astonishment. Skills are categorized into 4 levels: common, rare, epic, and legendary, with epic level skills being exceptionally rare. Starting the auction with an epic level skill scroll clearly demonstrated that Jinbaozhai had come well prepared this year. While a transferee can only equip 6 pieces of equipment at a time, there is no limit to the number of skills they can possess. This is why transferees are willing to spend vast sums of money. Wealthy transferees boast superior equipment, a greater number of high-level skills, and naturally, far greater combat power than others. Experts have conducted experiments showing that, at the same level, a transferee with divine equipment can easily defeat 10 similarly leveled transferees with basic gear. This is no baseless claim. 510,000. I bid 550,000. The prominent figures at the scene quickly began bidding, and the price of the epic skill scroll soared, soon surpassing the million mark, leaving Yilin dumbfounded. Here, money seemed to be nothing more than a simple number. Fortunately, his profession was Forbidden Spellcaster, which required no skill scrolls. New skills could be unlocked simply by leveling up. If that weren't the case, this pauper would have felt even more miserable. Of course, Forbidden Spellcasters couldn't use skill scrolls anyway. Their attacks were limited to forbidden spells. In the end, when Zhuge Qianqing called out a price of 3 million, the epic scroll became his, and no further bids were made. 3 million was already a high enough price, and besides, no one wanted to offend Mr. Zhuge in Qingcheng. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for successfully acquiring the epic skill scroll. Next, let's bring out our second auction item, a rare skill scroll containing a sword technique suitable for sword-related professions. The starting price is 100,000, with a minimum increment of 10,000 per bid. Qingqing congratulated Zhuge Qianqing while introducing the second auction item. Although the level of the second skill scroll was not as high as the first, It was a sword technique, which immediately attracted considerable attention. The final price was set at 800,000. After watching a few items, Yilin lost interest and leaned back in his chair to feign sleep. The first 50 items were all skill scrolls, and even if legendary level skills appeared, they had nothing to do with him. However, Ling Yi managed to bid on 2 skills he fancied during this period. His profession was the A-level Shadow Swordmaster, and the second rare level skill scroll was one of the items he won. Alright, all 50 skill scrolls for this year have been auctioned off. For those who didn't manage to get a skill scroll, don't be disappointed, because next up is the equipment auction. Xingqing smiled charmingly, and with a gentle clap of her hands, the first piece of equipment for the evening was brought out. It was covered with a red cloth, its shape still unclear, but judging by its size, it was likely a ring, necklace, or bracelet type equipment. Everyone craned their necks, eagerly awaiting Xingqing's introduction. Xingqing didn't keep them in suspense. With a graceful smile, she directly pulled off the red cloth. The 51st auction item tonight is a rare level piece of equipment, the Imperial Dragon Auspicious Ring. Its attribute effect increases mental attributes by 30% and comes with a passive skill, Dragon Aura Possession. The starting bid is 8 million. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. As soon as Xingqing finished speaking, the venue erupted in astonishment. The grading of equipment differs from that of skills, divided into 7 tiers: low, medium, high, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Equipment is far more valuable than skills, as only those who have advanced to S level or higher in forging-related professions have the ability to craft equipment. The level progression for life-related professions is far more challenging than for combat-related ones. Combat professions only require consistent monster hunting to naturally level up. However, life-related professions demand significant financial investment. Take blacksmiths, for example. Their levels range from low, medium, high, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, and even the legendary divine craftsman. To level up, one must continuously invest resources into forging and accumulate experience through practice. For ordinary people, the enormous costs required for a blacksmith's growth are simply unaffordable. Even across the entire Xinjiang, the highest level of blacksmiths is merely advanced, which means the equipment produced in Xinjiang can only reach advanced level at best, not to mention the success rate in 100 forging attempts. Rare level equipment can only be crafted by master blacksmiths. Therefore, the Imperial Dragon Rui ring before them must have been created by a master blacksmith. At this moment, Yilin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This ring can increase mental power by 30%, making it an enormous boost for job changers. It's worth noting that his forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation, can increase mental power by 100%, but at the cost of burning life force. If a wealthy individual were to wear 6 Imperial Dragon Rui rings, the mental power bonus would reach an astonishing 180%, and even burning life force wouldn't allow him to catch up. No wonder a job changer equipped with divine gear can easily defeat 10 novices. However, the price of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring is also intimidating, with a starting bid of 8 million. Based on previous auction experiences with skill scrolls, the final price will certainly not be less than 20 million. 20 million. Yilin calculated in his mind that he would need to sell 666 kidneys to gather that amount, a figure so absurd that even he, with his immortal body, found it ridiculous. Still, he thought to himself, fortunately, there's Ling Yi. 9 million. Ji's father decisively called out the price, instantly raising the price of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring by 1 million. But this price was clearly not enough to deter other competitors, who began bidding one after another. 9,200,000, 10 million, 12 million. Everyone understood the rarity and value of a rare-grade piece of equipment. Xingqiang didn't even have a master blacksmith, so even with money, it was impossible to buy one. At this moment, Ji Fu raised the bid again. 15 million. The crowd erupted once more, as the price instantly jumped by 3 million. Everyone could sense that the Ji group was determined to obtain the Imperial Dragon Wish ring. Although there were still bids being made, they had significantly decreased. When Ji Fu raised the price to 18 million, the venue fell into silence. 18 million for a rare-grade piece of equipment was a reasonable price. Any higher would be unnecessary. A faint smile appeared on Ji Fu's lips. Spending 18 million to secure his son's admission into a top-tier academy was worth it. After all, he only had this one son. If he didn't spend money on him, who else would he spend it on? Although this Imperial Dragon Wish ring was being purchased for Yilin, the fact remained that the Forbidden Spellcaster profession had a very short lifespan. In a few years, when Yilin passed away, wouldn't all the equipment on him still end up with Ling Yi? 18 million, going once. 18,200,000, twice. 18,300,000, 3 times. Let us congratulate the Ji group. Just as the auctioneer of Jinbozhai, Xingqing, was about to announce that Ji's father had successfully won the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, a lazy yet arrogant voice suddenly rang out. 20 million. At this sound, everyone turned their heads in astonishment. Bidding was common, but placing a bid at the last moment was clearly an affront to the G group. Who could be so bold? G's father's face darkened. Instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. However, when he saw the bidder, everyone was stunned. It was a man with slick back hair, slightly overweight, yet with a kind smile at the corner of his mouth. King of the Underground, Kensen. Is he doing this on purpose, or is it unintentional? The G Corporation has nothing to do with Kensen at all. That's hard to say, but it seems like there's some bad blood between the two. The crowd began to discuss fervently, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Although Kensen hadn't made any major moves in recent years, everyone knew that the eternal king of Qingqing's underground world was none other than him. At this moment, Father G also looked puzzled. He had never offended Kensen, and their encounters could be counted on one hand. What could this mean? Mr. Kensen, I wonder how I might have offended you? Following the principle of harmony bringing wealth, Father G did not get angry but instead smiled warmly. Mr. G, your words sound a bit distant. This is an auction, after all, and the highest bidder wins. I, Kensen, have also taken a liking to this Imperial Dragon Rui ring. Is that not allowed? Kensen smiled warmly, appearing approachable and unpretentious, but his gaze swept over Yilin, and he thought to himself, G Corporation, you're still pretending to be clueless in front of me? Isn't that Yilin already standing behind you? At this moment, Yilin was also sizing up Kensen. If not for the current situation, he would never have guessed that the man before him was the underground king of Qingqing. The two exchanged glances across the room, a trace of coldness flickering in their eyes, while Father G remained clueless, caught between the two. Could it be that Kensen genuinely had his eyes on the Imperial Dragon Rui ring? 21 million. Father G tentatively raised the bid, but the situation played out exactly as before. Just as Qingqing announced the price, Kensen immediately called out 22 million. Father G's heart sank. It was now clear that Kensen was deliberately targeting the G Corporation, and this was definitely not a good sign. Mr. Kensen, what exactly has my G Corporation done to offend you? Please enlighten me, Father G said respectfully. He wasn't afraid of Kensen, but offending such an opponent without reason was certainly not in his best interest. Enlighten you? Kensen's gaze instantly turned icy upon hearing this. He leaned close to Father G's ear and whispered, you killed my man, and you still dare to ask me to enlighten you? You truly are bold. Your challenge, I, Kensen, accept. I promise to destroy your family and leave you in ruins. Yilin had just burned down his dozens of subordinates along with the farm in one fell swoop when Ling Yi, the eldest son of the G group, personally came to take him away. If someone claimed that the G group wasn't behind this, Kensen would never believe it. In Kensen's eyes, G's father's feigned ignorance at this moment was nothing short of blatant provocation. G's father was utterly baffled. What? A challenge? How did he issue a challenge to Kensen? But he understood the last four words, family ruined and lives lost. G's father's expression instantly changed. He had repeatedly backed down and given Kensen face, yet Kensen was now threatening his family's lives. If he continued to retreat, he would truly become a soft target within his own domain. The G group was not to be trifled with. Since Mr. Kensen refuses to make things clear, let's proceed according to the auction rules. 30 million. The announcement of 30 million caused an uproar throughout the venue. A rare grade piece of equipment had been auctioned for the astronomical price of 30 million, which was simply shocking. With this amount, one could even bid on slightly inferior epic grade equipment. However, G's father's expression remained completely unchanged. In terms of financial power, the G group had never been intimidated in Qingqing. So what if Kensen was the king of the underworld? In terms of wealth, even two Kensens wouldn't measure up to the G group. Alright, 30 million. Kensen's gaze turned dark as well. Spending 30 million on a rare grade piece of equipment would make even him feel the sting. This was the Treasure Pavilion auction, and even Kensen wouldn't dare to make reckless bids here. G's father's move had officially solidified the enmity between the G group and Kensen. In the end, the Imperial Dragon auspicious ring was successfully acquired by G's father. Has Kensen gone mad? When did I ever kill his people? Although he successfully acquired the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, there was not a trace of joy in Uncle G's eyes. Offending Kensen in Qingqing was definitely a big problem. The key issue was that he had no intention of offending the other party, yet Kensen was like a mad dog relentlessly pursuing him. Uncle G, we need to look beyond appearances to see the essence. When someone wants to make a move against you, even a missing soldier can become an excuse. Whether Kensen's men are dead or not, isn't it ultimately up to him to decide? Yilin analyzed the situation for Uncle G in a logical manner. He dared not let Uncle G know that Kensen was targeting the G group because of him, otherwise he would undoubtedly be thrown out. When your strength is too weak to resolve a conflict, you can choose to amplify the conflict. Kensen has always wanted to clean up his underground dealings and become a legitimate businessman, but the Qingqing market is already saturated, leaving him no opportunity to step in. However, if he takes over the G group, he would gain an established large enterprise. Yilin's words made Uncle G fall into deep thought, his eyes flickering shivering with unease. Thinking it over carefully, it was truly chilling. Cold. Sweat broke out on Uncle G's forehead as he thought to himself he had initially believed Kensen was just acting out of madness, biting indiscriminately. However, if Kensen's apparent madness was actually a cover for secretly plotting against the G group, then the situation was truly dangerous. If he failed to prepare in advance, he would surely be caught off guard by Kensen's sudden actions. After all, in terms of the number of strong subordinates, the G group indeed could not compare to Kensen. Yilin. Thank you. Those involved in the situation are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. If it weren't for your reminder, I truly wouldn't have thought of this. Uncle G looked at Yilin, his eyes full of gratitude. It's nothing, Uncle. You are Ji Lingyu's father, and since Ji Lingyu and I are brothers, I naturally see you as my father as well. Yilin flashed a bright smile, his 8 white teeth gleaming. This, Uncle G was momentarily stunned. Looking at Yilin's sincere eyes, a trace of guilt rose in his heart. You're also a child with a tough life. If you don't mind, you can stay with the G family from now on. Okay, Uncle. Yilin nodded. At this moment, the waiter brought the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Uncle G. The ring lay quietly on the tray, engraved with intricate dragon patterns, emitting a faint glow, as if it held endless secrets. Take it, see if you like it, Uncle G said with a cheerful smile as he handed the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Yilin. Yilin slipped the ring onto his finger and instantly felt a strange power emanating from it, making him feel incredibly comfortable, as if soaking in a hot bath during a cold winter. Imperial Dragon Rui Ring. Level, Rare. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 30%, Refinable. Skill, Dragon Aura Possession. Dragon Aura Possession. The wearer will receive the protection of the Dragon Aura, increasing luck value by 10%. Yilin's heart trembled. Luck value was something unfathomable. When luck was good, one could stumble upon a peerless manual even after falling off a cliff, but when luck was bad, even riding the subway might lead to being falsely accused by a fairy as a voyeur. Although luck couldn't be seen or touched, having it was better than not, especially since the mental power amplification of the Imperial Dragon Auspicious Ring already matched the rare grade. After all, this was a percentage-based amplification. Thank you, Uncle. Rest assured, no matter how hard I have to work, I will make sure to get Lingyu into a top-tier university. Yilin said earnestly. We're family, no need to be so formal. If there's anything else you have your eye on, just let me know, Uncle G said with a smile, secretly pleased. He had spent so much money, and this was the response he had been waiting for from Yilin. Seeing the close bond between Yilin and Uncle G, a cold glint flashed in Kensen's eyes. He became even more convinced that the death of his subordinate was undoubtedly the work of the G group. In the subsequent auction, no rare-grade equipment appeared. Most of the items were high-grade equipment, with a few mid-grade ones. However, regardless of the equipment, as soon as Uncle G placed a bid, Kensen would immediately follow, forcing Uncle G to pay at least 50% more to win any item. Kensen's malicious price-raising behavior made Uncle G seethe with anger, but the auctioneer, Chingching, showed no intention of intervening. After all, the higher the auction prices, the greater the profit for Jinbo Zhai, so they naturally had no desire to interfere. During this time, Uncle G successfully bid on a ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace for Yilin, all of which were high-grade equipment. Tianqing Xin Lei Ring. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 15%, Refinable. Skill, Thunder Enhancement. Thunder Enhancement increases the power of the wearer's thunder-based skills by 20%. Twin Yin Yang Bracelet. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 40%, Refinable. Skill, Yin Yang Twin. Yin Yang Duality. When wearing both the Yin bracelet and the Yang bracelet simultaneously, the fusion of Yin and Yang creates endless vitality, rapidly healing the wearer's injuries. Burning Moon Necklace. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Spirit plus 200, Refinable. These 4 pieces of equipment each have the effect of enhancing mental power. Together with the Imperial Dragon Wish Ring, Yilin's mental power enhancement has now reached an astonishing 85%, along with a fixed 200-point mental power bonus. This means that at level 16, even without activating Burning Reincarnation, his mental power can still reach an incredible 1088 points. Yilin gently caressed the twin yin-yang bracelet. Although this bracelet essentially counts as 2 pieces of equipment and occupies 2 equipment slots, it was his favorite. With it, his injuries could heal rapidly, giving him a reasonable explanation in his mind. Yilin, for the last piece of equipment, you should choose something for survival, right? Among the final 3 auction items, there's a soft armor with extremely high defense. I think it would suit you very well, Uncle G said with a smile. Yilin's first 5 pieces of equipment were all focused on enhancing combat power. If he didn't choose survival equipment for the last piece, it would be easy for others to exploit his weakness. After all, staying alive is the key to dealing damage, a truth that has remained unchanged through the ages. Yilin raised his head, his gaze locking onto the final 3 auction items on the stage. They were a blade, a piece of soft armor, and a bracelet. All 3 were rare grade items and the final offerings of this auction. auction. Uncle Ji, let the soft armor go to Ling Yi. I don't need it, Yilin said, shaking his head. Not to mention his immortality, one of his forbidden spells also granted immunity to fatal damage, making survival equipment unnecessary. Ling Yi already has one. If you don't want the soft armor, could it be that you're interested in the bracelet? Uncle Ji asked, puzzled. Not that either, Uncle Ji. I want that blade. Yilin's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the blade on the auction stage. Ha, a blade? Uncle Ji was full of confusion, and even Ling Yi asked in bewilderment. Boss, aren't you a forbidden spellcaster? What do you need a blade for? I have a forbidden spell that requires a blade to cast, Yilin explained briefly. When he reached level 10 in the novice secret realm, he unlocked his first forbidden spell that required a weapon to cast, called the Blade of Lifespan. Forbidden spell? Lifespan blade technique. Each slash by the forbidden spellcaster consumes 1 year of lifespan. The power of each slash doubles the previous one, stacking up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Yilin himself knew just how insane this forbidden spell was. Although his strength attribute was only 160 points, if he first activated Burning Reincarnation and stacked the Lifespan blade technique to the 99th layer, he could deal a staggering 69,827,899,287,272,927 points of damage. Moreover, each slash could deal 69,827,899,287,272,927 points of damage, dealing 9,999 damage with a single strike was no longer just a dream. With the blessing of immortality, Yilin didn't have to worry about running out of lifespan. The skill required no casting time or cooldown, and each normal attack could deal nearly 32,000 damage. If he had 2 watermelon knives in the beginner's dungeon, Yilin believed he could cut down all the monsters in the entire dungeon. The only drawback of this skill was that it required a blade, and ordinary blades couldn't withstand the power of the Lifespan blade technique. Yilin had tried using a kitchen knife before, but it broke after just 2 slashes. Although Jifu didn't understand why Yilin, as a forbidden spellcaster, insisted on having a blade, he still chose to respect Yilin's decision. Jifu didn't bid on the soft armor or the bracelet. In the end, the soft armor was claimed by another big shot from Qingcheng, while the rare grade bracelet ended up in the hands of Zhuge Qianqing. When it came time to bid on the blade, Jifu went all out. Despite Kensen raising the price, Jifu ultimately secured the rare grade treasure blade for 28 million. Starfall Sky Scar. Grade, rare. Attribute, strength plus 300 points, refinable. Skill, Radiance of the Stars. Radiance of the Stars. Under the illumination of starlight, the power bonus of Starfall Sky Scar can continuously increase, up to a maximum of 100%. Starfall Sky Scar lay quietly before Yilin, its blade approximately 3 feet long, its entire body flowing with deep starlight, resembling a cascade of the Milky Way. Intricate patterns were carved onto the blade, each seemingly containing endless cosmic mysteries. The spine of the blade was heavy, yet the edge was exceptionally sharp, exuding an aura of fierce intensity. When Yilin reached out to grasp the hilt, the starlight on the blade seemed to shine even brighter, as if conversing with the stars. The light reflected off the blade was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling scar. At this moment, the Starfall Sky Scar seemed to resonate with the entire universe, emitting a breathtaking aura. What a fine blade! Yilin's eyes were filled with delight. This auction banquet was truly worth attending. He had gone from having nothing to instantly acquiring 6 pieces of equipment, which undoubtedly doubled his combat power. Although his level was still stuck at 16, with the support of 6 pieces of equipment, Yilin was fully confident in sweeping through anyone below level 20. If he didn't have to worry about his undead nature being exposed, he would even dare to challenge a level 30 class changer. After the final auction item of Starfall Sky Scar was claimed by Jifu, the grand auction banquet officially came to an end, accompanied by the auctioneer's crisp and pleasant laughter. As they were leaving, Kensen turned his head coldly and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Jifu before striding away. Jifu narrowed his eyes slightly. The enmity between him and Kensen was now firmly established, and he knew he had to prepare in advance to deal with it. Ling Yi, you and Yilin head back first. Dad has some matters to handle. Okay, Dad, Ling Yi responded obediently. Although he acted like a spoiled second-generation heir outside, he would never dare to misbehave in front of Jifu, fully aware of his father's strictness. Let's go, boss. Ling Yi waved at Yilin, who quickly followed. Although Yilin was constantly scheming against the Ji father and son in his heart, he always remembered the principle of repaying kindness. The Ji family had been so generous to him, so he naturally wouldn't hold back either. With this set of equipment, he was fully confident that he could quickly raise Ling Yi's level to 10, or even higher, when they ventured outside the city. After all, while the monsters outside the city were strong, the experience points, materials, and various skill equipment they dropped were correspondingly greater. Watching Yilin's figure disappear into the distance, Zhuge Ni let out a cold snort, her her eyes filled with disgust. I really don't understand why the G family values this cowardly guy so much, even spending so much money to buy him equipment. The G Corporation had spent nearly 100 million just on equipment tonight, which was by no means a small amount for them and could even be considered a significant expense. Seeing Yilin, whom she despised, benefit from this, Zhuge and I felt utterly miserable. At this moment, Lu Yanwei, who was standing nearby, suddenly received a phone call, and her expression immediately turned peculiar. NI, there's news about that Ling Yi you've been investigating, but it's not good news. What? There's news about Ling Yi? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing news about the person in her heart, Zhuge and I couldn't care less about Yilin and hurriedly grabbed Lu Yanwei to press for details. It's information from the Investigation Bureau. A farm in Xinjiang was burned down, and dozens of people died in the blaze. Traces of hellfire were found at the scene, and it's suspected to be the work of the Ling Yi you mentioned. The Investigation Bureau hopes you can assist in the investigation. Lu Yanwei cautiously observed Zhuge Ni's changing expression as she spoke slowly. Ling Yi? Murder? Why? Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Impossible. If he were truly a murderer, how could he have saved me? Wei, take me to the scene. Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei quickly drove to the farmhouse that Yilin had visited earlier. The place had already been reduced to ruins by hellfire, with the ground scorched a dark brown. This place, it definitely carries the aura of hellfire. Zhuge Ni's expression was filled with uncertainty and suspicion. She was extremely sensitive to fire elements, and the aura of this power was identical to that of Ling Yi in the novice secret realm. The one who burned the people here was undoubtedly Ling Yi, but why would he act this way? The city has its own rules. Even for job changers, killing is not allowed within the city. Violators would be arrested, and in severe cases, even executed on the spot. The Investigation Bureau is the agency responsible for maintaining order within the city, and the scene had already been cordoned off by them. Shortly after the two arrived, a middle-aged investigator approached them proactively. Miss Zhuge, Miss Lu, good evening. I'm sorry to call you over so late. My surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. Investigator Huang introduced himself and skillfully took out a pen and paper. I'll get straight to the point, Miss Zhuge. You previously encountered someone named Ling Yi in the novice secret realm, someone capable of using hellfire and killing an 8th level magical beast in one strike, correct? Yes, Zhuge and I answered truthfully. Then can you find him? Investigator Huang continued to press. Skills, none. I'm looking for him too, but it's as if he vanished into thin air. I can't find him at all, Zhuge and I said. Alright, let me change the question. Do you know Yilin? Investigator Huang calmly gazed into Zhuge Ni's eyes, his own filled with a resolute strength, as if capable of piercing through her inner defenses. I do. A cowardly, self-serving guy. A trace of undisguised disgust flashed across Zhuge Ni's face. So far, based on the results of our investigation, Yilin is very likely Ling Yi. After saying this, Investigator Huang fixed his gaze on Zhuge and I, trying to find a breakthrough. After all, Yilin was still a college entrance exam candidate, currently working at the G Corporation. Without solid evidence, recklessly arresting him could lead to consequences they couldn't afford if they got the wrong person. Yilin is really Ling Yi? Investigator Huang, are you joking with me? Zhuge and I let out a cold laugh. That guy ran away right in front of me. There's no way he could be Ling Yi, and he doesn't know anything about hellfire. Ha? Are you so sure? Investigator Huang frowned, clearly finding this inconsistent with their investigation results. Of course, I'm the only one who has seen Ling Yi in person. There's no way he could be that cowardly, self-serving guy Yilin. Zhuge and I said firmly. Investigator Huang was silent for a moment before drawing an X over Yilin's name. As a job changer, his profession was in the life category, lie detector. With his experience, interrogating Zhuge and I was a piece of cake, and he could be certain that every word Zhuge and I said was true. If Yilin wasn't Ling Yi, continuing to pursue this lead would undoubtedly be a waste of time, completely unnecessary. Investigator Huang felt a bit of a headache and rubbed his temples. If Ling Yi wasn't Yilin, then the lead was completely broken, and the fire had burned too thoroughly. Moreover, the fire occurred on Kenson's turf, and the victims were Kenson's people. That guy Kenson was entirely uncooperative with the investigation bureau, and they couldn't even confirm the identities of the deceased. It seemed this case was destined to become a cold case. The abilities of job changers were bizarre and varied, and every year there were a few unsolvable cases that couldn't be cracked. Investigator Huang had long grown accustomed to it. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other clues to provide? Investigator Huang asked politely. No, I don't. Zhuge and I shook her head. Investigator Huang felt a jolt in his heart because he noticed Zhuge Ni's emotional fluctuation. Zhuge and I was lying. She clearly had some information about Ling Yi that she hadn't told him. Alright, thank you. You may leave now. Investigator Huang lit a cigarette with a click. Although he understood in his heart that Zhuge and I was deceiving him, he was powerless. After all, she was Mr. Zhuge Zhuge's biological daughter. In this world, sometimes the truth is not the only thing worth pursuing. Even if the investigation bureau managed to capture Ling Yi, if Zhuge Ni brought out Zhuge Qianxing to defend him, they would most likely have no choice but to compromise in the end. Vivi, hurry up, I might be able to find Ling Yi very soon, Zhuge Ni said excitedly, her rosy cheeks looking particularly charming. Ha, then why didn't you just tell Investigator Huang? Ling Yi has killed dozens of people, Lu Yanwei exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. He must have his reasons. I have to find him first and get to the bottom of it. Don't worry, if Ling Yi really is a cold-blooded killer, I definitely won't cover for him, Zhuge Ni said with a determined look in her eyes. Nini, you're totally love-struck. You're already thinking about him even before you're together. Lu Yanwei twitched the corner of her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly be love-struck? Zhuge Ni chased along a path, and if Yilin were here, he would surely realize that Zhuge Ni was following the exact escape route he had taken after killing the black-hearted boss and manager Wang. Ni, how exactly are you planning to find him? Lu Yanwei, trailing behind, couldn't help but ask. I am extremely sensitive to the aura of fire elements. Although it's been a day or two, I can still sense the faint traces of hellfire left behind. Zhuge Ni's eyes were filled with excitement. In the entire Qingcheng, only she, an SSS-level fire mage, could detect this aura. Fortunately, it hadn't rained in the past 2 days, otherwise, she would have been powerless. Zhuge Ni felt a sense of gratitude in her heart. This must be fate ordained by the heavens. She tracked the remnants of Yilin's hellfire aura all the way to the slums. In the filthy, garbage-strewn slums, Zhuge Ni and Lu Yanwei, dressed in their elegant gowns, stood out like sore thumbs. The two girls couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. After all, this was the first time in their lives they had seen a place so dirty and chaotic. During this time, a few lustful fiends with greedy expressions tried to make a move on them, but after Zhuge Ni threw a fireball their way, no one dared to target them again. Transcenders were not people ordinary folks could afford to provoke. The two walked and stopped intermittently, and soon Zhuge Ni came to a halt in front of Yilin's house. The aura of karmic fire dissipates in this house. It seems this is Ling Yi's home. Zhuge Ni looked excitedly at the door in front of her, her heart filled with longing for Ling Yi. He was hiding behind this door. She wanted to step forward and knock, but couldn't help pausing, carefully tidying her clothes and hair. Then she turned to Lu Yanwei and asked, Wei, is my makeup smudged? No, it looks pretty good, Lu Yanwei replied impatiently. That's good, that's good. Zhuge Ni took a few deep breaths, finally mustering the courage to step forward and nervously knock on Yilin's door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the night sky. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time ticked by, but the door remained closed. Unwilling to give up, Zhuge Ni raised her hand and knocked harder. This time, the door unexpectedly opened on its own. Yilin had always had a habit of not locking his door, as there was practically nothing in his house. Any thief who came would likely leave 200 yuan behind in tears before leaving. Ling Yi, are you home? Startled by the sudden opening of the door, Zhuge Ni quickly lowered her voice to ask, but the empty room remained silent with no response. Ling Yi, I'm coming in. Summoning her courage, she stepped into Yilin's home. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a blackened table, a stool missing one of its 4 legs, an iron-framed bed, and a set of faded bedding and pillows. Apart from these, the house was completely bare. Zhuge Ni glanced around, taking in Yilin's impoverished living conditions, and couldn't help but press her lips together as her eyes reddened slightly. So this is the environment Ling Yi grew up in. No wonder he has that kind of coldness that keeps people at a distance. He must have gone through a lot of hardships during his upbringing, right? Even so, when I was in danger, he still helped me without hesitation, living in darkness yet yearning for the light. Zhuge Ni couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and became even more convinced of her thoughts. Ling Yi must have killed out of necessity. Such a kind person, someone so pure despite growing up in the mire, how could he possibly kill without reason? Yilin still didn't know that Zhuge Ni had unknowingly shielded him from a major disaster, nor did he realize that his identity had almost been exposed. If it weren't for him moving to the Ji family, he would have definitely run into Zhuge Ni head-on. At this moment, Yilin was immersed in the joy of acquiring new equipment. With these items, his combat power had at least doubled. Eager to find a place to test his new gear, he found himself with nowhere to go due to the city lockdown. Hey, boss, I know a place where you can test your new equipment, Ling Yi said after hearing Yilin's request. Where? Yilin asked anxiously. The Job Changers Guild. They have specialized training rooms for job changers to conduct combat training, Ling Yi replied. Through Ling Yi's explanation, Yilin finally understood the functions of the Job Changers Guild. The Job Changers Guild was officially established by the ancient nation of Daxia and exists in every human city. It integrates various functions such as material trading, equipment sales, task acceptance, and combat training, specifically serving job changers. Upon learning that the Job Changers Guild offered combat training, Yilin couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked Ling Yi to take him there. The Job Changers Guild was located at the city gate of Qingcheng. As soon as Yilin and Ling Yi stepped into the guild, a young lady in black stockings approached them proactively to greet them.
Good evening, gentlemen. Are you here for combat training?
I don't need it, mainly because I'm the boss. Ling Yi quickly waved his hand and said,
Alright, may I ask what your level is?
The young lady looked at Yilin and inquired. Yilin displayed his level, and upon seeing that he was level 16, the young lady gave a sweet smile. Alright, I will arrange a training room suitable for those below level 20. The price is 200,000 yuan per hour. Yilin was a bit surprised upon hearing this.
200,000 yuan per hour? Being a job changer really burns money. Fortunately, Ling Yi was here. Could you arrange one suitable for those below level 40?
Yilin asked. The young lady was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. Of course, but the training room suitable for levels below 40 costs as much as 800,000 per hour.
No problem, I specifically want one below level 40, Yilin said firmly with a nod.
Although the young lady at the transfer guild didn't understand why Yilin wanted to use a training room for levels below 40, as long as he was willing to pay the fee, her job was simply to make the arrangements. She clicked away in her high heels and left briskly. Your training room is ready.
Please follow me.
After a while, the young lady returned with a card in her hand.
Wait for me outside, will you? I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you, Yilin said to Ling Yi.
Thinking of the scene where he was struck by Yilin's world-destroying thunder before, Ling Yi couldn't help but shiver.
Boss, it's fine. You can train by yourself. I'll wait for you outside.
Yilin nodded in agreement and then followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was as spacious as a basketball court, with a row of dummies placed in the center.
The young lady explained that this training room was constructed
with special materials and built by an SS-level architect, capable of withstanding the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40. Even the dummies were the same. It wouldn't be easy for job changers below level 40 to leave marks on them.
Do you need a sparring partner? The young lady asked. No need, just let me be alone.
Yilin definitely didn't want others to see him going all out.
Alright, enjoy your training.
The young lady thoughtfully closed the door for Yilin as she left. Yilin stepped forward, locked the door, and carefully inspected the training room. After ensuring there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices, he let out a sigh of relief and drew his Starfall Skyscar.
Yansho blade technique, 1 slash consumes 1 year of lifespan? Let's try 100 slashes to test the waters. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Lifespan blade technique.
He took a deep breath, tightly gripping the Starfall Skyscar, and instantly entered a profound state.
His gaze became resolute and deep.
As he swung the blade, the first strike resounded with a
deafening roar in the training room, as if something had been completely torn apart.
The blade of the Starfall Skyscar shimmered with dazzling light that was Yilin burning his own lifespan. After the first strike, the second strike followed, even sharper and more powerful. The air in the training room seemed to be sliced apart, forming an invisible blade aura. Then came the third strike, the fourth, the fifth. Yilin's blade swings grew faster
and faster, each strike more powerful than the last.
By the time he reached the 99th strike, the entire training room seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. In that instant, the heavens seemed to shatter, and the blade of the Starfall Skyscar erupted with unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire training room.
An invisible blade aura burst forth from the blade, instantly slashing toward the dummy ahead, leaving a faint blade mark on its neck. If anyone else had been present at that moment, they would have been utterly shocked. After all, this was a dummy capable of withstanding the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40. Yet Yilin, a mere level 16 job changer, had managed to leave a mark on it? However, it wasn't over yet.
The 100th slash, the 101st slash, the 102nd slash. Yilin struck blow after blow, and with the Yansho blade technique stacked to 99 layers, each of his strikes was terrifying to the extreme.
At this moment, Yilin resembled a god of war.
After delivering hundreds of consecutive slashes, accompanied by a loud bang, the dummy head, which was said to withstand the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40, was actually split apart by him and rolled to the side.
What a blade!
Yilin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with an even deeper affection for the Starfall Skyscar.
With this blade,
combined with the two forbidden spells, Burning Reincarnation and Yansho blade technique, he could completely transform into Lu Huaqian, sweeping through Penglai East Road all the way to the southern Heavenly Gate.
In the time that followed, Yilin tested
the newly acquired Yellow Dragon Rui Ring, Azure Sky Thunder Ring, Yin-Yang Twin Bracelet, and Scorching Moon Necklace to see just how terrifying the power of the forbidden spells could be when unleashed at full strength. With a single forbidden spell that sacrificed all his organs, the dummy in front of him, which had already been split in half, instantly shattered into countless
fragments.
The sheer destructive power made Yilin involuntarily take a sharp breath. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. If he let loose without worrying about exposing his undying body, he could even contend with job changers around level 35. Next, Yilin tested his forbidden spells one by one on the dummies. After roughly estimating estimating his current strength, Yilin walked out of the training room fully satisfied. You came out so quickly? Even if it's less than an hour, it will still be charged as 1 hour, the beautiful young lady kindly reminded. I know that. By the way, if something in the training room is broken, I don't have to pay for it, right? Yilin asked. Sir, you must be joking. This training room is specifically designed for job changers below level 40. If, as a level 16 job changer, you managed to damage something inside, it would only mean there's a problem with the equipment's quality. How could we possibly make you pay for it? The young lady replied with a smile. That's good. I'll be on my way then. Yilin let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled Ling Yi away. After Yilin left, the young lady also entered the training room to inspect it, only to find that almost everything inside was intact. She couldn't help but smile. I knew it. How could a level 16 job changer possibly damage a training room designed for job changers below level 40? She turned around, ready to close the door and leave, but the empty training room made her feel that something was amiss. Where are the dummies? Why are all the dummies in the training room gone? While Yilin was testing his own strength, a shocking event was unfolding in the G family. Man, it's really cold today. Hey brother, want a cigarette? At the G family gate, a fat and a thin job changer were shivering as they smoked. Although they were job changers, their levels were only around 10, and they didn't have the courage to face the ferocious monsters outside the city. Guarding the G family gate was the best job for them. It was both safe and well paid, and they could slack off occasionally. The only hassle was enduring the cold during night shifts in winter, but overall, it was still a good deal. Damn it, no way. Every time I smoke, I feel like going to the toilet. You keep watch for a bit, I need to take care of something. The chubby job changer frowned, got up, and walked toward the distant bushes. There's a public restroom, but you insist on going to an open-air spot? The skinny job changer looked utterly disgusted. You don't get it. Only in the open air can I better connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the chubby job changer said disdainfully as he walked further away and squatted down. But as soon as he squatted, his face instantly turned pale. As everyone knows, men are at their most vulnerable when using the toilet. And just as he squatted down, he was horrified to discover that the dense greenery was already filled with people squatting. He was just about to open his mouth to warn his companion when a large hand covered his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. Immediately after, a knife pierced into his body along his lower back, and he could clearly feel his life force slipping away. The skinny job changer noticed the cigarette but in the bushes suddenly extinguish and realized something was wrong. Fatty, what's wrong with you? How come you're nowhere to be seen after going to take a dump? At this moment, the men in black hiding in the bushes were also stunned. They had originally planned to launch a sudden ambush, but they hadn't expected the fat guy to suddenly run into the bushes to relieve himself, completely disrupting their plan. Damn it, this fat bastard. Why does he have to take a dump here? The man in black was so furious he almost exploded. Helpless, they could only force their way toward the main gate. Enemy attack. The skinny job changer was shocked and quickly sounded the alarm, filled with confusion. How could someone be attacking the G Corporation? In Xinjiang, who would dare to have such audacity? The skinny job changer sounded the alarm and ran away immediately. He had no intention of staying to fight desperately. Earning just tens of thousands a month, he wasn't willing to risk his life for it. But that was already enough. The G family villa, which had been shrouded in darkness, instantly lit up, and everyone was awakened at that moment. Accompanied by the piercing alarm, Father G, who had just lain down, was startled awake. A job changer skilled in speed rushed into Father G's bedroom in a flurry. Mr. G, the outside is full of job changers. They originally intended to sneak in, but after being discovered, they are now opting for a direct assault. They're too fierce, we can't hold them off. Please come with me quickly. What? Ji Fu was both shocked and furious. Kenson's retaliation was even faster than he had imagined, and it was even more brutal. He had just finished laying out the next plan against Kenson within the G group, and Kenson's counterattack had already arrived. This guy actually dared to directly lead people to attack the G family's villa. Was he not afraid of provoking the united opposition of everyone in Xinjiang? This was simply outrageous. President G, hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, it will be too late, urged the speed-specialized transferee. But in the next second, a cold flash appeared, and a sharp dagger pierced through his heart. Kenson, with a cigar in his mouth, had somehow appeared behind him. Shao Li. Uncle G glared angrily, his eyes filled with fury. Once upon a time, a small child lay collapsed on the road, so thin that he was nothing but skin and bones, on the verge of starving to death. Passers-by came and went, bustling about, some glancing at him, but no one stopped. Feeling compassion, he brought over a steaming bowl of noodles and handed it to the child. Watching the child devour the noodles he fed him, Mr. G decided to adopt the child and keep him by his side. As the child grew up, he did not disappoint and became his trusted assistant. Shaoli could clearly feel his vitality waning as blood continued to flow, but he still endured the excruciating pain, turned around with all his strength, and tightly embraced Kenson behind him. Mr. G, go now, he shouted hoarsely, his injured voice filled with desperation. Aren't you afraid of death?
death? Kensen showed a hint of surprise. My life was exchanged for a bowl of noodles by Mr. G. It's utterly worthless. Shaoli revealed a sinister smile. What a touching bond between master and servant. I, Kensen, have the utmost respect for those who value loyalty. I'll leave you an intact corpse. Kensen nodded expressionlessly, then raised his hand and, with a crisp snap, directly twisted Shaoli's neck. Kensen. Father G's eyes turned blood red, clearly burning with rage. He pulled a black pistol from the nearby drawer and fired directly at Kensen. But before the gunshot could ring out, a long blade, gleaming with cold light, slashed through like lightning. In Father G's incredulous gaze, the hand holding the gun had already flown high into the air. Using a gun against a transferee, you really are a fool. Kensen sneered disdainfully. Guns might be effective against newly transitioned transferees, but once their strength reached level 30 or above, firearms were nothing more than toys in front of a transferee, utterly useless. In your next life, remember not to go against me, Kensen. I've only been keeping a low profile, not disappearing. Kensen raised his blade, ready to finish off Uncle G, when a subordinate rushed over and whispered something in his ear. What? The two of them escaped? Useless trash. Kensen roared in fury, slapping the underling across the face. The knife he'd meant for Uncle G was withdrawn. Mr. G, Kensen said with a smile, congratulations. Your son and that Yilin ran fast enough so you get to live a little longer. With Ling Yi and Yilin on the run, it wasn't time to kill Uncle G yet. Doing so would only cut off Ling Yi's last hope. If you don't pull out the roots, the weeds will grow again in spring. Kensen didn't want to face revenge 10 or 20 years down the line. If he was going to act, he would do so thoroughly. He would use Uncle G as bait, draw the two out, and erase them together. Don't even think about it. Uncle G, a wily old fox himself, instantly read Kensen's intentions. He suddenly hurled himself toward the corner of the wall. His son was his only concern. He would never allow himself to become the reason for his son's death. But Kensen was never going to let him have his way. Before he even reached the wall, Kensen chopped him on the neck, knocking him out cold. Take him away. In less than half an hour, everyone in the G family villa, except Uncle G himself, had become a cold corpse. Tonight, the underground king's name would ring out once more. Yilin had just finished his combat test and was returning to the G family estate when the thick scent of blood hit his nose. His pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that even after hiding at the G home, Kensen still wouldn't let him go? Would he really destroy the entire G family just to catch him? Yilin began to suspect that Kensen already knew his secret. Why else would he go this far? This Kensen. Maybe he really couldn't be allowed to live. Ling Yi was just about to push open the front door when Yilin stopped him, his words heavy with meaning. You better prepare yourself. Boss, what are you talking about? Ling Yi, oblivious to the warning, pushed the door open and froze in his tracks the moment he entered. Yilin looked in as well. What greeted them was a hellish scene. The corpses of job changers and servants hired by the G family lay everywhere, severed limbs scattered about, terror frozen on many faces as if they'd seen the most horrifying specter before they died. B-boss, are we sure this isn't the wrong house? This doesn't look like my home. Ling Yi forced a weak smile and took a shaky step back. He searched Yilin's face for any sign of denial, but Yilin's grim expression gave him the answer. This was indeed the house he'd lived in for over a decade. Like a madman, Ling Yi dashed through the blood and bodies. Dad, where are you? He shouted in panic, desperate to find his father, yet terrified of discovering his body in this sea of carnage. When he reached his father's bedroom door, his heart leapt to his throat. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open. The room was spotless, as if it had been cleaned, except for a severed hand clutching a gun, lying quietly on the table. Ling Yi rushed over, his heart tightening. It was his father's hand. Underneath the hand was a piece of paper, with a message scrawled in blood. If you want to save your father, bring Yilin to the underground black market. Every 6 hours, I'll cut another piece of flesh from your old man. After reading it, Ling Yi nearly lost his mind. Ken-san, I'm going to kill you, he screamed, ready to throw his life away in a desperate charge for revenge. In the underground black market, the only one who could pull this off was the king himself, Kensen. But as soon as he reached the door, Yilin kicked him back inside. Get out of my way. Don't stop me. Ling Yi glared at Yilin, furious. Anyone who tried to stop him from saving his father was now his enemy. Seeing that Ling Yi had lost all reason, Yilin didn't bother to argue. He simply slapped him hard across the face, the sound ringing out as Ling Yi's cheek instantly swelled up. Uncle G is still alive because you haven't been caught by Kensen. Believe me, if you fall into his hands, both you and your father will die together. Ling Yi bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. He hammered the floor, desperate to vent all the pain and anger bottled up inside. Then what am I supposed to do? What else can I do? His despair was like a cornered beast's dying howl. Yilin tried to comfort him. Find somewhere to hide and stay out of sight. Leave the rest to me. To you? Ling Yi looked up in confusion. Did you forget? Once a boss, always a boss. If Uncle G is in danger, how can I just stand by? Yilin said with a smile. Boss, Ling Yi finally broke down, sobbing with guilt. He'd been scheming against Yilin all this time, but
Yilin was treating him with genuine loyalty, how could he not feel ashamed?
Enough crying. I'll bring Uncle G back, and I'll make Kensen understand just how terrifying a desperate forbidden spellcaster can be. Xingcheng, the underground black market. This is the darkest corner of Qingcheng, filled with all kinds of evil and filth. As long as you have enough money, you can buy almost anything you want in the underground black market. Killing
someone from the outside world would attract the attention of the Transferee Investigation Bureau, but those who die in the underground black market are completely ignored. Because this place belongs to the king of the underground, Kensen. Whoosh! A shadow streaked across the night sky like a ghost, silently attacking a guard. The entire underground black market was filled with Kensen's spies, and to rescue Ji's father quietly, Yilin first had to eliminate the outer sentries. Dressed in black clothes and shoes, with his face wrapped in a black cloth and his head covered with a black turban, he blended into the night. Even a passing glance would struggle to discern that this dark figure was a person. After activating the dance of the instant, his speed was as fast as lightning. Using the powerful momentum, the starfall scar in his hand pierced directly through the guard's heart. To prevent the scent of blood from spreading, Yilin quickly froze the wound with the eternal frost gaze. In this way, a flawless assassination was quietly completed in the darkness. Yilin let out a sigh of relief. The plan was going even more smoothly than he had imagined. If he could infiltrate unnoticed and catch Kensen off guard, there might really be a chance to take him down. However, just as he was entertaining this thought, the next moment, countless of Kensen's men surrounded him. How did you discover me? Yilin was utterly baffled. He had clearly executed everything perfectly, so why had he been discovered so quickly? The leader, a blond man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand, arrogantly pointed to a hidden surveillance camera above Yilin's head. Sir, times have changed. Our surveillance here has infrared night vision. What era are you living in? Still relying on that night stealth outfit? Yilin. As expected, he had been a bit careless, but no matter. As long as he killed everyone here, no one would know he had infiltrated. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Inferno scorches the heavens. With the support of 5 pieces of equipment that enhanced mental power, Yilin's mental strength already reached an astonishing 1088 points. Upon activating the burning samsara, this value skyrocketed to 2176 points, almost allowing him to perceive the exact number of hemorrhoids this group of people had with the tendrils of his mental power. Under such terrifying mental power, this cast of Inferno scorches the heavens illuminated the entire night sky, instantly granting the group led by the blonde-haired thug a glimpse of light. They had no idea what kind of terrifying monster awaited them. A scorching flame erupted from Yilin's palm, the purple-red fire so fearsome it seemed capable of incinerating everything. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing all of Kensen's subordinates in an instant. Screams, wails, and cries for help were drowned out by the fire, leaving only the crackling sound of the blazing flames. The blonde thug's golden hair was completely burned away as he panicked in terror, attempting to escape the sea of fire. However, the purple-red flames seemed alive, relentlessly pursuing him. After a few desperate struggles, the blonde thug too turned to ashes. Forbidden spell? Return of the undead. Yilin unleashed the return of the undead, summoning countless undead creatures that crawled out from the ground, encircling the entire underground black market. Since the identity of Ling Yi had already taken the blame for numerous crimes, he didn't mind shouldering the responsibility for assassinating Kensen as well. The premise was that not a single living soul could escape from this underground black market today, otherwise, the secret of Yilin's immortality would be exposed. Since he had already been discovered, Yilin no longer bothered to disguise himself. He directly activated the Blade of Lifespan technique and began stacking layers with the Starfall Scar. That's the guy. Catch him. Boss Kensen said he wants him alive. The underground black market was Kensen's territory, and just as Yilin finished off the blonde thug and his group, more of Kensen's men appeared. This time, the newcomers were no longer small fry like the blonde thug but actual class changers. Over a dozen of them, all above level 20. Class changers above level 20 had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, their destructive power no less than that of fully armed special forces soldiers. A figure was the first to make a move, charging toward Yilin. This person was clearly a speed-specialized class changer, his movements flickering like an agile spirit cat. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't surpass Yilin. With the blessing of the Dance of Instants, Yilin instantly intercepted his path. Seeing the face that suddenly appeared before him, the class changer was startled but reacted quickly, immediately launching a left jab, a right whip kick, and a left front kick. Facing this fierce onslaught, Yilin did not dodge. Instead, he deliberately stepped forward to meet it. As the class changer's attacks landed on him, Yilin's broadsword slashed out sharply, cleanly severing his throat. At the same time, Yilin was also struck by the class changer's attacks, forcing him back several steps as blood spurted wildly. The class changer clutched his bleeding throat in shock and horror, unable to believe that Yilin was ruthless enough to choose to trade injury for a kill. This kid is not right. Don't hold back. Beat him half to death first, then capture him. The tragic death of their companion alerted the others, and they immediately realized that underestimating Yilin would come at a painful cost. But what exactly is this guy's profession? How did he just throw fire, and now he's wielding a blade? No idea, but we must be cautious. His flames are extremely terrifying. Alright, Old 6, find a way to disrupt him. Old 8, look for an opportunity to ambush. The rest of you, come with me and create chances for Old 6 and Old 8. Kenson's subordinates discussed how to deal with Yilin, but Yilin paid them no mind, focusing solely on stacking the layers of the Yensho blade technique. Alright, a job changer rushed to Yilin's front, throwing a fierce punch like a tiger unleashed, his fist slamming down on Yilin's chest like a heavy hammer. However, Yilin still chose not to dodge or evade. Crack! With that punch, Yilin's chest instantly caved in, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking, clearly shattering an unknown number of ribs. The job changer's face lit up with joy, just about to declare that he had successfully dealt a heavy blow to Yilin and completed the task, when a cold gleam suddenly flashed before his eyes. In an instant, a breathtaking starry sky appeared. Before him, meteors streaking across and leaving dazzling white trails. The next second, he felt the starry sky spinning wildly, and before him appeared a headless corpse, blood gushing out in torrents. So, my head was chopped off. Accompanied by the final consciousness emerging in my mind, the world before my eyes plunged completely into darkness. Old 9. A horse-faced job changer cried out in grief, his face full of pain as he looked at the man who had been slain by Yilin. Everyone, attack! That kid has already been severely injured by Old 9's iron fist. He won't last much longer. Shortly after, another person charged forward, leading the attack. This time, it was a swordsman job changer, wielding a long sword that gleamed with a cold light. His strikes were swift and ruthless, directly stabbing diagonally into Yilin's lung, piercing through his lung lobe. Don't worry, my sword is precise. This kind of injury won't kill you, but it will render you completely powerless. If you move recklessly, you'll feel excruciating pain in your lungs. Before he could finish speaking, Yilin's blade had already thrust forward. At this moment, the Yensho blade technique had stacked to 70 layers, its power terrifying. With one slash, the swordsman job changer was instantly split into two. Old 7, the horse-faced job changer howled in grief once again. Attack quickly. That kid has already been stabbed by Old 7's sword. There's no way he can hold on any longer. Swish! A cold gleam flashed, followed by the shadow of a spear. Hurtling forward, a spear-wielding job changer charged ahead, thrusting his spear straight through Yilin, leaving him ice-cold. Yilin's response was equally concise. With the Yensho blade technique stacked to 75 layers, he delivered a ferocious stab, piercing through the job changer. Blood spurted wildly, and the man instantly lost all signs of life. Old 11. Go! He's been stabbed by both a sword and a spear. This time, he definitely won't make it, the horse-faced job changer cried out in despair. Wind mage. Wind blade slash. Another job changer quickly formed seals with both hands, and the air around Yilin suddenly became violent, as if a raging beast was roaring. Invisible forces gathered continuously, forming a sharp wind blade that shot straight toward Yilin. Under the reflection of the wind blade, Yilin's figure appeared exceptionally lonely. Facing this deadly attack, he still did not dodge. Squelch! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed as the wind blade left countless deep bone-revealing wounds on Yilin's body. One of the cuts even slashed across his abdomen, nearly causing his intestines to spill out. Suffering such severe injuries, Yilin could no longer hold on and collapsed limply to the ground. Humph! I told you he wouldn't make it. Tie him up. Deliver him to Boss Kenson, the horse-faced job changer shouted excitedly. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. After sustaining such grievous injuries, if Yilin still didn't fall, they would have gone mad. 3 job changers stepped forward, intending to tie Yilin up tightly. But just then, Yilin suddenly sprang up, roaring for Piltover, for the great black horse. He swung the Starfall Sky Scar, spinning it in a fierce arc. With the Yansho blade technique stacked to 85 layers, he instantly sliced the 3 job changers who had approached him in half at the waist. Old 5, Old 6, Old 10, the horse-faced job changer let out another heart-wrenching cry. He couldn't comprehend how Yilin could still have the strength to resist in such a severely injured state. At this moment, Yilin was covered in blood, resembling a blood-soaked figure. A sword and a spear were still embedded in his body. By all accounts, with such injuries, an ordinary person would already be lying in the ICU sipping millet porridge. Yet, Yilin was fearlessly leaping around, an utterly baffling sight. This must be his final burst of energy before death. Take him down, the horse-faced job changer shouted loudly. This time, no one dared to act recklessly. 3 job changers attacked, simultaneously, launching assaults on Yilin from 3 directions. Among them, the wind mage from earlier unleashed his sharp wind blade once again. The other 2, one wielding a knife and the other a fire mage. Wind fuels fire, and the 2 class changers of wind and fire attacked simultaneously, instantly causing flames to engulf the sky. However, at this moment, Yilin's lifespan blade technique had already already stacked to its maximum of 99 layers, and he no longer intended to sit and wait for death.
Forbidden spell? Dance of the instant.
Yilin sacrificed a heart, gaining tenfold agility, transforming into a streak of light as he charged into the sea of flames before him.
By the time the two class
changers reacted, Yilin was already standing before them with his blade, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper.
Swish, swish, two flashes of the
blade, and the wind and fire mages instantly turned into two warm corpses.
With the 99-layer lifespan blade technique's enhancement,
they had no power to resist at close range.
Second brother, fourth brother, the horse-faced class changer let out another anguished wail.
Immediately after, two dark figures appeared behind Yilin. It was the knife-wielding class changer and the long-hidden eighth brother. The job changer wielding a knife struck fiercely at Yilin's back, while Lao Ba's hand produced a sharp dagger that instantly pierced Yilin's waist, causing him to suffer another severe injury.
Ha! Do you think you can kill me?
Yilin countered with a swift and decisive strike, ending the lives of the two job changers who had ambushed him.
Lao San, Lao Ba.
The horse-faced job changer let out a sixth anguished cry, now left completely alone. Looking at Yilin, bleeding from all 7 orifices and covered in wounds, with a sword pierced into his left chest, a spear in his right chest, a knife in his back, and a dagger stabbed into his waist, Yilin walked toward him step by step. The horse-faced job changer was so terrified that he almost lost his sanity.
Monster. You're a monster, he stammered, trembling. How can you still be alive after suffering such severe injuries? Are you human or a ghost?
Yilin tilted his head slightly, as if pondering the question.
Monster? That term isn't exactly wrong. The fact that I maintain a human form now is purely out of personal interest.
Yilin had long discovered that he possessed immortality. Even if he were cut into several pieces and reassembled into a non-human form, he could still survive. However, after spending so much time in a human form, he found it more natural to remain that way. With a swift motion, Yilin slashed down and directly severed the tendons in the horse-faced job changer's hands and feet.
As the man howled in agony, Yilin's expression remained emotionless. He
lowered his gaze, pressed the blade to the man's neck, and interrogated coldly, "Now, tell me, where is Kensen?
In this underground black market, what's the highest level of any job changer here? You can forget about making me talk. I'll never say a word. I'd never betray Boss Kensen."
At the critical moment, the horse-faced job changer squeezed his eyes shut, showing not a trace of fear.
"Oh, that's fine. By the way, do you eat barbecue?"
Yilin tilted his head, looking for all the world like a harmless boy next door, his tone light and casual.
Barbecue?
The horse-faced man froze, obviously not expecting Yilin to ask that. After all, nothing about the situation had anything to do with barbecue. Hearing this, Yilin gave a friendly smile. Then, with another swift slash, he cut a slice of flesh from the man's body. The man opened his mouth to scream, but Yilin had already dislocated his jaw. Snapping his fingers, Yilin summoned a blaze of purplish-red karmic fire. The piece of flesh was soon charred black, filling the air with a burnt, acrid smell.
"Sorry, I'm not very good at grilling. This one's a little overcooked.
But it's alright, you've got plenty of meat left. I'm sure I'll get it right with enough practice." With that, Yilin popped the man's jaw back into place. Only then did the horse-faced job changer,
trembling with terror, finally understand what Yilin meant by barbecue. "Demon, you're a demon."
Watching Yilin about to feed the charred piece of meat into his mouth, the horse-faced job changer completely
broke down. I'll talk.
I'll tell you everything." Seeing that Yilin had no intention of stopping, the horse-faced job changer, terrified, spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. "Boss Kensen should be with Sister Shi right now, located at the center of the underground black market. The highest level job changer in the underground black market is Boss Kensen, but I don't know his exact level."
Because Boss Kensen hasn't made a move in a long time. Last year, he was already at level 48.
After speaking, the horse-faced job changer, dragging his severed Achilles tendon, begged Yilin for mercy. "Please, just give me a quick death."
Having obtained the necessary information, Yilin couldn't be bothered to waste more time on the horse-faced job changer.
With a swift motion, he ended his life.
Before dying, the horse-faced job changer's face showed a hint of relief.
Then, Yilin burned all the corpses with fire, completely destroying the evidence.
Level 48. Ha! This is going to be tricky. Yilin frowned.
At his full strength, he could only handle a level 40 job changer. Kensen was already level 48 last year, and he might
have even broken through to level 50 by now. If he wanted to kill him, a head-on confrontation was clearly unrealistic. He had to find a way to ambush that old guy. Wait, there might be some hope.
Yilin suddenly realized that he still had a chance. If he could seize the right moment and appear at Kensen's critical juncture, level 48 or even level 58 wouldn't matter, he would still have an opportunity. After clearing his thoughts, Yilin once again embarked on a journey of slaughter. This night was destined to be a bloody one for the entire underground black market of Qingcheng. Yilin moved through the night, his steps light yet resolute, perfectly
embodying what it means to be a true hunter.
With the support of the 99-layer Yangshuo blade technique and the dance of instants, job changer changers below level 20 were utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike from him, easily becoming souls claimed by his blade. As for those above level 20, a few more strikes would suffice to deal with them. Yilin seemed possessed by Lu Huashan, and no living creature within his sight could escape his sharp blade. After finishing them off, he casually unleashed a Hellfire Inferno, offering a one-stop cremation service. As he carved his way through, the ground was left devoid of corpses or even a trace of blood, with only humanoid charred marks imprinted on the ground as evidence that life had once existed there. During this time, Yilin also encountered job changers above level 30. However, facing an undying forbidden spellcaster who could unleash forbidden spells endlessly, even level 30 opponents were powerless against him. With Yilin's life-for-life combat style, even job changers in their 30s were forcibly torn apart by him. Of course, Yilin paid a corresponding price, his body now covered in countless terrifying wounds that could have been fatal, pierced by various weapons, and marked with scars from freezing and burning. At this moment, he resembled a vengeful demon crawling out of the depths of hell. Thus, Yilin continued his killing spree, asking about Kenson's whereabouts as he went, but he soon encountered real trouble. A level 42 job changer stood in his way like a roadblock. He was a tall and burly man, resembling a towering mountain. His face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes gleaming sharply. Clad in black battle armor and wielding a massive battle axe, he exuded an overwhelming aura that sent chills down one's spine. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. It's been years since anyone dared to stir up trouble in the underground black market alone," the man spoke, his voice deep and powerful, as if it could pierce through one's soul. Yilin stopped in his tracks, gazing at the man before him, a sense of caution rising in his heart. He understood that this was a formidable opponent, and he would need to proceed carefully. Looking at Yilin, whose body was pierced with various weapons, Jaishochi was secretly astonished. As a renowned enforcer of the underground black market, he had followed Kenson for years and encountered countless troublesome opponents, but he had never seen someone as bizarre as the man before him. The injuries on Yilin's body would have killed anyone else 20 times over. How was he still alive after sustaining such severe wounds? It was truly unbelievable. "Why aren't you dead yet?" Before making a move, Jaishochi couldn't help but voice the question in his heart. "If you put down the axe, I'll tell you." Yilin glanced at the axe in Jaishochi's hand, a faint trace of fear flashing across his face. "Forget it, you'd better not say anything. I'll find the answer to this question myself." Jaishochi tightened his grip on the battle axe. During a fight, he would never put down this weapon, just as a bull warrior would never remove his mask. Yilin frowned. He had intended to trick Jaishochi into putting down the axe to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, but this time, he failed. Jaishochi swung his battle axe and charged at Yilin, the ground trembling with each of his steps. Yilin's expression was grave. Facing Jaishochi, he dared not show the slightest carelessness. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Instant dance. Casting 2 forbidden spells in succession, he instantly elevated his state to its peak. Burning your own life force to gain combat power, how long can you last? Jaishochi sneered at Yilin's actions, his battle axe slamming fiercely toward him. Yilin raised his Starfall Sky Scar to meet Jaishochi's axe, but the impact sent him staggering backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Yilin's expression grew even more serious. A level 42 class changer was indeed extraordinary, even with the 99-layered Yansho blade technique combined. With burning reincarnation and instant dance, he was still no match for his opponent. However, his advantage lay in one thing: he couldn't be killed. Though Jaishochi's axe had sent him reeling, Yilin immediately charged forward again with his Starfall Sky Scar as if nothing had happened. Little did Jaishochi know, he was equally shocked in his heart. The Yilin before him looked incredibly young, just a teenager, yet he had managed to withstand his full force strike. Jaishochi didn't dare let his guard down. His battle axe shimmered with a dazzling light, and with even greater force than before, he brought it crashing down on the advancing Yilin. Yilin raised his blade, attempting to block, but the axe blow was so powerful that it sent his weapon flying. The unstoppable battle axe smashed down hard onto his shoulder. Crack! A chilling sound of breaking bones rang out. Yilin's shoulder blade and collarbone shattered under Jaishochi's attack. Blood spurted out wildly as Yilin's body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a nearby wall. But just as Jaishochi was about to step forward to deliver the final blow, Yilin suddenly leaped up. Raising his left hand, terrifying purple-red flames emerged, while his right hand pointed to the sky, directly summoning thunder. Forbidden spell? Infernal flames scorched the heavens. Forbidden spell? World-ending thunderstorm. At this moment, Yilin spared no effort, sacrificing all the energy he could offer, solely to summon the legendary Chaos Divine Thunder. Forbidden spells are not omnipotent. No matter how powerful, they still require the caster's strength to be sufficient. Yilin's actual level was only 16, and if it were ordinary thunder, it would likely fail to inflict fatal damage on Jaishochi. The crimson karmic fire condensed into a massive fireball and hurled toward Jaishochi. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the unusual nature of the flames, determined not to let them touch him. With
With a swift swing of his battle axe, it was as if the heavens were being split open. Falling Sun's sacred axe. The battle axe emitted a dazzling brilliance as it struck fiercely in front of him. The karmic fireball was instantly cleaved in two, not a single spark landing on Jaishochi, nor causing him any harm. However, what followed was a breathtaking scene as the entire night sky was torn apart. Chaotic energy filled the air, and thunder raged wildly, as thick as an arm, its colors shifting unpredictably, at times a profound purple, at times a violent red, seeming to transcend all known hues. The thunder roared deafeningly, as if shaking the entire heavens and earth. Jaishochi's pupils contracted sharply. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He swung his battle axe with all his might, attempting to block the divine lightning. However, the lightning seemed almost sentient, bypassing his axe and striking directly at his body. Jaishochi felt a terrifying force instantly pierce through his entire being, as if it were tearing him apart. The battle axe slipped from his hands as his whole body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could he have imagined that this young man could leave him in such a sorry state? Yilin gave him no chance to catch his breath. Picking up the Starfall Sky Scar, he flashed and appeared in front of Jaishochi, slashing down fiercely with the weapon in an attempt to take Jaishochi's life directly. However, just as Yilin thought he was about to succeed, Jaishochi suddenly raised both arms, crossing them in front of him to forcibly block the strike. Bang! Yilin's blade was met head-on by Jaishochi's arms. The immense force left Yilin's arms numb as he stared at Jaishochi in shock. The black battle armor on Jaishochi's body was now emitting a faint black glow, as if a mysterious power was protecting him. This is... Yilin's pupils contracted, and a thought flashed through his mind. Refined rare-grade equipment? Jaishochi stared at him coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. That's right. This divine light black armor has accompanied me for many years and has been refined to 7 stars. Its defensive power is already astonishing. Your attack may have left me in a sorry state, but it can't deal me a fatal blow. A trace of killing intent surged in Jaishochi's eyes. He then raised his hand, and the battle axe that had flown away returned to his grasp. With a powerful swing, he directly disemboweled Yilin, spilling his organs all over the ground. Yilin staggered backward, blood gushing from his wounds. He realized that this time, he was truly in trouble. Equipment could be refined through refinement. Its attributes could be continuously enhanced. Each successful refinement added a star, up to a maximum of 9 stars. A rare-grade piece refined to 7 stars could even rival epic equipment. No wonder his blast of chaos divine thunder had failed to harm Jaishochi at all. If he couldn't break through Jaishochi's divine radiance black armor, there was simply no way he could win this fight. Now, the two of them were locked in a stalemate. One couldn't be killed, the other couldn't be hurt. What the hell are you? How are you still not dead? Jaishochi was utterly shocked. He had seen Yilin's internal organs all but pour out, and yet the kid was still moving as if nothing had happened. It was completely unnatural. Don't talk. Let me think. Yilin ignored his own injuries, lowering his head in thought as he searched for a forbidden spell that could break the deadlock. Very quickly, his eyes lit up. Among the forbidden spells he had mastered, there was indeed one that specialized in breaking through high defenses. A rare-grade divine radiance black armor refined to 7 stars? Huh? Let's see just how tough it really is. Forbidden spell? Eternal gung metal. Yilin silently chanted the incantation of the forbidden spell. As a forbidden spellcaster, his body began to emit a golden glow. The light was brilliant yet gentle, dyeing his entire being in gold. Golden radiance continuously surged out from within him, and with each strand that emerged, Yilin's face grew a shade paler. The golden light before him spun rapidly, colliding and merging, eventually condensing into a dazzling golden spear. This spear exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, with its tip gleaming with the unique sharp chill of eternal gung metal, as if it could pierce through any defense in existence. Gripping the spear, a trace of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. He suddenly swung his arm, and the golden spear, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air, shot straight toward Jaishochi. Forbidden spell? Eternal gung metal. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices all the metallic elements within their body to forge a spear made of eternal gung metal, capable of breaking through anything and destroying all barriers. Since obtaining this forbidden spell, Yilin had never used it. It was a single target attack with a significant casting delay, making it far less practical than world-ending thunderstorm or inferno of karma. However, when faced with Jaishochi, whose defenses were as impenetrable as a turtle's shell, Yilin recalled this forbidden spell. As the golden spear whistled toward him, a flicker of uncertainty flashed in Jaishochi's eyes. The golden spear gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, he chose to place his trust in his rare-grade equipment, refined to the 7-star level. Something's wrong. Jaishochi gripped his battle axe tightly, then activated the full defensive power of the divine radiance black armor, bracing himself to take the blow head-on. The armor began to radiate an increasingly dazzling light, forming a shield that completely enveloped him. But the instant the golden spear touched the divine radiance black armor, there was no deafening boom, no earth
earth-shattering shockwave. Instead, it was as if a silver needle had popped a balloon. The golden spear pierced through at a single point, and the armor that Jaishochi had always taken such pride in offered no resistance at all before the eternal Genjin forged spear. It was penetrated in an instant. In a split second, the light shield shattered, and both the divine radiance black armor and Jaishochi's body were left with a blood hole going straight through, front to back. The hole wasn't large, only about the size of a fingertip, and not immediately fatal, but it left Jaishochi completely dazed. Impossible. How could this be? His face was full of disbelief. He had worn the divine radiance black armor through countless battles, never suffering such catastrophic damage. While he was still in shock, Yilin had already charged forward with the Starfall Sky Mark. Each strike of Yilin's blade of lifespan, stacked up to 99 layers, was deadly, forcing Jaishochi to retreat again and again. At this point, his mind was in chaos, and he had no strength left to resist. Very soon, he realized something even more shocking. Throughout their entire fight, Yilin had been burning with blood-colored flames, which meant he had activated a forbidden spell, consuming his own life force. But after all this time, why was Yilin still completely fine? Kid, are you really immortal or something? Jaishochi was both shocked and furious, his mind racing. Just what kind of monster had Boss Kensen provoked? Not only could this kid burn his life force for so long with a forbidden spell, but he could also survive with so many injuries and still be full of energy, showing no sign of nearing death. It was unbelievable. Yilin did not answer him but raised his hand again to cast a forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. The familiar chaotic divine thunder struck down once more. Yilin held nothing back, going all out. Although the divine light black armor could still resist the attacks of the chaotic divine thunder, it was already in a damaged state. The chaotic divine thunder continuously poured in through the damaged areas, wreaking havoc on Jaishochi's body. Jaishochi was both shocked and furious. If this continued, he would truly die at Yilin's hands. However, having climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Jaishochi did not succumb to fear in the face of death. Instead, he became even calmer. Regaining his composure, Jaishochi swung his battle axe, once again suppressing Yilin and putting him at a disadvantage. Each strike of the axe carried immense force. Yilin was not to be outdone, raising his hand to unleash another eternal gunmetal attack, sending the golden spear hurtling toward Jaishochi once more. This time, Jaishochi dared not recklessly take the attack head-on. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his figure suddenly flickered, his speed surging. Shadow dash. Jaishochi's speed surged dramatically, almost unbelievably, as his robust body moved with such swiftness. He left behind a faint afterimage, effortlessly dodging Yilin's incoming golden spear, so fast that Yilin had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Jaishochi was already in front of him. Falling Sun's sacred axe. A shadow of the axe flashed like thunder and lightning, and a chill swept across Yilin's neck. In the next moment, his head flew high into the air, rolling to the ground, his face still frozen in terror. All that remained was a headless corpse standing motionless. Jaishochi panted heavily. Although he had taken down Yilin with a single strike, it had exhausted all the cards he had to play. Phew! I've chopped off your head. I refuse to believe you won't die this time. Jaishochi let out a sigh of relief, fully aware of how perilous this battle had been. He had narrowly escaped death at Yilin's hands. However, just as he thought he had finally dealt with Yilin, a starlit blade suddenly and without warning pierced through his heart, destroying the vitality within him. Jaishochi turned his head in disbelief, completely unprepared after the just concluded battle. The attacker was none other than Yilin's headless corpse. After stabbing Jaishochi's heart, the headless body slowly walked toward the fallen head, picked it up, carefully aligned it, and reattached it to its neck. You are strong, but unfortunately, you were still too careless. Yilin calmly drew his blade, blood gushing endlessly from the wound, signaling that Jaishochi's life was nearing its end. In his final moments, Jaishochi glared at Yilin with anger and helplessness. Careless? My ass. Damn it, you really are immortal. Realizing this, Jaishochi clearly understood that his death was not in vain. Facing a monster with an immortal body and terrifying combat prowess, his demise was almost inevitable. After all, who would have thought that an enemy whose head had been severed could still deliver a fatal blow from behind? Jaishochi said no more to Yilin. Instead, he forced his body to turn over, casting his gaze toward a direction within the black market, his eyes filled with worry. Boss Kensen, run quickly, monster. A monster with an immortal body, capable of casting forbidden spells with a mere gesture, was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. After uttering his final words, Jaishochi's life was ended by a swift slash from Yilin. With Jaishochi dealt with, Yilin encountered no significant challenges on his way forward. It seemed that, apart from Kensen, Jaishochi was the strongest in the entire underground black market. Based on the information he had gathered, Yilin quickly found his way to the outside of a room. Hearing the sounds coming from within, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived just in time. He crouched quietly outside the window, patiently waiting for the moment Kensen would lower his guard. This guy probably never imagined that a mere level 16 rookie would dare to come alone to assassinate him. Yilin waited quietly, even tapping his fingers to Kenson's rhythm, like a patient old hunter. Finally, the sounds in the room abruptly stopped, followed by Kenson's loud shout. Hearing the commotion, Yilin gripped the Starfall Skyscar, activated Burning Reincarnation and Instant Dance, and charged in with his blade. "Who?" Kenson shouted loudly. As expected of the king of the underground, his vigilance was extremely high, and he noticed Yilin immediately. In response, a blade light as beautiful as a meteor streaking across the night sky flashed toward him. Swish! The blade light, swift to the extreme, flashed by. Even though Kenson reacted quickly, he still couldn't evade the strike. His left hand was severed cleanly at the forearm, the cut smooth as a mirror, and blood gushed out. Wildly. "Ah!" Kenson let out a miserable scream, retreating repeatedly, his eyes filled with terror. Sister, she was already petrified with fear. Her mouth hung open, her face full of horror, and then she got up and tried to sneak away. Yilin paid no attention to Sister She's escape. With the necromancer's return in place, the woman wouldn't get far anyway. He frowned as he looked at Kenson, feeling slightly disappointed that the strike hadn't killed him. But it didn't matter. Losing an arm would significantly weaken Kenson's combat ability. If one strike wasn't enough, then a few more would do. Just as he was about to strike again, Kenson suddenly snapped on the lights with a click. In the glare, he finally saw the assassin's face clearly. "You're Yilin, that high schooler who killed Su Jihu." Kenson was both shocked and furious. He couldn't believe that the one who had just severed his arm was actually a high school student. "How did you get in here? Where's Zhai Xiuqi? Where are the others?" He couldn't make sense of it at all. This underground black market was his territory, crawling with guards, and yet a mere student had infiltrated so easily and dealt him a fatal blow. "They're all dead. And you're next." Yilin raised the Starfall Skymark high, swinging it at Kenson without hesitation. "Dead? That word has nothing to do with me. Plenty of people have tried to kill me, but you, little brat, aren't qualified." Kenson was a ruthless man himself. Even though Yilin's sneak attack had severed his left arm, Kenson had survived countless storms to become the underground king. Facing Yilin's incoming blade, Kenson swung his only remaining right arm fiercely, landing a heavy punch that sent Yilin, blade and all, smashing into the wall. A cold killing intent flashed in Kenson's eyes. After all, as a level 50 berserker, even losing one arm didn't make him someone a high schooler could easily challenge. Cough, cough, cough. Yilin coughed violently, his eyes filled with shock. Kenson's strength was clearly far more terrifying than Zhai Xiuqi's. If he hadn't seized the opportunity to sever Kenson's arm, tonight's assassination mission would have undoubtedly ended in his capture. With a single punch, Yilin's chest cavity had been shattered, and broken ribs pierced into his lungs. To prevent further coughing from affecting his combat ability, he decisively sacrificed his lungs. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. A bolt of gunmetal tribulation lightning instantly struck towards Kenson. However, facing the incoming golden thunder, Kenson's face twisted ferociously as he smashed the lightning apart with a powerful punch, scattering arcs of electricity in all directions. He then charged forward like a towering mountain, hurtling towards Yilin. Under Yilin's terrified gaze, with a thunderous crash, Kenson slammed him into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Kenson followed up with a vicious kick, only stopping when he heard the sound of Yilin's skull shattering. Looking at Yilin, who was already on the verge of death, Kenson walked to the liquor cabinet, took out a bottle of white liquor, and poured it onto the wound. The intense pain caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Damn it, spent a lifetime playing the eagle, only to have the eagle peck my eye. He stuffed a cigar into his mouth and lit it, the nicotine slightly easing the pain. He walked toward his severed left hand lying on the ground. As long as he could find a healer profession transferee, the severed arm could still be reattached and restored to its original state. Just as Kenson bent down to pick up his left hand, a golden spear radiating brilliant light instantly shot over, piercing his right hand and pinning it to the ground. Immediately afterward, a blade's gleam flashed, severing Kenson's right arm cleanly at the root. "What? Why are you still alive?" Kenson's face twisted in fury. He clearly remembered crushing Yilin's skull underfoot. How could this guy still be alive and kicking? Could he be immortal? "Sorry, my profession is Forbidden Spellcaster. There's a forbidden spell called Undying and Eternal. By sacrificing 2.5 years of my lifespan, I can become immune to one fatal injury," Yilin thoughtfully explained to Kenson. Both of his arms were broken, and he didn't believe Kenson could still defeat him in this condition. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the armless Kenson suddenly launched a precise kick, striking Yilin's jaw and sending him flying into the air. "Undying and eternal? Let's see just how undying and eternal you really are." Despite losing both arms, Kenson's combat prowess remained terrifyingly strong. First, he kicked Yilin into the air, then leapt up himself, delivering a powerful whip-like kick that sent Yilin hurtling to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Amid the swirling dust, Kenson charged down again, his foot landing heavily on Yilin's body. As a level 50 berserker, even without using any skills, every punch and kick was enough to deal fatal damage to the level 16 Yilin. "Kid, you're still too young," one of the the cardinal sins of battle is revealing your secrets to enemies who haven't lost their fighting strength yet. Even if I, Kensen, lose both arms, I'm not someone a high schooler like you can handle. Let's see how much longer you can evade fatal attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Facing Yilin, who had already lost the ability to resist, Kensen showed no mercy this time, each kick aimed directly at the heart and head. The twin yin-yang bracelet in Yilin's hand glowed, beginning to heal his injuries. However, the speed of the healing was far from keeping up with Kensen's attacks. Every time Yilin's wounds had just healed, Kensen's strikes would follow immediately. Under Kensen's storm-like assault, Yilin's body quickly turned into a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, mixed with white bones, creating a horrifying sight. Although the twin yin-yang bracelet continued to emit light, it could no longer save Yilin's body. Kensen let out a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. He had inflicted at least 100 fatal injuries on Yilin just now, surely he had to be dead. He couldn't believe that Yilin had managed to survive for over 200 years. Panting heavily, he slowly walked away, the pain from his severed arms causing him to gasp sharply. Damn it! The forbidden spellcaster profession is just too bizarre, no wonder they have such short lives. Damn it! Kensen couldn't help but curse inwardly. The thought of having his arms severed by a high schooler was utterly humiliating. Although no one dared to say anything to his face, he knew there would definitely be gossip behind his back. Thinking about this only made him more irritable. Just then, a sudden chill crept up from behind. Kensen spun around abruptly, only to see a streak of starlight flash by, followed by a muscular leg soaring high into the air. Kensen froze, standing still with only one leg, staring blankly at Yilin with a bewildered expression on his face. He had never expected that Yilin was still alive. The overwhelming shock made him temporarily forget the pain of his severed leg. Surprised, aren't you? I tricked you. You're too young, how could you believe the words of your enemy? Yilin chuckled, secretly thinking that with Kensen down to just one leg, there was no way he would lose to him. Bang! Kensen viciously delivered a heavy headbutt to Yilin, causing Yilin to see stars. But this time, Kensen didn't choose to continue attacking. Instead, he quickly fled on his single leg. Fear was evident. In Kensen's eyes, he was truly terrified. The Yilin before him seemed like an indestructible cockroach, and if this continued, he might actually die at Yilin's hands with only one leg left. Trying to run? Forbidden spell? Eternal freeze eye. Yilin unleashed his own eyeball, which instantly turned black. In the final moment before losing his sight, he focused on Kensen's remaining leg. Kensen had barely jumped a few steps when that leg began to crystallize with ice, eventually freezing his entire body in place. No, no! Kensen tried to struggle, but he had already lost both arms, and his other leg was gone too, leaving him completely unable to escape. As his vision returned, Yilin approached Kensen, carrying the Starfall Sky Scar. The blade's tip scraped against the ground, producing a crisp sound and sparks flying everywhere. Tell me, where is Uncle G? Before coming here, Yilin had already searched numerous places but still couldn't find any trace of his uncle. It was certain that he had been imprisoned by Kensen in some secret location. Kensen gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Yilin said nothing more, merely snapped his fingers, and a streak of purplish-red flame fell to the ground, reducing Kensen's left arm to ashes. No! Kensen's eyes widened in shock. If he could find a healer with the right skills, there might still be a chance to restore his arm, but now all hope was lost. Experts capable of regenerating a severed limb were far beyond Kensen's reach, and Yilin had effectively cut off his last chance. From now on, you'll just be one-armed Kensen, Yilin said calmly. You! Kensen's eyes burned red with fury. Even if I tell you, will you really let me go? Kensen, you know I always tell the truth, Yilin said with a faint smile. I came here just to rescue Uncle G. Killing your subordinates won't cause any trouble, because you'll handle it, but if I were to kill you, that would be a big deal. I have no intention of killing the underground king of Qingcheng, that would be a disaster. But just because I hesitate doesn't mean I won't do it. Uncle G has done me a great favor, so think carefully and don't push an honest man like me too far. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Yilin's eyes, and his expression turned deadly serious. Kensen hesitated for a moment. Now that 3 of his limbs were gone and the last one was frozen into an ice sculpture, he had no choice but to submit to Yilin. Don't worry, that old man G isn't dead. He's just lost one hand. He's locked up in the prison outside, Kensen finally said. Hearing this, Yilin breathed a sigh of relief. If Uncle G had died, he would inevitably feel some guilt and sadness. After all, regardless of Uncle G's motives, at least he had genuinely invested money and effort for his sake. This kindness, he had to acknowledge. Swish! The sharp Starfall Sky Scar turned into a streak of light, carrying starlight as it slashed straight toward Kensen's neck, aiming to decapitate him. Feeling the icy killing intent, Kensen's entire body bristled with goosebumps. So you were lying to me all along, you beast. At this moment, Kensen could no longer care about his last remaining leg. With a fierce twist of his tiger-like waist, his frozen lone leg snapped off with a crack, and he tumbled awkwardly to the ground, barely dodging Yilin's fatal strike. Such a strong will to survive, but it's useless. else. Yilin raised the starfall sky scar high, ready to strike again. He would never let anyone who knew the secret of his immortality live. At this moment, Kensen, now limbless, had lost all ability to resist. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he closed his eyes in despair. He never expected that he, the underground king, would ultimately die at the hands of a high school student. Just as Yilin was about to claim Kensen's life, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. "Stop! Let him go, or I'll kill this G guy right now." Sister Qian, who had just escaped, came back, and she brought a man with her. Uncle G was in terrible condition, clearly having been beaten. His face was deathly pale from excessive blood loss. He was tied up like a dumpling, his mouth gagged so he couldn't make a sound, while Sister Qian held a black pistol aimed directly at Uncle G's head. "Brother son." Seeing Kensen's miserable state, like a mutilated human, Sister Qian let out a cry, tears streaming down her face instantly. "Didn't you run away? Why did you come back? Get out. I don't need a woman to save me." Kensen was both shocked and furious. "No, I won't leave you behind." Sister Qian shook her head, pressing the pistol firmly against Uncle G's temple. "Let Brother Sin go, or I'll kill him right now." "You idiot. I never loved you. Why did you come back?" Kensen's eyes turned red. Even when his limbs were severed by Yilin, he hadn't shed a single tear. Yet at this moment, seeing Sister Shi risk her life to come back and save him, he couldn't help but feel moved. Only in adversity does one realize whether the people around them are human or monsters. He never expected that the one who would come back to save him would be Qianqian. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the starfall sky scar. After activating burning reincarnation and dance of the instant, with his drastically increased speed, he had a 60% chance of cutting off that woman's hand before she could fire. Although this probability seemed decent, since it concerned Jifu's life, he ultimately decided to forego this gamble. "What do you want to do? Are we exchanging hostages?" Yilin asked. "Impossible. If I don't have a hostage in my hands, you'll definitely kill us immediately. You let Brother Sen's men take him away first, and I'll stay here with the hostage." "Sister," she responded through gritted teeth. Yilin frowned. This woman truly lived up to being with Kensen, extremely clever and not easy to deceive. However, he absolutely could not let Kensen go. If he didn't deal with him today, it would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain, and the troubles in the future would be unimaginable. If he hadn't caught Kensen off guard tonight, he wouldn't even have had the chance to get close and would have been taken down directly. Upon hearing Sister Shi's words, Kensen was furious, his heart clear on the matter. She was planning to trade her life for his. "He won't let me go. You need to leave. Don't you usually listen to me the most? Go now." Kensen's roar irritated Yilin. He casually grabbed a double-headed dragon from Kensen's bed and stuffed it into his mouth, causing Kensen to choke and dry heave, unable to speak anymore. Then, Yilin raised his eyes to look at Sister Shi. "I can't agree to your terms. If Kensen leaves, he'll definitely gather forces to hunt me down. If that happens, neither Uncle G nor I will survive. You have someone you want to save, and so do I. So if you're worried about me chasing after you and Kensen, I can put your mind at ease." Yilin turned the blade of the starfall scar and pointed it at himself. For flashes of blade light streaked by, severing the tendons in his hands and feet, causing blood to gush out wildly. He collapsed to the ground, unable even to crawl. But it wasn't over yet. He slashed his own abdomen, and his intestines spilled out uncontrollably. "How about now? Can you believe that I won't hunt you and Kensen anymore?" Yilin's face was pale, his expression so weak it was heartbreaking. "You?" Sister She covered her mouth, unable to believe Yilin could go to such lengths. "Uncle G is very important to me. I'm an orphan, and he was like a kind father who suddenly entered my life. I must ensure his safety." Yilin's words were firm and resolute, even causing tears to well up in Uncle G's eyes despite his mouth being gagged. After struggling in the ruthless business world for so long, such genuine emotions were far more moving than mountains of wealth. Seeing Yilin endure such severe injuries for this, Sister She also lowered the gun in her hand. Kensen, seeing this, was furious and wanted to shout. Yilin, who had just been stomped into a pulp by him, was still alive. Such injuries were nothing to him. But Yilin had already gagged him with the twin-headed dragon, preventing him from warning Sister Shi. Sister Shi, seeing Kensen struggling, thought he was calling out to her and quickly released Uncle G to run toward him. "Brother Sun, I'm here, Brother Sun." Sister Shi ran up quickly and pulled out the twin-headed dragon. Seeing her release Uncle G, Kensen's face turned ashen. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw Yilin stuffing his intestines back into his abdomen while walking toward them. "You want to kill me? I have no objection, but can you spare Cece? She knows nothing and isn't a transferee. She poses no threat to you." Kensen hurriedly pleaded. "I've done everything in my life, but I've never begged anyone. Consider this my plea to you." "You, how can you still stand up?" Sister She was now utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how someone with severed tendons in their hands and feet could still stand, let alone hold a knife. Yilin looked at Kensen with a complicated expression. In some ways, Kensen was also a man of loyalty and deep emotions. Unfortunately, Yilin had no choice. If the secret of of his immortality were exposed, his fate would be 10,000 times worse than Kenson's. Without any expression, Yilin raised the Starfall scar. I'm begging you, spare CC. I'm begging you to promise me. Whatever you want, money, anything, I can give it to you, as long as you spare CC. The blade flashed, and Kenson's voice was suddenly cut off. The underground king of Qingcheng stared wide-eyed, dying with his eyes open. Brother, son. Sister Qian let out a despairing scream, her face streaked with tears as she looked at Kenson's corpse, sobbing hysterically. I'm sorry, brother. Sen, it's my fault, I was too useless, too stupid. Then her face twisted with rage. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and pulled the trigger at Yilin. Bang 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 bang. 6 shots rang out, the bullets spent, the barrel smoking. But unfortunately, every bullet was blocked by the Starfall skymark, not even scratching Yilin. He hadn't meant to defend himself after all, he couldn't die anyway, but with Uncle G present, he decided to put on a show. Kill me, just kill me too. Sister Qian screamed hysterically. Unable to avenge Kenson, she only wanted to die with him. Yilin shook his head inside. Don't be foolish, sister-in-law. I don't kill women. Go. Don't kill women? Sister Qian froze, momentarily lost for words by Yilin's remark. That's right. Kenson was a respectable man in life, and you're alive to see him laid to rest. Sigh, if he hadn't kidnapped Uncle G, I really wouldn't have wanted to be his enemy. Yilin sighed. Brother Sen, at the mention of Kenson, Sister Qian's tears poured down like a broken dam. Yilin paid her no further attention and instead turned to Uncle G. Uncle G, I'm sorry, I was late. Yilin unlocked Uncle G's shackles and pulled out the rag stuffed in his mouth. It's alright, child. I'm already deeply moved that you'd risk so much to save me. Uncle G couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of gratitude. He knew all too well how powerful Kenson's influence was, and could only imagine the hardships Yilin must have endured to rescue him. Uncle G, let's go. Yilin supported Uncle G as they walked toward the exit of the underground black market. Yilin, you must have gone through a lot fighting your way in here, right? Uncle G asked with concern. Uncle G, you underestimate me. I'm only level 16, even if I'm a forbidden spellcaster. There's no way I could take on all of Kenson's men. They could have just worn me down. Yilin shook his head helplessly. Oh, then how did you get in here? And how did you manage to wound Kenson so badly? Uncle G asked curiously. He'd seen Kenson's condition clearly just now, limbs severed, reduced to a human swine. That person is a friend of mine. Yilin hesitated for a moment and said, my friend doesn't want me to reveal his identity, so I'm sorry, Uncle G, I can't tell you. Uncle G nodded, a glint of shrewdness unique to businessmen flashing in his eyes. The growth rate of a forbidden spellcaster was incredibly fast. Although Yilin was only at level 16 now, once the college entrance exams were over and he ventured into the wild, it would take no more than a year or two for him to become a formidable force capable of dominating an area. It seemed that not only he valued Yilin's talent, but others in Qingcheng had also set their sights on him. Thinking of this, Uncle G decided not to press further. After all, surviving tonight was already a stroke of luck, and Kenson's kidnapping incident had taught him many lessons. Yilin, don't think Uncle G is being naggy. In this society, the most core and fundamental relationship between people is one of interests. Only when you have value can others willingly approach you. Be cautious, and don't trust anyone easily, including me. Uncle G's gaze was complicated. When he first had Ling Yi interact with Yilin, it was also with the intention of using him. Good. I'll remember, Uncle G. The things you've taught me, Yilin will always keep in mind. Yilin nodded obediently. Since you acknowledge me as your uncle, there's something Uncle G must tell you, or else you'll suffer a great loss in the future. Uncle G couldn't help but say seriously. He now regarded Yilin as his second son, with Yilin's position in his heart second only to Ling Yi. Please go ahead, Uncle G. Yilin is all ears. Yilin obediently replied. You are too kind, and too merciful. A glint of coldness flashed in Uncle G's eyes. This is a grave mistake. Mercy cannot command troops, righteousness cannot accumulate wealth, kindness cannot govern, affection cannot establish matters, and benevolence cannot engage in politics. These principles are timeless. Just like that woman from Kenson earlier, Uncle G admits their genuine emotions were indeed touching, but precisely because of this, you must not let her go. Otherwise, once she regains her composure, with her identity as a Kenson woman, she will surely rally many of Kenson's remnants to seek revenge on you. By then, you'll face great trouble, and even your life could be in danger. Yilin showed a terrified expression and quickly said, Uncle G, what should we do now? How about I go back and deal with her right away? No need. I'll take care of the aftermath in the underground black market for you. I just want you to change this habit of being soft-hearted. Uncle G shook his head and then kindly said to Yilin, it's okay to be soft-hearted, but only towards the people around you. Once it's clear that someone is an enemy, it means they already have the intention to take your life. Uncle G, I will heed your teachings, Yilin said obediently. As they spoke, they began retreating from the black market. However, when they reached the edge of the black market, Uncle G was dumbfounded. Countless white skeletal warriors guarded the perimeter of the black market, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly green soul flames. Behind the skeletal warriors were even headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and various other undead creatures. The rusty short swords of the skeletal warriors still bore fresh blood, clearly indicating that some unlucky soul had just tried to rush out, only to be cut down in one strike. Has Kenson's retaliation come this quickly? Uncle G's heart trembled, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yilin, if there's no other way later, just leave me behind and run. Uncle G, how can this be allowed? Yilin was shocked. Uncle G wanted to say something, but he had already noticed a skeletal warrior quietly appearing behind. Yilin, watch out. Uncle G hurriedly pushed Yilin aside, and the skeletal warrior punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious instantly. Yilin touched his nose, looking somewhat guilty at the unconscious Uncle G, and murmured softly, Uncle G, I'm sorry, I didn't want this either, but if you didn't pass out, it would be hard for me to proceed. The secret of immortality was far too important, and Yilin didn't want anyone to know about it. As for everyone in the underground black market tonight, he had no intention of letting any of them go. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Infernal flames. Yilin raised his hand, and in an instant, all the blood in his body was drained, leaving him a shriveled, skin and bones corpse. But that wasn't the end. With a single thought, his undying body regenerated the lost blood, and he performed the sacrificial ritual once more. Yilin kept switching back and forth between the state of a normal person and a withered skeleton. With every transformation, the mass of purplish-red karmic fire in his hand grew more powerful, until it finally shone like a dazzling, miniature sun. The ball of karmic fire danced in his palm, threatening to break free at any moment and incinerate everything in its path. Yilin could clearly feel that he was close to losing control over this terrifying power. This time, the flames he conjured were far greater than ever before. He took a deep breath then, with a sudden motion, hurled the blazing sun of karmic fire toward the black market ahead. The purplish-red fireball arced through the air like a comet streaking across the night sky, radiating an aura of utter destruction as it plunged straight into the heart of the black market. The instant the fireball struck the ground, a deafening explosion rocked the area, boom, and a mushroom cloud rose over the black market. Terrifying karmic flames erupted in an instant. The inferno raged, the temperature so high it threatened to reduce everything to ashes. Any living creatures left in the market screamed in agony, but their cries were swallowed by the flames in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The entire black market was engulfed by karmic fire, transformed into a sea of flames. Bathed in the firelight, the demise of what was once the greatest den of sin in Xinjiang was finally, utterly declared. The purplish-red glow flickered across Yilin's face, casting it in shifting light. Looking at the blazing inferno before him, he was filled with 1,000 emotions. He opened a pack of scavenged cigarettes, lit one with a spark of karmic fire, and took a drag before tossing the whole pack into the flames. As the nicotine filled his mouth and lungs, Yilin gradually calmed down. It was as if every man had this instinct imprinted in his genes. When something happened, he'd want a cigarette. A high school student who had only recently changed class, just level 16, had single-handedly killed Xinjiang's underground king, Kenson, and now burned the entire black market to the ground. Even Yilin himself found it hard to believe. Even the authorities would never suspect him, just as no one would ever investigate you, watching from behind your screen, if something happened to the boss of a superpower. When this fire burned out, all blame would fall on the non-existent Ling Yi. Yilin lowered his gaze, looking through the white haze of cigarette smoke at the still unconscious Jifu. At this moment, the only problem was Jifu. He was the only person tonight who had witnessed Yilin kill Kenson. If Jifu could be dealt with first, then Jilingyu sent westward, and Yilin collapsed heavily beside Jilingyu, everything would have nothing to do with him. If someone came to investigate, they would only think that Kenson had attacked the G group, wiped out Jifu's entire family, and was then dealt with by the mysterious figure Ling Yi. Yilin would merely be a pitiful victim. Thinking of this, Yilin slowly raised the Starfall Sky Scar, the cold glint in his eyes flashing briefly. At that moment, Jifu slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the faint starlight flowing on the Starfall Sky Scar. Yilin, what are you doing? Jifu asked nervously. Yilin did not answer. With a swift motion, the blade fell, accompanied by a few flashes of cold light, and a bright red apple was perfectly peeled. Uncle Ji, do you want to eat an apple? Yilin blinked innocently. Jifu finally let out a sigh of relief and said, still shaken, Yilin, you scared me to death. At a time like this, who eats apples? Jifu turned his head, looking at the raging sea of flames before him, and asked in horror, what is going on? Just now, those skeletons wanted to kill us. Luckily, brother Ling Yi, oh no. Yilin quickly covered his mouth, pretending to have misspoken, and corrected himself. That mysterious person saved us and burned down the entire black market. Oh, a glint of sharpness flashed in Uncle G's eyes as he thought to himself that Yilin was still just a child, accidentally letting his inner thoughts slip out. Since those words were spoken, they couldn't truly be considered inner thoughts. He decided he would take some time later later to teach him properly. Ling Yi? Where did this mysterious powerhouse come from? Why had he never heard of him before? It's fine. As long as we're all safe, that's what matters. Let's go quickly. The investigation bureau should be arriving soon, and I need to prepare. Uncle G's expression was grave. Yilin nodded. The investigation bureau was the official organization responsible for handling job changers, and Kenson's death would undoubtedly trigger their full-scale investigation. Although he had indeed considered killing Uncle G earlier, he ultimately suppressed the thought. To kill Uncle G and Ling Yi, who had shown him kindness, just for peace of mind would mean completely abandoning his humanity. Humans are a combination of humanity and animal instincts, often appearing both shrewd and selfish, yet sometimes involuntarily displaying selfless devotion. He wanted to live, a desire stemming from the instinctual drive of animal nature, yet he saved Uncle G because Uncle G had shown him kindness, which represented humanity. If he truly abandoned his humanity, then no matter how long he lived, he would be nothing more than a long-lived humanoid beast. Seeing Uncle G return safely, Ling Yi burst into tears and tightly embraced him. Dad, you're finally back. I almost thought I'd never see you again. The most beautiful moments in life are those of regaining what was lost. Silly child, why are you crying? Isn't Dad still here? Don't worry, as long as Dad is alive, the sky won't fall. Uncle G affectionately ruffled Ling Yi's hair, his eyes also reddening. Ling Yi had been raised single-handedly by Uncle G after Ling Yi's mother passed away early. Since her death, Ling Yi had become Uncle G's everything. Alright, stop crying like a baby. You're not acting like a man. Step aside now. Dad has a lot of things to take care of. Uncle G's eyes revealed a sharp glint. At this moment, he had returned to being the formidable G general of the business world. The matter concerning Kenson would soon cause a major upheaval in Xinjiang, and by then, the investigation bureau would undoubtedly mobilize fully to conduct an inquiry. His most important task now was to ensure that Yilin and Ling Yi could successfully participate in the college entrance trial. As long as the two entered the examination hall, the investigation bureau would no longer be able to exert any influence over them. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, not only for Uncle G but also for the rest of Xinjiang. Xinjiang Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk, having just finished organizing the case files for the Su Zihu farm incident. Su Zihu, a subordinate of Xinjiang's underground king Kenson, had already received orders from Kenson demanding that the investigation bureau cease pursuing the matter. Consequently, investigator Huang had directly closed the case. After tidying up the files, he looked up and realized it was already past 3 in the morning. He raised his hands and rubbed his temples. Xinjiang's underground king, truly a troublesome cancer. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden loud noise came from outside the door. The sound of the door being pushed open in the dead of night was like thunder, startling Huan Lidian. He looked up to see the intruder. It was Su Xiu, the young apprentice assigned to him by the bureau. At this moment, Su Xiu's face was filled with panic and distress. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Haven't I taught you before? When faced with a situation, you must remain calm and keep your emotions stable. Panic and agitation solve nothing. Huang Lidian said sternly. Yes, master, you're absolutely right. But this really is a matter of utmost importance. Su Xiu's throat bobbed as beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. Oh, Huang. Lidian smiled faintly, maintaining his composure as he picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of water. Then tell me, what is this matter of utmost importance? Young people are always impatient, getting overly excited about the smallest things. Master, I have to tell you something, but please don't be scared, Su Xiu said in a panic. Don't worry, I've been an investigator for so many years. What haven't I seen? Giant statues, human centipedes, none of that can scare me, Huang Lidian replied calmly, continuing to sip his water. Kenson is dead, and the entire underground black market has been burned to ashes. The methods are exactly the same as the previous farm incident. Seeing Huang Lidian so composed, Su Xiu gradually calmed down and spoke more steadily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Huang Lidian spat out his water with a loud pft, spraying it all over Su Xiu from head to toe. What? Who did you say is dead? Kenson? Huang Lidian rushed forward, grabbing Su Xiu's shoulders tightly and shaking him violently. Who is dead? Say it again, who is dead? Su Xiu felt like his head was about to be shaken into a blur. Master, didn't you say we should stay calm and composed in the face of anything? Slap. Huang Lidian, upon hearing this, delivered 2 hard slaps and shouted sternly, stop talking nonsense. Speak up. What happened? Who died? Kenson, Su Xiu said, aggrieved. Someone with the same name? Huang Lidian asked softly, clinging to a last shred of hope. No, it's the underground. King Kenson. From the current situation, it seems he and his subordinates from the underground black market are all dead, Su Xiu answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Huang Lidian suddenly released Su Xiu, staggered back several steps, and only steadied himself after bumping into the desk. As a lie detector expert, he knew clearly that his young apprentice was not lying. Yet at this moment, he desperately wished Su Xiu was lying. After all, all, the one who died was Kensen, and he died in the city, along with everyone in the underground black market. This was an earth-shattering event. Although Kensen might secretly be the underground king of Qingcheng, on the surface, he was one of Qingcheng's top 10 outstanding philanthropists, a prominent figure in the city. If this man were to die, Qingcheng might descend into chaos. Let's go. We're heading to the scene. Huang Litian's forehead veins throbbed violently. With only one day left until the start of the college entrance trial, nothing could go wrong in Qingcheng at this moment. When Huang Litian and his disciple Su Xiu arrived at the scene, the karmic fire had not yet been fully extinguished, and occasionally purplish-red flames would still leap out. Huang Litian strode forward, but Su Xiu quickly grabbed him. Master, don't get agitated. These flames are strange. Once they touch something, they can't be put out. It's extremely dangerous. I know, you don't need to stop me. Huang Litian's face turned extremely grim. The scene before him reminded him of the tragic incident at the farm, where the karmic fire was exactly the same. All evidence had been reduced to ashes, even the bones had turned to dust, leaving only scorched brown earth. This black market incident was essentially just an amplified version of the farm tragedy. That damned Kensen. Huang Litian couldn't help but curse under his breath. If Kensen hadn't obstructed their investigation into the truth about the farm, perhaps today's tragedy could have been avoided. He now also believed what Zhuge and I had said, that Yilin and Ling Yi were not the same person. After all, how could a high school student possibly have the ability to massacre an entire black market? While others might not know, the investigation bureau was well aware that Kensen was actually a level 50 advanced professional. Could all of this be the work of that mysterious Ling Yi again? But that didn't make sense. According to Zhuge and I, she had seen Ling Yi in the novice secret realm, which meant Ling Yi couldn't be the culprit. Could it be that Ling Yi was only responsible for destroying the evidence, while the real murderer was someone else? Huang Litian's head throbbed painfully. At that moment, Su Xiu came running over in a panic, bringing yet another piece of news that made Huang Litian furrow his brows even deeper. 10 minutes later, inside the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, Huang Litian met with Ji Fu. Mr. Ji. Huang Litian extended his hand to shake Ji Fu's, but Ji Fu gave a bitter smile and raised his severed left arm, which had been cut off by Kensen. Huang Litian's mouth twitched slightly. Mr. Ji, given the urgency of the situation, I'll skip the formalities. You were attacked by Kensen and his men at the Ji family villa around 10 o'clock, correct? Yes. Ji Fu closed his eyes in pain. Everyone else is dead except for me, my son and his. Huang Litian used his professional skill of mind reading to sense the situation and found that Uncle Ji was not lying. He frowned and asked, Mr. Ji, can you explain how you managed to survive? I mean, no offense, but as far as I know, you're just an ordinary person, not a job changer. Huang Litian's meaning was clear. All the job changers had died, yet you, an ordinary person, are alive and well. Why? It was Shaoli. Uncle Ji lit a cigarette. With a snap, his eyes filled with sorrow. Shaoli was an orphan I adopted, and also my personal bodyguard. He risked his life to give me a chance to escape. And what happened afterward? Huang Litian pressed further. After that, I passed out. It was my son's classmate, Yilin, who found and saved me, and then I came to the investigation bureau to report the case, Uncle Ji said, taking a drag on his cigarette. Do you know that Kensen is dead? Huang Litian stared intently at Uncle Ji. I know. I heard about his death on my way to the investigation bureau. Good riddance. If he hadn't died, I would have found a way to kill him myself. Damn it, Uncle Ji said viciously. Huang Litian furrowed his brows. He realized that every word Uncle Ji said was true, without any falsehood, which meant Uncle Ji was not lying at all. Watching Uncle Ji gently flicking the ash from his cigarette, Huang Litian understood that Uncle Ji must know something about Kensen's death. The most skillful liars don't lie when they deceive. Every word they say is true, but when pieced together, they form a massive lie. It's like the national football team being world famous. No other country's team has ever defeated them head-on in the World Cup. Or, for instance, my girlfriend was betrayed by her best friend, and I was furious, so I went to harshly confront her friend. This is the montage lie, weaving lies with truths. Such cunning foxes are beyond the reach of even investigators with lie detection skills. Alright, Mr. Ji, thank you for your cooperation. I already understand the situation. I plan to have a chat with your son, Ling Yi, and his classmate, Yilin. You don't mind, do you? Huang Litian asked. Of course not, Investigator Huang, please go ahead, Ji's father replied with a smile. While at home, he had already coordinated their statements with Ling Yi and Yilin, confident that Huang Litian wouldn't uncover anything. Before long, Ling Yi and Yilin were brought to the investigation bureau. Yilin glanced around nervously, appearing somewhat guilty, which immediately caught Huang Litian's attention. These two high school students naturally couldn't match the cunning of Ji's father, and Huang Litian saw them as the breakthrough point. Moreover, Yilin had previously been the prime suspect in the farm incident, and Huang Litian had long wanted to have an in-depth conversation with him. Hello, Yilin. My surname is Huang, and you can call me Investigator Huang, Huang Litian said, extending his large hand for for a handshake with Yilin. Yilin's expression became very serious. Hello, Investigator Huang. When I go to Urxian Bridge via Chenghua Avenue, I can only carry a little, not too much.
Huang Lidian, I'm asking if this vehicle can move? Huang Lidian felt a headache coming on.
It can move to Urxian Bridge. Yilin nodded earnestly.
No, damn it.
Huang Lidian realized that he had been led astray by Yilin.
Yilin, present. I have a few simple questions to ask you. Just answer them, don't say more than necessary, understand? Huang Lidian said.
Understood, Investigator Huang. Sorry, I just thought you were too serious and wanted to lighten the mood with a joke. Yilin scratched his head sheepishly.
Thank you, Huang Lidian said in a deep voice. Do you know Su Jihu?
No, I've never even heard of that name. Yilin answered truthfully, as he indeed didn't know that the heartless boss who bought his organs was named Su Jihu. Huang Lidian confirmed that Yilin wasn't lying but still pressed on, unwilling to give up. Then have you been to the farm?
Yes, I've been there.
At this point, Yilin's expression suddenly turned to one of terror.
What's in the farm? Huang Lidian stared intently into Yilin's eyes. The clue was coming. In that farm, there are chickens. Huang Lidian almost punched Yilin in frustration. Nonsense. Of course there are chickens on a farm.
It's not that, Investigator Huang. It's not an ordinary chicken. It's the kind that weighs over 100 pounds, Yilin said with a serious expression.
The people around immediately perked up their ears, eager to hear what Yilin would say next. That chicken even asked me if I wanted to play, saying I had good conditions and wouldn't charge me money.
I was really scared, so I ran away. Yilin
blinked and said earnestly.
He was indeed telling the truth. Back when he lived in the slums, there were often older bad women trying to deceive him.
Huang Lidian.
He fell silent because he realized that every word Yilin said was true. Now there were two possibilities. 1. Yilin was an even more cunning fox than Jifu, deliberately pretending to be naive. 2.
Yilin truly had nothing to do with Su Jihu's death.
Huang Lidian leaned toward the latter, so he didn't ask further about the farm-related matters and instead turned to question Yilin's whereabouts tonight. However, this question yielded no results either, as Yilin was indeed practicing sword techniques with Ling Yi at the Job Changers Guild tonight. There were records of this, which could be easily verified. Huang Lidian quickly pulled up the records from there and, upon seeing Yilin destroy a dummy capable of withstanding attacks from Job Changers below level 40, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yilin, can you explain why, despite being only level 16, you were able to destroy a dummy designed to withstand attacks from Job Changers below level 40?
Huang Lidian asked with a faint smile.
I was born with divine strength, Yilin replied without batting an eye.
Divine strength?
I suggest you tell the truth, or I might have to keep you here overnight, Huang Lidian said, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop. Yilin cursed inwardly. It was impossible for others to access the detailed records of the Job Changer Guild, but the Investigation Bureau
naturally had that authority.
If he had known he was going to kill Kensen tonight, he shouldn't have acted so ostentatiously over there. Thanks to Uncle G buying me a set of good equipment, combined with my identity as a forbidden spellcaster, I was able to reach that level of power in an outburst. After all, the dummy doesn't dodge, Yilin said truthfully. Huang Lidian narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. If you really put it that way, there's actually no problem. After all, forbidden spells themselves are incredibly powerful, and if paired with a set of excellent equipment, even a level 16 strength might be able to destroy a level 40 dummy puppet.
You actually disregarded your health to cast a forbidden spell, just to test your strength on a dummy? Why? Huang Lidian asked with a frown. Does that mean I don't want to live anymore? Is it illegal? Yilin blinked and retorted. It's not illegal. Huang Lidian didn't continue questioning but suddenly changed the subject. Do you know Kensen?
I do. He's one of our city's top 10 outstanding philanthropists, but I've rarely seen him on TV, Yilin replied.
Oh, why would you say that? Huang Lidian's gaze became more focused. My family is poor, we can't afford a TV, Yilin said bluntly. Huang Lidian.
Yilin, it seems you do know something about Kensen's death. A glint flashed in Huang Lidian's eyes. From the very beginning, you've been trying to change the subject, clearly not wanting me to keep pressing. At the same time, a bold speculation surged in Huang Lidian's mind.
A forbidden spellcaster, someone capable of destroying a level 40 dummy.
The Yilin before him might just be the mysterious Ling Yi.
And Ling Yi might not be just one person, but perhaps a well-trained organization. This thought lingered in his mind and refused to go away.
If that were the case, many things would start to make sense.
After the incident at Su
Jihu's farm, Yilin was taken to the Ji family, and then the Ji family suffered retaliation from Kensen, who was ultimately silenced as well. There must be something on you that caught the attention of Kensen and the Ji group. Su Jihu was the first to discover this, which is why you silenced him, burning down the farm and everyone else there in one clean sweep. After that, Kensen suppressed the matter, secretly amassing power to retaliate against the Ji group. Everyone at the Ji family villa was killed, and President Ji lost a hand. And you, or rather, the forces behind you stepped in and silenced Kensen. Am I right, Ling Yi? Huang Lidian stared intently into Yilin's eyes, as if trying to catch catch a trace of panic in his expression. However, he was disappointed. Despite Yilin's inner turmoil, outwardly he maintained an innocent and clueless demeanor, even winking at Huang Lidian.
Investigator Huang, what are you talking about? Don't make baseless accusations without evidence.
Yilin's words instantly deflated Huang Lidian like a punctured balloon.
Indeed, no evidence, whether it was the farm or the underground
black market. Everything had been burned to ashes by the raging fire, leaving no trace behind.
Even if his speculations were close to the truth, what could he do?
Without evidence, he still couldn't define the nature of the incident.
Huang Lidian took a deep breath, firmly believing that even if his conjecture wasn't the absolute truth, it was close enough.
Only this could explain the series of recent events.
However,
there was still one thing he couldn't figure out. The massacre at the Ji family villa occurred around 10 p.m., while the fire at the underground black market broke out at around 3 a.m.
What exactly happened during those 5 hours?
If there had been a large-scale clash between job changers at the underground black market, the investigation bureau would have received reports immediately. Yet, those 5 hours were eerily silent, as if nothing had happened, until the sudden blaze erupted, reducing the entire underground black market to ashes.
Huang Lidian gave Yilin a deep look, understanding that further questioning would yield no results.
He glanced at his watch and said, "Yilin, it's now 5 a.m., and there are still 27 hours until the start of the college entrance trial. I hope that during this time, I won't find any evidence."
Yilin was detained by Huang Lidian at the investigation bureau and locked in a specially designed prison cell.
The bureau's cells were crafted by masters of materials science and architecture, making any attempt
to break out a fool's dream.
Unless something unexpected happened, Yilin would spend the next 27 hours here before the college entrance trial.
Even though Ji's father tried every means to intervene,
including leveraging the Ji group's connections, it was all in vain. After all, too many people had died this time, including Kensen, the underground king of Qingcheng.
Unbeknownst to Qingcheng, a terrifying force
capable of annihilating Kensen had emerged, and the investigation bureau knew nothing about it.
When Huang Lidian reported this information, it left everyone at the Qingcheng investigation bureau utterly stunned. How can one tolerate others snoring beside their bed?
Qingcheng is their territory, yet such a force emerged right under their noses without their knowledge. Truly shocking.
To be honest, if this mysterious force isn't thoroughly investigated,
one day the investigation bureau might end up like Kensen, wiped out without even realizing it. This matter immediately drew the full attention of the Qingcheng investigation bureau. The higher-ups even granted Huang Lidian the highest level of investigative authority, giving him full responsibility, and assigned 2 powerful job changers to protect him closely. Watching Huang Lidian leave with his team, Yilin instead let out a sigh of relief, leaning back slowly in his chair with a faint smile on his lips. Although Kensen was dead, his influence extended far beyond the underground black market. The power of this underground king spanned the entirety of Qingcheng. Those people were not as particular about evidence as Huang Lidian. They would rather kill the wrong person than
let anyone go.
Now, all Yilin needed to do was find a safe place to wait for the high school trial to begin.
And in Qingcheng, where could be safer than the investigation bureau? In this world, job changers, especially
those with outstanding talent, enjoyed significant privileges.
As long as he entered the high school trial and gained the attention of the provincial university, even if Huang Lidian found irrefutable evidence that he killed Kensen, it would be useless.
Yilin was full of confidence in his strength and talent. He had handled the Kensen matter very cleanly, so he wasn't worried about Huang Lidian continuing the investigation.
In just 27 hours, Huang Lidian wouldn't be able to find any solid evidence.
Yilin lay down on the small iron bed with peace of mind, taking a nap to recharge for the upcoming high school trial. Elsewhere, at the break of dawn, Huang Lidian led his team to the Zhuge family in Qingcheng. The Zhuge family's small building seemed detached from the world, like an independent, ancient courtyard. The low courtyard walls shimmered with golden light under the morning sun, and every brick and stone seemed to tell the secrets of Qingcheng.
Mr. Zhuge, Huang Lidian, a level 7 investigator from the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, requests an audience. Huang Lidian knocked on the door, respectfully.
Even as a member of the investigation bureau, he dared not act presumptuously here, for the owner of this courtyard was named Zhuge Qianqing.
So it's Investigator Huang. Please come in.
The courtyard gate opened with a creak, seemingly on its own. Inside the Zhuge family's courtyard, ancient trees towered, green bamboo swayed, and winding stone paths paved with bluestone meandered through the space. The air was filled with a faint tea fragrance, each wisp of which was refreshing and calming, as if time had frozen here, making one forget the troubles of the world. Zhuge Qianqing was already seated in the courtyard brewing tea, as if he had long anticipated Huang Lidian's visit.
Investigator Huang, please have a seat. Zhuge Qianqing picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Huang Lidian. Huang Lidian accepted the tea and took a small sip. The tea's fragrance flowed down his throat, as if cleansing his soul.
Setting down the teacup, his expression turned serious.
Mr. Zhuge, I came here today to discuss an important matter. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. You're not really here for me, Yi, but for my daughter, aren't you? Is this about Kensen? Nothing escapes Mr. Zhuge's notice. Huang Lidian chuckled awkwardly. During the last visit to the farm, he had sensed that Zhuge and I must know something, but since she refused to speak, he had let it slide. After all, Su Ji who wasn't a good person to begin with, and his death wasn't much of a loss. But this time was different. The matter was too significant, and Huang Lidian couldn't ignore this lead. He detailed the events surrounding Kensen's death and the emergence of a mysterious force in Qingcheng to Zhuge Qianqing. After listening, Zhuge Qianqing gently set down his teacup and said calmly, I have already heard about this matter. I can have my daughter cooperate with you, but I also need to trouble investigator Huang with something. Would that be acceptable? Huang Lidian quickly replied, Mr. Zhuge, you're being too polite. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I will do my best to assist. Zhuge Qianqing nodded slightly and said softly, Qingcheng is about to undergo a major change. I hope you can protect my daughter. Have your investigation bureau escort her into the college entrance trial and publicly announce that she has become a level 9 investigator of your bureau. After graduation, she will officially join the bureau. Huang Lidian was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Zhuge Qianqing intended to use the power of the investigation bureau to protect Zhuge and I. After all, no matter how powerful a job changer might be, unless they were completely insane, they would never dare to harm someone from the investigation bureau. Doing so would result in being hunted down by the entire Great Xia Kingdom. He thought for a moment and then nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Mr. Zhuge, as long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on Miss Zhuge. Although he appeared calm on the surface, Huang Litian's heart was in turmoil. Zhuge Qianqing actually wanted him to protect Zhuge and I during the college entrance trial. The implications of this were truly terrifying upon closer thought. If Zhuge Qianqing were around, no one would dare to harm even a hair on Zhuge and I, no matter how bold they were. What kind of major change could possibly make Zhuge Qianqing feel the need to rely on the power of the investigation bureau? Seeing Huang Lidian agree, Zhuge Qianqing nodded in satisfaction and then ordered someone to call Zhuge and I out. Dad, what is it? It's so early, the sun's barely up. Zhuge and I, who had just woken up, was wearing bear-patterned pajamas and was clearly very unhappy about Zhuge Qianqing waking her up so early. Haven't you always wanted to find that Ling Yi? There's news about him, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Ha, really? The drowsy Zhuge and I immediately brightened up upon hearing this. This is Investigator Huang. Quickly change your clothes and go with him. Investigator Huang will explain everything to you in detail, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Alright. Zhuge Ni's expression became slightly unnatural when she saw Huang Lidian. She naturally remembered his presence. Watching Zhuge and I and Huang Lidian leave the small courtyard, Zhuge Qianqing let out a faint sigh and took a key out from his pocket. He gently caressed the ancient key, its surface covered with the marks of time, as if telling endless stories of the past. It was a seemingly ordinary bronze key, mottled with rust, yet it held a mysterious power capable of revealing the origins of all things. Zhuge Qianqing suddenly coughed violently, scarlet blood splattering onto the key, creating a shocking sight, yet his expression remained calm. Yilin, oh Yilin, I never expected you to single-handedly take care of Kensen. When will you finally be willing to ask for my help? My time is running out. Qingcheng Investigation Bureau Prison. Dong dong dong. Yilin, who was sound asleep, was awakened by the sound of metal clanging. In front of him was a cup of mixed soy milk, an aluminum-laden fried dough stick, and 2 lymph node meat buns. Yilin, time to eat. Huang Litian's apprentice, Su Xiu, handed a breakfast set to Yilin's door. This scene sparked dissatisfaction from another detainee. No way, officer. We're both locked up here, so why does he get soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns, while I only get steamed buns and plain porridge? He's a college entrance exam candidate, and the exam is tomorrow. If you were also a candidate, you'd get the same. Su Xiu glared at the man irritably, and he immediately shrank back, not daring to say another word. Yilin looked up and noticed that the cell opposite him held a small, monkey-like man with sunken eyes, who appeared to be lacking vitality. Seeing Yilin looking at him, the monkey-like man couldn't help but greet him. Oi, brother, you're a high school student. How did you end up locked in here? This doesn't make sense. What big crime did you commit? Me? They suspect I killed Kensen, Yilin replied truthfully. What? The monkey-like man's voice instantly turned sharp. You, a high school student, killing Kensen? Brother, I've traveled far and wide and met all kinds of people, but you're definitely the best at bragging. Bro, what about you? What brought you in here? Seeing the other party's disbelief, Yilin didn't bother to explain. He took a bite of the bun and asked. After all, anyone locked up in the investigation bureau's prison had to be a job changer. Ah, don't even get me started on this. Damn it, it was nothing at first. I switched to the swift shadow stalker profession, which makes me super fast at everything I do. So, I became a flower thief. But then I accidentally messed with the wife of some big shot, and that's how I ended up here. The monkey-faced man sighed. The corner of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he'd heard someone describe their speed in such a refreshingly unconventional way. Moreover, the swift shadow stalker, as far as he he knew, was an S-class rare profession, renowned for its incredible speed and agility. They could vanish
from their original spot in an instant, leaving no trace behind.
High-level swift shadow stalkers were the best scouts and assassins. Yet this monkey-faced
man had used the speed of a swift shadow stalker to become a flower thief. Truly, there are talents in every profession, and every trade has its master.
Brother, aren't you curious about which big shot it was?
When they caught me, they sent nearly 10 investigators above level 40. The monkey-faced man chuckled.
Yilin was slightly taken aback, a trace of curiosity rising in his heart.
In a small place like Qingcheng, investigators above level 40 were already considered top-tier powerful individuals.
What kind of big shot could make the investigation bureau go to such lengths? Let's hear it.
Yilin swallowed the last bun and looked seriously at the monkey-faced man. A hint of pride flashed in the monkey-faced man's eyes, as if he were reminiscing about a wonderful scene.
That woman was indeed beautiful. Tisk tsk.
Talk about the big shot, not his wife, Yilin reminded.
Haha, you might not believe it, but that woman is actually the wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, the monkey-faced man said smugly.
The wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau?
Yilin's expression immediately turned strange.
No wonder the bureau sent 10 investigators above level 40 to catch this kid.
Not killing him outright was already an act of mercy.
Brother, you're really bold, daring to mess with another man's wife, Yilin said, shaking his head.
Ha! Do you think that deputy director of the investigation bureau is some kind of saint?
I was hiding in his cabinet at the time and overheard him talking on the phone with Kensen. Kensen even said he was going to send him something, the monkey-faced man said disdainfully.
What did you say?
Yilin instantly stood up, looking at the monkey-faced man with doubt in his heart.
The deputy director of the investigation bureau talking with Kensen? If they were really in cahoots, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap?
As soon as he stood up, Yilin felt a wave of dizziness. Clearly, some unknown substance had been mixed into the breakfast he just ate. With a loud crash, Yilin lost his balance and fell to the ground, feeling completely powerless. Brother, what's wrong with you? The monkey-faced man asked.
Don't worry about me, you should worry about yourself,
Yilin said with a bitter smile. If the other side intended to make a move against him, the monkey-faced man sitting directly across from him wouldn't last long either, as his position gave a clear view of Yilin's side.
Me? What do I have to worry about? I'll just serve another 2.5 years and be released,
the monkey-faced man said, puzzled. However, in the next second, a long blade flashed like a streak of light, pinning him directly to the wall. The monkey-faced man never expected to be assassinated in the investigation bureau's prison, so he was completely unprepared.
Blood gushed from
his mouth as he raised his hand in defiance, seemingly wanting to say something, but his head tilted to the side, and he lost all signs of life.
Crack!
As soon as the monkey-faced man died, Yilin's cell door was opened. A tall, thin man, completely wrapped up in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, walked in.
Grabbing Yilin by the hair, he lifted him up and asked coldly, "Speak, where is it?"
"Thing? What thing?"
Yilin frantically sacrificed his own stomach and blood to purge the toxins from his body.
Bang! The tall, thin man slammed Yilin's head hard against the railing. Yilin's mind roared, golden stars danced before his eyes, and he nearly blacked out.
"Don't play dumb with me.
Kensen died at your hands, the key must be on you." The tall man's voice was icy and cruel, his dagger flashing coldly as he waved it in front of Yilin's eyes. "Hand over the key you got from Kensen, and I'll let his death slide.
If you keep pretending, I'll gouge out both your eyeballs first."
Yilin felt a bitterness in his heart, unable to explain that he hadn't taken anything from the underground black market and that even if he had the key, it had long been burned to ashes.
However, at this moment, he couldn't show any abnormality, otherwise, this tall, thin man would definitely strike ruthlessly.
He would either expose the secret of his immortality or spend the rest of his life as a blind man.
Go ahead and try.
Yilin steeled himself, staring intently at the tall, thin man.
"The key is with me, but it's not on me.
If you touch me, I guarantee you'll never find that key." Although Yilin didn't know what the key mentioned by the tall, thin man was, he was certain that it was his only lifeline. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the tall, thin man immediately narrowed his eyes. Originally, he had come to find Yilin with the mindset of not letting any chance slip by, even if it meant making a mistake. Unexpectedly, he had actually guessed right. "The key is indeed with you. Speak, what will it take for you to hand it over? Take me out of the investigation bureau first."
Yilin's heart tightened.
Originally, he had planned to stay at the investigation bureau until the college entrance exam began, but now it seemed that this place was the real den of dragons and tigers.
He never expected that the deputy director of the investigation bureau would be connected to Kensen.
"Are you sure?" The tall, thin man stared coldly at Yilin. "If you leave the investigation bureau now, you'll become a wanted criminal and won't even be able to participate in the college entrance trial." Yilin bit his lip tightly. The situation before him seemed like a dead end, with no chance of breaking free. In his eyes, the strength of this tall, thin man was even more terrifying than Kensen's. Whether it was fighting or fleeing, he clearly had no chance.
"Can I contact contact someone? In this desperate situation, Yilin thought of someone. If it were that person, perhaps they could help him. This was his only choice under the circumstances. Sure, I'll give you 1 minute, the tall, thin man said indifferently. He certainly didn't believe that Kensen had been killed single-handedly by Yilin, a mere high school student. Undoubtedly, there was a massive and mysterious force hidden behind Yilin. In the tall, thin man's view, Yilin's move was definitely an attempt to contact that mysterious force. This way, he could follow the trail and uncover the details of that force. A glint of cunning flashed in the tall, thin man's eyes. At that moment, Yilin also dialed a number. Looking at the ringing phone, Zhuge Qianqing on the other end revealed a faint smile. He adjusted his glasses and said softly, "I've finally been waiting for you." Zhuge Qianqing answered the phone. Moments later, in the prison of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, a man wearing a trench coat with an elegant demeanor appeared. When the tall, thin man saw the newcomer, he was instantly stunned. "You are Mr. Zhuge." The tall, thin man was shocked, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. He never would have imagined that Yilin could actually invite Zhuge Qianqing. Could it be that the mysterious force behind Yilin is somehow connected to Zhuge Qianqing? "Do you want to leave on your own, or should I make a move?" Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Mr. Zhuge, you." The tall, thin man breathed heavily, staring intently at Zhuge Qianqing, secretly pondering as he gritted his teeth and said, "They all say Mr. Zhuge has no interest in power, which is why you secluded yourself in Xinjiang. But now it seems, Mr. Zhuge, your ambitions are not small at all. If Zhuge Qianqing was behind it, then the overnight destruction of the underground black market along with Kensen makes sense. It's not about ambition, just making a living." Zhuge Qianqing suddenly took out an ancient-looking key from his pocket, emitting a peculiar aura. "Here, this is what you wanted." The tall, thin man was stunned. Seeing the key he was looking for in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, he became even more certain that the person behind Yilin was Zhuge Qianqing, because this key was supposed to be in Kensen's possession. But this made the tall, thin man even more puzzled. If Zhuge Qianqing didn't need the key, why kill Kensen? Seemingly noticing the tall, thin man's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Kensen died because he offended someone he shouldn't have. One thing at a time. You want the key, I wanted his life." "Fair enough." The tall, thin man was shocked upon hearing this. He looked at Yilin, then at Zhuge Qianqing. "I understand, Mr. Zhuge. This matter was Kensen's own doing. I will report it and close the case." Since the key was already in his possession, there was no need to provoke Zhuge Qianqing, this formidable figure. Although Kensen was renowned in the underworld, in the eyes of true big shots, Kensen was merely a useful pawn. The tall, thin man flickered and disappeared from the prison. Seeing the tall, thin man leave, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Zhuge Qianqing. "Thank you, Mr. Zhuge." If it weren't for having no other choice, Yilin truly wouldn't want to seek help from this man. He always felt that Zhuge Qianqing could see through all the secrets hidden within him. Zhuge Qianqing smiled slightly, said nothing more, and turned to walk over to the dead monkey-faced man, giving him a kick. "Stop pretending to be dead." The monkey-faced man suddenly jumped up and chuckled. "Mr. Zhuge, you truly have divine foresight. Even my act of playing dead couldn't fool you." Yilin was shocked. He had clearly seen the monkey-faced man get stabbed through the heart, yet he was still alive. The monkey-faced man knew Zhuge Qianqing, the key the tall, thin man wanted was supposed to be in Kensen's possession, but it had inexplicably ended up in Zhuge Qianqing's hands. He felt as though he had been drawn into an unbelievable event. "After being locked up here for 2 years, have you finished reflecting?" Zhuge Qianqing asked. "Reflection complete, Mr. Zhuge. I, Guqin, hate women the most right now. I get annoyed just seeing women, I swear." The monkey-like man raised 3 fingers as he spoke. "Then come with me." Zhuge Qianqing nodded. "All right." Guqin swiftly followed behind Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and made a gentle swipe, creating a crack in the space before them. He led Yilin and Guqin through it. On the other side of the crack was a courtyard filled with towering ancient trees and swaying green bamboo, exuding an antique charm. "Guqin, go wait outside for me, and don't let anyone come near here." "Yes, Mr. Zhuge." Guqin swiftly disappeared from the spot, vanishing as if into thin air. Only Zhuge Qianqing and Yilin were left in the courtyard. "Yilin, long time no see. Please, have a seat," Zhuge Qianqing said casually as he sat by the stone table. "Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If it weren't for your help, I might have been in real danger." Yilin said respectfully. "Dangerous? Indeed." Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses meaningfully. "After all, if the secret of immortality is exposed, the top experts of the entire Great Xia, and even those overseas, will come after you." Zhuge Qianqing's words were like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at Yilin's heart. Immortality. Zhuge Qianqing actually knew the secret. All along, this secret had been Yilin's ultimate. Bottom line, something he had never revealed to anyone, because he deeply understood the principle of an innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasure. Whether it was Su Jihu or Kensen, Yilin had gone to great lengths to kill them precisely because they might expose his secret of immortality. Now that Zhuge Qianqing Qianqing also knew. What should he do? Should he kill him? At such close range, if he caught him off guard and summoned the Chaos Divine Thunder with maximum power, he might severely injure or even kill him. But after killing him, what would he do next? Oh, there's a flicker of killing intent in your eyes. Is it directed at me? It seems I guessed right. You really are immortal. The name Ling Yi, when reversed, is Yilin, isn't it? Just as Yilin was contemplating whether to make a move, Zhuge Qianqing's voice rang out again. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected, when you eliminate all the impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. You possess immortality, yet you're so weak. It seems that legend is true as well. Zhuge Qianqing muttered to himself with a complex expression. Yilin noticed that Zhuge Qianqing was full of openings, but his intuition told him that if he attacked Zhuge Qianqing, he would have no chance of winning. At the same time, Yilin was extremely annoyed. If he had known Zhuge Qianqing was bluffing, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Just as he was feeling frustrated, Zhuge Qianqing suddenly lowered his head and said, "Yilin, are you willing to take me as your master?" Yilin was stunned. At this moment, he had no idea what Zhuge Qianqing's true intentions were. Zhuge Qianqing had discovered the secret of his immortality, yet not only did he have no intention of dissecting him for research, he actually wanted to take him as a disciple? Then what do I need to do? Yilin asked in return. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. When you become strong, you will understand what burden you carry. As for my request, there's only one. A faint trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. After I die, take good care of Nini, and don't let anyone bully her. Zhuge and I? That Tyrannosaurus-like woman, who could possibly bully her? Yilin muttered softly in his heart. Alright, back to the point. Are you willing to take me as your master? Zhuge Qianqing asked with a smile. I am willing. Although he didn't know Zhuge Qianqing's intentions, becoming the disciple of such a prominent figure could only benefit him, since his greatest secret had already been discovered by Zhuge Qianqing. Yilin decided to just go with the flow. After all, Zhuge Qianqing had never harmed him, had even spoken up for him during the novice trial, and had just helped him drive away the tall, thin man. Yilin respectfully performed the disciple's salute to Zhuge Qianqing. Watching him complete the ceremony, Zhuge Qianqing's face lit up with a sincere smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Since you've taken me as your master, I should give you a meeting gift. Take this key. Zhuge Qianqing blinked, then took out a key identical to the previous one and handed it to Yilin. Ha! Yilin was stunned. He had just seen Zhuge Qianqing give the key to the tall, thin man. Could there be two keys? Noticing his confusion, Zhuge Qianqing smiled and explained, the one he has is a fake, crafted with great effort by an old blacksmith friend of mine. But this one is the true Apocalypse Ancient Key. Apocalypse Ancient Key? Yilin couldn't help but examine the key in his hand closely. The entire key was cast in bronze, with mottled rust marks on it, yet it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Have you heard of the origin relics? Zhuge Qianqing asked as he brewed a cup of hot tea. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he had heard of them. In this world, there were originally no monster dungeons or job changers. That was until one day, the gate of Apocalypse descended, and 7 origin relics fell from behind the gate, scattering across the world. Each origin relic possessed completely unique powers. The first 7 individuals to obtain these relics each became overwhelmingly powerful forbidden existences. Once the gate of Apocalypse is opened, the world undergoes drastic changes. Humans gain the ability to change professions, and all kinds of bizarre and powerful monsters, as well as various dungeons, emerge one after another. During this period, countless terrifying wars broke out between humans and monsters, as well as among humans themselves. Even the origin relics were shattered in these conflicts, and their existence has now become a legend. It is rumored that the Emperor of Great Xia possesses an origin relic, but no one knows if this is true. It can be said that the origin relics are the most powerful equipment in this world, and even if all the master-level forgers in the world gathered together, they would still be unable to forge an origin relic. Yilin's throat involuntarily moved up and down. Zhuge Xian. Oh no, teacher, this Apocalypse Ancient Key, could it possibly lead to an origin relic? Of course not. Zhuge Qianqing handed a cup of tea to Yilin. However, the Apocalypse Ancient Key can open the gate of Apocalypse, and there might be something even more powerful than the origin relics inside. Yilin's breathing suddenly quickened as he realized just how precious the Apocalypse Ancient Key Zhuge Qianqing had given him truly was. The 7 origin relics had all dropped from the gate of Apocalypse. Could there be an 8th one inside? But soon, Yilin sensed something was off. Teacher, if this Apocalypse Ancient Key is so incredible, why don't you use it yourself? Because I have no idea where the gate of Apocalypse is, Zhuge Qianqing admitted with a shrug. The gate of Apocalypse appears randomly each time. It could be in the wilderness, in an uninhabited area, in a dungeon, or even right in the center of a human city. Even with Zhuge Qianqing's divination abilities, he couldn't predict the location of the gate of Apocalypse. But don't worry, the deputy director of the investigation bureau got his hands on a fake Apocalypse Ancient Key. He'll likely mobilize
official resources to search for the Gate of Apocalypse soon. All we need to do is wait for the right moment, Zhuge Qianxing said with a smile. Only then did Yilin understand the deeper meaning behind Zhuge Qianxing giving the key to the tall, thin man. Opposing Zhuge Qianxing was nothing short of courting death. But teacher, having the Apocalypse ancient key doesn't really help me, does it? Even if the Gate of Apocalypse appears, I definitely won't be able to compete with those people. Yilin was well aware that his ability to kill Kensen had been purely due to ambush and luck. If the Gate of Apocalypse appeared, the people who came would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than Kensen. Zhuge Qianxing took a sip of hot tea and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Your primary task right now is to get admitted to the Supreme Academy through the high trial." Supreme Academy? Isn't the strongest academy for job changers in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom the Great Xia Academy? Yilin was somewhat puzzled. He had never even heard of the name Supreme Academy. Let me put it this way, if those who can enter the Great Xia Academy are top-tier geniuses, then those who can enter the Supreme Academy are monsters among geniuses. Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses. 2. Explain further. The Supreme Academy only admits 100 students each year, the top 100 from the entire high exam trial. Yilin couldn't help but take a sharp breath after hearing this. Clearly, if one could enter the Supreme Academy, they would undoubtedly receive the full support of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom's resources. I understand, teacher. I will definitely get into the Supreme Academy. Yilin nodded seriously, having initially planned to just get by in the high exam trial, but now, it was evident that he couldn't take it lightly. With so many candidates across the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, making it into the top 100 was no easy feat. Just do your best. Keep that key safe, find yourself a room, and get some rest. I've already informed Manager Ji on your behalf, Zhuge Qianxing said, pointing to a small building in the courtyard. Understood, teacher. Yilin nodded, then picked up Zhuge Qianxing's tea knife, made a cut on his abdomen, carefully placed the ancient key of revelation inside, and let the wound heal. Miss Zhuge, are you sure it's this way? Absolutely. I'm very sensitive to the aura of karmic fire. There's no mistake. Zhuge and I nodded. Huang Lidian led her to the ruins of the underground black market, and sure enough, Zhuge and I tracked a familiar aura from the lingering hellfire. But when she saw the direction of the trail, Huang Lidian's eyes slightly narrowed. The direction Zhuge and I was tracking led straight to the Investigation Bureau. Huang Lidian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed he was about to obtain concrete evidence to accuse Yilin. This proved that his previous suspicions were correct. Even if Kensen wasn't killed by Yilin, the underground black market incident was undoubtedly connected to him. Zhuge and I tracked the trail all the way, her face brimming with excitement, as she was about to see the Ling Yi she had been longing for. However, when they arrived at the Investigation Bureau's prison, they found it completely empty. Staring at the vacant prison, Zhuge and I felt a bit disappointed but also secretly delighted. She was disappointed not to see Ling Yi, but happy that Ling Yi had successfully escaped and hadn't been captured by the Investigation Bureau. In her eyes, someone like Kensen, who ran an underground black market, was a complete villain. Ling Yi killing him was practically an act of justice. Where is he? Where did he go? Huang Liqian's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Soon, his apprentice Su Xiu hurried over. Master, the person was let go. Su Xiu said timidly. Released? Huang Lidian rushed forward, grabbing Su Xiu by the collar, spitting as he shouted in Su Xiu's face. Who told you to release him? Without my orders, how dare you let him go? I don't know, Master. It was the deputy director who personally signed the papers. Not only was the person released, but the case against Kensen has also been closed. There's no need to investigate further, Su Xiu said bitterly. Closed? No need to investigate anymore? Huang Lidian felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. He realized that the past 2 days of effort had been nothing but a joke, a complete and utter joke. Damn it! Huang Lidian punched the wall hard, and bright red blood instantly stained the pale surface. In the eyes of those big shots, they were nothing more than pawns to be manipulated at will. Investigator, can you tell me where the person you released went? Zhuge and I pressed Su Xiu for an answer. Sorry, I don't know either. Su Xiu shook his head. He had just discovered Yilin's disappearance and hurriedly reported it, but the response he received was a document signed by the deputy director. It stated that the Kensen case was closed as an accidental fire, and Yilin was naturally acquitted and released. Alright, Zhuge and I felt a bit downhearted. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation, but I think this matter has come to an end. Huang Lidian gave a bitter smile. But rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to Mr. Zhuge. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the exam venue and announce that after your university graduation, you will officially become a member of the Investigation Bureau. Okay, thank you. Zhuge and I nodded. Then I'll take my leave. As she walked out of the Investigation Bureau, she felt a sense of inexplicable loss. Ling Yi, you really are a mysterious guy. Zhuge Ni's eyes sparkled with growing intrigue. The unattainable always stirs the heart. The less she saw of Ling Yi, the stronger her curiosity curiosity about him grew. The name Ling Yi was like a little cat scratching at the bottom of her heart, leaving her restless with curiosity.
However, when Zhuge Ni returned home, she was stunned
because she unexpectedly saw someone she despised the most in her house.
Yilin, why are you here? Zhuge Ni immediately frowned.
At that moment, Yilin was helping Zhuge Qianqing sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Facing Zhuge Ni's questioning, he shrugged and said casually, "If I told you Mr. Zhuge took me as his apprentice, would you believe it?"
"You're talking nonsense."
Zhuge Ni flew into a rage. "How could my father possibly take a coward like you as his apprentice? It seems you're not only a coward but also a compulsive liar."
"If you say so, then so be it."
Yilin spread his hands, unwilling to argue further with Zhuge Ni.
Life is never smooth sailing.
He had already become Zhuge Qianqing's
apprentice and obtained the legendary ancient key of revelation.
A few scoldings from Zhuge Ni were inevitable. After all, being scolded wouldn't cost him anything.
Yilin took it all in stride.
Having grown up in the slums for over a decade, he had endured countless insults and beatings.
The things those people said were far worse than Zhuge Ni's
words, often involving the most vulgar curses about one's family. Compared to them, Yilin even felt that Zhuge Ni's scolding sounded more like she was throwing a tantrum.
"Get out of here right now." Immediately,
Zhuge Ni pointed at the door, her voice sharp.
"I'm afraid that's not up to you."
"If Mr. Zhuge says so, I'll leave right away," Yilin responded calmly.
"The Mr. Zhuge you're talking about is my dad. Do you think my dad would side with an outsider?" Seeing Yilin still daring to defy her, Zhuge Ni became even angrier. "Dad, what's wrong, my little princess? Why are you throwing a tantrum as soon as you get home?" Zhuge Qianqing walked out helplessly. "Hurry up and kick him out. This guy is cowardly and full of lies. Why are you keeping him in our house?" Zhuge Ni said anxiously.
"Yilin didn't deceive you. He and I are indeed in a master-disciple relationship now." Zhuge Qianqing had just finished speaking when Zhuge Ni
flew into a rage. "What did you say? Dad, are you out of your mind? You actually took him as your disciple? Are you crazy?" She pointed at Yilin
in agitation, her tone full of disbelief.
"Fine.
Even if we don't talk about his character, just based on his talent alone, he's a forbidden spellcaster."
"What exactly can you teach him?"
"Forbidden spellcasters don't live past 25.
He might even die before you do."
"Dad, what are you thinking?" As clever as Zhuge Qianqing was, he didn't know how to respond at this moment.
He couldn't reveal Yilin's secret of immortality to Zhuge Ni, could he? "Nimi. Don't speak so harshly. Yilin isn't as bad as you think. He is actually the Ling Yi you've been desperately searching for. Yilin and Ling Yi are the same person."
Zhuge Qianqing originally thought that Zhuge Ni would change her opinion of Yilin, but unexpectedly, she merely gave a cold smile and swept her icy gaze toward Yilin.
"I never imagined
that not only are you cowardly and afraid of death, but you're also full of lies, a fraud who deceives the world.
Even my father was fooled by you."
She recalled the scene of Yilin turning and fleeing that day, and the moment Ling Yi descended before her like a savior.
How could these two possibly be the same person? People are like this, once they are
convinced of something and fall into obsession, it becomes hard to extricate themselves.
Zhuge Ni was precisely in such a state at this moment. "In this house, it's either him or me."
She stormed off in anger, brushing past Yilin and gritting her teeth as she said, "Just you wait.
I will definitely find the real Ling Yi and expose your hypocritical facade." Zhuge Ni's words made Yilin's expression turn peculiar. Bang!
The courtyard gate slammed shut as she ran straight out.
"Teacher, should I follow her to protect her?" Yilin asked. "No need. In Xincheng, no one would
dare lay a hand on Zhuge Qianqing's daughter," Zhuge Qianqing said with a bitter smile, shaking his head.
"Yilin, don't take it to heart. Nini is not inherently bad. She's just a bit stubborn in her personality."
"I understand, teacher," Yilin nodded. Counting his age before transmigrating, he was already nearing 40, so naturally, he wouldn't argue with a teenage girl.
"Sigh, this is my fault too. I've spoiled her too much.
Let me apologize on her behalf. Here, take this."
Zhuge Qianqing took out a wooden box from his robe and handed it to Yilin. "Teacher, no, this won't do,"
Yilin said repeatedly while trying his best to stuff the wooden box into his pocket.
Zhuge Qianqing looked at him helplessly.
Yilin opened the wooden box and found a mask as thin as a cicada's wing lying inside. Looking at the mask, his scalp tingled involuntarily. This was clearly no ordinary mask but a lifelike human face, as if it had just been peeled off.
Teacher, this is?" Yilin stammered.
"This is a little gadget made by an old blacksmith friend of mine, called Illusory Face. As long as you wear this mask,
you can become another person. Your voice and even your aura will be completely different," Zhuge Qianqing said, adjusting his glasses.
"With this, if you ever want to go all out, you can put on the Illusory Face first before making your move. This will reduce the chances of exposing yourself."
Yilin's eyes lit up.
Although this item didn't enhance his combat power, it could indeed be of great use at critical moments.
"Thank you, teacher." Yilin secretly felt fortunate.
Being scolded by Zhuge Ni had unexpectedly earned him such a valuable item. He even even hoped she would scold him a bit more often. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yilin woke up. Today was the day of the college entrance trial, and for job changers, getting into a top university was as crucial as Pan Jinlian being unable to part with Shiman Cheng. Yilin put on the clothes prepared for him by Zhuge Qianqing and, full of energy, came to the courtyard, where Zhuge Qianqing was already waiting for him with breakfast. Come over and eat. After breakfast, let Guoqin take you to school, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At this moment, he was wearing pajamas and holding a spoon in his hand, gently stirring a pot of porridge. If not told, no one would have guessed that he was the renowned Mr. Zhuge of Disxia. Teacher, aren't you going? Yilin asked as he took a bowl of porridge. No, I won't go. Nini is probably still angry with me. If she sees me, it will upset her and affect her. Stayed for the college entrance exam, Zhuge Qianqing said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Teacher, that's not right. Yilin gulped down half a bowl of porridge in one go. Women, you see, when they're angry, if you coax them, they may still be upset, but if you don't, their anger will only grow stronger. Zhuge Qianqing was taken aback for a moment. Then, what do you think? Teacher, you must show up, but it's best not to be too early. Wait until she thinks you definitely won't come, feeling disappointed and angry, and then appear at just the right moment. That way, you can completely control her. Yilin said confidently. That does make some sense. First create an expectation gap, then provide a stronger sense of satisfaction? Zhuge Qianqing's eyes lit up. You're teachable. Yilin nodded in approval. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yilin prepared to head to Qingcheng High School. The examinees were required to gather at the school and then be led by the officials to the city gate's exit. Just as he stepped out of the hospital gate, he noticed Guoqin squatting at the entrance, waiting for him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on. Get on? Get on where? Yilin's eyes widened. Yeah, Mr. Zhuge asked me to take you to school, Guoqin said. This take should mean escort, right? How about we just drive a car? Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. Come on, there's no way a car is faster than me. Trust me. Guoqin unhesitatingly carried Yilin on his back. He was already thin and half a head shorter than Yilin, making the scene particularly comical, like a small horse pulling a large cart. Let's go. I'll show you the speed of a flower thief. Guoqin, carrying Yilin, turned into a streak of light darting through the streets and alleys. His speed left Yilin utterly astonished. He felt that even if he activated the forbidden spell dance of the instant, he still wouldn't be able to catch up with Guoqin. Their speeds were simply on different levels, not to mention that Guoqin was carrying him, running with a load. Guoqin sprinted wildly while leisurely introducing the scenery along the way to Yilin. A just-turned 18 girl lives here. She likes wearing JK uniforms and black stockings. Her figure is a bit flat, but her legs are quite nice. Black stockings, white stockings, she looks great in all kinds of combinations. A slightly chubby young woman lives there. She's unmarried, so she's just average. Her charm hasn't quite reached perfection yet. Does the hotel have a parking lot? Yilin originally hadn't realized what was going on, but after reading it himself, his expression immediately turned strange. Brother Guoqin, I think you're not fully reformed yet. You probably need to go back in for another 10 years. Right? I think so too. Guoqin nodded in deep agreement. Alright, we're here. During the conversation, Guoqin had already dropped Yilin off at the entrance of Qingcheng High School. It must be said, while Guoqin might be a bit flashy, his speed was undeniably impressive, leaving no room for complaints. It would be hard to find a faster mode of transportation in all of Qingcheng. Getting out of the vehicle was a bit awkward, as nearly everyone at the school gate turned their gaze toward them. Others either arrived by car, rode electric scooters or motorcycles, or simply walked. Yilin's method of being carried over was certainly one of a kind. Fortunately, Yilin had a thick skin and didn't care much about these things. Yilin, good luck with the college entrance exams. Once you're done, I'll introduce my niece to you. She was young and reckless before and ended up in jail, but if I calculate correctly, she should be out by now, Guoqin said enthusiastically. Your niece? How old is she this year? Yilin looked at Guoqin, thinking that this guy must be over 30, right? Don't worry, she's only 15 years older than you, 33 this year. Older women are better, they know how to take care of people, and she's my own niece, so I know her well, Guoqin said. Why was she in prison? Yilin asked curiously. Sigh, she was short on money and wanted to buy the latest iPhone 13, so she sold her own 13 and got caught. Girls, you know, it's normal for them to be a bit vain. She's reformed now, Guoqin said, waving his hand. If there's nothing, let's not contact each other in the future. If there's something, even more so, don't contact me. Yilin walked into Qingcheng High School without looking back, passing by Guoqin, who was as rare as pure divine gold that couldn't be mined in a lifetime. Seeing Yilin arrive at the examination venue, Qingcheng High School's principal, Gao Zhentian, finally breathed a sigh of relief. A level 16 SSS class Forbidden Spellcaster, this was Qingcheng High School's star candidate for this year's college entrance trial. Coupled with a level 12 SSS class fire mage, Zhuge Ni, they were set for success this year. As soon as Ling Yi saw Yilin, he excitedly rushed over. Ever since that night when Yilin forcibly pulled Ji's father back from the brink of death, Ling Yi had wholeheartedly acknowledged Yilin as his boss. Boss, I heard from my dad that Mr. Zhuge has taken you as his disciple? Ling Yi asked eagerly. Yilin nodded. The news of Zhuge Qianqing taking him as a disciple would soon spread, and there was no need for him to hide it. I see. I was wondering how even Kensen was wiped out. It turns out Mr. Zhuge took action. Ling Yi suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Yilin smiled faintly, though he knew in his heart that his teacher had taken the blame for him this time. Rest assured, what I promised you earlier still stands. Once we leave the city, just stay by my side. Alright, boss, I'll follow your lead. Ling Yi responded immediately. Ling Yi, you, the eldest young master of the G group, actually have such poor judgment to recognize someone like this as your boss? Zhuge Ni's voice rang out inappropriately as she coldly glanced at Yilin and Ling Yi. Hey, Zhuge and you can insult me, but how can you even insult your own father? Your dad even took my boss as his apprentice. Doesn't that make him even more short-sighted? Ling Yi retorted without backing down. My dad was deceived by this despicable scoundrel. Yilin is nothing but a fraud who steals fame and reputation. Zhuge and snorted coldly. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of the people around changed, their gazes revealing complex emotions. Originally, everyone had been envious of Yilin for becoming Zhuge Qianqing's disciple, as Mr. Zhuge was a renowned and powerful astrologer throughout the entire Great Xia. However, hearing Zhuge Ni's words now, it seemed there might be hidden truths behind the matter. Zhuge and you better have evidence for what you're saying. Ling Yi frowned. I will find the evidence, and when I do, I will expose your true colors in front of everyone. Zhuge and shot Yilin a cold glare before turning and leaving. She had always harbored resentment toward Yilin. Because of him, it was Huang Lidian who took her to the college entrance exam, while Zhuge Qianqing didn't show up. This made her despise Yilin even more. Once she found Ling Yi and confronted Yilin face to face, the truth would come to light. Damn, that woman, how did I ever like her before, even putting her on a pedestal as my white moonlight? I must have been blind. Thank goodness, boss, your 3 bolts of lightning woke me up. Ling Yi grumbled indignantly. White moonlight? You were just lusting after her beauty. Add in the fact that you couldn't have her, and you wrapped her in a mysterious halo, turning her into your white moonlight while you became a slave to that light. Yilin shrugged indifferently. It's just like how Zhu Yuanzhang later refused to believe that his pearl, jade, and white jade soup was nothing more than a bowl of rotten cabbage leaves? Ling Yi asked, half understanding. At least the white jade soup genuinely saved old Zhu's life, but yours, which hasn't even touched the edge of the bowl, at most makes you a clown. Yilin spread his hands. Boss, has no one ever told you that your words are really hurtful? Ling Yi clutched his chest, choking up. Hurtful, just a little. I'm actually quite kind. Let's go. The car's here. Yilin looked toward the school gate. A dozen buses were neatly parked at the entrance of Qingcheng High School, ready to take them to the city gate. Principal Gao Zhentian stood at the school gate, his expression stern. Dear students, first of all, congratulations on becoming powerful job changers. Today is the day of the college entrance trial, and whether you can get into a good university will determine your future prospects. The rules of the college entrance trial are the same as in previous years. The trial entrance is set outside the city gate. You will need to traverse about 10 kilometers of uninhabited wilderness to reach the trial entrance. If you encounter an insurmountable danger during the process, remember, forfeit immediately. The college entrance exam is undoubtedly important, but one trial cannot determine your entire life. Your life is always the most important. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. Yilin and Ling Yi boarded the same bus. The entire Qingcheng had cleared the way for the college entrance trial, leaving the streets empty with not a single car in sight. Only the sidewalks were packed with people, bustling with noise. Many parents stood by the roadside cheering for their children, and some elegantly dressed mothers wore figure-hugging slit cheongsams, symbolizing a wish for success. However, Yilin couldn't quite understand this and kept observing, trying to grasp its meaning. The bus soon arrived at the city gate. In front of them stood a massive gate, towering dozens of meters high and wide enough for several buses to pass through side by side. Majestic and solemn, the gate was intricately carved with patterns and designs, each stroke exuding depth and mystery. Under the sunlight, the gate's outline was vividly visible against the sky, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. For many, it was their first time seeing Qingcheng City Gate, and they were stunned by the wall-like structure. This very gate isolated Qingcheng from the outside world, keeping powerful and terrifying monsters at bay. Buses from other high schools also arrived one after another, and 10 minutes later, all the graduating students from Qingcheng's high schools had gathered at the gate. The college entrance trial was the most significant national event in the entire Great Xia. Unless someone had lost their mind, no one would choose to be late for such an important occasion. After all, hadn't they prepared for so many years just for this moment? The eyes of countless students burned with determination as they quietly awaited the opening of the city gate. Zhuge and glanced around, seemingly looking for someone. However, after her search yielded no
results. A trace of disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Nini, are you looking for dad? Zhuge Qianqing appeared silently beside Zhuge Ni. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge Ni was initially delighted but quickly pulled a long face. Who's looking for you? Come if you want, I don't care.
Seeing this situation, Zhuge Qianqing immediately understood that Zhuge Ni's anger had already subsided. She was just having a hard time saving face.
He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the principles taught by Yilin were indeed effective.
It seemed he, as a teacher, needed to seek more guidance from him.
How could I, as your father, not come when my precious daughter is taking the college entrance exam? You must do your best, okay?
Zhuge Qianqing reached out affectionately, intending to ruffle Zhuge Ni's hair, but she dodged him directly.
Humph, don't touch me. Go and pat your precious disciple instead. Still angry? You really misunderstood Yilin, Zhuge Qianqing said with a bitter smile. I did not. Since you trust him so much, let's make a bet. If my
ranking in this college entrance exam is higher than his, you have to cut ties with him and kick him out.
How about that? Zhuge Ni raised her slender, fair neck like a proud white swan. Alright, Dad will bet with you.
But what if you lose?
Zhuge Qianqing asked with a smile. If I lose, I won't interfere in
your matters with him anymore. Not only will I not stop you from taking him as a disciple, but I won't even care if you marry him.
Zhuge Ni said seriously. You child, how can you talk to your father like that? Zhuge Qianqing gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself that the idea of her
marrying Yilin was pure fantasy, especially since the laws of Dasha wouldn't even allow it.
Anyway, it's settled. Just wait and see. He won't beat me. Zhuge Ni strode off confidently. Watching her retreating figure, Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth but couldn't bring
himself to dampen her spirits. He just murmured softly to himself, Ni, do you even realize what kind of monster you're up against? The morning sun cast countless golden rays, and the horizon gradually took on a faint orange-red hue, like a painter's palette, rich and delicate in its layers of color. The sunlight illuminated the entire world, filling people's hearts with hope and dreams. In this beautiful moment, everything seemed brimming with infinite possibilities and vitality. Several principals of Qingqing stood atop the city wall, gazing at this group of examinees radiating youthful vigor like the morning sun. The college entrance exam trial
is finally about to begin.
If the novice trial was just a warm-up, then the college entrance exam trial is truly a case of thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge.
Guess how many people from Qingcheng will get into Dasha Academy this year? There were 5 last year. I guess there will be at least 7 this year.
Not to mention, those 2 SSS-level profession students under that bastard Gao are practically guaranteed to get into Dasha Academy as long as nothing unexpected happens.
You're too kind, too kind.
Xincheng High School Principal Gao Zhenyu responded modestly, though he couldn't hide the joy on his face.
Wang Zhenglin from Experimental High School, with the SSS level Profession Radiant Blade, is definitely securing a spot.
And Old Su, your Yutsai High School's Luo Jun, with the SSS level Profession Shadow Dragon Spear, should also be able to claim a spot at Dasha Academy.
That's already 4. Add 2 or 3 dark horses, and I think 7 spots won't be a problem.
A principal voiced his speculation, and Principal Su responded with a faint smile.
Luo Jun's goal is not just Dasha Academy, but the top scholar of Qingcheng. The other principals were not the least bit surprised upon hearing this.
After all, in recent years, the top scholars of Qingcheng had
almost all come from Yutsai High School.
However, their gazes turned toward Gao Zhenyu, as Qingcheng High School this year not only had the record-breaking Zhuge Ni but also a monster like Yilin, whose level had reached an astonishing 16.
Principal Su glanced at Gao Zhenyu and said calmly,
the combat power of a job changer doesn't solely depend on their level, it is closely tied to their equipment and practical combat experience.
If victory could be determined by level alone, then why bother holding the trial for the college entrance exam? Wouldn't it be simpler to just rank by level? Humph, does Principal Su not understand the concept of overwhelming strength crushes all techniques? If the level is high enough, other factors become irrelevant, Gao Zhenyu retorted coldly. The 2 principals refused to back down, secretly competing with each other. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the massive city gates slowly opened to both sides like 2 walls. This signified the official start of the college entrance exam trial. All that was required was to traverse a 10-kilometer uninhabited wilderness to enter the trial domain, which was the first checkpoint of the exam. As soon as the gates opened, many candidates couldn't wait to rush out, including Yilin and Ling Yi. To defeat Yilin, Zhuge Ni decided to stay in the wilderness to level up and thus join the first wave of candidates, even charging at the very front. Meanwhile, more candidates chose to wait quietly at the rear, showing no urgency. The candidates who rushed out in the first wave might not necessarily reach the entrance faster, but they would undoubtedly encounter ferocious monsters earlier. Therefore, those who lacked confidence in their own strength usually wouldn't dare to be part of the first wave. Departing in the second wave would significantly reduce the resistance they faced. Stepping outside the city, they were immediately met with a pungent stench. It was the foul odor emitted by the
monsters, mixed with the metallic tang of fermented blood. Many candidates couldn't help but gag as soon as they caught a whiff of it. For everyone, this was their first time leaving the city, and they hadn't expected the outside world to be so drastically different from the inside. Having lived within the city for so long, they had almost forgotten that this world was surrounded by countless monsters. Just as they stepped out, a deafening beastly roar echoed across the sky, and the appearance of monsters shattered the previously tense yet orderly atmosphere. It was a giant lizard over 3 meters tall, covered in hard gray scales, with eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its long tongue flicked in and out incessantly, as if it were a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, sending chills down anyone's spine at first glance. It's a bloodthirsty demon lizard, a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. The examinees immediately panicked, scattering in all directions in an attempt to avoid the monster. However, the bloodthirsty demon lizard was exceptionally fast, catching up to several fleeing examinees within a few strides. Its sharp claws, like steel blades, slashed down, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the wilderness. The sudden, gruesome scene stunned many examinees, leaving them frozen in place, even forgetting to run. They had never expected to witness such a brutal sight right after leaving the city. On the city wall, several principals remained unusually calm. Only through the baptism of blood could one truly grow, otherwise, they would forever remain as flowers in a greenhouse. Unless a level 20 or higher monster appeared, they would not intervene in the assessment. Watching the examinees panic and flee, with some even standing motionless in shock, one principal couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This year's batch isn't great. Just one level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is enough to scare them like this. With so many people here, if each of them used just one skill, they could easily take down the bloodthirsty demon lizard. At that moment, a dark figure surged against the tide, charging straight at the bloodthirsty demon lizard. It was Yilin. Yilin, expressionless, rushed forward wielding the Starfall Skyscar. Swish, 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 swish. Activating the Blade of Lifespan technique for dazzling streaks of starlight flashed by, instantly severing the limbs of the bloodthirsty demon lizard that had terrified the examinees into fleeing, reducing it to a helpless, writhing worm. What a terrifying blade! This weapon must be at least rare grade, exclaimed one of the principals on the city wall. Is this the Forbidden Spellmaster Yilin? A level 16 paired with a rare grade weapon dealing with a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is indeed effortless. But why didn't he kill the bloodthirsty demon lizard? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yilin gestured behind him. Ling Yi, come finish it off. On it, boss. Ling Yi excitedly rushed forward with his sword. By this time, the bloodthirsty demon lizard had already lost all ability to resist. With one strike, Ling Yi ended the creature's life. Team up to kill an 11th level bloodthirsty lizard. Reward 40 experience points. An 11th level monster should provide 110 experience points. However, due to the team setup, the experience points were divided, reduced to 40 points, while the remaining 70 experience points were allocated to Ling Yi. Witnessing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did they understand why Yilin merely severed the bloodthirsty lizard's limbs without killing it. It turned out that the terrifying bloodthirsty lizard, which struck fear into everyone, had become a leveling tool for Ling Yi in Yilin's eyes. At this moment, a surge of impulse rose in everyone's hearts. They wished they could immediately rush forward, cling tightly to Yilin's leg, and ask if he still needed any underlings. As long as they could acknowledge a boss, someone would help them level up. Who would refuse such a good deal? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yilin and Ling Yi did not rush to enter the high school trial but instead chose to sweep their way to the right. Yilin, just you wait. This time, I definitely won't lose to you again. Zhuge and I glared at Yilin's back before dashing to the left. In her opinion, the reason she was crushed by Yilin in the beginner's dungeon was entirely because she hadn't taken it seriously. This time, she was determined not to give Yilin any chance and chose to sweep through the wilderness to hunt monsters and level up. These two powerhouses swept through the area, one to the left and one to the right, much to the delight of the other examinees who had rushed out with them. Their pressure was suddenly alleviated, and they couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yilin and Zhuge and I. There really are still good people in the world. Without worrying about anything else, they hurriedly rushed toward the entrance of the high-level trial. Team up to kill a level 12 Chimera, reward 50 experience points. Team up to kill a level 11 Seahorse Warrior, reward 40 experience points. Team up to kill a level 13 Skeletal Archer, reward 60 experience points. Any monsters encountered on the road were swiftly slashed by Yilin, leaving them barely alive before he moved on. Ling Yi, who followed behind him, gradually developed a seamless coordination with him. After Yilin severely injured the monsters, Ling Yi would immediately step forward to deliver the finishing blow. Under Yilin's guidance, Ling Yi's level increased rapidly, soon reaching level 8. Boss, say no more. From now on, you're my sworn boss. Ling Yi was overjoyed. At this rate, he could reach at least level 12, or even level 13, before the sunset. The entrance to the Gokao trial will remain open all day, as long as they arrive before sunset. Don't get too excited just yet. There aren't many monsters near the city walls to begin with, so we might have to go deeper. Yilin glanced around and noticed that the number of monsters had clearly decreased. But boss, if we go deeper, won't we encounter level 20 or even level 30 monsters? Ling Yi's expression shifted slightly. Small problem, I can handle level 20, but if it's level 30, we run. Yilin carried his knife and continued venturing deeper into the wilderness. Ling Yi wasn't the only one who needed to level up. He also hoped to keep improving. After all, his goal was the Supreme Academy. Yilin carried his knife and slowly disappeared from the principal's sight. Yilin is being too reckless. How can he take Ling Yi to such a dangerous place? Gao Zhenyu frowned. Given Yilin's level, getting into the Great Xia Academy was almost a certainty. What exactly was he trying to do? Don't worry, Principal Gao. The area has long been surrounded by examiners, so nothing unexpected will happen, another principal reassured. I hope so. Gao Zhenyu's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. For some reason, he couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. Along the way, Yilin walked and fought, effortlessly slaying monsters below level 20 with just his Yangshou blade technique without needing to use any other forbidden spells. At most, it was just a matter of a few extra strikes. Ling Yi followed closely behind, reaping substantial rewards. While Yilin hadn't leveled up yet, this kid had already gained 2 levels, reaching level 9. Just as they were about to continue advancing, a man wearing an invigilator badge suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. Do not stray beyond the exam area, it will be dangerous. Can't go any further? Yilin asked with a frown. Alright. Just as Yilin was about to change direction, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and seriously reminded the proctor, look behind you. The proctor snorted coldly at the words, not even turning his head. Trying to trick me into looking back so you can escape the exam hall? If I'm not mistaken, the people you've arranged are probably waiting outside the hall to assist you and help you level up, right? I advise you to give up on this ridiculous idea. I've been a proctor for 20 years, and no examinee has ever fooled me. No, just turn around quickly, Yilin said anxiously. Don't even think about it. I won't fall for your tricks. Leave now, or I'll declare you in violation and cancel your exa. Before the proctor could finish his sentence, a low growl suddenly erupted from behind him. His face changed drastically, and just as he was about to turn around, a massive monster appeared behind him out of nowhere. With a sudden swipe of its claw, the proctor had no time to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball, landing heavily over 10 meters away, his fate uncertain. The monster stood 4 meters tall, its body covered in impenetrable armor, wielding a massive spiked club. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. Level 33, Goblin Champion. Ling Yi's face turned pale, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. What a stubborn mule. Yilin shook his head helplessly. Although he had repeatedly warned the proctor to turn around, the man had refused to listen. Facing such a level 33 monster, Yilin knew that unless he unleashed his undying form and went all out, there was no way he could contend with this Goblin Champion. Ling Yi, run. I'll distract it. Yilin shouted loudly. Boss, no way. Let's run together. Ling Yi responded anxiously. Stop arguing. You're not as fast as I am. Yilin kicked Ling Yi on the backside, sending him flying. Then, he slashed at the Goblin Champion with his blade. Starlight flickered, and the creature was indeed enraged, charging toward him in great strides. Yilin quickly activated his dance of the moment, but to avoid suspicion, he only sacrificed his appendix and a section of his intestine to triple his agility. However, it was clear that he couldn't shake off the Goblin Champion, and the distance between them continued to close. Thunderous wrath. A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth, the power of thunder instantly condensing into a thick thunderbolt that struck the Goblin Champion with destructive force. The proctor struggled to stand up from the ground. Though his face was pale, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Quick, run, leave this to me. I won't let any examinee get hurt in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yilin said helplessly. He's quite the guy. The proctor had already been gravely injured by the Goblin Champion's sneak attack, and it was remarkable that he could still stand and use his skills. Fortunately, the proctor had already sent out a distress signal, and before long, 2 other proctors arrived. Examinees, stay back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, one of them commanded in a low voice. Understood. Yilin obediently retreated to the side. The 2 proctors quickly engaged the Goblin Champion. Under their combined assault, the monster had no chance to fight back and was completely overwhelmed. One of the proctors swung an axe, and the massive Goblin Champion was instantly felled, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Yilin's eyes. He sacrificed his heart, activating the tenfold dance of the moment, and dashed toward the unconscious proctor. Taking advantage of the dust cloud, he immediately began stripping the proctor's clothes and quickly put them on himself. He also hung the proctor's badge around his neck. Then, he took out the illusion mask gifted to him by Zhuge Qianxing from a wooden box and gently placed it on his face. The mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, fit his face perfectly. Once he donned the illusion mask, Yilin instantly transformed into a man in his 30s, complete with a faint stubble on his face. And just like that, a brand new proctor was born. At this moment, the goblin warrior also got back up, severely injured, its head swaying unsteadily, and its armor already shattered beyond recognition. Vile creature, how dare you disrupt the college entrance exam venue? I will never let you go. Colleagues, I'll assist you. Yilin's voice was deep, and he immediately gathered gunmetal energy in one hand, golden light continuously surging from his body and converging in his palm. Facing the level 33 goblin warrior, Yilin showed no mercy. Forbidden spell. Eternal gunmetal. A golden spear exuding an ancient and mysterious aura appeared in his hand. Yilin raised his hand, gripped the spear tightly, and swung his arm forcefully. The golden spear, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shot straight at the goblin warrior. The golden spear directly pierced through the severely injured goblin warrior's head, instantly killing it. Team kill of level 33 goblin warrior. Reward, 220 experience points. Obtained item, symbiosis charm. Yilin was startled. Huh? It actually dropped something? Killing monsters has a chance to drop items, equipment, or skill scrolls, but the probability is extremely low. Unexpectedly, this goblin warrior dropped an item. However, now was not the time to check it. He immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. Damn it, you beast, who the hell are you? Which department are you from? How can you steal kills like this? The invigilator wielding a giant axe was so furious that his nose was almost crooked. They had been fighting for ages, and this guy showed up and instantly finished off the goblin warrior with one strike. It was simply outrageous. Call me a good guy. Yilin's voice echoed from afar. Good guy my ass. The invigilator, still fuming, held his axe and wanted to chase after him, but the other invigilator quickly stopped him. Calm down, maintaining order in the exam venue is the most important thing. I've already memorized that guy's appearance. We'll settle this with him later. Exactly. It's infuriating. We're all invigilators, and we usually know each other well. Yet he dared to steal the kill. The invigilator holding the giant axe said indignantly. Meanwhile, Yilin made a round, returning the proctor's badge and clothes to the unconscious proctor, then turned and left. With the matter resolved, he departed quietly, hiding his achievements and fame. It had to be admitted that the illusion mask worked exceptionally well. Once the mask was removed, those two proctors would never be able to find him. At this moment, Yilin began to examine the items he had just obtained. Symbiosis talisman, hand in hand, live as one. When two job changers with a level difference of less than 10 interlock their fingers and use the symbiosis talisman, the experience points gained from hunting monsters will be fully shared between them for the next 6 hours. Note, the symbiosis talisman can only be used with one person at a time. Wow, this is a great item. Yilin's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to ditch Ling Yi after leveling up to 10 together, but with the symbiosis talisman, even monsters killed by Ling Yi would grant him full experience points. Although the method of using the symbiosis talisman was a bit peculiar, it actually required interlocking fingers. When Yilin found Ling Yi was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was shrouded in black smoke, with a shadowy figure hidden beneath its armor. Upon seeing Ling Yi was instantly overjoyed. Boss, you're okay, that's great. What about that goblin hero? Don't worry, that goblin hero has already been dealt with by the other examiners. Yilin smiled faintly, stepped forward, and extended his warm hand, intertwining it like a serpent with Ling Yi's, their fingers tightly interlocked. Ling Yi's entire body trembled, frozen in place, his pupils contracting sharply. Although he had interlocked fingers with girls many times before, this was his first time doing so with another guy. Even the Anubis soldier across from them seemed to pause, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Ling Yi's throat involuntarily bobbed up and down. No wonder Yilin had shown no interest in even a single maid when he was at his house, so this was the kind of person he was deep down? Ling Yi was torn between conflicting emotions. Thinking of how Yilin had risked his life to save Ji's father, didn't mind him being a burden, took him along to level up, and even told him to run first in a critical moment while drawing the monsters away himself. Remembering all this, Ling Yi was deeply moved. Boss, it's a pity I'm a guy, or I'd really want to devote myself to you. Yilin. He swiftly used the symbiosis talisman and then pushed Ling Yi away. Get lost, stay away. Then, Yilin slashed at the Anubis soldier. Accompanied by a flicker of starlight, all that remained in place was a pile of broken armor. Thanks to the effect of the symbiosis talisman, both Yilin and Ling Yi gained 130 experience points. Is this a symbiosis talisman? Boss, where did you get such an amazing thing? This is a treasure you can't buy even if you have money. Ling Yi asked excitedly. Don't worry about how I got it. Anyway, we'll split up and act separately. That's the only way to maximize the effect of the symbiosis talisman. Yilin turned and left without hesitation. Carrying the Starfall Sky Scar, he began a massacre. The perimeter was guarded by proctors, and monsters above level 25 were completely barred from entering the examination site. As a result, Yilin didn't even need to use other forbidden spells. With just a single Yansho blade technique combined with the 300 additional strength points from the Starfall Skyscar, he was able to move through the examination site with ease. However, he didn't act overly ostentatious. When encountering monsters of a lower level than him, he killed them with a single strike. When facing monsters of a higher level, he pretended to struggle in combat for a while before finishing them off with one blow. During this time, he sustained quite a few injuries, but under the cover of the healing skill from the twin yin-yang bracelet, he directly used his undying body to recover and then continued farming monsters without pause. On the other side, Ling Yi was already stunned, because from just now until now, his level had been continuously rising. Without needing to think, he understood that Yilin must be in a fierce battle over there, as their experience points were shared under the effect of the symbiosis rune. Ling Yi suddenly understood. So this was what it felt like when Zhao Yun carried a Du in his arms, charging in and out of Chao's army 7 times, slaughtering wildly. He was responsible for the cheering, while Yilin was responsible for the killing. Run! That bloodthirsty minotaur is about to catch up. All martial arts under heaven are invincible, except for speed. I don't need to run faster than the bloodthirsty minotaur, I just need to run faster than the others. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? The first group has already gone in, so how is there still a bloodthirsty minotaur waiting here? A dozen examinees, pale-faced, were desperately fleeing. Chasing relentlessly behind them was a towering minotaur wielding a massive two-handed axe, its entire body crimson red and standing upright. This minotaur was about 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging like blood-stained granite, sending chills down one's spine, and its level was as high as 15. At the very back was a young couple, tightly holding each other's hands as they ran with all their might. If they were eliminated here, they would even lose the qualification to participate in the high exam trial, so naturally, they were unwilling to give up. But at that moment, the girl suddenly slipped, falling flat on the ground. Jinjin, the boy exclaimed, his face changing. If he turned back to save his girlfriend, he would inevitably lose his eligibility for the college entrance exam. But if he kept running forward, freeing himself from his girlfriend's burden, he might escape from the minotaur alive. Torn between two choices, the boy hesitated. Abing, go quickly, don't worry about me. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, realized she could no longer escape. These words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Abing fled without looking back. Watching Abing's departing figure, Jinjin felt as if something inside her had shattered. She looked at the bloodthirsty minotaur pressing down on her like a mountain, smiled bitterly, and closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. At that moment, an angry voice rang out. What kind of nonsense King's Game Ziyang Flower Waltz? All minotaurs deserve to die. Swish! A cold gleam flashed by, and starlight scattered across the sky. Yilin, who was searching for monsters, swung his blade, directly cleaving the minotaur in half, killing it instantly. Jinjin froze, staring blankly at Yilin holding the Starfall Skyscar. It wasn't until he left with his blade that she realized the situation had changed. Jinjin, it's so great that you're okay. Now we can apply to the same university again. Seeing the bloodthirsty minotaur fall under Yilin's blade, Abing came to his senses and hugged Jinjin excitedly. But at this moment, Jinjin coldly pushed Abing away. The scene just now had completely revealed the true nature of this man to her. Sorry, I suddenly don't feel like applying to the same university as you anymore. Only those who cherish me are worthy of having me. Jinjin turned and left without hesitation. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding outside the city, with many monsters meeting their end in an instant. Some monsters, resembling sheep, heard the whispers of demons by their ears. Pour on mom's homemade fragrant pepper salt, hot rapeseed oil, and a bit of vinegar, the soul sauce, pour it on. As soon as the words pour it were spoken, the sheep-like monster was decapitated with a single slash. A candidate was being chased by a monster, scrambling up and down, when suddenly a streak of starlight flashed by. The monster was split in two, and the candidate didn't even have time to see who had made the move. Another candidate was stopped by a strange person who asked how they found the monster, as if they were crazy. They were already struggling to avoid the monsters, let alone daring to actively seek them out. On the city wall, several principals and prominent figures of Qingcheng were all dumbfounded. The high school trial took place every year, and they had witnessed countless trials. While it was true that some powerful candidates would choose to level up near the entrance, this was the first time they had seen someone carrying a blade and actively hunting monsters everywhere. Ah, if only this child weren't a forbidden spellcaster. If he weren't, Qingcheng would truly have produced a real dragon, one principal said regretfully, shaking his head. A job changer, capable of sweeping through monsters in the wild, would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force capable of dominating an area. But forbidden spellcasters simply don't live past the age of 25. It's fine. At least this year, the number of candidates from Qingcheng participating in the high exam trials will be much higher than in previous years. Another principal nodded and said, thanks to Yilin, the number of candidates unable to enter the high exam trials due to monster attacks has significantly decreased this year. Wherever
Yilin went, it was visible to the naked eye that not a single monster could escape. He was like a fully automated cleaning machine, clearing out all the monsters within the trial area. At this moment, those candidates who specifically waited for others to go ahead before leaving the city saw the empty area outside the city and revealed smug smiles on their faces. A young man fanning himself even grinned and said, "See, I told you there are benefits to coming out later. The monsters that rushed ahead have all been dealt with, and now it's much easier for us." Many people following behind him nodded in agreement. The journey from the city to the entrance of the high exam trials was a total of 10 kilometers. They had walked halfway and hadn't encountered a single monster. As expected, it's better to set out later. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yilin also stopped in his tracks. It seems there really aren't any monsters left. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the monsters in the examination hall seemed to have been completely cleared by him, while his level remained at 18. Level 18, 2.33%. Strength 180 plus 300. Agility 270. Spirit 540 plus 659. Skills: Forbidden Spell, World-Destroying Thunder, Dance of the Instant, Burning Reincarnation, Inferno Scorching the Heavens, Undying and Indestructible, Eternal Frozen Gaze, Necromantic Return, Lifespan Blade Technique, Eternal Gung Metal. The higher the level, the harder it really is to progress. Forget it, I might as well head into the exam hall. Yilin shook his head, thinking to himself that the experience required to level up from 1 to 16 was almost the same as from 16 to 18. There was still quite a gap to reach level 19, and instead of painstakingly hunting down the few remaining monsters, it would be more practical to directly enter the exam hall. The teleportation portal for the college entrance trial resembled a massive gate of light quietly suspended in the sky, radiating a gentle glow. As he approached the portal, he felt a mysterious force fluctuating. It was the ripple of spatial magic, capable of instantly transporting someone to another place. Yilin stepped inside, and the scene before him instantly disintegrated. When the view reassembled, he found himself standing in a vast bluestone plaza. Around the bluestone square, 10 towering stone pillars stood majestically. Each pillar was engraved with ancient runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. At the center of the square stood a massive stone monument, inscribed with the 5 large characters Gao Kao Trial Ground. The writing was simple yet powerful, resembling the dance of dragons and serpents. So this is the Gao Kao Trial Ground? Yilin glanced around, noticing the dense crowd surrounding the square, and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. So many people. Yilin felt a twinge of regret in his heart. If he had known there would be so many people, he should have let the monsters eliminate more of them before stepping in. Sigh, in the end, he was still too soft-hearted and kind. "Boss!" Ling Yi shouted loudly, rushing over and hugging Yilin tightly. "Boss, you're truly my real boss. Oh my goodness, you're incredible." Ling Yi was so excited that he was practically incoherent, and for good reason. His current level had astonishingly reached level 15. Level 15. If nothing unexpected happened, with his level 15, getting into Daxia Academy was almost a certainty. Yilin, however, wasn't surprised. After all, under the effect of the symbiosis rune, Ling Yi's experience points were shared with his own, so reaching level 15 wasn't particularly unusual. Alright, let go of me. Don't cling to me in public, Yilin said with a tone of disdain. "No, from now on, you're my sworn boss." Ling Yi exclaimed excitedly, clinging to Yilin's leg. "Get off!" Yilin responded helplessly, already noticing quite a few people casting strange looks in their direction. But to be honest, he rather enjoyed this kind of playful camaraderie with a friend. Ever since arriving in this world, Yilin had kept a low profile to conceal the secret of his immortality. Ling Yi was arguably the first friend he had made here. Friendship, this was something Yilin hadn't experienced in a long time. Not long after, Zhuge Ni appeared in the high exam trial field with a dark expression. Her level was only 14, having increased by just 2 levels. At first, things went smoothly, and she intended to catch up to Yilin's level 16, but for some reason, she couldn't find a single magical creature later on. Damn it! Zhuge Ni was a bit frustrated, but it doesn't matter. Falling behind by just 2 levels isn't necessarily something that can't be made up for with skill and ability. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. As time passed and the sun cast its final rays, the towering teleportation gate closed completely. This signified that those who hadn't entered the high exam trial field would miss out on this year's exam. After the gate closed, an elderly man with a kind appearance silently appeared in front of the stone monument in the center of the Bluestone Square. At the same time, over 100 proctors appeared in various corners of the Bluestone Square, closely monitoring the movements of each examinee. "Greetings, candidates of Qingcheng. Welcome to the 886th High Exam Trial. I am Lin Yuan, the chief examiner of Qingcheng." The old man's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to ripple through everyone's heart, and every person in the Bluestone Square could hear it clearly. "Next, I will announce the content of this year's high exam trial. During my announcement, please listen carefully and refrain from making any noise. Violators will be disqualified from the exam. As soon as he
finished speaking, all the candidates wisely closed their mouths. The high exam trial is divided into two parts, the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battle, which will take place over 2 days.
Tomorrow will be the comprehensive ability assessment. Each candidate will be assigned different assessment content based on their profession. The entire assessment
consists of 10 stages. You may choose to withdraw early or complete all the stages. The examiners will score you based on your performance in the stages.
Each level has a maximum score of 10 points.
Only candidates who pass all 10 levels and achieve a score above 85 points are eligible to participate in the arena battle the day after tomorrow.
The arena battle also lasts 1 day.
Winning a match earns an additional 10 points, with a maximum cap of 150 points.
The arena battle will determine this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination.
In the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battle, any equipment may be used, but no special items are allowed.
Violators will be disqualified from the assessment. The assessment details have been announced.
Lin Yuan chuckled.
Tonight, get a good rest. Tomorrow morning, the comprehensive ability assessment begins.
The expressions of the candidates all became extremely solemn. They knew that tomorrow was the real main event.
Many candidates immediately pulled sleeping bags out of their backpacks, clearly well prepared.
Boss, didn't you bring a sleeping bag? Seeing that Yilin hadn't taken anything out, Ling Yi was a bit surprised.
I don't need that thing.
Yilin shook his head. He could adapt to the conditions of the slums, so sleeping on a stone floor was nothing, completely child's play.
How can that be? Without proper rest, how can you have enough energy to face tomorrow's comprehensive ability assessment?
Ling Yi frowned, then handed his branded sleeping bag to Yilin.
Boss, you use mine.
Yilin felt a surge of emotion in his heart and couldn't help but ask, what about you?
Me? I'll just make do.
Ling Yi pretended to be nonchalant, clapped his hands, and 2 proctors carried over a luxurious bed and placed it beside him.
Yilin looked utterly shocked. Wait, hold on a second.
Yilin was dumbfounded.
There's actually a luxury bed service provided in the college entrance trial?
There is, but it's ridiculously expensive. Not only is this bed not as good as the one at my house, but it also costs a whopping 200,000 a night. It's like daylight robbery. If it weren't for the fact that you, boss,
didn't bring a sleeping bag, I wouldn't have been willing to rent it.
Ling Yi said with a pained expression. Renting a bed for 200,000, even for him, was hard to accept. Although he had money, he wasn't foolish.
Yilin silently pondered in his heart, is this what it means to be filthy rich? Even the treatment during the college entrance trial is different.
While others were sleeping on stone slabs and in sleeping bags, Ling Yi was lying on a Simmons luxury bed. In the end, Yilin used his moral persuasion to successfully convince Ling Yi to let him have the 200,000 worth bed. Of course, martial virtue is also a virtue. The next morning, Yilin woke up feeling refreshed.
As the time arrived, Lin Yuan began to make announcements. The comprehensive ability assessment begins now.
All candidates, please line up in an orderly manner into 10 queues and enter the assessment rooms one by one.
As soon as
Lin Yuan finished speaking, the 10 towering stone pillars in the green stone plaza each opened a teleportation portal. It seemed the comprehensive ability assessment would take place inside those stone pillars.
The dense crowd quickly formed into 10 orderly queues, with no one daring to step out of line.
Everyone understood that the college entrance trial was the most important exam in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, a turning point that would determine their fate. Yilin lined up in the 6th queue and followed the crowd forward.
Each person disappeared as soon as they stepped into the teleportation portal.
Before long, it was Yilin's turn. He stepped forward, and in the next second, he found himself in a fully enclosed, all-metal room. A beam of light scanned over him, and Yilin's level and profession automatically appeared. Yilin, Forbidden Spellmaster, level 18.
All the candidates entered the stone pillars one by one.
Lin Yuan, the chief examiner of this year's college entrance examination, stood quietly on the bluestone square, gazing at the 10 stone pillars. Behind him, several middle-aged individuals with powerful auras appeared one after another. They were all deputy examiners for this year's college entrance examination. Among them was a woman dressed in a long green dress, exuding a refreshing aura like a spring breeze brushing over a lake. Despite her age, she was exceptionally well-maintained, with a delicate and elegant face and long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying in the wind. Her slender figure resembled
a dignified fairy descending to the mortal world.
She walked up to Lin Yuan, slightly bowed, and softly said, "Chief Examiner Lin, I apologize for being late." Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with respect, and replied, "Teacher Su, you're too kind.
You arrived just in time." The other deputy examiners, upon looking at this woman, couldn't help but show expressions of reverence.
Her name was Su Qingxin, and she was the head of the Supreme Academy. Ordinary candidates might not be familiar with the name of the Supreme Academy, but as examiners, they knew well that it was the
most powerful academy within the Great Xia territory.
Every Every student who graduated from there was a prodigy capable of dominating their region. A few people were planning to exchange a few more pleasantries when suddenly, a stone pillar lit up abruptly, and the sculpture on it seemed to come alive at that moment. Level 18? Lin Yuan's gaze slightly sharpened. Reaching level 10 would ensure admission to a first-tier university. Level 12 could secure a spot in a top-tier university. But level 18, there was only one word to describe it: prodigy. Even Su Qingxin became intrigued, her eyes burning as she looked in the direction of Yilin. Level 18, already qualified one for admission to the Supreme Academy. However, when she saw Yilin's profession, she couldn't help but frown. Why is it a forbidden spellcaster? Level 18, if it were any other profession, even if the profession's rank was only A level, she could make an exception and allow the person to enter the Supreme Academy. But a forbidden spellcaster? That wouldn't do. Although the forbidden spellcaster was an SSS level profession, everyone knew that this profession couldn't live past the age of 25. The examiners at this moment also felt regretful. Sigh, what a pity. If it weren't for being a forbidden spellcaster, Xingqiang would truly have produced a real dragon. The forbidden spellcaster profession hasn't appeared in quite a while, has it? The last time was 10 years ago, right? Yes, the forbidden spellcaster from 10 years ago only lived to the age of 23 and ultimately couldn't escape their fate. He must have recklessly unleashed forbidden spells to farm monsters, which is why his level is so high. It's practically overdrawing his future, truly unwise. He probably won't even live to see 23. Then how should we score the level assessment for the first stage? Just score it normally. He's already level 18. It wouldn't make sense not to give full marks. After the examiners finished their discussion, the mechanical female voice echoed once again in Yilin's ears inside the metal room. Candidate Yilin, comprehensive ability assessment, first stage, level assessment, full marks, 10 points. As soon as the voice finished, the metal wall in front of Yilin slowly opened, revealing a crystal clear orb. Comprehensive ability assessment, second stage, three-dimensional attribute assessment. Candidate Yilin, please place your hand on the test orb. Yilin stepped forward, pondering whether to use the burning reincarnation skill, but ultimately decided against it and directly placed his hand on the device. Strength 480 points, agility 270 points, spirit 1199 points. Candidate Yilin, comprehensive ability assessment, second stage, three-dimensional attribute test, full score 10 points. In the Bluestone Plaza, one of the examiners couldn't help but complain, I can understand everything else, but how does he have 480 points in strength? Did this guy equip something that boosts attack power? Why would a forbidden spellcaster need strength? Casting forbidden spells already takes a toll on the body, and now he wants to engage in melee combat? Yilin was already at level 18, so achieving a full score in the second stage of the three-dimensional attribute test was normal. However, his 480 points in strength still made several examiners twitch their mouths in disbelief. 480 points in strength exceeded that of many warrior-class professionals. In their eyes, Yilin exuded an air of absurdity. Just keep watching, the third stage is about to begin. Now comes the action, Lin Yuan said calmly. In the metal room, where Yilin was located, a dummy had already appeared. This dummy was similar to those in the practice rooms of the Transfer Guild, but it was more refined. Comprehensive ability assessment, third stage, attack ability test. Candidate Yilin, please use your most powerful skill to attack the dummy in front of you. The dummy will display your score based on the strength of your attack, a mechanical, emotionless female voice announced once again. Most powerful skill? Yilin's first reaction was that summoning the Chaos Divine Thunder required sacrificing all his organs, but he felt that such an act would be too shocking and extreme. After all, it was just the college entrance exam, there was no need to go overboard. However, the power couldn't be too weak either, as he was aiming to enter the Supreme Academy, where he had to score full marks on every test. After some thought, Yilin made his decision and raised his hand directly. Alright, he sacrificed his tonsils and summoned the most ordinary thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and the dummy instantly exploded into a cloud of fine powder. Ha! Yilin was stunned. This was already the weakest forbidden spell he had, yet he hadn't expected the dummy to be so fragile. Moreover, the test instructions mentioned that the dummy would display his score. Now that the dummy had been blasted to dust, how would his score be calculated? At this moment, the examiners on the Bluestone Plaza were equally dumbfounded. This dummy can withstand attacks from job changers below level 25. This kid is only level 18, yet he blew up the dummy with one hit? He used a forbidden spell. It's widely acknowledged that forbidden spells are extremely powerful, so what do we do now? The dummy is gone. How do we calculate the score? Should we give him another dummy? Forget it, don't waste the teaching equipment. Just give him full marks. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is really something. Using a forbidden spell just for the college entrance exam. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse, and the other examiners nodded in agreement. Casting a forbidden spell definitely comes at a cost. Using a forbidden spell during the college entrance exam exam is like trading your lifespan for game items. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 3rd Stage, Attack Ability Assessment, full marks, 10 points.
Hearing this announcement, the anxious Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He had been worried that his score might be cancelled because he damaged the dummy. At this moment, he also clearly realized the downside of being a forbidden spellcaster: it's impossible to hold back. Once you make a move, it's a forbidden spell, and no matter how much you try to restrain yourself, there's no room for leniency. After passing the 3rd stage, the next 3 stages were the spellcasting speed assessment, the instant burst ability assessment, and the sustained output ability assessment. None of these posed any challenge to Yilin. Under the astonished gazes of the examiners, he quickly passed all the assessments with full marks. In the 7th level, Yilin finally encountered a different scene. Right in front of him appeared a specially designed cage. Inside the cage, a monster roared, its eyes blood red as if scorched by flames, exuding a crazed killing intent.
Its massive body and knotted muscles resembled a moving mountain.
Its sharp claws scraped against the cage, producing an ear-piercing metallic screech, as if demonstrating its fury to Yilin.
Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Level 7, Escape Ability Test. Under the pursuit of a Level 25 Flame Demon Wolf, remain uninjured for 3 minutes to achieve a perfect score.
A timer appeared at the end of the corridor. The assessment begins. The moment the mechanical female voice fell, the cage slowly opened, and a blazing fire demon wolf of level 25 stepped out, its crimson eyes filled with greedy bloodlust. It had been starved for a long time, and the moment it saw Yilin, it pounced forward like a bachelor seeing a peerless beauty. Boom! A dazzling silver-white lightning serpent instantly swept out, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing fire demon wolf turned into a charred wolf corpse.
The timer began counting down from 3 minutes.
However, at this moment, the blazing fire demon wolf responsible for hunting Yilin had already become a corpse.
As the countdown ended, the mechanical female voice sounded again.
Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 7th Stage, Escape Ability Test, full score, 10 points.
The examiners observing Yilin's assessment fell into silence.
This was a situation they had never encountered before.
A level 25 monster was an overwhelmingly powerful and unbeatable opponent for any college entrance exam candidate.
When faced with such a monster, candidates could only choose to use their skills to stall for time until the 3-minute mark, at which point they could pass the level. Every year at this stage, there would always be candidates who managed to pass unscathed through exceptional skill. But this year, something unexpected happened.
In the very first second of the
assessment, Yilin cast a forbidden spell and instantly killed the level 25 monster. For the remaining 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Yilin simply sat there in a daze, waiting for the countdown to end.
I take back what I just said.
Using forbidden spells so recklessly, forget about making it to 23. It would be a medical miracle if this kid lives past 20. One examiner couldn't help but shake his head.
Name, Yilin.
Class, Forbidden Spellcaster. Although Yilin's performance was outstanding, the examiners were clearly unimpressed, believing that his current state was merely a result of overexerting his body and sacrificing his future. At this moment, Yilin had already entered the 8th stage. Examiner Lin, have you considered increasing the difficulty of the last 3 stages for candidate Yilin? One of the examiners couldn't help but ask Ling Yi.
The
next 3 stages are all practical assessments, where candidates must face a magical beast of the same level as themselves, one 2 levels higher and one 4 levels higher. In other words, even by the 10th stage, Yilin would only face a level 22 magical beast. Since he easily defeated a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf in seconds, a level 22 magical beast would hardly pose a challenge to him. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, filled with hesitation. If the difficulty wasn't increased, Yilin would undoubtedly pass with a perfect score, but if the difficulty was raised, it might seem unfair to Yilin.
Teacher Su, I would like to hear your opinion.
If we increase the difficulty and Yilin still passes with a perfect score, would you be willing to accept him into the Supreme Academy?
Lin Yuan asked Su Qingxin.
If Su Qingxin agreed, there would be no issue in raising the difficulty, and it would also provide an opportunity to observe Yilin's limits. After all, up to this point, the guy had always appeared to handle everything with ease. Sorry, Examiner Lin, I cannot agree. Su Qingxin shook her head, her gaze shifting to the other candidates. In my opinion, Luo Jun, Wang Zhenglin, Zhuge and and Ji Lingyu are more qualified to enter the Supreme Academy than Yilin. Professional talent, endless curses, the Forbidden Spellcaster unlocks 1 forbidden spell with each level gained. Yilin is a forbidden spellcaster, and his current strength comes at the cost of overdrawing his life and future.
At best, he is a fleeting brilliance.
Such a student is not what we need at the Supreme Academy. Training him would only be a waste of resources.
Lin Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, but ultimately closed it again. The 4 people Su Qingxin mentioned were indeed bona
fide geniuses, but with the monster that was Yilin as a comparison, they seemed less remarkable. In the end, Yilin's assessment difficulty was not increased. Facing level 18, level 20, and level 22 monsters, the battles were unsurprisingly one-sided, with almost all of them being instant kills. After passing the final stage, Yilin's figure reappeared in the bluestone square, becoming the first examinee to clear all 10 stages. Not long after, other examinees also passed the assessment one after another, and the bluestone square became lively again. Many examinees excitedly shared their assessment experiences with their friends. Boss, Ling Yi ran toward Yilin. Boss, I got 96 points. I'm solid. This time, I'm really solid. Ling Yi was overjoyed. Based on this score, as long as he won 3 more matches in the arena battles, he would be guaranteed admission to Dasha Academy. You didn't get a perfect score? Yilin asked curiously. Ling Yi's level had already reached 15. Although the comprehensive assessment content for warrior-type professions differed somewhat from that of mage types, the difficulty should be about the same. Don't even mention it. I lost points in the practical assessment. My level increased too quickly, and I haven't fully adapted yet. Ling Yi scratched his head awkwardly. His level was actually inflated, as he had reached level 15 by tagging along with Yilin. Without Yilin, he would at most be level 7 right now. As the two were chatting, Lin Yuan's side also announced the results of the comprehensive ability assessment. First place, Yilin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge Ni, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Ling Yi, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenglin, 95 points. After announcing everyone's test results, Lin Yuan said loudly, "Alright, candidates with scores below 85, please leave the examination hall in an orderly manner under the guidance of the proctors. Candidates with scores above 85 may also leave, but leaving the hall will be considered as forfeiting tomorrow's arena competition." As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face full of astonishment. She had clearly achieved a perfect score, so why was she ranked behind Yilin? Since both of them had perfect scores, they should be tied for first place. Why was she ranked second? Zhuge Ni raised her hand and said loudly, "Examiner, I have an objection to this result. We both have perfect scores, so why am I in second place?" Zhuge Ni's words sparked doubts among many people. Yeah, if both have perfect scores, why aren't they tied for first? Both have perfect scores, so why is the boy ranked ahead? How much more malice does this world have against women? This is unfair. This is discrimination against women. It's oppression of women. If a reasonable explanation cannot be provided, we will file an appeal. Yes, we must pursue fairness. Facing the anger of the examinees, Lin Yuan's expression remained completely calm. He simply brought up the assessment recordings of Yilin and Zhuge Ni in turn. Please watch the VCR. In the footage, the comprehensive ability assessments of Zhuge Ni and Yilin were played alternately. Zhuge Ni's performance was both highly skillful and captivating. Her figure was stunning, and her fitted sportswear accentuated her curves, making her even more alluring. The male examinees on site couldn't help but stare intently, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Zhuge Ni's process of clearing the levels was nothing short of astonishing. At level 14, she demonstrated the pinnacle of what a fire mage at her level could achieve. Like a graceful butterfly in flight, she showcased flawless techniques in clearing each of the 10 levels, particularly in the 7th level, when facing a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf. Zhuge Ni fully displayed human ingenuity. Although she was no match for the demon wolf in terms of strength, she toyed with it effortlessly. For a full 3 minutes, the blazing fire demon wolf couldn't even touch her, nor did it get within half a meter of her. The crowd was in awe. Zhuge Ni truly is Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Like father, like daughter. Such skill and adaptability are simply top-notch. Don't be fooled by her being only level 14. I bet even job changers below level 20 wouldn't stand a chance against her. That's incredible. The way she participated in the assessment was practically like an art exhibition. Zhuge Ni's perfect score is well-deserved. How could she not be ranked first? This is simply unfair to women. The candidates were abuzz with discussion, their eyes filled with admiration for Zhuge Ni. At the same time, they began to question the fairness of this comprehensive ability assessment. Zhuge Ni had already achieved a flawless performance, so why was Yilin ranked ahead of her? Everyone turned their attention to Yilin's assessment footage. Compared to Zhuge Ni's extreme skills, Yilin's performance seemed unremarkable. After measuring levels and three-dimensional attributes in the first and second stages, from the 3rd to the 10th stage, Yilin did nothing but repeat the same action: cast a forbidden spell, clear the stage, cast a forbidden spell, clear the stage, and so on for 8 consecutive times. Throughout the process, Yilin appeared relaxed, as if he were on a spring outing rather than undergoing a tense examination trial. Watching Yilin's assessment footage, the crowd fell silent, especially when they saw in the 7th stage that Yilin killed the blazing fire demon wolf in the first second and then spent the next 2 minutes in a daze. Their emotions were completely ignited. What? This guy wiped out a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf with just one forbidden spell? Alright, we need to assess escape abilities. If we kill the pursuing monster, there will be
no more threats. Full marks understood. This guy is not human at all. He's practically a monster wearing human skin. It's too outrageous. I suddenly understand why, even though both scored full marks, Juga Ni is ranked second. Juga Ni's full marks are due to her abilities being able to achieve them, whereas Yilin's full marks are because that's the maximum score available. In other words, if the comprehensive ability assessment were changed to a 1,000-point scale, Juga Ni would still score 100 points, while Yilin would soar to at least 700 or 800 points. Many examinees looked at Juga Ni with a hint of pity in their eyes. In previous years' college entrance exams, Juga Ni's performance and level would undoubtedly qualify her as the top scorer. However, this year, with the presence of Yilin, the monster, Juga Ni would undoubtedly be overshadowed to the point of suffocation. She pressed her red lips tightly together, silently watching Yilin's assessment footage over and over again, her fair hands clenched into fists. She couldn't accept that she had lost to Yilin, whom she had always looked down upon, and lost so miserably. Does anyone still have objections to the results of this comprehensive ability assessment? Chief Examiner Ling Yi asked calmly. The bluestone square fell silent instantly. No one dared to voice any objections. Are you kidding? Yilin threw out a single skill, and the level 25 blazing fire demon wolf was dead beyond recognition. With such a feat, who would dare question his qualification for first place? They had all faced the blazing fire demon wolf before and were well aware of the terrifying power of a level 25 monster. Since there are no objections, candidates scoring below 85 points, please leave the venue in an orderly manner. Those scoring above 85 points, please rest well and focus on preparing for tomorrow's arena competition, Ling Yi continued. Soon, the candidates who didn't meet the score requirement left the bluestone square, leaving only 104 candidates remaining. With nearly 100,000 candidates from Qingcheng, only about 100 could stay, highlighting the extremely high elimination rate. The results of the comprehensive ability assessment quickly spread to the outside world. Several principals closely monitoring the college entrance examination felt their breath quicken upon seeing the results. First place, Yilin. Second place, Juga Ni. Old Gao, your Qingcheng High School is defying the odds. 2 perfect scores this year, both from your Qingcheng High School. You old guy really hit the jackpot this year. Not just that. Look at the 4th place, Ling Yi is also from Qingcheng High School. Out of the top 5, Qingcheng High School took 3 spots. Lao Gao, eat whatever you want these days. I suspect you've used up all your luck. The principals couldn't hide their envy of Gao Jinyu. With 3 such outstanding students, Qingcheng High School was bound to become a top choice for applicants next year. Gao Jinyu was so excited that his whole body trembled, unable to utter a single word. He never imagined that Yilin and Juga Ni would bring him such a huge surprise, not to mention Ling Yi, the dark horse. Truly, heaven was blessing Qingcheng High School. Outside the exam hall, Ji's father stood up abruptly upon seeing the results. Good. Excellent. Uncle Ji was so moved that his eyes filled with tears. A score of 96 meant that Ling Yi could at least secure a spot in one of the nation's top 20 universities. If he could win 2 matches in the arena battles, Ling Yi might even challenge the prestigious Dasha Academy. Juga Qianqing quietly observed the results, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his expression calm and composed. The astonishing performance of Yilin and the other 2 filled the students of Qingcheng High School with pride, making them stand tall with their heads held high. However, just as Gao Jinyu was basking in joy, an untimely voice suddenly broke the moment. Old Gao, don't celebrate too early. Tomorrow's arena battles are the real highlight. After all, that's the true fight for Qingcheng's top scholar. The speaker was Principal Su of Yucai High School. He had always been at odds with Gao Jinyu and naturally couldn't stand seeing him so pleased. Oh, Gao Jinyu's smile was unrestrained. Do you think your school's Luo Jun can handle an 18th level forbidden spellcaster? Heh, who knows? Principal Su replied with a meaningful smile before turning and leaving. Seeing Principal Su's smile, a trace of unease flickered through Gao Jinyu's heart, but he quickly shook it off. That old man is just putting on a show. How could an 18th level forbidden spellcaster possibly lose? Time is like the money you save for a bride price, slow to accumulate but spent so quickly it catches you off guard. In the blink of an eye, the night passed quietly. It must be said that excellent grades do come with privileges. The exam venue had even arranged private rooms for each candidate to rest in the previous night. Feeling refreshed, Yilin arrived at the Qingstone Plaza, only to bump into Juga Ni. Juga Ni's eyes were marked with obvious dark circles, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well the night before. I will never lose to you in the arena, Juga Ni said through gritted teeth. Yilin was somewhat speechless. This woman had been targeting him ever since the day of the job transfer ceremony, leaving him feeling helpless. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Juga Ni. As the clock struck 7:30, Lin Yuan and a group of examiners appeared on time. Today's event is a tournament. The high exam trials for other candidates have already ended, but your high exam trials are just beginning. The rules of the tournament are very simple. The competition adopts adopts a draw system. Everyone must compete in at least 5 rounds. Winning a match earns you 10 points and advances you to the next round.
Losing a match does not deduct points, but once you lose a match, you enter the losers bracket, which means you are out of contention for the top scorer.
The one who wins from start to finish will be this year's top scorer in Xingqing's high exam.
By the way, let me remind you, the tournament will be broadcast live in real time. This also means that your friends and family are silently cheering for you outside the exam venue. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a candidate who was picking his nose immediately stopped his action.
Alright, now we will begin the draw.
There are 104 candidates, and here are 104 small balls with
numbers on them. The opponent of number 1 is number 104, the opponent of number 2 is number 103, and so on. After drawing your corresponding tag, proceed to the arena under the guidance of the proctor.
As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a proctor came over carrying a large box covered with a black cloth. Yilin understood the rules. Each candidate had to go through at least 5 rounds of competition, and if they wanted to compete for the top spot, they would have to participate in the 6th, 7th, or
even 8th round.
Although the rules seemed to have some loopholes, in reality, there were no issues. After all, the top candidate was the strongest among all the participants.
If someone couldn't even win 5 consecutive rounds, they wouldn't deserve the title.
As for the other candidates, even if they drew a stronger opponent in the first round, as long as they were strong enough, they could still win the next 4 matches and achieve a high score.
Ultimately, strength was the key.
A glint of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes.
To enter the Supreme Academy, he was determined to claim the top spot. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers. When it was Yilin's turn, he reached in and drew a small ball with the number 18 written on it.
"Boss, what's your number?"
Ling Yi couldn't help but ask.
18, Yilin replied.
18? I'm 24. Great. Looks like I won't run into you for now. That really scared me.
Ling Yi let out a sigh of relief. If he encountered Yilin in the first round, he would definitely shut down on the spot. As long as he didn't face Yilin, Zhuge Ni, or Luo Jun, his level 15 strength was enough to dominate the arena. Under the guidance of the proctor, Yilin stepped onto a platform. According to the rules, his opponent was the candidate who drew ball number 86.
A petite girl with a stubborn expression stood opposite Yilin.
"Both candidates, please stand within the circle and refrain from unnecessary movements before the start," the proctor announced expressionlessly. "Now, both candidates, please reveal your profession and level."
Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. Bei, Water Mage, level 10. Profession and level displayed, the duel begins.
Seeing the opponent's level and profession, Yilin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly.
"Classmate, you should just admit defeat." "No, I won't admit defeat. Even though you're strong, don't look down on me. Make your move."
Bei's expression was filled with determination, her palm-sized face brimming with defiance. Achieving a score of over 85 in the comprehensive ability assessment was no easy feat. No one who managed that was a pushover. Having made it to the arena with great effort, she naturally wasn't willing to give up easily. It wasn't that Yilin looked down on his opponent, it was mainly because, apart from forbidden spells, he wasn't proficient in other skills. Considering the level gap between the two and the frailty of a mage's physique, Yilin understood that no matter which forbidden spell he cast, his opponent would inevitably suffer severe injuries, possibly even a fatal blow. It seemed she wouldn't shed tears until she saw the coffin. Yilin shook his head helplessly, then sacrificed one of his wisdom teeth.
"Forbidden spell?
World-destroying thunderstorm," Yilin uttered softly, raising his right hand toward the sky. In an instant, turbulent thunderclouds gathered, and dazzling silver-white lightning arcs darted through the clouds like agile serpents.
Boom!
A ferocious thunder dragon, as thick as an adult's arm, surged down from the clouds, connecting with Yilin's hand like a chain of lightning. At this moment, Yilin resembled a deity wielding the power of thunder. Such a terrifying scene not only made the livestream viewers switch perspectives but also caused the examinees on site to turn around and watch.
Casting a forbidden spell to summon lightning right off the bat? What kind of heavenly law did that little girl break? Such a cute girl, and this guy actually summoned such a massive thunderbolt to strike her? How could her small frame possibly withstand that?
For others, risking their life is just a figure of speech, but this guy is literally risking his life. Casting forbidden spells in the college entrance exam arena is akin to Kojia participating in a Go competition for primary and secondary school students, utterly absurd.
The proctor was startled and immediately shouted in alarm, "Candidate Yilin, killing is strictly prohibited in the arena. Otherwise, your college entrance exam qualification will be revoked."
"Okay, I don't want to do that either, so why don't you make her surrender?" Yilin responded helplessly. At this moment, Bei was already frozen in place with fear. Watching Yilin's footage yesterday, she knew he was strong, but experiencing it firsthand made her truly realize his terrifying power.
Bei felt like a rookie stepping into the boxing ring for the first time, only to face Peak Tyson.
Then, Peak Tyson kindly shook her hand, smiled, and said, "Hello, I'm today's referee Tyson."
Bison. Your opponent is Ultraman Zero from the M78 Nebula. Under such overwhelming pressure, Bebe's legs went weak, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. The next second, she burst into tears. The battle on the arena was in full swing. Juga Ni held a thick tome in her hands, which was clearly an extremely powerful piece of equipment. As the pages of the tome turned, terrifying, blazing flames roared upward, forcing her opponent to retreat repeatedly. Every skill she unleashed was executed with pinpoint precision, leaving her opponent no room to maneuver. Before long, Juga Ni defeated her opponent and secured victory in the first round. Ling Yi brandished his long sword. Facing an opponent who was only level 8, his level 15 strength made the fight effortless. With just a few strikes, he forced his opponent to admit defeat on the spot. Luo Jun from Yutsai High School wielded a black spear, its shaft entwined with a lifelike shadow dragon. Each swing of the spear was accompanied by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar echoing across the arena. With a playful smirk, he continuously toyed with his opponent, only delivering the final blow by kicking them off the arena at the last moment. Wang Zhanglin from Experimental High School was even faster. As an SSS class Rainbow Blade profession, he moved like a phantom, dispatching his opponent in an instant. On every arena, thrilling battles were taking place, except for the one where Yilin stood, where the scene was unusually bizarre. A petite girl in a short skirt had fallen to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "I can't win, he's a monster, I really can't win." Under immense pressure, Bebe's cries echoed across the arena, tugging at the hearts of everyone who heard her, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The spectators were stunned, and even Yilin stood frozen in place, unsure how to respond. The forbidden spell he was holding in his hand left him in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. He hadn't expected his opponent's mental resilience to be so fragile, to the point of being scared to tears. In the end, Bebe was helped off the arena by the proctor, and the match concluded with Yilin's victory. Immediately afterward, Bebe was sent directly to a psychological counselor, where it took a full half-hour of guidance before her sobbing gradually subsided. Candidate number 18, Yilin, wins the first round, score +10. The proctor announced the result with a peculiar expression. After years of invigilating, he had seen life and death struggles in the arena, immediate surrenders, and even one-move knockouts, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone scare their opponent into tears without even making a move. Yilin had made history, becoming the only person in the college entrance exam to win by frightening his opponent to tears, and the only one in the entire venue to secure victory without any combat. What a beast! Such a cute girl, and he actually made her cry like that. Doesn't he have even a shred of compassion for beauty? I always thought scared to tears was just an exaggerated expression. I never imagined it could actually be a verb. Did he secretly say something outrageous to that girl to scare her into crying? Listening to the whispers around him, Yilin felt helpless. It was truly unjust. He hadn't done anything, not even touched the other person. After a 10-minute break, the second round of the arena competition officially began. In this round, Yilin's opponent was a sword cultivator carrying a long sword on his back. This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall and slender figure, and an outstanding demeanor that naturally drew attention. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. When Yilin stepped onto the stage, the sword cultivator's expression subtly changed. He then narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, indifferently, "If the opponent is you, it might be a bit tricky. But I will win. After all, I am the strongest." As he muttered, he drew the long sword from his back, and the dazzling sword light instantly illuminated the entire arena. Yilin's expression immediately turned serious, treating this opponent with utmost caution. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He would never underestimate any opponent. The professions of job changers were incredibly diverse, with skills varying widely. Surface-level rankings could not represent true combat strength. This was something Yilin understood deeply. The opponent's confidence clearly indicated extraordinary abilities. The examiner's expression also grew serious. "Both candidates, please stand within the circle. Do not make any unnecessary moves before I announce the start. Now, both candidates, please display your profession and level." Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. Chen Chengchen, Cloud-Stepping Sword Cultivator, level 11. Yilin's gaze sharpened. Level 11? Indeed, a reason to be confident. Profession and level have been displayed. The second round of the competition begins. As the examiner announced the start, Chen Chengchen turned gracefully, sheathed his sword, and then stepped off the stage. At the same time, his confident and calm words reached Yilin in the examiner's ears. "I forfeit." Yilin, examiner. Just this? It feels like attending a banquet at a 5-star hotel, only for the grand finale dish to be a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. They watched this guy act so naturally, thinking he had some extraordinary trick to deal with Yilin. But in the end, he just surrendered right away? "Didn't you say you were going to win?" Yilin couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I will win, but not today, and not at this moment," Chen Chengchen replied with a confident smile, calm and composed, as if he was full of confidence about the future. Yilin
Yilin fell silent. The college entrance examination trials were indeed full of talented individuals, even with exceptional eloquence, but it was just as well not to fight. In front of so many people, avoiding unnecessary action was best to prevent arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Candidate number 18, Yilin, wins the second round, earning 10 points. The proctor announced Yilin's victory again, his expression peculiar. For the first time, he realized that being a proctor could be so easy. Others had to stay on high alert, constantly monitoring the candidates' battles to prevent life-threatening situations. But for him, aside from reciting the rules, there was almost nothing else to do. Soon, the third round began. Given the lessons learned from the previous two contestants, the candidate who drew Yilin this time had already made up his mind. "What? Bad luck, running into a monster like you," he cursed inwardly, then said to the proctor, "I forfeit." He had no intention of fighting Yilin. The thunderous scene earlier made him realize he was no match. Since he couldn't win anyway, risking serious injury would only affect his state for the next round. It was better to forfeit outright. And so, without lifting a finger, Yilin smoothly advanced to the fourth round, with his score reaching an astonishing 130 points. At this moment, whether it was the examinees inside the examination hall or the audience watching the live broadcast outside, everyone was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This guy only cast one forbidden spell from start to finish, and he even withdrew it halfway through. He didn't even fight, yet he won 3 matches in a row? Is the college entrance exam really this easy? These people are so foolish. Why not just fight him? What are they afraid of? Forbidden spellcasters have to pay a price to use their skills. It's just the college entrance exam. Does he really dare to risk his life? I don't know if he'll risk his life, but if I get hit by his thunder forbidden spell, I definitely won't survive. Sigh, is this guy going to get a perfect score without even lifting a finger? No way. Those who make it to the fourth round, who would give up so easily, and who would be significantly weaker than the others? If Yilin wants to enter the fifth round, he'll definitely have to fight someone. Wait, look quickly, this guy actually got a bye. A total of 104 examinees entered the arena competition. After 3 rounds, 91 people were placed in the losers bracket. This means that only 13 candidates remain in contention for this year's Qingqing Top Scholar. The fourth round did not follow the rule of the smallest number, facing the largest number, but instead involved a new draw. The result was that one person got a bye. The person who got the bye would not gain any points but would directly advance to the next round. And as it turned out, the one who got the bye was none other than Yilin. If it had been someone else who got the bye, others might have envied their incredible luck. But this time, it was Yilin, and almost all the other examinees breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate about their own luck. Yilin getting a bye meant that in the fourth round, no one would have to face this monster. For anyone, encountering Yilin basically meant being relegated to the losers bracket. Yilin getting a bye was clearly good news. The draw results for the other examinees were quickly revealed as well. The other 2 matches seemed rather unremarkable, but the one battle with high entertainment value was Luo Jun versus Wang Zhengguang. 2 SSS-level professions were finally standing on the same stage. Both examinees, please stand within the circle. Do not make any unnecessary moves before I announce the start. For this match, there were 2 proctors, as everyone knew this battle was bound to be a fierce clash between titans. Now, please reveal your professions and levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. Wang Zhengguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. The 2 of them were astonishingly at level 14 and level 13. If not for the appearance of the monster Yilin this year, Luo Jun and Wang Zhengguang would undoubtedly have been the brightest rising stars of Qingchang. Luo, it seems you'll have to enter the losers bracket, Wang Zhengguang said as 2 daggers appeared in his hands, which he then held in a reverse grip. The daggers gleamed with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. Luo Jun, on the other hand, struck the ground with his black spear, causing a slight tremor across the entire arena. This action clearly demonstrated Luo Jun's nearly terrifying strength. With just you? Not enough. Luo Jun glanced at Wang Zhengguang, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wang Zhengguang immediately narrowed his eyes. For an assassin class to face a warrior class was already a tough challenge. He would rather face Zhuge Ni than go up against Luo Jun. However, since he had drawn such an opponent, he could only give it his all. With the professions and levels revealed, the fourth round begins. As soon as the proctor finished speaking, Wang Zhengguang vanished from the arena like a phantom. The speed of the profession Rainbow Blade Edge was dazzlingly fast. Luo Jun's gaze instantly turned sharp as he wielded his black spear, creating a flurry of spear shadows. The arena was immediately filled with the clanging sounds of metal colliding. Everyone knew that Wang Zhengguang was going all out, but they could barely catch a glimpse of his figure, as if only Luo Jun was showcasing his spear techniques on the stage. Terrifying. Is this what a battle between 2 SSS class professions looks like? I can't even see where Wang Zhengguang is. If it were me on that stage, I'd probably be killed by him in the first second. This is too frightening. As a
a transferee, I feel like I'm not even in the same world as them.
Watching the occasional dazzling sparks erupting on the arena, many people's eyes revealed a look of apprehension.
The gap between individuals sometimes felt even greater than the gap between humans and dogs.
Even though everyone had undergone the transfer ceremony, entered the
novice secret realm, and then came to participate in the college entrance exams, Luo Jun and Wang Zhengguang were clearly on a completely different level. Teacher Su, who do you think will win between the two of them? Chief Examiner Lin Yuan turned to Su Qingxin and asked. Luo Jun, Su Qingxin answered without hesitation. Lin Yuan chuckled, oh, Teacher Su thinks Wang Zhengguang will lose? Right now, Wang Zhengguang is completely dominating Luo Jun in the fight.
It's not that I think so, but he is bound to lose. He went all out from the start, and if he can't take down Luo Jun in a short time, his stamina will decline, which will be the moment for Luo Jun to counterattack. Although Luo Jun seems to be on the defensive the whole time, he is handling it with ease, using the sturdiness of his spear to block attacks, and every move is perfectly timed.
With this shift in momentum, Wang Zhengguang is destined to lose. Su Qingxin expressed her views without any hesitation, and Lin Yuan's gaze grew even more serious.
The head of the Supreme Academy indeed had sharp insight, and his opinion coincided with Su Qingxin's.
Sure enough, not long after Su Qingxin shared her thoughts, the situation on the arena began to shift.
Maintaining high-speed movement for an extended period was a tremendous drain on Wang Zhengguang, and his speed inevitably slowed down. At the very moment his speed decreased, Luo Jun, like a tiger ready to pounce, erupted in an instant. He gripped the black spear in his hand tightly, creating countless black spear shadows as he thrust toward Wang Zhengguang's vital points.
This strike was the opportunity Luo Jun had been waiting for, leaving Wang Zhengguang no chance to react.
Wang Zhengguang's expression changed slightly as
he tried to defend himself, but in a head-on confrontation, how could he possibly be Luo Jun's match? Luo Jun's black spear, like a massive black dragon, lunged at Wang Zhengguang.
Wang Zhengguang struggled to deflect it into the air, but Luo Jun seized the opportunity to grab the spear's tail.
Shadow break strike. The black spear, like a towering pillar, smashed straight down toward Wang Zhengguang.
He raised his two daggers in an attempt to block, but the heavy blow forced him to his knees.
Crack! A crisp sound echoed. It was the
sound of Wang Zhengguang's kneecap shattering.
Ah! Wang Zhengguang let out a heart-rending scream, curling up on the ground and clutching his knee. The crowd's hearts sank. No one had expected Luo Jun to be so ruthless.
Soon, two doctors went on stage to carry Wang Zhengguang off. His injuries were too severe and required immediate treatment, otherwise, they might affect his future career transitions.
Luo Jun walked off the stage,
expressionlessly, marking the end of the fourth round. Including Yilin, there were now 7 people left, which meant that someone would once again get a bye this round and advance directly to the semifinals.
Could it really be this uncanny? Standing in front of the draw box, Yilin's expression was a bit peculiar.
He reached into the box and touched a small ball. His intuition told him that this ball was very likely the one for the bye, but Yilin refused to believe in such coincidences and directly took it out. As it turned out, Yilin's intuition was indeed correct. Lin Yuan glanced at his ball and immediately announced, "Candidate Yilin, 5th round, bye." Yilin remained silent. He hadn't expected that he would get a bye for 2 consecutive rounds.
Forbidden spell?
World-destroying thunder. Those watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exam were also stunned. They began calling Yilin the god of the draw, as the biggest dark horse of this year's exam had clearly emerged. Without lifting a finger, he had directly entered the semifinals. Such a record was unprecedented and would likely be hard to surpass in the future. In the first round, he scared his opponent into tears.
In the second and third rounds, his opponents simply forfeited.
In the fourth and fifth rounds,
he got byes. This sequence of events was so absurd that it was almost unbelievable.
"Boss, your luck is just too good,"
Yilin couldn't help but exclaim.
"If you like byes so much, you can have one too," Yilin said casually.
No, I don't want that."
Yilin shook his head repeatedly.
A bye was both a blessing and a curse because it didn't add any points. If you got a bye in the
fourth round, then in the next round, you'd face the 6 strongest competitors in this year's exam.
Only by defeating one of them could you earn another 10 points.
Yilin had already gotten 2 byes, so his score at this point was only 130 points. The 6th round was the semifinals, and the 7th round was the finals. This meant that if he wanted to achieve a perfect score of 150 points, he would have to win the next 2 battles to claim the Qingqing top scorer title.
Without sufficient strength, getting 2 byes would undoubtedly mean becoming cannon fodder for the semifinals. "Who's your opponent in the 5th round?" Yilin asked.
At this moment, Yiling's score had already reached 136 points, a score that allowed him to choose freely among the top universities in the country. Therefore, whether he won or lost, the 5th round didn't matter much to him, unless he wanted to compete for the Qingqing top scorer title. "Take a guess." Ling Yi blinked and revealed a sly smile.
Seeing his expression, Yilin raised an eyebrow. "Could it be Zhuge and I?"
"Boss, you're so smart, it, you guessed it right, in one try. Ling Yi nodded. She's not easy to deal with. If it doesn't work out, just forfeit, Yilin advised. Although Ling Yi's level was one rank higher than Zhuge Ni's, Yilin knew better than anyone how he had achieved that level. Ling Yi still couldn't fully control the sudden surge of power, and his class rank was only A level. So, despite his higher level, his chances of winning against Zhuge Ni were actually quite low. Forfeit? That woman keeps targeting you. Even if I can't beat her, I have to teach her a lesson. Don't worry, boss, Ling Yi said, patting his chest. Yilin wanted to say more, but just then, the chief examiner Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Alright, the 5th round arena matches are about to begin. All candidates, please take the stage. Wait for my good news. Ling Yi gave a thumbs up and walked toward the arena without looking back. In the 5th round, apart from Yilin, who had a bye, 6 candidates remained. The most anticipated match was undoubtedly the showdown between Zhuge Ni and Ling Yi. At this moment, both sides had already entered the phase of showcasing their classes and levels. Zhuge Ni, Fire Mage, level 14. Ling Yi, Changying Swordsman, level 15. This shocking level difference made countless people gasp. A level 14 facing off against a level 15, this kind of situation usually only appeared during the battle for the top spot in previous years. But this year, even before the semifinals, a level 14 versus level 15 fight had already emerged, sparking heated discussions among the crowd. Changying Swordsman? Isn't that an A-rank class? An A-rank class actually managed to reach level 15? Everyone's physique is different. I once channeled 20 times in a state of extreme anger. You guys didn't know about this, did you? I saw it with my own eyes. Yilin crippled the monsters and handed them over to Ling Yi to finish off. His level only got this high thanks to Yilin. Ha, there's such a good deal? I have a friend who wants to ask, does Yilin still need a leg accessory? No wonder an A-rank profession could reach level 15. Turns out there's some shady business behind it. At this moment on the arena, Zhuge Ni looked coldly at Ling Yi, her exquisite and beautiful face devoid of any expression. Ling Yi, I really don't understand. What kind of spell did Yilin cast on you to make you so loyal to him? Zhuge Ni held a tome in her hands as she spoke. You don't need to understand. One call of boss, a lifetime of boss. Ling Yi drew a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light, his gaze turning serious. When the day comes that you truly see Yilin for who he is, you'll definitely regret it. Zhuge Ni shook her head, clearly disdainful of Ling Yi's choice. In her eyes, Ling Yi was nothing more than a fool deceived by Yilin. As the examiner announced the start of the match, Zhuge Ni immediately unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in her hands emitted a dazzling light, followed by countless fireballs, like dancing sprites, soaring into the air from Zhuge Ni's elegant figure and hurtling toward Ling Yi. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the arena to rise sharply. Even before the fireballs reached him, beads of sweat had already formed on Ling Yi's forehead. He gripped his long sword tightly, his figure flickering like a phantom, not blindly confronting the fireballs, but skillfully using the edges and corners of the arena to deftly evade Zhuge Ni's attacks. The fireballs exploded around him, flames scattering everywhere, yet they never managed to touch him in the slightest. How many times can you dodge? Zhuge Ni calmly flipped through the ancient tome in her hands. In an instant, all the fireballs transformed into a massive wall of fire, surging toward Ling Yi with overwhelming destructive force. Faced with such an indiscriminate attack, Ling Yi's heart tightened. He understood there was no way to evade this strike, he had to confront it head-on. Taking a deep breath, the power within him erupted instantly, and his long sword gleamed with a cold light as he slashed directly at the approaching wall of fire. Sword technique, slash. The sword energy surged, colliding fiercely with the wall of fire, producing a deafening roar. The fire wall was instantly torn apart by the sword energy, scattering into countless streams of fire that burst like blooming fire lotuses in the air. Ling Yi's figure flickered amidst the fiery glow. The falling embers scorched his skin upon contact, but he paid no heed, charging straight toward Zhuge Ni. He knew that against Zhuge Ni, a fire element mage, his only chance of victory lay in close combat. Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, not expecting Ling Yi to confront her powerful attack head-on. At the same time, a wave of anger surged within her. She had to defeat Yilin to prove her abilities to her father. If she couldn't even handle Ling Yi, how could she possibly face Yilin? With this thought, a sharp glint appeared in Zhuge Ni's eyes. As Ling Yi charged toward her, she remained unflustered, responding with even greater composure. The ancient tome in her hands flipped once more, and streams of fiery arrows rose instantly, shooting toward Ling Yi at lightning speed. Ling Yi moved with the swiftness of the wind, weaving through the fiery arrows like a shadow. At times, he leaped, at others, he dove, skillfully evading Zhuge Ni's attacks. When faced with arrows he couldn't avoid, he would swing his long sword, unleashing sharp sword energy to cut through the fiery projectiles. After a few quick maneuvers, Ling Yi finally reached Zhuge Ni, successfully closing the distance. However, at this moment, Zhuge Ni did not panic. Instead, she revealed a smile that made Ling Yi's
heart tighten. The next second, the tome in Zhugani's hand began to flip its pages rapidly without any wind, and her jet-black long hair started to dance in the air. Crimson Flame C. On the arena, the air suddenly became scorching hot. Yilin felt a terrifying heatwave rushing toward him, almost suffocating him. Every breath felt as if his nasal cavity was being burned. He looked up and saw flames raging around Zhuge Ni. The flames were no longer the ordinary red but a deep crimson gold, as if they contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the flames rapidly converged, transforming into a horrifying sea of fire that engulfed him. The terrifying, searing energy within the sea of fire seemed as though it would devour the entire world. As the sea of fire surged, the entire arena trembled violently, as if it could not withstand this terrifying power. A legendary skill. To be able to unleash a legendary skill at just level 14, this girl's talent is truly extraordinary. The chief examiner, Ling Yi, had a look of amazement in his eyes. There's a bit of trickery involved. The magic book in her hand is an epic grade piece of equipment, but it does indeed showcase her talent. Su Qingxin couldn't help but praise. That boy named Ling Yi is going to lose, another examiner said, shaking his head. At this moment, Ling Yi's face turned extremely grim. He finally understood that Zhuge Ni had deliberately let him get close earlier, and her purpose was precisely for this moment. Concede. You cannot break through my crimson flame sea. Zhuge Ni, engulfed in flames, her long hair billowing, looked like a goddess of fire. At this moment, with just a single thought, the endless sea of flames around her could directly engulf Ling Yi. Although she clearly had the upper hand, there was no trace of joy in Zhuge Ni's heart. This move was originally reserved for Yilin, but she was forced to use it against Ling Yi instead. Ha, you haven't won yet. Don't act like you've already claimed victory. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. At this point, he had no way out, so he decided to go all in. In the next second, he charged straight toward Zhuge Ni, facing the overwhelming sea of flames head-on, completely disregarding the threat of the fire. Foolish. Zhuge Ni frowned slightly, raising her fair, lotus-like arm. Instantly, the sea of flames condensed into a terrifying wave of fire, crashing down on Ling Yi. Under the shroud of the crimson flame sea, Ling Yi had no way to get close to her. The fiery wave, like an apocalyptic force, slammed down on him. At this moment, Ling Yi's figure appeared incredibly small amidst the sea of flames, as if he could be swallowed by the endless waves of fire at any moment. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Ling Yi did not dodge. Instead, he charged directly into the fiery wave. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Ji's father stood up abruptly, in fear. Is this kid crazy? Proctor, prepare to save him. Lin Yuan shouted, his figure flashing as he rushed toward the arena. The moment the flames touched his skin, Ling Yi felt a wave of excruciating pain spread throughout his body, as if countless fiery blades were slicing through his flesh. His clothes were instantly ignited, turning to ashes, revealing his charred skin beneath. Yet, he did not retreat in the slightest. As a wealthy young master, death was the thing Ling Yi feared most, but at this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Whoosh! A charred figure burst out from the sea of flames, and under Zhuge Ni's astonished gaze, a sword light came thrusting straight at her. Zhuge Ni had never expected that Ling Yi would endure the full force of the Crimson Flame Sea's attack and still press forward with an assault. Although she was extremely composed and reacted quickly to dodge the strike, Ling Yi's sword was incredibly fast, grazing her left arm and drawing blood. Seeing that he had successfully injured Zhuge Ni, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. At this moment, he had been burned into a blackened, charred figure, with only his eyes still shining brightly. Let me warn you, my boss is the person I respect most, apart from my father. If you dare to speak ill of my boss again, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi, overwhelmed by his injuries, rolled his eyes and passed out. Yilin rushed onto the stage without hesitation, using the power of the Yin-Yang twin bracelets to heal Ling Yi. At this moment, Ling Yi's body was covered in burns, with some flesh even cooked. I didn't mean to. I didn't know he would go to such lengths. Looking at Yilin's grim expression, Zhuge Ni, for some reason, found herself explaining involuntarily. I know. It's not your fault, Yilin said coldly. Looking at Yilin's indifferent attitude, Zhuge Ni felt a surge of inexplicable anger in her heart. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for you deceiving Ling Yi, how would he have ended up like this? In the end, wasn't it you who harmed him? Yilin glanced at Zhuge Ni, then withdrew his gaze, too lazy to respond. The label of not right in the head had already been deeply imprinted in Yilin's mind regarding this woman, and he had no desire to argue with her. If Zhuge Ni weren't the daughter of his teacher, Zhuge Qianxing, Yilin would have long since thrown a forbidden spell at her. After the medical staff carried Ling Yi away, Yilin walked off the arena without looking back. Zhuge Ni stared at Yilin's retreating figure, biting her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes flickering with a complex expression. She suddenly recalled Ling Yi's earlier words. The person she regarded as a cowardly scoundrel had
actually driven Ling Yi to such lengths. She couldn't understand why Ling Yi would go to such extremes for someone like Yilin, who was cowardly and deceitful. Her father believed in him, Ling Yi believed in him, why was there no one who believed in her? A surge of inexplicable emotion rose in her heart. Was it envy or jealousy? Zhuge and I couldn't tell. But at this moment, her desire to defeat Yilin had reached its peak. She couldn't stand Yilin pretending to be calm and composed while being so cowardly. Only a fair and square victory could completely dispel the resentment in her heart. And then there was her bet with her father. She had to drive Yilin out from under her father's tutelage. Someone like him was unworthy of being her father's disciple. Zhuge's face was full of cold determination. Yilin, I will definitely expose your true colors. In the 6th round of the arena competition, only 4 candidates remained: Yilin, Luo Jun, Zhuge and a candidate named Lin Linglin. The other candidates had already completed 5 rounds and concluded this year's college entrance examination trials. This year's top scorer in Qingqing's college entrance exams would emerge from among these 4. Zhuge was eager to face Yilin, but the draw paired her against Lin Linglin, while Yilin was matched with Luo Jun. This draw result excited countless people on the scene. Everyone knew Yilin's strength, but no one had ever seen him truly make a move. Meanwhile, Luo Jun had just defeated Wang Zhenglin, another SSS-level professional, without taking any damage, proving his formidable strength. The earlier battle between Zhuge and Ling Yi had already shown that lower-ranked individuals weren't necessarily weaker. As a result, many people were even more optimistic about Luo Jun. Several principals of Qingcheng High School were also extremely excited at this moment. For them, the match between Luo Jun and Yilin was even more important than the final. If Lin Linglin did not perform outstandingly, she would not stand a chance against Zhuge and if Yilin defeated Luo Jun, it would mean the final would be a showdown between 2 students from Qingcheng High School, ensuring that the top scorer of Qingcheng would come from their school. However, if Luo Jun won, Yucai High School would still have a chance to retain the top scorer title. After all, for the past 3 years, the top scorers of Qingcheng had all come from Yucai High School. Principal Su, do you think Luo Jun has a good chance of winning? One of the principals couldn't help but ask. Of course, he is my student, and I have great confidence in him. Principal Su smiled faintly, exuding an indescribable confidence. But he's an 18th level Forbidden Spellcaster. The combat power of a Forbidden Spellcaster is already terrifying, not to mention that his level is higher than Luo Jun's. Can Luo Jun really win? Another principal asked in shock. So what? Principal Su appeared somewhat disdainful. Can he recklessly cast forbidden spells non-stop in a duel? The other principals nodded one after another. Everyone knew that forbidden spells were immensely powerful, but casting them was extremely harmful to the body. Unless it was a matter of life and death, apart from those in the profession of forbidden spellcasters, almost no one would willingly use forbidden spells. I'm just afraid he won't even be able to withstand a single forbidden spell, Gao Jinyu said faintly. We'll know after the match, Principal Su snorted coldly. On the stage, Yilin and Luo Jun had each displayed their respective levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14. Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18. Luo Jun gripped a black spear, its tip pointed directly at Yilin. The black spear shimmered with a faint dark light under the sunlight, as if a true dragon lurked within. Luo Jun's eyes were filled with surging battle intent, and a faint sound of dragon roars could be heard. Yilin, I finally get to face you. Among everyone, you're the only one I can consider a worthy opponent. Once I defeat you, the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam will undoubtedly be me. These words instantly darkened Zhuge's expression, clearly showing that Luo Jun had completely disregarded her. Yilin remained silent, merely gripping the Starfall Sky Scar tightly. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, as the proctor announced the start, the battle officially began. This was also Yilin's first fight since entering the tournament. Luo Jun's figure suddenly flickered, pouncing toward Yilin. Like a fierce tiger, the black spear in his hand carried an overwhelming force, thrusting straight at Yilin's heart. Yilin's expression remained unchanged. With a slight movement of his body, the Starfall Sky Scar in his hand traced a brilliant starry arc, meeting Luo Jun's black spear head-on. He did not use any complex forbidden spells but instead chose the simplest and most straightforward Yanshou blade technique. Luo Jun was only at level 14, while the power of each strike in the Yanshou blade technique doubled with every successive blow. If all went as expected, by the time it reached around 20 layers, the power of the Starfall Sky Scar would be something Luo Jun could no longer withstand. Moreover, by using the Yanshou blade technique, Yilin didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Luo Jun, which was the main reason for his choice. A blade? Luo Jun was somewhat shocked. He had only ever seen Yilin use the world-destroying thunder and had already prepared his defenses, never expecting Yilin to pull out a blade instead. A forbidden spellcaster, skilled in close combat? He had no idea. As the black spear and the Starfall Sky Scar clashed repeatedly, Luo Jun grew grew increasingly alarmed. Yilin's blade technique appeared simple, yet every strike contained immense power, and this power continued to build with each blow. The Starfall Sky Scar traced dazzling arcs in the air, colliding with Luo Jun's black spear and producing crisp metallic sounds, sparking countless flashes. Initially, the black spear held an absolute advantage, but as Yilin's strikes increased, Luo Jun began to feel overwhelmed, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Sheer force breaking through all techniques. Though Yilin's moves were straightforward slashes, the accumulated power of the Yangshuo blade technique was truly astonishing.
The audience around the arena was dumbfounded. How did this look like a battle between a forbidden spellcaster and a warrior? It was clearly two warriors fiercely clashing. Do forbidden spellcasters always fight like this? Isn't he a forbidden spellcaster? Why hasn't he cast a single forbidden spell, yet he can fight evenly with Luo Jun? This is just too unbelievable. I'm just as curious.
I originally thought it would be forbidden spells flying everywhere, but instead, it's turned out like this. The viewers watching the livestream were all stunned. This battle seemed completely different from what they had imagined. Meanwhile, the principals of Qingcheng High School keenly noticed something unusual.
Is it that forbidden spell?
It should be, sacrificing his own lifespan to make each strike stronger than the last.
How many strikes has he made already? Exchanging his lifespan for a victory in the arena, is it worth it?
Several principals were discussing the matter, while Principal Su's face was as dark as it could be. He truly hadn't expected that Yilin would fight so desperately, even using his lifespan to compete.
Principal Su, didn't you say Luo Jun might not lose?
From the current situation, it looks like he's definitely going to lose.
Gao Zhenyu laughed with extreme delight. Don't celebrate too soon.
Principal Su gritted his teeth. On the arena, Yilin's lifespan blade technique had already stacked to 15 layers, with each strike containing terrifying power. Luo Jun felt unprecedented pressure, his tiger's mouth cracked and bleeding profusely.
No, if this continues, I'll definitely lose.
Panic flashed in Luo Jun's eyes as Yilin's strikes grew increasingly powerful, seemingly endless. He had to give it his all to have even a sliver of a chance.
Shadow heavy break.
Luo Jun tightly gripped the end of the gun, the black long spear like a giant pillar, fiercely striking toward Yilin. Yilin didn't want to block, but to avoid appearing too extraordinary, he still placed his blade horizontally to slightly
deflect the blow.
As a result, with just one block he was forced back several steps. Seeing his strike succeed, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Luo Jun's eyes.
Yilin, do you think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells? Forbidden spell? Dark Dragon's Fall.
The tip of Luo Jun's spear gathered a dazzling light. It was his full power forbidden spell.
With this thrust, the entire arena seemed to tremble, the air thick with a killing. Intense, so intense it felt as if even a true dragon would bleed beneath it.
The moment the black spear shot forward, it exploded with brilliant light and a deafening roar. Yilin felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him staggering backward several steps. On his chest, a bloody hole was slowly widening, staining his clothes crimson.
Looking
down, he saw that the tip of Luo Jun's black spear had pierced straight through his heart. Luo Jun, meanwhile, stared at him coldly, his eyes full of triumph and mockery. At this moment, the entire Qingcheng fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time.
This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one
could have imagined that Luo Jun would directly cast a forbidden spell, let alone that he could pierce Yilin's chest with a single shot.
Luo Jun won. Who would have thought? Aren't forbidden spellcasters said to be invincible among those of the same level?
Yet Yilin was defeated by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels lower than him.
Luo Jun really went all out,
actually casting a forbidden spell. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock.
Old dog Su, you old scoundrel. To win, you actually taught a forbidden spell to a student?
Gao Zhenyu was burning with rage and charged forward, ready to fight Principal Su to the death. Although Luo Jun was extremely talented, with his current strength, he was far from capable of mastering a forbidden spell. The only explanation was that Principal Su, in his bid to secure the Qingcheng top scholar title, had gone so far as to sacrifice Luo Jun's future by teaching him a forbidden spell. Seeing the outcome already decided, Principal Su wore a smug smile and
said calmly, "What's the matter? Is there any rule that says I can't teach a forbidden spell to a student? A loss is a loss. Are you unwilling to admit it? Shameless."
Gao Zhenyu cursed angrily, and the expressions of the other principals also turned unpleasant.
Casting a forbidden spell places an immense burden on the body, especially for Luo Jun, who was an SSS level professional with limitless potential. Sacrificing a future genius just to compete for the top spot was clearly against their principles of education and nurturing.
Luo Jun agreed to it himself, so there's no need for you to worry, Principal Su said calmly, exuding confidence.
So what if it was a forbidden spellcaster? This year's top scorer would still belong to their Yutsai High School. Zhuge Enai stared blankly at the arena, her emotions too complex to put into words.
She hadn't expected Yilin to lose to Luo Jun.
However, Luo Jun's strike was indeed terrifying, and Zhuge Enai herself wasn't confident she could have dodged it. Initially, she had been eager to defeat Yilin, but now, seeing Yilin on the brink of death, Zhuge and I couldn't help but sigh. Once someone dies, their light extinguishes, and there was no point in holding on to grudges. She had long advised Yilin that the power of a forbidden spellcaster came at the cost of depleting one's future in life, but unfortunately, Yilin hadn't heeded her warning. If only you had listened to the advice, perhaps you wouldn't have ended up like this today, Zhuge and I murmured softly, shaking her head. On the arena stage, Luo Jun was gasping heavily, his face pale. It was evident that casting the Dark Dragon's Fall forbidden spell had taken a significant toll on him. So what if you're level 18? Aren't you still going to fall under my spear? Luo Jun said smugly. Who told you that I've already lost? Yilin raised his eyes calmly. Your heart's been pierced, and you're still being stubborn? Luo Jun snorted coldly, full of disdain. It seems forbidden spellcasters have been absent for so long that the world has forgotten the terror of this profession. Yilin calmly spread his arms. No one can kill a forbidden spellcaster. A forbidden spellcaster only dies by their own forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Undying and eternal. As Yilin cast the forbidden spell, a mysterious power instantly erupted from his body, and the air around the arena seemed to freeze. Even though his heart had been pierced, Yilin now appeared as if nothing had happened, raising the Starfall Sky Scar and continuing to strike. At Luo Jun's face changed drastically. His heart had been pierced, yet he could still unleash such terrifying power. Was this guy even human? Meanwhile, the twin yin-yang bracelet on Yilin's wrist began to glow, and a powerful energy rapidly restored his body. The wounds caused by the Dark Dragon's Fall healed at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. They had never seen someone survive after their heart was pierced. Could this guy be immortal? Only a few people noticed the clue, including Lin Yuan and several other examiners. Immortal and indestructible? Isn't this forbidden spell supposed to have been lost long ago? I never thought I would witness it in my lifetime. The profession of forbidden spellcaster is truly terrifying. They are naturally able to master forbidden spells, using one's lifespan as the price to become immune to fatal damage. This forbidden spell is indeed one of the most powerful and practical ones, capable of directly negating a single fatal injury. First, he used immortal and indestructible to negate the fatal damage, then activated his equipment to heal the wound. This kid is too composed. If he weren't a forbidden spellcaster, he would surely achieve great things in the future. One examiner couldn't help but shake his head, his eyes full of regret. It was an undeniable fact that forbidden spellcasters were destined for short lives. Yilin pressed forward step by step, and every swing of the Starfall Sky Scar carried terrifying power. Luo Jun was forced to retreat repeatedly. He had originally thought that piercing Yilin's heart had secured his victory, but now it was clear that he had been completely delusional. Seeing himself on the verge of defeat, a trace of ferocity flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Since he had already used it once, he didn't mind using it again. Forbidden spell? Dark Dragon's Fall. Luo Jun unleashed the forbidden spell once more, this time aiming directly at Yilin's head. Watching the black spear erupt with dazzling light as it charged toward him, Yilin frowned slightly. He didn't want to use immortal and indestructible again in front of everyone. Overusing it might eventually expose him. So, Yilin raised his hand directly. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. Since this guy liked forbidden spells so much, Yilin decided to engage him in a forbidden spell showdown. As Yilin pressed his palm forward, the sky instantly became covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed wildly, as if it were about to engulf the entire arena. Boom! With Yilin's movement, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, fiercely slamming toward Luo Jun. Impossible. Luo Jun's terrified scream echoed. Clearly, it was the same forbidden spell, so why was Yilin's forbidden spell so overwhelmingly powerful? He desperately tried to dodge, but the lightning was too fast, leaving him no time to react. The lightning struck Luo Jun hard, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. Luo Jun's entire body was charred black, arcs of electricity occasionally sparking from him. If he weren't lying at the edge of the arena, his body still twitching uncontrollably, the crowd might have thought he was already a corpse. The sight of Luo Jun's miserable state plunged the entire venue into silence. No one had expected that just a moment ago, Luo Jun had been in a seemingly unbeatable position, only to be reduced to a charred figure by a single strike from Yilin in the next instant. This sudden reversal left the crowd momentarily at a loss. Yilin stood quietly on the arena stage. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he coughed up fresh blood and collapsed to the ground, his face pale as paper. If he was going to act, he had to commit fully. Having just unleashed such a powerful forbidden spell, if he appeared completely unscathed, wouldn't that arouse suspicion? Luo Jun, now charred like coal from the lightning strike, was soon carried away by medical personnel. Since this guy had been so ruthless, Yilin naturally showed no mercy in return. The battle ended with Yilin's victory, and his score skyrocketed to 140 points. This meant that the finals of this year's college entrance examination would be a showdown between Zhuge and Yilin.
Yilin a civil war within Qingcheng High School.
Regardless of who won, the top scorer would undoubtedly belong to Qingcheng High School. Gao Jinyu had already popped the champagne in celebration.
The one who found Luo Jun's defeat the hardest to accept was none other than Principal Su of Yucai High School. He was nearly grinding his molars to dust, staring intently at Yilin on the stage. To secure victory, he had gone so far as to teach Luo Jun forbidden spells, even at the cost of ruining Luo Jun's future. Yet, despite all this, they still lost. How could Principal Su possibly bear such an outcome? I will report this. I must report this. Yilin from Qingcheng High School deliberately attempted to kill his opponent. He, an 18th level transferee, used such a powerful forbidden spell against a 14th level transferee. This is outright murder. Principal Su stood up furiously and roared. On the stage, deliberately killing an opponent is absolutely forbidden. Every participant in the tournament is a prodigy, and as long as they grow, they will become pillars of strength in the future. The death of any participant, regardless of which side they belong to, would be a tremendous loss for Daxia. Therefore, the high school trial has a rule: causing the death of an opponent results in immediate disqualification and the annulment of all scores.
Under normal circumstances, seeing Luo Jun's near-death state would have swayed the crowd to side with Principal Su.
But recalling Luo Jun's ruthless act of piercing Yilin's heart with a single strike just moments ago, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar. If anyone were to be accused of deliberately attempting to kill their opponent, it would be Luo Jun who was the true culprit. If Yilin hadn't been a forbidden spellcaster but another profession, he might not have survived, or worse, could have been left crippled. Report me to the college entrance exam officials if you want. Shouting here is useless. Gao Jinyu sneered, looking at Principal Su as if he were a clown.
Gao Jinyu,
just you wait, this isn't over. Principal Su gritted his teeth, turned around, and left, unwilling to watch any longer. What followed would be an internal battle within Qingcheng High School, and watching it would only add to his frustration. Deal, double the joy. Gao Jinyu beamed with a radiant smile, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in that moment. I thought having an internal final match at Qingcheng High School was already exciting enough, but seeing the Icer leave on their own is truly delightful. Principal Su, who had walked halfway, stumbled slightly upon hearing this, almost unable to resist turning back to argue with Gao Jinyu.
Ah, so exhausting.
Taking the college entrance exam is even more tiring than fighting Kensen, Yilin muttered to himself as he stepped off the stage. When dealing with Kensen, he could unleash his firepower freely, casting as many forbidden spells as he wanted. However, during the college entrance exam, he was constrained at every turn, constantly worried about being exposed. After all, the tournament was live-streamed, with countless eyes watching. If it weren't for Luo Jun's strength, forget about stabbing him once, Luo Jun wouldn't stand a chance even if 100 of him were tied together. Yilin needed to quickly improve his strength. Once he became powerful enough to no longer fear others discovering his immortality, he could act without restraint.
Moreover, the final match against Zhuge Ni was giving Yilin a headache.
He definitely couldn't deal with her the same way he did with Luo Jun, casually throwing out a forbidden spell.
If he turned Zhuge Ni into charcoal, Zhuge Qianqing would certainly not let him off the hook. Let me think, is there any forbidden spell I can use?
Yilin racked his brains. He urgently needed a forbidden spell that could defeat Zhuge Ni without injuring her too severely.
Spells like world-ending,
thunderstorm or hellfire scorching the heavens were definitely out of the question. Even Luo Jun, a warrior class, couldn't withstand those, let alone Zhuge Ni, a mage, who would undoubtedly die from even a glancing blow. While he was troubled, the 7th round, the final match, finally arrived. For this final battle, many spectators believed the outcome was already decided. In his fight against Luo Jun, Yilin had demonstrated the terrifying power of a forbidden spellcaster. If Zhuge Ni were hit by even one forbidden spell, she would undoubtedly perish. On the arena, Zhuge Ni stood opposite Yilin, her stunningly beautiful face filled with a complex expression. She had originally thought Yilin would die under Luo Jun's spear, but unexpectedly, he had reversed the situation with an undying forbidden spell. With the proctor's command, the battle to determine the champion of Qingqing officially began. However, what was strange was that neither Yilin nor Zhuge Ni made any moves. They just stood there motionless. Yilin was anxious, afraid that he might accidentally hurt Zhuge Ni, while Zhuge Ni seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, Zhuge Ni spoke coldly, Yilin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you're ready. I don't want to take advantage of you. Yilin waved his hand and responded bitterly, no need, just go ahead. He pondered silently, quickly reviewing all the forbidden spells he knew in his mind, only to find that none of them were usable. Those forbidden spells either lacked offensive power, such as Dance of the Moment, Burning Reincarnation, and Necromancer's Return, which had other effects, or the ones with offensive power were overwhelmingly destructive. Alright, then don't blame me for being ruthless, because I have a reason I must win. A determined glint flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes as she opened her tome and decisively cast a skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. On the arena, flames surged instantly, transforming into terrifyingly
insanely high-temperature fireballs that roared toward Yilin. Forbidden spell? Dance of the moment.
Facing the incoming fireballs, Yilin unhesitatingly sacrificed a kidney in exchange for a 5-fold agility boost. Since he couldn't attack, he could only stall until Zhuge mana was exhausted. He currently had only 140 points, and to enter the Supreme Academy he needed a perfect score, which meant he absolutely could not lose. Yilin's figure darted swiftly through the flames, like a ghost weaving through a sea of fire. His movements were lightning fast, constantly shifting positions every moment. The roaring fireballs always grazed past his body but failed to touch him in the slightest. On the arena, the flames blazed fiercely, yet Yilin's figure moved within them as fluidly as flowing water. This scene left the spectators in awe. How could a forbidden spellcaster possess such incredible agility? It was simply unbelievable. However, the audience quickly noticed something was off. Why is Yilin only dodging and not attacking? If he had used that thunder curse earlier, wouldn't he have won? Maybe the thunder curse consumes too much energy, and Yilin can't use it again for now. That must be it. Otherwise, how can we explain why he's only dodging and not counterattacking? I bet Yilin thinks Zhuge Ni is beautiful and feels pity for her, so he's holding back. You're all behind the times. I heard from some rumors that Yilin has already been taken in as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge. He's probably deliberately letting Zhuge Ni win the championship. Wall of sighs. On the arena, Zhuge Ni gritted her silver teeth, her face full of humiliation as she watched Yilin only dodge without attacking. Yilin, is dodging all you can do? She was burning with rage. To her, Yilin's behavior of only dodging and not attacking was undoubtedly a deliberate insult. It was like a powerful old horse teasing a weak little lamb with a mouthful of fragrant pepper salt. Is there a rule against dodging? Yilin shrugged, completely indifferent. Fine, let's see how you dodge this. Zhuge Ni shouted sharply, her long hair fluttering despite the absence of wind. The air on the arena instantly became scorching hot, and the temperature rose rapidly. Flames erupted from her entire body, radiating a dazzling crimson gold hue that was utterly breathtaking. The crimson gold flames formed a sea of fire, surging toward Yilin to encircle him. Yilin frowned and quickly dodged left and right. The sea of flames burned fiercely, but Yilin's figure moved through it as effortlessly as flowing clouds in water. His movements were incredibly fast, and each dodge was precise and flawless. The scarlet gold flames, though terrifying, could never touch him in the slightest. In an instant, Yilin sacrificed half of his liver again, boosting his agility 7-fold. The sudden increase in speed made him even more astonishing, transforming into a streak of light as he charged straight toward Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni had never expected Yilin's speed to increase even further, leaving her no time to react. Thud! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Yilin lightly tapped Zhuge Ni's head with the heavy back of his blade, producing a sharp, clear noise. Zhuge Ni crouched on the ground, clutching her head. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never suffered such humiliation. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, and a large bump swelled on her head, making her look utterly disheveled. You lost, Yilin said calmly, the gap in strength between him and Zhuge Ni now glaringly obvious. If he had used the blade instead of the back of his knife with the sharpness of the starfall scar, Zhuge Ni's head would likely have been cleaved in two by now. Those three simple words instantly shattered her psychological defenses. Humiliation. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. She would rather have been carried off the stage like Luo Jun than endure such a disgraceful defeat. Who said I lost? I haven't forfeited, nor have I lost my ability to fight. This match can still continue. Zhuge Ni stood up angrily, refusing to admit defeat. With a wave of her hand, another barrage of fireballs hurtled toward Yilin. Yilin frowned slightly, surprised at Zhuge Ni's stubbornness. Since that was the case, he thought, next time he might as well just kick her off the stage. To avoid accidentally killing Zhuge Ni, he still refrained from using other forbidden spells and relied solely on the dance of the moment. Watching Yilin dodge left and right with the agility of an eel, Zhuge Ni's anger burned even hotter. I can't lose. I don't want to lose. I absolutely can't lose to this annoying guy. Her pride surged within her, instantly boosting Zhuge Ni's aura. Her flame power reached its peak. With a delicate shout, she quickly formed seals with her hands in front of her chest. A force of flames even stronger than before erupted from her body, and the tome in front of her flipped rapidly. On the arena, the air seemed to warp under the power, forming crimson patterns that looked like ancient runes floating in the air. Yilin, since you're so good at dodging, try avoiding this move. Zhuge Ni's voice was filled with fury. Flame tornado curse. She thrust her hands forward, and the crimson patterns instantly converged into a massive flaming tornado, roaring straight toward Yilin. This flaming tornado was different from the previous sea of fire. It seemed to have a life of its own, dancing wildly in the air. Each rotation unleashed terrifying heat, as if it intended to burn everything to ashes. After unleashing this skill, Zhuge Ni's body was drenched in fragrant sweat, her face slightly pale. It was clear that using this skill had taken a great toll on her. The tome was now severely damaged. This was, after all, an epic grade piece of equipment. Looking at the damaged tome, a trace of heartache flashed across Zhuge Ni's face. However, as long as she could win, everything was worth it. She firmly believed that with this move, Yilin would have absolutely nowhere to hide. Sure enough, this time, no matter how Yilin dodged, the fiery tornado clung to him like a shadow, relentlessly following him. This ability actually has a locking and tracking effect? Yilin frowned slightly, then noticed Zhuge Ni not far away. His eyes lit up as he thought of a countermeasure. With 7 times the agility, he made a swift move and appeared behind Zhuge Ni in an instant. As a mage, without teammates to protect you, using a skill with locking and tracking abilities against a fast opponent is practically suicide. Didn't you pay attention in class? Yilin's voice sounded in Zhuge Ni's ear. At this moment, the fiery tornado, like a raging fire dragon, was hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. At this rate, the fiery tornado would definitely hit Zhuge Ni before it reached Yilin. Withdraw it, Yilin said calmly. Once Zhuge Ni retracted the skill, he planned to kick her off the stage and end this farce directly. Facing the incoming fiery tornado, Zhuge Ni's face turned pale, and a flash of humiliation appeared in her beautiful eyes. Dream on. Not only did she refuse to cancel the flame tornado curse, but she also increased her mental energy output, making the fiery tornado even more violent. Clearly, she was intent on dragging Yilin down with her. NIMI. Outside the arena, Zhuge Qianqing stood up in shock, unable to believe his daughter would go to such extremes. Could it be that she was determined to win even at the cost of her life? Lin Yuan and the other examiners were also startled. Prepare to save her. Faced with the crazed Zhuge Ni, Yilin frowned slightly. Crazy woman. Since Zhuge Ni refused to withdraw, he naturally couldn't truly use her as a shield. After all, she was his teacher's daughter. Despite Zhuge Ni's countless faults, Zhuge Qianqing had been genuinely kind to him, and he couldn't stand by and watch her die. Yilin reached out and pulled Zhuge Ni behind him. Then, raising his hand, a terrifying force burst forth from his palm. The arena beneath his feet trembled instantly, emitting a deafening roar. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. A stone wall rose abruptly between Yilin and the flaming tornado. This wall was extremely mysterious, as if it were not made of any tangible substance. This was one of the forbidden spells Yilin had newly unlocked after leveling up. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. At the cost of the forbidden spellcaster's own life force, the wall of size is summoned from the deepest depths of the underworld to block frontal attacks. If the attacker's level does not exceed the forbidden spellcaster's by more than 20 levels, the attack is rendered ineffective. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name. The wall of size summoned by Yilin at level 18 was unbreakable for any job changer below level 38. They could only look helplessly at the wall and sigh. The ferocious flame tornado struck the wall of size without making a sound. The raging flames were gradually consumed by the wall of size, eventually dissipating into nothingness. As the wall of size dispersed, Yilin remained standing firmly in place, while Zhuge Ni was tightly protected behind him, completely unharmed. Several examiners, seeing the flame tornado easily neutralized by Yilin, tacitly stopped in their tracks. What on earth is this power? Zhuge Ni stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had clearly been prepared to perish together with Yilin, yet Yilin had so effortlessly neutralized her full force attack and even shielded her behind him. At this moment, Zhuge Ni finally realized with startling clarity the terrifying gap in strength between her and Yilin. Fool, stop spacing out and turn around. Yilin affectionately ruffled Zhuge Ni's hair, his gentle smile leaving her momentarily dazed. She suddenly felt that the Yilin before her didn't seem as detestable as she had imagined. Why does this suddenly feel a bit sweet? I think I might be shipping them a little. The stubborn and proud princess meets the strong and gentle knight. Oh my, this is straight out of a novel. I can see it now. Yilin isn't trying to give up the top scholar title, he's just afraid of hurting Zhuge Ni, which is why he's been dodging all along. So sweet, how can there be such a gentleman? He truly can't bear to let Zhuge Ni get hurt in any way. The people of Qingcheng, who were watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but show a hint of an anti-smile at the heartwarming scene on stage. Under everyone's gaze, Yilin slowly turned Zhuge Ni's body around, then viciously kicked her on the buttocks. Get lost. You're acting like a lunatic. Zhuge Ni was completely unprepared. Yilin's kick sent her flying into the air, her delicate figure tracing a graceful parabola before crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, looking utterly disheveled. The Qingcheng crowd, several examiners, Zhuge Qianqing. Yilin's sudden kick left everyone stunned. On Zhuge Ni's perky buttocks, there was even a clear size 43 shoe print, vividly visible, and the live broadcast camera deliberately gave it a close-up shot. The people of Qingcheng couldn't help but gape at this moment, their faces full of disbelief. One second it was sweet hormonal vibes, and the next it turned into violent thrashing? Kicking a beautiful girl into such a sorry state with one blow, how is this even acceptable? Yi, Lin, Tui. Zhuge Ni climbed up from the ground, spitting out the sand in her mouth, her face flushed with anger. She had just started to have a slightly better impression of Yilin, but that kick had undoubtedly shattered all her filters. Yilin had clearly not held back, and Zhuge and I could distinctly feel that half of her buttocks had been swollen from the kick, with the pain on the left and right sides being completely different.
This isn't over between us. Just you wait.
Zhuge and I threw out harsh words, turned around to leave, but as soon as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain shot through her backside, making her gasp involuntarily. Watching Zhuge and I limp away, the examiner on the stage looked at Yilin with a rather peculiar expression. Such a beautiful young girl, and this guy really had the heart to go all out. Complaints aside, the examiner did not forget his duty and immediately announced, in the final round of the arena competition, candidate Yilin is the winner, earning an additional 10 points. With this, Yilin's score reached 150 points, successfully earning the title of Qingqing champion.
Does this mean I can finally enter the Supreme Academy?
Yilin murmured to himself. A perfect score plus being the top scorer, this was already the best result he could achieve in the college entrance trial. A host wearing black silk stockings and high heels quickly stepped onto the stage, holding a microphone. With a sweet smile, she
faced the camera and said, "Hello to all the viewers watching the live broadcast. I am Wei Benlu, the host of Qingqing Vision."
After a day of spectacular battles, the top scorer of the 886th college entrance trial has finally been born, and he is none other than Yilin, standing right beside me. In the past, the streets of Qingqing would surely be filled with enthusiastic cheers at this moment, but this year, it is unusually quiet.
Yilin, as the top scorer of this year's trial, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience behind the camera?
Wei Benlu looked at Yilin and asked.
No, Yilin answered truthfully. No.
Wei Benlu was momentarily stunned, but as a professional host, she quickly regained her sweet smile.
Yilin, you're really quite aloof.
So, as the top scorer,
do you have any thoughts or anyone you'd like to thank?
Thanks to the examiners, I guess, for giving me a bye in 2 rounds, Yilin continued to reply honestly.
Don't you want to thank your parents?
Wei Benlu pressed further. I'm an orphan, Yilin answered without hesitation.
Wei Benlu.
Cold sweat had already started to bead on Wei Benlu's forehead.
How could this interview continue like this?
This might become a major blemish in her career.
She hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "So, does student Yilin have any wishes?"
I want to enter the Supreme Academy, Yilin said candidly. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience watching the live broadcast all showed puzzled expressions.
Wasn't the best academy supposed to be the Great Xia Academy? What kind of place was the Supreme Academy?
Meanwhile, Wei Benlu let out a sigh of relief, finally hearing something she could follow up on.
What a coincidence! Today, the person in charge
of the Qingqing region for the Supreme Academy, Teacher Su Qingxin, is right here at the high exam trial site.
Let's welcome Teacher Su.
As soon as Wei Benlu finished speaking, the camera turned to Su Qingxin. She appeared gracefully on screen, dressed in a long cyan dress, catching the eyes of many viewers who marveled at this mature and charming woman, whose appeal seemed to transcend
age for men.
Let me explain to our audience, Wei Benlu added. The Supreme Academy only admits the top 100 performers in the high exam trial each year. You can think of the Supreme Academy as a special forces training camp among academies. Teacher Su, this year's top scorer in Qingqing's college entrance examination, Yilin, wishes to enter the Supreme Academy.
Since you are in charge of admissions for the Qingqing area, can Yilin's wish come true? Wei Benlu asked sweetly.
Su Qingxin frowned slightly upon hearing this, then shook her head. Yilin, don't blame me for being blunt, but your wish is likely to fall through. As soon as Su Qingxin spoke, both Yilin himself and Wei Benlu, as well as everyone watching the live broadcast, were stunned.
What did she mean?
While the Supreme Academy indeed sounded extraordinary, it shouldn't be to the extent of dismissing the top scorer of an
entire city, right? Even Zhuge Qianqing's brows furrowed slightly beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, faintly guessing something. Meanwhile,
the expressions of Ling Yi and the other examiners remained unchanged, clearly already aware of Su Qingxin's disdain for Yilin.
Why? Yilin couldn't help but ask.
With a perfect score of 150 as the benchmark, as Qingqing's top scorer, he should qualify for their favor, shouldn't he? You also know that your profession is that of a forbidden spellcaster. Su Qingxin's tone was cold and resolute.
Since the existence of this profession, there have been a total
of 11 forbidden spellcasters. The average lifespan of these 11 individuals is 22 years, with the longest-lived one only reaching 24 years and 10 months. This also means that you have no value in being cultivated.
Your current strength is merely the result of overdrawing your future and life force. Investing resources in you is like throwing money into the sea, it simply cannot generate any value. Don't blame me for being blunt, but this is the truth.
As soon as Su Qingxin finished speaking, many of those watching the live broadcast fell into deep thought.
They had to
admit that, while Su Qingxin's words were harsh, they were reasonable. The short lifespan of forbidden spellcasters was common knowledge.
It takes 4 years for a university to train a profession changer, and Yilin is now 18.
By the time he graduates, he will be 22, coinciding exactly with the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster.
This means he is highly likely to perish right after graduation. Wouldn't the 4 years of resources invested in him then then amount to nothing more than a futile effort?
After understanding this, the audience finally grasped why Su Qingxin refused to admit Yilin, and their gazes carried a trace of pity. What a dazzling new star he was, but unfortunately, his brilliant light was destined not to last long before it would fade away.
I understand. Yilin nodded calmly.
Although he felt a bit disappointed, it was no big deal. He had already done his best to try. If Su Qingxin didn't fancy him, there was nothing he
could do. He couldn't possibly announce in front of everyone that he was actually immortal, could he? If he did, he might not end up in the Supreme Academy but rather in some research lab. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Yilin.
The newcomer was draped in a trench coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of
elegance. It was none other than Zhuge Qianqing. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing intrude into the examination venue, the examiners, including Lin
Yuan, showed displeasure on their faces but said nothing. After all, they were well acquainted with Mr. Zhuge's reputation.
Since the trial for the entrance exam had already concluded, Zhuge Qianqing's intrusion wouldn't affect anything, so they chose to turn a blind eye.
The moment Su Qingxin saw Zhuge Qianqing, her expression became complicated.
Zhuge Qianqing's demeanor also seemed somewhat unnatural, as if there was some history between the two. Teacher Su, the issue you were concerned about might already be resolved, Zhuge Qianqing said, adjusting his glasses.
His warm hand gently rested on Yilin's shoulder. Instantly, a surge of
astral power flowed into Yilin's body, wreaking havoc.
Yilin endured it silently without making a sound. Even if Zhuge Qianqing intended to harm him, he wouldn't make a move in front of everyone.
Yilin is my disciple.
I have developed a method that can significantly reduce the impact of casting forbidden spells on the forbidden
spellcaster themselves.
If you don't believe me, you can have Yilin undergo a physical examination to verify it, Zhuge Qianqing said.
As soon as the words fell, the expressions of many people watching the live broadcast changed dramatically.
Some of the Qingqing bigshots with daughters looked at Zhuge Qianqing with newfound fervor. There had indeed been rumors that Mr. Zhuge had taken on a disciple, and now Zhuge Qianqing had personally confirmed Yilin's status as his disciple in front of everyone, leaving no room for doubt.
A wave of emotion surged in Yilin's heart. Zhuge Qianqing had undoubtedly drawn all the attention onto himself.
As time passed, Yilin, a forbidden spellcaster who remained vigorous and lively, would inevitably arouse suspicion from those with sharp eyes. By making this statement publicly, Zhuge Qianqing had not only shielded him but also placed himself in the spotlight.
Any doubts would now be directed at Zhuge Qianqing instead. The gazes of Lin Yuan and the others grew fervent.
If Zhuge Qianqing could truly reduce the impact of casting forbidden spells on forbidden spellcasters, then Yilin might genuinely become a rising star of
tomorrow. As long as he could live to the age of 30, the situation would be entirely different. A forbidden spellcaster with an additional 8 years of life would be enough to make countless people wary.
Only Su Qingxin's expression remained unchanged, her gaze growing even colder.
Mr. Zhuge, you may excel at astrology and divination, but when it comes to research on job changers, can you compare to the professors of our Supreme Academy? She said icily. Even the professors of the Supreme Academy haven't been able to figure this out, and you think you can? Do you think I would believe that? You want our Supreme Academy to train a forbidden spellcaster based on nothing but your words? What if he still doesn't live past 25? Will you compensate for the resources lost?
Faced with Su Qingxin's aggressive stance, Zhuge Qianqing frowned slightly and then sighed.
Qingxin, can you not let personal emotions get in the way?
I'm discussing this matter with you very seriously.
All you need to do is examine Yilin's body, and won't everything become clear?
He had already damaged Yilin's body to just the right extent, and Zhuge Qianqing was confident that he could deceive Su Qingxin without any issues.
Mr. Zhuge, I am not letting personal emotions get in the way.
I am also discussing this matter with you very seriously, Su Qingxin replied with a frosty expression. At this moment, countless eyes sparkled with gossip, as anyone could see that there seemed to be some history between Zhuge Qianqing and Su
Qingxin. Our Supreme Academy will not admit a forbidden spellcaster, Mr. Zhuge.
Please stop being unreasonable, Su Qingxin said coldly. Zhuge Qianqing frowned helplessly, clearly realizing that Su Qingxin was determined to refuse Yilin's admission.
Forget it, teacher. If I can't go to the Supreme Academy, so be it. I don't really care, it's just an academy after all.
Yilin didn't want to make Zhuge Qianqing feel awkward, so he spoke up voluntarily. At that moment, a mocking and teasing voice suddenly rang out.
What a bold statement, just an academy.
As soon as the words fell, the cameraman immediately turned the lens toward the source of the voice. A young man dressed in a white robe slowly approached, a sneering smile on his face. His gaze swept over Yilin with a hint of disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk, and then he suddenly took a step forward, instantly unleashing a powerful aura that pressed directly toward
Yilin. Yilin felt an overwhelming force surge toward him like a tidal wave, as if struck by lightning.
His blood churned uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He clearly realized that the strength of this young man before him was no less than that of Kensen. Just a forbidden spellcaster, nothing more than a fleeting bloom. How dare you spout such arrogant words here? You win the top scholar title and suddenly think you're invincible? Among those who enter the Supreme Academy, which one isn't of top scholar caliber? The young man sneered incessantly. Remember, the one who defeated you was a freshman from the Supreme Academy of Cloudview Tower. Oh, soon to be a sophomore. Whether it was the Bluestone Square or the people of Qingqing watching the live broadcast, there was complete silence at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes filled with astonishment. Just now, they had only heard the host Wei Benla talk about how strong the Supreme Academy was, but they didn't have a concrete idea. But when Yung Guanlo made his move and struck Yilin, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, they finally understood just how terrifying Supreme Academy truly was. It must be noted that Yung Guanlo was just about to enter his sophomore year, which meant he had only studied at Supreme Academy for 1 year. And Yilin? This year's top scorer in the Qingqing College entrance exam, the strongest person in all of Qingqing, and also a forbidden spellcaster. Even so, in front of Yung Guanlo, Yilin was still struck and made to cough up blood in just one blow. No wonder Zhuge Qianqing personally stepped in to ensure Yilin's admission to the Supreme Academy. In many academies, even 3rd or 4th year students don't possess such terrifying strength as Yung Guanlo. A good academy can absolutely lay the foundation for a transferee's future. Yung Guanlo, if you dare to act recklessly and hurt someone again, I'll make you write a self-reflection when we get back, Su Qingxin said, pretending to be serious. Got it, Teacher Su. I didn't mean to hurt him. I just wanted to say hello. Who knew he was so weak? Yung Guanlo chuckled, completely disregarding Yilin. Yilin got up from the ground, wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, and calmly looked at Yung Guanlo. If he were to go all out without holding back, it was hard to say who would win between him and Yung Guanlo. But for now, he was indeed no match for Yung Guanlo. Seeing Yilin still daring to look at him, Yung Guanlo's gaze turned colder, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, you're welcome to challenge me anytime. I will. What happened today, Yilin will remember. Yilin said, ha ha ha, just a worthless loser. I humored you with a few words, and you actually took it seriously? You'll never have a chance to beat me in your lifetime, idiot. Yung Guanlo laughed disdainfully. Is your confidence based on that Zhuge Qianqing? You're just a toad at the bottom of a well. In Qingqing, some people respect him and call him Mr. Zhuge, but in the entire daxia, he's nothing. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Yilin meant it was impossible for him to enter the Supreme Academy. No matter which other academy Yilin went to, he could never catch up to him in the Supreme Academy. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yung Guanlo was well aware of the vast gap between the Supreme Academy and those ordinary academies. Whether in terms of resources or faculty strength, ordinary academies couldn't compare. Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? What do you think? Yilin calmly asked. Yung Guanlo insulted him, and he didn't care much, but Yung Guanlo insulting Zhuge Qianqing had already touched Yilin's bottom line. Oh, what are we betting on? Yung Guanlo became interested. A year from now, I will go to the Supreme Academy to challenge you and see if the students of the Supreme Academy are truly invincible, Yilin said. You really dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. Yung Guanlo laughed so hard that tears came out, looking at Yilin as if he were a clown. Yes, it determines both victory and life or death, Yilin said seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Yung Guanlo freeze, but the others were also in an uproar. This was a life and death challenge. Everyone was well aware of how terrifying a forbidden spellcaster could be when fighting with their life on the line. Yilin, don't act impulsively. Zhuge Qianqing quickly grabbed Yilin. Although Yung Guanlo is arrogant, he indeed has the capital to be so. This guy's level has already approached 45, and in another year, breaking through 50 and nearing 60 is not impossible. Don't worry, teacher, I'm not acting impulsively. Yilin gave Zhuge Qianqing a reassuring look. Zhuge Qianqing frowned. He wasn't worried about Yilin losing but was concerned that Yilin might accidentally expose the secret of his immortality. To determine both victory and life or death? Yung Guanlo grinned, his expression turning serious. Alright, I, Yung Guanlo, accept this wager. This scene was also recorded in the live broadcast. Everyone in Qingqing was shocked. They never expected that Yilin would have such courage to dare to make a life and death pact with Yung Guanlo. Yung Guanlo can defeat him with a single strike now, and a year later, Yung Guanlo will only be stronger. Where does his confidence come from? Since Teacher Su insists on refusing to admit Yilin, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell. Zhuge Qianqing said nothing more, called Zhuge Ni and Yilin, and prepared to leave. Zhuge Qianqing, don't you have anything else to say to me? Su Qingxin said through gritted teeth. Zhuge Qianqing did not turn his head, his expression unchanged. Su Qingxin's face suddenly turned pale. Watching this scene, Yilin silently followed behind Zhuge Qianqing, but his heart felt as if it were being scratched by a cat. The relationship between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin is definitely not simple. What exactly is the connection between these two? Even Zhuge Ni, unusually, did not cause trouble for Yilin and silently followed Zhuge Qianqing as well, because she wanted to know too. Girls' curiosity about
gossip is clearly greater than that of boys. Back in Qingcheng, Yilin was just about to ask what was going on when a burst of cheers erupted. He looked up and saw Gao Zhenyu leading the teachers and students of Qingcheng High School rushing toward him, their faces full of excitement. "Our top scholar is back. I've always known this kid had it in him. Taking out a loan to change professions, who else would dare to do that? Our Qingcheng High School has finally produced a top scorer." Yilin was surrounded by people, and then the excited teachers and students lifted him up and tossed him into the air. Top scorer, top scorer, top scorer. In this atmosphere, Yilin felt extremely out of place. He was somewhat enjoying it, yet also a bit embarrassed. It was as if a rat from the sewer had been pulled out and exposed under the blazing sun. After all, for the past 17 years, he had been living in the slums, with no one to talk to on a regular basis. Experiencing this kind of being the center of attention for the first time made him feel extremely unfamiliar. It was not easy to escape the cheering crowd, but Yilin finally returned to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. When Zhuge Ni saw that it was him, she frowned, then let out a cold snort and stopped looking at him. Yilin ignored her and went straight to sit in front of Zhuge Qianqing. He knew that since the Supreme Academy was no longer an option, Zhuge Qianqing must have other instructions for him. However, before Zhuge Qianqing could speak, Yilin took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, I know you have something to say, but let me ask a question first. What is your relationship with Su Qingxin?" This question had piqued Yilin's curiosity throughout the journey. If the person in charge of the Qingqing region of the Supreme Academy wasn't Su Qingxin, he might still have had a chance to enter the Supreme Academy. But alas, perhaps this is just fate playing tricks. "I knew you would ask that." Zhuge Qianqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Zhuge Ni couldn't help but perk up her ears and secretly listen in. "Forget it, there's nothing I can't say. Su Qingxin was my first love." First love? As soon as Zhuge Qianqing finished speaking, the three of them exclaimed in unison. Even Guoqin, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but jump out. Who would have thought that Zhuge Qianqing actually had such a past with Su Qingxin? Yilin's expression also became strange. He was just wondering why the two of them seemed a bit off, saying they didn't seem like enemies. Isn't a first love supposed to be like a white moonlight? "Teacher, why do I feel like your relationship seems?" Yilin trailed off. Zhuge Qianqing gave a bitter smile, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. "It's a long story. Back then, I was just a naive kid who had just entered college. By chance, I met Su Qingxin. We developed feelings for each other, and it wasn't long before we confirmed our relationship and got together. After that, we went through a relatively happy period of passionate love, and I also discovered a problem with Su Qingxin, which was that she liked to keep everything bottled up inside and then give me the silent treatment. I told her to speak up if something was bothering her, but she said that true understanding didn't require words. Then one time, we had a fight, and she deleted all my contact information. When I went to find her, she ignored me. I thought we had broken up, but about 6 or 7 years later, she suddenly messaged me, asking if I had realized my mistake after such a long Cold War. She said if I coaxed her, she would get back together with me. It was only then that I realized she had never started a new relationship all those years." Zhuge Qianqing's face was full of helplessness, and even Zhuge Ni was seeing this expression on her father for the first time. In her memory, no matter what happened, Zhuge Qianqing always maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by praise or blame. "Mr. Zhuge, what were you doing at the time?" Guoqin couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhuge Qianqing's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Zhuge Ni and said, "At the time, Ni had just been born, and I was holding the baby." For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. Should they talk about Su Qingxin? She had indeed remained chaste for Zhuge Qianqing for 6 or 7 years. Should they talk about Zhuge Qianqing's issues? Who would have thought that someone could endure a Cold War for 6 or 7 years? As for what happened afterward, even if Zhuge Qianqing didn't say it, they could roughly guess. No wonder things turned out this way. Su Qingxin had never thought highly of Yilin, a forbidden spellmaster, and with Zhuge Qianqing's involvement, she was even less likely to accept him. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Zhuge Qianqing put on his glasses and returned to his calm and composed demeanor. He first looked at Zhuge Ni. "Ni, with your strength and talent, you should be able to enter the Supreme Academy. There's no need to refuse because of me. The Supreme Academy is indeed the top academy in Disxia." "Alright," Zhuge Ni nodded obediently. "As for Yilin, your best option is only the Disxia Academy." Zhuge Qianqing sighed and said. Zhuge Ni glanced sideways at Yilin, her eyes carrying a hint of pity. Although Yilin had defeated her and even secured the top scorer position in Qingqing's college entrance exams, he still couldn't compare to her. It was merely a fleeting achievement gained by borrowing against the future. After entering the Supreme Academy, her future, Zhuge Ni believed, would only shine even brighter. Even though she lost to Yilin, Zhuge Ni's opinion of him remained unchanged. That day, when Yilin abandoned her to face the dragon-blooded beast alone and turned to flee, his cowardly behavior was something she could never forgive. Thinking of this, Zhuge Ni thought of Ling Yi again. That guy, why didn't he take the college entrance exam? Could it be that he went to another city? really? But it doesn't matter. Someone as outstanding as Ling Yi will definitely appear in the Supreme Academy.
A trace of excitement flashed in Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes.
Perhaps when I get to the Supreme Academy, I will be able to see Ling Yi. It's okay, teacher.
The Great Xia Academy isn't bad either, Yilin said optimistically. After all, he had lived in the slums for more than 10 years.
No matter what, the Great Xia Academy would still be better than the slums of Qingcheng, right? Then both of you should go and get ready. The admissions office staff should be arriving soon.
Just as Zhuge Qianqing finished speaking, the wooden door of the courtyard was knocked on. Before Zhuge Qianqing could say a word, the door was pushed open, and Su Qingxin entered with Yun Guanlo. Having just heard Zhuge Qianqing's story about Su Qingxin, the three of Yilin's expressions became rather intriguing upon seeing the person involved.
Su Qingxin didn't notice anything unusual and walked straight to Zhuge Ni.
She then took out a gilded admission letter from an exquisite leather folder, handed it to Zhuge Ni, and showed a gentle smile as she spoke.
Student Zhuge Ni, on behalf of the Supreme Academy, I formally extend an invitation to you, hoping you can become a member of our Supreme Academy. Thank you, Teacher Su.
Zhuge Ni accepted the admission letter, and as she looked at the embossed golden characters on it, a trace of brightness flashed in her eyes.
The Supreme Academy, which even her father held in such high regard, must indeed be extraordinary. Zhuge Ni held the admission notice from the Supreme Academy, waving it subtly in front of Yilin as if she were showing off.
In fact, that was exactly what she intended. What Yilin had tried so hard to obtain but failed to achieve, she had gotten instead.
Wasn't that a kind of victory? Alright, I'll be leaving first. Remember to report to the academy. Su Qingxin gave a faint smile, not even sparing Zhuge Qianqing a glance before turning and walking away.
Before leaving, Yun Guanlo made a throat-slitting gesture towards Yilin, then followed Su Qingxin out. Yilin remained calm, narrowing his eyes slightly.
As soon as Su Qingxin left, a large crowd of people swarmed in.
Leading them was a man with a commanding presence, exuding authority. Behind him were Gao Zhenyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, along with a group of reporters and photographers.
Yilin, come over quickly. This is our Qingcheng City Lord, Hu Wang. Gao Zhenyu hurriedly introduced. Hello, Yilin, the top scholar truly has an extraordinary demeanor.
Hu Wang extended his large hand, and the photographers behind him quickly zoomed in for a close-up. Yilin did not move but instead furrowed his brows in slight confusion.
Principal, what's going on? The City Lord is here to present you with the top scholar's reward, and the cash prize alone is 5 million, Gao Zhenyu said in a low voice.
Yilin heard this, and his brows instantly relaxed. He beamed with joy and hurriedly grabbed old Hu's hand excitedly.
So it's City Lord Hu.
I've heard so much about you. Truly, seeing is believing. The corner of old Hu's mouth twitched slightly. His intuition told him that if it weren't for the reward, Yilin probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. The moment the two shook hands, the photographer nearby quickly snapped photos, and Wei Benlu appeared once again, flashing a sweet smile at the camera. Dear viewers, as we can see, City Lord Hu was engaging in a friendly exchange with the top scholar. City Lord Hu has high hopes for this year's Qingcheng top scholar. Yilin cooperatively gave a polite smile to the camera and then asked in a low voice.
By the way, City Lord, how will the 5 million be given? Transferred to my account or in cash? I don't even have a bank card yet.
Old Hu was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. Don't worry, Yilin, you won't be shortchanged on this money. City Lord Hu, you have no idea, I've been living in the slums for over a decade, and I'm terrified of being poor.
Yilin said sincerely. I just can't feel at ease until the money is in my hands. Although 5 million was no small amount, as the dignified City Lord of Qingcheng, could he possibly default on 5 million?
Xiao Lu, speed up the process and go straight to the award ceremony, Old Hu said helplessly.
Alright, City Lord Hu. Wei Benlu obediently complied, skipping the tedious procedures ahead and proceeding directly to the award ceremony. 3 hostesses dressed in cheongsams gracefully approached, each carrying a tray. The first reward is 5 million yuan in cash. This is Qingcheng's official encouragement for you, student Yilin. We hope you remain humble and achieve even greater success.
Hu Wang smiled as he handed a large sign with 5 million written on it to Yilin. The photographer clicked away nearby, and only after the photos were taken did Hu Wang hand a card to Yilin. The second reward is a bundle of epic grade skill selection scrolls. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's pupils shrank sharply. Skill selection scrolls, and epic grade ones at that. This reward is nothing short of generous. This means that no matter what your profession is, you can choose an epic grade skill that suits you. But when Old Hu handed such a precious scroll to Yilin, Yilin's mouth twitched. As a forbidden spellcaster, skill scrolls were completely useless to him, too hard even to use as toilet paper. Still, he reached out and accepted it. He wasn't foolish enough to embarrass Old Hu in front of everyone. The third reward is an entry slot to the top scholar's secret realm. Old Hu handed a token to Yilin and then began to explain. The top scholar's secret realm is accessible only to the top scholars of each city. This secret realm is extremely unique. Everyone who enters it can possess an immortal body. Hu Qin, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't
Doesn't that mean you can ignore everything else and focus solely on farming monsters in there?
Yes, those who emerge from the top scholar's secret realm are never below level 20, Hu Wang nodded.
Then why not just stay inside and farm until level 99 before coming out?
After all, you can't die, Hu Qin asked in confusion.
Because the monsters in the Zhuang Yuan secret realm are limited, it can only be opened once a year after a period of nurturing, Zhuge Qianqing explained, then looked at Yilin. This secret realm is extremely suitable for you.
Yilin nodded, a fiery gleam flashing in his eyes. If he could go all out, then he wouldn't hold back. Hu Wang also gave Yilin a firm pat on the shoulder and said loudly,
Yilin, do your best and strive to bring back the national Zhuang Yuan title for Qingcheng. There's even a title for the national top scorer?
Yilin asked. Of course there is. When you come out of the top scorer's secret realm, the person with the highest level becomes the national top scorer,
Hu Wang explained. Then what rewards does the national top scorer get?
Yilin pressed further, as this was what he truly cared about.
That, I don't know.
After all, our Qingcheng has never produced a national top scorer. But one thing is certain, the rewards are definitely more generous than those for Qingcheng's top scorer. Old Hu patiently explained that with Yilin's presence, this year was undoubtedly the most promising year for Qingcheng. Hearing this, Yilin became much more interested.
After Old Hu left, Zhuge Qianqing called Yilin into the room alone.
Yilin, you must remember one thing. Don't use life-consuming forbidden spells in the top scholar's secret realm.
Is it because, although the champion's secret realm can grant immortality, it cannot slow down the aging of the human body? Yilin asked in return.
That's right, you're very smart.
Also, after leaving the champion's secret realm, make sure to return to Qingcheng as soon as possible.
Zhuge Qianqing gazed out the window, where a large green mantis leapt up and clamped its prey tightly with its pincers. Those people might soon find the gate of revelation. Good teacher. Yilin touched his stomach, where a key lay quietly inside.
Early the next morning, Hu Wang appeared again.
He brought Yilin to the core area of Qingcheng, where a teleportation array lay quietly. All the cities within the Great Xia territory are interconnected by teleportation arrays. After all, terrifying monsters roam outside the cities, and the old high-speed trains and airplanes simply wouldn't work. They would be intercepted by monsters halfway through the journey. Every activation of the teleportation array consumes an enormous amount of resources, so not to mention ordinary people, even many job changers have never left the city where they were born in their entire lives.
If it weren't for Yilin, the top scholar, Hu Wang wouldn't have been willing to activate the teleportation array. Yilin, do your best.
Amid Hu Wang's words of encouragement, the teleportation array lit up with dazzling brilliance. The scene before Yilin shattered like a jigsaw puzzle, and he felt as if he were soaring through the air, experiencing a strong sense of weightlessness that made him extremely uncomfortable. When the scene before his eyes pieced itself back together, Yilin had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Since coming to this world, this was the first time Yilin had left Qingcheng. Yilin blinked and looked up. In his line of sight appeared a towering city wall, reaching into the clouds, as if a massive mountain range stretched across the horizon.
On the city wall, flags fluttered, embroidered with a fierce giant dragon, ferocious and imposing.
Outside the city wall was an endless horde of monsters, roaring and howling as they relentlessly slammed against the wall, yet unable to cross the line of thunder. Yilin stood frozen in place, never having seen such a magnificent sight. This was a world he could never have imagined in Qingcheng. The bustling prosperity of the big city, the terror of the monsters, and that overwhelming sense of strangeness all left him in awe. He took a deep breath, calming the emotions surging within him. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded behind Yilin.
You must be Yilin, the top scholar of Qingcheng this year, right? Welcome to Shen City. Come over here to register.
Yilin turned around and saw a woman wearing rimless glasses, a white blouse, a black skirt, and high heels, looking very professional, walking toward him. Seeing Yilin staring at her, the woman smiled gently. I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Bai Lin.
Hu Wang has already told me about the situation. Since the top scholar's secret realm hasn't opened yet, you can take a good rest for 2 days.
Alright, thank you.
Yilin didn't say much and cooperatively completed the registration.
After completing the registration, Bai Lin took Yilin to a tall building.
After handling the check-in procedures at the front desk, she handed a card to Yilin.
Alright, this is your room card. The room number is 6099. The restaurant here is on the first floor and serves food 24 hours a day. You can also choose to eat outside. When the champion's secret realm opens, someone will notify you.
After speaking, Bai Lin handed Yilin a business card. If there's anything urgent, you can contact me directly.
Okay. Yilin nodded.
After Bai Lin left, Yilin found his room. The room wasn't very large, but it looked very clean and tidy, with a faint aroma of incense lingering in the air. From the room's window, the entire deep city could be seen. Yilin stood by the window, gazing at the night view of Shen City.
Skyscrapers stood in close succession, each building radiating its own brilliance, dazzling and magnificent.
The streets were bustling with traffic, and pedestrians came and went in an endless stream.
Everything was completely different from Qing City.
In the distance, the dragon flag on the city wall fluttered in the wind, as if narrating the glory and splendor of this city. Yilin felt a desire to go out for a walk. After all, staying idle was pointless, so why not explore this city he had never been to before? Just as Yilin was about to get up, a sudden noise came from the doorway, followed by a girl's voice that sounded very pleasant. Strange, why won't this room card open the door? Open it for me. With a bang, Yilin's door lock was destroyed. Yilin was dumbfounded. How could someone just barge in like that? Creak. The door was pushed open, and a petite girl with a sweet appearance appeared at the doorway. She blinked her big eyes, looking at Yilin with a puzzled expression. Her hair was a light pink color, tied with two cute butterfly bows. She carried a small bear backpack and wore a pink dress. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her movements, making her look incredibly adorable. Who are you? How did you get into my room? The girl asked with her hands on her hips. He was completely silent. Who in their right mind would break down the door as their first reaction when a keycard doesn't work? Seeing Yilin remain silent, the girl suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. You're a pervert. Well, so you're plotting against me, even guarding in my room. Take this punch. The girl's 5 fingers clenched together, and her originally fair, lotus-like arm instantly swelled, filled with solid muscles, with veins bulging prominently. Immediately after, she threw a punch, and a terrifying gust of wind roared forth. Just as the girl's fist was about to land on Yilin's face, Yilin reacted swiftly, activating the dance of instants, and dodged the terrifying blow with a sidestep. He was utterly shocked in his heart. This adorable girl, who looked as delicate as a doll, actually possessed such immense strength. He hurriedly explained, "Wait, I'm not a pervert." "Humph, what kind of pervert would admit they're a pervert? Do you think I'd believe your nonsense?" As the girl spoke, she raised her fist again and launched a fierce attack toward Yilin. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Yilin could only choose to take action. Forbidden spell? Descent of the Wood Realm. In the cramped room, countless green plants suddenly sprouted, and strands of green vines shot up, entwining toward the girl's fists like tentacles. She tried to break free with brute force, but the toughness of these vines was terrifyingly strong, making it impossible for her to escape. Before long, she was tightly bound and suspended in the air in a humiliating posture. What the hell is this? Why can't I break free? The girl widened her eyes, staring at Yilin in disbelief. Yilin shook his head helplessly. Now, can you believe that I'm not a pervert? If I were, you'd be in big trouble by now. The Wood Realm Descent is a forbidden spell primarily focused on capturing, so Yilin had rarely used it. At this moment, facing this brute, the Wood Realm Descent was just the right tool for the job. The girl was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. My name is Michelle, and I'm here to participate in the top scholar's secret realm." After all, she was the top scholar of a city, yet she hadn't expected to suffer such a setback as soon as she arrived in Deep City. It seemed that none of the top scholars were easy to deal with. Seeing Michelle apologize, Yilin finally put away the forbidden spell and asked, "How did you end up in my room? This is clearly my room." The girl unhappily took out her room card. "Look, 6th floor, 6099. Yilin reached out, took the room card, and then rotated it 180 degrees. "Do you think there's a possibility that your room number is 6609? When the room card couldn't open the door, didn't you have even a little doubt?" Michelle was speechless. Realizing she had made a blunder, she lowered her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, this is my first time traveling far from home. I'm really sorry." "It's fine, it's just a door." Seeing the other party's sincere apology, Yilin didn't dwell on it. "By the way, what's your profession?" When Yilin asked about her profession, Michelle proudly raised her head. "SSS level, Savage Berserker." "Pretty good." A cute little girl, standing at 1.5 meters tall, carrying a teddy bear backpack, wearing a dress, tying a bow, and with pink-dyed hair, turns out to have the profession of a Savage Berserker. "Isn't that just too terrifying? Can you handle it? Could this be the legendary, the pinker the hair, the harder the hits?" Michelle went to the door of room 6609 to give it a try, and sure enough, the door opened with a beep beep beep, making the expression on her face even more awkward. "I'm really sorry, I honestly didn't mean to. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology for breaking the door," Michelle quickly said. "Alright," Yilin nodded. He had been planning to go out for a walk anyway. The two of them left together, and as they passed the front desk, Yilin casually asked the staff to send someone to fix the door. During the conversation with Michelle along the way, Yilin also learned that Michelle was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Haiching and had already been admitted to the Supreme Academy. At this moment, Michelle also asked about his situation. "By the way, which city are you from? You must also be a new student preparing to enter the Supreme Academy, right?" In Michelle's view, Yilin's strength was so terrifying, being able to subdue her with just one skill, he must surely be the top scorer from a major city. Even though they are all top scorers, there are still differences between them. Take, for example, the top scorers from a city like Shin City. Their abilities are definitely far more formidable than those from smaller cities. "I'm from Qing City, the Supreme Academy. I'd like to go, but they don't want me," Yilin said with a helpless shrug. Mishue exclaimed in surprise, startling everyone around her. "With your level of ability, how could
could the Supreme Academy possibly not want you? And what kind of place is Qing City? Qingcheng should be considered an unknown small city in Daxia. As for why the Supreme Academy doesn't want me, do you know there's a profession called Forbidden Spellcaster? Yilin said. Forbidden Spellcaster? No wonder. The guilt in Mishue's big, watery eyes grew even stronger. Forbidden Spellcasters are already short-lived, and she even broke his door, mistook him for a pervert, and chased him down for a beating. She really deserved to be scolded. Let's go. Let's not talk about such sad things anymore. I'll take you to eat. Michelle pulled Yilin into a restaurant. There were quite a lot of diners here, and the two only managed to find a spot in the corner. Michelle handed the menu to Yilin. You order. Whatever you want to eat, just go ahead and order. No need to be polite. Why do your words make it sound like I'm about to die? Yilin helplessly touched his nose. Of course, he wasn't polite with Mishue either and directly ordered a large table of dishes. The dishes were soon served. The restaurant Mishue had chosen seemed to be an old and reputable establishment, with every dish cooked to perfection. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, a tall woman dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit and high heels clicked her way over to them. Oh, isn't this our top scholar Mishue? A violent maniac like you actually managed to find a man to have a meal with you? Looks like your age is catching up, and you're starting to go into heat. Michelle's face immediately darkened. Ling Yi, I don't want to fall out with you today, so stay away from me. She already felt guilty toward Yilin and naturally didn't want to stir up more trouble. But just because she didn't want to, didn't mean Ling Yi felt the same. Seeing Michelle's reaction, Ling Yi became even more enthusiastic and proactively reached out her hand toward Yilin. Hey handsome, let's get to know each other. I'm Ling Yi. Yilin ignored her and looked at Mishue, asking, who is she? Her, a coward who was afraid of losing to me and ran to another city to take the college entrance exam. Mishue raised her little head proudly. First ignored by Yilin, then ridiculed by Mishue, Ling Yi's expression instantly darkened. However, she quickly smiled again and said to Yilin, handsome, what do you even see in Mishue? She has nothing to offer. Her figure is as flat as a washboard. Why not come with me? I can introduce you to some beautiful girlfriends. Ling Yi slightly leaned forward, revealing half of her ample assets. Yilin calmly took a step back. Excuse me, please stay away from me. You have bad breath. Mishue couldn't hold back and sprayed the noodle she had just eaten right out of her mouth, which landed squarely on Ling Yi's face. She hadn't expected Yilin to be so savage with his comebacks. Saying in public that a beautiful woman has bad breath is undoubtedly like stabbing her directly in the heart. Ling Yi's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. She wiped the noodles off her face and glared coldly at Yilin and Mishue. Baby, what's wrong? Just as Ling Yi was about to lose her temper, a thin man suddenly walked into the restaurant. He was dressed in luxurious Versace, walking with a confident stride, as if every step exuded an undeniable aura. When he reached Ling Yi, his hand directly wrapped around her slender waist. Seeing the man, Ling Yi's expression softened significantly. She leaned against him, pointed at Yilin and Mishue, and complained, these two bullied me. The man followed the direction of Ling Yi's finger, his gaze lingering on Yilin and Mishue for a moment before he smiled faintly. Apologize. The tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable dominance. Seeing that Yilin and the other person remained unmoved, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. I'll give you one last chance to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, the man took the initiative to display his profession and level. Wu Shaoqi, Angel Paladin, level 22. This level made Michelle's face turn serious, and even Yilin's pupils slightly contracted. Level 22. This Wu Shaoqi's level is indeed intimidating. It seems this guy must be from one of the top-ranked cities in Daxia. In these cities, whether it's beginner dungeons or the wilderness, the abundance of monster resources is much greater, allowing transferees to level up much faster. After all, Xingcheng is nothing more than a small corner of the world. I know you've just emerged from your little county town and claimed the top spot, and now you're feeling quite extraordinary. You may be gold, but here, the place is already resplendent with gold and jade. My demand for an apology is an act of leniency. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude, Wu Shaoqi said coldly. Yilin leaned back tactically, his whole body resting on the chair. Reaching level 22, this Wu Shaoqi indeed had some reason to be proud, but level 22? To be honest, Yilin didn't take it seriously. Coming in and demanding an apology without understanding the situation, Wu Shaoqi wasn't qualified for that. Yilin pondered for a moment, then spoke very kindly. Apologize? My ass. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's expression changed instantly, his aura suddenly condensed, and a powerful pressure emanated from him, filling the entire restaurant in an instant. Immediately afterward, behind Wu Shaoqi, a dazzling angelic phantom slowly took shape, bathed in divine radiance, exuding an overwhelming aura of sacred purity. Silence. SSS class profession, angelic paladin. Someone in the restaurant exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. Yilin raised his hand slightly, and silver-white arcs of lightning gathered in his palm, the thunder and lightning leaping like agile serpents. The atmosphere was tense, and the next second the two were about to come to blows when a stern voice came from the restaurant entrance. In Shin City, city, it is strictly forbidden for job changers to act recklessly. Violators will be fined 30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke coldly, and judging by his attire, it was not difficult to recognize that he was from the investigation bureau. Wu Shaoqi and Yilin finally backed down. The champion's secret realm was about to open, and being detained for 10 days at this time was clearly not worth it. But the anger in Wu Shaoqi's eyes still showed no sign of diminishing. He held Ling Yi close and threatened in a low, sinister voice. How terrifying. I'll remember you. You'd better hope I don't run into you in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. Although the Zhuan Yuan secret realm can't kill anyone, there are plenty of ways to make life worse than death. Yilin's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If Wu Shaoqi wanted to deal with him outside, he would have to tread carefully, worried that someone might notice something. But if it were in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm, Yilin could only say that he had never encountered such a strange request in his life. In the Zhuan Yuan secret realm, everyone possesses immortality, which also means that Yilin can use forbidden spells without any reservations. To put it modestly, in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm, even if all the top scholars join forces, they might not be a match for Yilin alone. Watching Wu Shaoqi leave after throwing out harsh words, Mi Shui spoke to Yilin somewhat apologetically. Sorry, I caused you trouble. It's fine, it's not your fault. Yilin finished speaking and couldn't help but ask, how do you know her? Why did she start biting people out of nowhere? She's my sister, Michelle sighed. Well, technically, my half-sister. She's my stepmother's daughter. Since we were kids, she's always had a problem with me. She competes with me in everything, career levels, skills, equipment, looks, and even body shape. She was so afraid of competing with me in the college entrance exams in the same city that she had my dad find a way to transfer her to a smaller city to take the exams. Over there, she somehow got to know Wu Shaoqi, and since then, she's been acting all high and mighty in front of me, Mi Shui said helplessly. What, is this Wu Shaoqi very impressive? Yilin asked. Very impressive. Mi Shui nodded earnestly. Not only is he a genius himself, but even the family power behind him is incredibly formidable. The Wu family in Shin City is considered one of the top-tier families. After finishing the meal, Mi Shui's mood was evidently a bit downcast. Obviously, she wanted to treat Yilin to a meal to apologize to him, but instead, it caused Yilin to offend Wu Shaoqi and Ling Yi, which made Mi Shui feel even more guilty deep down. Yilin, however, didn't take this matter to heart. After returning to the hotel, the door had already been repaired. He lay down on the bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his door was knocked on. Yilin thought it was someone from Bai Lin's side coming to inform him about the opening of the Zhuan Yuan secret realm, but when he opened the door, he saw a pile of various kinds of food stacked at his doorstep. The colorful packaging and enticing aroma instantly filled the entire hallway. Yilin blinked, looking at the scene before him, somewhat confused. Had these foods become sentient? These days, even food could knock on the door by itself? Just as Yilin was puzzled, a small pink head popped out from the pile of food. Mi Shui, what are you doing? Yilin asked in bewilderment. A trace of embarrassment and apology appeared on Michelle's small face. We're going to stay in the champion's secret realm for a month. I figured there wasn't much else I could give you, so I bought you a bunch of food to make sure you won't go hungry in there, Michelle said softly, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Yilin chuckled helplessly, but he did not refuse Michelle's kind gesture and accepted all the food she brought. Seeing that Yilin did not refuse, Michelle smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Time flew by, and on the morning of the third day after Yilin arrived in Deep City, Bai Lin appeared once again in her high heels. However, this time, Bai Lin was not the main character. She held a registration form and followed respectfully behind a man in a suit. Yilin, right? I am Zhang Kanki, the person in charge of this secret realm. The top scholar's secret realm is about to open. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes. The man in the suit gave a polite smile. Yilin nodded, then quickly packed up, putting the food Mi Shui had bought into his backpack before leaving the room. Just as she reached the square downstairs, Mi Shui ran toward him carrying a large bag that was extremely disproportionate to her petite frame, drawing the attention of many men around. If Yilin hadn't witnessed Mi Shui in action before, he might have been fooled by her silly and adorable appearance. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered in the square. Each of them exuded an incredibly steady aura. Yilin estimated that there was probably no one in the square below level 12. No. Suddenly, Yilin felt a cold, piercing gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and, as expected, it was Wu Shaoqi. At this moment, Wu Shaoqi was the center of attention, making a provocative gesture toward Yilin, exuding arrogance. Yilin ignored him and directly withdrew his gaze. Accompanied by the lazy morning sunlight, Zhang Kanki appeared once again, wearing a very gentle smile. Good morning, top scholars. I am the person in charge of this scholar's secret realm. Regarding the upcoming opening of the scholar's secret realm, I have a few points to share with everyone. First, you should all be aware that within the scholar's secret realm, under the influence of the rules, you possess immortality. However, this immortality is only effective within the secret realm. Therefore, if you suffer a fatal injury, absolutely remember not to leave the the secret realm. I will arrange for 5 priests above level 50 at the exit of the secret realm. If you suffer a fatal injury, you must receive treatment before leaving the secret realm, otherwise. Zhang Kanki did not continue, but everyone present understood his meaning. If you leave the secret realm without receiving treatment, then people will truly die. Second, if you lose an arm or a leg, remember to bring your severed limb with you as much as possible. Regenerating a limb is much more troublesome than reattaching it, and the regenerated limb might not be as functional as the original. Third, Zhang Kanki's expression turns serious. Remember, do not let yourself be swallowed by a monster. If you are swallowed and your body is completely digested, even if you possess immortality, that feeling will definitely not be pleasant. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Shoot to pieces in the blood-filled mouth lined with the monster's fangs, then swallowed into its stomach, digested by gastric juices comparable to strong sulfuric acid, and finally expelled through intestinal peristalsis. Moreover, throughout this process, one remains alive and fully conscious. Just the thought of it sends chills down one's spine. Lastly, I suggest you form simple teams, as within the champion's secret realm, monsters as high as level 35 may appear. Teamwork will be much safer. You are all top scholars from various cities, exceptional talents chosen from thousands, and the future pillars of Daxia. Therefore, I sincerely hope that all of you can return safely. Zhang Kanki bowed deeply to everyone, then spoke in a low but firm voice. Activate the teleportation array. As soon as Zhang Kanki finished speaking, a massive teleportation array opened up behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many people's gazes to sharpen. It was evident that this teleportation array was the entrance to the Zhuangyuan secret realm. Now, you have 20 minutes to find suitable teammates. Of course, if you're confident enough in yourself, you can also choose to go solo, Zhang Kanki said after glancing at his watch. The Zhuangyuan secret realm is one of the most peculiar secret realms. Upon entering, one gains immortality and can safely grind monsters to quickly level up. Therefore, when the Zhuangyuan secret realm was first discovered, all job changers were ecstatic, rushing in en masse through forced connections to launch a frenzy of monster hunting. Not long after, the monsters in the top scholar secret realm were almost hunted to extinction. Fortunately, the Great Xia authorities intervened, taking control of the top scholar secret realm and no longer allowing job changers to enter freely. This gave the monsters in the secret realm a chance to recover, thus preserving the realm. Afterward, the secret realm became a benefit exclusively for each year's top scholars. The monsters within the realm were like crops, harvested once a year. Yilin, shall we team up? Mi Shui looked at Yilin and asked. Sure, just follow me. Yilin nodded and did not refuse. He had a decent impression of Mi Shui, and in his opinion, Mi Shui was a great candidate for carrying bags. After all, the barbaric berserker profession was known for its exceptional strength. Yilin casually handed his Starfall Sky Scar in the food-filled backpack to Mi Shui. Michelle naturally accepted everything cheerfully, as this weight was nothing to her at all. But while Michelle was willing, others were not so pleased. Michelle's petite and adorable appearance had already caught the attention of many boys present. Seeing Yilin casually hand all the items to the petite Michelle, they immediately frowned. Hey, don't you have any sense of chivalry? How can you let a girl carry everything? A tall and thin boy began to scold Yilin, then turned to speak gently to Mi Shui. Classmate, why don't you team up with me instead? I definitely won't make you do this heavy work. Get lost. Mi Shui clenched her fist, and her fair lotus-like arm instantly bulged with muscles, as if steel were wrapped in white jade, exuding an undeniable sense of power. The tall, thin boy was startled by Michelle's sudden change. He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Michelle's instantly muscular arms. The surrounding air seemed to freeze because of this, and everyone's gaze focused on the pair of unexpected conflict instigators. No one had expected that Michelle, with her pink-dyed hair and cute bun hairstyle, would reveal such impressive strength with a single stretch of her arm. This intense contrast made quite a few people's mouths twitch involuntarily. Michelle grabbed the Starfall Sky Scar and the backpack from the ground and easily slung them over her shoulder. The tall, skinny boy looked at her relaxed demeanor and could only helplessly shut his mouth. After all, Michelle looked like she could kill him with a single punch. 20 minutes passed. Almost everyone chose to form teams. After all, within the top scholar's secret realm, the level of the monsters can even reach over 30. Moreover, the number of monsters is limited. Besides guarding against the monsters, the top scholars are also competitors with one another. If someone is alone and encounters others in groups of 3 or 5, they basically can only consider themselves unlucky. Some have even been tied up and thrown into a corner, gaining no experience points until the secret realm ends. Such incidents have indeed occurred in past years. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi's own level is as high as 22, so naturally, there is no shortage of people wanting to team up with him. After all, as one of the most powerful cities in the Great Xia territory, Wu Shaoqi, born in Deep City, has received the best education and enjoyed the most favorable conditions since childhood. His strength naturally far surpasses the top scholars from smaller cities. It didn't take long for Wu Shaoqi's team to grow to over a dozen people, including the tall, thin man
man who had just been humiliated by me Shui. After Zhang Kanki announced that they could start entering the prime secret realm, Wu Shaoqi wrapped his arm around Ling Yi and led a group of more than 10 people grandly past Yilin. Those dozen or so people were the top elites of the same generation from a city, yet at this moment, they respectfully followed behind Wu Shaoqi. As they passed by Yilin, Wu Shaoqi's steps paused slightly. I've looked into you, Yilin, right? From Qingcheng, a tiny little county. Wu Shaoqi's smile was full of malice. In a small county like that, reaching level 18 is indeed a rare talent, but country folk are still country folk, never presentable. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and say you're sorry. Then we'll let that incident go. Otherwise, once we enter the champion's secret realm, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Wu Shaoqi crossed his arms over his chest, slightly raised his head, and waited for Yilin to kowtow to him. The newly formed teammates behind him also stared at Yilin with predatory eyes. It was clear that if Yilin didn't apologize, he would face an ambush from this group if they encountered each other in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. In Wu Shaoqi's view, Yilin offending him like this, yet he was still willing to give Yilin a chance, was simply an act of extreme mercy on his part. However, Yilin's response was extremely simple. He rolled his eyes and kindly uttered 2 words, idiot. Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly froze on his face, and his expression gradually turned somber, as if brewing a storm. Wu Shaoqi's eyes became deep and icy, and a terrifying aura slowly emanated from him, carrying oppression and fear. The surrounding air seemed to tremble under his presence, and everyone's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Is this the caliber of a top scholar from a big city? Many people's expressions couldn't help but change. They were the top scholars in their respective cities, but at this moment, under Wu Shaoqi's imposing aura, they felt as if they couldn't withstand even a single move from him. Wu Shaoqi walked step by step toward Yilin, each step seemingly carrying immense weight, making it impossible to ignore. You're quite something. Yilin, once we enter the secret realm, I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death rather than life. Wu Shaoqi leaned entirely against Yilin, his tone incomparably icy. At this moment, everyone held their breath, nervously watching the scene. They knew that Wu Shaoqi was truly angry, and Yilin was likely in serious trouble. Sure enough, the next second, Yilin's expression changed. He clutched his stomach in pain and staggered backward. When he looked at Wu Shaoqi, his face was filled with terror. Everyone looked over and finally noticed a gruesome wound on Yilin's stomach. Blood was gushing out continuously, and through the wound, one could even vaguely see the organs inside his abdomen. Sorry Lang, quick, save him. Zhang Kanki's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly rushed over to Yilin's side with 3 priests. These 3 priests were originally meant to heal the top scorers at the secret realm's exit, but they were unexpectedly needed now. It wasn't until one of the older priests turned his head and nodded at him that Zhang Kanki's anxious heart finally settled. This means that Yilin can be cured and is not in life-threatening danger. If a top scholar were to die before even entering the secret realm, Zhang Kanki would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Kanki coldly looked at Wu Shaoqi, his gaze icy and chilling. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Wu Shaoqi would actually make a direct move against Yilin. Even Wu Shaoqi himself did not expect that he would be in such an extremely bewildered state at this moment. What am I doing? Who am I? Where am I? He was absolutely certain that he hadn't laid a hand on Yilin. No matter how foolish he might be, he wouldn't be so foolish as to attack Yilin in front of everyone. If he were to be caught red-handed killing a top scholar in front of everyone, even as a member of the Wu family, he would face severe consequences, if not death. Wu Shaoqi wasn't that stupid, but in that case, what about the wounds on Yilin's body? Could it be he did it to himself, to frame me? A sudden thought flashed through Wu Shaoqi's mind. Although this idea was absurd, it was the only possibility. You despicable scoundrel! Wu Shaoqi pointed at Yilin's nose and shouted angrily. At this moment, Yilin was slowly recovering under the treatment of 3 priests. Hearing Wu Shaoqi's accusations, his eyes instantly turned red. He tugged at Zhang Kanki's pant leg and said with a face full of grievance, Mr. Zhang, just let it go. I'm just a kid from a small county. I can't compare to someone like Wu Shaoqi who comes from a big family. Anyway, I didn't die, so let's not make a fuss over this. Zhang Kanki's heart trembled slightly. Looking at Yilin's sincere eyes, he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. Originally, he was hesitating about how to deal with Wu Shaoqi. Logically speaking, attacking other top scorers before even entering the secret realm would definitely result in the disqualification of entering the top scorer's secret realm. However, after all, Wu Shaoqi had the backing of the Wu family. If his qualification were truly revoked, the trouble he would face would be no less significant. After seeing Yilin in this state, Zhang Kanki immediately made up his mind. Although he couldn't revoke Wu Shaoqi's qualification, he absolutely wouldn't let Wu Shaoqi have an easy time. Seeing Yilin's pretentious demeanor, Wu Shaoqi couldn't hold back any longer. You insidious scoundrel, still pretending? Don't you want to die? I'll grant your wish right now. I'll kill you this instant. Wu Shaoqi directly revealed his angel paladin class, and a brilliant golden light instantly radiated. Zhang Kanki shouted fiercely, his voice exploding like thunder in everyone's ears. causing every person present to feel a pang of fear, as if a ferocious tiger had awakened, its momentum unstoppable.
Enough! Wu Shaoqi's face also turned slightly pale. Teacher Zhang, listen to me. Things aren't what you think they are, it's this despicable and insidious.
Wu Shaoqi was interrupted directly by Zhang Kanki before he could finish speaking.
Wu Shaoqi, I said that's enough. This isn't the Wu family,
and you have no right to act recklessly here.
Zhang Kanki's gaze was cold and piercing. Everyone present saw clearly what happened. Do you still want to argue?
Wu Shaoqi pressed against Yilin, and in the next second, a deep wound appeared on Yilin's stomach, with blood gushing out like a fountain.
Isn't it already very clear what the situation is? It's really not what you think.
Wu Shaoqi was just about to explain when he was interrupted again, this time by Yilin. Under the full treatment of the three priests, Yilin's wound had already healed, though his face was still somewhat pale from excessive blood loss. Teacher Zhang, please don't make things difficult for him, or else he will retaliate against me. Actually, I was the one who cut open my own stomach.
Please don't make things difficult for him, Yilin said with a face full of fear. Zhang Kanki felt even more heartbroken for Yilin upon seeing this.
Compared to Wu Shaoqi, who dared to act but not take responsibility, Yilin, who came from a small county town, earned more of Zhang Kanki's respect.
Yilin, don't worry, the truth will be what it should be.
Zhang Kanki made his promise, then turned his sharp gaze toward Wu Shaoqi.
Wu Shaoqi, apologized to classmate Yilin.
At this moment, Wu Shaoqi was so aggrieved he felt like spitting blood. Clearly, it was Yilin who framed him, yet no one present believed him.
*T. Do you believe me? I really didn't do it. Wu Shaoqi turned his gaze to Ling Yi. Shaoqi, how about just apologizing to him? Let's turn a big issue into a small one and let it go. Ling Yi couldn't help but advise.
Wu Shaoqi clutched his chest, feeling as though his vision was darkening.
As the pampered young master of the Wu family since childhood, when had he ever been so wronged?
The key issue was that not a single person believed him.
Wu Shaoqi, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize.
Otherwise, don't blame me for canceling your qualification to enter the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. Zhang Kanki, seeing Wu Shaoqi's stubbornness, was now truly enraged. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had already given Wu Shaoqi numerous chances. If Wu Shaoqi insisted on going down this path, then canceling his qualification would leave the Wu family with no grounds to argue. Wu Shaoqi clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling, clearly feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. But thinking about being disqualified from entering the secret realm, Wu Shaoqi still gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words through clenched teeth.
I'm sorry.
Wu Shaoqi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, causing Yilin to ask with a puzzled expression.
Student Wu Shaoqi, what did you say?
Wu Shaoqi flew into a rage again and was about to charge forward to kill Yilin, but when he saw Zhang Kanki's icy gaze, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart.
You son of a b**********.
Apologizing is like integrity. The first time is very uncomfortable, but after doing it enough times, you gradually stop caring. Wu Shaoqi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and shouted loudly.
Yilin, Wu Shaoqi, apologize to you. I'm sorry. Seeing Wu Shaoqi apologize, Zhang Kanki's expression finally softened a bit.
Since you're willing to apologize, we'll let this matter go.
However, you must be the last one to enter the secret realm.
This is your punishment. Hearing this, Wu Shaoqi's vision darkened again. With his strength, he could have easily been the first to enter the secret realm and seize the opportunity. But now, just because of that bastard Yilin, he went from being the first to enter to being the last. He couldn't help but cast a cold, venomous glare at Yilin, vowing that once inside the secret realm, if he didn't make Yilin wish he were dead, he wouldn't call himself Wu Shaoqi. At this moment, Yilin also noticed Wu Shaoqi looking at him, so he made a face at Wu Shaoqi from an angle no one else could see, and even added a middle finger for good measure. Wu Shaoqi was already suppressing a belly full of anger. Seeing Yilin dare to provoke him, he could no longer hold back. His eyes turned red as he charged forward, shouting the exact same 4-character phrase as Lu Haiju.
"You." Looking at Yilin's mocking face, Wu Shaoqi was furious and charged at Yilin once again. But this time, Zhang Kanki was prepared.
Before Wu Shaoqi could reach him, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move.
Wu Shaoqi, you still dare to make a move? Do you really want to be disqualified? Zhang Kanki shouted sternly. He made faces at me. That guy is pretending. He's faking everything.
Wu Shaoqi roared hysterically, his eyes bloodshot. Zhang Kanki turned his head toward Yilin in confusion, only to see Yilin's face full of innocence and bewilderment, making it clear at a glance that he was an honest person.
Enough! Wu Shaoqi, how much longer are you going to keep making unreasonable trouble?
Zhang Kanki frowned and immediately spoke to the 2 job changers restraining Wu Shaoqi.
Keep an eye on him.
Don't let him cause any more trouble.
The 2 job changers nodded seriously and dragged Wu Shaoqi to the side.
But all of this had nothing to do with Yilin anymore. Thanks to Wu Shaoqi, he was the first to step onto the teleportation array with Mi Shui.
Yes, sorry, it's my fault for dragging you down.
Michelle felt even more guilty in her heart. If it weren't for her, Yilin wouldn't have offended Wu Shaoqi, and he wouldn't have been so seriously injured before the secret realm began.
Yilin leaned close to Michelle's ear and whispered, The injury was my own doing.
He was the one I framed. Hearing this, Michelle's big, watery eyes widened, filled with shock.
So Wu Shaoqi was wronged? No wonder that guy was so agitated.
Only now did she realize that the seemingly honest Yilin in front of her was actually even more cunning than she had imagined. Accompanied by the flickering light of the teleportation array, Yilin and Mi Shui had already arrived in an entirely new world. The Zhuang Yuan's secret realm was located within a forest, surrounded by a faint mist, as if every step was taken upon clouds. Within the secret realm, ancient trees towered into the sky, birds sang, and flowers bloomed, resembling a paradise on earth.
But beneath this beauty, a terrifying crisis is clearly hidden.
Suddenly, the mist ahead churned and surged, and a massive monster burst out from the fog. Its ferocious face and sharp claws sent chills down one's spine.
Hunger gleamed in the monster's eyes as it lunged fiercely at Yilin and Mi Shui. Watch out, it's a level 20 gargoyle.
Yilin was just about to cast a forbidden spell when Mi Shui pushed him away.
The little girl was strong and didn't know how to hold back.
Yilin felt like his ribs were almost broken by her push. Mi Shui was already standing in front of Yilin, her muscles bulging prominently, creating a stark contrast with her cute, girlish face. The gargoyle let out a deafening roar of rage, but Mi Shui showed no fear, charging forward in an instant to engage in a fierce battle with the gargoyle. The level 20 gargoyle gained no advantage against Michelle. With each punch Michelle threw, stone fragments flew off the gargoyle's body. As time passed, it was only a matter of time before Michelle defeated the gargoyle. Just as the battle between Michelle and the gargoyle reached a fever pitch, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Blue thunder dragons rolled within the clouds, as if the wrath of the gods was about to descend. A thick bolt of heavenly lightning struck down like the wrathful sword of a deity, landing directly on the gargoyle. A gargoyle as high as level 20 was directly blasted into a pile of stone fragments by this bolt of heavenly lightning.
Boom!
Michelle covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with shock.
Instant kill? Instantly killing a level 20 monster? This probably requires a job changer of at least level 25 to achieve, right?
At the same time, a notification sound echoed in Michelle's mind.
Team up to kill a level 20 gargoyle, reward, 70 experience points.
She turned her head blankly and looked at Yilin behind her.
That gargoyle, did you kill it? Why do you know lightning magic?
Michelle was utterly puzzled. Because I am a forbidden spellcaster.
Yilin didn't hold back and directly told Michelle the truth. Forbidden spellcaster? I thought you were a wood element mage.
Michelle muttered to herself. That day, Yilin had summoned so many tentacle-like vines to bind her tightly, and she had assumed that was Yilin's specialty.
Alright, stop wasting time. Let's go quickly, we're heading deeper in.
Yilin dragged Mi Shui and started heading deeper into the scholar's secret realm.
Wait, the deeper we go, the stronger the monsters get. If we wander around recklessly, we'll be killed. Mi Shui exclaimed in shock. When ordinary people enter a dungeon or secret realm, don't they usually start by dealing with the weaker monsters on the outskirts to improve their strength before heading deeper? Why is Yilin charging straight for the deepest part right from the start? Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when a dark shadow slowly rose before them.
It was a gigantic monster, its entire body covered in indestructible armor, with fierce red light flashing in its eyes, and purple saliva dripping from its two massive pincers. The surrounding ground sizzled and emitted white smoke under the corrosion of this purple saliva, clearly indicating it was highly toxic. The appearance of this monster seemed to change even the color of the sky. The dark clouds hung lower, as if they were about to press down on the monster's back. Level 25 monster, venomous giant centipede. Michelle swallowed nervously and couldn't help but take a few steps back. She knew that this monster was nothing like the gargoyles they had encountered before. This guy was extremely dangerous. Run, or it'll be too late. Michelle grabbed Yilin, trying to flee, but Yilin remained calm and composed. He raised his hand with a serene expression. Forbidden spell? World-ending thunderstorm. The familiar thunder fury dragon appeared once again, and a blue-purple lightning bolt struck down. The venomous giant centipede, which seemed incredibly terrifying in Michelle's eyes, didn't even have time to put up any resistance before it was struck into a charred corpse, with occasional silvery arcs of lightning still flickering. The air was even filled with a strong smell of burnt protein. This just died? Michelle felt like her brain cells weren't enough to process this. What kind of move was that? She remembered encountering a level 22 monster before. She and her three teammates worked together seamlessly, employing various tactics, and only managed to slay it with great difficulty. But now, a level 25 monster could only be instantly killed in front of Yilin? Stop spacing out, let's go. Yilin pulled Mi Shui along. What happened next completely overwhelmed Mi Shui's little mind, leaving her unable to think. A level 22 venomous scorpion attacked, a bolt of lightning struck down, and it died. A level 25 skeleton sword and shield wielder charged fiercely, a bolt of lightning struck down, and it died. A level 28 abyssal ratman tried to launch a sneak attack from underground. Yilin raised his hand, gripped a dazzling golden spear, and thrust it downward. It died. Instant kill. No matter what kind of monster he encountered, Yilin could kill it instantly with just one move. This scene left Michelle utterly stunned. She had never never imagined that clearing dungeons and farming monsters could be so effortless. No need to kite the monsters, no need to study their weaknesses, no need to avoid their desperate counterattacks. Without a word, he cast a forbidden spell, turned around, and left, exuding unparalleled elegance. She didn't even realize when she leveled up from 17 to 18. Wait a minute, I get it. After Yilin once again instantly killed a level 23 goblin, Michelle suddenly understood, her face full of joy, as if she had solved a historic puzzle. You're a forbidden spellcaster. In the champion's secret realm, you can't die, so you can maximize the power of forbidden spells, releasing them each time with the resolve to die, making their power incredibly overwhelming. He thought that when he mentioned he was a forbidden spellcaster, Michelle would have realized this. This little chick may have well-developed muscles, but her brain doesn't seem to work particularly well. Of course, this isn't really Michelle's fault, it's just that Yilin's actions are too astonishingly unconventional, instantly killing any level of magical creature he encounters. It's like when you're playing basketball, and you see a guy on the court shouting, "Lan Dai Hua Yin Yushinbu," then every time he jumps straight from half-court to dunk, you'd definitely have a moment of mental freeze too. Alright, let's go, stop dwelling on this. Yilin dragged Mi Shui along and left. He clearly remembered that the monsters in the Zhuang Yuan secret realm were limited. Since he had obtained the first opportunity to enter, he had to get ahead of the others and kill as many monsters as possible. Gradually, Mi Shui also started to feel numb. Those monsters seemed to exist solely to deliver experience points to Yilin. They roared as they charged forward, only to be instantly killed by one of Yilin's forbidden spells, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Yilin once again showcased the brilliance he had displayed in the novice secret realm. The entire champion's secret realm was filled with the sound of thunder, and the lower-level monsters on the outskirts were now so terrified by the sound of thunder that they would lose control of their bowels. After slaying a level 24 giant hooked venom scorpion, Yilin's level also reached level 20. At this moment, the number of forbidden spells he had mastered had reached 20. Level 20 is a significant milestone for all job changers, as reaching this level allows them to awaken their second-class talent. Yilin, unable to contain his excitement, began to check it out immediately. Name, Yilin. Profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 20, 0.01%. Strength, 200, plus 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 600, plus 710. Class Talent 1, Endless Forbidden Spells. For every level the Forbidden Spellcaster gains, one forbidden spell is unlocked. Class Talent 2, Ultimate Sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spellcaster are automatically sublimated into forbidden spells. Skills, World-Destroying Thunder, Instant Dance, Burning Reincarnation, Infernal Flames, Immortal and Indestructible, Eternal Frozen Gaze, Necromantic Return, Lifespan Blade Technique, Eternal Gunmetal, Wall of Size, Descent of the Wood Realm. Glancing at his second-class talent, Yilin's pupils suddenly contracted. Originally, he couldn't use skill scrolls, whether they were common, rare, epic, or legendary skill scrolls, none of them were usable for him, because the skills cast by a forbidden spellcaster could only be forbidden spells. This also means that he can master at most 100 skills, which is a significant shortcoming in the later stages. For example, a fire mage like Zhuge Ni, after reaching a high level, can master even thousands of fire spells to deal with different battle situations and enemies. But with a second-class talent, Yilin will no longer have this worry, because any skill he uses will be enhanced into a forbidden spell. Quick, give me that fireball spellbook from earlier, Yilin said eagerly, looking at Mi Shui. Along the way, Yilin had been tossing all the skill scrolls dropped by monsters to Mi Shui, as he felt he had no use for them. Ha, that fireball spell is just a basic skill. Are you sure you want this? Mi Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. Without hesitation, Yilin took the fireball spell scroll, learned it immediately, and then cast the fireball spell. The professional talent is fully activated, and fireball has been enhanced to Flame God Sai. Yes, forbidden spell? Flame God Sai, the forbidden spellcaster burns their own life force to summon the flame god, unleashing divine fire that incinerates everything. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a powerful energy wave instantly spread out. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited by this energy, the temperature rising sharply to form a massive fireball. The fireball kept expanding, radiating scorching light and intense heat, as if it were about to devour everything around it. Yilin infused his own life fire into the fireball, which instantly became even more dazzling, emitting a crimson golden glow, as if a true sun were burning on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in Yilin's eyes, just as he had expected. With the profession talent of ultimate sublimation, he no longer needed to worry about forbidden spells. Whatever type of forbidden spell he wanted, he could simply find a low-level skill scroll of the corresponding type. Even epic skill scrolls and ordinary skill scrolls made no difference to him, they would all be enhanced into forbidden spells anyway. He just needed to buy the most ordinary skill scrolls, which only cost a few thousand each. Hit the jackpot. Yilin was overjoyed. If other forbidden spellcasters obtained this class talent, they would surely stomp their feet in frustration. After all, life is already too short, so instead of more forbidden forbidden spells, it's better to have an extra life. But for Yilin, it's a different story. He doesn't have many other strengths, except for having multiple lives. Having more forbidden spells would undoubtedly give Yilin greater adaptability and tactical options when facing opponents stronger than himself. Let's go, time to level up. In high spirits, Yilin pulled Manhwa along to continue leveling up. Manhwa's tasks over the past 5 days included carrying bags, hauling items, transporting loot, cooking for Yilin, fetching water for Yilin, essentially embodying the role of a devoted servant. Yet Manhwa thoroughly enjoyed it, even wishing she could personally feed Yilin. After all, with Yilin as her strong support, Manhwa's level had risen rapidly over the past 5 days, reaching level 19, just one level below Yilin. At this moment, when Yilin called her to continue leveling up, she eagerly followed along. But after taking just 2 steps, she bumped into a broad back. Yilin quickly covered her rosy little mouth. "Shoo, look, what is that?" A trace of excitement flashed in Yilin's eyes. Not far away, there is a pool of clear spring water, with the flowing water resembling a small waterfall continuously rushing into the spring. A golden toad is squatting on a massive black rock beside the spring. Its skin glimmers dazzlingly under the sunlight, as if coated with a thin layer of gold dust. This toad is extraordinarily large, standing at a height of 4 to 5 meters, with a pair of vertical pupils that shine brightly, exuding an aura of mystery. Michelle leaned over to take a look, her beautiful eyes narrowing instantly. This is the treasure golden toad. The treasure golden toad. This is an extremely unique magical creature, and its name is almost universally known to every job changer. The treasure toad swallows all the treasures into its belly, hiding them in its enormous stomach. The higher the level of the treasure toad, the more valuable the treasures hidden in its belly. No wonder Yilin and Manhwa were so excited. The treasure toad in front of them was as high as level 26. If they could capture it alive, the items it could drop might even surpass the total of what 100 other magical creatures combined could produce. Quietly move closer. I'll control it, and you catch it, understand? Yilin whispered to Manhwa. Miyuki's little pink head bobbed quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Greedy, timid, and extremely fast, these are the labels on the duobao golden toad. Moreover, the duobao golden toad can only be captured alive and cannot be hunted. If the duobao golden toad senses an imminent fatal threat, it will immediately secrete highly corrosive gastric juices to digest all the treasures inside its body, leaving the hunter with nothing. Miyuki crawled on the ground, inching slowly toward the duobao golden toad. The multi-treasure golden toad is extremely alert. As soon as it senses the slightest movement, it will immediately flee. Fortunately, Michelle is also extremely patient. She spent a full hour slowly moving right under the golden toad's nose. Michelle quietly reached her hand behind her back and made an OK gesture toward Yilin, signaling that he could take action. Seeing this, Yilin quietly began casting a forbidden spell, preparing to use Wood Realm Descent to first bind the multi-treasure golden toad, and then let Michelle pounce on it like a fierce dog to capture it. The strength attribute of the Savage Berserker class is truly astonishing. Once the treasure golden toad is bound by the Wood Realm Descent and then held by Manhwa, it will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Just as Yilin and Manhwa were about to make their move, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind. "Yilin, so you're here. You really made me search high and low for you." Yilin's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Casting this forbidden spell in the jungle undoubtedly makes it even more terrifying, as countless resilient green vines twisted like serpents toward the many-treasure golden toad. Michelle no longer stayed hidden and directly lunged toward the many-treasure golden toad. Take action. Forbidden spell? Descent of the Wood Realm. However, it was already too late. That sudden voice made the many-treasure golden toad sense something. With a croak, its massive body instantly vanished from its original spot, leaving only a golden afterimage. Damn! Yilin's face darkened, and Manhwa, who had missed her chance, clenched her teeth tightly. The duck that was almost in her mouth had flown away, and no one could possibly feel good about that. A rustling sound came, and then Wu Shaoqi and his group emerged from the dense bushes. Quite a few people followed behind them, clearly wanting to watch the commotion. No matter the time or place, the love for watching a spectacle is ingrained in the bones of the people of Disya. You've hidden yourself so well, really made me search high and low. As for the matters outside, I will definitely settle them with you properly. I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death rather than life. Enemies meet with intense hatred in their eyes. Wu Shaoqi stared viciously at Yilin. TSK, this guy is doomed, getting cornered by Wu Shaoqi and his men with no place to run. Wu Shaoqi has leveled up again in the top scholar's secret realm, now reaching level 23. There are hardly any people who can take him on one-on-one, let alone with his group of teammates. All I can say is his luck is truly bad. The top scholar's secret realm is so vast, yet he still managed to run into Wu Shaoqi. The crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion was abuzz with discussion, their gazes toward Yilin carrying a hint of sympathy. They knew that facing the furious Wu Shaoqi, Yilin was bound to suffer greatly. However, at this moment, Yilin's expression was equally icy, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Worse than death? Don't worry, I will make sure all of you experience it. With the golden toad running off like that, that, catching it again would be incredibly difficult. Ah, have you lost your mind? Are you saying you want to take on more than a dozen of us by yourself? The tall, skinny man who had been rejected by Michelle when he invited her to team up sneered. He had long disliked Yilin, and now he was the first to step forward. Facing his provocation, Yilin calmly took the skill scroll from Michelle, then raised his hand, causing a surge of energy. The tall, skinny man laughed even more disdainfully at the sight. Fireball is the most basic and ordinary skill, something any job changer can learn. This guy actually wants to use a fireball to deal with him. What a ridiculous idea. Fireball spell. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Ling Yi lightly raised his finger, and the seemingly unremarkable fireball suddenly expanded several times, transforming into a crimson gold sun several meters in diameter. Carrying terrifying heat, it smashed toward the tall and thin man with overwhelming force. This scene was like divine fire descending from the heavens, shocking everyone. Faintly, it seemed as if a soft sigh could be heard. No, this can't be. Help me. The tall, thin man screamed in terror, desperately trying to evade, but the fireball was simply too fast, leaving him nowhere to escape. The blazing sun slammed into him with force, exploding on impact. The high temperature and shockwave engulfed him instantly, leaving him no chance to even scream before he was reduced to a charred corpse. This sudden turn of events left everyone utterly stunned, their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. This damn thing is fireball? Why do they feel something's not quite right? That tall, skinny guy is at least the top scholar of a city, with a level of 18. Someone like that killed instantly by a fireball? It's like you just barely got started, and the other side is already shouting, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. The charred corpse wriggled slightly, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His expression was completely twisted, clearly in extreme pain. Although the rules of the Zhuan Yuan secret realm could protect him from death, the agony of being burned was undeniably real. He was probably the first person in history to survive with 100% of his body burned. Yilin, we're all the future pillars of Dixia, and yet you resort to such cruel methods. Are you even human? Ling Yi, standing beside Wu Shaoqi, immediately accused Yilin. Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person who can't stand favoritism. I believe in equality for all, so whatever he's experienced, you'll soon get to experience as well. Yilin spoke calmly, and at the same time, picked up another skill scroll in his hand. Ice spiral spell. The few people targeted by Yilin suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by a primordial beast. Just like the fireball spell, the ice spiral spell was also a very common skill. Specifically, it condenses into a sharp spiral ice spike, spinning as it pierces toward the enemy. But when wielded by Yilin, the ice spiral spell underwent an earth-shattering transformation in an instant. Countless sharp ice spikes, each as thick as 100 feet, formed in midair, resembling crystal-clear pillars that exuded a bone-chilling cold. They spun rapidly in the air, like a massive icy top, carrying destructive power as they roared toward Wu Shaoqi and his group, who were still in shock. How is this possible? How could the ice whirl spell have such power? This is unreasonable. And why does he know both fire magic and ice magic? Wu Shaoqi was also stunned at this moment. He immediately activated his professional skill, Angel Paladin, raising a golden glowing holy shield high to try to block the attack of the ice shards. But after blocking just the first ice shard, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the golden shield. When the second ice shard struck, the golden shield shattered on the spot. Golden Ten-Fist Sword. Wu Shaoqi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately used his ultimate move. A golden longsword formed in Wu Shaoqi's hand, slashing in a cross shape toward the countless ice shards in the sky. Attack together. I don't believe he can handle so many of us at once. Wu Shaoqi let out a stern shout, and only then did Ling Yi and the others, numbering over a dozen, snap out of their shock and join forces to resist the ice whirl spell cast by Yilin. The onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion were completely dumbfounded. One person, facing off against more than a dozen top scholars. Such a thing would be unbelievable if told, yet this scene was now unfolding so vividly before their eyes. Is this guy an elemental mage? How can he use both fire and ice skills? No, the power of an elemental mage's skills isn't this strong. I just thought of an extremely terrifying class. If it's that class, then it's entirely possible. Forbidden Spellcaster. As these three words were spoken, countless people gasped in shock. What? Curse masters are notoriously short-lived. Casting a few more spells might cost them an arm or a leg. However, if it's within the champion's secret realm, the potential of a curse master is greatly amplified. After all, in the champion's secret realm, everyone is immortal, which means a curse master no longer has to hold back on many of their forbidden spells. Sure enough, Yilin's third move directly confirmed their suspicions. Falling rock spell. Yilin raised his palm and once again unleashed an ordinary, unremarkable skill. The falling rock spell summons a large rock to descend from the sky and smash toward the enemy. However, when Yilin cast the spell, what fell from the heavens was no longer an ordinary rock but a dazzling celestial star. That star traced a brilliant trajectory through the void, resembling a meteor, carrying earth-shattering power as it hurtled straight toward Wu Shaoqi and his group. Where the stars passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Wu Shaoqi and the others turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying skill before. The oppressive feeling brought by the stars left them without even the courage to resist. This is no falling rock spell. This is clearly the forbidden curse, heavenly star descent. My heavens, he really is a forbidden curse. Master, one of the onlookers, a top scholar, recognized the forbidden curse cast by Yilin, and his face instantly turned ashen. Wu Shaoqi's face became extremely grim, and Ling Yi and the others were also visibly terrified. Although their strength was not weak, facing a forbidden curse master in the top scholar's secret realm, they appeared utterly powerless. The ice shards had not yet been dealt with when an even more terrifying star came crashing down. If they had known earlier that Yilin was a forbidden spell master, they would never have chosen to provoke him. They tried to resist, but that star seemed to weigh tens of thousands of pounds, directly pinning them underneath. Yilin, I am a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you sure you want to oppose me? Wu Shaoqi shouted sternly. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Yilin, Wu Shaoqi could only bring up his family background. Don't worry, you won't die here, it'll just hurt a little. If the Wu family has to stand up for you because of this, then so be it. Yilin waved his hand, and the star pressed down a bit further. Wu Shaoqi's face turned bright red. Yilin, even if you're not afraid of the Wu family, what about the Supreme Academy? We're all students of the Supreme Academy, and we'll see each other often in the future. Do you really want to take things this far? What a coincidence. The Supreme Academy refuses to accept me, so you can go in peace. At the very moment Yilin's words fell, that brilliant star completely descended. With a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the star smashed down on Wu Shaoqi and the others' heads. In an instant, light burst forth, and the entire space seemed to be filled with the radiance of this star, dazzling to the extreme. Boom! Wu Shaoqi let out a miserable scream. When the light faded, everyone saw that Wu Shaoqi and his group had been smashed deep into the ground by that falling star. The earth around them was crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks, as if a true celestial body had plummeted from the heavens, carrying world-destroying power. No! All 10+ members of Wu Shaoqi's party were crushed into a mess of minced flesh by the star. Yet, under the rules of the champion's secret realm, they still didn't die. Instead, their bodies writhed and squirmed in a frenzy. A dozen or so piles of minced flesh, mixed with shattered organs and bones, squirmed incessantly there, making it horrifying just to look at. This is equivalent to a pile of rotten flesh possessing human thoughts and cognition, witnessing its torn muscles, burst eyeballs, and broken bones, enough to mentally break anyone with a fragile will. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. Those who had come to watch the spectacle were already beginning to regret why they had come. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Yilin might target them and cast a falling stone spell on them as well. Well then, could a few kind people take Wu Shaoqi and his classmates for treatment? Yilin said very kindly. In fact, he couldn't tell which lump of flesh was Wu Shaoqi. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to move, until Yilin kindly raised his hand again, and lightning danced in his palm. Only then did they rush over in fright. Without proper tools, they used shovels. Without suitable containers, they took off their clothes to wrap them up. A group of people, grand and imposing, carried over a dozen pieces of rotten flesh and a charred corpse as they rushed toward the exit of the top scholar's secret realm. Phew! Finally got rid of those pesky flies. It's peaceful at last. Yilin let out a sigh of relief. Although Wu Shaoqi and the others could still be revived and restored to their original state, it would undoubtedly take quite some time. After all, piecing together a pile of rotten flesh into a living person again involves an unimaginable amount of work. When Wu Shaoqi gets a chance to start over, the top scholar's secret realm will probably have already ended. Let's go. Let's see if we can still catch up with that treasure golden toad. Yilin called out to Mishui. At this moment, Mishui's face had turned pale with fright. Without a word, she carried everything on her own shoulders. Looking back now, she realized that she had already had a brush with death earlier. She couldn't imagine, if she had mistaken Yilin for a pervert at that time and Yilin had retaliated like this, her fate probably wouldn't have been much better than Wu Shaoqi and the others. A beautiful girl turning into a slime. Does that make any sense? The exit of the champion's secret realm. Zhang Kanki, along with 3 priests and more than a dozen professional medical staff, was standing by here in full readiness. Although today is only the 6th day since the opening of the top scholar secret realm, with more than 20 days left until it ends, in previous years, someone would already have been seriously injured by this time, so they have to be cautious. This year's group of top scholars is quite impressive. It's already the 6th day, and not a single one has come looking for us, Zhang Kanki said with a smile. Priest 1, indeed, by this time in previous years, we would already be busy. It's clear that this year's batch of top scholars is extraordinarily capable. Priest 2, let's hope they all go through it smoothly. That way, we can also have it a bit easier. Pastor 3, indeed. While the group was chatting, a large crowd suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Zhang Kanki's heart tightened instantly. In such a situation, someone must have been injured. What happened? Who got hurt? Zhang Kanki asked. We can't really tell who got injured. The group placed the tall, thin man, who had been charred into a corpse, in front of Zhang Kanki. Exclamation point. Zhang Kanki was also
also startled. Injured this severely? Did he encounter a high-level fire attribute magical creature? Priest. Quickly, get a priest. Seeing 3 priests working together to heal him, the burns on the tall, thin man's body gradually began to recover, and the newly grown skin was as tender as a baby's. Phew. Luckily, it's just one. Compared to previous years, this is much better. Zhang Kanki let out a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, a dozen or so wriggling lumps of flesh were carried over and placed in front of Zhang Kanki. What's this? Low-level monster slimes? Zhang Kanki frowned. No, Teacher Zhang, these are Wu Shaoqi and the others, one of the top students replied, his face pale with lingering fear. What? Zhang Kanki's eyes went wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. You mean to say, these dozen lumps of meat are all people? In Zhang Kanki's astonished gaze, the few people in front of him slowly nodded. Zhang Kanki's vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. He had just mentioned how impressive this year's top scholar was, but in the blink of an eye, the so-called top scholar had turned into a ball of flesh? The 3 priests were also dumbfounded. Priest 1, what's going on? How did they end up in such a miserable state? Priest 2, were they crushed by some gigantic monster? This is just too pitiful. Priest 3, indeed. Restoring a dozen lumps of flesh into a dozen living people, such a workload is simply terrifying. Zhang Kanki quickly transferred several high-level priest healers from Shin City. After seeing those dozen or so lumps of flesh, their eyes lit up. If they handled this well, it would undoubtedly be a major highlight in their professional careers. Soon, the exit of the top scholar's secret realm was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yilin and Michelle were equally busy and bustling. The two chased all the way in the direction where the treasure golden toad had escaped, but found nothing. Not to mention the treasure golden toad, they didn't even see a single hair of it. It's still too easy for those bastards. Yilin frowned deeply. If it weren't for Wu Shaoqi and his group causing trouble, that treasure golden toad wouldn't have escaped from his grasp. The treasure golden toad had just been frightened once, and now it was likely hiding somewhere in the secret realm. Finding it again would be extremely difficult. Forget it, stop looking. Let's level up first. Helplessly, Yilin could only give up on the idea of continuing to search for the golden treasure toad. This scholar's secret realm is so vast that trying to find that golden treasure toad with just the two of them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yilin, taking Ni Shui with him, began pushing deeper into the scholar's secret realm. After awakening the second profession talent, Yilin became more fond of using small skills like fireball. After all, forbidden spells require chanting and have a certain skill delay. Whether human or monster, they would be on guard. But directly using fireball allows for instant casting, and the instant cast fireball, under the effect of extreme sublimation, can reach the power of a forbidden spell. It's indeed extremely useful for playing the pig to eat the tiger and launching sneak attacks. After quickly dealing with the monsters blocking their way, Yilin and his companion continued to explore deeper into the scholar's secret realm. Soon, they encountered several groups of terrifying monsters. The closer they got to the center of the secret realm, the more monsters appeared, and their strength grew increasingly formidable. Gradually, level 30 monsters began to appear. Facing these level 30 monsters, Yilin's expression became extremely grave. Because level 30 monsters could no longer be easily annihilated with a single forbidden spell, it required 2 forbidden spells. Alright, let's call it a day for now. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, Yilin stopped in his tracks. Although his mana wasn't completely depleted, his spirit had already begun to tire. Even though he possessed an immortal body, Yilin still needed normal rest. He lit the bonfire and then had Michelle keep watch for him. This little girl had been freeloading so much experience points by following him around, so it was only fair for her to take a night watch for him. To fall asleep quickly, Yilin picked up the Starfall Sky Scar and gave himself a hard knock on the head with the back of the blade. In an instant, he achieved a sleep quality as pure as that of a baby. Listening to Yilin's steady breathing, Michelle couldn't help but mutter, "What a strange person." From childhood to adulthood, almost every man who got close to her, except her father, had bad intentions. 9 out of 10 were Lelicons. But Yilin was different from those men. Yilin didn't see her as a woman, or even as a person. In Yilin's eyes, Ni Shui felt like she was nothing more than a somewhat useful humanoid tool. As she thought about it, Ni Shui's mind wandered. She stared blankly at Yilin's sleeping face with her eyes wide open. However, in the dark night, there were 3 pairs of crimson eyes staring at them from afar. Michelle suddenly shivered, as if she had sensed something, and abruptly turned her head, but saw nothing. Strange, was it just my illusion? Michelle frowned. She clearly felt just now as if something was watching her. The next second, Ni Shui suddenly sensed an intense feeling of danger. Yilin, look out! Without time to think, she instinctively scooped up the sleeping Yilin and dove to the side. Ni Shui felt some kind of liquid splash onto her back, and an intense burning sensation followed immediately after, like someone had poured sulfuric acid all over her skin. Michelle gasped in pain. Screech! At this moment, Yilin was also startled awake. He looked at Michelle's back and only then noticed that her clothing had been completely corroded by a thick, foul-smelling green liquid, and even her once fair and delicate skin had been deeply eroded.
Yilin furrowed his brows and looked toward the monster in the darkness. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and his expression grew much more serious.
This is an advanced monster. The Hellhound.
Cerberus. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent. Suddenly, a deep roar shattered the tranquility, like a demon from hell howling in fury.
A massive canine figure leapt out of the darkness.
Its body was towering, covered in black flames, and its crimson eyes glimmered with a menacing light in the night.
Its mouth dripped with foul, corrosive saliva, and its exposed fangs seemed capable of tearing through anything.
What was even more terrifying was that this monster had 3 heads.
6 crimson-red eyes were scrutinizing Yilin and Mishue.
This was none other than the legendary Cerberus, the 3-headed hellhound, a true high-level magical creature.
There is a world of difference between low-level and high-level magical creatures.
Low-level magical creatures not only have extremely low strength and intelligence but can only reach a maximum level of 50. Level 50 is the limit for low-level magical creatures. For instance, slimes are a common example of low-level magical creatures.
But advanced monsters are different.
Not only are they stronger and have a higher level cap, but they also possess extremely high intelligence, even capable of using strategies and traps.
An advanced monster can easily tear apart more than a dozen low-level monsters of the same rank.
And the level of this hellhound in front of them is an astonishing level 36.
No wonder Michelle was severely injured right away. In fact, if it weren't for saving the sleeping Yilin, she should have been able to dodge that attack just now.
Stay away, this guy is really tough,
Yilin said to Mishue. This hellhound is likely the most powerful monster in the champion's secret realm.
The hellhound growled lowly, circling the campfire a few times. Clearly, it had already regarded Yilin and Mishue as its prey. Yilin took the initiative to attack, directly using a skill scroll. Fireball technique, under the effect of extreme enhancement, instantly upgraded to Flame God Sai. A massive crimson gold flaming sun smashed toward the hellhound.
Fireball spell.
But at that moment, Yilin read an emotion from the 6 enormous eyes of the hellhound, a feeling called disdain. The second head of the hellhound suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit down on the crimson gold sun released by Yilin. With a gulping sound, the forbidden spell unleashed by Yilin was directly swallowed by the hellhound.
What kind of monster is this?
Yilin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was his first time facing a high-level demon beast, and he hadn't expected the creature to be so terrifying. It could directly swallow the forbidden spell he had cast.
After swallowing Yilin's forbidden spell, a hint of human-like mockery appeared in the eyes of the hellhound.
Then its third head opened its mouth wide, spewing a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid toward Yilin. Yilin frowned, directly sacrificing 2 kidneys to gain 10 times the agility, and swiftly dodged to the side. This dark green liquid possessed an extremely terrifying corrosiveness. Mishue had just personally tested it, and he definitely didn't want to come into contact with this stuff. The massive dog head followed Yilin all the way, spewing dark green liquid. Everywhere it passed, all the flowers, grass, and trees were completely corroded. Even the ground wasn't spared, emitting wisps of white smoke under the liquid's corrosive effect. Yilin had just avoided the highly corrosive green liquid when he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. He quickly turned around, only to see a sharp black claw shadow slashing fiercely toward him.
He didn't dare to take it head-on and swiftly leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike.
At this moment, Yilin had already understood that when facing such a high-level demon, he could no longer afford any reservations or hesitation.
Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation.
Brilliant blood-colored fireworks rose from Yilin's body, as the fire of his life burned fiercely. Without the double 3-dimensional attribute boost from burning reincarnation, Yilin would not be a match for this hellhound.
Beast, don't you like to devour?
I'll let you devour to your heart's content. Yilin raised his hand, and the metallic elements within his body continuously surged outward. Specks of golden light gathered in his hand, eventually forming a dazzling and radiant golden spear.
Forbidden curse?
Eternal gung metal. The golden spear in Yilin's hand streaked across the night sky like a meteor, carrying an unstoppable force as it fiercely thrust toward the hellhound. On the spear, the unique luster of eternal gung metal shimmered, as if capable of piercing through all obstacles. A trace of fear flashed in the hellhound's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. It let out a low roar, and the second head opened its massive bloody maw, spewing rolling black flames in an attempt to fend off Yilin's attack. However, the eternal Gangjin forbidden spell excels at breaking through with precision. Its destructive power may not rival the world-ending thunder, but its offensive capability is absolutely top-notch. The spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, piercing through the black flames and directly into the bloody maw of the second head of the hellhound, driving deep into its throat. A piercing, agonized scream rang out as the hellhound's body trembled violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain. The second head struggled for a while, then went limp and fell silent. With one head killed by Yilin, the hellhound was clearly enraged. The first head, which had neither moved nor spoken all along, was utterly furious. It opened its massive maw and spewed out an extremely eerie black breath. That breath carried a dense aura of death and decay, as if it were the end of all things in the world. As soon as this aura emerged, everything along the way was corroded, flowers withered, and green leaves shriveled. The frightened little white rabbit, panicking and running aimlessly, happened to be enveloped by the black aura. In an instant, the little white rabbit collapsed to the ground, quickly turning into a dried rabbit. It's not hard to imagine that if someone were struck by this aura, they would undoubtedly turn into a dried corpse just as quickly. Yilin was furious upon seeing this. Rabbits are so cute. How can you kill rabbits? Although it's still the same skill, the current Yilin now has the double boost of burning reincarnation. The crimson gold sun that appeared this time was countless times more terrifying than before. The moment the black aura approached, it was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature fireball spell. Then, the crimson gold sun continued its momentum and directly smashed toward the hellhound. The hellhound Cerberus let out a roar, and its massive claws struck down toward the crimson gold sun before it. The crimson gold sun was directly shattered into pieces, but the claws of the hellhound Cerberus were also burned, emitting a strong charred aroma. At this moment, Yilin had already appeared at the side of the hellhound Cerberus. The forbidden spell Eternal Gung Metal was unleashed once again, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Bang! When facing such a massive enemy, there was no forbidden spell more effective than Eternal Gung Metal. Even throwing it casually would never miss. This time, Yilin aimed at the third head that could spit out corrosive liquid. Just as the golden spear was about to hit the third head, a shocking scene unfolded before Yilin's eyes. The second head, which should have been dead, came back to life and bit down on the speeding golden spear. Playing dead? Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, under Yilin's shocked gaze, the suddenly resurrected second head accurately bit down on the golden spear formed by Eternal Gung Metal. Yilin clearly remembered that this head had just been pierced through by the Eternal Gung Metal, completely dead beyond any doubt. Clang! Yet in just this short moment, the injuries on the second head had completely healed, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that this thing also has immortality? Yilin stared uncertainly at the three-headed hellhound before him. At this moment, the injuries on the hellhound had completely healed, and its three heads let out terrifying roars. The second head stared fixedly at Yilin, its eyes filled with ferocity and hatred. Then, the massive hellhound suddenly leapt forward, pouncing toward Yilin. Yilin dodged while shouting loudly to Michelle, who was hiding nearby. "I remember your bag is full of chocolates. Hurry up and throw some to me." "Ha? Are you hungry?" Michelle was stunned. Weren't they dealing with the high-level monster, the hellhound? And Yilin wanted to eat chocolate at a time like this? "Don't worry about it, just throw them over," Yilin urged. Oh. Michelle frantically opened her backpack and threw dozens of chocolates inside it to Yilin all at once. Chocolates are small in size and extremely high in calories, making them the perfect food for outdoor camping and cross-country activities, as they can quickly replenish energy. Therefore, Michelle had prepared quite a lot. After receiving the chocolates, Yilin raised his hand and cast a fireball spell at the hellhound. The hellhound, enraged, instantly became even more ferocious and lunged at Yilin with a crazed bite. The three bloody maws were extremely conspicuous, and even under the moonlight, the throats of the hellhound could be clearly seen. This saved Yilin a lot of trouble. He pinched the chocolate in his hand and then, like throwing darts, continuously tossed the chocolate into the hellhound's stomach. To ensure fairness, Yilin didn't leave out any of the heads. Who knows whether these three heads share one digestive system or have three separate ones. The hellhound Cerberus was also very cooperative, accepting everything without hesitation, swallowing it all as if it could devour everything in this world. Soon, all the chocolate was thrown into the stomach of the hellhound Cerberus by Yilin. Michelle was dumbfounded by Yilin's actions. She had no idea what Yilin was doing. Was he feeding the hellhound? But soon, a startling change occurred on the hellhound Cerberus. The massive hellhound suddenly collapsed to the ground, its entire body convulsing violently. All three heads began foaming at the mouth simultaneously, and its lower body lost control, urinating and defecating uncontrollably, emitting a foul stench. Ah! Michelle opened her rosy little mouth wide, her fair face full of confusion. She couldn't understand, wasn't it Cerberus, the hellhound, that had been relentlessly hunting Yilin? How did it end up collapsing on its own in the middle of the chase? Yilin glanced at the dazed Michelle and began to explain. "Don't you know? Dogs can get poisoned by eating chocolate. Substances like theobromine in chocolate can cause muscle spasms in dogs. After eating it, they may experience symptoms like vomiting, diarrhea, and drooling, and in severe cases, it can even lead to death." "I know that, but this is the high-level magical creature, the hellhound Cerberus," Michelle muttered to herself. If Yilin hadn't explained, it would have been fine, but his explanation only left Michelle even more dumbfounded. The hellhound is also a dog, so does chocolate similarly poison the hellhound? Who would have thought that the fearsome high-level magical creature, the hellhound, would have chocolate as its nemesis? Yilin walked up to the still convulsing hellhound, then activated burning reincarnation, directly summoning a world-destroying thunderbolt to strike down. Perhaps sensing the approach of death, just as the violent and surging thunderbolt was about to descend, the hellhound staggered and stood up, six eyes simultaneously fixed on Yilin, letting out a hoarse growl. Then, the black flames on the hellhound surged toward Yilin
and Michelle at an extremely terrifying speed. The flames were filled with intense heat, as if capable of burning everything, carrying the Hellhound's resentment and madness before its death. The consequences of contact would be unimaginable. Yilin pulled Michelle behind him, then raised his hand, and a thick wall appeared in front of them. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. Yilin's current level had already reached level 20. Only monsters above level 40 or advanced job changers could directly break through the defense of the wall of size. Otherwise, the only option would be to bypass the wall of size to launch an attack on Yilin. The Hellhound's final counterattack before death was indeed terrifying, but when faced with the wall of size, it could only shake its head in sigh. The black flame collided with the wall of size and was instantly extinguished, without leaving even a single crack on the wall. At this moment, the thunder summoned by Yilin had already descended. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Hellhound was struck by lightning and turned into a charred corpse. Killed a level 36 advanced magical creature, Hellhound. Reward, 720 experience points. High-level monsters are indeed high-level monsters. The experience points they provide are double that of low-level monsters. With the boost from this experience, Yilin leveled up to 21. But before he could celebrate, Yilin discovered another problem. The black flames released by the Hellhound before its death, though blocked by the wall of size and unable to directly harm Yilin and Michelle, quickly spread around, creating a devastating wildfire. The surrounding scene instantly became chaotic and dangerous, with trees, grass, and nearby shrubs all reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Quick, run! Yilin reacted swiftly, grabbing Nishue's hand and rushing in the direction away from the black flames. However, as soon as they moved, Nishue gasped in pain. Only then did Yilin remember that Nishue's back had been corroded by the saliva of the Hellhound when she carried him, who was asleep. Without hesitating further, Yilin ignored Nishue's protests, scooped her up horizontally, and dashed toward the outskirts of the secret realm. At this moment, Nishue's cheeks were already flushed, beneath her was the scorching ground, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and thick smoke. Yet at this moment, she somewhat wished time could pause right here. Just as Nishue was immersed in this atmosphere, a clear croak of a frog echoed. Yilin turned his head to look and saw a giant golden toad scrambling in panic, with black flames still burning on its rear. Croak! This is that multi-treasured golden toad from last time. Yilin was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that after slaying the Hellhound, there would be an unexpected surprise. The black flames released by the Hellhound in its final counterattack actually forced out the multi-treasured golden toad. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Without any hesitation, Yilin raised his hand and unleashed two forbidden spells. In the state of burning reincarnation, the vines that appear with the descent of the wood realm become tougher and harder to break free from. Forbidden spell? Descent of the wood realm. Moreover, this is a forest, where casting the descent of the wood realm can achieve the greatest enhancement effect. Clearly, Yilin had no intention of letting this many-treasured golden toad escape this time. The green vines, like spiritual serpents, coiled toward the many-treasured golden toad. A look of terror flashed in the vertical pupils of the many-treasured golden toad. It clearly hadn't expected to be so unlucky today, first inexplicably burned by fire, and then encountering Yilin. The multi-treasured golden toad flailed its limbs wildly, attempting to break free from the vines that bound it. However, the vines seemed almost alive, tightly wrapping around it. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Instead, the more it struggled, the tighter the vines became. The multi-treasured golden toad opened its large mouth and took a deep breath. Its entire body then grew even larger, forcing the vines apart, while its body secreted a layer of transparent mucus. Using the lubrication from the mucus on its body, the multi-treasured golden toad instantly broke free from the binding vines of the wood realm's descent and attempted to flee. I didn't want to hurt you, but since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. Croak! Yilin's gaze sharpened as the vines released by the arrival of the wood realm once again wound toward the golden toad of many treasures. This time, the vines not only shimmered faintly with a golden light but also sprouted countless sharp thorns along their surface. The vines lunged toward the golden toad of many treasures like pythons chasing their prey, quickly wrapping tightly around it. The vines gradually constricted, causing the golden toad's movements to become increasingly sluggish. The golden toad of many treasures let out anxious cries as its body was bound tighter and tighter by the vines, as if it were about to be crushed into a ball. However, this time, no matter how it struggled or secreted mucus, it could not break free from the vines that bound it. On the contrary, due to its overly intense struggle, the short thorns on the vines had deeply pierced its skin, causing the duobao golden toad to cry out in pain continuously. With a swift movement, Yilin appeared in front of the duobao golden toad. Clearly, Yilin was extremely delighted with this prey that he had lost and regained. He placed the starfall sky scar on the head of the duobao golden toad. I know you can understand me. Spit everything out, and I won't kill you, Yilin said. The golden treasure toad was also a high-level magical creature, with intelligence that was not low at all. The golden treasure toad hesitated for a moment, then spat out a strange stone about the size of a fist from its mouth. The surface of the stone shimmered with a faint golden glow, as if it contained infinite magical power. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, exuding a heart-stopping sense of
of oppression. Yilin picked up the stone, feeling a cold and heavy sensation in his palm. The small stone was so heavy that it made his hand tingle slightly. On the surface of the stone were peculiar patterns resembling dragon scales. This is dragon vein or gold. A hint of joy flashed in Yilin's eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't zoned out during geography class in high school. Dragon vein or gold was an extremely precious forging material. If handed over to a master blacksmith, it could undoubtedly be crafted into an epic piece of equipment. This treasured golden toad truly lives up to its reputation. It can even spit out dragon pattern or gold. Just this, nothing more? Yilin looked at the treasured golden toad with a faint smile. The treasured golden toad nodded repeatedly. Yilin firmly believed that there must be something even more precious in the belly of this treasured golden toad, otherwise, it wouldn't have so easily spat out the dragon pattern or gold. Although advanced magical creatures are not less intelligent than humans, compared to real humans, they still lack a bit of cunning and deceitfulness, making it easy to guess their thoughts. I don't believe it. Yilin did not let go of the multi-treasure golden toad but carried it along with Manhwa, first escaping to a place far away from the black flames. Afterward, Yilin tossed the multi-treasure golden toad aside, took off his yin-yang twin bracelet, and placed it on Manhwa's hand to heal the injury on her back. Under the effect of the yin-yang twin bracelet, Manhwa's back, which had been corroded by the hellhound, began to recover slowly. However, the scars still looked somewhat hideous, and this would have to wait until they left the secret realm of the top scholar to find a professional like a beautician to help her repair it. After healing Michelle, Yilin hung the golden toad of many treasures on a towering giant tree and assigned Michelle a task. Every 3 minutes, punch the white belly of the golden toad of many treasures. If it spits something out, let it rest for 5 minutes. If not, keep punching. Hearing Yilin's words, the golden toad of many treasures croaked loudly in protest, but how could Yilin possibly care about the protest of a toad? Humming a tune, he went off directly to prepare some food. The little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, barefoot in the early morning, roaming through forests and hills. Along the way, no matter what color the mushrooms were, Yilin picked them all up without hesitation. Soon, he came running back with a large pile of strange and peculiar mushrooms. By this time, Manhwa had also been interrogating the treasure golden toad for quite a while. Although the treasure golden toad had spat out quite a few items, compared to the dragon patterned or gold, those items were nothing more than scrap metal. Yilin was certain that the treasure golden toad was still holding back, so he didn't let it go. Instead, he went to the side to start a fire and prepare a late-night snack. Forbidden spell? Inferno scorching the heavens. Forbidden spell? Eternal gung metal. Forbidden spell? Descent of the wood realm. 3 consecutive forbidden spells were unleashed. There was wood, there was a fire source, and there was an iron pot forged from eternal gung metal. This operation left Manhwa and duo Bao Jin-chan completely dumbfounded. They never would have imagined that forbidden spells could be used like this. Using forbidden spells to light a fire is one thing, but someone actually used forbidden spells to make a pot? Is that even reasonable? Watching the water in the pot begin to boil, Yilin nodded in satisfaction and tossed all the colorful mushrooms, sliced, into the pot. Some mushrooms were originally white, but turned green as soon as they were cut. The bubbling water flipped the mushrooms over and over, making Yilin drool uncontrollably. Brother, we can't eat this, right? They look poisonous. Manhwa couldn't help but say, what do you know? A friend of mine from Kayunzanan told me that the more vibrant the mushrooms, the more toxic they are. But the more toxic the mushrooms, the more delicious they are. Yilin said with great conviction, while we're in the Zhuangyuan secret realm and have immortality, we should eat them now, or we won't have the chance later. Really? Michelle blinked her big eyes, clearly a bit skeptical. But soon, the fresh aroma unique to the mushrooms spread from the pot, making Michelle involuntarily swallow her saliva. Just eat it. Once you eat, you won't say a word. After boiling for 5 minutes, Yilin couldn't wait to scoop up the mushrooms. He and Michelle each had a bowl, swallowing the soup and mushrooms directly into their stomachs. The fresh and sweet mushrooms slid down the tongue into the stomach, a delight that only those who have experienced it can describe. Michelle's little face was flushed red from the hot soup, looking utterly adorable. How is it? Tasty, right? Yilin wiped his mouth and served another bowl for both himself and Michelle. Delicious. But why are there 2 little people fighting on top of your head? Michelle asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a minor issue. The poison is acting up. As soon as the words were spoken, Yilin collapsed with a thud, plunging headfirst into the still boiling mushroom soup pot, his head bubbling audibly. Oh, so it was the poison acting up. I thought the mushrooms weren't cooked yet. Michelle chuckled foolishly, rolled her beautiful eyes, and fainted as well. When Yilin woke up, the mushroom soup pot was boiling incessantly, cooking his head. The flesh of his entire head was already thoroughly cooked, resembling the sheep's head placed on the table by old Ma, just waiting for a final pour to start eating. Since his nerves had already been cooked, Yilin felt no pain at all. He reached out to touch Manhwa, confirming that she was still in a poisoned state and hadn't woken up. With a thought, the terrifying regenerative ability of his immortal body began to manifest. He watched as the thoroughly cooked flesh fell away piece by piece, until a fresh fresh skull was exposed. Then, new muscle fibers, blood vessels, and skin began to grow over the skull. Even the eyeballs that had fallen out regenerated themselves. Mushrooms really are delicious, but next time I need to find somewhere farther from the pot, Yilin said with a wry smile. He wasn't a masochist, after all. He certainly didn't enjoy boiling his own head in a pot. This horrifying scene was witnessed in full detail by the duobao golden toad, who had been hanging upside down all night. The round vertical pupils of the golden toad treasure were almost bulging out of its sockets at this moment. Humans, do they really have such terrifying regenerative abilities? Even for magical creatures, if their heads were cooked, they would surely be dead, right? Seeing that Michelle was still unconscious, Yilin walked over to the golden toad treasure and flicked its pale belly. I say, you've been hanging here all night, and you still refuse to spit out the treasure? Do you really have to hang yourself to death here to be satisfied? The multi-treasure golden toad remained silent, clearly unwilling to hand it over. Seeing this, Yilin couldn't be bothered to force the stubborn toad. After waking up Mishue, Yilin handed the multi-treasure golden toad and the luggage to her, then resumed his journey of monster hunting. There were still 24 days left until the closure of the Zhuangyuan secret realm, and he didn't believe the multi-treasure golden toad could truly endure 24 days of severe interrogation. During the journey that followed, Yilin and Mishue worked together seamlessly, displaying great teamwork. Yilin was responsible for casting forbidden spells to kill monsters, while Mishue was in charge of tormenting the multi-treasure golden toad to make it spit out items. The two rampaged through the scholar's secret realm like this, rapidly gaining experience points. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. There were only 5 days left until the scholar's secret realm closed. At this moment, at the exit of the top scholar's secret realm, 3 priests with large dark circles under their eyes walked out of the operating room, looking utterly exhausted. One of the priests let out a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Kanki, "We did not fail in our mission. The surgery was very successful, and Wu Shaoqi and the others have almost completely recovered their original appearances." Hearing this, Zhang Kanki's face lit up with joy. "Thank you all for your hard work. Rest assured, during this period, your contributions will definitely be reported truthfully by me." At that moment, Wu Shaoqi and his group were also wheeled out of the operating room by the medical staff. "Mr. Zhang, I feel like my face shape seems a bit off. My face looks a bit square," one of the top scorers said. "A square face is good. A square-shaped face looks steady." Zhang Kanki waved his hand and said, "But, isn't this a bit too square?" The top scholar sat up, and his face was a perfect square, with sharp edges and corners. Zhang Kanki was startled and quickly grabbed a priest to ask. The priest sighed helplessly. "Boss, they were flattened into meat patties. It's already impressive that they could return to human form in such a short time. As for the face shape, he'll have to see a plastic surgeon later." "That's true." Zhang Kanki nodded. "What's going on? Teacher Zhang, what should I do about this?" "I have uneven hands," another top scholar said. "No one's hands can be exactly the same length." "You'll get used to it," Zhang Kanki comforted. "But they can't be this ridiculously uneven." The scholar angrily raised his hands, revealing that one hand was normal while the other was only about 10 centimeters long. Zhang Kanki's pupils slowly widened, and then he grabbed a priest by the collar. "Are you kidding me? You dare to call this a successful surgery?" "Boss, we've been stitching together over a dozen people in half a month, averaging 1 person a day. It's normal to make some mistakes with all this chaos. I'll help him fix his hand, just calm down," the priest quickly said. Afterward, various bizarre symptoms appeared on the others to varying degrees. Some had taste buds growing on their large intestines, some had a steel gate in their palms, and some had a tongue sprouting from their armpits. For a moment, complaints filled the hallway outside the operating room. Wu Shaoqi broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. He quickly checked his own body and, upon realizing that he hadn't developed the same bizarre symptoms as the others, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. He threw off the blanket and was about to get out of bed to cause trouble for Yilin. He hadn't forgotten who had made him endure the agony of reconstructing his body. But as soon as he got out of bed and stood on the ground, he noticed something was off, because Wu Shaoqi discovered that he had 2 left feet. "Yilin, I won't let this go." Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Yilin could use forbidden spells infinitely within the champion's secret realm, but what about outside of it? Without the immortality rule of the champion's secret realm, wouldn't he still become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? When that time comes, he will make Yilin pay the price and let him know what happens when he crosses Wu Shaoqi. At this moment in the champion's secret realm, Yilin was still unaware that Wu Shaoqi had set his sights on him. He was struggling to search for demonic creatures. After searching for 2 hours, he found nothing but 2 living people and not a single demonic creature. In the end, Yilin could only face reality. It seemed that all the demonic creatures in the champion's secret realm had already been killed by him. At this point, Yilin had already reached level 25, and Michelle had reached level 23. It is worth mentioning that the golden treasure toad still refused to spit. Its pale belly had already been bruised black and blue by Michue's pounding, yet the golden treasure toad remained stubbornly tight-lipped. Yilin once again hung the golden treasure toad upside upside down, then calmly stroked its belly. Little golden toad, we're leaving today. The many-treasured golden toad's round eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Its days of suffering had finally come to an end. Since you're unwilling to spit out the treasures in your belly for me, I won't force you. Perhaps it's just not meant to be. Yilin let out a faint sigh. Since we've crossed paths and I've tormented you for so long, today I'll grant you a swift end and let you be completely free. Yilin raised his hand, and the sky instantly gathered dark clouds. Silver-white lightning darted through the clouds, followed by a furious thunderbolt that descended like an apocalyptic dragon, connecting with Yilin's palm. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. The vertical pupils of the treasure golden toad reflected the raging lightning serpent, filled with terror. Good news, its days of suffering were over. Bad news, its days are numbered too. It thought Yilin was going to let it go, but unexpectedly, Yilin was sending it off. Quack quack, quack 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 quack. The multi-treasure golden toad waved its hands repeatedly, as if begging for mercy. What's wrong? Do you have something else to say? Yilin asked with a smile. The golden toad of many treasures remained silent for a while, then seemed to make some kind of decision. During this time, it had already seen through everything. This human in front of it was just two lunatics. If it couldn't provoke them, couldn't it at least avoid them? As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. The higher the intelligence of a creature, the more it fears death. The enormous mouth of the treasure toad began to move slowly, as if chewing on something. Then, accompanied by a low hum, it unexpectedly spat out a weapon shimmering with a cold light. The weapon traced an elegant arc through the air before embedding itself diagonally into the ground in front of Yilin. It was a staff, with a faint golden glow flowing across its surface, as if it contained boundless power. The staff is engraved with intricate patterns, as if flames are burning, with every detail exuding mystery and nobility. Yilin was stunned. He never expected that the treasure the multi-treasured golden toad had hidden for so long would turn out to be a staff. He quickly began to check the attributes of the staff. Crimson Flame Staff. Grade, Epic. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 50%, Refinable. Skill, Crimson Flame Scorching Heaven. Crimson Flame Scorching Heaven. When wielding the Crimson Flame Staff to cast fire-type spells, reduces mana consumption by 30% and increases power by 50%. Yilin instantly gasped in shock. This staff turned out to be an epic-level piece of equipment. No wonder this treasure-hoarding golden toad hid it so tightly. However, the bonus from this epic-level equipment is truly astonishing. The boost from just one epic-level piece of equipment is equivalent to the combined total of 3 high-level pieces. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd cooperated earlier instead of suffering so much? Yilin picked up the Scarlet Flame Staff and then swung it forcefully, casting a basic skill. Flame Blade. Class Talent Ultimate Ascension activated. Flame Blade has been enhanced to Flame God's Wrath Slash. Yilin wielded the Scarlet Flame Staff, a surge of violent power gathering at the tip of the staff, forming a massive vortex of flames. Accompanied by a forward point of the staff, a vortex of flames erupted instantly, transforming into a blazing giant blade of fire that slashed forward with overwhelming force. The air seemed to be split apart by the fiery blade, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the fiery blade passed, the ground was instantly melted by the intense heat, leaving a long, charred trail. The Flame God's Wrath Slash was already a forbidden spell, further enhanced by the Crimson Flame Staff's 50% power boost. Combined with Yilin's level, this strike was enough to effortlessly annihilate any monster or job changer below level 35. The golden toad of many treasures saw this and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It hadn't expected Yilin to break his promise. Even after it had spat out all its treasures, the other party still intended to kill it. This strike was something it couldn't possibly withstand. The golden toad of many treasures was not skilled in combat, so it could only close its eyes and await death. But at the critical moment, the flame blade stopped right in front of it. The golden toad of many treasures could even clearly feel the intense heat emanating from the flame blade. Looks like there's really nothing left in your belly. Yilin nodded in satisfaction, then untied the restraints and set the treasure golden toad down. He remembered that if the treasure golden toad encountered a fatal danger, it would self-destruct along with the treasures in its belly, leaving its hunter with nothing. This treasure golden toad was on the verge of death and still hadn't self-destructed, clearly indicating that it had been completely drained by him, with nothing left in its belly. The treasure golden toad, having narrowly escaped death, stood frozen in place. With its limited wits, it naturally couldn't comprehend why Yilin had looked like he was about to kill it one moment and let it go the next, but it knew that it was finally free. The golden toad, Duobao, cried tears of joy and darted out with a swoosh. However, due to the prolonged torment it had endured from Yilin and Mishue, its speed was clearly not as fast as before. Let's go. We'll head straight out and not waste any more time here. Yilin led Mishue to the exit of the scholar's secret realm. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. There are still 5 days left before the secret realm closes, but it seems like there isn't a single monster left inside. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Our team hunted on the outskirts for 10 days, leveled up, and then ventured into the inner depths. But all we found there were traces of burning, not a single hair. Right, I noticed that
that too. There are actually more monsters on the outskirts than in the inner depths. Does that even make sense? Let's wait for Wu Shaoqi and the others. After they recover from their injuries, they'll head back in to level up. Maybe they'll figure out what's going on. The crowd gathered together, discussing animatedly about the shocking events in the champion's secret realm. However, when they saw Yilin and Michelle, everyone around them was so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, as if they had seen a ghost. They had already heard that the one who crushed Wu Shaoqi and over a dozen others into meat paste was the seemingly delicate and refined young man before them. They definitely did not want to experience the feeling of having their entire bodies crushed and then pieced back together into human form. Yilin paid them no attention and walked straight toward the exit. Student Yilin, if you walk out from here, it means you've ended this trial in the Zhuangyuan secret realm. There are still 5 days left. Are you sure you want to leave now? Zhang Kenki kindly reminded. Yes. Yilin nodded. He had already killed almost all the monsters in the Zhuangyuan secret realm, so why stay any longer? Alright, then register your level here, Zhang Kenki said. Yilin directly revealed his level. Yilin, Forbidden Spellmaster, level 25. Zhang Kenki instantly gasped sharply. 2, level 25? He remembered that when Yilin entered the top scholar secret realm, he was only at level 18, right? This guy actually leveled up 7 levels in the secret realm? In previous years, the highest level achieved by someone emerging from the champion's secret realm was only 24, but Yilin has already broken the highest record of the secret realm. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of others, and their gazes toward Yilin were filled with shock. Looking at Yilin's level, they seemed to understand why there were no magical beasts in the depths of the inner area. Could it be that this guy wiped out all the magical beasts in the depths of the inner area? Meanwhile, after recovering from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, eager to level up before the champion's secret realm closed, let out an angry roar. What the hell is going on? Why is there not a single demon beast left? Teacher Zhang, may I leave now? Yilin asked. Oh, yes, you may. Yilin's voice brought Zhang Kenki back from his shock. It's terrifying. In just one short month, he managed to rise 7 levels. This is simply unheard of. He could hardly imagine how fast Yilin must be at killing monsters in the secret realm. No wonder the forbidden spellcaster profession rarely lives past the age of 25. When God opens a window for you, he shuts the door and slams your head with it. If forbidden spellcasters could have the same lifespan as other professions, then the others might as well give up and just find a 36E to crash into headfirst. Hey, wait, hold on, you can't leave. Watching Yilin walk past him, Zhang Kenki suddenly snapped to his senses. Your level is the highest so far. You might very well be this year's national top scorer, so you have to stay until the secret realm closes. Is there any reward for being the top scorer in the country? Yilin asked directly. Of course there is. Zhang Kenki nodded. In addition to the honor, the official government of Daxia will also give generous rewards. How generous? Yilin's eyes lit up instantly. About as thick as 3 or 4 floors. After listening to Zhang Kenki's explanation, Yilin decisively decided to stay. Originally, he had planned to return to Qingcheng as soon as possible. After all, he had completely offended Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi was a local tyrant in Xinjiang, and avoiding trouble was better than inviting it. But since there was a reward, that was a different matter. Yilin waited patiently, and soon, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The top scholars in the secret realm of champions gradually walked out, but at this moment, their expressions were extremely unpleasant, as if they had swallowed several pounds of something unsavory. During these 5 days, some teams of 5 managed to kill only 4 magical creatures in total, averaging less than 1 per person. Some didn't even encounter a single magical creature, spending 5 days purely wandering around the secret realm of champions. It was as if all the magical creatures in the secret realm of champions had mysteriously disappeared due to some irresistible force. Take Wu Shaoqi and Ling Yi's group as an example. A group of more than 10 people encountered only 2 magical beasts in 5 days. One was killed by them, while the other was a treasure golden toad. They exerted tremendous effort, chasing and blocking it all the way, and finally managed to capture the treasure golden toad alive. However, an even stranger scene occurred. The belly of the treasure golden toad was completely empty, with nothing inside. This completely goes against the nature of the treasure-loving golden toad. The treasure-loving golden toad is obsessed with treasures and would definitely swallow any treasure it sees. The only explanation is that someone got there before them and took all the treasures from the treasure-loving golden toad's stomach. Wu Shaoqi's face was extremely long, and his whole demeanor was like a volcano about to erupt, sending chills down one's spine. When he entered the scholar's secret realm, he was at level 22, and when he came out, he was still at level 22. It was as if he gained nothing from the scholar's secret realm, only to suffer a beating for nothing and spend more than half a month recovering from his injuries. And the culprit behind all this is clearly Yilin. When Wu Shaoqi came out and saw Yilin's calm expression, he almost rushed forward. If it weren't for Yilin, he could have leveled up 3 or 4 times in this month, and he might even have had a chance to compete for the national top scorer position. But Wu Shaoqi suppressed the agitation in his heart
heart, gave Yilin a cold glance and then withdrew his gaze. If he were to make a move in the champion's secret realm, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Yilin. He wouldn't be foolish enough to stumble in the same place twice, but it was clear that this matter couldn't just end like this. As everyone left the champion's secret realm, all their levels were clearly tallied, and the person with the highest level was undoubtedly Yilin, as he had slaughtered all the monsters in the secret realm.
Congratulations, Yilin.
You are the highest level individual in this champion's secret realm, Zhang Kanki praised. Seeing this result, even though it was expected, Zhang Kanki still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. After all, the title of national top scorer has always been monopolized by students from those top-tier big cities. The top scorers from big cities often reach levels in their 20s even before entering the secret realm for top scorers, which is far beyond the teens-level top scorers from small counties. But Yilin undoubtedly broke this rule, as Qingcheng is undeniably a small town. Once this news gets out, it will definitely shock countless people.
What? Level 25.
Wu Shaoqi could no longer remain calm, staring at Yilin with a face full of resentment and malice. He clearly remembered that before entering the secret realm, Yilin was only at level 18. Gaining 7 levels in one go, no wonder there were hardly any monsters left in the top scholar's secret realm. In other words, not only had Yilin blasted him into a meat patty, leaving him bedridden for over half a month just to recover, but Yilin had also slaughtered every single monster in the area during his recovery.
Yilin, you damned bastard. I will never let this go.
Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth in fury. The other top scorers from different cities also looked at Yilin with unfriendly eyes, a faint hostility in their expressions. By now, they had all realized that the real culprit behind the near-total absence of monsters during the last 5 days was none other than Yilin.
Shit.
A forbidden spellcaster who won't live long and still wants to steal monsters.
So disgusting. Exactly, it's disgusting.
In the past, the national top scorers were all at least level 26 or even 27. It's all because of him that the value of being a national top scorer has been lowered.
Damn it, why can forbidden spellcasters still take the college entrance exam? This profession doesn't have anyone who lives past 25. What's the point of cultivating forbidden spellcasters?
It just unnecessarily affects us, the future pillars of the Great Xia. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, clearly expressing their extreme dissatisfaction with Yilin. Yilin didn't mind, but Mishua quickly couldn't stand it anymore. She put her hands on her hips and started arguing with those people.
However, how could she possibly out-argue so many people on her own?
Just as they were arguing, the sky above the champion's secret realm suddenly darkened, as if all the light had been swallowed.
Everyone's hearts tightened, and an inexplicable fear spread.
At that moment, a deafening roar came from the center of the secret realm, as if something underground was awakening. Immediately after, the entire secret realm began to shake violently, making everyone feel dizzy and disoriented.
Everyone, don't panic, squat down where you are.
Zhang Kanki's face changed drastically because he discovered that the exit of the top scholar's secret realm had somehow closed, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't open it.
The top scholar's secret realm had been fine for so long, so what was going on now?
The sky of the secret realm grew increasingly gloomy, and the dense darkness seemed almost tangible, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot up from the depths of the secret realm, breaking through the shackles of darkness and illuminating everyone's faces. Within the light, faintly visible were massive monsters of various forms, some with horns, some with wings, and others entirely covered in scales, exuding a strong aura of malevolence. Zhang Kanki's pupils contracted sharply, unable to maintain his composure, and even his voice carried a slight tremor.
This is the Demon Clan. Monsters are divided into low-level monsters and high-level monsters. High-level monsters can even command low-level monsters.
Above the monsters, there exists an even more terrifying entity, the demon race. No one knows where the demon race comes from. The only thing known is that every member of the demon race is terrifying to the extreme. They not only possess intelligence comparable to humans but can even speak human language. Every appearance of the demon race is an unparalleled crisis, and now, Zhang Kanki has personally witnessed demons appearing in the champion's secret realm.
How could Zhang Kanki not be terrified? Demon race, how dare you invade the territory of the human race? You have some nerve. Zhang Kanki shouted sternly. However, the demons paid no attention to Zhang Kanki.
They all bowed and knelt on the ground, as if welcoming some great figure. In the shocked gaze of everyone, a tall man with unnaturally pale skin walked out slowly.
The only thing different from normal humans was that this man's pupils were an eerie deep purple, profound and cold.
Zhang Kanki was so shocked that he couldn't speak Demon Clan, and a Demon Clan member who looked exactly like a human. At this moment, he wished this guy were a human traitor, but judging by the respectful demeanor of the other demons toward him, that was clearly impossible. The man lifted his deep purple eyes and glanced around. You humans are nothing more than food for my Demon Clan, yet now you dare to turn the tables and raise our lowly slaves for your hunting.
You truly are courting death.
The man spoke slowly, his voice icy cold, and an invisible fear seeped deeply into the bones of everyone present. Zhang Kanki already felt a profound fear rising in his heart, though he was not afraid of death. But he was afraid that everyone would die here. These people were all top scorers selected through the college entrance examination from across the country, the most elite of the younger generation of job changers. If they all perished here, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the entire Great Xia. Everyone, hide behind me. Don't worry, the anomaly here will surely be noticed by the people of Deep City soon. They might already be on their way. Zhang Kanki spoke to comfort the examinees, then slowly stepped forward to face the demons ahead. A terrifying aura rose from Zhang Kanki, who turned out to be a level 70 class changer. However, the demon man who looked like a human showed no trace of panic on his face. He glanced at Zhang Kanki with a hint of disdain. Luta, I'll leave him to you. I want to have some fun with these humans. Yes, my lord, a towering figure responded in a deep, rumbling voice. He took a step forward, and the entire ground trembled. Standing at a height of 3 meters, he had 2 horns on his head, and his entire body was covered in red armor with a metallic sheen. Then the man attempted to bypass Zhang Kanki and charge directly at Yilin and the others. Zhang Kanki stepped forward and swung a large blade straight ahead, trying to stop the man. But at that moment, Ruta charged directly at Zhang Kanki with his head. Don't disturb the adult's enjoyment. Although Ruta's physique was enormous, his speed was incredibly fast, and he instantly sent Zhang Kanki flying. You are not allowed to touch them. Zhang Kanki desperately tried to break past the man blocking him, but Ruta seemed like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard Zhang Kanki tried, he was always stopped by Ruta. The knife in his hand struck Ruta, only to spark a series of flames, unable to harm Ruta in the slightest. Don't worry, I'm just playing with them. The man walked slowly to the front of all the champions and chuckled softly. So, you are the most outstanding humans selected from all over the human race this year? Come, fight me. As long as one of you can defeat me, I will let all of you go. The demon man spread his hands, his face full of anticipation. Don't worry, according to your realm classification system, I'm at most level 20. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Someone focused their gaze and discovered that the aura emanating from this demon man was indeed not far off from that of a level 20 demon. At this point, everyone suddenly gained courage. They originally thought the opponent was some terrifying enemy so powerful it was unbeatable, but at only level 20, what were they afraid of? You have to know, they were the top scorers from various regions, individuals who were 1 in a million. A tall male student was the first to step out from the crowd. He had short hair, his skin appeared healthy and dark due to years of outdoor training, and he wore a tight combat suit that accentuated his well-defined muscles, exuding a strong sense of power. He walked to the front of the group, his gaze fixed directly on the demon man. I'll fight you. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying a sense of determination and confidence. It's the top scholar of Chaochang, Lin Zian. With him stepping in, it will definitely work. He's a paladin, and his level has already reached 21. Not bad, level 21 against level 20, the advantage is definitely ours. Before the last person could finish speaking, Lin Zian's figure shot into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking over 7 or 8 people like bowling pins before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was stunned. Lin Zian, in just one encounter, had been instantly killed by the demon man in front of them. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Zian began coughing violently, blood spurting from his mouth, even containing fragments of internal organs. If it weren't for the life-sustaining power of the champion's secret realm's laws, he would have already died. On Lin Zian's chest, there was a clear footprint. Champion? Ridiculous, as weak as an ant. The demon man sneered disdainfully. Who's next? This time, no one dared to respond to him. This guy looks like he's only at level 20, but the strength he displayed was shocking. Many people couldn't even see how the demon man made his move, and Lin Zian was already gravely injured and on the brink of death. What's the matter? Are you all too scared to step forward? Humans really are nothing but cowardly weaklings. The demon man sneered coldly. Everyone present was a hot-blooded youth, and these words instantly enraged many. One after another, people attacked the demon man, only to be struck down into a near-death state with a single move. The so-called top scholar seemed utterly powerless in front of this demon man. Wu Shaoqi swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he slowly stepped back. He was one of the few who could discern the trajectory of the demon man's attacks, but precisely because he could see clearly, he understood even more the terror of the demon man before him. Despite being only level 20, it seemed that even level 30 or even level 35 advanced professionals wouldn't be a match for this demon man. Suddenly, Wu Shaoqi seemed to recall something, his steps halting abruptly. With a righteous air, he turned his head toward Yilin's direction and shouted loudly, Yilin, what are you waiting for? With great power comes great responsibility. You're the highest level and strongest here. Why aren't you stepping in already? Wu Shaoqi's loud shout drew everyone's attention to Yilin. They were instantly overjoyed. That's right, they still had a forbidden spellcaster on their side. In the champion's secret realm, under the protection of the rules, no one would die. A forbidden spellcaster who couldn't die, even at level 25, could directly face off against level 35 or even level 40 job changers, right? Yilin, why aren't you making a move yet? What are you waiting for? The monsters in in the champion's secret realm were almost all killed by you alone, and now you still have the nerve to hide in the back without saying a word? You're the only one who can deal with that demon clan now. Why are you acting like a coward? With Wu Shaoqi taking the lead, the others in his team also began to morally coerce Yilin. Mi Shui was almost fuming with anger. She pointed at this group of people and scolded them furiously. You just said Yilin was disgusting, that he was a bad influence on you, the pillars of Duxia, and now you want Yilin to save you. Do you have no shame? I think you're the ones who are truly disgusting. Those people felt a bit guilty after being scolded by Mi Shui, but then they frowned and shouted back. What do you know? If Yilin hadn't injured us and slaughtered all the monsters, leaving us no way to level up, how could we have lost to that demon clan? In the end, isn't this all Yilin's fault? You son of a... How can you even say something like that? Shameless. Mi Shui was so furious that she couldn't help but curse, completely losing her temper. She truly couldn't understand how these people could be so shameless. Forget it. Why get angry with these people? They'd even blame gravity for not being able to poop. Yilin spoke to comfort Mi Shui, then turned to Wu Shaoqi and said, I can help, but I can't work for free, can I? How about this? Everyone in your team gives me one piece of high-level equipment as payment. How does that sound? One piece of high-level equipment per person? Yilin, you're really asking for the moon. Wu Shaoqi shouted angrily. What? I risked my life to deal with the demons, and you guys aren't even willing to bring out a single piece of high-level equipment? Is a piece of high-level equipment more valuable to you than the lives of everyone here? Yilin spoke sarcastically in a calm and indifferent tone. Isn't this just moral coercion? As if no one else knows how to do it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other top scorers instantly looked at Wu Shaoqi and his group with changed expressions, faintly tinged with hostility. Wu Shaoqi's face turned green in an instant. The wrath of the masses is hard to defy. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Yilin before taking off a ring from his hand and shoving it into Yilin's hand. Kid, you'd better be careful. You might have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. That's not something you need to worry about. Yilin accepted it with a smile. Seeing Wu Shaoqi hand over a piece of equipment, the group following him, though extremely reluctant, could only darken their faces and obediently take out a piece of equipment to hand over to Yilin. Looking at the dozen or so pieces of high-grade equipment in front of him, Yilin's grin almost reached his ears. Selling off these dozen or so pieces of high-grade equipment plus the 5 million reward from Qingcheng, he was now undoubtedly a multi-millionaire. He would have to sell 300 or 400 kidneys to make this much money otherwise. Seeing Yilin laughing so cheerfully, Wu Shaoqi's face twisted slightly. Yilin, you've taken the stuff, aren't you going to make a move yet? Yilin ignored him and handed over a dozen pieces of equipment to Mi Shui. Help me keep these safe. Be careful. Mi Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Yilin nodded and walked toward the demon clan man. The demon man was also looking at Yilin with great interest at this moment. You humans are truly amusing. Even at a time like this, you don't forget to fight among yourselves. Yilin ignored the demon man and raised the scarlet flame staff, concentrating his mental power at the tip of the staff. The moment Yilin cast the spell, everyone couldn't hold back anymore. What is he doing? Casting a forbidden spell? Why use the lowest level fireball spell? Fireball spell. With the demons being so powerful, doesn't he have any sense of the situation? Even the corner of the demon man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Using fireball against me, you must be daydreaming. He raised his hand, intending to crush the small fireball, but at that moment, the tiny fireball suddenly expanded violently, transforming almost instantly into a blazing golden red sun. The golden red sun crashed down, directly engulfing the demon clan man. The surrounding temperature soared rapidly, and a surge of scorching heat swept over. Everyone was stunned. Yilin's fireball spell, why did it seem so different from their fireball spells? Boom! Yet, whether it was the incantation or the magical fluctuations, they were certain that Yilin had indeed cast a fireball spell. Has the power of fireball spells become this strong these days? Only Wu Shaoqi and his group looked grim. After all, they had truly witnessed Yilin's terrifying abilities. A fireball spell was still reasonable, but a falling rock spell that could bring down a small asteroid, that was truly absurd. After a brief moment of daze, everyone was filled with joy. We're saved. We won. We won. Although forbidden spellcasters have short lives, their combat power is truly undeniable. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the blazing flames suddenly vanished without a trace, as if swallowed instantly by a black hole. The demon clan's male protagonist reappeared in the same spot, his expression calm, with severe burn marks visible on his right arm. I can sense that you're different from the others. I admire you. Become a dog under my feet, and I shall grant you endless glory. What do you say? The demon clan man extended an invitation to Yilin. I also admire you. How about this? You acknowledge me as your father, and when I become emperor, you'll be the crown prince. How does that sound? Yilin asked in return. Seems like there's no room for negotiation. In that case, I can only kill you. The demon clan man shook his head slightly in regret. Then, on his arm, which had almost been burned to charcoal, the flesh and blood began to regenerate frantically. frantically at that moment. Within just a few breaths, his right hand had completely recovered. Yilin's gaze involuntarily tightened slightly. The recovery ability of the demon clan was truly terrifying. Such rapid regeneration was only slightly inferior to his own immortal body. It's just that I wonder if the demon clan's regenerative ability can also recover infinitely? Yilin raised the scarlet flame staff once again, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite, forming a scorching vortex of flames. Illumination spell, Yilin shouted in a low voice, and the light at the tip of the staff instantly became dazzlingly bright. Illumination spell is a practical minor skill of the fire element, capable of releasing a bright flame for lighting purposes. However, the illumination spell released from Yilin's hand was clearly somewhat unusual. Amid the shocked and terrified gazes of the crowd, an even more violent surge of fiery energy erupted from the staff, transforming into a massive fire dragon that roared toward the demon clan man. The fire dragon twisted and turned in the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be completely incinerated, leaving a long trail of flames. Everyone was stunned. Who uses this thing for lighting? Seeing the fire dragon roaring towards him, the demon man had learned his lesson this time. When fighting Yilin, you can't focus on his casting movements, nor his casting spells. Those are all fake. You have to judge by the actual power of the skill. Magic surged around him, condensing into a massive black magic shield in front of him. The fire dragon collided with the magical giant shield, instantly erupting in a deafening roar. The clash of flames and magic stirred up a fierce wind, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this immense power. The fire dragon struggled on the black giant shield, attempting to break through the barrier. However, no matter how it thrashed and roared, the black giant shield remained immovable, like an eternal and unchanging mountain. Meanwhile, the demon man stood behind the giant shield, a faintly contemptuous smile appearing on his face. At that moment, a golden light, no larger than the tip of a needle, fell upon the black giant shield. By the time the demon man reacted, the dazzling golden spear had already pierced through his heart. He lowered his head, staring at the golden spear that had run through his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Purple blood dripped from the tip of the spear, drop by drop. I lost to a human? How is this possible? The demon man slowly raised his head. The calm and indifferent expression he had at the beginning was gone, replaced only by ferocity and anger. You've infuriated me. I'm going to cut off your head and hang it in my study as a trophy, he roared, and with a surge of magic, the dazzling golden spear was instantly shattered. The eternal gunmetal spear excels at breaking defenses, but its lethality is not as terrifying as other forbidden spells. Therefore, even though his heart was pierced, the demon man still hadn't lost his combat ability. He roared and charged at Yilin, but Yilin wasn't foolish enough to engage in close combat with a demon who had already been consumed by rage. Forbidden spell? Dance of the moment. Yilin's speed instantly surged, darting around like a phantom. The demon clan man couldn't even touch Yilin. Then Yilin raised the crimson flame staff again. With the staff's 50% fire magic enhancement, Yilin had a strong preference for fire magic. On the crimson flame staff, blazing fire elements began to flicker, as if they were about to ignite all the surrounding air. This time, Yilin did not hold back. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Illumination spell. Chanting under his breath, Yilin unleashed an even larger fire dragon from his staff, roaring as it charged straight at the demon clan man. A trace of fear flashed in the demon man's eyes. He hurriedly activated his magic, attempting to once again condense the indestructible giant magic shield. However, this time the power of the fire dragon seemed to exceed his expectations. The power of the forbidden spell was already terrifying, and with the dual enhancements of the burning reincarnation and the crimson flame staff, the power of this forbidden spell was now enough to threaten a level 50 job changer. The black giant shield began to tremble violently under the impact of the fire dragon, and soon, cracks started to appear one after another on the magic shield. Accompanied by another strike from the fire dragon, the magical giant shield shattered with a thunderous crash. With a deafening roar, the demon clan man was sent flying as if struck by a heavy hammer, breaking several towering trees in succession before finally coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he rose, he fell to his knees again, coughing up a mouthful of purple blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had actually been defeated by a human. How is this possible? A mere human, how could they possess such powerful combat strength? Yilin's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that while the demons have strong regenerative abilities, they also have their limits. In that case, he wouldn't need to worry. Seeing the demon man injured, the other demons couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately moved to charge forward, and in an instant, demonic energy surged skyward. Yilin's gaze sharpened. These demons were not like the demon man. The aura emanating from them was extremely terrifying, far beyond what he, at only level 25, could handle. Master, stop right there! A stern shout rang out. Zhang Kenki propped himself up with his blade, barely managing to stand, staggering as he positioned himself in front of all the monsters. His body was covered in injuries, his clothes stained red with blood, and his left arm hung limply to the side, clearly broken. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Ruta, what are you doing? A demon shouted impatiently in anger. The demon called Ruta stood still, like an iron tower. power. But in the next second, Ruta's tall body collapsed like a toppled mountain, his horned head rolling dozens of meters away before finally coming to a stop. The cut on his neck was smooth as a mirror, clearly severed by a sharp weapon. Ruta! Many demons were visibly shocked. They had never expected Ruta to die by Zhang Kanki's blade. Zhang Kanki raised his blade, his eyes gleaming with a crazed light. Come on, you demonic scum. Let's see how many of you I can take down with me before I die. Although Zhang Kanki was gravely injured and on the verge of death, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from him, momentarily intimidating all the demons into not daring to approach. But soon, a demon reacted. A demon with double wings on its back and a ferocious face charged directly at Zhang Kanki. A mere human dares to speak such arrogance? I will devour every piece of flesh and blood from your body, bite by bite. This is for Ruta. The demon's speed was unparalleled, and in an instant, it appeared right in front of Zhang Kanki. Despair surged in Zhang Kanki's eyes. Killing Ruta had already been the result of exhausting all his strength. He no longer had the energy to face a second demon. But it's fine, at least he died in front of all the top scholars, which could be considered as not failing his mission. Zhang Kanki closed his eyes, but the excruciating pain he imagined never came. When he opened his eyes, he realized that a tall and upright figure had somehow appeared in front of him. That figure merely extended a single finger and pinned the winged demon to the ground, rendering it immobile. Zhang Kanki's face lit up with joy because he had already recognized who the newcomer was. He Yunfeng, the Lord of Deep City. Lord He. Upon seeing He Yunfeng appear, Zhang Kanki was instantly overjoyed. This meant that everyone was saved. As the Lord of a top-tier city, He Yunfeng's strength was renowned throughout the entire Great Xia. You did well this time. He Yunfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept his eyes over the group of demons, his eyes filled with coldness. Since the demons dare to sneak into the territory of our human race and cause trouble, then none of you will leave today. Stay and have a good meal. We in Great Xia have an old saying, since you've come, you might as well settle in. Since you're here, you might as well be buried here. As soon as He Yunfeng finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted from his fingertips. The head of the winged demon was instantly engulfed by a blinding light. When the light faded, the winged demon had already turned into a headless corpse. The other demons, upon seeing this, couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. Killing a demon in a single strike, such terrifying power left all the champions exhilarated. They couldn't help but imagine that in the future, they too might achieve a feat like He Yunfeng, single-handedly scaring off countless demons. Sir, we should leave. The human strongman will probably arrive soon. A demon swiftly appeared beside the demon man and helped him up. The demon man's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared intently at Yilin. Your name is Yilin, right? I'll remember you. My name is Galahad. One day, I'll skin you alive and chop off your head as my trophy. You dare threaten others when you can't even protect yourself. He Yunfeng barked coldly and struck again. A brilliant light burst forth from his fingertips in an instant. That radiance was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, tearing through the surrounding void with unstoppable power. Where the light passed, the air seemed to ignite instantly, crackling with sound. Watch out, my lord! The demon beside Galahad hurriedly blocked the blow for him, taking the dazzling light head-on. His chest was instantly melted into a gaping hole. Galahad gritted his teeth and let out a cold shout. He never thought that there could be someone among humans who could defeat him, so he wasted too much time. Let's go! Now that He Yunfeng had arrived, if they delayed any longer and more human experts came, they would suffer heavy losses. After all, this was human territory. Several demons quickly gathered around He Yunfeng, demonic energy surging. They were clearly preparing to buy time for the other demons to retreat. One of the demons swung its sharp claws and charged at He Yunfeng. The claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. He Yunfeng's gaze sparkled as the brilliant light shone once again. With a gentle flick, a beam of light shot straight out, instantly piercing through the body of the demon. The demon's figure stiffened in midair for a moment, then collapsed with a crash, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that dispersed into the air. The remaining demons, seeing this, showed no fear and continued to surround He Yunfeng. Meanwhile, Galahad had almost retreated to the exit. Get out of my way! Seeing Galahad trying to escape, He Yunfeng instantly became displeased. His entire body radiated a dazzling light, like a small sun, and he directly charged toward the demons in front of him. Those demons couldn't withstand He Yunfeng and were sent flying backward. It was clear that He Yunfeng was determined to stop Galahad today. Galahad's face changed dramatically, clearly underestimating He Yunfeng's strength and determination. At that moment, a pale, ghastly hand suddenly reached out from the crack in the Imperial Scholar's secret realm, colliding with He Yunfeng, who was charging forward like a streak of light. The violent impact unleashed a terrifying energy shockwave, cutting all the towering ancient trees around cleanly in half. Seizing this opportunity, Galahad and the numerous demons directly dove into the crack, returning to the demon territory. Bang! The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing He Yunfeng's figure once again, his expression extremely grim. You demons are useless at everything else, but your speed at running away is truly unmatched. He Yunfeng sneered coldly. Words are meaningless. If you have any objections, feel free free to chase after me, a hoarse and aged voice slowly echoed from within the black rift. I will. One day, the warriors of Daxia will set foot in the demon realm and slaughter every last demon. He Yunfeng spoke coldly, then turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of all the top scholars. Do you have confidence? A deafening, hysterical roar echoed through the secret realm of the top scholars. Everyone was a spirited youth, having just claimed the title of top scholar, dressed in fine clothes and riding spirited horses. Under He Yunfeng's encouragement, their blood naturally boiled with excitement. Yes, I'm waiting for that day. On the day of the crack, the old, hoarse voice sounded again, and then there was silence. He Yunfeng turned around and bowed deeply to everyone. To all the top scholars who have traveled from various parts of Daxia, here, on behalf of Shin City, I apologize to all of you. I'm sorry. It was our negligence in defense that allowed the demons to exploit the opportunity, almost causing a great disaster. Rest assured, Shin City will certainly compensate you. Looking at He Yunfeng bowing towards them, everyone was deeply shocked. This was a powerful job changer ranked among the top in Daxia, yet he was willing to lower himself and bow to a group of students around level 20. City Lord He, don't blame yourself, it's all the fault of those demons. That's right, those demons are too despicable. Yes, one day, we will drive all the monsters and demons out of the land of Daxia. Listening to everyone's comforting words, He Yunfeng nodded with a smile. It will happen, that day will come. You all go back and rest well for now. The results of the Imperial Examination's secret realm trial will be announced later. Soon, the staff from Shin City appeared, helping Zhang Kenki down for treatment, and the examinees who were seriously injured by Galahad also began receiving medical care. The uninjured candidates were taken back to the hotel where they had initially been staying to rest. After returning to the hotel, Yilin had just opened the door when he discovered that there was an extra person in his room. He instantly became alert, his first reaction being that Wu Shaoqi had sent someone to retaliate against him. But upon seeing the figure clearly, Yilin was startled, because this person was none other than He Yunfeng. Congratulations, City Lord, Yilin politely called out. I am aware of the situation inside the champion's secret realm. You did very well, managing to defeat a possessor of a demon race's royal bloodline head-on without injury. Thank you for the compliment, City Lord. Yilin couldn't quite figure out what He Yunfeng was thinking, so he could only respond politely and perfunctorily. The demon race is based on a bloodline hierarchy, divided into various levels. Demons of royal blood and above bear little difference in appearance from humans. Not only can they command other demons, but their strength is also unimaginably terrifying, making them virtually invincible among their peers. He Yunfeng explained the origins of the demon clan with a faint smile, then changed the subject and asked, Yilin, are you interested in serving Shin City? Me? Yilin pointed to his own face in confusion. Are you sure? I know you are a forbidden spellcaster. Training a forbidden spellcaster is indeed a labor-intensive and costly endeavor, and often not worth the investment. But now, with the demon clan stirring restlessly, Shin City truly needs a terrifying presence capable of deterring them. After listening to He Yunfeng's words, Yilin remained silent. Forming a team to hunt monsters comes with restrictions. First, the level difference between the highest and lowest members in the team cannot exceed 10 levels. Second, after a monster dies, experience points are distributed based on contribution, with the minimum being 1 point of experience. To train a forbidden spellcaster, one must level them up without allowing them to cast forbidden spells. Unable to unleash forbidden spells, the forbidden spellcaster can only wield a knife or a sword and slash around on the side. In such cases, the experience points gained by the forbidden spellcaster are extremely limited. The financial, human, and material resources required to train a forbidden spellcaster to level 90 are enough to cultivate hundreds of job changers of the same level. This is also why almost no one is willing to train forbidden spellcasters. Major forces look down on them, unwilling to make a losing investment. Minor forces envy them but cannot afford to raise them. He Yunfeng's meaning was very clear. He would serve Deep City, and Deep City would nurture him, using him as a strategic weapon. He was essentially equivalent to a nuclear warhead. If one day the demon race launched a massive attack on the city, that would be the time for him to risk his life to repay Deep City. The wealthy and powerful Deep City was willing to invest in his training. If Yilin were truly just a forbidden spellcaster, he would have gladly agreed. But unfortunately, he also possessed immortality. Staying in Deep City to level up is definitely not as fast as him grinding monsters on his own. City Lord He, although I really want to agree, I have to ask my teacher's opinion first. To avoid arousing He Yunfeng's suspicion, Yilin had no choice but to bring up his cheap master. Your teacher? Who is your teacher? He Yunfeng was greatly surprised. Someone actually took a forbidden spellcaster as their apprentice? Zhuge Qianxing. Oh, so it's Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. Could it be that Mr. Zhuge has already divined something? Alright, rest assured, when you return to Qingcheng, I'll go back with you. I'll personally discuss this matter with Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng let out a faint sigh. After the last major repulsion of the demon clan's offensive, peace barely lasted less than a century before the demon clan began stirring again. A storm is brewing. He Yunfeng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but the next second, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as he looked toward Yilin's doorway. Yilin also glanced over. It seemed someone had arrived at the door. The door was knocked on. Mr. Yilin, hello, I am the hotel attendant, here to bring you some fruit to calm your nerves, said a very sweet female voice from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Under He Yunfeng's signal, Yilin walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a cute woman dressed in a maid outfit, wearing cat ears and black stockings, indeed holding a fruit platter in her hands. Hello, Mr. Yilin, may I come in? The woman spoke softly, her gaze almost melting, and Yilin had no doubt that she was currently in a state of utter charm. But based on years of experience living in the slums, Yilin immediately guessed what the woman was up to. If he dared to let this woman in, the next second an immortal would be asking him, guess how high I can jump? However, there was still He Yunfeng in the room, so Yilin wasn't afraid at all. He directly stepped aside. Sure, come in. Thank you. The woman walked in with a click-clack of her high heels, thoughtfully hooking her foot to close the door behind her. As she brushed past, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Yilin's nose. She bent down to place the fruit platter on the table. In that moment, as she leaned forward, the short maid's skirt could no longer conceal the alluring scene, which was suddenly revealed. Yet she seemed completely unaware, even deliberately adjusting the fruit platter, as if wanting Yilin to look a little longer. Yilin found this behavior extremely distasteful, so he glared at her with a critical gaze, staring intently. Alright Mr. Yilin, please come over and enjoy the fruit platter, the woman said very gently. Yilin did not refuse but walked over and sat down. He originally wanted to eat, but the method of poisoning the fruit platter was simply too crude. Sis, not only does this fruit platter reek of medicine, but even worse, the medicinal powder on top hasn't been mixed evenly. Aren't you embarrassed? Even someone as dumb as a pig wouldn't eat this fruit platter after seeing it, right? The woman's expression changed slightly. Mr. Yilin, what nonsense are you talking about? This fruit is clearly sprinkled with sweet plum powder. Stay away from me, I reject you, okay? Seeing the woman getting closer and closer to him, Yilin directly pushed her away. But since you are so oblivious, just go die already. The woman shouted sharply, and a sharp dagger instantly stabbed toward Yilin's heart with lightning speed. The dagger emitted a faint purple glow, clearly laced with deadly poison. It was only at the moment the woman struck that Yilin realized she was actually an assassin-class professional with a level exceeding 50. In order to kill him, Wu Shaoqi was indeed willing to go all out. If it were just him, he could basically win but would have to fight this woman in a fierce battle. But unfortunately, today it definitely wouldn't be his turn to make a move. Before the woman's dagger could touch Yilin, a large hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron grip. With an icy expression, He Yunfeng slowly stepped forward. Who sent you here? He Yunfeng's tone was icy cold, clearly showing genuine anger. He, Lord He? The woman initially looked impatient, but when she turned around and saw the person's face clearly, she instantly turned pale with fright. He Yunfeng, the man who was the pinnacle of combat power in Deep City. How could this person be in Yilin's room? Originally, when Wu Shaoqi asked her to assassinate a top scholar, the woman was unwilling. After all, the risk was too high. However, Wu Shaoqi offered so much that she was willing to take the risk this one time. But if she had known that He Yunfeng was in Yilin's room, no matter how much was offered, even if Wu Shaoqi knelt down, kowtowed, and called her mom, she still wouldn't have agreed. The woman's face turned ashen. She knew very well that if caught red-handed by He Yunfeng, her fate would either be certain death or a life worse than death. Don't make me ask a third time, who sent you? He Yunfeng's tone grew increasingly cold and sharp. The woman's face was full of struggle. If she spoke, she would offend the Wu family. If she stayed silent, she would offend the Lord of Deep City. Either way, it was a dead end. A fierce determination flashed in the woman's eyes. Then, she suddenly twisted her body at an unnatural angle, impaling herself on the poisoned dagger. He Yunfeng is a good person. Offending He Yunfeng wouldn't bring trouble to her family, but offending the Wu family might mean her entire family would be wiped out. So, in the current situation, the best choice is for her to die in front of He Yunfeng. Once she's dead, all debts are settled. As for whether He Yunfeng can find out who is behind her, that's He Yunfeng's problem. There's no other way. Good people are always the ones with a gun pointed at them. The poison on the dagger was extremely potent. In just a few seconds, the woman's face turned a strange shade of purple, and then she breathed her last. Poison capable of instantly killing a level 50 class changer would require at least a level 40 poison master to concoct. Deploying 2 level 40 or higher class changers at once, and even scaring a level 50 class changer into suicide, this backing must be truly formidable. He Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his expression so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. In Deep City, the number of forces bold and capable enough to pull off something like this could be counted on one hand. Combining this with the fact that Yilin offended Wu Shaoqi in the champion's secret realm, the mastermind behind sending this female assassin has become quite apparent. Xinshang, the Wu family. Yilin remained silent on the side, as he also wanted to see how He Yunfeng would handle this matter. Yilin, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I will make sure Wu Shaoqi apologizes to you in person, He Yunfeng said, taking a deep breath. Hearing the apology, Yilin almost burst out laughing. Wu Shaoqi sent someone to kill him, and the consequence was merely having to apologize to him. This punishment, isn't it a bit too harsh? City Lord He, how about we forget about joining Deep City? If I really stay in Deep City, I'm afraid I won't survive a month, Yilin said. He Yunfeng was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then gave Yilin a deep look. The Wu family, those guys. He Yunfeng forcibly suppressed the anger surging in his heart. He knew that the situation Yilin described was very likely true, but he simply couldn't move against the Wu family. If the demon clan attacked, the Wu family would be a crucial force in defending Shin City. Since that's the case, I respect your choice, He Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Between an undeveloped forbidden spell master and a powerful martial family, he clearly chose the latter. After He Yunfeng left, the results of the trial in the champion secret realm were quickly announced. Yilin, ranked first in level, repelled the royal bloodline of the demon race, and undoubtedly became the national champion. As soon as the news spread, some were overjoyed while others were worried. Mi Shui directly tore down Yilin's door and excitedly rushed in. Yilin, you're the top scorer in the country. The top scorer in the country. You've brought glory to your ancestors. Yilin, I'm an orphan. Michelle felt a bit awkward, then quickly changed the subject. Anyway, it's just really amazing. I actually teamed up with the national top scorer to clear a secret realm. I can brag about this for a lifetime. Come on, let's take a photo together. Michelle pulled Yilin over and took a photo together. When Wu Shaoqi heard the news, he immediately flew into a rage, sweeping everything off the table. The fact that Yilin could become the national top scorer meant the assassin he sent had already failed, because the dead cannot become the top scholar in the nation. Why can't a level 50 assassin kill a level 25 one? What a useless fool! Wu Shaoqi roared in fury. As soon as he finished speaking, a dignified middle-aged man pushed open his door and walked in. The moment he saw this middle-aged man, Wu Shaoqi's expression immediately turned fearful. Do you still see me as your father? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, reprimanding with a face full of disappointment. I don't care if you go after that Yilin, but why are you so stupid? Dad, what did I do? Wu Shaoqi looked confused, still unaware of what had happened. Dad, what did you do? You're an idiot. I should have left you on paper back then. The assassin you hired tried to kill a top scholar right in front of City Lord He Yunfeng. Tell me, aren't you a fool? Wu Shaoqi was scolded harshly by the middle-aged man, and only then did he realize the gravity of the situation. Dad, what should we do now? Wu Shaoqi hurriedly asked. The middle-aged man wanted to slap Wu Shaoqi to death on the spot, but thinking that he was his own flesh and blood, he held back. You are a direct descendant of the Wu family. He Yunfeng will at most give you a minor punishment as a warning. He won't do anything serious to you. Now pack your things and come with me to apologize to He Yunfeng with sincerity. Stop causing trouble for me, the middle-aged man shouted sternly. Wu Shaoqi looked like a withered eggplant, not daring to utter a single word of rebuttal, but deep down, his resentment toward Yilin grew even stronger. Soon, Yilin also received the reward for being the national top scorer, personally presented to him by the city lord, He Yunfeng. The reward for the national top scorer was simple, just 2 items, a legendary skill scroll and a piece of legendary equipment. When He Yunfeng announced the reward details, almost everyone present looked at Yilin with extreme envy. Legendary skill scrolls, legendary equipment. This is almost the highest level of reward. After all, when it comes to skills and equipment, the next level up would be forbidden spells and divine artifacts. Forbidden spells are something that normal people wouldn't dare to practice unless they carry a deep-seated grudge. As for divine artifacts, there's no need to even mention them. The moment news spreads that you possess a divine artifact, several masked robbers above level 90 will show up to rob you. Such items are too precious, and the saying an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth applies perfectly here. Yilin stepped forward to receive his reward. He casually stuffed the legendary skill scroll into his pocket without even glancing at it, then immediately began studying the legendary level ring equipment. Great Sumeru Ring. Level, legendary. Attribute, mental power amplification 100%, refinable. Skill 1, Shumi conceals mustard seed. Shumi conceals mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Shumi Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. Skill 2, mustard seed contains Shumi. Mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. The wearer can access the storage space within the Great Sumeru Ring, with the size of the storage space being directly proportional to the wearer's mental strength. After clearly seeing the attribute bonuses and skills of the Great Sumeru Ring, Yilin couldn't help but gasp. This Great Sumeru Ring directly doubled his mental strength, came with a rare spatial attribute, and could absorb energy-based attacks, converting them into temporary mental strength. Hiss! Yilin couldn't help but imagine a scenario, a powerful mage bombarding him relentlessly, countless skills raining down on him in an attempt to obliterate him. However, after unleashing a series of attacks, the opponent realized that not only did they not die, but they used the Great Sumeru Ring to absorb these skills skills one by one, converting them into mental power boosts, and then instantly defeated the opponent with a single forbidden spell.
This thing, combined with their immortality, wouldn't they just grow stronger the more they get hit?
Yilin eagerly took off his burning moon necklace and replaced it with the Great Sumeru ring. The burning moon necklace was merely a high-level piece of equipment, offering only a 200-point mental power boost, which was completely incomparable to the Great Sumeru ring. The moment Yilin put on the Great Sumeru ring, he felt a significant enhancement in his mental strength, and everything around him became much clearer in his perception. He then checked the storage space of the Great Sumeru ring, which was roughly equivalent to a 4-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. By his estimation, it was about 200 square meters. After wearing the Great Sumeru ring, Yilin's mental strength attribute reached 2,137.5 points. It seemed that for every 10 points of mental strength added, the storage space of the Great Sumeru ring increased by 1 square meter. He placed the dozen or so high-level pieces of equipment he had swindled from Wuxiachi, along with the burning moon necklace, into the Great Sumeru ring, and also packed his luggage inside.
With the Great Sumeru ring, he no longer needed to carry large bags.
After awarding Yilin the national top scorer, it was the turn of the second and third place winners. However, their rewards were far inferior to Yilin's. Whether it was skill scrolls or equipment, they were only of epic grade.
After the award ceremony ended, all the top scorers gathered at the teleportation point in Deep City, preparing to return to their respective cities.
Yilin, you're going to the Great Xia Academy, right?
Wait for me, I'll come find you.
Mi Shui waved at Yilin and disappeared into the teleportation array.
Yilin smiled silently and stepped onto the teleportation array.
As the scene before his eyes shattered, Yilin once again set foot on familiar ground. The moment his figure appeared, a series of crackling sounds erupted. For a moment, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, startling Yilin.
He's back. Our national top scorer is back.
Accompanied by a burst of excited shouts, the Lord of Qingcheng, Hu Wang, charged over with a large group of people, surrounding Yilin in the middle. Quick, let me touch him, rub off some of the luck of the national top scorer. I never thought that our small place, Qingcheng, could one day produce a national top scorer.
This is going to make us famous.
I don't have much education, so I'll just say 2 words: amazing. Everyone gathered around Yilin, each one filled with excitement, and Mr. Hu's face was glowing with joy. During his tenure, a national top scorer emerged, which was undoubtedly a major highlight in his career. After hearing the news, he was so happy that he couldn't stop grinning foolishly.
I am Yilin's principal. Make way. I am his principal.
Principal Gao Jinyu of Qingcheng High School was pushed into a corner by the crowd. He shouted desperately, but the surrounding noise was deafening, making it impossible for anyone to hear his voice. Looking at the frenzied crowd in front of him, Yilin felt his scalp tingle, especially with those middle-aged women who claimed they wanted to absorb the top scorer's aura but were actually groping him all over, which gave him goosebumps. Some even took advantage of the chaos to try to strip his clothes, nearly scaring Yilin to death. After exerting all his strength, he finally managed to squeeze out of the dense crowd, but the people behind him continued to chase relentlessly. Yilin, come quickly, get on me.
Guoqin's figure appeared at the corner at some unknown time.
At this moment, Yilin didn't have time to dwell on Guoqin's strange phrasing and made a big leap onto Guoqin's back. Guoqin, being a notorious serial flower thief, naturally had no issues with speed. Carrying Yilin, he twisted and turned through the narrow alleys, swiftly shaking off the frenzied crowd behind them and returning to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. Zhuge Qianqing, who was brewing tea, couldn't help but smile when he saw the disheveled Yilin.
Whoosh! People fear fame like pigs fear getting fat. It must be tough being the top scorer in the country, right?
Yilin wiped off the lipstick mark on his face, not knowing who had left it, and smiled wryly. It's tough, but the rewards are quite generous.
Zhuge Qianqing smiled, handed a cup of tea to Yilin, and said,
the national top scorer represents the face of Daxia, so the rewards naturally won't be shabby.
Now that you're back, take a good rest. There are even more important matters waiting for you.
What matters?
Yilin asked curiously.
The gate of revelation has appeared. Zhuge Qianqing's gaze swept over Yilin's abdomen, where a key lay quietly. Yilin's expression also became serious. He had already learned the importance of the Gate of Apocalypse from Zhuge Qianqing. That was once a portal where the 7 great ancient artifacts of origin had appeared.
Teacher, do you mean for me to go to the Gate of Apocalypse?
Yilin asked tentatively.
To be precise, you, I, and Guoqin will go together, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile.
Okay, teacher, then I'll head to the Job Changers Guild first. I have some equipment to take care of. Yilin nodded obediently, then got up and left Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard.
In fact, he had never really figured out why Zhuge Qianqing wanted to take him as a disciple, especially since Zhuge Qianqing's profession was the extremely mysterious diviner.
Yilin had even suspected that both Kensen and the people from the Investigation Bureau were part of a scheme orchestrated by Zhuge Qianqing, all just to push him into a desperate situation, so that he would naturally owe Zhuge Qianqing a huge favor. Therefore, Yilin has always maintained a slight sense of caution towards Zhuge Qianqing. Growing up in the slums, he firmly believes that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If the truth is indeed as he suspects, it means that Zhuge Qianqing has significant motives, and the only thing about himself that could attract someone like Zhuge Qianqing is his immortal body. But regardless of whether Zhuge Qianqing is good or bad, due to his lack of strength, Yilin can only play the role of an obedient disciple for now. After Yilin walked away, Zhuge Qianqing, who had been sipping tea, suddenly began to cough violently. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out, and Zhuge Qianqing's complexion became even more ashen.
Guoqin, here, Mr. Zhuge.
The usually sly Guoqin became extremely serious at this moment.
During this period, follow Yilin closely. Don't let him wander off.
Make sure that nothing happens to him before he reaches the gate of apocalypse.
If there are any disruptors, kill them, Zhuge Qianqing said calmly.
Understood, Mr. Zhuge.
Guoqin disappeared completely in the blink of an eye.
With his skills, tracking someone silently was the easiest thing in the world. After Yilin and Guoqin left, only Zhuge Qianqing remained in the small courtyard. He raised his head and gazed calmly at the sky until the sun set and the stars filled the heavens. The night was as dark as ink, with stars scattered across the sky.
Zhuge Qianqing still stood quietly in the small courtyard.
His gaze seemed to pierce through the pitch-black night, seeing sights invisible to ordinary people. An ancient tortoiseshell silently appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, engraved with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols.
He closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
His vast, ocean-like mental power began to surge, and the tortoiseshell in his hand started to emit a faint glow, reflecting the starlight in the night sky. Under the illumination of the starlight, Zhuge Qianqing's face appeared exceptionally mysterious and solemn. His fingers gently slid across the tortoiseshell, each touch seeming like a dialogue with the stars. Moments later, Zhuge Qianqing put away the tortoiseshell, his complexion turning even more ashen. It seems Yilin still doesn't fully trust me, but at this point, I can only give it a reluctant try.
My time is truly running out.
The Job Changers Guild. To avoid causing trouble, Yilin put on the illusion mask before entering the Job Changers Guild. The appearance of the illusion mask could change according to one's will. At this moment, Yilin transformed into an utterly unremarkable, average face, one that would be impossible to pick out in a crowd. After confirming everything was in order, Yilin turned and walked into the Job Changers Guild. Yilin bypassed a man in a suit who was ready to greet him and walked toward a young lady in black high heels.
Hello, I have equipment and skill scrolls to sell. Alright, esteemed job changer, please follow me.
The young lady gave a charming smile and led Yilin toward the trading area. In the trading area, Yilin saw a familiar figure. She was a tall woman, her figure perfectly outlined by a tight leather outfit. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate features drew the gazes of passing adventurers, who couldn't help but fix their eyes on her.
However, upon seeing the beauty, Yilin frowned instead, because this beauty was Zhuge Ni.
He secretly felt fortunate for wearing the illusion mask, otherwise, encountering Zhuge Ni might have led to unnecessary complications. Yilin quickly averted his gaze, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Yet at that moment, Zhuge Ni seemed to sense something, suddenly turning her head sharply to look at Yilin.
This person feels so familiar to me. During the month when Yilin went to the Zhuang Yuan secret realm, Zhuge Ni didn't idle either.
She had been crazily leveling up in the wild and had now reached level 22. She had just returned to the city today. She came to the Job Changers Guild to sell all the extra equipment and unused skill scrolls she had on her.
Zhuge Ni stared intently at Yilin.
When Yilin turned his back to her, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if struck by a heavy hammer, pounding wildly.
That silhouette, so familiar. She will never forget. This person must be the Ling Yi she has been yearning for day and night, desperately searching for. At this moment, Zhuge Ni couldn't care about anything else.
She just wanted to rush over and directly grab Yilin's arm.
Is there something you need? Yilin frowned. That shouldn't be possible, right? He had already put on the illusion mask, yet Zhuge Ni could still recognize him? Hello, I'm sorry to bother you, but you look very much like someone who saved me before. May I ask your name? Zhuge Ni forced herself to speak despite her nervousness.
Looking at Yilin's unremarkable face, that face was clearly very ordinary, yet Zhuge Ni felt as if her heart was about to leap out.
You've got the wrong person.
Yilin's heart skipped a beat, secretly thinking how terrifying a woman's intuition truly was. He coldly shook off Zhuge Ni's hand. Zhuge Ni's emotions grew even more intense, and a faint blush appeared on her fair and delicate face.
It can't be wrong, this indifference. Back when Ling Yi saved her, he was just as indifferent. This man must be Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it? Zhuge Ni rushed forward, spreading her arms to block in front of Yilin.
Yilin frowned slightly. He didn't argue with Zhuge Ni but instead looked at the black-haired young lady beside him and said, "Can your transferees guild just act recklessly now?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across the face of the lady in black stockings, and she quickly said, "Sorry, sir, I'll handle it right away." She walked toward Zhuge Ni and spoke softly, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but could you please refrain from disrupting the order of the trading area? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." Zhuge Ni's eyes flashed with a hint of grievance, then she quickly nodded. "Alright, don't worry. worry, I won't cause trouble. Please don't drive me away. She no longer stood in front of Yilin but silently followed behind him. At this point, neither Yilin nor that black-stockinged young lady could do anything about her, as the transferee guild might not have a rule against following someone. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many job changers. Zhugani's figure and appearance were already extremely outstanding, and coupled with the fact that she followed Yilin around like a sycophant, while Yilin's appearance was very ordinary, this made others feel a surge of envy and jealousy. Damn, why him? I look way better than he does. Why aren't there any girls willing to fawn over me? Don't even start. I bet this guy must be loaded. He's probably so used to beautiful women that he's desensitized. Otherwise, how could he be so indifferent to a beauty? No, bro, it's so good looking. Even if you don't like it, you could at least stand up and give it a try. For a moment, the eyes of the job changers in the trading area all focused on Yilin. Yilin was speechless. He had originally planned to act low-key, but Zhuge Ni had turned him into the center of attention. Fortunately, he was using a fake identity, so even if he removed the disguise, no one would recognize him. Yilin simply ignored the gazes of the others and took out more than a dozen high-level pieces of equipment from the Great Sumeru Ring in one go. These were exactly the ones he had swindled from Wu Shaoqi and his group. He also took out the intermediate and low-level equipment that had been dropped in the scholar's secret realm. Fortunately, at that time, he had Michelle as free labor. Otherwise, without the Great Sumeru Ring, it would have been quite difficult for him to transport so much equipment. For a moment, the trading area was piled high with equipment, shining brilliantly, as if a myriad of stars had descended to the mortal world. Each piece of equipment shone with its own unique brilliance, some radiating a sharp, piercing light like divine weapons, while others exuded a soft glow, as exquisite as precious treasures. Each piece of equipment exudes a different aura, some brimming with power, while others emanate mystery. The job changers in the trading area were stunned by the sudden appearance of the pile of equipment. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The usually invaluable equipment was now scattered all over the ground like cheap cabbages. Some people couldn't help but swallow hard, a strong wave of greed surging in their hearts. If this weren't the Job Changers Guild, many would have resorted to outright robbery. So much equipment? This kid is really rich. Did you see that? There are even more than a dozen high-level pieces of equipment in there. Any one of those high-level items could sell for millions. How on earth did this guy get them? How many monsters must he have killed? No wonder that beauty is simping for him. With this kind of money power, even I, as a guy, want to simp for him. Bro, how about you take a look at me? I've got potential too. The sight of all that equipment scattered on the ground left Zhuge Ni stunned as well. She had hunted monsters in the wild for a month, yet only managed to obtain a dozen pieces of equipment, none of which were high-level, just low and mid-level ones. She never expected that the man before her could produce so many high-level pieces of equipment. Her heart grew even more resolute in her belief. This man must be the Ling Yi she had been searching for all along. Hearing the surrounding people marveling and exclaiming in shock, Zhuge Ni was in an excellent mood. The corners of her rosy lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Seeing her beloved in the spotlight made her far happier than being in the spotlight herself. The black-stockinged young woman from the Awakened Guild stood stunned for quite a while before finally snapping back to reality. A sharp gleam instantly flashed in her eyes, and the way she looked at Yilin was as if she were staring at a living god of wealth. She earned a commission on every transaction she facilitated for Awakened, and with Yilin suddenly producing so much equipment in one go, her commission from just this single deal would reach an unbelievable sum. It was no exaggeration to say that if Yilin claimed he was feeling overheated right now, she'd happily volunteer to be his fire extinguisher. Without hesitation, the black-stockinged young woman quickly undid a few buttons of her shirt, revealing a deep Mariana trench of cleavage. Then she bent forward slightly, speaking to Yilin in a tone of utmost respect. Hello, esteemed job changer, are you planning to trade these pieces of equipment for money? No, I want to barter. The Job Changers Guild offers two types of transactions, trading items for money or bartering. For example, if a fire mage obtains equipment that enhances water-based skills, they can bring it to the Job Changers Guild and exchange it for an item of the same level suitable for a fire mage. Alright, please choose the type of equipment you'd like to trade. The black-stockinged young lady's voice was incredibly sweet, bending over the entire time to serve Yilin as she handed a tablet to him. Yilin also showed this young lady enough respect. Whether it was lustful or not, he didn't know. He only knew that the view was perfect, and not looking would make him seem unappreciative. After all, men tend to have similar interests. But this scene infuriated Zhuge Ni, who was standing behind. Whether in terms of figure or looks, she completely outshines that black-stockinged lady from the Job Changers Guild by a mile. In fact, the other woman's Mariana Trench is nothing more than a small creek in comparison to hers. But why is the Ling Yi she admires so cold toward her, yet keeps staring at that black-stockinged lady? Zhuge Ni was utterly baffled. She looked down at her own outfit. Her tight combat suit was wrapped up securely, leaving almost no skin exposed except for her head, neck, and hands. Could it be because she was wearing too much? Does Ling Yi not like this kind of style? Zhuge
Juga Ni bit her red lips.
A woman dresses up for the one who pleases her.
Although she had never worn overly sexy clothes since childhood, if it was something Ling Yi liked.
On the other side, Yilin had already selected the equipment he wanted on the tablet.
Yaoguang necklace. Attribute, mental power amplification 50%, refinable. Although the Yaoguang necklace does not provide any skill bonuses, its mental power bonus reaches an astonishing 50%. Level, rare.
It should be noted that the Crimson Flame Staff on Yilin is an epic level equipment, and its mental power bonus is also 50%.
Skill, none. Disregarding skills, the Yaoguang necklace can completely rival epic level equipment.
Yilin is a forbidden spellcaster, and the last thing he lacks is skills, so he immediately took a liking to the Yaoguang necklace.
Let's go with this one.
Yilin clicked confirm.
Alright, let me calculate that for you.
The young lady smiled at Yilin, then had someone start tallying up Yilin's pile of equipment. After the calculation was complete, an awkward expression appeared on her face, and she cautiously spoke. Sir, if you want to exchange for this piece of equipment, you'll need to pay an additional 3 million. Yilin nodded, not at all surprised by this. Since Wu Shaoqi and the others were forced to hand over a high-level piece of equipment, what they gave him was certainly not anything good.
The champion's reward already included money. Yilin swiftly paid 3 million and successfully obtained the Yaoguang necklace. No problem. The transaction is complete, sir. We look forward to your next visit.
The young lady in black stockings bent slightly at a 45-degree angle, making it the perfect angle for Yilin to enjoy the view.
I have more things to sell.
Yilin took out a stone from the Great Sumeru Ring. The surface of the stone shimmered with a golden luster, adorned with dragon scale patterns, and exuded a peculiar magical power. The moment the stone appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, emanating a kind of oppressive aura that made one's heart race. The black-haired young lady approached cautiously, full of doubt, took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely, then weighed the stone in her hand. Her expression suddenly changed, and she screamed,
"This is dragon vein or gold. This is..."
Her scream also attracted the attention of everyone around her.
What? Dragon patterned or gold has appeared? That's the material used to forge epic level equipment. Incredibly precious.
Dragon patterned or gold, with dragon patterns on the surface, imbued with dragon might within, indestructible and capable of breaking anything.
For forging sword-type equipment, dragon patterned or gold is the top choice. This dragon patterned or gold is as big as a fist.
If a master forger could be found, it might be possible to create a truly divine weapon. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, far more than when Yilin had just taken out over a dozen pieces of high-level equipment. In front of dragon pattern or gold, over a dozen pieces of high-level equipment are worth nothing.
Juga Ni's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Yilin, almost brimming with heart-shaped admiration. This was the kind of man she, Juga Ni, liked. What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss?
Just as everyone was discussing and exclaiming in amazement, a steady and authoritative voice came from within the crowd.
What has happened to cause such a commotion? Haven't I always taught you to remain calm and composed in the face of events?
Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, stepping out from the crowd.
It's him!
Chen Kai, the vice president of the Qingqing Transferees Guild, someone exclaimed in surprise.
It is said that his level is already close to 60.
Chen Kai walked over slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on the dragon patterned or gold in Yilin's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Dragon patterned or gold? Not bad.
It's indeed a great treasure.
What do you want to trade for it?
Such a precious item, no one would sell it for money. It must be for bartering. Exchange for refinement stones,
Yilin said.
Refinement stones can refine the star level of equipment, making the equipment even more powerful.
A rare grade piece of equipment refined to 7 stars can even rival an unrefined epic grade piece in terms of attributes. No problem. Dragon pattern or gold, how about exchanging for 800 pieces? Chen Kai said. 1,000 pieces.
Yilin said firmly. Chen Kai gave Yilin a deep look, then smiled, and said,
Alright, 1,000 it is. Consider it as making a friend.
In the future, if you have more dragon pattern or gold, don't forget about the Qingqing Transferees Guild.
Okay. Yilin nodded.
Soon, a staff member brought over 1,000 refinement stones, and Yilin directly stored them all in the Great Sumeru Ring.
This move made Chen Kai's eyes light up with admiration. An item with storage functionality, seems like this person is no ordinary figure. Pleasure working with you.
With this thought, Chen Kai proactively extended his hand to shake Yilin's, a smile appearing on his face. Then Chen Kai turned his head and reprimanded the black-haired young lady from earlier.
Did you see that? Stay calm and composed when things happen. Don't shout and scream, it damages the reputation of our Qingqing Job Changers Guild.
Got it, the girl in black stockings said aggrievely.
Actually, I have one more thing to trade, Yilin said, scratching his head.
Alright, just take it out, Chen Kaifeng said casually.
Right here?
Yilin took out a bundle of skill scrolls from the Great Sumeru Ring. Chen Kai glanced at it and was instantly stunned on the spot. Then, he let out a roar loud enough to blow the roof off the Job Changer Guild.
Yes, alright. alright. Ah, legendary skill scroll? President, come quickly, President. Chen Kai's earth-shattering roar quickly attracted a gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder moved like the wind, appearing before the crowd in an instant. An invisible aura of authority emanated from him, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingqing Transferees Guild. At this moment, Chen Kai looked as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly pointed at the skill scroll in Yilin's hand and spoke to Wang Lichuan. President, look quickly. Why are you making such a fuss? Haven't I told you before to stay calm and composed when faced with situations, and not to shout and yell? Wang Lichuan frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling on the skill scroll in Yilin's hand. The next moment, his eyes widened sharply and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He quickly walked up to Yilin, reached out to take the skill scroll in his hand, and examined it carefully. Is this really a legendary skill scroll? Although Wang Lichuan tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, his voice still trembled slightly. Wait! A trace of shock flashed in Wang Lichuan's eyes as he exclaimed, "This is a legendary skill scroll, and it's adaptive." Everyone gasped upon hearing this, their eyes all focusing on the skill scroll in Wang Lichuan's hand. Legendary skill scrolls were already incredibly rare, but an adaptive legendary skill scroll was even more enviable and coveted. This means that whether you are an assassin, warrior, knight, mage, priest, or any other profession, as long as you use this skill scroll, you can obtain a legendary skill tailored to you. Such a treasure is probably one of a kind in the entire Qingqing. Watching the shouting President Wang Lichuan and Vice President Chen Kai, the black silk-clad young lady silently rolled her eyes. So this is what you mean by staying calm in the face of challenges? As expected, leadership speeches are all nonsense. Excuse me, sir, may I ask what you intend to exchange for this bundle of legendary skill scrolls at our place? Wang Lichuan calmed his excited emotions and looked at Yilin with a touch of respect in his eyes. To be able to bring out such a treasure for trade, the person before him was either incredibly powerful or had a formidable background. Naturally, Wang Lichuan would not dare to offend him. I want to exchange for all the common skill scrolls in the Qingqing Job Changers Guild, Yilin said. Wang Lichuan was dumbfounded upon hearing this, and everyone present had an extremely strange expression, looking at Yilin as if they were looking at an idiot. Using a legendary skill scroll, and one with adaptability, to exchange for an ordinary skill scroll? This is like Louis Fei wanting to marry you, and not only do you refuse, but you also trade Louis Fei for 500 demon bogangs to take home. This kind of operation is completely anti-human. Ling Yi, you're losing too much in this deal. Ordinary skill scrolls can be bought with money, costing only 8,000 to 20,000 each, but legendary skill scrolls are priceless. You can't buy them with money. Zhuge and I hurriedly tried to persuade him and then took out a pink card from her bag. If you're really short on money, I have some here. You can use it first. Looking at Zhuge Ni's sincere expression, Yilin felt both amused and helpless. Thank you, I don't need it. He directly refused Zhuge and I. With the second profession talent of ultimate sublimation, the legendary skill scrolls were utterly useless to Yilin. It would be better to get a few thousand ordinary skill scrolls. After all, once he used them, they would all turn into forbidden spells. Are you sure you want to exchange legendary skill scrolls for ordinary skill scrolls? Wang Lichuan cautiously asked. Sure. Yilin nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Lichuan instantly became excited. This deal was an absolute win for their Transferees Guild. Chen Kai, quick, go help this gentleman fetch all the ordinary skill scrolls from our Transferees Guild. Not a single one is to be missed. Wang Lichuan urged hastily, fearing that Yilin might suddenly change his mind. Chen Kai eagerly trotted off with his team to fetch the scrolls. This way, sir, please. Yes, President. Wang Lichuan quickly stepped aside and respectfully invited Yilin into the lounge. Seeing Wang Lichuan's humble demeanor, everyone was utterly shocked. Who was Wang Lichuan? The president of the Qingqing Transferees Guild, someone on equal footing with the city lord Hu Wang. On regular days, when seeing Wang Lichuan, he always appeared calm and composed, as if he wouldn't flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Such a person actually had a demeanor of nodding and bowing. But then again, Yilin had given far too much. Exchanging a legendary skill scroll for a common one was practically the same as giving it away for free to the Job Changers Guild. After inviting Yilin into the lounge, Wang Lichuan even personally poured tea for him. Come, please have some tea. Wait a moment, they will bring the skill scrolls over shortly. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, young brother, Wang Lichuan asked with a smile. Wang Lichuan's expression twitched slightly. If you're going to make up a fake name, at least make it somewhat convincing. Does he really think an old man like him doesn't go online? Ah, young brother, you are truly humorous. Since you don't wish to share, I won't press you. However, please accept this. Wang Lichuan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Yilin. The card is inlaid with intricate golden patterns, emitting a faint glow, and looks extremely exquisite. This is the highest level membership card of our Transferees Guild. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount on purchases within the Qingqing Transferees
Transferees Guild, and an 85% discount at any Transferees Guild within the Great Xia territory. Yilin was momentarily stunned as he looked at the black membership card in front of him. He hadn't expected Wang Lichuan to directly give him the highest level membership card.
Thank you, President Wang.
Yilin accepted the card with a slight smile.
You're too kind.
Just don't forget our Qingqing Transferees Guild the next time you come across such a good opportunity, Wang Lichuan said with a cheerful smile. Soon, Vice President Chen Kai brought over the guild staff to move in tens of thousands of bundles of skill scrolls.
These included skills for various professions, representing the entire inventory of the Qingqing Transferees Guild.
Looking at the tens of thousands of skill scroll bundles, Yilin's eyes lit up, as if seeing tens of thousands of brand new forbidden spells. He waved his great Sumeru ring and stored all the skill scrolls into his storage space.
Thank you, President Wang. I'll take my leave now. With everything settled, Yilin no longer wanted to linger at the Transferees Guild and got up to leave.
Alright, then let me wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance for next time.
Wang Lichuan shook hands with Yilin, and both of them smiled happily.
Watching Yilin leave, Chen Kai, who was beside Wang Lichuan, spoke in a low voice.
President, should we send someone to secretly protect him?
Yilin had taken out so many valuable items that he had already attracted the attention of many job changers in the trading area.
The way those people looked at Yilin was like wolves eyeing their prey. Wang Lichuan shook his head. No need.
Someone who can produce dragon pattern or gold and a legendary skill scroll is definitely not a simple person. Acting on our own might only cause his displeasure. Yilin walked straight out of the job changers guild and immediately noticed a graceful figure waiting at the entrance.
The moment she saw Yilin, a bright light sparkled in Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes. Ling Yi, you're finally out. Hurry, come home with me. There's a shameless imposter pretending to be you. I need to prove to my dad that you and that despicable fraud are not the same person. Zhuge Ni grabbed Yilin and tried to pull him in the direction of her home. Zhuge Qianqing always told her that Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person. Today, she was going to prove to Zhuge Qianqing that Yilin and Ling Yi were two different people. Although Ling Yi's appearance was ordinary and far less attractive than Yilin's face, in Zhuge Ni's eyes, Ling Yi was much more pleasing to look at than Yilin. Moreover, Ling Yi was far more outstanding than Yilin.
He could casually produce dragon pattern or gold and legendary skill scrolls. Just based on these, Yilin couldn't even come close.
At this moment, Yilin was both amused and exasperated. Prove that Ling Yi was better than Yilin? Wouldn't that mean I defeated myself? You really have the wrong person. I am not Ling Yi.
Yilin pulled his hand out of Zhuge Ni's grasp.
Impossible. Stop lying to me. Your silhouette, I will never forget it. Zhuge Ni said firmly. I told you, you have the wrong person.
Yilin was somewhat speechless.
Then tell me, who exactly are you? Facing the aggressive Zhuge Ni, Yilin finally lost all patience. Unreasonable. He turned around and left, too lazy to argue with Zhuge Ni any further.
Once he turned into a less crowded area, he immediately activated the dance of instant steps and made a swift escape.
He didn't believe Zhuge Ni could catch up with him. Stop right there, Ling Yi. I really mean no harm. Zhuge Ni quickly caught up with Yilin.
Seeing that Yilin completely ignored her, she bit her red lips helplessly and then dialed a phone number. Seeing Yilin and Zhuge Ni pulling and tugging at each other, those who had followed Yilin with ulterior motives could only abandon their thoughts of killing and looting.
Although they didn't know Yilin's identity, they were very clear about Zhuge Ni's. She was none other than Mr. Zhuge's only daughter. In Qingchun, unless someone had lost their mind, who would dare to lay a finger on Mr. Zhuge's daughter? Along the way, Yilin deliberately turned into small alleys, with Zhuge Ni closely following behind him.
Soon, the two of them turned into a sparsely populated area. Just as Yilin was about to activate the dance of instant shadows to shake off Zhuge Ni, he suddenly saw two investigators appear right in front of him. Who would have thought that the legendary Ling Yi, who killed the underground King Kensen, would look so plain and unremarkable? Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Huang Lidian stared intently at Yilin's face, unable to help but sigh, and his apprentice Su Xiu was extremely nervous, looking as if he were ready for battle. After all, the guy in front of him was the terrifying murderer who had killed Kensen.
Yilin frowned and glanced at Zhuge Ni.
It was obvious that these two investigators, Huang Lidian and the other, had been brought here by Zhuge Ni. Seeing Yilin's cold gaze, Zhuge Ni's heart trembled, and she hurriedly explained.
Ling Yi, don't misunderstand. Uncle Huang and the others aren't here to arrest you.
You never listened to me, so I had no choice but to call Uncle Huang and the others over.
I really have no ill intentions. I just want you to come home with me and meet my father. He was deceived by a very bad person.
If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill them.
Zhuge Ni spoke these words with great sincerity, fearing that Yilin might refuse.
She looked at Yilin with eager eyes, like a little girl pleading with her father to take her to an amusement park, appearing somewhat pitiful. Yilin spoke coldly, feeling a headache coming on.
This crazy woman Zhuge Ni was unbelievably stubborn.
He suspected that if he continued to refuse her, she might even call Zhuge Qianqing over on the spot. In that case, he might as well go with Zhuge Ni to see Zhuge Qianqing directly. way. After all, Zhuge Qianqing already knew the secret that he was Ling Yi. Let's go. Seeing Yilin agree, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Uncle Huang, Brother Su, I'm sorry to trouble you both for making this special trip. Zhuge and I apologized to Huang Lidian and Su with some embarrassment. Okay, no problem. We also want to see if the person who killed Kensen really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Huang Lidian gave Yilin a cold glance. The Kensen case was something he was about to fully uncover, but the higher-ups suddenly forced the case to be closed. This matter had always been a knot in Huang Litian's heart. Watching Yilin and Zhuge and I walk away, Su Xiaocai, who was standing nearby, spoke up. Master, it seems that Ling Yi and Yilin are indeed 2 different people. Not necessarily, maybe some kind of tool that can alter appearance was used. Forget it, the case is closed, there's no point in dwelling on this. Huang Lidian shook his head with a bitter smile. He was just a minor investigator, and even if he had his own feelings, he can only comply with the decisions from above. You're saying, Yilin used a face-altering illusion to transform into someone else, went to the Job Changers Guild to sell skill scrolls and equipment, then happened to run into Nini, who mistook him for Ling Yi, and now she's dragging him over here? Even with Zhuge Qianqing's temperament, upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could such a melodramatic plot really happen? Yes, Mr. Zhuge, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? That kid Yilin originally wanted to run, but he was stopped by the investigators called over by the young lady, so he couldn't escape, Qin said. Zhuge Qianqing rubbed his temples. What kind of situation is this? Wait, you said he appeared in front of the investigators? Yes. Qin nodded. Perhaps, this might actually be a good thing. Zhuge Qianqing revealed a meaningful smile. At this moment, Zhuge and I excitedly brought Yilin back home, pushing the door open with a bang. Dad, come out quickly. Look who I brought back. Zhuge and I shouted loudly as soon as she entered the courtyard. What's the matter? Ni? What has you so happy? Zhuge Qianqing pretended to know nothing as he walked out. When Yilin saw Zhuge Qianqing, he was about to remove his disguise to reveal his identity, but Zhuge Qianqing stopped him with a glance. Zhuge and I ran over excitedly, shaking Zhuge Qianqing's arm as she spoke. Dad, this is Ling Yi. I've told you before, Ling Yi is so much better than that coward Yilin. Yilin isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. But you just wouldn't believe me. You even insisted that Yilin and Ling Yi are the same person. Look, now I've brought him to you. Let me tell you, today Ling Yi was so impressive at the Transferer Guild. He single-handedly brought out high-level equipment over 10 levels, as well as Dragon Vein Gold and a legendary skill scroll. You didn't see how shocked everyone else looked at him. At that moment, Ling Yi was the center of attention, the focus of the crowd, admired by all. Zhuge and I seemed to have opened a floodgate of words, chattering non-stop with great joy, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Qin nodded beside her and said with deep emotion, Miss hasn't smiled like this in a long time. Zhuge and I excitedly described to Zhuge Qianqing just how outstanding Yilin was, praising him to the skies, to the point where even Yilin himself felt a little embarrassed. Afterward, Zhuge and I changed the subject and spoke with an expectant expression. Dad, if you really want to choose a disciple, why not kick out that Yilin and take Ling Yi under your wing instead? Ling Yi is 100 times better than that cowardly Yilin. Really, I'm not lying to you. Zhuge Qianqing looked at his daughter's excited expression and couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. The onlooker sees more clearly than the participant. His daughter had truly gotten stuck in her own stubborn thinking and still persistently believed that Ling Yi and Yilin were 2 different people. Silly daughter. Zhuge Qianqing sighed softly to himself, gently rubbed Zhuge Ni's head, and spoke in a tone as gentle as coaxing a child. Nini, you have good taste. This Ling Yi is indeed an outstanding young man. But taking on a disciple is no small matter and requires careful consideration. How about this, let Ling Yi go to a place with Dad. I'll test him, and once we return, I'll take him as my disciple. How does that sound? Zhuge and I became excited upon hearing this. Really? Yay! Finally achieving her wish and clearing her beloved's name, Zhuge and I couldn't be happier at this moment. Seeing Zhuge Ni's excited expression, Yilin touched his nose and let out an awkward laugh. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to put on. What kind of situation is this? Then you go rest first, I'll have a good talk with Ling Yi, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Okay. Zhuge and I raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Yilin, only to find that Yilin's gaze wasn't on her at all. Feeling annoyed, she puffed up and returned to her room. Counting her 2 encounters with Ling Yi, the first time her clothes were burned into rags by fire, leaving her in a sorry state, and the second time she was wearing tight-fitting clothes convenient for combat, neither time had she dressed up properly. She had already made up her mind to take a bath, change into a beautiful outfit, and amaze Ling Yi properly. After Zhuge and I left, Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but glance at the silent Yilin and asked, Aren't you curious why I don't want you to reveal your identity in front of Nini? Teacher must have his reasons for doing so, Yilin said calmly. Zhuge Qianqing chuckled silently, then took a sip of tea and began to explain. Although this matter is a coincidence, it might not be a bad thing. Think about it, you met the investigator as Ling Yi and appeared at the location of the Gate of Apocalypse. Doesn't
Doesn't that perfectly rule out suspicion on Yilin?
Hearing this, Yilin nodded and responded, in this way, the person Yilin has never appeared at the Gate of Apocalypse, and I can fully act under the identity of Ling Yi. Of course, in this case, if Ling Yi disappears at the Gate of Apocalypse, it doesn't matter, and no one will care, because this is a fake identity to begin with. As for Yilin's identity, if he goes missing, with no trace of life or death, Zhuge Qianqing can also clear all suspicion, as he has a solid alibi. Yilin had a strong premonition that if Zhuge Qianqing really had any schemes against him, he would definitely make his move at the Gate of Apocalypse.
It's good that you understand what I mean. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. Remember to make all the arrangements first as Yilin. Zhuge Qianqing nodded with a smile.
Alright, then teacher, I'll go rest first. Yilin turned and returned to his room.
Zhuge Qianqing's strength was unfathomable, and one must always be cautious.
He had to make preparations in advance. After returning to the room, Yilin put on the Yaoguang necklace and took off the Tianqing Xianlei ring. Although the Tianqing Xianlei ring could enhance the power of lightning-based skills, its mental power bonus was only 15%, so overall, it was definitely not as good as the Yaoguang necklace. After changing into the new equipment, Yilin took out the 1000 refinement stones. Before heading to the Gate of Apocalypse, he had to strengthen his abilities as much as possible. Refinement stones can refine the attributes of equipment, with a maximum refinement level of 9 stars. Each additional star significantly boosts the equipment's attributes. Yilin thought for a moment and used the first refinement stone on the Great Sumeru ring. The Great Sumeru ring was his only legendary grade equipment at the moment, so using the refinement stone on it was clearly the most cost-effective choice. Yilin held the refinement stone and slowly approached the Great Sumeru ring. The refinement stone began to emit a faint glow in his hand, like a miniature star. He gently placed the refinement stone against the Great Sumeru ring, and a mysterious force surged instantly. The Great Sumeru ring seemed to sense the power of the refinement stone, starting to tremble slightly and radiating an even more brilliant light. But in the next second, the light dimmed instantly, and the refinement stone shattered into pieces on the ground. It was obvious that the refinement failed this time. However, Yilin did not get discouraged and instead took out a second refinement stone. The success rate of refining equipment was never high, otherwise, the world would be full of 9-star refined equipment. After shattering over 100 refinement stones in succession, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. In the radiance, the Great Sumeru ring began to tremble madly, and the patterns on its surface became more intricate and exquisite. As the dazzling light gradually faded, the Great Sumeru ring before Yilin's eyes had completely transformed. The patterns on the ring's surface became more refined, with brilliance flowing as if it contained endless mysterious power. Yilin hurriedly checked the attributes of the Great Sumeru ring.
Great Sumeru ring. Level, Legendary. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 120%. Current refinement level, 1 star. Skill 1, Shumi Conceals Mustard Seed. Shumi conceals mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Shumi ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. Skill 2, Mustard Seed contains Shumi.
Mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. The wearer can access the storage space within the Great Sumeru ring, with the size of the storage space being directly proportional to the wearer's mental strength. A trace of surprise flashed in Yilin's eyes. Just by refining to 1 star, there was an immediate 20% increase in mental power, which was already equivalent to wearing an additional piece of high-level equipment.
The mental attribute bonus of high-level equipment is generally only around 20%.
Having tasted success, Yilin continued to relentlessly apply trial stones to the Great Sumeru ring, but refining to 1 star seemed to have exhausted all of Yilin's luck. He used up 700 or 800 refining stones in a row, and all of them failed.
This probability is way too low, isn't it?
Yilin felt a bit numb.
Could it be that he was actually extremely unlucky?
Although the higher the level of the equipment, the harder it is to refine. Failing to get even 1 star after using 700 or 800 refining stones is just too unlucky. At this moment, Yilin had only a little over 100 trial stones left in his hand. He was hesitating whether to continue using them on the Great Sumeru ring or on the Scarlet Flame Staff. Just then, a devilish voice suddenly echoed in Yilin's mind.
The less money you have, the more you should go all in. The third all in. The fourth all in. The fifth all in. All in. All in. All in. All in is a kind of wisdom.
Thinking of this, Yilin gritted his teeth, took a gamble, and turned a bicycle into a motorcycle.
If he gives up now, wouldn't the 700 or 800 refinement stones he used earlier be wasted?
He placed all the remaining refinement stones onto the Great Sumeru ring without hesitation and went all in. Over 100 refinement stones surrounded the Great Sumeru ring, which was as busy as Tom Cat blowing a trumpet. Every time the sound of a refinement failure and the shattering of a refinement stone echoed, Yilin felt a pang of heartache.
No way, it can't all fail, right?
Yilin felt that his current mood was like when playing Golden Shovel, being 1 card short of a 3-star 5-cost unit. Every refinement made his heart race.
10, 50, 100.
Watching as it seemed everything was really going to fail, Yilin's face turned green. 1,000 refinement stones, and only 1 star came out. Even an old unlucky player would pity him and hand him a cigarette. Just when Yilin thought everything was over, the last 2 refining stones seemed to sense the despair in his heart. Their brilliance was more dazzling than any of the previous refining stones, shooting straight toward the Great Sumeru Ring. As they descended, the vibrations of the Great Sumeru Ring grew increasingly intense, as if a powerful force within was awakening. Amid the flowing radiance of the Great Sumeru Ring, mysterious runes seemed to be pulsating. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the Great Sumeru Ring, and it flashed twice in succession. Yilin was completely dumbfounded. He picked up the Great Sumeru Ring and saw that it had successfully been refined to 3 stars. The mental power bonus had also reached an astonishing 160%. Yilin was overjoyed. He never expected that he would actually manage to sneak through successfully at the last moment. Sure enough, all-in is indeed a kind of wisdom. At level 25, his base mental power is 750 points, and with the addition of the Great Sumeru Ring, staff, and a series of other equipment, his mental power reaches 3,225 points. If he activates Burning Reincarnation, 6,450 points. This terrifying figure made Yilin involuntarily take a sharp breath. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes. If he were to go all out now, no job changer below level 50 would likely be his match. If he relied on his undying body, just like when he dealt with Kensen back then, and forcibly engaged in a war of attrition, he might even have a chance to take down a level 60 job changer. However, he also had to worry about encountering those job changers skilled in entrapment and sealing techniques. If the opponent didn't aim to kill him but only sought to seal him, then his undying body would essentially lose its effectiveness. However, there should be a kind of self-destruct forbidden spell. Yilin took out all the skill scrolls he had obtained from the Qingcheng Transferees Guild and carefully selected all the skills that might evolve into a self-destruct forbidden spell. Then he began studying them one by one. If he could find a self-destruct forbidden spell, then seals, restraints, and freezing wouldn't scare him anymore. At worst, he could just self-destruct. After Yilin tried one by one, he finally found a suitable skill. Star Shield. The mage uses their own mental power to draw the brilliance of the stars into their body, forming a starlight shield outside the body. Class Talent Ultimate Ascension activated. Star Shield has been enhanced to Celestial Star Annihilation. Forbidden Spell? Celestial Star Annihilation. The Forbidden Spellcaster burns their soul, drawing the power of the stars into their body. When the power of the stars reaches the maximum capacity the Forbidden Spellcaster's body can hold, it detonates completely. A faint starlight began to gather around Yilin, gradually coalescing into chains of stars that connected to his body. Yilin could clearly feel the terrifying and violent power of the stars surging continuously into him. After just a few seconds, his whole body seemed to transform into a dazzling star, swelling like a balloon. Under the glow of the starlight, his nearly translucent skin even revealed the flow of blood beneath it. Yilin hurriedly stopped casting Star Shield. If he continued any longer, he really would have exploded on the spot. From the moment it's cast to the explosion, it takes about 5 seconds. With this forbidden spell, Yilin felt a sense of relief in his heart. In this way, if he encounters an enemy at the Gate of Apocalypse who wants to seal him, or if Zhuge Qianqing tries to seal him, he can self-destruct on the spot. The Yao Guang necklace, the 3-star enhanced Great Sumeru Ring, and the tens of thousands of skill scroll bundles in his storage space, these are the things that give him the confidence to play at the Gate of Apocalypse. Yilin let out a long breath. Next, it was time to go out and wander around as Yilin, to make his presence known. This way, if he obtained something valuable at the Gate of Apocalypse as Ling Yi, no one would suspect him. Yilin removed the illusion mask, then changed his clothes and prepared to head to the Ji family. In the entire Qingcheng, apart from Zhuge Qianqing, the only people he was somewhat familiar with were Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu. Yilin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to see Zhuge Ni standing in the courtyard with her back to him as soon as he opened the door. Today, Zhuge Ni was completely different from usual. She was dressed in a white, form-fitting long dress, the hem gently swaying with the breeze, resembling a graceful and elegant highland flower. A head of black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her fair, delicate skin shimmered faintly under the moonlight, creating a radiant contrast. Hearing movement behind her, Zhuge Ni turned around happily, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy and excitement. She had clearly spent a long time carefully dressing up. Even her makeup was perfectly applied, accentuating her already exquisite face to make it even more captivating. Zhuge Ni firmly believed that Ling Yi's coldness toward her must have been because she appeared too disheveled during their first 2 meetings. She wanted to take action to change Ling Yi's impression of her. "Good evening, Ling Yi. What a coincidence. Are you out for some fresh air too?" Zhuge Ni turned around somewhat shyly, but the moment she saw the person behind her, her expression instantly froze. "Why is it you?" Zhuge Ni made no effort to hide the disdain and disgust on her face, looking at Yilin as if she were staring at an irredeemable piece of trash. "What are you, a fraud, still doing in my house? Didn't my dad tell you? I've already found Ling Yi. He's 10,000 times better than you. My dad is already planning to take take him as his disciple, so why are you still shamelessly hanging around here?
Pack your things and leave right now. Yilin couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhuge and just wanted to leave directly. Wait, but as Yilin tried to leave, Zhuge became even more displeased and reached out to block his way. She already extremely disliked Yilin.
After spending 2 hours carefully dressing up, not letting Ling Yi see her, but instead letting Yilin see her first, Zhuge was now filled with anger. She spoke aggressively. I said before, I will definitely find the real Ling Yi and expose your hypocritical facade. The two of you, one is the bright moon in the sky, and the other is mud on the ground, there's absolutely no comparison.
You actually have the audacity to impersonate him.
Now that Ling Yi has been found, I will let you see with your own eyes just how vast the gap is between you and Ling Yi.
As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge ran off to find Zhuge Qianqing.
Originally, because of Ling Yi's appearance, she was in a great mood and didn't even want to argue with Yilin. Yet, Yilin just had to show up in front of her.
Since that's the case, don't blame me for exposing him.
Dad, which room is Ling Yi staying in? Zhuge Qianqing paused for a moment, glanced at Yilin standing in the courtyard, and said, Ling Yi isn't staying with us.
He left a long time ago and will only come over the day after tomorrow when we set off.
What?
Zhuge felt extremely aggrieved. Didn't all her dressing up go to waste? When she saw Yilin standing in the courtyard, Zhuge became even more furious.
Ling Yi probably left because he found this guy annoying.
Why aren't you leaving? What are you standing there for?
SB. Yilin rolled his eyes. If this woman didn't have a good father, he would definitely throw a forbidden spell at her.
He even somewhat doubted whether Zhuge was really Zhuge Qianqing's biological daughter or if Zhuge Qianqing had picked her up from some trash can.
Zhuge Qianqing could deduce that he possessed immortality based on just a few clues, truly a master of foresight.
Zhuge on the other hand, was like a blind person, recklessly doing whatever she pleased under the excuse of being scatterbrained.
Even with the truth right under her nose, she still insisted that she and Ling Yi were two different people.
The gap between this father and daughter was simply too vast.
Yilin walked out the door, hailed a taxi, and left directly. Driver, take Chenghua Avenue to Wuxian Bridge. The taxi stopped in front of a small manor.
Surrounding the manor stood dozens of bodyguards.
Their auras were restrained, yet they exuded an unfathomable presence, clearly indicating they were formidable professionals.
After the last attack by Kensen, Ji's father was evidently more willing to spend money on security.
As Yilin approached the bronze-colored gate, a bodyguard stepped forward to block him, shouting in a deep voice, "Stop! Private area, no trespassing."
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, he got slapped on the back of the head, and another bodyguard scolded him.
"Are you blind?
This is Mr. Yilin, this year's national top scorer in the college entrance exam and our young master's boss. Young Master Yi, this way, please," the bodyguard quickly said with a flattering smile. The bodyguard respectfully led the way, and as Yilin had just sat down on the sofa in the reception room, Ling Yi rushed out.
"Boss, I missed you so much. Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? I could have sent a car to pick you up."
Ever since the college entrance exam trip, Ling Yi had been completely convinced by Yilin as his boss.
"Have all your injuries healed?"
Yilin asked with a smile.
"All right,
my dad found the best priest in Qingqing for me.
He'll definitely be happy to know you're here. I'll go call him."
Ling Yi quickly called over Ji's father as well. After the three of them reminisced for quite a while, Yilin finally spoke mysteriously.
"Can you let everyone else leave first? The reason I came to find you this time is for something serious."
Ji's father and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, and then Ji's father said in a deep voice,
"Everyone, leave."
The butler and maids bowed, then respectfully left with light steps.
"Go ahead, Yilin. Are you facing any difficulties?"
"Just say it. As long as it's within my ability, your uncle will definitely help you."
Uncle Ji said seriously.
"Yes, boss, just say it. No need to be polite."
Ling Yi also nodded.
Sigh.
"Here's the thing. After the college entrance exam, I went to the scholar's secret realm, right? I even encountered real demons in there.
For over a month now, I've been fighting against demonic creatures." Before Yilin could finish speaking, Ji's father suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes full of concern.
"Are you hurt? Is it serious?"
"Don't worry, I'll immediately summon all healing-related professionals above level 40 in Qingchang." Ji's father hurriedly picked up his phone to make a call, but Yilin quickly stopped him. "Not really, what I mean is, I've fought battles my whole life, and now I want to enjoy myself."
"Enjoy yourself?" Uncle Ji was stunned. "Like, keep the music playing, and keep dancing."
Soon, news spread that the Ji family was going to host a celebration banquet for the national top scorer, Yilin. The Ji family held a grand banquet, and almost all the prominent figures in Qingqing attended, gathering together to congratulate the birth of the national top scorer. Many also extended olive branches to Yilin, hoping to win him over, and some even wanted to introduce their daughters to him.
After all, for these small factions in Qingqing, the national top scorer, a level 25 forbidden spellcaster, and a disciple of Master Zhuge, these three identities were already dazzling enough. However, Yilin ignored everyone. At the banquet, he only did three things:
smoking, drinking, and fooling around with women. He vividly brought the phrase living a life of debauchery to its peak. Seeing Yilin holding 2 women in his arms, with 3 cigarettes in his mouth, many forces that originally planned to win him over were left staring at each other in disbelief. What's going on? How did a national top scorer fall to this point? Ha, he's a forbidden spellcaster, naturally short-lived, and he even overexerted himself to snatch the title of national top scorer. Now, I guess he doesn't have more than 2 good years left. Knowing he's about to die, indulging in pleasure and living recklessly isn't wrong either. True, sigh, if he weren't in this self-destructive profession of a forbidden spellcaster, our Qingcheng might really have produced a true dragon. How long has it been since our small place had a national top scorer? The crowd whispered among themselves in private, their gazes toward Yilin filled with regret and pity. Such a promising talent, why did he have to be a forbidden spellcaster? However, Yilin didn't care about these people's opinions at all. He turned his head and made the girl beside him laugh uncontrollably, her gaze toward him even starting to soften. The celebration banquet ended, and whenever anyone mentioned Yilin, the only feeling they had was, it's over, he's done for. But that wasn't the end. Over the next 2 days, people in Qingcheng frequently saw Yilin driving a luxury sports car, roaring through the streets, with a different hot girl in the passenger seat each time. At the entrance of Qingcheng's bars after midnight, a national top scorer would randomly appear lying there. One can see him coming out of the hotel with 3 or 4 different girls in a single day, each with a graceful figure and exquisite features. Everyone speculated that Yilin might really be dying, which is why he had become so depraved. Gradually, no one paid attention to Yilin anymore. Everyone was busy, and in the adult world, it's all about interests. A top scholar who indulges in debauchery and self-destruction simply couldn't offer them much value. On the 3rd morning, just as dawn was breaking, Yilin woke up. He first activated the forbidden spell Inferno, scorching the heavens, burning all the blood in his body completely dry. Then, he took out the Starfall Sky Scar and made a light slash, leaving a large gash from his chest to his abdomen. Yilin cut out his lungs and liver entirely, then threw out a wisp of flame, burning them to ashes. Immediately after, with a single thought, his cells began to rapidly divide and reproduce, and new lungs and a new liver grew out. Smoking damages the lungs, and drinking harms the liver. To portray a fallen image, he had smoked too much and drunk too much over the past few days. If he didn't replace his lungs and liver, it would obviously affect his physical condition. Not to mention, after smoking more than 20 packs of Huazi in a day, Yilin clearly felt that his lung capacity had significantly decreased. After finishing all this, Yilin put on the illusion mask and quietly slipped out of the Ji family residence. With the groundwork laid over the past 2 days, even if he disappeared for a few days, Ji father and Ling Yi would only think that he had gone off to some secluded corner to indulge in pleasure again. When Yilin appeared at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, Huo Qin and Zhuge Qianqing were already inside waiting for him. Of course, standing behind Zhuge Qianqing was Zhuge Ni, who had been meticulously dressed up. You're here? I made locust flower porridge. Let's eat some before you head out. Zhuge Qianqing picked up a bowl and served Yilin a steaming, fragrant bowl of locust flower porridge. The hot porridge slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, instantly warming his entire body and making him feel incredibly comfortable. Of course, if Zhuge Ni, sitting across from him and blushing while staring at him, weren't there, the meal would have been even more enjoyable. Zhuge Ni occasionally sneaked glances at Yilin, and whenever their eyes met, she would immediately look away like a startled rabbit. Finally, after enduring until the meal was over, Yilin heaved a sigh of relief and got up, ready to leave. At this moment, Zhuge Ni suddenly called out to him, Ling Yi, what's the matter? Yilin asked helplessly. When you come back, after becoming my father's disciple, can I invite you to watch a movie? Zhuge Ni lowered her head, blushing, her hands constantly tugging at her clothes. We'll talk about it when I return. Yilin turned his head away coldly. Alright. Zhuge Ni felt a bit disappointed, but soon reignited her fighting spirit. She definitely holds a certain place in Ling Yi's heart, otherwise, Ling Yi would have outright rejected her instead of giving her an ambiguous answer. As long as she keeps trying, she will surely be able to melt Ling Yi's icy exterior. Zhuge Ni, keep it up. You can do it. Zhuge Ni silently cheered herself on in her heart. Squatting at the doorway, Huo Qin rubbed his chin, glanced at Zhuge Ni, then at Yilin, and chuckled softly. It's obvious, the young lady is very interested in you. I'm not interested in her. Yilin shook his head and said, isn't it actually quite amusing? The young lady doesn't know that Ling Yi is actually Yilin, and she likes Ling Yi but dislikes Yilin. You should win her over first, and then, at the right moment, swoosh. Why don't you just take off the mask directly? Give her a surprise. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Then shout, fool, there's no Ling Yi, I've always been Yilin. The more Huo Qin spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and he even slapped his thigh with excitement. That's right. Why didn't I think of such a fun idea before? Huo Qin's brain is really beyond saving. This guy can associate almost anything random with some bizarre idea. You talk to him about green beans, and he shows a strange smile. You talk to him about tigers, and he shows a strange smile. You talk to him about fans, and he shows a strange smile. Even when you talk to him about a meteor shower at 8 o'clock tonight, he can still show show a strange smile. Sometimes, Yilin really wanted to pry open Guoqin's skull and see just how his brain was wired.
What are you two talking about? Zhuge Qianqing walked out, wearing a half-smile.
Oh, nothing at all. Mr. Zhuge, let's get going, Guoqin replied with an awkward laugh.
If Mr. Zhuge ever found out he was teaching Yilin how to bully Zhuge and I, he'd probably skin him alive.
You'd better be.
Zhuge Qianqing glanced at Guoqin, making him shiver all over.
Fortunately, Zhuge Qianqing didn't seem to intend to argue with Guoqin, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly got into a black SUV parked at the door, taking on the role of the driver. Meanwhile, Yilin and Zhuge Qianqing sat in the back seat.
Let's set off. Teacher, are we heading to the teleportation array?
Yilin asked.
No need. The gate of apocalypse is in the wilderness outside Xincheng.
Also, stop calling me teacher. It might expose your identity. Just call me Mr. Zhuge, like Guoqin does, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile, pushing up his glasses. With a press on the accelerator, Guoqin sent the off-road vehicle shooting forward like an arrow leaving the bow. At the city gate, seeing Zhuge Qianqing in the car, no one dared to stop them and immediately let them pass.
The black off-road vehicle drove out of Xincheng unimpeded.
Okay,
Yilin nodded. As soon as they left the city, the road instantly became bumpy and uneven.
Zhuge Qianqing took out a piece of white paper and a pen, scribbled on the paper, and then handed it to Guoqin.
Follow the route on this.
All right, Mr. Zhuge. Guoqin began driving according to the route map drawn by Zhuge Qianqing, and Yilin also witnessed for the first time just how terrifying the profession of an astrologer could be. The off-road vehicle traveled on the rugged road, and Yilin was constantly prepared to deal with any monsters that might suddenly appear.
After all, this was the wilderness. However, to Yilin's surprise, they didn't encounter a single monster along the way.
Those ferocious monsters that roamed the wilderness all year round seemed to have received some kind of warning and deliberately avoided them. Even though the roars and growls of monsters could occasionally be heard around them, not a single one appeared to block their path. This discovery sent a chill down Yilin's spine, and he couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Qianqing, who was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Foreseeing the future, avoiding misfortune, and predicting the enemy's moves in advance. Such methods were truly too strange and unfathomable. If Zhuge Qianqing really had any intentions toward him, it would obviously be an extremely terrifying matter. The off-road vehicle, after crossing a hill and passing through a narrow path in a dense forest, stopped at the entrance of a valley.
We've arrived, get off.
Zhuge Qianqing opened his eyes and, accompanied by Yilin and Guoqin, headed into the valley. A faint white mist lingered in the valley. Shortly after entering, Yilin noticed a gathering of numerous figures ahead. At the forefront of the crowd stood a massive stone gate, towering beyond sight and as wide as the clouds. It was carved with patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilins, exuding both mystery and majesty. This door stood abruptly in the valley, and the eerie thing was that it could only be seen from the front. From any other direction, all one could see was the empty valley.
Is that the gate of revelation?
Yilin gazed at the stone door before him, unable to suppress his amazement.
Indeed.
The eyes behind Zhuge Qianqing's golden-rimmed glasses were also filled with astonishment. Even for him, this was the first time he had seen the gate of revelation in person.
Mr. Zhuge, you finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have sent someone to check if something had happened to you.
A middle-aged man in a neatly tailored suit spoke indifferently, followed by a group of job changers, each exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Clearly none of them were below level 30.
Thank you for your concern, Director Tan.
Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly, his expression calm. Seeing Yilin's puzzled expression, Guoqin, who was beside him, explained in a low voice.
He's the deputy director of the Xincheng Investigation Bureau, Tan Xinjiang.
Back when I was a flower thief, I got caught and locked up in the investigation bureau because I flirted with his wife. Yilin fell silent.
How should I put it? Even if his wife is really amazing, is it really appropriate to say that right in front of her husband?
Yilin suddenly felt that Tan Xinjiang truly had the magnanimity of a prime minister. Even after all this, he hadn't killed Guoqin, merely had him arrested and imprisoned. And beside Tan Xinjiang, Yilin also saw a familiar figure. He recognized at a glance that it was the tall, thin man who had tried to kill him in the investigation bureau's prison. It's just that the tall, thin man clearly didn't recognize him after he put on the illusionary face, standing coldly behind Tan Xinjiang. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhuge Qianqing, Tan Xinjiang got straight to the point. Since Mr. Zhuge is already here, to avoid any unnecessary delays, please open the gate of revelation. Tan Xinjiang took out a mysterious key, engraved with intricate patterns, as if it contained the secrets of the universe.
Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly and turned back to give Yilin and Guoqin a meaningful look.
Yilin and Guoqin immediately understood and followed him. Watching the trio's backs, a trace of concealed killing intent flashed in Tan Xinjiang's eyes.
No problem. Mr. Zhuge, why do I feel a chill down my spine? Guoqin shivered and said, it's perfectly normal.
Since I outmaneuvered him, Tan Xinjiang can't wait to kill us, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a faint smile.
The Apocalypse ancient key he gave to Tan Xinjiang was fake, so naturally, it couldn't open the the Apocalypse Gate. Faced with Tan Xingjiang's questioning, Zhuge Qianqing explained that he had placed a restriction on the Apocalypse Ancient Key, and only he himself could open the Apocalypse Gate. Tan Xingjiang knew that Zhuge Qianqing wanted to take a share of the benefits from the Apocalypse Gate, but he could only accept it begrudgingly. After all, now that no one else knew about the appearance of the Apocalypse Gate, they could seize the opportunity. Once the news spread, the Apocalypse Gate would undoubtedly attract the most elite group of powerful individuals. By then, they wouldn't even qualify to enter the Gate of Apocalypse. Mr. Zhuge, should we take out the real ancient key of Apocalypse? Yilin asked. No need, just approach this door, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile, shaking his head. As they spoke, the three of them arrived in front of the stone door. Zhuge Qianqing walked toward the stone door, then pretended to press the ancient key of Apocalypse against it, fiddling around for a while. At this moment, Yilin clearly felt that the ancient key of Apocalypse inside his stomach seemed to resonate with the ancient and simple stone door before him, emitting a faint warmth. The Apocalypse Gate in front of him also seemed to respond. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor dazzling lights. It opened just like the most ordinary door. Accompanied by a deep and prolonged mechanical sound, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed bottomless. An ancient and mysterious aura rushed out from the passage, making one involuntarily feel a sense of awe. Upon seeing the Gate of Apocalypse, Tan Xingjiang's eyes instantly lit up. Even with his status, a trace of surprise and greed couldn't help but surface in his gaze. After all, this was the legendary Gate of Apocalypse, the place where 7 origin artifacts had once emerged. Even true divine artifacts are insignificant when compared to the origin artifacts. It was precisely because of this that such a terrifying war broke out back then, even to the point of shattering the ancient origin artifact, which finally brought about a brief period of peace. Mr. Zhuge, it's time to return the ancient key of Apocalypse to me, Tan Xingjiang said coldly. The transfer professionals following behind him also exuded a dangerous aura. It was clear that if Zhuge Qianqing intended to seize the ancient key of Apocalypse, a fierce battle would break out before they could even enter the Gate of Apocalypse. Of course, the ancient key of Apocalypse rightfully belongs to Director Tan. Zhuge Qianqing nodded and handed the fake ancient key of Apocalypse to Tan Xingjiang. Mr. Zhuge is indeed a clever man. After retrieving the ancient key of Apocalypse, Tan Xingjiang revealed a faint smile. At that moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind, causing Tan Xingjiang's expression to freeze instantly. The Gate of Apocalypse actually exists in this world? Truly astonishing. President Wang Lichuan and Vice President Chen Kai of the Qingqing Job Changers Guild led a group of job changers and appeared in the valley. Tan Xingjiang's face immediately darkened. It was already bad enough that Zhuge Qianqing came to take a share of the spoils, but now even the people from the Job Changers Guild were here? You called them? Tan Xingjiang gritted his teeth and questioned Zhuge Qianqing. Director Tan thinks I, Zhuge Qianqing, would do something so foolish? Zhuge Qianqing raised an eyebrow and retorted. At this moment, Zhuge Qianqing was also somewhat puzzled as to why the people from the Job Changers Guild had received the news. But soon, he seemed to think of something and cast a glance at Yilin, intentionally or unintentionally. From the perspective of motive, the person most likely to have called the Job Changers Guild was Yilin. After all, if Zhuge Qianqing wanted to make a move against him, the more chaotic the situation became, the more it would benefit him. This kid really was a little fox. Zhuge Qianqing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Haha, Mr. Zhuge, Director Tan, what a coincidence. Are you also here treasure hunting? How about taking me along? Wang Lichuan laughed heartily. President Wang, you haven't put in any effort, yet you want a share of the spoils as soon as you arrive. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tan Xingjiang said coldly. That's true. How about this, then? Let the members of our Transferees Guild take the lead and scout the way for you. What do you think? Wang Lichuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, Tan Xingjiang's expression finally softened a bit. What dangers lie within the Gate of Apocalypse, they didn't know either. If the Job Changers Guild could be used as cannon fodder, he was naturally happy to oblige. At this point, he had no better solution. After all, since Wang Lichuan had come, it was impossible for him to leave empty-handed. In that case, let's do as President Wang suggested, Tan Xingjiang said, pinching his nose. Ha, thank you, Director Tan. Director Tan, you're so generous. Wang Lichuan smiled extremely happily and led the group toward the Gate of Revelation. As he passed by Yilin, he cast a glance at him but did not greet him. Yilin, pretending to know nothing, calmly followed behind Wang Lichuan and the others into the Gate of Revelation. The pitch-black passage extended deep into the Gate of Revelation. The world behind the door was not as fantastical as Yilin had imagined, nor was it a scene filled with monsters everywhere. On the contrary, it was extremely quiet all around, with nothing in sight, so silent that one could even hear their own breathing. After passing through the pitch-black passage, another door appeared ahead. This time, it was a metal door just wide enough for one person to pass through, engraved with a very modern circuit pattern, faintly glowing. This door is completely out of place with its surroundings, as if it had been forcibly torn from another world. Why is there another door? Could this be the true Gate of Apocalypse?
apocalypse? When Wang Lichuan and the others saw this door, a look of confusion appeared in their eyes. They turned their heads to look at Tan Xingjiang, as the ancient apocalypse key was in his possession. Tan Xingjiang steadied himself, then stepped forward and gently pressed the ancient key of Tianqi against the door. Yilin also cooperatively took a few steps forward, appearing as if he was simply curious about how the door would open. As Yilin's stomach heated up, the metal door in front of him suddenly opened with a roar. A strong light burst forth from behind the door, instantly illuminating the entire dark passage. The intense light was so blinding that everyone couldn't open their eyes. It took them a while to adjust before they could finally see again, and when they saw the scene behind the metal door, they were instantly stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. How could the world behind the gate of apocalypse be like this? This is impossible. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Some even rubbed their eyes and slapped themselves, trying to convince themselves that everything before them was just an illusion. But unfortunately, the pain they felt told them that everything in front of them was real. It's no wonder everyone was so shocked. Even Yilin was full of disbelief, because after the gate of apocalypse opened, what appeared before them was Qingcheng. However, the Qingcheng before their eyes was clearly somewhat different from the Qingcheng they lived in. The towering city walls, winding streets, and verdant trees had all turned into broken walls and ruins, a desolate wasteland. On the main street, cold rubble was scattered, and dust filled the air, as if a catastrophic disaster had just occurred. A gust of wind swept through, carrying an indescribable sense of desolation. The crowd stood motionless, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They had heard that the world behind the gate of apocalypse might be filled with dangers and the unknown, but they never expected to see the scene before them. This Qingcheng before us, is it constructed from an illusion? Or what exactly is going on? Wang Lichuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. I don't know, maybe we'll find out if we go inside. Perhaps there are living people in there. Tan Xingjiang shook his head and said. Everyone suppressed the shock in their hearts. Having come this far, no matter what lay ahead, there was no way they would turn back. The people from the Job Changers Guild scouted ahead, while Zhuge Qianqing and the investigators followed behind them. As they entered this ruined version of Qingcheng, they discovered that the place was filled with traces of battles everywhere, as if a terrifying war had destroyed everything in Qingcheng. Broken and shattered pieces of equipment were scattered all over the ground, swords, spears, staffs, rings, wands, and magical tomes. But the eerie thing was, not only were there no living creatures, but as they walked along, they didn't even see a single corpse, whether human or monster, not even a single bone. A faint sense of unease loomed over everyone's hearts. The unknown is always the most terrifying thing. Zhuge Qianqing crouched down, reaching out to pick up a delicate piece of metal debris. Its edges were sharp, and it was engraved with ancient runes, as if narrating a tale of past glory. What is it, Mr. Zhuge? Did you discover something? The others quickly turned to Zhuge Qianqing, hoping to get answers from him. Just a small discovery, I suppose. Zhuge Qianqing raised the metal fragment in his hand and said softly, this is a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, with the passage of time, it has lost all its value. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Looking across the entire Qingcheng, you wouldn't find a single divine artifact, would you? Yet now, they had actually found a fragment of a divine artifact in this ruined version of Qingcheng? What kind of intense and terrifying battle could it have been to shatter even divine artifacts? Everyone felt a bit stifled in their hearts. In the time that followed, they went to the Job Changers Guild, the Investigation Bureau, the small courtyard where Zhuge Qianqing resided, and all the famous landmarks in Qingcheng. But without exception, all these places had already turned into ruins, and similarly, not a single corpse could be found. The entire Qingcheng seemed to have become a ghost town. There was nothing, no danger, no opportunities. All that remained was a desolate land, a gray, overcast sky, and a wasteland of steel and concrete. Everyone's expressions turned extremely grim. This was nothing like the apocalypse gate they had envisioned. President Tan, don't you have the ancient apocalypse key in your hand? That thing isn't reacting? Didn't it give you any guidance or anything? Wang Lichuan asked Tan Xingjiang with a hint of dissatisfaction. I already said no. Tan Xingjiang's expression was also quite unpleasant. Ling Yi, do you have any clues? Zhuge Qianqing lowered his gaze and asked Yilin. No. Yilin shook his head, his expression calm. In fact, the ancient key of apocalypse inside Yilin's stomach had already become restless just moments ago, desperately wanting to rush in a certain direction. Based on Yilin's familiarity with Qingcheng, if he guessed correctly, that direction led to the slums. But Yilin had no intention of telling anyone, because whether it was Wang Lichuan, whom he had summoned, or Zhuge Qianqing, he couldn't trust a single person here. In the face of interests, even biological brothers might kill each other, let alone when it involves a heaven-defying opportunity like the origin ancient artifact. Damn, could it be that there's really nothing behind this gate of apocalypse? Wang Lichuan was a bit restless. Entering the gate of apocalypse only to return empty-handed was something no one would accept. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses and calmly said, in that case, why don't we have everyone search separately? See if we can find anything. If there's danger, just shout. This place is quiet enough for the sound to carry far.
Alright, X2. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan nodded, agreeing to Zhuge Qianqing's proposal. After all, in this ruined version of Qingcheng, there seemed to be no danger at all. The three groups spread out, each heading in a different direction to search. For a moment, Yilin not only had the opportunity to act alone, but the direction he was assigned to happened to lead to the slums. There are not so many coincidences in the world. If there are, it means there is a hidden hand pushing the development of events. Yilin had reason to believe that Zhuge Qianqing had already started to suspect him. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to follow the guidance of the Apocalypse ancient key to the slums. Instead, he searched along the way, entering any building he encountered to see if there was anything to discover. Gradually, the sky began to darken, and the night shrouded the entire Qingcheng. Strangely, in this ruined version of Qingcheng, no stars could be seen, only an expanse of profound darkness. Yilin's face showed no expression as he continued his diligent search work. When he turned around and entered a public restroom, he decisively activated a skill. Earth Escape Technique. Earth Escape Technique. A mage uses their own mental power to control the surrounding earth elements, allowing themselves to move freely underground, with a range not exceeding 50 meters. The professional talent reaches its ultimate sublimation, and the Earth Escape Technique has been enhanced to spatial transference. Forbidden Spell? Spatial Transference. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their own organs to achieve short-distance spatial movement, becoming immune to any physical attacks and most energy attacks during the process. In an instant, space was torn apart, revealing a deep, boundless black void that swallowed Yilin whole, causing him to vanish from the spot. A moment later, another person entered the public restroom. The man, draped in a trench coat, with a tall and slender figure, searched around the public restroom but found no trace of Yilin. The golden frame of his glasses glinted coldly in the dark night. The space before him first shattered completely, then reassembled like a jigsaw puzzle. Yilin's figure flickered in the void and reappeared in the slum he was familiar with. In front of him were dilapidated, low houses, with walls covered in withered vines and moss. The air was filled with an indescribable smell, and everything here was even more dilapidated and desolate than he remembered. Although he had temporarily shaken off everyone, Yilin knew his time was limited. Whether it was Tan Qingjiang, Wang Lichuan, or Zhuge Qianqing, once they suddenly realized someone was missing, they would definitely start searching. He moved forward, guided by the Apocalypse ancient key inside his stomach. After wandering around the slum for about 5 minutes, Yilin stopped in front of a low bungalow. This was the destination indicated by the Apocalypse ancient key. Yilin stood still, a chill rising from the base of his spine all the way to the top of his head, because this low bungalow was his home in the Qingcheng slum. He had lived here for over a decade. There was no way he could mistake it. Yilin's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of horror. Was it a coincidence? Why would the ancient key of Apocalypse guide him to the home of the ruined version of Qingcheng? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Yilin stepped forward and pushed open the door. The interior of the room was dim and cold, as if time had stopped here. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of decay and rot. As soon as the door opened, Yilin's gaze froze on the corner of the room, where an enormous ball of flesh had appeared. This fleshy mass stood over a person's height, its surface uneven and lumpy, as if pieced together from countless chunks of meat. Its color was a sickly purplish red, and it exuded a nauseating, bloody stench. From its surface, countless thin tentacles stretched out, anchoring it to the wall of the bungalow. As soon as Yilin opened the door, the meatball began to throb rhythmically, just like a beating heart. Thump thump thump. This bizarre sight made Yilin's scalp tingle with unease. What on earth was this monster? They searched for so long in the ruined version of Qingcheng and didn't find a single living creature. Could it be because of this monster? Just as Yilin was filled with uncertainty, that monstrous lump of flesh actually spoke. Yilin, you finally arrived. Yilin. This voice seemed to echo directly from the depths of Yilin's heart, filling him with an indescribable sense of eerie horror. This monster knew his name, and it even knew he would appear? Who are you? Yilin quickly suppressed his emotions and asked in return. I am the guardian of the ancient relic of origin. I have waited for you for so many years. Yilin's pupils suddenly contracted. The guardian of the ancient relic of origin? Is there really an 8th origin relic behind the gate of Apocalypse? Suddenly, the massive ball of flesh began to wriggle violently, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Immediately after, a dazzling light burst forth from the ball of flesh, illuminating the entire room. As the light gradually faded, an ancient artifact appeared before Yilin's eyes. The object looked like a balance scale, with an ancient and profound luster, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. The appearance of this balance scale caused the air in the entire room to freeze. On one end of the scale floated a dazzling golden gem, while on the other end was a mass of pitch-black mist. The two seemed to represent light and darkness, locked in eternal opposition. Yilin's heart pounded wildly. He could clearly feel that the balance scale before him contained a power capable of driving all job changers mad. Since you are here, the eternal balance should return to its rightful owner. After spitting out this balance scale, the aura of that meatball noticeably weakened. This ancient artifact of origin belongs to me? Yilin was utterly shocked. Am I really that amazing? The meatball fell silent for a moment before its voice resumed. It used to belong to you. Otherwise, how do you think your immortality came about? Yilin's heart skipped a beat, his pupils suddenly contracting. This lump of flesh actually knew about his immortality? That was his greatest secret. Only the primordial artifact can create such an ability that completely defies logic. The lump of flesh wriggled slightly, and the scale flew toward Yilin, quietly hovering in front of him. As the eternal scale approached, a wave of familiarity, etched deep within his soul, swept over Yilin's entire being. It seemed as if, long ago, this balance scale had always been by his side, becoming a part of his body, fused with his flesh and blood. He cautiously extended his hand, wanting to touch this legendary ancient artifact of origin. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the scale, brilliant starlight suddenly illuminated behind Yilin. The dazzling starlight erupted instantly, like a reversed Milky Way. Yilin felt a powerful suction force pulling at him, and under the starlight, his arm gradually vanished, turning into nothingness. Fear and shock intertwined in Yilin's heart. He retreated repeatedly, finally escaping the range of the starlight. However, his right hand had already been severed at the base, completely disappearing. If he had retreated a bit slower, his entire being might have been obliterated under that starlight. A figure slowly stepped out amidst the starlight. It was a refined middle-aged man dressed in a trench coat, but his face at this moment was filled with coldness. Behind the golden frames of his glasses, his eyes sparkled with starlight. It was none other than Zhuge Qianqing. This was the first time Yilin had seen Zhuge Qianqing make a move, and the sheer terror of it was utterly chilling. With a thought, his vanished right arm regenerated once more. Yilin gripped the scarlet flame staff tightly, his expression complex as he looked at Zhuge Qianqing. Although it had long been anticipated that the two would eventually come to blows, when the moment truly arrived, Yilin still felt a bit uneasy. After forcing Yilin back with a single strike, Zhuge Qianqing paid him no further attention and instead raised his hand to grab at the balance scale. Those who seize the ancient artifact of origin shall die. The fleshy mass began to writhe violently. A chilling wind swept through, carrying a bone-piercing cold. From the ruins, one black figure after another slowly emerged. These figures were tall and twisted, exuding a strong aura of malice that sent chills down one's spine. Their eyes glowed with a crimson light, like beasts ready to devour their prey. After these dark shadows appeared, they completely ignored Yilin, who was closer to them, and charged straight toward Zhuge Qianqing. Starlight annihilation. Zhuge Qianqing gently raised his hand, his movements elegant and composed. Brilliant starlight began to shine bit by bit, converging into a terrifying torrent that swept toward the dark shadows. Where the starlight passed, the shadows dispersed one after another, as if completely turned into nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. Any one of these shadows could probably rival a level 50 or higher job changer, yet under the starlight, they were as fragile as paper. The flesh mass trembled even more violently and cried out in alarm. Yilin, grab the eternal balance and run. I can't hold him off. The eternal balance, as an ancient artifact of origin, possesses the ability of equivalent exchange. This man wants to use the eternal balance to transfer your immortal body to himself. Yilin's heart trembled violently. It made sense. All the logic made sense. There is no such thing as kindness without reason in this world. The profession of an astrologer can glimpse the secrets of the heavens. With Zhuge Qianqing's immense power, he could even see a fragment of the future. Such a powerful profession would naturally face backlash. However, if one possessed immortality, the backlash from glimpsing the future could be rendered negligible. If Zhuge Qianqing intended to scheme against his own immortality, then all of Zhuge Qianqing's previous inexplicable actions, such as taking him as a disciple and gifting him the ancient key of apocalypse, would make perfect sense. Perhaps the ancient key of apocalypse must be in his possession to locate this eternal balance. That deep-seated sense of familiarity engraved in his soul cannot be faked. This eternal balance is undoubtedly closely connected to him. Perhaps, from the very moment he began the job transfer ceremony, Zhuge Qianqing had already started plotting against him. With the terrifying abilities of an astrologer, it is entirely possible. Even now, everything he was doing was still within Zhuge Qianqing's calculations. A deep sense of fear rose in Yilin's heart. To be enemies with such a person, anyone would surely find it impossible to eat or sleep in peace. You talk too much. Blade of the stars. Zhuge Qianqing raised a slender finger and pointed at the mass of flesh. Countless swords formed from starlight appeared out of thin air, densely packed, filling the entire sky. These swords emitted a cold and dangerous aura, instantly piercing through the mass of flesh, turning it into a sea urchin. Foul-smelling pus continuously oozed from its wounds. The stench was like stuffing durian and stinky tofu into socks worn by someone with athlete's foot for 2 months, then heating it in a microwave. The mass of flesh began to writhe violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Yilin, take the eternal balance and go quickly. As soon as the words fell, the mass of flesh was completely shredded by the starlight-forged blade, leaving not even a trace of blood or flesh behind, as if it had never existed. The eternal balance transformed into a streak of light, flying toward Yilin at
at an incredible speed. Yilin raised his hand to grab the eternal balance while secretly gathering power, preparing to cast a forbidden spell. As long as he could obtain the eternal balance, he would immediately use spatial teleportation to escape. With his immortal body, he could continuously perform spatial teleportation for instant movement. No matter how terrifying Zhuge Qianqing was, it would be impossible to catch up with him in a short time. But just as his hand touched the eternal balance, the familiar starlight appeared once again. The hand Yilin extended was directly obliterated. Zhuge Qianqing's power was too terrifying. Yilin gritted his teeth, and with a thought, his severed arm quickly regenerated. Blood flames ignited on his body, and at the same time, Yilin raised his staff and cast a fireball spell toward Zhuge Qianqing. The Great Sumera Seal had been refined by him to 3 stars, boosting his mental power to a terrifying 160%. Coupled with the Crimson Flame Staff's inherent 50% power bonus to fire spells, the fireball spell unleashed by Yilin in the burning samsara state, fully elevated to the level of a forbidden spell, had a power that could even make a level 60 class changer turn pale. A crimson gold sun hurtled toward Zhuge Qianqing, its scorching heat instantly vaporizing the surrounding buildings. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Yet, in the face of such a terrifyingly powerful strike, Zhuge Qianqing remained unfazed. Yilin, no matter how strong a forbidden spellcaster combined with immortality may be, you're still only level 25. Stop making futile struggles. Zhuge Qianqing spoke indifferently, then raised his hand as starlight brilliance flashed, directly extinguishing the crimson gold sun. Yilin naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death as Zhuge Qianqing suggested. To attack the enemy is to save oneself. He had to attack Zhuge Qianqing to the point where he couldn't spare any attention for him, only then would he have a chance to grab the eternal balance and escape. Flame impact, wall of fire, flame jet, fireball spell, rain of fire descends. One basic fire skill after another was unleashed by Yilin as if his life depended on it, and under the extreme sublimation, they all transformed into forbidden spells. Illumination spell. The surrounding air seemed to ignite instantly, with scorching flames raging wildly around Yilin, turning the nearby houses and streets into a sea of fire. Every fire-based skill was as terrifying as divine punishment, with countless flames sweeping out and turning everything around Zhuge Qianqing into ashes. Under the relentless bombardment of one forbidden spell after another, even a level 60 job changer would be terrified and pale-faced. Yet within the sea of fire, Zhuge Qianqing's figure flickered in and out of sight, as if the scorching heat capable of melting steel had no effect on him. Yilin, don't you understand yet? In the face of absolute power, struggling is futile. Starlight confinement. Zhuge Qianqing let out a soft cry, and the starlight gathered together, forming a mysterious cube. It slowly rose from the sea of flames, and the surrounding high temperatures vanished the moment they came into contact with the cube. The cube flickered and disappeared, reappearing in front of Yilin, directly enveloping him. Yilin felt as if his body was being crushed by an invisible mountain, making even the slightest movement of his fingers difficult. He exerted all his strength to break free from this restraint, but the force seemed endless, completely beyond his ability to resist. The best way to deal with an enemy possessing immortality is to freeze, seal, or imprison them. Fortunately, Yilin had already anticipated this situation before coming to the gate of apocalypse. Shield of the Stars. The moment it was unleashed, the Shield of the Stars sublimated to its peak, transforming into the celestial star Annihilation. Yilin's eyes became as dazzling as the stars, as if an endless power of the stars was converging, seemingly drawn by some force, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Yilin's body swelled rapidly like a balloon. 5 seconds. He had tested it before. The starburst explosion only took 5 seconds from activation to complete detonation. As long as the self-destruction succeeded, Zhuge Qianqing's confinement on him would be lifted. However, Zhuge Qianqing's next move made Yilin's heart sink to rock bottom. Playing with the power of stars in front of me, do you think so little of me as an astrologer? Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, and in the next moment, the starlight power accumulated within Yilin's body receded rapidly like a tide, causing Yilin's expression to change drastically. Could the gap in strength between Zhuge Qianqing and him be so vast that even self-detonation in front of the opponent was a luxury? Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and grasped the eternal balance, holding it firmly. Even with Zhuge Qianqing's temperament, a trace of fervor involuntarily surged in his eyes at this moment. One of the 7 ancient artifacts of origin, the eternal balance, truly exquisite and unparalleled. Zhuge Qianqing exclaimed in admiration, but then couldn't help coughing violently. Mouthfuls of fresh blood were coughed out, staining the front of his clothes red. Zhuge Qianqing's entire aura also weakened significantly. Tisk, Yilin, you almost really dragged me to death. I've overused divination and suffered from the heavens' backlash, so my life was already nearing its end. Drawing upon the power of the stars was nothing short of adding fuel to the fire. But alas, in the end, it was still just short. Perhaps this is what they call the will of the heavens. Zhuge Qianqing let out a bitter laugh, holding the eternal balance in his hand, and walked up to Yilin, calmly gazing at him. When did you start suspecting me? Always. What a pity. body. If you had completely trusted me, this process might have been a little less painful. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head somewhat regretfully, holding the eternal balance in one hand while placing the other on Yilin's head. In an instant, the eternal balance radiated a dazzling and brilliant light. Yilin clearly felt a powerful suction coming from above his head. His consciousness began to blur bit by bit, and something within his body seemed to be frantically drawn out by the eternal balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. Yilin let out a hysterical roar. As an immortal, his tolerance for pain had long reached an astonishing level. Even having his limbs severed or his heart and liver gouged out would hardly move Yilin. Yet even so, at this moment, he felt an immense pain that was beyond words. This pain was as if an invisible pair of giant hands were tearing his soul into pieces bit by bit, a torment far beyond any physical pain. Before Yilin's eyes, a montage of his past experiences began to unfold, scene after scene. The aura of death grew increasingly intense, and Yilin could clearly feel his immortality slipping away bit by bit. Yilin wanted to resist, but his body was completely out of his control, leaving him to watch helplessly as Zhuge Qianqing acted recklessly. Just as the soul-tearing pain reached its peak, a dazzling light shot skyward from within Yilin. Amidst the radiance, a faintly visible, exquisitely crafted black scale could be seen, resonating with the eternal scale in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. This half-scale seemed to emerge directly from the depths of Yilin's soul, carrying an ancient and mysterious power. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the half-scale was covered with countless dense cracks, as if it would completely collapse with the slightest touch. Yilin's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his muscles uncontrollably twitching. He could distinctly feel that his immortality was gone. The previous feeling of a single thought causing cells to rapidly replicate and reproduce had vanished without a trace. At this moment, he was nothing more than an ordinary forbidden spellcaster. He endured the intense pain and raised his eyes to look at the half-black balance scale. Was it this thing that had created his immortal body? Why did this thing look somewhat like the eternal balance? Could it be that the eternal balance has two scales? Countless questions filled Yilin's mind. At this moment, the eternal balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand suddenly began to tremble violently, as if trying to break free from his control and rush toward that half-black balance. Meanwhile, that half-black balance also seemed eager to return to Yilin's body. Stars forever anchored. Zhuge Qianqing calmly raised his hand, the radiant power of the stars gathering at his fingertips. He focused on two tasks simultaneously, gently tapping both the eternal balance and the half-black balance. The black balance scale was suppressed by the power of the stars, unable to fly toward Yilin again. The restless eternal balance also calmed down instantly, as strands of black aura continuously emerged from it, only to be annihilated by the power of the stars. When the black aura completely disappeared, the eternal balance had astonishingly transformed into a golden fragment. It was no longer restless but quietly floated in the palm of Zhuge Qianqing. The golden fragment resonated with the black half of the balance scale from afar, emanating an awe-inspiring ancient aura. This scene left Yilin completely stunned. Why did half of a balance scale appear inside his body? Why had the eternal balance become a golden fragment? Could it be that half of the origin ancient artifact, the eternal balance, had always been inside him? The eternal balance, one light and one dark. When the eternal balance tilts, the ability on one side will be infinitely magnified. The one who controls the eternal balance will grow stronger as the sun rises, reaching invincibility at the moment of noon. As the sun sets, the controller's strength will gradually weaken, but their body's recovery ability will increase significantly. Until the night fully falls, at the moment of midnight, they will possess immortality. Possessing the dual abilities of immortality and invincibility, the eternal balance is also hailed as the strongest ancient artifact of origin. Unfortunately, in this world, the eternal balance no longer exists. This item was already destroyed in successive great wars 10,000 years ago. Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be talking to himself, yet it also felt like he was speaking to Yilin. And the complete eternal balance also possesses an extremely heaven-defying ability of equivalent exchange. As long as both parties are willing, anything can be exchanged equivalently, whether it's level, profession, lifespan, or even gender. When the eternal balance still existed, the forbidden spellcaster was the strongest SSS class profession, bar none. This was because as long as a level 90 job changer performed an equivalent exchange with a forbidden spellcaster, transferring their level over, a level 90 forbidden spellcaster could be instantly created. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing with suspicion and uncertainty, then asked, "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Zhuge Qianqing's pale face suddenly revealed a smile. He did not answer Yilin but instead raised his hand and adjusted his glasses. Half of a black balance scale and that golden fragment floated in front of Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes revealed an indescribable focus, as if he had completely immersed himself in another world. The power of the stars danced like lively spirits between Zhuge Qianqing's 10 slender fingers, as if an artist were performing a high-difficulty symphony. Golden fragments trembled slightly under the embrace of the power of the stars, as if responding to his summons. Subsequently, these golden fragments were refined by the brilliant power power of the stars, forming a mass of golden liquid. Zhuge Qianqing began coughing violently again, his face growing even paler, yet his hands did not pause for even a moment. Guided by Zhuge Qianqing's fingers, the mass of golden liquid flowed gently like a lively stream toward the half-black balance scale. Under the urging of the power of the stars, the half-black balance scale began to emit a faint glow. The light was warm and mysterious, as if it contained a vigorous vitality. Golden liquid began to seep into the fine cracks along the half-black balance. Yilin was astonished, hardly able to believe his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be repairing that half-black balance. This is the legendary origin ancient artifact. Under Yilin's shocked gaze, the fine cracks on the half-black balance were indeed being repaired bit by bit. Zhuge Qianqing was like the most exquisite master craftsman in the world, his 10 fingers flying as he precisely repaired every crack and seam on the balance. As time passed, the originally awkward-looking half-black balance unexpectedly radiated a dazzling brilliance. A completely intact balance appeared before Yilin, looking identical to the eternal balance, except it no longer emitted two colors of light gold and black but instead flowed with a profound black luster. The balance tilted to one side, as if capable of devouring everything in time. At this moment, Zhuge Qianqing was so weak he could barely stand. His face was so pale that even a 1,000-year-old zombie would lose a bit of its young energy if it came near him. The moment Zhuge Qianqing reached out and grasped the black balance, his pale complexion instantly turned rosy, and his entire being seemed to regain vitality. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with this state. Back when he activated the ability of immortality, he was in the same condition. Looks like I succeeded. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes were filled with surprise and delight. But when he raised his gaze to look at Yilin again, a cold and ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then you're useless too. He raised his hand, his palm brewing with the dazzling power of the stars, a terrifying force capable of obliterating Yilin, who had lost his immortality hundreds of times over. Watching Zhuge Qianqing raise his hand and press toward him, Yilin felt a surge of intense fear in his heart, his pupils contracting sharply. Having possessed immortality, he had never considered the possibility of his own death. When death truly descended upon him, Yilin finally understood just how terrifying it was. He closed his eyes in despair, but the excruciating pain he imagined did not come. Instead, he only felt a warm, large hand ruffling his head. I was just scaring you, silly boy. With a loud thud, Zhuge Qianqing's body collapsed to the ground like a toppled golden mountain and jade pillar. Yilin's eyes widened as he gasped for air, his gaze still carrying a trace of terror. Am I still alive? The despair shrouded by death made Yilin's mind stop thinking. At the same time, a familiar power returned to his body. Yilin clearly felt that his immortal body had come back, and it seemed even stronger than before. When he lowered his head, he realized that Zhuge Qianqing had already fallen to the ground, barely breathing. Yilin hurriedly helped Zhuge Qianqing up, his gaze complex as he looked at Zhuge Qianqing. He couldn't understand why Zhuge Qianqing, who could have taken his immortality, chose to return it to him instead. In this world, is there truly anyone who can resist the temptation brought by eternal immortality? Moreover, why exactly did Zhuge Qianqing do this? Why? Yilin couldn't understand. Putting himself in someone else's shoes, if he were Zhuge Qianqing, he would definitely kill himself without hesitation and then seize the immortal body. Zhuge Qianqing coughed, blood gushing from his mouth, yet a smile appeared on his face. What exactly did I do to make you disrespect me so much that you won't even call me teacher? Teacher. Hearing that Zhuge Qianqing still had the mood to joke, Yilin felt conflicted. It seemed he didn't understand this convenient teacher of his at all. Don't worry, you guessed right. I've actually been scheming against you all along. Zhuge Qianqing calmly gazed at the ceiling, seemingly indifferent to the impending death, and began to speak slowly. But I schemed against you, not for your immortal body, but for the future of the human race. Do you know? When I observed the stars at night, I saw countless endings for my daughter Nini's future, but in all those countless futures, she would die at the same point in time. Even if I myself obtained an immortal body, or even gave the immortal body to Nini, she would still die at that point in time, in various ways. In the futures I saw, she died 136,705,023 times. Zhuge Qianqing's tone was very calm, but Yilin felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Watching his most beloved biological daughter die more than 100 million times with his own eyes, this was simply the cruelest torture in the world for a father. Once could be a coincidence, but if 136,750,023 futures are all the same, it can no longer be a coincidence. For such a situation to occur, there can only be one explanation. A deep worry flashed through Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. That is to say, at that point in time, it is very likely that the entire Great Xia, and even the entire human civilization, would have been completely wiped out. Yilin's breathing instantly became rapid. What kind of catastrophe could it be that would wipe out the entire human race? Even those with immortal bodies would not be spared? Yilin, only your future is something I cannot fully see. The Great Tao is 50, heaven evolves 49, and one escapes. You are very likely to be that one. Yilin scratched his head. Teacher, how about you speak in Mandarin?
I can't quite understand classical Chinese. Between heaven and earth, the laws governing the operation and development of all things total 50. Zhuge Qianqing pointed to the sky and continued speaking. This heaven can only derive 49, and the one that is hidden away is the variable. Perhaps, you are the only one who can change the future of the human race. In the glimpse of the future I saw, there are 6 people fighting alongside you. I have noted down their characteristics. They will come to you on their own. Do not refuse their requests. Zhuge Qianqing handed a brocade pouch to Yilin. I'm sorry, Yilin. Forgive me for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. From now on, you may have to endure a lot of hardships. Yilin looked at the brocade pouch, his expression complex, and then he spoke. Teacher, when catastrophe strikes, no one can remain unaffected, right? Zhuge Qianqing had already demonstrated through his actions that his immortality was not without flaws. If the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, they could imprison him and forcibly strip away his origin ancient artifact. How can there be intact eggs under a toppled nest? If the entire Great Xia and even the entire human race were to be annihilated, Yilin did not believe he could survive alone. Yilin carefully placed the brocade pouch into the Great Sumeru ring, then proceeded to ask further questions. By the way, teacher, what was that meatball claiming to be the guardian of the ancient origin artifact all about? Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but laugh and shake his head upon hearing this. He's no guardian of the ancient origin artifact. That thing is a fragmentary incarnation of the demon clan's butterfly emperor. Its purpose is to use a piece of the eternal balance to lure out the half of the eternal balance within your body. Inside the gate of apocalypse, ancient origin artifacts can be forcibly stripped away. If you truly touch that fake eternal balance, you're done for. I was originally worried about not finding suitable materials to repair the damaged eternal balance within you, so I simply went along with the plan. There's nothing better than using the material of the eternal balance itself for the repair. Yilin's emotions were somewhat complicated, and he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, since that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? You brat, you're so suspicious. If I had explained it to you in advance, would you have believed me? Zhuge Qianqing chuckled helplessly. Yilin fell silent. He wanted to refute Zhuge Qianqing, but it was obvious that, already suspicious of Zhuge Qianqing, he would certainly think Zhuge Qianqing had ulterior motives, even if he had heard this explanation in advance. When Zhuge Qianqing was scheming against the demon clan, he conveniently calculated his own possible reactions as well. Flawless strategy. These 4 words suddenly surfaced in Yilin's mind. Nothing could better describe Zhuge Qianqing than these 4 words. Zhuge Qianqing started coughing again, his already weak breath now as faint as a thread. Yilin's heart tightened suddenly, panic flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly supported Zhuge Qianqing's faltering body. Yilin, can I ask you for one more favor? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge Qianqing spoke slowly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Teacher, if possible, for the sake of me helping you repair the ancient artifact of origin, please take care of Nini for me. She is the only one I can't let go of in this world. All right. Yilin nodded with a complicated expression. Thank you. Zhuge Qianqing revealed a smile, his pupils gradually beginning to lose focus. Strange, I clearly calculated the date of my own death long ago, so why am I still so reluctant to let go? The renowned Mr. Zhuge, known throughout the world, has passed away. He died inside the Gate of Revelation, which people flocked to, in a shabby little house. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse, his expression extremely complicated. Zhuge Qianqing, in his eyes, was undoubtedly a figure as awe-inspiring as a towering mountain. Flawless in strategy, it seemed as though everything in the world was under Zhuge Qianqing's control. If Zhuge Qianqing wanted to kill him, the corpse lying on the ground right now would be his own, and Zhuge Qianqing could hold the repaired eternal balance, enjoying immortality. At the very least, he could accompany his daughter and live until the moment the catastrophe arrives. However, Zhuge Qianqing did not. For the sake of Xia, for the sake of the human race, or perhaps for Zhuge and I, he resolutely chose to face death, all for that elusive and uncertain future. Yilin actually couldn't understand, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why in this world there would be someone who could resist the temptation brought by immortality. Why in this world would there be someone willing to calmly face death for the so-called common people of the world? Isn't this foolish behavior? If you die, won't there be nothing left? Yilin couldn't come up with an answer to this question, but Zhuge Qianqing did it right in front of him, which deeply moved Yilin. Teacher, disciple Yilin bids you farewell. Yilin knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing. Since Zhuge Qianqing became his teacher, he never preached any grand principles but taught him the most vivid lesson through words and actions. At this moment, Yilin genuinely acknowledged this teacher from the bottom of his heart. The stars hung high, and the gentle moonlight shone on the dilapidated little house in the slum, making everything seem so peaceful. However, this peace was abruptly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan led a group of people quickly approaching this direction. The commotion caused by Zhuge Qianqing's actions just now was too loud and naturally drew them over. Tan Qingjiang's face was grim. When his gaze swept over Zhuge Qianqing, who was lying lifeless on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted,
and he questioned sharply, "You killed Mr. Zhuge?" Yilin ignored him, simply taking out a piece of cloth, wetting it with water, and beginning to wipe the bloodstains off Zhuge Qianqing's body.
My teacher was a dignified person during his lifetime. For his final journey, we cannot let him leave in such a disgraceful manner. Speak up, what exactly happened here? Did you kill Mr. Zhuge? Did you obtain something?
Tan Xinjiang demanded sharply. In his view, anything that could provoke Zhuge Qianqing into such a fierce fight must be an extraordinary treasure. Seeing that Yilin still ignored him and continued wiping the bloodstains off Zhuge Qianqing's body, Tan Xinjiang signaled to one of his subordinates nearby.
Go, seize Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. Zhuge Qianqing is already dead, yet this man is still acting so cautiously. Perhaps the treasure is still on Zhuge Qianqing's body. Tan Xinjiang's subordinate instantly made a move, drawing a blade and charging toward Yilin.
The blade's energy surged through the relatively small room, catching everyone's attention. Just from the commotion of the attack, it was clear that the attacker was at least level 40.
Hand it over.
That person slashed directly at Yilin with a blade, while his other hand reached straight for Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. However, Yilin didn't even turn his head. Instead, blood-red flames ignited on his body, and he murmured softly in a voice only he could hear.
Teacher, sacrificing your life to save such scum, do you really not regret it? Tree growth technique.
Under extreme sublimation, the tree growth technique instantly transformed into the forbidden spell, Descent of the Wood Realm. In an instant, the ground beneath began to tremble, plunging into a state of complete upheaval, as if some colossal entity was about to awaken from beneath the earth.
A vine emerged from the ground, reaching out to block the blade energy.
The blade energy slashed by that person appeared as fragile as paper before the seemingly delicate vine, dissipating instantly into nothingness. Immediately, countless green vines emerged from the ground, firmly binding the man in midair, preventing him from getting even a step closer to Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. He tried to struggle, only to find that the more he struggled, the tighter the vines constricted him.
Those who disturb Mr. Zhuge's rest shall be executed without mercy.
Yilin stood up, then raised his hand and gently placed it on the head of the knife-wielding man.
No, impossible. What did you do to me? Ah!
The man's face changed drastically, staring at Yilin in terror and letting out a piercing wail.
Immediately after, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes.
The man's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and orderly gaps started appearing on his skin, as if countless invisible forces were devouring his body. Bit by bit, he began to disintegrate. Tan Xinjiang and the others widened their eyes, staring in horror at the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying sight. The man's wails gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely, leaving not even a trace behind, as if he had never existed. At this moment, a series of prompts echoed in Yilin's mind. Devoured level 42 job changer *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increase lifespan by 45 years, experience points by 420, strength attribute by 4 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and spirit attribute by 1 point. The Eternal Balance, an ancient artifact of origin, completely tilted toward the dark side after being repaired by Zhuge Qianqing. Although it lost the attribute of being invincible at noon, it permanently retained the ability of immortality. Due to the balance tilting toward the dark side, the original equivalent exchange ability of the Eternal Balance transformed into endless devouring. Although it can no longer transfer others' levels and attributes to itself as before, it gained a new ability to plunder others.
For Yilin, this was already enough. What exactly did you do?
Tan Xinjiang was both shocked and furious. His subordinate had just vanished into thin air, as if swallowed whole by some invisible monster.
Wang Lichuan's expression at this moment was also filled with uncertainty and suspicion.
When they were trading at the Transferee Guild earlier, he thought Yilin was quite easygoing, but he never expected him to be so terrifying when taking action. Facing Tan Xinjiang's questioning, Yilin didn't say much, merely taking out the scarlet flame staff. Yilin did not possess the magnanimity of his teacher, Zhuge Qianqing, who cared for the world. He only knew that an eye for an eye would never end, and it was better to resolve enmity than to create it. He had killed Tan Xinjiang's subordinates, and Tan Xinjiang would surely hold a grudge against him. So, he might as well kill Tan Xinjiang and his entire group, then use Endless Devour to consume everything completely, leaving no trace behind. In this way, the enmity would be resolved.
Tan Xinjiang and his group had not yet recovered from their shock.
Without any fluctuation of power, a living person was directly obliterated. They had never seen such a bizarre method before.
I understand now. Did you obtain the 8th origin ancient artifact?
Tan Xinjiang exclaimed with a mix of shock and joy, his eyes filled with greedy light. This was, after all, the interior of the Gate of Apocalypse. Anything that could make Zhuge Qianqing fight so fiercely, even to the point of death, must either be an origin ancient artifact or a treasure no less powerful than one. If the other party possesses an origin ancient artifact, then everything can be explained clearly. Origin ancient artifacts are synonymous with terror.
Upon hearing this, Wang Lichuan and the others couldn't help but breathe heavily. That was an origin ancient artifact, something that even the top-tier transcenders would covet.
However, the people from from the Transcender Guild did not take action but instead chose to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Yilin offered no explanation. With a raise of his hand, he unleashed a fully powered fireball spell. A crimson gold sun appeared high in the sky and hurtled toward Tan Xingjiang and the others.
Tan Xingjiang's expression changed, and he quickly retreated.
With a flip of his palm, a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. The bow was made of a dark golden material, exuding a sharp luster, while the bowstring was woven from an unknown silver fiber, radiating a chilling aura. A glint of cold light flashed in Tan Xingjiang's eyes as he swiftly drew the bowstring tight, aiming at the incoming crimson gold sun. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out as Tan Xingjiang released his fingers, and the bow and arrow in his hand turned into a meteor, shooting straight at the center of the fireball. The moment the arrow made contact with the fireball, it was as if Hui were shooting the sun. The fireball was directly torn apart
by the arrow's force. The explosive flames were forcibly suppressed, transforming into countless fire snakes that scattered away. "Cover me!" Tan Xingjiang issued orders to his subordinates, then immediately tightened the bowstring again, aiming the arrowhead at Yilin.
He is a level 62 holy bow hunter, and at this distance, he is fully confident in hitting the target with every shot. The sharp arrow turned into a streak of light, aiming straight for Yilin's forehead. Before the arrow even arrived, Yilin's forehead already felt a sharp pain.
Earth escape technique.
Whoosh! The earth escape technique was sublimated to the extreme, transforming into spatial teleportation.
Yilin's figure shattered like a jigsaw puzzle, and the deadly arrow fell into empty space. Wood element magic, fire element magic, and now earth element magic. What on earth is this kid's profession?
Tan Xingjiang exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury.
How could one person possibly master three completely different types of magic at the same time? Could he be an elemental mage? Just as he was in utter shock, Yilin's figure reappeared. Instead of choosing to flee, he ghosted behind a tall, thin man like a phantom. Yilin is not one to hold grudges. He usually settles scores on the spot, and if he's not strong enough, he waits until the next meeting to settle them. This tall, thin man had previously tried to kill him in the Investigation Bureau's prison. A drop of kindness deserves a gushing spring in return, and Yilin naturally repays in kind. Surging Water Veil. Professional talent ultimate sublimation activated.
Surging Water Veil has been enhanced to Wrath of the Sea God.
Forbidden spell?
Wrath of the Sea God. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices their own 2 kidneys, gathers surrounding water elements, and summons the phantom of the sea god's trident. When this forbidden spell is cast in a water-rich environment, its power is amplified by 200%. The water elements in the surrounding air instantly went into a frenzy, continuously converging to form the phantom of a golden trident. A terrifying aura surged from the trident, as if the surrounding space was locked by this immense power. The tall, thin man felt a chill down his spine, his hair standing on end. A strong sense of impending doom terrified him to his core. He wanted to flee, but it was already too late. The golden trident phantom plunged fiercely toward the tall, thin man.
"No, my lord, save me."
The tall, thin man was horrified. He mustered all his strength to escape, but the golden trident, like a relentless shadow, locked onto him and pierced straight through his back. Blood gushed from the tall, thin man's mouth. He could clearly feel his life force continuously draining away. When his gaze met Yilin's cold, indifferent eyes, he instinctively felt that those eyes seemed somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't recall why, as his consciousness slowly sank into darkness. "This time, let's see where you can run." Tan Xingjiang drew his bow and knocked an arrow once again, a sharp arrow shooting straight toward Yilin's forehead. He actually had the chance to save the tall, thin man just now, but he didn't. Compared to killing Yilin and seizing the ancient artifact of origin, the tall, thin man's life seemed insignificant. It must be said, Tan Xingjiang chose his timing very well, striking precisely when Yilin's old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to arise. If it were an ordinary mage here, continuously casting force skills would definitely cause some degree of exhaustion. But unfortunately, what he is facing is Yilin, this monster. After the eternal balance was repaired by Zhuge Qianqing, Yilin's immortality became even more terrifying, reaching the point of regenerating from a single drop of blood.
The organs he just sacrificed could even regrow in just a few breaths. Earth escape technique. Yilin's figure disappeared once again, and when he reappeared, it was with another seemingly ordinary skill that directly took the life of one of Tan Xingjiang's subordinates.
Tan Xingjiang was filled with both fear and shock. He hadn't expected Yilin to perform another teleportation in such a short time. Could it be that this guy's skills had no cost or cooldown? Attack him for me. Tan Xingjiang was clearly someone who had been through many storms. He forced himself to calm down and then once again drew his bow and knocked an arrow. What? However, this time, he did not act rashly but instead let his subordinates attack Yilin first. Skills like this, which allow for teleportation, are indeed powerful, but as long as one pays close attention during their execution, it is possible to detect spatial fluctuations and predict the opponent's landing point. By then, the opponent would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Tan Xingjiang's subordinates launched their attacks one after another: flames, frost, thunder, fierce winds, sword beams, blade energy, and various skills, all hurled toward Yilin in an overwhelming barrage. barrage. This time, Yilin did not choose to evade using spatial teleportation but instead directly raised his hand. The Great Sumeru Ring activated instantly. The attacks from Tan Xingjiang's subordinates, as long as they were in energy form, were instantly devoured by an invisible force the moment they touched Yilin's body, all flowing into the ancient ring on Yilin's hand. The Great Sumeru Ring, runes flowing, radiance flickering, as if a universe shrunk countless times was spinning within. In an instant, the mental power boost of the Great Sumeru Ring, refined to 3 stars, increased from 160% to 220%. As for physical attacks, Yilin dodged when he could and directly endured those he couldn't. With his mental power amplified, Yilin raised his hand and unleashed a group fire-type skill. Shumi conceals mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Shumi Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. Rain of Fire descends. In the ultimate sublimation, the Rain of Fire became a forbidden curse, and the heavenly fire brought about the end of the world. Above the sky, pitch-black clouds gathered like ink, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless crimson-gold flames of extreme heat condensed from within the clouds, then poured down toward Tan Xingjiang and the others with earth-shattering force. Not good. Get out of the way. Tan Xingjiang's expression changed drastically. He sensed the terrifying power of this strike and hurriedly called out to warn. However, the speed of the heavenly fire was too fast and its range too wide. Tan Xingjiang's subordinates had nowhere to hide. They could only watch, helplessly as the rain of fire fell, engulfing their bodies. They struggled in the flames but could not break free, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Tan Xingjiang's expression shifted repeatedly. He simply couldn't understand why a single rain of fire could possess such terrifying power. Seeing Yilin standing there calmly and composed, he gritted his teeth, sweat sliding down his cheeks. Even if he attacked again, it would be impossible to hit the opponent. Since that was the case, a glint of ferocity flashed in Tan Xingjiang's eyes. He then turned and shot an arrow at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. He had already figured it out. Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be extremely important to this man in front of him. Instead of aiming at a target that could teleport, it was much simpler to aim at a dead person. He was gambling that Yilin would try to block this arrow. As long as Yilin wanted to block this arrow, it would inevitably give him a chance for a fatal strike. This arrow, Tan Xingjiang did not hold back at all, unleashing it with a violent aura. With his impressive level of 62, this arrow was enough to leave Zhuge Qianqing's body utterly destroyed. However, just as the arrow was about to strike Zhuge Qianqing's corpse, a violent fluctuation rippled through the space ahead. Yilin's body teleported in an instant, appearing in front of Zhuge Qianqing. The arrow shot by Tan Xingjiang instantly pierced through Yilin's chest. The violent force carried by the arrow then exploded with a thunderous roar, blasting a head-sized bloody hole in Yilin's chest. Seeing this, Tan Xingjiang's eyes revealed a trace of ecstatic joy. He had bet correctly. This kid, he was actually stupid enough to use his own body to shield a dead person from an arrow. Truly, there's no cure for such stupidity. Splat! Some viscous blood kept dripping to the ground from the horrifying wound in Yilin's chest. Such an injury was clearly fatal. Yet Yilin didn't pay attention to his own injury. Instead, he immediately turned his head, and only after confirming that Zhuge Qianqing's corpse was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Kid, I have to admit, your strength is indeed terrifying. I almost fell into your hands. But unfortunately, you're just too stupid. Tan Xingjiang laughed triumphantly. The thought of soon obtaining the legendary origin ancient artifact filled him with excitement. Just a mere dead man, and you actually shielded him. How utterly ridiculous. Yilin slowly stood up and walked toward Tan Xingjiang. Tan Xingjiang's actions had completely enraged him. Mr. Zhuge might regret it if he knew he died for someone like you. No matter, I'll send you to repent right now. Blood-red flames erupted from Yilin's body, a manifestation of his life force burning wildly. At the same time, strands of muscle fibers wove together like silkworm threads, flesh and blood regenerating in the blink of an eye. Within just a few breaths, the terrifying blood-red hole in Yilin's chest had completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. What do you mean he died for me? Stop spouting nonsense. Tan Xingjiang had just spoken halfway when he was so shocked that he stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, his eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. These injuries were clearly fatal, so how can you recover so quickly? Tan Xingjiang took several steps back, looking at Yilin as if he were staring at a monster. Immediately after, as if he had thought of something, he raised his head to look at the star-studded night sky, and then suddenly came to a realization. I understand. The ancient artifact within you is the eternal balance. Only the eternal balance could grant its wielder such terrifying recovery abilities when the night shrouds the earth. Tan Xingjiang was struck with a chilling realization. No wonder even your simplest skills have such terrifying power. This is another ability of the eternal balance, invincibility. Yilin did not bother to explain further to Tan Xingjiang. Instead, he raised the crimson flame staff and unleashed a triple attack, demonstrating what true relentless bombardment meant. Firewall technique. The moment the crimson flame staff lit up, the entire night sky seemed to be completely ignited by a raging inferno. Scarlet fire curses streaked across the sky like meteors, roaring toward Tan Xingjiang. Fireball spell. Illumination spell. The firelight illuminated the entire night sky, and the flames, carrying destructive power, seemed intent on completely engulfing Tan Xingjiang. Tan Xingjiang's expression changed drastically. He drew his bow and knocked arrows, shooting 3 arrows in succession, desperately trying to counter the fiery onslaught from Yilin. But he quickly realized something absurd. His speed in drawing the bow and knocking arrows was actually slower than Yilin's spellcasting speed. This guy casts spells as if there were no cooldowns or energy consumption, one after another, without even pausing to catch his breath. A mage casting spells faster than an archer's basic attacks. If this got out, it would surely leave countless people utterly stunned. At least Wang Lichuan and the others were already stunned. At least it was their first time seeing a magical machine gun. The surrounding temperature kept rising under Yilin's flame curse, quickly reaching an extremely exaggerated level. Tan Xingjiang's entire body was soaked with sweat. He understood that if this dragged on any longer, even if he wasn't blown to pieces, he would be roasted alive. His gaze locked onto Yilin like an eagle's eyes. Capture the leader to capture the bandits. At this point, Tan Xingjiang could only choose to go all out. Tan Xingjiang gripped the longbow tightly, channeling all his strength madly into the bow. The longbow trembled incessantly in his hands, as if it might shatter at any moment. Divine Demon Parent-Child Arrow. Accompanied by a low shout from Tan Xingjiang, a golden arrow instantly shot through the air, directly blasting toward Yilin. Wherever the arrow passed, it seemed to tear through space itself, scattering all the surrounding flames in its wake. Yilin frowned slightly. He could sense the terrifying power contained in this arrow, so he chose not to confront it head-on but instead utilized spatial teleportation. After all, Tan Xingjiang's level was as high as 62, and it was clearly unwise for someone at level 25 to face him head-on. But just as Yilin's figure was about to disappear, Tan Xingjiang's lips curled into a smug smile, and he raised his hand to grasp. The golden arrow instantly exploded. This arrow was never aimed at Yilin himself, but at the space around him. The previously calm space was instantly thrown into utter chaos by this violent force, forcing Yilin, who was about to vanish into the space, to be shaken out. And after the golden arrow exploded, a black arrow shot out from within, heading straight for the center of Yilin's forehead. Boom! Bang! At this distance, there was no way to dodge. The black arrow turned into a streak of darkness and shot straight into the center of Yilin's forehead. With a thunderous explosion, Yilin's entire body was blown apart into a cloud of blood mist. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere, one severed finger even landing behind Tan Xingjiang. Seeing this, Tan Xingjiang let out a cold snort, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. So what if you possess the eternal balance? It's not midnight right now. No matter how strong your regeneration is, I refuse to believe you can come back from being blasted to pieces. What he didn't notice was that as soon as he finished speaking, the finger behind him began to regenerate wildly. In the span of one breath, a finger grew into a palm. In 2 breaths, a palm grew into an arm and half a shoulder. In 3 breaths, a head connected to the shoulder emerged. Although it was just a head and one hand, it was enough. Yilin raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell at Tan Xingjiang's back. Feeling the terrifying energy rising behind him, Tan Xingjiang finally realized something was wrong. Before he could turn around, a golden spear pierced through him from tail to head, just like skewering a whole roasted lamb. The intense pain made Tan Xingjiang cry out in agony, his whole body convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, the scattered chunks of flesh and blood surged toward Yilin, and in the blink of an eye, his body was completely restored. If not for his clothes, which were now little more than tattered rags, there would be no sign that he'd ever been injured. He crouched down, placing his hand on top of Tan Xingjiang's head and giving it a gentle shake. Ah, I gave you a chance, but you just couldn't cut it, huh? Tan Xingjiang was completely dumbfounded, and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. You can't kill me. I am the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Is that so? I'm so scared. Yilin directly unleashed Endless Devour. Tan Xingjiang screamed miserably as his body was disassembled bit by bit, eventually turning into nourishment for Yilin. Devoured level 62 job changer *1, gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increased lifespan by 2.5 years, 620 experience points, 8 strength attribute points, 4 agility attribute points, and 4 spirit attribute points. This prominent figure of Qingcheng, one of the top individuals, vanished from the world just like that, without leaving a single trace. Oh no, not entirely. He did provide Yilin with quite a lot of experience points. Immediately afterward, Yilin repeated the process and devoured Tan Xingjiang's subordinates as well. After using it multiple times, he also figured out the techniques for utilizing endless devouring. For instance, devouring Tan Xingjiang, a holy bow hunter, provided the most strength attributes, whereas devouring a mage-class transferee provided the most mental attributes. It seems this is likely related to the 3-dimensional attributes of the one being devoured. A few minutes later, Tan Xingjiang and his men had completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only 1 or two occasional bloodstains on the ground as evidence of their existence. Not only killing but also burying, Yilin felt like he was practically a pioneer in environmental protection. After all, if too many corpses pile up without being dealt with, it can easily lead to plagues or similar diseases. The onlooking group led by Wang Lichuan had long been utterly terrified, blown into a bloody mist, yet somehow able to recover? Who can win against such an enemy? They suddenly felt a bit fortunate now that their group chose to stand by and watch instead of rushing forward like Tan Xinjiang. Otherwise, they would probably have been reduced to nothing but bones by now. Seeing Yilin's gaze shift toward them, Wang Lichuan shuddered in fear and quickly spoke up. Ling Yi, you were the one who informed us to come here. You're not planning to wipe us out, are you? How is that possible? I'm not some kind of devil. Yilin smiled brightly, and Wang Lichuan was startled. Then why are you pulling out a staff? I'm asking you, why are you pulling out a staff? Wang Lichuan stepped back several paces. Oh, I'm a mage, so it's quite reasonable for me to carry a staff with me, isn't it? Yilin waved the crimson flame staff in his hand. Did you forget? You made a deal at the Transferee Guild. I even gave you the membership card for the Transferee Guild. We're friends. Wang Lichuan's Adam's apple involuntarily moved up and down, trying to awaken Yilin's conscience. Friends are bad at night, friends goodbye. What responded to him was the firelight glowing at the tip of Yilin's staff. If nothing unexpected happened, if he spared Wang Lichuan and his friends, the whole world would know about his possession of the origin ancient artifact by the next day. By that time, I'm afraid the entire Qingcheng will be turned upside down and dug 3 feet deep. Whether it's Yilin or Ling Yi, those big shots will definitely rather kill the wrong person than let anyone go. You'll die a horrible death. Friend? Seeing that Yilin was really about to make a move, Wang Lichuan's gaze instantly turned venomous, and then he led the members of the Job Changers Guild to start fighting back. However, against an enemy who couldn't be killed and had forbidden spells flying everywhere, how could Wang Lichuan and his group possibly stand a chance? After being defeated by Wang Lichuan and his team more than a dozen times, Yilin relied on his immortality to wear them all down and, incidentally, used Endless Devour to consume every one of them. After accomplishing all this, Yilin's level increased from 25 to 28. Additionally, his three-dimensional attributes saw a significant boost. Level 28, 4.23%. Strength 365. Agility 520. Name Yilin. Profession Forbidden Spellcaster. Spirit 908 plus 2996.4. If hunting monsters in the wild or in dungeons, it would take Yilin at least a month to level up from 25 to 28. But under the effect of Endless Devour, he completed the upgrade in less than 2 hours. If he were to find a city and start slaughtering job changers indiscriminately, then use Endless Devour, leveling up 10 times a day might not just be a dream. Class Talent 1, Endless Forbidden Spells. For every level the Forbidden Spellcaster gains, 1 forbidden spell is unlocked. Class Talent 2, Ultimate Sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spellcaster are automatically sublimated into forbidden spells. But Yilin quickly dismissed this dangerous thought from his mind. If he really did that, he would likely face the relentless pursuit of all the job changers. He didn't think he was strong enough to take on the entire world alone. However, with the skill Endless Devour, his speed of power growth would obviously be much faster than before. After dealing with Wang Lichuan and the others, Yilin looked in a certain direction and spoke calmly. Have you watched enough of the show? It's time to come out, isn't it? Seeing no response, Yilin raised his hand and unleashed a fire element forbidden spell, directly hurling it forward. An endless sea of flames engulfed the entire space. A figure shot out from the sea of flames, as fast as a streak of light. It was Guoqin. Forbidden spell? Necromancer's return. Yilin let out a low shout, and countless undead creatures such as skeletons, liches, bone dragons, and headless knights crawled out from the ground, carrying ghostly flames and completely surrounding the area. Now, both Tan Xinjiang's and Wang Lichuan's groups had been entirely wiped out by Yilin, and Zhuge Qianqing had also passed away. Within the entire Gate of Apocalypse, only Guoqin and Yilin were left alive. Moreover, Guoqin knew that Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person. Faced with such a person, Yilin naturally approached with the utmost caution. You even want to kill me? Guoqin's expression was a bit strange. Brother, I once thought about introducing my niece to you. I remember, 33 years old, sold her own 13 to buy the latest 13, right? It was fine if you didn't bring it up, but since you did, you're definitely dead today. Yilin's face darkened. No, you're 18, she's 33, isn't that a perfect match? You meet her when you want it the most, and she meets you when she needs it the most. How can you not be satisfied with that? Guoqin retorted. Yilin said nothing more, raised the scarlet flame staff, and was about to cast a forbidden spell. Shit, don't get worked up yet. Take a look at the silk pouch Mr. Zhuge gave you first. Seeing the cold indifference and murderous intent in Yilin's eyes, Guoqin felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that if he delayed even a second longer, Yilin would really throw a forbidden spell at him. Yilin narrowed his eyes, then took out the silk pouch that Zhuge Qianqing had given him before his death. With the necromancer's boundary in place, he wasn't worried about Guoqin escaping. This barrier was was absolutely inescapable unless the opponent was powerful enough to directly confront the entire necromancer's realm. Yilin slowly opened the brocade pouch. The contents were simple, a piece of parchment and another smaller brocade pouch. Yilin unfolded the parchment and began reading it carefully. His expression gradually turned to astonishment, as the contents of the letter were completely beyond his expectations. The night was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars. Zhuge Qianqing sat by the window, tightly gripping a pen in his hand. The pen tip danced lightly on the parchment. His handwriting flowed as smoothly as running water, with each character brimming with vitality, as if leaping and breathing on the paper. To Yilin, personally. Yilin, before you read this letter, I want to apologize to you first. I'm sorry. From the first time I met you, I had already started planning. I am the strategist, and you are the one within the game. I am the one holding the chess pieces, and you are the piece. My opponent in this game is the heavens. I want to defeat the heavens. I want to change the future. I don't want the human race to perish. I don't want the great Xia to fall. Even more, I don't want to see my daughter die miserably as I have foreseen. I dare not divine the future of the human race. The karma involved is too immense for me to bear. So I only divined for two people. One is you, and the other is Nini. I've already told you Nini's result, but as for yours, I can't see it clearly. I can only vaguely glimpse some fragmented and disjointed images. I originally wanted to write down everything I saw and tell you, but I was afraid that if you knew what the future looked like, you might subconsciously start avoiding certain dangers or events you perceive as unfavorable. This could trigger a butterfly effect, potentially altering the final outcome. So I thought about it and left you 7 pouches of wisdom. At the critical junctures of your life's path, these pouches will open automatically. If you don't wish to heed my advice, you can simply discard them. As for Guiqin, apart from being overly lustful and prone to causing trouble, he doesn't have any major issues. You can trust him. If you can help him overcome this flaw permanently, he will become your right-hand man. Lastly, please bury me alongside my wife, Zhuge Qianqing. The wind outside the window gently blew, drying the ink on the paper and scattering Zhuge Qianqing's thoughts. He put down the pen, gently rubbed his temples, and gazed calmly at the starry sky with deep and resolute eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. 3 days later, this letter appeared in Yilin's hands. After reading the letter, Yilin took a deep breath, calming the emotions surging within. He took out the small pouch that had fallen from the large pouch. It seemed that the 7 pouches mentioned by Zhuge Qianqing were like nesting dolls, one inside another. He could only obtain the next pouch by opening the first one. Now that he had already opened the first one, was this the critical juncture Zhuge Qianqing had mentioned? Then this juncture, could it be referring to Guiqin? So, how is it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? What did Mr. Zhuge say? Seeing that the killing intent had disappeared from Yilin, Guiqin finally dared to ask. Yilin gave him a strange look. Mr. Zhuge said to turn you into a eunuch. Then, what do you think about it? Guiqin's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and then he cautiously took a few steps back, his face clearly showing an expression of terror. He was truly scared. As a man, if he became a eunuch, what meaning would life have left? Yilin frowned, feeling a bit of a headache for a moment. Turning someone like Guiqin, who valued lust as his life, into a eunuch would probably make him suffer more than killing him, right? If I turned him into a eunuch, it would be lucky if he didn't come after me for revenge. How could he still be my right-hand man? But Zhuge Qianqing had no reason to deceive him. Could there be some hidden secret he was unaware of? Yilin put away the scarlet flame staff and silently took out the Starfall Sky Scar. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Don't come any closer. Looking at the half-human height machete in Yilin's hand, Guiqin was scared out of his mind. For something as trivial as an inch or two, why bring such a big knife? Don't be afraid, my knife will be quick. Yilin carried the knife and walked toward Guiqin. All along, Zhuge Qianqing had always been flawless in his plans, and this time would likely be no exception. At this moment, it was late at night, and the power boost of the Starfall Sky Scar increased from 300 to 600. Combined with Yilin's own strength attribute, it reached a total of 965 points. With this strike, let alone an ordinary Koan, even a deep-sea giant Koan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course I'm scared. Damn, are you serious? Seeing that Yilin truly intended to strike, Guiqin's hair stood on end. This is the teacher's intention, Mr. Guiqin. You wouldn't want to go against Mr. Zhuge's last wishes, would you? Yilin raised the Starfall Sky Scar and began to aim. Guiqin instantly felt himself locked onto by a terrifying aura. A streak of starlight flashed by, striking the ground with a clang, sending sparks flying everywhere. After image? Yilin was astonished. He saw the figure of Guiqin in front of him begin to slowly dissipate, while the real Guiqin had already appeared dozens of meters away. Swish! Although Yilin had known Guiqin for some time, he had never seen Guiqin go all out before. Judging by this speed, Guiqin's strength was likely even more terrifying than he had imagined. You actually struck! Guiqin cursed angrily, clutching his hair with a look of utter despair. I damn well knew it. I knew it couldn't be that simple. Yilin raised an eyebrow. He had suspected all along that it wouldn't be that simple. He didn't continue chasing to strike again but instead calmly listened to Guoqin continue speaking. Yilin, some mistakes really can't be made. Some mistakes require a lifetime to atone for. When Guoqin looked up again, his face was already streaked with tears. At that time, Mr. Zhuge told me that as long as I accompanied him to the gate of apocalypse, he would set me free and let bygones be bygones. I thought I was about to be liberated early, but who would have thought it was all waiting for me here? Guoqin spoke as he unfolded a yellowed piece of paper. On it was drawn a very intricate magic array, with a few ancient seal characters written in the center of the array, faintly emitting the brilliance of the stars. Here, sign your name. Guoqin's face was ashen. What is this? Yilin asked, a little curious. This is my indenture, personally crafted by Mr. Zhuge. According to its terms, I must work for Mr. Zhuge for free for 30 years before I can regain my freedom. During this period, I must not betray my boss. If the boss dies, I will die as well. Guoqin's voice was somewhat choked. He took out a cigarette, lit it with a click, and his eyes were filled with an inescapable sorrow. He then continued speaking. This is the 10th year. Before coming here, Mr. Zhuge suddenly terminated the indenture and returned it to me. I thought it was because my diligent work over the past 10 years had moved him, but who would have thought? He just wanted to give the remaining 20 years to you. Guoqin angrily stubbed out the cigarette butt. Damn it, those wicked capitalists. Yilin was momentarily stunned. So what Zhuge Qianqing meant was that as long as Guoqin was neutered, he would become his right-hand man. So that's what he meant? Then why did you sell yourself to Mr. Zhuge for 30 years? Yilin asked curiously. Guoqin glanced at Yilin, his expression extremely complex, with 3 parts regret, 3 parts fear, and 4 parts resentment. Then he began to speak. At that time, I set my sights on Mr. Zhuge's wife. Hearing this, Yilin's body shook violently. Yilin sincerely gave Guoqin a thumbs up, expressing heartfelt admiration. He originally thought that Guoqin, as a flower thief, had already reached his peak by targeting the wife of the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. Unexpectedly, Guoqin was even more audacious than he had imagined. He actually had the nerve to act so recklessly, so bold and daring. Whose subordinate is this? That's none other than Zhuge Qianqing, the man who never misses a calculation. For Guoqin to dare make a move on his wife, isn't that like turning on a light in the bathroom, purely seeking death? Don't even mention it. Back then, I was young and fearless, thinking that with my speed, no one could catch me. When I heard that Mr. Zhuge's wife was as beautiful as a goddess, I couldn't resist and went there. As a result, just as I climbed over Mr. Zhuge's courtyard wall, I hadn't even seen what his wife looked like before I was pinned to the ground. Guoqin let out a faint sigh, clearly full of regret over the matter. Mr. Zhuge was kind-hearted and didn't kill me. He said that as long as I worked for him for 30 years, he would let me go, and during that time, he wouldn't interfere with my normal life. It's fortunate that I ran into Mr. Zhuge. Thinking about it now, if I had provoked someone else, I would probably already be a corpse. He gave Guoqin a strange look, thinking this might be a classic case of someone being sold out and still helping count the money for others. With Zhuge Qianqing's abilities, he had probably already predicted that Guoqin would come knocking. It was very likely that even the news about his wife being as beautiful as a goddess was deliberately released by Zhuge Qianqing himself, and even the contract of servitude had been prepared in advance. However, Yilin didn't say much. He silently took Guoqin's contract of servitude and signed his name in the position for the first party. A free laborer shouldn't be wasted, and Guoqin's speed was indeed astonishingly fast, which could come in handy at certain times. Once the indenture was signed, Yilin felt as if some kind of connection had formed between him and Guoqin. If he focused carefully, he could even sense Guoqin's current state. Ah, such a hard life, still have to work for 20 more years. Guoqin sighed heavily. Well, how about I tear up the indenture, everything goes back to normal, and I castrate you, Yilin said as he put away the necromancer's domain. Let's not do that. Working is definitely the way to go. I absolutely love working. Boss, if you point east, I wouldn't dare go west. Hearing the mention of a permanent solution, Guoqin quickly pledged his loyalty. Yilin ignored him and walked straight to Zhuge Qianqing. Forbidden spell? Eternal ice coffin. Yilin raised his hand to cast the forbidden spell. The eternal ice coffin is an ice element forbidden spell that sacrifices one of the caster's arms to freeze the enemy in an eternally unmelting ice coffin, erasing all signs of life from the enemy. At this moment, Yilin was using this forbidden spell as a coffin crafting technique. The ice blue radiance rapidly spread beneath Zhuge Qianqing, like a dazzling flower blooming from ice crystals. A terrifying chill filled the air, enough to freeze everything, as if even time had solidified at this moment. The ice blue radiance around Zhuge Qianqing condensed into a crystal clear ice coffin, as if sculpted from the purest blue ice. It was incredibly smooth and emitted an intense cold aura. Zhuge Qianqing lay quietly within the ice coffin. If not for the complete lack of color on his face, he would have appeared to be merely in a deep sleep. Teacher, I'll take you home. Yilin stepped forward, hoisted the ice coffin onto his shoulder, and retraced the path they had come. Just like when they arrived, the Qingqing within this gate of apocalypse was utterly lifeless, with no signs of any living beings. This place is really
really strange. Isn't it said that the Gate of Apocalypse is filled with countless treasures? Why is there nothing here? Guo Qin muttered. This place is probably beyond our current ability to explore. Yilin also lifted his gaze, taking a deep look at this world. This trip to the Gate of Apocalypse had already yielded him significant gains. At the very least, he had figured out why he possessed an immortal body. As for the deeper secrets within the Gate of Apocalypse, it wouldn't be too late to uncover them once he became stronger. For now, the most important thing was to first lay Zhuge Qianqing to rest. A person who can calmly face death for the sake of all humanity, Yilin did not want Zhuge Qianqing to remain restless even after his death. When they walked out of that stone door, a sharp pain erupted in Yilin's stomach. The ancient key of Apocalypse uncontrollably burst out of Yilin's stomach, flew into the Gate of Apocalypse, and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the massive stone door also began to slowly dissipate, eventually vanishing completely. The next time the Gate of Apocalypse and the ancient key of Apocalypse appear, no one knows when or where it will be. Yilin carried the ice coffin and walked out of the valley. Without Zhuge Qianqing's guidance, he and Guo Qin were not so lucky this time. Just a few steps out, a massive magical creature swung a claw at them. It turned out to be a level 34 Dragonblood behemoth. Yilin raised the crimson flame staff and sent the Dragonblood behemoth to its demise with a single fireball spell. Immediately afterward, he unleashed Endless Devour on the Dragonblood behemoth. Devoured level 34 ordinary magical creature *1 obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely rare dragon bloodline. Lifespan increased by 424 years, experience points by 340, strength attribute by 6 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and mental power by 1 point. Fireball spell. Yilin was slightly stunned. The things obtained from devouring monsters and devouring humans seemed to be somewhat different, with the addition of a strange dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.00001%, effect unknown. Afterward, Yilin killed and devoured another monster, but this time, the concentration of the dragon bloodline did not increase again. It seems that the things possessed by the target being devoured are transferred to me, Yilin murmured to himself. It appears that the ability of endless devouring still has many aspects waiting for him to explore. However, Yilin currently has no time to think about this in detail. Carrying the ice coffin, he fought his way back, killing as he went. While fighting, Yilin used endless devouring to clear the battlefield. The monsters near Qingcheng were no match for Yilin's full-powered attacks. The physical bodies of monsters are far stronger than those of humans, so with each monster devoured, Yilin's strength attributes were greatly enhanced. When returning to Qingcheng, Yilin clearly felt that his physical strength had been greatly enhanced, to the point where he could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with some low-level magical creatures without using any forbidden spells. This was obviously extremely incredible for a forbidden spellcaster. The ice coffin, which had previously felt somewhat heavy on his shoulder, now seemed much lighter. Carrying the ice coffin, Yilin arrived at the gate of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Soon, the door of the small courtyard was opened. Seeing the person at the door, Zhuge Ni's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Ling Yi, you're finally back. Where's my dad? Did he agree to take you as his disciple? Faced with Zhuge Ni's question, Yilin didn't know how to respond. He didn't know how to tell Zhuge Ni about Zhuge Qianqing's passing. Although he had never been particularly fond of Zhuge Ni and thought she was a bit scatterbrained, Yilin still didn't know how to break the news of her father's death to her. Zhuge Ni stared intently at Yilin. Seeing Yilin remain silent, she felt a bit puzzled. Then her gaze also fell on the ice crystal coffin carried on Yilin's shoulder. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she forced an awkward smile onto her face. Ling Yi, why aren't you saying anything? What is this you're carrying on your shoulder? Yilin took a deep breath and placed the ice coffin down from his shoulder with a clang, right in front of Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni stepped forward and took a glance. When her gaze passed through the ice layer and saw Zhuge Qianqing's pale face, a sudden smile appeared on her face, and then she lifted her eyes to look at Ling Yi. Sorry, Ling Yi, this is you and Dad playing a prank together, trying to fool me, right? My dad is the renowned Mr. Zhuge of Daxia. How could he possibly be dead? You're trying to trick me, aren't you? Zhuge Ni's gaze was fixed on Yilin, like a drowning person desperately trying to grab the last straw. At this moment, she fervently hoped to hear from Yilin's mouth that everything she saw was fake, just a prank. Seeing Yilin remain silent, Zhuge Ni rushed forward and grabbed Yilin by the collar. Speak, hurry up and say it. Say this is your prank. Quickly tell me, the person lying here isn't my dad. Say it, say it. Zhuge Ni's emotions completely collapsed. She cried hysterically, tears uncontrollably streaming down from the corners of her eyes. Mr. Zhuge said, he hoped to be buried together with your mom, Yilin said in a hoarse voice. You liar. How could my father possibly die? He is Mr. Zhuge. Zhuge Ni clutched Yilin's shoulders tightly, not even daring to glance back at the ice coffin a second time. Ling Yi, I'm begging you, tell me, this must be fake, right? Am I still dreaming? I'm sorry, everyone will know in the future, Mr. Zhuge was a hero.
hero. Yilin murmured softly, as if giving Zhuge Ni a guarantee, or perhaps making a promise to himself.
I don't want a hero, I just want my dad to come back safely. Zhuge Ni threw herself onto the ice coffin, crying uncontrollably.
Tears slid down her cheeks and froze into ice upon falling onto the coffin.
Yilin took a deep breath. Accepting this matter was still too cruel for Zhuge Ni.
In this world, there are very few people who can remain calm and composed after witnessing the unexpected death of a close relative. He didn't know how to comfort Zhuge Ni either, so he could only stand there like a statue, quietly watching her to prevent her from doing something foolish out of excessive grief. After crying for who knows how long, Zhuge Ni's sobs finally subsided a little. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhuge Qianqing as she calmly asked, "How did my father die? It's impossible for anyone to kill him. Too much divination led to the devouring by the heavens. He died for the sake of the common people." Yilin spoke softly. Mr. Zhuge had long foreseen his own death.
Zhuge Ni nodded calmly. He was so ruthless, he didn't even want to properly say goodbye to me.
Perhaps
Mr. Zhuge didn't dare to.
Yilin's gaze was complex.
Zhuge Qianqing had a chance to survive, as long as he didn't meddle in those troublesome matters and just took the eternal balance and left. If he had said goodbye to Zhuge Ni, perhaps Zhuge Qianqing really wouldn't have been able to bear dying. He didn't dare to say goodbye to Zhuge Ni, fearing that he wouldn't have the heart to go through with it. Zhuge Ni reached out her hand, gently stroking the ice coffin. Looking at Zhuge Qianqing inside, she spoke calmly. "I understand, Ling Yi, you can go. Let's just pretend we never knew each other."
Yilin opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent.
Perhaps what Zhuge Ni wants most right now is to be alone for a while. Yilin turned and left. As he walked away, he gently closed the door. After the door shut, muffled sobs came from behind it.
Ah, the young lady is truly pitiful. When Madame passed away, Mr. Zhuge was still by her side.
Now that Mr. Zhuge is gone too, she is utterly alone in this world.
Guo Qin, who had been guarding the door, sighed softly.
Over the next few days, keep watch here.
Inform me immediately if anything happens, and remember not to show yourself in front of others, Yilin instructed.
Understood. Guo Qin nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan were not ordinary figures.
One was the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, and the other was the president of the Transferee Guild. Their deaths are bound to stir up a commotion within Qingcheng.
Zhuge Qianqing needs no further mention.
The passing of such a figure would shake the entire Great Xia, and he and Guo Qin must prepare in advance. With just a little investigation, it would be discovered that on the day Zhuge Qianqing left the city, he went out together with him and Guo Qin. This also means that from now on, the identities of Ling Yi and Guo Qin must absolutely never appear in public again. Yilin directly used a forbidden spell for spatial teleportation and disappeared from the spot. Next, he needed to create more evidence proving that he hadn't left Qingcheng in the past 2 days. A moment later, Yilin, who had removed the illusionary mask, staggered drunkenly out of the villa arranged for him by the Ji family, looking as if he had just woken up.
After leaving the villa area, Yilin hailed a taxi.
"Driver, take me to find the centipede's natural enemy." The driver's face was full of terror.
Who on earth goes looking for a centipede's natural enemy early in the morning?
But when he turned around and got a clear look at the person in the back seat, the driver immediately felt relieved.
National top scorer, Yilin. Ha!
This kid has been so busy chasing girls in Qingcheng lately that he's practically gone off the grid, living a life of debauchery. If it's him, going out early in the morning to find a centipede's nemesis actually seems pretty reasonable.
What price range are you looking for? $698, $888, or $1888?
The driver glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before asking in a low voice.
Don't you recognize me?
Of course,
I want the most expensive ones, and I want 5 of them.
Yilin stuffed a wad of money into the driver's hand. The driver, without saying a word after receiving the money, immediately drove the car toward a place in Qingcheng where there were centipede predators. While the driver was driving, Yilin suddenly spoke up. "Driver, why do I feel like you look a bit familiar? Have I taken your car in the past couple of days?"
Ha, really? If I had given a ride to a top scholar like you, how could I not know?
The driver thought carefully for a moment, then slapped his thigh and said,
"Oh, I remember. Yesterday I did pick up a young guy with 2 beautiful women getting into the car. So that was you. Right, I thought you looked familiar. You've been driving taxis in Qingcheng for many years, haven't you?"
Yilin responded with a smile.
"Absolutely.
I've been driving taxis for 30 years. Young man, I'm not bragging, but I know the streets and alleys of Qingcheng like the back of my hand.
If there's an extra pile of poop somewhere, I even know who left it."
Talking about his profession, the taxi driver immediately became animated and started talking non-stop. Yilin listened quietly, occasionally offering a few compliments, which made the taxi driver beam with delight. When they arrived at the destination, the taxi driver, still reluctant to stop talking, gave some advice. "Young man, you've reached the underground paradise. Remember, if you run into a raid, don't take the elevator. Use the emergency exit and jump straight out of the second floor window. They definitely won't catch you. By the way, way, technician number 6 is a bit pricey, but she's very beautiful. The corner of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, thanks, master. Yilin walked straight into the underground Paradise Club. A magnificent hall appeared before his eyes, with crystal chandeliers embedded in the ceiling, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Exquisite oil paintings hung on the walls, and the carpet underfoot was soft and thick. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, making one feel relaxed and happy. Every detail exuded an aura of luxury and refinement. At this time in the morning, the underground Wonderland Club was quiet, but the two young ladies at the front desk were still diligently staying at their posts. The underground Wonderland is a 24-hour club that integrates bathing, dining, and entertainment. Although there are fewer guests in the morning, there are still some. Hello, welcome, the young lady at the front desk said to Yilin with a smile. Call the technician from yesterday to accompany me and make it quick. Also, get me a private room. Remember, the usual rule, no glass windows on the door. The door must be able to lock from the inside. Yilin instructed. Ha, sir, which time are you referring to? The receptionist looked a bit confused. You don't recognize me, do you? Don't you watch the news? Me, the national top scorer, Yilin. Yilin said with his nose in the air. Oh, my apologies, so it's you. I'll have someone take you to the private room right away, the receptionist said apologetically. Soon, a waiter came over to guide Yilin. Yilin nodded, but as he turned around, he accidentally broke the vase at the front desk. Yilin calmly waved his hand. Put it on my tab, I'll settle it all later. After Yilin left, the two receptionists leaned together and started discussing. Which female technician was he talking about last time? I don't know. When he came yesterday, I guess it was the night shift colleague who received him. There were so many guests yesterday, and we can't find the records. What should we do? Forget it, just arrange the most beautiful one for him. Can't go wrong with that. Yilin resumed a life of indulgence, just like before entering the Gate of Apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the events inside the Gate of Apocalypse began to ferment. Early this morning, the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau cancelled all vacations and entered a state of emergency. Huang Lidian, accompanied by his apprentice Su Xiu, looked at the report in front of him, his brows tightly furrowed. Deputy Director Tan Qingjian, Wang Lichuan from the Transferee Guild, Vice President Chen Kai, these three are missing, their fates unknown. Mr. Zhuge, his death has been confirmed. Huang Lidian trembled as he took a cigarette out of his pocket, trying to light it, only to find that no matter how he struck the lighter, it wouldn't ignite. Frustrated, he crumpled the cigarette into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing on it. The spicy taste of the tobacco cleared Huang Litian's head a little. The sky is falling. Huang Litian's eyes were filled with terror. Tan Qingjian, Wang Lichuan, Chen Kai, Zhuge Qianqing, which one of them is not one of Qingcheng's most prominent figures? Now one is dead, and the rest are all missing, their whereabouts unknown. How could Huang Lidian not feel alarmed? Master, Su Xiu pushed another report in front of Huang Lidian. This is the record of people leaving the city, retrieved from the city gates. The records show that Deputy Director Tan Qingjiang has been frequently leading people out of the city during this period, as if searching for something. The last recorded trip was 7 days ago. Mr. Zhuge and Wang Lichuan from the Job Changers Guild, along with others, left the city one after another 5 days ago, with Mr. Zhuge leading the way. Since then, none of them have returned, until 3 days ago, when Mr. Zhuge's corpse was brought back. Who brought it back? Huang Lidian asked with a frown. 2 people who left the city with Mr. Zhuge. One is named Guiqin, who was previously arrested for being a flower thief, and the other is Ling Yi. Other colleagues are already searching for these two, but so far, there are no leads or clues, Su Xiu replied. Ling Yi, it's Ling Yi again. Huang Lidian suddenly stood up. Back when Kensen and the entire underground black market were wiped out, the name Ling Yi kept appearing. That time, he had almost caught the real culprit. He was nearly certain that Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person. But then that dog Tan Qingjian personally let the person go and forbade him from investigating further. And now, look what happened. Zhuge Qianqing is dead, and even Tan Qingjian, Wang Lichuan, and the others have all disappeared. Where's Yilin? Where is that guy? Catch him for me. Huang Lidian immediately ordered. Master, he's now the top scorer in the country. If we arrest him without any evidence, it will cause big trouble, Su Xiu said with an awkward smile. Huang Lidian gritted his teeth, then said coldly, in that case, find out where he is. I'll visit him personally. After a moment, Huang Lidian found Yilin in a famous bathhouse in Qingcheng. When he found Yilin, Yilin was wearing a wristband and a bathrobe, lying on a sofa while a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady was giving him a foot massage. Huang Lidian pushed the door open with a bang, and the young lady thought it was a raid, so she quickly crouched down with her head in her hands in fear. Huang Lidian ignored her and walked straight to Yilin, speaking in a cold voice. Yilin, you, the national top scorer, really have quite the mood. Still in the mood to wash your feet, huh? Oh, isn't this Investigator Huang? Come on, call over 2 more pretty technicians to serve Investigator Huang. Put it on my tab, Yilin said generously. Huang Lidian had crossed paths with Yilin before, and he knew very well that this seemingly young guy was actually more trouble troublesome than many old foxes. So, he got straight to the point and said, Yilin, where have you been this past week? Huang Lidian stared intently into Yilin's eyes as he asked, and at the same time, his ability as a lifestyle class professional lie detector began to activate. No need. As long as Yilin dared to lie, there was no way he could hide it from him. Investigator Huang, how could I possibly remember that? 7 days a week, I've done so many things, Yilin replied with an innocent expression. Is that so? Huang Lidian changed his tone. Then let me ask this way, 5 days ago, did you disguise yourself as the so-called Ling Yi and follow Mr. Zhuge out of the city? Yilin smiled brightly. Investigator Huang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Answer my question directly. Did you disguise yourself as Ling Yi and follow Mr. Zhuge out of the city? Yes or no? Huang Litian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The smile on Yilin's face also began to slowly fade. Investigator Huang, you need evidence to back up your words. If you suspect me, that's fine, but where's the evidence? If you don't have any, don't speak recklessly. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Yilin leaned back tactically and lay directly on the sofa, signaling the technician to continue washing his feet. After that, no matter what Huang Litian asked him, he remained silent. Huang Litian's face turned ashen. At this point, he was certain that Yilin was definitely connected to Zhuge Qianqing's death and the disappearance of Wang Lichuan in Tanxingjian. However, Yilin was right. This time, just like the previous Kensen case, there was still no evidence. And what made it even more troublesome than last time was that Yilin was now not only the top scholar of Qingqing but also the top scholar in the entire country. With such a status, without substantial evidence, he couldn't touch Yilin in the slightest. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to retrieve all the surveillance footage from this period. You disguised yourself as Ling Yi to leave the city, so within these 7 days, there will definitely be evidence of you not being in the city. Huang Lidian said coldly. Soon, Su Xiu pushed the door open and walked in. Huang Lidian didn't notice Su Xiu's unpleasant expression and asked coldly, Yilin, don't you want evidence? I'll give it to you right now. Huang Lidian extended his hand in front of Su Xiu. Master, the surveillance footage from 5 days ago to 3 days ago was completely destroyed for unknown reasons, Su Xiu said with a bitter expression. What? Huang Lidian was both shocked and furious, his face contorting in anger. Yes, and 3 days ago, the surveillance first captured Yilin appearing at the entrance of a villa area in the suburbs. He hailed a taxi, and we've already found the taxi driver. The driver said he saw Yilin 4 days ago and gave him 2 rides, Su Xiu explained. Impossible. Bring the person to me. Huang Lidian was extremely furious. Soon, the taxi driver who had previously picked up Yilin was brought before Huang Lidian. After entering the private room, he saw Yilin, and his expression immediately changed. When he spoke, he was somewhat stuttering. Investigator sir, I really didn't introduce him here to find the centipede's nemesis. Please don't arrest me. Huang Lidian. His lie detecting ability already exposed the taxi driver's lies, but he's not part of the anti-vice squad. Who asked you about that? Huang Litian's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at Yilin and asked, You gave him a ride 4 days ago, didn't you? I didn't. The taxi driver's eyes darted evasively. Tell the truth. I won't arrest you. If you lie again, I'll immediately take you in. Huang Lidian shouted sternly. At the same time, his profession was revealed. Huang Lidian, master of lie detection. The taxi driver took one look at Huang Litian's profession and instantly turned pale. To have reached the master level in the life profession of lie detection, it was clear that Huang Lidian must have interrogated countless people before. Trying to lie in front of Huang Lidian is definitely courting disaster. If I confess, can you not leave a record for me? I have kids at home, and I'm afraid it will affect their civil service exams. The taxi driver said with a mournful expression. If you tell us everything you know, and it helps with this case, not only will we not arrest you, but you'll also be rewarded, Huang Lidian said persuasively. Alright, I'll talk. The taxi driver nodded vigorously. I did give him a ride twice, but I really can't remember the exact times. Anyway, it was about 3 or 4 days ago. The first time, he was drunk and got in the car with 2 women. Those 2 women were really beautiful. Stop. Huang Litian's face darkened. Get to the point. Then the next morning, I picked him up again. This time, as soon as he got in the car, he said he was looking for the centipede's nemesis. He even gave me a wad of cash. I lost my head for a moment and took him there. Speaking, the driver even took out the money Yilin had given him and honestly placed it on the table. I beg for your leniency. I haven't dared to spend a single cent. Huang Litian's chest heaved violently as he stared intently at the driver and asked, Are you sure you picked him up twice, once at night and once in the morning? Sure. The taxi driver nodded. Huang Litian's mind exploded because he realized that the driver hadn't lied. Then where did you take him? Huang Lidian pressed on. The Underground Wonderland Club. The taxi driver's face flushed slightly. Huang Lidian immediately signaled Su Xiu to bring over the staff from the Underground Wonderland Club. However, upon interrogating the club's staff, the response they received was that Yilin had indeed been there, approximately 3 or 4 days ago, and and had even visited twice, during which he broke a vase. After Huang Litian's assessment, everything these people said turned out to be true. Huang Litian's expression grew darker and darker. The surveillance was destroyed, and all the witnesses investigated testified that Yilin had been in the city these past few days and hadn't gone anywhere. The evidence he currently has all points to Yilin being innocent. Investigator Huang, don't get so worked up. How about I call a few technicians over to help you cool off? Don't worry, I've tried it. It's very smooth. Yilin smiled as he looked at Huang Litian. Even before leaving the city, he had already started laying out his plans. Now, throughout Xinjiang, whenever someone mentions him, the national top scorer Yilin, the first phrase that comes to mind is definitely self-degradation. How could such a person be connected to Mr. Zhuge's death and the disappearance of big figures like Tan Xinjiang and Wan Lichuan? As for the taxi driver and the staff of the underground wonderland testifying for him, that's even simpler. These two professions deal with a huge number of people every day. How could they possibly remember so clearly? The human brain automatically folds some repetitive memories. For example, if you live the exact same life every day, you'll feel like time passes very quickly. At this point, Yilin only needs to give a slight psychological suggestion. When a person tells a lie so convincingly that even they believe it, it is no longer a lie. Then let Guoqin destroy part of the surveillance. With Guoqin's speed, if he can even get to Tan Xinjiang's wife, tampering with surveillance would be a piece of cake. In this way, Yilin would have a perfect alibi proving he never left the city. Yilin, do you really think you've done it flawlessly? As long as it's done, traces will be left behind. I will find them, Huang Litian said through gritted teeth. Is that so? Officer Huang, as a lie detection master, you should firmly believe that no one can lie in front of you, right? Yilin asked with a smile. Huang Litian narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't skilled in fighting or such, when it came to lie detection, he had absolute confidence. Yilin glanced at Huang Litian, then calmly began to speak. Didn't you always suspect that Ling Yi and I are the same person? Then I might as well tell you. Just a few days ago, I saw with my own eyes Ling Yi explode into a cloud of blood mist right in front of me. Of course. Huang Litian's eyes widened, filled with terror, and he felt his heartbeat skip a beat, because he realized that Yilin was truly not lying. Everything he said was the truth, but this completely contradicted all the deductions he had made all along. If Yilin is Ling Yi, how could Yilin have seen Ling Yi explode into a cloud of blood mist right in front of him? But if Yilin isn't Ling Yi, then how should the things he previously investigated be explained? At that time, Zhuge and I followed the traces of the karmic fire and found the investigation bureau's prison, and all the evidence pointed directly at Yilin. Huang Litian felt like his mind was completely tangled into a mess, like a huge ball of knotted threads, yet he couldn't find a single loose end. Huang Litian clutched his hair, his face full of despair. Could it be that he had really suspected the wrong person? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Investigator Huang. Let's go for a foot bath together sometime. Yilin withdrew his delicate foot from the technician's hand, then put on his shoes and prepared to leave. Wait, what else do you know? Even if you're not Ling Yi, you must know Ling Yi. Huang Litian unwillingly grabbed Yilin's clothes. Guess? Yilin smiled faintly, then pried Huang Litian's hand away and turned to leave. If nothing unexpected happens, Huang Litian won't bother him for a while. By the time Huang Litian realizes something, he will already have gone to university. As an investigator from Xinjiang, he doesn't have the authority to come to Daxia Academy to investigate him. In fact, within the entire Xinjiang Investigation Bureau, the only person who doubted him was Huang Litian. After leaving the clubhouse, Yilin hailed another taxi to Mr. Zhuge's house. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, the taxi driver let out a sigh. Young man, you're also going to pay your respects to Mr. Zhuge, aren't you? Yilin nodded without saying much. Hey, Mr. Zhuge was a good man. After he came to Xinjiang, he did a lot of good deeds, even boosting Xinjiang's economy. Xinjiang used to be much poorer than it is now. The taxi driver couldn't help but sigh. Nearing 60, his eyes were slightly red. Young man, don't blame me for talking too much. I grew up in Xinjiang, and back then, every part of Xinjiang was exactly like that slum now. When I was a kid, we were so poor we didn't even have food to eat. Mr. Zhuge's arrival brought a lot of resources to Xinjiang. If it weren't for Mr. Zhuge, Xinjiang might have been destroyed by now. Such a good person? How could he suddenly be gone? The driver was a bit agitated, slapping the steering wheel. Yilin remained silent. Not every city would go to great lengths to maintain itself. If a city's population was too small, the residents would be relocated to another city for consolidation, and the original city would be abandoned. He has only been in this world for a little over 10 years, so he truly doesn't know about the events before Xinjiang. What he didn't expect was that Zhuge Qianqing was not only revered among the job changers but was also held in such high regard by ordinary civilians. When Yilin arrived at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, both sides of the courtyard were already filled with yellow and white chrysanthemums, densely packed. The small courtyard was enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. In the center of the courtyard, a portrait of Zhuge Qianqing was placed, his face still bearing a faint smile. The surrounding area was filled with people, their their faces etched with reluctance and sorrow. Some silently wept, while others bowed their heads in prayer. Many prominent figures of Qingcheng, rarely seen on ordinary days, had gathered here at this moment. Even the city lord, Hu Wang, dressed in a black suit, stood among the crowd with a face full of grief. However, even with Hu Wang's status, he could only stand in the second row. The first row was occupied by a group of unfamiliar faces, their presence exuding a powerful aura, as if a faint glow surrounded them, making it hard for others to look directly at them. The status of these people is clearly not something that can be compared to those from a small place like Qingcheng. Yilin walked straight in and arrived in front of Zhuge Qianqing's portrait. Upon seeing Yilin, everyone's expression suddenly changed, and then they began to discuss among themselves. Isn't this Mr. Zhuge's disciple? This guy is outrageous. After the news of Mr. Zhuge's death came out, he was still indulging in debauchery at the club. If Mr. Zhuge knew he had taken in such a disciple during his lifetime, I wonder if he would regret it. Yeah, and during Mr. Zhuge's funeral today, he only realized it so late. This guy probably doesn't even consider Mr. Zhuge his teacher in his heart. Humph, and he's supposed to be the top scholar in the country. Pa! Luckily, he's just a short-lived forbidden curse master. Truly, heaven has eyes. Say less. After all, he's still Mr. Zhuge's only disciple. Yilin ignored the insults from these people, knelt down with a thud in front of Zhuge Qianqing's portrait, and performed 3 kowtows and 9 bows. The prominent figures in the first row had their eyes fixed on Yilin. Being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing certainly meant he was no ordinary person. Teacher, your disciple has arrived late. I beg your forgiveness. Yilin's gaze was complex. He had wanted to come immediately to pay his respects to Zhuge Qianqing, but it was impossible. Matters concerning the Gate of Apocalypse and the Ancient Origin artifact required utmost caution. If the matter of the Ancient Origin artifact were exposed, Yilin's fate would be predictable. Have you finished the worship? If you're done, then leave. You're not welcome here. Zhuge Ni spoke coldly. Also, don't claim to be my father's disciple in the future, and stop flaunting his name to deceive others. He severed ties with a fraud like you long ago. As soon as Zhuge Ni said this, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Many people looked at Yilin with eyes full of disgust and mockery. So it turns out that Mr. Zhuge had already severed the master-disciple relationship with this person, and yet he still has the audacity to come and pay respects to Mr. Zhuge? Heh, I bet he knew a lot of big shots would be here today, so he came on purpose to make himself known. Didn't you hear what Zhuge Ni said? This guy is clearly a notorious fraud, infamous for his scams. If Mr. Zhuge knew about this from the afterlife, he'd probably be furious. How can this person be so shameless? Why hasn't he left yet? Is he waiting to join the feast? TSK. Mr. Zhuge is such a gentle person. What kind of outrageous act must someone commit to be expelled from his tutelage? The crowd buzzed with discussion. The prominent figures in the first row, who had initially shown some interest in Yilin, frowned slightly and then withdrew their gazes. Without the status of being Zhuge Qianqing's disciple, Yilin was no different from an ant in the eyes of these bigwigs. Naturally, they had no intention of wasting their energy on an ant. In an instant, Yilin became the target of public criticism, as if he truly were a heinous and unforgivable person. But Yilin remained unmoved and simply looked at Zhuge Ni and said, I have no other intentions. I just want to see the teacher off, to see Mr. Zhuge off on his final journey. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. Once I see Mr. Zhuge off, I will leave. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ni frowned deeply, her delicate brows tightly knitted. Yilin, do you not understand human language? I said, you're not welcome here. Get out. Faced with Zhuge Ni's difficulties, Yilin didn't say much and silently stepped outside the door. He didn't want to argue with someone who had just experienced the pain of losing their father, nor was there any need to argue. After sending Zhuge Qianqing on his final journey, fulfilling Zhuge Qianqing's last wish to ensure Zhuge Ni's safety and well-being as much as possible was enough. Beyond that, he would have no further interaction with Zhuge Ni. Moreover, compared to Zhuge Ni, there was clearly an even bigger problem at this funeral. Yilin's gaze couldn't help but sweep toward the first row, where the big figures from all over Daxia had gathered. He didn't believe for a second that these people were here simply to mourn Zhuge Qianqing. Huang Lidian was easy to deal with. These old foxes were the truly troublesome ones. Soon, the ice coffin containing Zhuge Qianqing's body was carried out of the mourning hall, ready to be transported to Qingqing Cemetery for burial. The ice coffin was carried onto the hearse, the black hearse leading the way, followed by the mourners walking behind. From time to time, low sobs could be heard, and even the air seemed to be tinged with a sorrowful atmosphere. Zhuge Ni sat in the hearse, watching Zhuge Qianqing lying quietly in the ice coffin as if asleep, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. At that moment, the hearse suddenly drifted and swerved, throwing Zhuge Ni directly into the corner of the ice coffin. Crimson blood immediately seeped from Zhuge Ni's pale forehead. What happened? Why did you suddenly swerve? Zhuge Ni looked at the hearse driver and questioned. Miss Zhuge, someone is blocking the road ahead. The driver pointed to the front of the hearse. Several men dressed in black robes, their true faces hidden behind masks, stood in the middle of the road. road. Each of them held sharp weapons, clearly harboring ill intentions. Who are these people?
Zhuge Enai frowned, a sense of unease welling up in her heart.
I don't know. They suddenly appeared in front of the car, and I instinctively swerved hard. The driver shook his head, looking helpless. The hearse slowly came to a stop, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Zhuge Enai jumped out of the car, her gaze sharp as she stared at these people.
Who are you? Do you know whose car you are stopping?
Of course we know. Inside the hearse is Mr. Zhuge. The man wearing a ghost face mask at the front spoke coldly.
You know, and you still dare to stop the car? Zhuge Ni's face was full of anger. Don't worry, we mean no harm.
It's just that Mr. Zhuge's death was suspicious, and we want to open the coffin to thoroughly examine the cause of his death, the ghost face mask man said.
How dare you? My father died from the heaven devour caused by excessive divination. I know that very well. Blazing flames instantly burst forth from Zhuge Ni's body, distorting the surrounding space under the intense heat.
Being stopped and having the coffin opened for an autopsy in front of everyone was undoubtedly a humiliation for Zhuge Qianqing. Even in death there would be no peace.
Zhuge Enai would never allow such a thing to happen.
The gathered citizens of Qingcheng were instantly enraged as well.
Zhuge Qianqing was the savior of Qingcheng, having done countless good deeds for the city. Now, someone was causing trouble at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral. How could they allow this?
I don't care where you're from, get out of here.
Mr. Zhuge's funeral will not tolerate any disturbances.
A sturdy man stepped forward, trying to shove the ghost-faced man aside. In a flash of white light, the man's head shot off like a soccer ball, rolling more than 10 meters down the street as blood stained the ground crimson. The ghost-faced man stood there, a long blade gleaming in his hand. The sudden, brutal scene left everyone frozen in terror. Not a single person dared to move. Even Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes went wide in shock. Swish! No one could have imagined that the man in the ghost face mask would dare to kill someone in broad daylight. Many people fled in fear, scattering in all directions. While they respected Zhuge Qianqing, most were unwilling to risk their lives for him. Only Zhuge Enai took a deep breath, her expression grave. This was within the city, and as a job changer, the man in the ghost face mask recklessly killing people would likely prompt the investigation bureau to arrive soon and take him away. She just needed to protect Zhuge Qianqing's corpse from being disturbed before the investigators arrived, which should only take a few minutes. Move aside, the man with the ghost face mask said coldly.
Dream on. Zhuge Enai clenched her silver teeth tightly. She would never let anyone disturb her father's rest.
In an instant, the surrounding air became scorching hot, and the temperature rose rapidly. Dazzling crimson gold flames erupted from Zhuge Ni's body, forming a sea of crimson gold fire that stood between her and the man with the ghost face mask, like an insurmountable fiery chasm.
Crimson flame sea.
But in the face of Zhuge Ni's full force attack, the man with the ghost face mask didn't take it seriously at all. Confronted with the raging sea of fire, the man with the ghost face mask no longer suppressed his aura. He directly stepped into it, the crimson gold flames burning fiercely, yet unable to harm him in the slightest. At this moment, an indescribable fear rose in Zhuge Ni's eyes.
Are you a level 50 class changer?
She was already a level 22 class changer. Combined with her SSS level fire mage class, the power of her fire skills was definitely not to be underestimated. For this ghost-faced masked man to walk freely within her flames, it indicated that his level was at least above 50. A level 50 job changer is already considered a top-tier existence in Qingcheng.
As long as they don't provoke a very small handful of people, a level 50 job changer can walk around Qingcheng with impunity. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're Zhuge Qianqing's daughter.
If you die, it will cause a lot of trouble. As soon as the words fell, the man in the ghost face mask reversed the blade and struck Zhuge Enai with the back of the knife. Zhuge Enai only felt a tremendous force hit her, and her whole body was sent flying, crashing into the nearby railing, her face filled with pain.
Stop! Don't come near my father's coffin.
Seeing the man in the ghost face mask already walking toward the ice coffin, Zhuge Enai struggled to stand up, but a sharp pain radiated from her chest
and abdomen.
It was clear that the slash from the man in the ghost face mask had fractured her ribs, completely robbing her of the ability to stand.
Zhuge Enai could only watch helplessly as the man in the ghost face mask approached the ice coffin. Why? Why has it been so long, and there's still no movement from the investigation bureau? Where are the people from the investigation bureau? Zhuge Enai seemed to have thought of something.
She turned around and realized that many prominent figures in Qingcheng, who had originally been following behind the hearse, were no longer there. The city lord Hu Wang, the director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, and even many of the big names who had just been standing in the front row had quietly left at some point, as if it had all been prearranged. A massive sense of fear enveloped Zhuge Enai, making her shiver all over. It was only then that she realized the few people blocking the car were merely pawns. Zhuge Enai never would have thought that, with her father having just passed away, someone would dare to so brazenly start plotting against her.
The people from the Bureau of Investigation are obviously not coming.
Zhuge Enai no longer dared to place her hopes on the people from the Bureau of Investigation. But when Zhuge Enai turned her gaze to the others, those who, when her father was alive, would call him Mr. Zhuge with every sentence, flatter him obsequiously, and almost kneel to kowtow to Zhuge Zhuge Qianqing, now all avoided her gaze. No one dared to meet Zhuge Ni's eyes. That man in the ghost face mask was clearly a ruthless and heinous killer who wouldn't blink at taking lives, and his strength was extraordinarily formidable. They certainly wouldn't risk their own lives as a joke. Zhuge Ni was overwhelmed with grief and anger. Uncle Wan, have you forgotten? Years ago, when your son went missing and was almost devoured by a demon, my father used astrology to point out your son's location without asking for any reward. Now that he's dead and still cannot rest in peace, you just stand there watching. Doesn't your conscience trouble you? Zhuge Ni turned to a middle-aged man and questioned him. The middle-aged man, addressed as Uncle Wan, first showed a trace of shame on his face, but it quickly turned ferocious. So what? When I begged Zhuge Qianqing to take action, what did he do? He just pointed me in a direction, didn't he? Wasn't it me who saved my son from the clutches of the demon? To save my son, I was seriously injured and bedridden for half a month. If Zhuge Qianqing had been willing to help, would I have had to suffer like this? Zhuge Ni's face turned pale as she looked at another tall young woman. Sister Xia, is that what you think too? You participated in the job transfer ceremony, had two professions combined into one, and nearly exploded to death. My father personally stepped in to set things right for you. That's how you survived. Are you going to stand by and do nothing as well? Sister Xia's expression turned somewhat unnatural, then she sneered coldly. Did I beg him to save me? Maybe if he hadn't intervened, I would have become the first dual-class professional in history, leaving my name in the annals. Putting the facts aside, maybe Zhuge Qianqing is just a male chauvinist, afraid that we women might surpass men, so he interfered with me. Zhuge Ni bit her red lips tightly, so hard that she didn't even feel it when they bled. She had never imagined that people in this world could be so shameless, that people in this world could distort the truth to such an extent. Zhuge Ni questioned several people who had been helped by Zhuge Qianqing, but without exception, not only were they unwilling to help, they even harshly criticized Zhuge Qianqing. Great kindness can turn into great enmity. Through their actions, they vividly demonstrated to Zhuge Ni what it means for people to leave and the tea to cool. Moreover, these people had long noticed that something was off about the situation on the field. The fact that the investigation bureau hadn't shown up for so long clearly indicated that a powerful figure was intervening behind the scenes. Offending a living big shot for the sake of a deceased Mr. Zhuge was obviously an extremely unprofitable deal. Zhuge Ni laughed, but her laughter was extremely desolate. She had thought that after Zhuge Qianqing's death, her days would certainly be difficult, but she never imagined that it would be this difficult. Stopping the hearse in the middle of the street, severely injuring her, and attempting to forcibly open the coffin for an autopsy, no matter how deranged the group of men in ghost face masks had become, not a single person was willing to stand up against them. These people had all benefited from Zhuge Qianqing's kindness, yet at this moment, it was as if they had gone deaf and blind. Father, does everything you've done really have any meaning? Two streams of tears slid down Zhuge Ni's cheeks. At this moment, she was lost, feeling bewildered by the world. Just then, a hysterical roar erupted. Beast, do not approach Mr. Zhuge's coffin. An elderly man with white hair resolutely charged toward the man in the ghost face mask. His face was flushed with anger, and veins bulged on his neck, but in his hand, he held only an ordinary iron shovel. The man in the ghost face mask remained unmoved. He lifted a foot and kicked the old man, sending him flying heavily to the side, his life or death uncertain. Yet the old man's furious roar was like a bugle call for an assault, as a dense crowd surged toward this direction. Among these people, there were elderly, women, young adults, and teenagers, but not a single job changer. They were all just ordinary people, holding pots, bowls, and pans as weapons. The sharpest weapons they had were kitchen knives and watermelon knives. A warm, large hand rested on Zhuge Ni's shoulder. Girl, don't cry. You are Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Mr. Zhuge has done so many good deeds for Qingcheng. We won't let you suffer any grievances. A farmer-like man spat twice into his hands, grabbed a hatchet, and charged toward the man in the ghost face mask. Mr. Zhuge is the benefactor of the entire Qingcheng. Don't worry, we won't let him be disturbed even after his death. A plainly dressed auntie, holding a pressure cooker, also rushed forward. Zhuge Ni's tears unknowingly began to flow uncontrollably, like a broken dam. No, don't go, don't go. You'll die, don't go. When have the men of our great Xia ever been afraid of death? If good people end up with such a fate, who would dare to be good in the future? Brothers, follow me. A repairman wielding a wrench joined the fight, followed by more people behind him. Those job changers who had benefited from Zhuge Qianqing chose to protect themselves, but these ordinary people, who couldn't even truss a chicken, chose to stand up at this moment. Countless figures flashed past Zhuge Ni's eyes. These people had no ability to resist the group led by the man in the ghost face mask, yet at this moment, their steps did not falter in the slightest. Sorry, I'm so useless, I'm sorry. Zhuge Ni's vision was already blurred by tears. At this moment, she suddenly hated herself deeply. She hated her own weakness, hated that as the daughter of Zhuge Qianqing, she could only watch helplessly as a group of ordinary people stood in front of her. Boss, what do we do? Kill them all? Another man wearing a smiling face mask looked at the man in the ghost face mask and asked asked excitedly. Although there were many of these people, they were mostly the old, weak, sick, and disabled. If they unleashed their full strength in a massacre, it would only take an hour or two.
Are you crazy? Massacring civilians? If you want to die, don't drag me into it.
The man in the ghost face mask wished he could just stab this guy right then and there. Have old 3 set up a barrier to block these people, that's enough.
Ah, fine.
The man with the smiling face mask shrugged, then turned to another person wearing a crying face mask. Third sister, the boss wants you to set up a barrier to keep these annoying folks out. The woman with the crying face mask nodded, then raised her hand and chanted softly, "Crystal wall." A faint white light emerged from the pale palm of the crying-faced woman, quickly spreading out to form a transparent wall that blocked the angry crowd outside. Although the light wall was invisible, it was indestructible. Those who tried to rush through were all bounced back, falling to the ground, unable to overcome this invisible barrier. Yet they still did not give up, doing everything they could to break through the transparent wall before them.
Unfortunately, the strength of ordinary people was far too insignificant in the face of a professional.
No matter how many there were, they still failed to leave any trace on the wall, let alone destroy it. Seeing the ghost-faced mask raise a long blade in front of the ice coffin, the crowd blocked by the barrier instantly erupted. Tens of thousands
of people using various profound and expressive languages of their homeland to curse the ghost-faced man's ancestors to the 18th generation.
Unfortunately, the ghost-faced man was completely unmoved, and the long blade in his hand slashed fiercely toward Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin. Zhuge Ni's eyes widened in despair, but gravely injured as she was, she had no strength to stop the ghost-faced man. Just as she was about to fall into complete hopelessness, a voice filled with icy madness and murderous intent suddenly exploded. In an instant, above Qingchang, lightning flashed and thunder roared, dark clouds churned, as if the apocalypse had arrived. A bolt of lightning tinged with purple descended from the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything, violently striking toward the man with the ghost-face mask. Stop! The might of the lightning seemed as if it could tear the entire world apart. As the purple light flickered, the surrounding space began to distort.
Forbidden spell?
World-destroying thunderstorm. At this moment, everyone within Qingcheng felt an unprecedented terror, as if the lightning was not only striking the ghost-face mask man but was aimed at each and every one of them. Even the thunder rumbling from the distant horizon sounded as if it were exploding right beside their ears, deafening and overwhelming. The face of the man in the ghost-face mask changed drastically. He had never expected that, at such a moment, someone would launch such a terrifying attack on him. With a swing of the long blade in his hand, it transformed into a cold gleam, slashing toward the lightning in an attempt to block it. However, the power of the lightning far exceeded his imagination. When the ghost-face mask man's long blade came into contact with it, it was destroyed as if it were made of paper, unable to resist the lightning in the slightest.
The momentum of the lightning did not diminish, striking the ghost-face mask man fiercely.
Purple light flickered, electric sparks flew,
and the ghost-face mask man was instantly engulfed by the lightning. He let out a scream as his entire body was blasted away.
When the thunder dissipated, the black robe on the ghost-faced man had already turned into shreds, and half of his ghost-face mask was shattered, revealing a terrified eye. The other 4 masked men stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do.
They knew the strength of the ghost-faced man, but now he had been severely injured in just one encounter. The surroundings fell into a dead silence in an instant, with a faint burnt smell spreading in the air.
Everyone stared in shock at this sudden turn of events.
That seemingly invincible and incredibly powerful ghost-faced man was actually severely injured by a single thunderbolt within just a few breaths? Could it be that the heavens have eyes and have sent down divine punishment?
Only Zhuge Ni immediately looked in the direction where Yilin was, her face full of disbelief. This forbidden spell, in Qingcheng, only Yilin knows how to use it.
She never expected that Yilin would actually make a move.
The pale-faced Yilin walked through the crowd, heading toward the group of men with ghostly faces.
He didn't say much, simply standing calmly in front of Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin.
A trace of venom flashed in the exposed eye of the ghost-faced man. It's that forbidden spellcaster. Third brother, trap him with a barrier. Second, fourth, and fifth brothers, kill this guy. At the ghost-faced man's reminder, the 4 snapped out of their daze and surrounded Yilin from 4 directions. Before coming here, they had already reviewed Yilin's information. No matter how strong the forbidden spellcaster profession was, Yilin was only in his 20s in terms of level. Kid, if you just stayed hidden, no one would have bothered you. But since you're determined to seek death, we'll gladly send you on your way. The smiling man chuckled darkly, his figure flickering unpredictably like a phantom. 4 against 1, and their levels were all much higher than Yilin's, all of them being level 50 job changers. In the eyes of the smiling man, this battle was completely one-sided. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the terror of a forbidden spellcaster, especially one who had no regard for their own life. The crying-faced woman clasped her hands together, and 6 invisible walls began to close in around Yilin, aiming to form a barrier to trap him. Golden glimmers began to appear around Yilin, and his once fairly robust body started to wither away at this moment. The golden spear tore through the sky, instantly piercing the barrier before it and then directly penetrating the forehead of a masked man. The masked man hadn't even realized he was already dead, still charging forward a short distance before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Forbidden spell? Eternal gung metal. Fifth brother. The man with the smiling face was startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yilin cast a forbidden spell, instantly killing one of them. The sheer power of it made his scalp tingle. But Yilin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He raised his hand once more, and a terrifying aura began to brew in his palm. Another terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. This time, Yilin targeted another masked man. Instant kill. That man wasn't as lucky as the ghost-faced one. The violent lightning exploded on his body, arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. When the power of the lightning dissipated, all that was left in place was a steaming, charred corpse. Yilin's face grew even paler. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunderstorm. The man with the smiling face remained silent, quickly approaching Yilin, intending to kill him with a single strike. Yilin acted as if he couldn't see him, locking his gaze on the woman with the crying face. The woman with the crying face trembled all over, and in that instant, she felt an indescribable aura of death, as if she had been marked by the Grim Reaper. Die, you! At that moment, the man with the smiling face had already reached Yilin's side. A cold gleam flashed as a dagger thrust straight toward Yilin's throat. A blood hole pierced through Yilin's throat, with crimson blood gushing out from the artery. Such an injury was clearly fatal beyond doubt. The man with the smiling face and the woman with the crying face both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A forbidden spellcaster fighting for their life was truly terrifying. Splat! Fortunately, it was all over now. Oomph, fool! The smiling man triumphantly drew out his dagger, a mocking smile forming beneath his mask. Yet even with his throat pierced, Yilin remained completely unfazed. Forbidden spell? Immortal and undying. The blood hole in Yilin's throat healed and regenerated at an incredible speed. Within his line of sight, both the smiling man and the crying woman were in range. Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen gaze. Yilin's eyeballs instantly shriveled, and two streams of bloody tears flowed from his hollow eye sockets. Not good, run. The smiling man's face changed drastically. The reason the four of them decided to attack separately was to avoid giving Yilin the opportunity to use a forbidden spell that could affect all four of them. But now, he and the crying-faced woman were clearly both locked onto by Yilin's forbidden spell. A bone-chilling frost instantly spread out, and the smiling man and crying-faced woman felt as if their bodies were bound by an irresistible force. They wanted to escape but found themselves unable to move. Everything around them began to slowly freeze, even the air seemed to be frozen solid. In their line of sight, Yilin's figure gradually became blurred, replaced by a pair of eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light. The coldness and lifelessness emanating from those eyes amplified the fear deep within their hearts. The smiling-faced man let out a resentful roar, his voice filled with despair. Afterward, both he and the crying-faced woman were frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, completely devoid of life. For forbidden spells, killing 4 level 50 job changers in succession. No, this record is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Everyone looked at Yilin with a trace of fear in their eyes. Even though Yilin was now blind and as thin as a skeleton, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. On this day, everyone finally remembered just how terrifying the profession of a forbidden spellcaster truly is. The severely injured man with the ghostly face was completely petrified. He never imagined that when a forbidden spellcaster fought with their life on the line, they could be this terrifying. At this moment, the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. He never expected that 4 of his brothers would die, and it seemed Yilin had no intention of letting him go. The blind Yilin crouched down, groping around to pick up the shovel that the old man had dropped on the ground earlier. He used the shovel as a cane, stumbling his way to where the man with the ghostly face was. Just as the ghost-faced man was wondering what Yilin was up to, Yilin raised the shovel and, with a crunch, struck it against the ghost-faced man. The grimacing man let out a painful scream. Yilin was different from other forbidden spellcasters. Endless Devour had significantly increased his strength attributes. Now, even without using any forbidden spells, Yilin could still inflict considerable damage. Yilin turned a blind eye to the grimacing man's screams. Shoveling, slapping, slicing, stabbing, every possible use of the shovel was applied to the grimacing man. Soon, his body was a bloody mess. Whether the grimacing man screamed, begged for mercy, or threatened, Yilin did not stop in the slightest. He was like a tireless machine, with no expression on his face, swinging blow after blow at the man with the ghostly face. Ah, this bloody and eerie scene made many people involuntarily shiver. Judging by Yilin's actions, it was clear he intended to beat the ghost-faced man to death with the shovel. It must be noted that the ghost-faced man was a level 50 class changer, and using a shovel to kill him was akin to trying to kill an ordinary person with a spoon. For the man with the ghostly face, this was an agonizing and drawn-out ordeal, tormenting not only his body but also his mind. The shovel landed on him again and again in a steady rhythm. Before long, the ghost-faced man completely broke down. Stop, please, just give me a quick death. You want to know who's behind me, right? I'll tell you, it's... Before he could finish, Yilin unhesitatingly smashed the shovel down on the man's mouth, cutting him off. At the same moment, a flash flash of icy light streaked by like lightning, piercing straight through the ghost-faced man's temple and leaving behind an almost invisible wound. His eyes filled with blood, and in an instant, his life was snuffed out. Yilin pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to swing the shovel and smash it down on the corpse again and again. Of course he knew there was someone behind the ghost-faced man, but that person was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke right now. That is someone who can mobilize the entire power of Qingqing to cooperate with him. If I were to act like Huang Lidian and keep digging for the truth, within 3 days, I would mysteriously disappear from this world due to some irresistible force. Given my current strength, playing dumb is the best choice. After smashing the corpse of the ghost-faced man into a pile of mush, Yilin threw away the shovel and spoke coldly. Zhuge Qianqing was once my teacher. He was kind to me, and I want his final journey to be peaceful and undisturbed. If anyone insists on causing trouble, I will see it through to the end. Anyway, as a forbidden spellcaster, I don't have many years left to live. I don't mind taking everyone down with me. His words were resolute, and no one doubted Yilin's determination. Just moments ago, he had already proven with his actions that he would indeed do so. For a moment, the entire venue fell into complete silence. After Yilin lost his eyeballs, the 2 black eye sockets on his face looked somewhat terrifying. However, at this moment, none of the people of Qingcheng, who had gathered because of Zhuge Qianqing, were afraid of Yilin. Their gazes toward him were filled with admiration. Some even stepped forward to help Yilin voluntarily. Zhuge Ni was also helped up by someone, and Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin was lifted back onto the cart. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as if nothing had happened. Only the 3 corpses lying on the ground and the 2 ice sculptures standing there bore witness to what had just occurred. Everyone thought this farce would end here, but a sinister voice suddenly sounded in the dark. A forbidden spellcaster risking their life? How terrifying. But with your eyes blinded, how many people can you actually take down? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd was in an uproar. That ghost-faced man actually has accomplices. A look of despair appeared in Zhuge Ni's eyes. Could it be that her father would truly find no peace even after death? Yilin's heart also sank slightly. This shouldn't be happening. Could the person behind the scenes really have such far-reaching power? One forbidden spellcaster isn't enough? Then how about adding me? Just as everyone was falling into despair, a streak of light shot across the sky, arriving in an instant. It transformed into a middle-aged woman in a white dress, her face somber and her eyes red-rimmed. It was none other than Su Qingxin. I don't care who is backing you. If you dare to step forward today, I, Su Qingxin, will fight you to the death. Among the crowd, many gasped in shock, looking at Su Qingxin in astonishment. They had just seen this woman on television not long ago. She was an admissions teacher at the Supreme Academy. The crowd was curious. They had clearly seen Su Qingxin and Zhuge Qianqing clashing over Yilin during a live broadcast earlier. Why did Su Qingxin seem so agitated now that Zhuge Qianqing had passed away? Well said. Zhuge Qianqing was an old friend of mine despite our age difference. I want to see which scoundrel dares to cause trouble here. An elderly man, with white hair and beard quickly approached, exuding an incredibly intimidating aura. It was evident that he, too, was a terrifyingly powerful class changer. Old Lai, count me in. And me too. One strong individual after another arrived, all coming to support Zhuge Qianqing. Hearing these movements, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, with Zhuge Qianqing's connections, how could it be possible for him to be bullied like this at a funeral? If the person behind the scenes can truly block everyone rushing to aid Zhuge Qianqing, then it is truly terrifying upon careful thought. With the protection of powerful figures like Su Qingxin, the person hiding in the shadows did not appear again. Soon, the hearse started moving again toward the cemetery, encountering no obstacles along the way. In a nearby tall building, a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious robe stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the hearse convoy depart. A sense of authority emanated from between his brows, clearly the aura cultivated from years of holding a high position. His gaze was deep, as if capable of seeing through people's hearts, making others dare not meet his eyes. A black-robed figure wearing a rat-faced mask knelt behind this middle-aged man. Have the tiger and rabbit returned? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. Reporting to you, sir, they have returned. In a valley 79 kilometers east of Qingcheng, there are indeed traces of where the Gate of Apocalypse once appeared. The rat-faced masked person emitted a burst of electronic sound, seemingly using a voice changer, making it impossible to distinguish gender. Has the Gate of Apocalypse appeared? I knew it. There's no way the esteemed Mr. Zhuge could have died so inexplicably. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Sir, should we continue sending people to intercept Zhuge Qianqing's hearse? The rat-faced masked person asked. The middle-aged man's fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop, producing a thumping sound. No need, Su Qingxin and the others have already stepped in. If this continues, the impact won't be good. So far, neither the Yilin nor Zhuge Ni seem to know about Zhuge Qianqing going to the Gate of Revelation. You only need to assign people to monitor Yilin and Zhuge Ni. As for yourself, take the others and focus all efforts on searching for Ling Yi and Guqin. Bring them back alive or dead, no matter the cost. cost. Yes. The rat-faced masked man vanished like a ghost from the spot, leaving the spacious office with only the middle-aged man. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them.
Zhuge Qianqing, oh Zhuge Qianqing, what exactly did you go to the Gate of Revelation for? You even lost your life over it. Could it be that within the Gate of Revelation, a new origin relic has truly appeared?
As the final handful of yellow soil was gently scattered, Zhuge Qianqing's funeral concluded solemnly and completely. The setting sun's afterglow was fragmented into dappled golden shards by the leaves, falling upon the freshly turned earth, casting a faint radiance over the final resting place of the renowned Mr. Zhuge of Dixia.
As time passed and nightfall descended, the crowd of mourners gradually dispersed, leaving behind an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity.
In the end, only Yilin and Zhuge Ni remained, standing like statues before Zhuge Qianqing's grave.
Zhuge Ni turned her head stiffly, looking at Yilin's already blind eyes and emaciated body. Her expression was extremely complex.
All of this was the backlash from fully unleashing the forbidden spell, which also meant that Yilin would only be able to live as a blind man from now on.
Today's battle slightly changed her impression of Yilin. This person didn't seem to be as useless as she had imagined. Yilin, about today, thank you.
She pulled out a card from her hand, stepped forward, and stuffed it into Yilin's hand.
This card contains a lot of money.
Even if you lose your sight, it will ensure you live the rest of your life without worry.
I, Zhuge Ni, don't like owing others.
Yilin nodded, then knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing, stood up, broke the card in his hand, and turned to leave.
The crisp sound of a snap instantly made Zhuge Ni's brows furrow. Yilin, what do you mean by this? Isn't the money I gave you enough?
Yes.
I know you risked your life for my father, but haven't I compensated you enough? Or do you intend to use your favor to demand repayment?
Yilin's body paused slightly, and he said softly,
Zhuge Ni, you are too self-righteous.
What I did today was merely to repay my master's kindness. I don't need any repayment.
Actually, from the moment we first met, I didn't want to have any connection with you.
If it weren't for your father, Mr. Zhuge, you would have long been a corpse under my hand.
You should be well aware that killing you is no harder for me than killing a chicken.
Yilin's tone was light, yet it pierced Zhuge Ni's heart like a sharp blade.
Yilin, what are you saying?
Explain yourself clearly,
Zhuge Ni demanded. Why should I explain to you? Setting aside your father Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge Ni, what are you even worth?
Yilin's words left Zhuge Ni stunned in place, her face alternating between green and pale, an extremely colorful display. She wanted to retort, wanted to lash out, wanted to argue her case, but she realized that although Yilin's words were harsh, it seemed that every single one of them was true. She had always lived under the protection of her father, Zhuge Qianqing. It wasn't until his passing that she realized how weak her own strength was, to the point where she almost failed to protect her father's coffin. Without Zhuge Qianqing, she seemed to have truly become a complete failure. At this moment, Zhuge Ni's proud self-esteem was utterly shattered. Zhuge Ni, as if her soul had been lost, sat despondently in front of Zhuge Qianqing's grave, gently caressing his tombstone. Dad, did I really make a mistake? Yilin held a stick he had picked up and groped his way out of the cemetery. Although losing his eyes was somewhat inconvenient, as a forbidden spell master, if his level rose rapidly while he remained physically strong, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. After today's incident, he should be able to completely sever ties with the identity of Ling Yi. When Yilin walked out of the cemetery, Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu were already waiting for him there.
Boss. Seeing Yilin's miserable state, Ji Lingyu couldn't help but redden his eyes, his voice slightly choked. Why cry? I'm still alive, aren't I?
Yilin grinned, but paired with those hollow eye sockets, it inevitably looked a bit eerie. Yilin reached out his hand, groping to pat Ji Lingyu's shoulder in comfort.
Don't cry, I'm really fine.
Ji's father, on the other hand, looked at Yilin with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice,
Yilin, what are your plans next? Why not stay by my side? Having someone to talk to would be nice.
If the path of a job changer is too hard, then let's not take it. Yilin gave a wry smile. Uncle Ji meant to support him for the rest of his life.
But how could Yilin possibly agree?
He was only pretending to be blind temporarily out of necessity, not truly blind.
Uncle Ji, I understand your kindness, but I still want to go to university.
After all, I don't have much time left to live. I might as well go out and experience more of the world. That way, when death truly comes, I might have fewer regrets. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ji was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded.
Alright, since you've already made your decision, I support you. No matter where you go, the Ji family will always be your backing. On the way back, Father Ji also gave Yilin a card. Although Yilin didn't know how much money was in the card, it probably wasn't less than what Zhuge Ni had given.
After that, Yilin settled down at the Ji family with peace of mind and began adapting to life with blindness. After losing his vision, Yilin's hearing, sense of smell, and other senses became much sharper, and he gradually learned to locate sounds. Just a few nights later, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yilin like a ghost.
The figure moved extremely fast and with incredible lightness, like a feather landing, but still couldn't escape Yilin's ears. Guoqin?
Among the people he knew, only Guoqin had such skills.
Little boss, it's me. me. I have to leave. Recently, there's a group of people hunting me all over the world. I can't stay in Xinjiang anymore, or I'll get into trouble sooner or later. I need to go out and lay low for a while. Also, the identity of Ling Yi is being wanted as well. Both you and Zhuge and I have people watching you closely. I can't stay long. Take care of yourself, little boss. Guo Qin spoke softly and then left quietly without a trace. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that there would be someone monitoring him so closely, and he hadn't even noticed. This could only mean that the person secretly watching him must possess an extremely terrifying level of strength. Fortunately, he had been fully committed to playing the role of a blind man these past few days, without showing any signs of abnormality. Otherwise, something major might have happened. Originally, he had planned to sneak out of the city to hunt monsters and rapidly enhance his strength through endless devouring, but now it seemed this plan would have to be temporarily shelved. But to waste such precious time like this, Yilin felt somewhat unwilling. Yilin took a deep breath, ripples stirring in his heart. He sat quietly in the darkness, pondering his next move. Since he was already being watched, he couldn't act recklessly. He needed to find a safe place, a place where he could stay low, develop, and enhance his strength. But where could he find such a place? Who knew how long the person secretly watching him would continue to monitor him? What if it lasted for several years? Could it be that Yilin would really act as a blind man for several years and not even level up? This was obviously unacceptable to Yilin. Just as Yilin was feeling conflicted, something suddenly fell out of his Great Sumeru ring on its own. Yilin was stunned. Although the Great Sumeru ring had a storage function, if he didn't activate it himself, it was absolutely impossible for anything inside the storage space to come out. Yilin reached out and groped around on the ground in confusion, quickly feeling a soft, bag-like object. Yilin immediately realized that these were the 7 brocade pouches left for him by Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing had told him that at critical junctures in his life, these pouches would open automatically. Previously, when he hesitated about whether to kill Guo Qin, the first pouch had opened, and now it was the second one. Yilin took a deep breath. He really wanted to know what was inside the brocade pouch. But there was a problem. He was currently blind. The corner of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. Then he stuffed the brocade pouch into the Great Sumeru ring, turned around, and went into the bathroom, driving out the maids who were there to attend to him. He simply didn't believe that the person secretly monitoring him could be so skilled as to observe what he was doing in the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Yilin raced against time, allowing his eyeballs to regenerate quickly. Once his vision was restored, he hurriedly looked at the second brocade pouch to see what Zhuge Qianqing had left for him. But strangely, unlike the first brocade pouch, the second one contained no message from Zhuge Qianqing. It only held 2 skill scrolls, and their level was the most basic, not even rare level skills. Teacher, what do you mean by this? Yilin was a bit confused. Wasn't this supposed to be an important turning point in his life? And all Zhuge Qianqing left him were 2 bundles of scrolls? No. Based on his understanding of Zhuge Qianqing as a teacher, Zhuge Qianqing would never do anything meaningless. Perhaps the secret was hidden within these 2 bundles of ordinary skill scrolls. Yilin began examining the 2 bundles of skill scrolls. Shadow Mirage Technique. The user creates a mirage in front of them to confuse the enemy. Turtle Breath Technique. The user can slow their breathing rhythm until it completely stops, entering a state of feigned death. Yilin glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. The Shadow Mirage Technique was passable. For Assassin and Warrior classes, this skill could be somewhat useful. As for the Turtle Breath Technique, being able to enter a state of feigned death isn't too bad. If you can't defeat the enemy, you can always play dead. But the problem is, this skill has a casting delay. You need to control your breathing rhythm for a while before entering the feigned death state. Isn't that just ridiculous? Fortunately, Yilin has a second-class talent, Ultimate Sublimation. Teacher, could it be that you even predicted my second-class talent? Yilin muttered to himself and directly activated the Turtle Breath Technique. If nothing unexpected happens, the forbidden spell upgraded from these 2 skills should be of great use to him. The professional talent has been fully sublimated, and the turtle breathing technique has been enhanced to the Great Nihility Technique. Forbidden spell? Great Nihility Technique. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices one of their own bones every minute, entering a state of nihility to achieve complete invisibility. However, the spell will be nullified upon launching an attack or being hit by an attack. Watching his body gradually turn transparent and finally disappear completely, Yilin's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. With this forbidden spell, he could indeed silently escape from those monitoring him. But this was of no use. If the person monitoring discovered that Yilin had disappeared, it would only bring even greater trouble to Yilin. It seems the answer might lie in the second bundle of skill scrolls. Yilin believed that Zhuge Qianqing would never act without a purpose. Yilin directly activated the Shadow Step Technique. The professional talent has been sublimated to the extreme. Shadow Technique has been enhanced to 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. Forbidden spell? 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices half of their lifespan to create a clone identical to their current body, with a maximum of 3 clones existing
simultaneously. Note, the death of a clone does not affect the original body, but if the original body dies, the clones will disappear as well. As a mass of flesh and blood continuously formed before his eyes, Yilin saw an identical version of himself appear. This clone, apart from not wearing clothes and lacking equipment like the Great Sumeru Ring, is no different from the real him. Even the level and everything else are the same as his own. Yilin was initially curious about how to control the clone after it appeared, but now he realized that having a clone was no different from extending his own flesh and blood. With just a thought, the clone could respond accordingly. Yilin's breathing suddenly became rapid. He knew it. He said that Zhuge Qianqing could never fool him. The combination of the Great Void technique and the One Qi transforming into 3 pure ones forbidden spells could perfectly resolve the predicament he was facing. First, he would use the One Qi transforming into 3 pure ones to leave a clone in the Ji family to continue wandering around, making the person secretly monitoring him think he was still there. Meanwhile, his true body would use the Great Void technique to slip away, change his face with illusory face, and go monster hunting. How delightful would that be? Without hesitation, Yilin took off all his clothes and put them on the clone. In order to make it more realistic, he even took off the Yin-Yang twin bracelets and the Emperor Dragon Rui ring from his body and gave them to the clone. After this series of actions, the clone was already identical to the original Yilin, except for not having immortality. Perfect. Yilin nodded in satisfaction, then paused for a moment. That's not right. I almost forgot this. Yilin reached out his hand, plucked out the clone's eyeball, and flushed it straight down the toilet. Just now, in order to look at the pouch, he regenerated his eyeball, so the clone also had eyes. Now there's no problem. Yilin controlled the clone, making it push the door open and walk out, while he activated the Shadow Remnant technique, completely entering a stealth state. The clone walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, muttering to himself, "Open the balcony door, I want to feel the breeze." Understood, young Master Yi. Two maids in black stockings immediately opened the balcony door for the clone, while Yilin's main body took the opportunity to slip out. With the existence of the Great Void technique, although the Ji family had many people, not a single one of them could detect Yilin's presence. Yilin's true body did not rush to leave but instead kept a close eye on the movements of his clone. He controlled the clone to walk onto the balcony, enjoying the caress of the night breeze. Immediately after, Yilin noticed a very subtle change appear before him. A faint shadow, resembling a ghost, emerged on the wall on the other side of the balcony without making a single sound. Yilin's heart stirred. He knew this was the person secretly watching him. If he hadn't tricked this person with 2 forbidden spells, Yilin might not have even been able to discover where they were hiding. Just as Yilin was staring at the figure, the shadow suddenly raised its head sharply, its sinister gaze instantly locking eyes with Yilin's. Yilin's expression changed drastically, and his whole body froze in place. Could it be that he had been discovered? He held his breath, not daring to move a muscle. Fortunately, the shadow looked in Yilin's direction for a while, then muttered to itself and withdrew its gaze. Strange, why do I feel like someone is watching me? Only then did Yilin let out a sigh of relief. It turned out the shadow hadn't noticed him, it just instinctively felt something was off. It seems that the invisibility effect of the Great Void technique is quite good. Now that the clone is holding the fort at the Ji family, Yilin can finally focus on leveling up freely. Teacher, you're really like 10 big black bulls and a little cow staying at a hotel, absolutely incredible. On the way back, Yilin couldn't help but marvel at Zhuge Qianqing's flawless calculations, even predicting the exact difficulties he would encounter now. Relying on the invisibility effect of the Great Void technique, Yilin first went to grab a new set of clothes, then slipped into a secluded, uninhabited spot to change and put on a disguise. With this, he transformed himself and gained an entirely new identity. From now on, the skills I use must also be unified. So, ice it is. There are more ice-typed skill scrolls. From now on, I am an ice mage. Yilin categorized all the ice-typed skill scrolls in the Great Sumeru Ring together. With the existence of a second professional talent taken to the extreme, Yilin could completely disguise himself as a transferee of another profession. How should I put it? It's quite reasonable for ice-type skills to be a bit more powerful, right? After finishing the preparations, Yilin activated the Great Void technique and arrived at the edge of the city wall, then used a spatial leap to reach outside the city. Smelling the foul stench in the air outside the city, Yilin unexpectedly felt an indescribable sense of comfort. From now on, the sky is truly the limit for birds to fly, and the vast sea is open for fish to leap. However, Yilin did not rush to kill monsters. Instead, he repeatedly activated spatial teleportation, putting over 100 kilometers between himself and Qingcheng before officially starting his leveling journey. A rustling sound suddenly came from a nearby bush. Following the sound, Yilin looked over and saw a ferocious-looking demon gradually emerge. It stood on all fours, its fur as black as pitch, with a pair of scarlet eyes gleaming with ferocity. 2 rows of sharp fangs were exposed in its mouth, and saliva dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound, emitting a strong stench. What an adorable little doggy. Come here, smooch smooch. Yilin was in an excellent mood at the moment, even having the leisure to flirt with the creature upon seeing the monster. Sensing
Fearing Yilin's provocation, the monster, which somewhat resembled a dog, let out a low growl, then suddenly pushed off the ground with its limbs and lunged at Yilin. If you keep this up, I'll have to start cooking with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Yilin's lips curled slightly, and with a flick of his finger, a chilling aura instantly spread out. Ice Blade Technique. The moment it was unleashed, the Ice Blade Technique was instantly elevated to the forbidden spell, Frostmourn's Sorrow. A massive sword blade, formed entirely of pure ice crystals, condensed in the air, razor-sharp and exuding an intense chill. This sword blade seemed to be sculpted from the purest ice in the world, crystal clear and emitting a faint blue glow. In the instant Yilin flicked his finger, the ice sword, carrying a biting cold, hurled forth, aiming straight at the ferocious monster. The ferocity in the monster's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by terror and despair. Only then did it realize what kind of being it had provoked. The monster whimpered and tried to escape, but as soon as it turned around, a chill as if from the depths of the underworld completely froze it. The ice sword slashed down effortlessly, splitting the monster's body in two. Ice crystals shattered, turning into frost that spread cold everywhere, and the monster's corpse became 2 blocks of ice sculptures. Yilin took the opportunity to activate Endless Devour. Devoured level 32 Ordinary Monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increase lifespan by 125 years, experience points by 320, strength attribute by 5 points, agility attribute by 1 point, and spirit attribute by 1 point. Although the Emperor Dragon Rui ring and the Yin Yang twin bracelets were missing, Yilin's combat power at this moment was definitely not something ordinary monsters below level 50 could challenge. On this day, the monsters within 100 kilometers of Qingcheng once again recalled the fear of being slaughtered by humans. Devour level 36 Ordinary Monster *1, obtain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 360 years, experience points by 360, strength attribute by 7 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and spirit attribute by 1 point. Devoured level 37 Ordinary Monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 245 years, experience points by 370, strength attribute by 5 points, agility attribute by 1 point, and spirit attribute by 3 points. Under the effect of endless devouring, Yilin's experience points kept rising continuously, and even his three-dimensional attributes were steadily increasing. Moreover, the various energies required by the body were continuously replenished, making him feel no fatigue at all, as if he were a perpetual motion machine, madly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Yilin couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the appearance of an ancient origin artifact always triggered a series of terrifying wars. The existence of such an item was simply too defiant of the natural order. This seems a bit slow, Yilin murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Yilin's level had already risen to level 29. Leveling up in 3 days at this speed, without a high-level specialist team and purely solo grinding, was already astonishing. However, Yilin was still not very satisfied. In that case, forbidden spell? 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Yilin directly cast a forbidden spell. After sacrificing 3/4 of his lifespan, he successfully summoned 2 clones. The 3 purities transformation technique can produce up to 3 clones, but one must remain at the G family to avoid suspicion. Currently, Yilin can only summon 2 clones. However, when he saw the faces of the clones, Yilin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. This was because the faces of the 2 clones looked exactly like his own. After all, clones couldn't wear a face-altering mask. With this face, it's likely that encountering anyone would lead to trouble, as the face of Yilin, the national top scorer, is quite recognizable. Thinking of this, Yilin conjured an ice blade and began altering the faces of the 2 clones. In no time, blood flowed freely, and the 2 clones were completely disfigured, their appearances becoming terrifying. The faces of the 2 clones were covered with various scars as if carved by knives and axes: knife-carved brows, knife-carved eyes, knife-carved noses, knife-carved lips, knife-carved jawlines, and knife-carved faces. This should do it. Yilin nodded with satisfaction. If these 2 clones were placed in a CEO-themed novel, they would definitely be the standard model faces of domineering CEOs. After finishing the faces of the 2 clones, Yilin looked at a low-level magical creature not far away, chewing on tree leaves. Today it dares to eat tree leaves, tomorrow it will dare to eat people. Go, take it down. Yilin controlled the clones to charge toward the magical creature. The monster also noticed a human approaching it. It was a corrupted hammer dragon. Although it was herbivorous, its strength was anything but weak. Seeing Yilin's clone charging toward it, the corrupted hammer dragon stopped eating, turned around, and swung its tail forcefully. That tail, covered in scales, swept across like an iron whip. However, even though Yilin's clone had no equipment on him, he was still a level 29 forbidden spellcaster. Facing the corrupted hammer dragon's attack, the clone activated Flicker Dance to dodge directly. Then, raising his hand, he unleashed an ice element forbidden spell, Frostmourn. A massive ice sword descended from the sky, directly slaying the monster. So it was like this? It seems my my guess was correct. Yilin's main body muttered to himself. When the clone killed a monster, the main body would not gain any experience points. But that made sense. If the clone killing monsters could grant experience points to the main body, then having 3 clones would mean an additional 3-fold speed in leveling up through monster farming, which would be far too overpowered. That one breath transforms into 3 purities can't even be considered a forbidden spell. At the very least, it should be classified as an immortal technique. However, for Yilin, whether the clone slaying of monsters provides experience points or not doesn't matter, as long as the monster's corpse is still there. Yilin stepped forward and directly activated Endless Devour on the corpse of the corrupted hammer dragon. Devoured level 33 ordinary monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely rare dragon bloodline. Increase lifespan by 666 years, experience points by 330, strength attribute by 4 points, agility attribute by 1 point, and spirit attribute by 2 points. After devouring the corrupted hammer dragon, Yilin's dragon bloodline concentration instantly doubled. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.00002%, effect, unknown. A hint of surprise appeared in Yilin's eyes. It seemed his plan was feasible. Let the 2 clones hunt monsters together with himself, and then use Endless Devour to consume the corpses of the monsters killed by the clones. In this way, his leveling speed would definitely increase significantly. Yilin gave the 2 clones several ice-type skill scrolls, and with a single thought, the 2 clones immediately rushed off in opposite directions. Meanwhile, his main body also swept forward. As the saying goes, 10 years to sharpen a sword, 5 years to hone half its edge. Under this 3-person cooperative mode, Yilin's already terrifying speed was significantly enhanced once again. Devoured level 29 ordinary monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increased lifespan by 85 years, gained 290 experience points, increased strength attribute by 3 points, agility attribute by 3 points, and spirit attribute by 1 point. Devoured level 38 ordinary monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely rare dragon bloodline. Increase lifespan by 15 years, gain 380 experience points, increase strength attribute by 9 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and spirit attribute by 2 points. Endless Devour quickly disassembled one monster corpse after another. This terrifying speed of improvement made Yilin involuntarily reveal a look of surprise and delight. 3 days later, Yilin's level increased again, reaching level 30. You should know, the experience required to level up from 29 to 30 is even more than from 28 to 29, yet he still managed to complete the upgrade in just 3 days. At this rate, if he focuses on grinding for a whole month, Yilin could at least reach level 35. It's still too slow. Even though the leveling speed was already this fast, Yilin was still somewhat dissatisfied. If he continues at this pace, even if he doesn't eat or drink and keeps grinding, it will take him at least several years to reach level 90 or above. And that's assuming the experience points required for leveling up don't increase. Ultimately, the monsters near Qingcheng are too weak and too few, scattered rather sparsely, and it's rare to encounter monsters above level 40. As for high-level monsters, forget about it, there are none at all. Moreover, the clone cannot always help him hunt monsters, as the clone created by the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones technique does not possess immortality. Basically, if too many forbidden spells are cast, the clone will die outside. Yilin had tried using Endless Devour to consume the clone's corpse, but consuming the clone could only provide him with lifespan and nothing else. This left Yilin somewhat disappointed. If the clone could also provide experience points, it would be great, especially since his lifespan is infinite. Then Yilin also began to ponder whether there was a faster way to level up. But after thinking it over carefully, he couldn't come up with a better solution. After all, he was just a lone individual, with no powerful job-changing forces behind him except for the Ji family. Apart from money, he had nothing. This left Yilin with much less room to maneuver. Sigh, if only I were the emperor of Daxia. With just one command, I could have all the job-changers in Daxia hunt monsters for me and deliver their corpses to my feet. Wouldn't that be wonderful? In that case, my level would probably skyrocket in just 1 day. Yilin chuckled bitterly, mocking himself. But immediately after, Yilin suddenly realized that this matter seemed promising. Although he wasn't the emperor of Daxia, he could use money to buy the corpses of magical creatures. Generally speaking, the corpses of magical creatures are useless to combat-type job changers. But for life-type professionals, the corpses of magical creatures are extremely useful. Because the corpses of magical creatures can provide many materials for blacksmiths, alchemists, and potion makers to use in skill training. Therefore, many combat-type professionals will drag the corpses of magical creatures back to the Job Changers Guild after hunting them and sell them to the guild. There are also life-type professionals who post tasks in the Job Changers Guild, offering high rewards for specific materials from certain magical creatures. So, can I do the same? Yilin discovered that he had found Watson. Without hesitation, Yilin immediately returned to Qingcheng,
swapped identities with his clone, and went to ask Uncle G for money. To avoid leaving any traces, Yilin didn't ask for a bank card but requested gold instead. Gold has a small volume and is easier to carry compared to cash. A gold nugget the size of a fingernail can be worth tens of thousands. Although Uncle G didn't know what Yilin needed the gold for, since Yilin asked for something he had in abundance, Uncle G naturally didn't refuse. How much do you want? Uncle G asked straightforwardly. I only need 30 million, Yilin answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Uncle G picked up his coffee and said in a deep voice, "You're still young. 30 million isn't enough. Make it 300 million. With 300 million, you won't have to worry for a lifetime." 300 million? 300 million is too much, Uncle G. Transferring such a large amount of funds at once might arouse suspicion, right? Besides, this money needs to be kept confidential. No one can know it was given to me, or both of us could get into trouble, Yilin said with a frown. Uncle G furrowed his brows tightly, then slowly relaxed them. Don't worry, it's not too much, and it will be absolutely confidential. No third person will know that you received such a large sum of money. Uncle opened his reinforced safe. The moment the safe was opened, Yilin realized that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Even his face was reflected in a golden hue. Inside the safe, there were two layers. The upper layer was filled with some A4 papers, which seemed to be important documents. The lower layer, however, was neatly stacked with row after row of gold bars, making Yilin's breathing grow a little rapid. He had thought his step-uncle was wealthy, but he hadn't expected him to be this rich. Without a word, his step-uncle started moving gold bars out, and Yilin immediately began helping. Soon, the gold bars in the safe were all cleared out, leaving behind an empty safe. In front of Yilin, a stack of gold had already piled up to the height of his calves. I haven't counted exactly how much gold there is, but it should be around 200 or 300 million. I've always had a habit of collecting gold, said Uncle G, sweating profusely. Yilin couldn't help but marvel. Gold really is valuable. If it were converted into 200 or 300 million in paper currency, his great Sumeru ring probably wouldn't be able to hold it all. With a wave of his hand, Yilin stored all the gold into the great Sumeru ring. Thank you, Uncle G. I'll consider this money as a loan from you, and I'll repay it in the future, Yilin said sincerely. What are you thanking me for? If Uncle hears those words again, Uncle will get angry. Ji Fu frowned. If we really want to talk about it, I should be thanking you. After Kensen died, a big piece of the pie was left unclaimed. Since everyone thought I was the one who got rid of Kensen, no one dared to compete with me for it. G Corporation's assets skyrocketed by swallowing up all of Kensen's previous businesses, even tripling their original value. Yilin, having you is my greatest fortune. Yilin scratched his head upon hearing this. He hadn't expected there to be so much intricacy involved. Alright, I won't bother with pleasantries then. Rest assured, as long as I, Yilin, have a meal to eat, you'll have a bowl to wash. I'm off. Uncle G was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then couldn't help but shake his head. You brat. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Yilin went to the restroom again to swap identities with his clone, and then headed straight to the Job Changers Guild. The deaths of Wang Lichuan and Chen Kai, the president and vice president, seemed to have no impact on the Qingqing Job Changers Guild. The entrance of the guild was still bustling with people. Yilin walked in and approached the counter in the task area. Hello, I want to post a task. Hello, a man with a long face at the counter smiled. May I ask what kind of task you would like to post? Collecting monster corpses, Yilin said. Alright, may I ask what price you are offering for the collection? The long-faced man politely inquired. What is the current standard collection price? Yilin asked. Sir, it depends on the level and type of the monster. Normally, the corpse of a level 10 monster is around 300,000 each. For special monsters, like the golden armored demon rhino, the price goes up roughly to 450,000, the horse-faced man explained. What about level 20 and above? Yilin asked further. Level 20 is slightly more expensive, roughly around 800,000. For level 30 monster corpses, it's approximately 2 million, the horse-faced man helpfully explained. Got it, Yilin replied. Yilin nodded and then began to speak. I'll pay 400,000 for a level 10 monster corpse, 900,000 for a level 20 monster corpse, and 2,100,000 for a level 30 monster corpse. To put it simply, whatever the market price is, I'll pay 100,000 more. The horse-faced man was startled upon hearing this, thinking to himself that a wealthy big shot had arrived. No problem. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? At our transferees guild, we need to verify your funds first. The horse-faced man led Yilin to a private, enclosed lounge. Then, Yilin took out all the gold from the great Sumeru ring. The moment he saw the gold, the horse-faced man's breath stopped instantly. The impact of so much gold was no less than that of a forbidden spell. The horse-faced man's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, then he picked up a gold bar and bit into it. When he saw a tooth mark appear on the gold bar, he became instantly excited. Sir, for posting a task, our transferees guild charges a 1% handling fee. Is that acceptable to you? Alright, I'll leave it entirely to you. As for the monster corpses, I'll take as many as you have. I'll come to collect them every 3 days.
Yilin nodded. No problem, leave it to me. The horse-faced man was extremely excited. The commission from this deal was enough to cover 10 years of his salary. May I ask how I should address you, sir? Lu. Alright, Mr. Lu, I'll go issue the task right away. The horse-faced man, overly excited, almost tripped over himself on his way out. Subsequently, a new task appeared in the Qingqing Job Changers Guild. Unlimited recycling of monster corpses. Level 1 to 4 monsters, 100,000 per corpse. Level 5 to 8, 200,000 per corpse. Level 9 to 12, 400,000 per corpse. Level 37 to 40, 5 million per corpse. As soon as this task appeared, the entire task hall was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by the outrageous recycling prices. You must know, the corpses of level 1 to 4 monsters usually sell for only 30 to 40,000 each, and only live captures can fetch over 100,000. But now, even dead ones are worth 100,000? Killing monsters and dragging their corpses back is much easier than capturing them alive. Moreover, it's not just level 1 to 4 monsters, even the corpses of monsters of other levels are priced much higher than usual. The moment the task appeared, many people rushed to the mission hall to verify the authenticity of this task with the staff of the Transferee Guild. When the Job Changers Guild confirmed the authenticity of the mission, all the job changers were thrilled, their eyes revealing a deep desire for money. 1 hour after the mission was posted, the mission hall was packed with people, bustling with activity, as crowded as a popular tourist spot during the holidays. 3 hours after the mission was posted, the area in front of Qingqing's city gate was packed with people, bustling with activity. Without exception, all of them were job changers, which scared the soldiers guarding the city pale. They almost thought that the job changers in Qingqing were collectively starting a riot. Only after understanding did they realize that all these people were actually heading out of the city to complete tasks. Upon hearing this news, Hu Wang, the city lord of Qingcheng, was both amused and exasperated. He had been the city lord for so long, yet it was the first time he had seen the transfer professionals of Qingcheng so enthusiastic about doing tasks. Is this the power of money? Let them be. This trend won't last long. At such prices for recycling monster corpses, no amount of money will be enough to sustain it. Hu Wang waved his hand generously and chose not to concern himself with the matter. A truly important figure has arrived in Qingqing over the past few days. He has no time to bother with what the Qingqing job changers are up to. Making sure the important figure is well accompanied is the top priority. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After Yilin's monster corpse retrieval mission was issued, some were happy while others were distressed. While the combat-oriented job changers in Qingqing enthusiastically ran out of the city to complete the mission, the life-oriented professionals in Qingqing sighed and grumbled in discontent. Who on earth is this spendthrift? What does he need so many monster corpses for? I haven't seen a single monster corpse these past few days. Without materials, how am I supposed to forge anything? Exactly. I was hoping to see if I could make some progress, upgrading from an advanced alchemist to a master alchemist, but I can't buy any monster materials these days. His prices are way too high. Who in their right mind would buy monster corpses at those rates? It's a guaranteed loss. Originally, combat class professions hunted monsters, sold the materials from the monsters to them, and they would then craft equipment or potions to sell back to the combat class professionals. This can be considered a virtuous cycle, but now, as soon as Yilin's task is released, they can't get any materials at all unless they are willing to pay extra like Yilin. Many blacksmiths, alchemists, and potion makers were grinding their teeth in anger. Isn't this just nonsense? They had to find a way to resolve this. If they couldn't solve the problem, then they would solve the person who raised the problem. At this moment, Yilin had once again arrived at the Job Changers Guild, as today was the day he came to collect the monster corpses from the guild. The moment he saw him, the horse-faced man's eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Lu, this way, please. The horse-faced man led Yilin to a massive warehouse. At his signal, the warehouse security immediately opened the warehouse doors. As the warehouse opened, a visible wave of cold air rushed out. The interior of the warehouse was dim and chilly, forming a stark contrast to the bright, sunny weather outside. Tall shelves were piled high with all sorts of monster corpses. Some had been thoroughly processed, while others still bore traces of blood frozen into icy crystals. Even with the freezing temperatures, a faint stench of decay lingered in the air, mixing with the cold and making anyone who breathed it in feel uncomfortable. Mr. Lu, these are all the monster corpses we've received over the past 3 days. Are you satisfied? The horse-faced man said, eager to claim credit. Even found a cold storage. You were thoughtful. Yilin nodded, lifted his foot, and walked in. Close the door for me. Close it? The horse-faced man was stunned at first, then quickly nodded. Alright, no problem. Although he didn't know why Yilin wanted to do this, when it came to the benefactor's wishes, all he had to do was comply without asking why. It's like someone directly transfers 5 million to your account and asks you to streak. Would you really ask why? As the cold storage door slowly closed, Yilin couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. If it were just him and his 2 clones, forget 3 days, even 3 months might not be enough to gather so many monster corpses. Although the levels of these
monsters during their lifetimes weren't high. Quantity leads to quality. When enough $1 coins are gathered, they can still buy a car or a house. After confirming that there was no surveillance in the cold storage, Yilin immediately activated Endless Devouring and began to feast heartily. Devoured level 2 ordinary monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increased lifespan by 10 years, gained 20 experience points, and increased strength attribute by 1 point. Devoured level 8 ordinary monster *1, obtained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely rare dragon bloodline. Increase lifespan by 16 years, gain 80 experience points, increase strength attribute by 2 points, agility attribute by 1 point. Devour 1 level 5 ordinary monster, obtain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 15 years, gain 50 experience points, increase agility attribute by 1 point. One monster corpse after another was decomposed and devoured. After half an hour, all the monster corpses in the entire cold storage had been completely consumed, and Yilin's level has successfully risen to level 32. It should be noted that when entering the Gate of Apocalypse, Yilin was only at level 25. In just over half a month, rising from level 25 to level 32, if this upgrade speed were to be spread around, countless people would be utterly shocked. Perhaps, looking at the entire history of humanity, there has never been such a terrifyingly rapid upgrade speed. Yilin became even more certain that mobilizing all the job changers in Qingqing to hunt monsters for him was indeed the right decision. After calming his excited emotions, Yilin had the horse-faced man open the cold storage door and walked out. When he saw the empty cold storage, the horse-faced man was stunned on the spot. So many monster corpses had just disappeared like that? Seemingly noticing the horse-faced man's confusion, Yilin shook the large Sumeru ring in his hand. No need to make a fuss, I stored them all in my storage ring. The horse-faced man showed a look of sudden realization, and then his gaze toward Yilin carried a hint of envy. Equipment with storage functions is never cheap, and storage equipment with a space large enough to rival a cold storage facility is astronomically expensive. No wonder he can afford to spend so much money to collect monster corpses. Leaving, Yilin burped contentedly. Take care, Mr. Liu, the horse-faced man said respectfully. Yilin, who had just leveled up, happily walked out of the Job Changers Guild, but he hadn't gone far when his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He was being followed. The mental power of a forbidden spellcaster is not to be underestimated. Unless the opponent is particularly skilled in concealment or possesses mental power surpassing Yilin's, if someone is tailing him, Yilin would almost always notice immediately. He did not raise an alarm but instead left the city quietly and inconspicuously. He even thoughtfully chose a secluded and deserted spot, which at first glance seemed like the perfect place for robbery and murder. Sure enough, two men, one tall and one short, instantly blocked Yilin's path, one in front and one behind. You must be the one who issued the task to collect a large number of monster corpses, right? Someone has paid for your life, the tall man said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yilin raised an eyebrow slightly. How much did they give you? Tell me who they are, and I'll give you double. Still bargaining when you're about to die? Once we kill you, won't all your money be ours anyway? The tall man sneered. At this moment, the shorter man had already made his move. Why are you wasting words with him? Judging by his aura, his level is about the same as ours. Let's kill him quickly. We still need to hurry to the 79th secret realm in Qingcheng. It's a new secret realm. There might be some good stuff there. A streak of cold light slashed toward Yilin's throat. This short man was clearly an assassin-type profession, with a fairly high level, likely around level 30. Yilin sighed helplessly. He had just leveled up twice today and was in a good mood, not wanting to kill anyone. Why did they have to force him? Freeze spell. Just as the cold light in the short man's hand was about to touch Yilin's throat, an intense chill suddenly erupted, spreading rapidly outward with Yilin at the center. The short man only felt a chill rushing toward him, and immediately, his body began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tall man saw this, and his face changed drastically, but before he could escape, that extreme cold froze him as well. In an instant, two ice sculptures appeared in front and behind Yilin. Except for their heads, the bodies of the tall man and the short man were completely frozen, their eyes filled with terror. Only then did they realize what a terrifying existence they had provoked. Alright, can we talk properly now? Tell me, who sent you here, and what is this about the 79th secret realm you just mentioned? Yilin asked with a kind expression. The tall man and the short man both trembled, neither daring to say a word. Hurry up, whoever speaks up first gets to live, Yilin said in a deep voice. This deep voice instantly jolted the two awake, and the tall man hurriedly took the initiative to shout. I'm inflamed. I'm really inflamed. What on earth is inflamed? Yilin frowned, looking a bit puzzled. The tall man blushed and said somewhat embarrassedly, I went for a foot massage earlier, didn't wear protection, and got infected with inflammation. Yilin, I damn well told you to speak, not asking if you have inflammation. Yilin almost laughed out of anger. He had never seen anyone this ridiculous before, and he even felt a bit reluctant to kill these two talents. Oh. The short man was the first to react and
cautiously asked, "If I speak, will you let me go?" "Of course, don't worry. If I'm lying to you, I'll chop off my own head." Yilin patted his chest and vowed confidently. Only then did the short man breathe a sigh of relief and then spoke. "The people who hired us to kill you are a few life profession practitioners from Qingcheng. They think the task you posted disrupted the market." "Names?" Yilin pressed further. "Senior Forge Master Ian Xiang, Senior Alchemist Yuningfa, Senior Alchemy Master Zhou Heping." The short man betrayed all his employers without hesitation. "Alright, I've noted it down. Now, what about the number 79 secret realm you just mentioned?" Yilin continued to ask. "The number 79 secret realm is a new secret realm that suddenly appeared near Qingcheng in the past 2 days. Its location is about 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng. I don't know much else, but every time a new secret realm appears, there are always plenty of valuable items." The short man, shivering from the cold, still answered Yilin's questions with great seriousness. Yilin pondered upon hearing this. Should he go to secret realm number 79 or not? He should go. After all, recently, the area around Qingcheng has been filled with job changers hunting monsters, and the number of monsters has significantly decreased. Moreover, he had just collected monster corpses from the Job Changers Guild, and the next collection wouldn't be until 3 days later. 3 days is enough time to visit the secret realm. "Big brother, I've already told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" The short man's teeth chattered uncontrollably as he shivered. He truly couldn't bear the cold any longer. "Let you go? How could such words come out of your mouth?" Yilin's thoughts shifted, and the ice crystals began to freeze once more, spreading toward the faces of the tall man and the short man. "You're untrustworthy, going back on your word. You're shameless." The short man's eyes were filled with terror and resentment. Yilin, upon hearing this, was instantly displeased. "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." As soon as the words fell, Yilin conjured an ice blade, lightly traced it around his neck, and removed his own head. The wound froze the moment it appeared. Not even a single drop of blood was shed. "I'm a man of my word. Once I say something, it's as unchangeable as a promise carved in stone. I said it. If I lied to you, I'd chop my head off. Look, see? It's chopped off." Seeing Yilin take his head off and still be able to talk, the tall man rolled his eyes and fainted from fright. Although the short man didn't faint, his face was no better. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, though it was unclear whether it was from the cold or sheer terror. By the time Yilin reattached his head, both men had already frozen into ice sculptures. With a gentle flick of his finger, they turned into 2 clouds of icy powder and dissipated into the air. "Alright, let's go. Secret realm number 79. Along the way, Yilin encountered many teams hunting magical creatures, which filled him with satisfaction. It seemed that in 3 days, his level would surely rise again. As night gradually fell, stars adorned the sky, and Yilin arrived at a location 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng. The entrance to secret realm number 79 resembled a massive black vortex, constantly exhaling and inhaling a dark aura. Yilin could feel a powerful force emanating from within. At this moment, quite a few job changers were gathered at the entrance, watching and discussing. What exactly is inside this secret realm? Why hasn't a single person who went in come out? Yeah, the first group that went in has already been in there for almost 2 days, and there's been no sign of anything. I'm definitely waiting for someone to come out before I go in. Who knows if it's a death trap? There will be other secret realms in the future, but everyone only has one life. The people gathered here, many of them are waiting for others to pave the way first. Not all secret realms are suitable for job changers to enter and level up to enhance their strength. This secret realm is called the 79th secret realm because it is the 79th secret realm to appear near Qingcheng. Setting aside the 79th secret realm, among the other 78 secret realms, almost half of them are death zones. Enter and you die. In those secret realms, either the temperature is extremely high, and the moment a mortal body steps in, it is burned to ashes, or the temperature is extremely low, and a job changer entering would be frozen into an ice sculpture, or the area is filled with poisonous gas, or it contains lethal levels of radiation. These were all discovered by the daring predecessors among the job changers at the cost of their lives. So every time a new secret realm opens, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th central hospitals of Qingcheng send ambulances to the entrance of the secret realm to compete for business. Job changers are never short of money, and doing business with a high-level job changer can sustain a hospital's revenue for a month. Secret realm number 79 just opened 2 days ago, and since its opening, no one who entered has come out. Who knows if it might also be a death trap? At the moment when everyone was engaged in heated discussion, the black vortex at the entrance of the secret realm suddenly became transparent. Through the transparent vortex, everyone saw a dazzling light, and within that light, there seemed to be a faint object slowly rotating. In an instant, everyone held their breath, staring intently at that object. Suddenly, the light at the center of the vortex erupted, reaching an extreme brilliance, as if a blazing sun had risen from the depths of the earth, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When the light slightly dimmed and everyone cautiously opened their eyes again, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A slender scepter floated amidst the radiance, its shaft shimmering with a rainbow of colors,
as if it contained the purest power of heaven and earth. At the top of the scepter was embedded a transparent crystal gemstone, engraved with ancient runes. It exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery, as though it could guide all beings toward an unknown world. The crowd gathered at the entrance was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing scepter, unable to utter a single word.
What a terrifying aura! Could that scepter be a divine artifact? Someone in the crowd murmured softly.
This sentence was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing the crowd to erupt. Immediately after, the numerous job changers who had been observing rushed toward the entrance of Secret Realm number 79 like a swarm of locusts.
The divine artifact is mine. Whoever tries to take it from me, I'll kill them. That depends on whether you have the ability. A killer can be killed by anyone.
Such a treasure naturally belongs to the virtuous. Martial virtue is also a virtue. The muscles on the back of a job changer knotted tightly, slowly forming the character for virtue. The sudden change at the entrance of Secret Realm number 79 drove all the job changers into madness.
Human greed is endless.
The moment that scepter appeared, reason was instantly cast aside. After all, that scepter might very well be the legendary artifact capable of destroying the heavens and the earth.
Fortune favors the bold. If one could seize that scepter, how could great ambitions not be achieved?
Watching the countless job changers madly rushing into Secret Realm number 79 like lunatics, Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He vaguely felt that this was likely a trap. After all, if there really were a divine artifact appearing in this secret realm, how could it possibly fall into the hands of small fry like them? Most likely, true powerhouses would have already arrived. Just as Yilin was hesitating about whether to enter, a very pleasant voice rang out.
Brother, have you also noticed something off about this secret realm?
A man with a crew cut appeared beside Yilin. Even with a crew cut, it was still hard to hide the other person's delicate features and refined face. Yilin glanced at the other person, slightly furrowed his brows, and took half a step back.
Why are you disguising yourself as a man? How did you figure out I was disguised as a man?
Xia Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank sharply upon hearing this. She had clearly changed into men's clothing, skipped makeup, and even shaved off her long hair. She had checked herself in the mirror several times to ensure she looked completely like a tomboy before stepping out.
Yet, the first person she encountered immediately recognized her disguise as a woman dressed as a man?
First, unless their lips are chapped, guys don't apply such thick lip balm.
Yilin pointed at Xia Xiaoxiao's rosy lips, which looked as if they were smeared with lard.
Second, you already know to change into men's clothing and shave your head, but you don't know to hide such a big giveaway? If you're not a woman disguised as a man, then you're a crossdresser. Yilin pointed at Xia Xiaoxiao's obvious feature again.
Xia Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly.
Only now did she realize how clumsy her disguise was. No wonder everyone along the way had been looking at her so strangely.
Damn it!
She had long since gotten used to the existence of those things, so it never occurred to her to hide them. Yilin shook his head helplessly and turned to leave.
He vaguely felt that this woman seemed even less sensible than Zhuge and I.
He really didn't want to provoke another brainless woman.
Wait, don't go yet.
Seeing Yilin about to leave, Xia Xiaoxiao quickly blocked his way. I see you're quite smart. How about this, shall we team up to enter this number 79 secret realm? If I'm not mistaken, there should be demons in this secret realm. Only demons would use such techniques to lure humans in. Ordinary monsters don't possess this level of intelligence, Xia Xiaoxiao said very seriously.
Demons?
Upon hearing this, Yilin's steps paused slightly. He recalled the demon man, Galahad, whom he had encountered in the top scholar's secret realm.
The people of the demon clan are indeed powerful. If I could devour a few of them with endless devouring.
Yilin's heart was stirred, and he immediately decided to enter secret realm number 79. However, he had no intention of teaming up with a woman disguised as a man who didn't even know how to conceal her thunder. With a cold expression, Yilin was about to leave. At this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao spoke again.
I can offer you benefits.
Sorry, the education I received since childhood doesn't support me doing such things.
You've got the wrong person.
Yilin kept walking without stopping.
An epic-level piece of equipment. The moment Xia Xiaoxiao's voice sounded, Yilin immediately stopped in his tracks.
He turned his head with a cold expression, then suddenly broke into a smile.
Sharp eye.
He sneered at women who lacked intelligence, but eagerly pursued wealthy women who did. Lu Sun once said, even if you despise someone, when they send you money, the corners of your mouth will still involuntarily lift.
May I ask how to address you?
By the way, is that epic equipment being given now? Yilin asked one after another. You can just call me Xiao Xiao, Xia Xiaoxiao replied.
As for the epic equipment, what type do you want? A ring? A necklace? Or a sword?
Hiss. Upon hearing this, Yilin instantly gasped.
You can even choose the type? Damn, she's a real rich lady. Since when did Qingcheng have such a wealthy woman? Why hasn't he heard Guoqin mention her? Didn't Guoqin say he knows all the rich ladies in Qingcheng like the back of his hand?
You should know, the only piece of epic equipment Yilin has is the Crimson Flame Staff, which he pulled out from the belly of the treasure golden toad. Although epic equipment is priced at tens of millions, it is often priceless and rarely does anyone exchange epic equipment for money. Otherwise, Yilin would have already asked Uncle G to use his financial power to upgrade all his equipment to epic level. I'm an ice mage, just give me whatever you think is suitable, I'm not picky, Yilin said with a chuckle, rubbing his hands.
Ice mage? Perfect, I happen to have something just right for you.
Xia Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, then brushed her ring lightly. A box appeared in her hand, its surface inlaid with silver patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. This move made Yilin narrow his eyes slightly.
Equipment with storage functionality? This girl is definitely loaded.
Xia Xiaoxiao opened the box, revealing the item inside. It was a crystal-clear bracelet, adorned with one blue gemstone after another, resembling eternal blue ice, emitting a faint chill.
This is the Heart of Ice Crystal, an epic-level bracelet.
Xia Xiaoxiao handed the Heart of Ice Crystal to Yilin. Yilin took the box and immediately felt a chill seeping through his palm, as if snowflakes were dancing at his fingertips.
Heart of Ice Crystal. Grade, Epic. Attribute, Mental Power Amplification 60%, Refinable. Skill, Absolute 0. Absolute 0.
The wearer creates a field centered on themselves that approaches Absolute 0.
Within this field, the power of ice-based skills is increased by 100%. A domain skill, huh?
After reading the description of the Heart of Ice Crystal, Yilin couldn't help but be a little astonished.
Domain-type skills are extremely rare.
After all, for mages, the difference in the battlefield has a significant impact on their combat power.
For example, if two mages of equal strength, one specializing in fire and the other in ice, were to fight at a volcanic crater, the fire mage would undoubtedly win.
But with the existence of domain skills, the impact of the battlefield on mages can be minimized.
This Heart of Ice Crystal, even among epic-level equipment, is considered one of the best. Such equipment, and yet Xia Xiaoxiao in front of him said she would just give it away? Then what even more heaven-defying items could she have on her?
Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of killing intent flickering in the depths of his gaze. He had already developed the thought of killing and robbing. Just as Yilin was about to make his move, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and his steps abruptly paused. Extremely wealthy, possessing numerous resources, and incredibly knowledgeable, yet lacking basic life skills and even appearing somewhat foolish, this is clearly a typical second-generation heir living in a secluded mansion. It's like a rich young master not knowing whether a starch sausage costs 3 for 1 or 6 for 2. Such a person could never exist in a small county like Qingcheng. And then there's the mysterious figure behind the scenes at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral, who could make the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau dare not show up.
The woman in front of him, could she be related to that mysterious big shot?
Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yilin's back, and he was startled by his own guess.
Your mom, what is it?
Xia Xiaoxiao turned her head with some confusion.
Nothing much, I wish your mom happiness and good health. You know my mom? You're not lying to me, are you?
Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, filled with shock.
I'm just talking nonsense. Come on, let's enter the secret realm.
Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. So simple-minded, yet able to live safely to this age, Xia Xiaoxiao's background must be astonishingly significant. A child raised in an ordinary family could never maintain such pure thoughts and enthusiasm for the world. This was something Yilin, who grew up in the slums, understood all too well. He was quite relieved that he had only entertained thoughts of killing and robbing without acting on them. If this woman was connected to that big figure in Qingcheng, there might secretly be someone protecting her. Moreover, even if he really succeeded in killing and looting, what he would face next would be a relentless and overwhelming pursuit, like a raging storm.
Phew, I knew it. If you knew my mom, I'd be in big trouble.
If she found out I ran away from home, she'd nag me to death. Xia Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly.
So you snuck out secretly? Yilin asked. That's right. Impressive, huh?
Xia Xiaoxiao proudly raised her little head, looking as if she was waiting for praise.
Impressive.
Yilin couldn't quite understand the thought process of these wealthy young ladies.
By the way, what's your name? What level are you? I can sense that you're pretty strong.
Xia Xiaoxiao curiously sized up Yilin.
My name is Yi Mushuang, and I'm almost level 60. What about you? Yilin asked in return.
With his current level, the skills he cast, once enhanced into forbidden spells, indeed had power comparable to those released by level 50 or 60 professionals. If he claimed a level too low, it would only arouse suspicion.
Almost level 60? You're amazing.
Xia Xiaoxiao widened her eyes. No wonder Dad always tells me, there's always someone better, and there's always a higher sky.
Judging by your age, you should be around 25 or 26, right?
To be 25 or 26 and already close to level 60, you'd be considered a genius across the entire Great Xia. Yilin smiled without saying much. At this moment, with the illusion mask on, he indeed looked about 25 or 26 years old. However, compared to me, you're still a little behind. I'm 17, but I'm already level 37. By the time I reach your age, I'll definitely surpass you, Xia Xiaoxiao said proudly.
17? Level 37? Then wouldn't you have already become the top scorer in the college entrance exam?
Yilin was a bit surprised.
I've never taken the college entrance exam. None of my friends around me have taken it either.
My dad said that taking the exam would be a a waste of time for me, Xie Xiaoxiao said honestly. Yilin fell silent for a moment. True, after all, the national top scorer is only rewarded with one piece of legendary equipment. For people with powerful backgrounds, the idea that taking the college entrance exam trial is a waste of time is completely reasonable. During their conversation, they had already entered Secret Realm number 79. What met their eyes was a black expanse of land, vast and boundless, resembling an abandoned ancient battlefield. The ground was covered with dark red soil everywhere, as if formed from dried blood. In the sky, there were only 2 or 3 stars, flickering with an eerie light, like eyeballs hanging overhead, observing everyone who entered the secret realm. And gazing into the distance, some majestic mountain ranges can be faintly seen. Their shapes vary, some resembling winding dragons, others like prowling tigers. Those peaks seem to possess a life of their own. From time to time, roars of demonic creatures echo from deep within the mountains. Yilin stood at the entrance of the secret realm, sensing the atmosphere around him. His brows furrowed slightly as the entire secret realm was filled with an oppressive and dangerous aura. Looks like I was right. There must be real demons in this secret realm. This stench is all too familiar. Xie Xiaoxiao covered her nose as soon as she entered the secret realm. Do you often interact with the demon clan? Yilin asked curiously. Yes, but whenever I encountered the demon clan before, it was always with the elders in my family. This is my first time facing the demon clan alone. Xie Xiaoxiao's big eyes sparkled with excitement. Am I not? Am I even human? Yilin pointed at himself and asked. Of course, you're human, but you're not like my elders. You're my teammate, and you wouldn't risk your life to protect me, Xie Xiaoxiao said with great clarity. How do you know I wouldn't? Yilin smiled faintly. What did you say? Xie Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Yilin looked away. Xie Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly an excellent way for him to understand that big figure behind the scenes. If he could gain Xie Xiaoxiao's trust, he should be able to obtain a lot of useful information. After all, sooner or later, he and that big figure behind the scenes would inevitably face off. Nothing. However, gaining trust is not something that can be rushed. Haste makes waste. The two continued to delve deeper into Secret Realm number 79. Along the way, they also saw many job changers battling monsters. The monsters in Secret Realm number 79 are quite formidable, with several high-level monsters comparable to the Hellhound appearing. Meanwhile, most of the job changers are scouring the area for the resplendent scepter they saw outside the Secret Realm. Seeing is believing, and they are convinced that there must be a treasure hidden within Secret Realm number 79. Yilin and Xie Xiaoxiao also encountered quite a few monster attacks along the way, but Yilin dealt with them one by one. Ice Blade Technique. Yilin casually froze an approaching monster into an ice sculpture, then stored the corpse in the Great Sumeru Ring. Why are you always collecting monster corpses? Xie Xiaoxiao asked curiously from the side. Along the way, whether it was monsters killed by others or those slain by Yilin himself, Yilin would always store the corpses in his storage ring. This left Xie Xiaoxiao utterly puzzled. What use could monster corpses possibly have? I'm an orphan. Monster corpses are worth quite a bit of money. Yilin came up with a somewhat plausible excuse. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask that, Xie Xiaoxiao said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, but since just now, you've been intentionally or unintentionally leading me in one direction. Can you sense where the demons in this secret realm are? Yilin asked. Yes, but I can't explain the principle to you. That's my secret, Xie Xiaoxiao said seriously. No problem. Yilin shrugged indifferently. Don't worry, after hunting the demons, you can have all the corpses. I don't want a single one. Demon corpses are much more valuable than those of magical beasts. But can you promise me one thing? Xie Xiaoxiao asked. What is it? Yilin asked. Xie Xiaoxiao took out a pink phone from her pocket and said somewhat shyly. When I'm dealing with the demons later, could you record a video for me? I want to prove to my family that I'm no longer the little kid who needs their protection. I already have the strength to hunt demons on my own. Yilin fell silent for a moment. Running away from home to confront the demon clan in a secret realm, just to prove himself to his family, truly, the pursuits of wealthy heirs are hard to fathom. However, he still took the phone and nodded. Xie Xiaoxiao smiled happily, revealing an adorable little tiger tooth. The two ventured deeper into Secret Realm number 79, arriving at the foot of the mountain range they had just seen from afar. A considerable number of job changers had already gathered here at this moment. When they saw Yilin and his companion arrive, they all cast wary glances. This was inside the secret realm, where there was no intervention from the investigation bureau. Here, killing and looting were common occurrences. Thank you. Thus, job changers were always on guard against one another. Ignore them. Let's head this way. I can feel it. The demons are very close to us now. Xie Xiaoxiao's words carried a strong sense of excitement. Yilin nodded and followed her. The two ventured deeper into the mountains, and the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier. Even the wind carried a sense of foreboding, as if heralding something ominous. Over there. Xie Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped and whispered. Yilin looked in the direction Xie Xiaoxiao mentioned and saw a massive demon nearly 3 meters tall slowly emerging from the forest. Its entire body was covered in black scales scales, its eyes glowed with a crimson light and its fangs protruded from its mouth, making it appear extremely ferocious.
Are you ready? Make sure to get high-definition shots,
Xia Xiaoxiao said excitedly.
That demon, judging by its aura, is probably over level 40. Are you sure you can handle it?
Yilin asked with concern.
Under the same level, the combat power of the demon race is far more terrifying than that of magical beasts. A level 40 demon can easily crush over a dozen level 40 magical beasts.
It can be said that the demon race is essentially an enhanced and evolved version of magical beasts.
No problem, don't underestimate me.
A sly glint flashed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. With a wave of her hand, it seemed as if something had appeared. But Yilin couldn't see anything, yet he instinctively felt that something very dangerous seemed to have appeared in the air. In the next moment, Xia Xiaoxiao's 10 jade-like fingers began to move gently, and the surrounding air seemed to be guided by an invisible force, starting to tremble slightly. Yilin zoomed in with his phone's high-definition lens and finally saw that strands of nearly invisible fine threads were continuously flying out from Xia Xiaoxiao's fingertips. These fine threads would occasionally glimmer faintly under the light, and like agile snakes, they quickly coiled toward the demon clan member.
The demon race seemed to sense danger.
It let out a roar, and the black scales on its body appeared to become even harder, attempting to fend off the attack of those fine threads. However, the sharpness of those threads was comparable to that of sharp swords, directly ignoring the defense of the demon's scales and effortlessly piercing through. In an instant, purple blood began to seep continuously from beneath the black scales. Yilin, who was recording a video, was utterly astonished. Although he couldn't figure out what profession Xia Xiaoxiao belonged to, judging from her maneuver, her combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. These nearly invisible threads were the perfect weapons for a sneak attack. Even a level 50 awakened could easily lose their head to Xia Xiaoxiao if they weren't careful.
It's a human. How did you get here so fast?
The demon was both shocked and furious. He had never expected anyone to find this place so quickly.
He let out a furious roar, struggling to break free from the threads. It's useless.
Once my star puppet strings ensnare their prey, there's no escape. A glint of pride flashed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. Sure enough, as the struggle continued, the threads wrapped around. The demon's body grew tighter and tighter, cutting deeply into his flesh and causing blood to flow freely. At this moment, however, the demon endured the excruciating pain and gave a fierce tug. Although Xia Xiaoxiao's combat strength was extremely high, her combat experience was evidently somewhat lacking. The difference in strength between Xia Xiaoxiao and the demon was clearly significant. With that one pull, Xia Xiaoxiao was directly yanked and sent flying toward him. The demon revealed a cruel smile, then opened his gaping maw, where terrifying energy began to gather. If this strike landed on her, Xia Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly be severely injured, if not killed.
Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxiao reacted extremely quickly.
Countless fine threads intertwined in front of her, forming a semi-transparent shield. The energy brewing in the mouth of the demon clan member was suddenly released, forming an energy beam that heavily struck the shield in front of Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao was pushed back dozens of meters, but thanks to the protection of the fine thread shield, she was unharmed, though her aura was slightly disrupted. However, after this battle, that demon clan member also successfully broke free from the invisible threads.
Underestimated you.
Boom! Xia Xiaoxiao's small face turned serious. She raised her hand, and the invisible thread surged out once again, winding toward the demon clan member. Having learned from the previous experience, that demon clan member dared not let Xia Xiaoxiao's star puppet threads entangle him again. If it weren't for Xia Xiaoxiao's lack of combat experience, he wouldn't have had the chance to escape just now and would have been directly killed. The demon clan member turned and fled without hesitation. Although the star puppet thread was powerful, it was clearly lacking in the aspect of pursuit, resulting in a complete miss.
Don't even think about escaping.
Xia Xiaoxiao chased after without hesitation, unwilling to let this demon clan member go. After all, this was an important prey for her to prove herself to her family.
Hey, don't chase a cornered enemy, it's a trap.
Yilin hurriedly spoke up to remind her, but Xia Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen to him.
Don't worry,
in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. Watching Xia Xiaoxiao's speeding figure, Yilin felt a bit helpless and could only activate the dance of the moment to follow her. The demon, taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, darted through the mountains, crossing 2 peaks in succession, with Xia Xiaoxiao in hot pursuit behind. But upon reaching the 3rd peak, the demon suddenly came to a halt.
Humph, run! Why aren't you running anymore?
Xia Xiaoxiao tugged at the thread in her hand, thinking the demon had run out of strength.
Run? He. The demon let out a chilling laugh. Now, the one who should be running is you.
As soon as the words fell, the previously tranquil mountaintop suddenly became noisy. The scene before Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted instantly, as if leaping out of a landscape painting and breaking into another world.
On the once empty mountain peak, there were now more than 20 demons.
They came in various forms, some tall and imposing like iron towers, while others were small and cunning, hiding among the rocks and trees. The only similarity was that all the demons' eyes glimmered with a cold, eerie light, like hungry wolves staring at their prey, sending chills down one's spine.
Xia Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? impossible. Xinjiang is just a small county town. How could there be so many demons in the secret realm here? Xia Xiaoxiao's delicate face was filled with an expression of disbelief. She had never imagined that the number of demons in the secret realm would be this high. Took a deep breath. Xia Xiaoxiao's face showed a resolute expression as she whispered to Yilin, "I'll take responsibility for my actions. It's my fault you got involved. When the fight starts, I'll use the star puppet strings to hold off all the demons. You just run, don't worry about me, understand? Run? And what about you?" Yilin became intrigued. He hadn't expected that at a critical moment, this little rich lady, Xia Xiaoxiao, wouldn't push him to take the hit but would instead tell him to leave first. "Don't worry, I have a way to get out. Just run." Xia Xiaoxiao's expression was extremely serious, and the starlight puppet strings in her hands had already spread out, ready to single-handedly block more than 20 demons. Yilin didn't say much, turned around, and left. "Don't let him escape. Not a single human in this secret realm today can be allowed to leave," the first scaly demon shouted sharply. As soon as the words fell, several demons attacked simultaneously. A demon wielding a giant axe charged forward, swinging the massive weapon directly at Yilin's back. Another demon clasped its hands together, and a ball of black flames blazed fiercely, forming a fiery tornado that swept forward. Several other demons also began launching their attacks. In an instant, demonic energy surged all around. Xia Xiaoxiao's expression was grave. The fine threads in her hands wove together rapidly, forming a dense net in front of her that intercepted all the attacks from the demons. However, Xia Xiaoxiao herself was only at level 37, and facing the simultaneous attacks of so many demons, she seemed somewhat overwhelmed. The net was twisted into a bizarre shape, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Xia Xiaoxiao turned her head and found that Yilin had already disappeared, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, she no longer lingered in the fight, intending to escape directly after retracting the star puppet strings. But with this brief delay, how could the demons possibly let her have her way? As soon as Xia Xiaoxiao turned around, she realized she was already surrounded by the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao's expression was somewhat grim, but she did not give up. A large cluster of fine threads condensed before her eyes into a sharp silver spear, which she then thrust fiercely toward the scaled demon clan member. Xia Xiaoxiao's thoughts were very clear. This demon clan member had already been injured before, making him the most likely target for her to break through successfully. The scaled demon clan member's gaze slightly narrowed. Facing Xia Xiaoxiao's thread spear, he certainly did not dare to block it head-on. The terrifying nature of this weapon was enough to strike fear into any demon's heart, but not daring to block the thread spear did not mean he was afraid to confront Xia Xiaoxiao. The scaly demon clan dodged in a flash, easily evading Xia Xiaoxiao's silk thread spear thrust. Then it raised its sharp demonic claw and swiped down towards Xia Xiaoxiao. If Xia Xiaoxiao continued to break through, the silk thread spear would undoubtedly make it out, but Xia Xiaoxiao herself would definitely be left behind. At that moment, a sly glint flashed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. Suddenly, the silk thread spear sharply changed direction and pierced into the body of another demon clan member who was preparing to provide support. That demon clan member froze for a moment, seemingly not yet realizing that their body had already been impaled. As Xia Xiaoxiao's thoughts shifted, the spear, originally formed by gathered threads, instantly reverted to threads and wreaked havoc inside the demon's body, completely destroying all its internal organs. The demon had intended to rely on its powerful vitality to recover, but Xia Xiaoxiao was clearly no stranger to dealing with demons. Countless threads pierced out from the demon's body, turning it into a porcupine and completely severing its life force. The demon's eyes were filled with unwillingness before it slowly collapsed. With the death of this demon, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoxiao dashed through it at an incredibly fast speed. Upon closer observation, it becomes clear that it is those threads pulling Xia Xiaoxiao forward. And the death of this demon did not cause any ripples. The expressions of the other demons remained utterly calm, as if it were merely the death of an ant. "I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Farewell." Seeing that she had already broken through the encirclement, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. But at that moment, the scaled demon raised its hand, and a black energy sphere appeared in its palm. He sneered coldly and hurled it fiercely at Xia Xiaoxiao's back. "Want to leave? Not so easy." A black energy sphere traced a bizarre trajectory through the air, carrying an eerie aura as it rapidly chased after Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao felt the overwhelming pressure coming from behind. Her heart tightened. She pushed herself to accelerate with all her might to escape, but that force clung to her like an inescapable shadow, firmly locking onto her. Just as the sphere of light was about to touch Xia Xiaoxiao, the starlight puppet threads on her body suddenly lit up, as if triggering some kind of defense mechanism. However, this time, these fine threads seemed unable to completely withstand the power of the black sphere of light. The sphere exploded, and Xia Xiaoxiao felt a massive force fiercely pulling her entire being swallowed by the waves, helplessly falling toward the center of that force. When the force disappeared, Xia Xiaoxiao realized that she was already trapped in the very center of the sphere of light. "Celestial demon cage? You really spared no expense." Xia Xiaoxiao gritted her silver teeth. The celestial demon cage is a human capturing
scarring device that can only be crafted by demons with royal level or higher bloodlines. Once trapped, unless one's strength surpasses that of the creator, it is nearly impossible to break free in a short time. Even Xia Xiaoxiao hadn't expected the other party to possess something like the celestial demon cage.
Could this secret realm number 79 actually have ties to demons with royal level bloodlines?
Of course, I wouldn't spend this much effort on an ordinary person, but you're no ordinary person. I just thought about it and finally remembered what it is you have in your hands, an artifact, the celestial puppet strings. The eyes of the scaled demon race were filled with excitement. At your age, with this level of strength and possessing such a treasure, your status in the great Xia ancient kingdom must be quite high.
As long
as I can capture you alive and bring you back to the demon realm, the reward I'll receive will surely far exceed a single heavenly demon cage. Xia Xiaoxiao's expression turned grim. She realized she had been far too careless. In the past, when she saw the elders in her family dealing with the demon clan, it seemed as easy as slaughtering a chicken. It wasn't until she faced them alone that she realized how cunning the demon clan truly was.
You want to use me as a bargaining chip? Dream on. Xia Xiaoxiao's thoughts shifted, and all the star puppet strings pierced into her body, her gaze resolute.
At most, you'll only get a corpse. With just a single thought, the puppet strings of the stars could extinguish all her vitality.
Although somewhat unwilling, Xia Xiaoxiao had no better solution.
The current situation was caused by her recklessness and underestimation of the enemy. The only thing she was grateful for now was that Yilin had escaped, and her recklessness had not implicated any innocent people. The gaze of the scaled demon clan turned extremely cruel, and he grinned.
You don't think that dying will set you free, do you? Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned deathly pale.
She was not afraid of death. From a young age, she had heard countless stories of heroes who died on the battlefield for the peace of the human race. Xia Xiaoxiao deeply hoped that one day she could become such a person, so she had long been mentally prepared for death. The outcome described by the scaled armored demon clan was something she simply could not accept. To be humiliated even after death was, for Xia Xiaoxiao, even more terrifying than death itself. She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Only now did she realize that fighting against the demon clan could lead to a fate worse than death. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red, with tears welling up in them. After all, she was just a girl under 20 years old.
That's more like it.
As your great Xia's old saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Seeing that Xia Xiaoxiao had given up the idea of suicide, the scaly demon clan laughed wildly and reached out to remove Xia Xiaoxiao's star puppet strings.
Shameless!
Xia Xiaoxiao was completely in despair. She had no idea what to do and could only watch helplessly as the scaled demon approached her. But just as his hand was about to touch Xia Xiaoxiao, ice crystals suddenly formed at his fingertips. In the next instant, the ice spread rapidly, freezing almost half of his arm solid. The scaled demon was terrified. Without hesitation, he raised his other hand and chopped down, severing his own arm. Purple blood spurted out in a gush. The arm that fell to the ground shattered directly into a pile of ice shards. Who's there? The scaled demon clan was both shocked and furious, while the other demons immediately became alert. Xia Xiaoxiao seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes widened, but there was a hint of disbelief in her gaze. It wasn't until she saw Yilin appear before her that she opened her small mouth in surprise. Here, take it. I cut out the second half of the video for you, leaving only the part where you single-handedly fought off over 20 demons and then counterattacked to successfully break out of the encirclement. Yilin tossed a pink phone to Xia Xiaoxiao. After catching the phone, Xia Xiaoxiao's face was still filled with a dazed expression.
You didn't actually run away just now? You were hiding in the dark filming me? Xia Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief. Yeah, isn't that what you told me to do?
To record a video of you defeating the demons on your own so your family would acknowledge you, Yilin replied matter-of-factly.
Are you stupid? In this situation, you should run. Why are you even recording a video? Now you can't run even if you want to.
Xia Xiaoxiao clutched her phone, her emotions extremely complicated at the moment. She never would have thought that the reason Yilin didn't run away was to record a video for her.
This man is so strange.
Xia Xiaoxiao's current mood is like finally convincing the goddess to come home with you. Both of you feel the atmosphere is just right and are about to have a wonderful date, when your mom suddenly pushes the door open with a bowl of noodles, saying you haven't eaten all day and should eat first. Absurd, ridiculous, yet with a hint of reason. Over 20 demons, and several of them are already at level 50. This is indeed a bit tricky. Yilin glanced at the demons in front of him, his expression somewhat serious.
Can you win?
Xia Xiaoxiao asked with a glimmer of hope. Although she knew that the chances of Yilin winning were slim, after all, the demons before her were all very powerful, she still held on to a final shred of hope. If one can live, who would want to die?
We will win.
Yilin revealed a confident smile, then said somewhat wistfully, I will do my utmost to defeat the opponent, even if it costs me my life.
Don't worry, I'm an orphan. If I die in battle here, no one will be heartbroken.
Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled slightly, as if the softest part of her heart had been struck. Yilin's tone was very calm, yet it carried an overwhelming sorrow that could not be be dispelled. I will, Xia Xiaoxiao blurted out. She took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, if you die, I will be sad. So, I beg you, stay alive. Even if it means running away. Really? Yilin suddenly smiled, a joyful smile. How wonderful, in this world, there is finally someone who would be sad because of my death. In that case, my death would not be meaningless. Yilin turned and walked toward the 20 or so demons. His figure was desolate and lonely, evoking a sense of the winds howling over the Yi River as the brave warrior goes, never to return. Xia Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped. She had never imagined that a stranger she had just met would risk their life in a desperate battle for her. I'm begging you, survive. You must survive. The heavenly demon prison cage only allowed entry but no exit. Until the power of this cage was exhausted, Xia Xiaoxiao could do nothing but silently pray for Yilin. A powerful wave of freezing energy spread outward from Yilin as the center, forming an extremely frigid domain. It was the skill of the Heart of Ice Crystal, Absolute Zero. In the realm of Absolute Zero, the power of all ice-based skills will receive a double boost. In an instant, countless massive ice spikes crashed down fiercely on the 20-some demons. The scaled demon clan member let out a cold shout, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Having lost an arm to Yilin, he clearly harbored a deep hatred for him. Judging by the power of this skill, the level of the person before them should only be around 50 or 60, making it impossible for them to be a match for so many demons. Sure enough, not long after the battle began, a demon took the opportunity to approach Yilin and struck his back with an axe. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the wound on his back was so deep that even the white bones were visible. Ice Spiral Spell. If Yilin hadn't used an ice layer to block it, this axe might have split him in half. A fierce glint flashed in Yilin's eyes as he pressed his hand against the demon's face. Freezing Spell. The freezing spell was sublimated to the level of a forbidden curse. Under the blessing of the Absolute Zero domain, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the demon wielding a giant axe was frozen into an ice sculpture, life extinguished. Yilin successfully dealt with one demon, but at that moment, another demon seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Its sharp claws instantly pierced through Yilin's abdomen and twisted viciously. Pain flashed across Yilin's face, but his hands did not pause for even a moment. Ice Blade Technique. A massive ice sword materialized and directly cleaved the ambushing demon in half. The price, however, was that part of Yilin's intestines were torn out. Xia Xiaoxiao was utterly shocked. She had only ever seen such brutal battles in books and videos. This was her first time witnessing it with her own eyes. Watching Yilin sustain injury after injury under the relentless assault of the demons, his entire body dyed red like a blood-soaked gourd. She collapsed to her knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Yimu Shuang, I beg you, please stop fighting. Run away, don't worry about me. If this goes on, you'll really die. Looking at Yilin, who was covered in blood, Xia Xiaoxiao's guilt had reached its peak. It's all her fault. It's all her fault for being so overconfident. Clearly, Yilin had just told her not to pursue because there might be a trap, so why didn't she listen? The more indifferent Yilin appeared, the more guilty Xia Xiaoxiao felt deep down. If it weren't for himself, how could Yilin have ended up in such a dangerous situation, gravely injured? I won't run away. After all, you're the first person who would feel sad for me. Blasted away by the demonic energy, Yilin staggered to his feet once again, revealing a bright smile as blood continued to spill uncontrollably from his mouth. With her sharp eyes, Xia Xiaoxiao also noticed that the blood clearly contained fragments of internal organs. Yilin had obviously suffered severe internal injuries. However, the smile on Yilin's face remained bright. I've never been needed by anyone before. This is the first time. Xiaoxiao, thank you. It feels so good to be needed. If I die, could I trouble you to take me out of the secret realm and bury me? I don't want my body to be left exposed in the wilderness, and I definitely don't want to be chewed up and swallowed by monsters. The epitaph, just find me a square-shaped stone, anything will do, okay? As soon as Yilin finished speaking, a terrifying demonic aura blasted straight toward him. Yilin only had time to conjure an ice shield in front of him to block it. The ice shield, corroded by the demonic aura, lasted only a few seconds before shattering completely. Immediately after, the demonic aura struck Yilin hard. Yilin's body traced a parabola, landing heavily beside Xia Xiaoxiao like a broken sack. Yi Mu Shuang. Xia Xiaoxiao's tears fell like broken pearls, sliding down uncontrollably. Cough, 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 cough. Yilin began to cough violently, and with each cough fresh blood spilled from his lips. Even so, he forced himself to smile. Don't cry. If you cry, it doesn't look good. I like seeing you smile. Xia Xiaoxiao's heart ached painfully. She hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and forced a smile through her sadness. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I promise. Please, I'm begging you, just run, okay? They want to use me as a hostage, so they won't kill me. You don't have to worry about me. Please, just escape. I said, I won't run, even if it burns my last drop of blood. Accompanied by Yilin's loud shout, a terrifying frost surged in like a raging storm. Under the enhancement of the Absolute Zero domain, the extreme ice coffin was greatly strengthened. A demon who attempted to attack Yilin had just approached when an ice coffin
coffin formed around him, sealing him inside forever. Unlike the time with Zhuge Qianqing, this time Yilin was not trying to craft a coffin but intended to kill. Forbidden spell? Eternal ice coffin. Thus, as soon as the ice coffin formed, the vitality of that demon clan member was instantly erased by the terrifying frost. Seeing Yilin begin to cast a forbidden spell, Xie Xiaoxiao was even more grief-stricken. A transferee would only start casting a forbidden spell under one condition. That is when they believe they are doomed, preparing for a desperate fight, seeking life in the face of death. In other words, once a job changer starts casting a forbidden spell, it absolutely means they're putting their life on the line. Just as Xie Xiaoxiao was worried that Yilin might die at any moment, the people on the demon clan side were also shocked as to why Yilin was still alive. No! This guy took 3 axe strikes, 8 slashes, 12 stabs, over 20 demonic energy attacks, more than 50 punches, and over 100 kicks. Why isn't he dead yet? Yeah, it's totally unreasonable. 10 of our brothers have already died at his hands, and he can still stand up, let alone cast a forbidden spell? His vitality is even more terrifying than us demons. Exactly. Why not just let this human be the leader of the demon clan? The remaining dozen or so demons looked at Yilin with expressions full of complexity. They couldn't understand how a human, especially a mage known for their fragility, could still be alive and well after taking so many attacks. This must just be his final burst of strength before death. Keep attacking. I don't believe he can still take down more than 10 of us. The scaled demon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity. A human cannot possibly continue fighting under such severe injuries. As soon as these words were spoken, the other demons also found it very reasonable and charged at Yilin once again. Facing the aggressive and murderous demons, Yilin gave Xie Xiaoxiao a bright smile. Remember, don't cry, okay? As soon as the words fell, Yilin resolutely charged toward the dozen or so demons. Facing the siege of over a dozen demons, Yilin not only showed no sign of retreat but instead launched an attack. His hands swiftly formed seals, and one after another, ice-blue magic circles appeared in the air. Forbidden spell? Eternal frost seal. As Yilin chanted the spell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and waves of powerful cold energy emanated from the magic circle. Immediately after, one blue ice pillar after another shot toward the dozen or so demons. However, these demons were no ordinary opponents. They quickly retreated, dodging Yilin's attack, and prepared to launch an even fiercer assault on him. But just as the demons passed by those blue ice pillars, Yilin suddenly revealed a smile. In an instant, the blue ice pillars seemed to come alive, erupting with astonishing power. It was as if a bomb had exploded. One ice pillar after another burst with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless sharp ice shards. Guided by magic, these shards swept toward the demons like a raging storm. A dozen or so demons were stunned by this sudden turn of events, their originally planned attack rhythm disrupted. They could only scramble to evade this unexpected assault. The ice shards danced in the air, each exuding a chilling aura of death. They relentlessly pierced through the demons' defenses, reaping their lives. It's over. Boom! In an instant, the cold permeated the surroundings. By the time the chill had completely dissipated, there was not a single demon left standing in front of Yilin. At this moment, the power of the demon prison cage was also exhausted. Retreat quickly! Xie Xiaoxiao was stunned, utterly speechless. She never expected that Yilin could actually take down more than 20 demons. Such combat prowess was simply terrifying. I did it. I told you, guaranteed victory. Plop. As soon as the words were spoken, Yilin's body heavily crashed to the ground. Yi Mu Shuang. Xie Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed toward Yilin, tenderly helping him up. Yilin looked at Xie Xiaoxiao's face, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the next second, Yilin's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Despite being gravely injured and on the verge of death, he somehow mustered the strength to suddenly flip over and push Xie Xiaoxiao away. And behind Xie Xiaoxiao, the scaly demon clan had appeared. At this moment, he was covered in scars, clearly gravely injured and on the brink of death. The scaly demon race had a ferocious expression on its face and used its only remaining claw to strike down fiercely. Watch out! This powerful and heavy claw landed squarely on Yilin's body. Everything before his eyes seemed to be playing in slow motion. Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze was hollow as she watched helplessly while Yilin was struck and sent flying right before her eyes. She could even clearly see the desolate and cold smile on Yilin's face. Yilin's already battered and tattered body suffered even more under this claw, making matters worse as he crashed heavily to the ground. Blood kept gushing out, quickly staining the ground a vivid crimson red. Xie Xiaoxiao let out a despairing roar, and a terrifying aura spread out from her body. The star puppet strings in his hand seemed to come alive at this moment, like spiritual serpents, continuously winding toward the scaly demon clan member. The scaly demon clan member had first lost an arm to Yilin and was then severely injured by the explosion of the blue ice pillar, leaving him with no strength to resist Xie Xiaoxiao's attack. Under the star puppet strings as sharp as blades, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, directly sliced into a pile of foul-smelling flesh. This strike was delivered by Xie Xiaoxiao with deep hatred, without the slightest restraint. Even a resilient demon race could never survive such injuries. After completely annihilating the demon, Xie Xiaoxiao
Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed toward Yilin. Yi Mushuan, pull yourself together. Don't be afraid, I have medicine here, medicine that's especially effective for healing injuries. It's crafted by a top-tier alchemy master and will definitely save you. Xia Xiaoxiao frantically rummaged through her storage space to retrieve the medicine. As long as it was helpful for treating the injuries, she didn't care about anything else and stuffed it all into Yilin's mouth. But as soon as the pills were stuffed into Yilin's mouth, they were flushed out again by the fresh blood surging from his throat. I'm begging you, don't die. Xia Xiaoxiao didn't give up and kept pushing the pills into Yilin's mouth. You must work hard to become stronger. Don't underestimate the demon clan. In the future, you might not come across a fool like me to save you. As Yilin spoke, blood spurted from his mouth. Stop talking. You're seriously injured. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened. I'm afraid, if I don't say it now, I won't get the chance. Don't cry. You don't look good when you cry. I like seeing you smile, Yilin said. Alright, I won't cry. You want to see me smile, right? From now on, I'll smile for you every day, okay? Just don't die. Xia Xiaoxiao forced a smile that was still somewhat pleasant. Unfortunately, Yilin could no longer see it. His pupils began to dilate, and he raised his hand toward the sky, as if trying to grasp something, murmuring softly, to be needed by someone in the final moments of life, it's truly wonderful. As soon as the words fell, Yilin's hand dropped from the air, his eyelids slowly closed, and he fell silent. Xia Xiaoxiao fell silent. She held Yilin's body, neither speaking nor moving, just quietly holding him. One large teardrop after another slid down Xia Xiaoxiao's cheek, falling onto Yilin's face. Yi Mushuan, I will definitely become stronger to avenge you. I will definitely take you out of this secret realm. I will definitely choose a good burial place for you. So, can I cry now? Xia Xiaoxiao bit her red lips tightly, but tears still kept falling uncontrollably. Self-blame, guilt, sadness, sorrow, pain, various emotions intertwined and weighed heavily on Xia Xiaoxiao's heart. Plop, plop, plop. Yi Mushuan, say something, don't die. Yi Mushuan. Xia Xiaoxiao burst into tears, holding Yilin tightly. As long as Yilin could survive this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao was willing to do anything. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came, followed by a weak voice. Big sister, can you let go of me first? I wasn't killed by the demons, but I'm about to be strangled to death by you. Xia Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled violently. She raised her head in disbelief and saw Yilin's face, pale and devoid of any color. Although he seemed ready to breathe his last at any moment, she was certain that Yilin was alive now. Yi Mushuan, you're still alive. You're still alive. That's wonderful. Tears welled up in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes once again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Lost and found. There is nothing in the world more heart-stirring than these 4 words. Maybe the king of hell doesn't want me, or maybe the pills you gave me are working. Yilin revealed a weak smile, then discreetly stored all the demon clan corpses into the great Sumeru ring. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to find a priest right now. I'll find the best priest in all of Great Xia to treat you. Xia Xiaoxiao used the star puppet thread to tie Yilin to her back and carried him. Yilin's tall and sturdy figure made it somewhat difficult for Xia Xiaoxiao to carry him, but she still resolutely hoisted him up. The warmth of their bodies passed through the thin layer of fabric, transmitting to each other. The scorching heat from Yilin's chest caused Xia Xiaoxiao's face to flush slightly. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been this close to any unrelated male. Generally speaking, if any unfamiliar male tried to approach her, they would mysteriously disappear from the world by the next day. But at this moment, Yilin was seriously injured, and Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't care about anything else. She struggled to carry Yilin and hurried toward the exit of Secret Realm number 79. At this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao had only one belief left in her heart, and that was to save Yilin at all costs. However, when she reached the exit of the Secret Realm, Xia Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned ashen. Because at the entrance of the Secret Realm, there were also more than a dozen demons guarding it. Not far away, countless corpses of job changers were piled up, almost forming a small hill. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, emitting a putrid stench. It was very clear that the entire number 79 Secret Realm was a trap set by the demons to lure and massacre the humans who entered it. Anyone who tried to leave the number 79 Secret Realm would be surrounded and killed by the demons. If she were alone, Xia Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't fear a dozen demons. Unless these dozen demons also had a powerful weapon like the heavenly demon cage in their hands, they wouldn't be able to stop Xia Xiaoxiao. But now, Xia Xiaoxiao was carrying the severely injured Yilin on her back, and the difficulty of breaking through had clearly multiplied several times. Yilin also noticed the situation in front of them and struggled to get off Xia Xiaoxiao's back. Put me down and break out on your own. Once you're out, you can bring people back to rescue me. I don't want to be your burden. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. With a thought, the star puppet threads tightened further, preventing Yilin from breaking free. You're not a burden. Have you forgotten? You're the person I need. If you die, I'll be heartbroken. If we leave together. I will never abandon you. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. It was obvious that she would never abandon Yilin and escape on her own. No. Seeing this, Yilin glanced at the distant mountain of corpses, then at Xia Xiaoxiao, and let out a long, weary sigh. But if you take me with you, neither of us will be able to get out alive. Unless, forget it. Yilin shook his head abruptly, as if trying to rid himself of some terrifying thought. Unless what? Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked. Sorry, I can't tell you. Although this skill could save all of us, I once swore a solemn oath before my father to let this evil skill be buried underground with my death. Otherwise, may I be pierced by 1,000 arrows. A look of pain appeared on Yilin's face, as if recalling some deeply unforgettable past. Yi Mushuan, you are wrong, Xia Xiaoxiao immediately said. Skills have no distinction between evil and justice, just like fire, which can create delicious dishes or turn into a life-devouring beast. Whether the skill is evil depends on your heart. If your heart is righteous, then the skill is righteous. Xia Xiaoxiao's words caused Yilin's whole body to tremble. A look of hesitation appeared in his eyes, as if he were experiencing an intense inner conflict. Yilin took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became resolute. Xiaoxiao, you're right, I was being too fixated. Skills have no distinction between justice and evil. Xia Xiaoxiao slowly nodded and continued speaking. Exactly. Just like my star puppet string, do you know who its previous owner was? Who? Yilin asked curiously. Bai Li Su. Upon mentioning this name, Xia Xiaoxiao's expression also became extremely serious. Bai Li Su? Yilin froze for a moment, then his expression suddenly changed drastically. That butcher? Not bad. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. Ran Tu Bai Li Su. This name, 10 years ago, was enough to stop children from crying at night. He was a completely inhumane, perverted murderer who killed purely based on his whims. In a fit of rage, he would massacre thousands, earning him the title of Butcher of Men. For this reason, Bai Li Su was also besieged by a coalition of many top-tier job changers from the Great Xia. The outcome of that battle remains unknown. All that is known is that many top-tier job changers perished in the fight against Bai Li Su. As for Bai Li Su himself, he completely vanished without a trace after that battle. The star puppet line was a weapon for slaughtering innocent people when it was in Bai Li Su's hands, but in my hands, it has become a powerful tool to fight against the demon clan. The object itself is neither right nor wrong, good nor evil, Xia Xiaoxiao advised earnestly. I understand. I'm just worried that after you learn about this skill, you'll be afraid of me, Yilin said with a bitter smile. It's okay, I'm not afraid, Xia Xiaoxiao said very seriously. Here's the thing, I actually have an ancestral skill that allows me to heal my injuries by devouring corpses. If my injuries can recover, it will be much easier for the two of us to break through together. Yilin pursed his lips, seeming somewhat reluctant, then continued speaking. But if it's devouring the corpses of demons, I naturally wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. The problem is, it's the corpses of my own kind that are being devoured. I truly can't bear to see them left without a complete body. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She hadn't expected the skill Yilin mentioned to be like this, and no wonder Yilin described it as evil. For a moment, Xia Xiaoxiao also hesitated. After all, devouring corpses, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem like proper behavior. Seeing this, Yilin couldn't help but sigh. I understand. This skill really does go against human morals. It's better if it's buried with me, never to see the light of day. Xia Xiaoxiao quickly spoke up to stop him. Yi Mushuan, don't think like that. Those corpses, if you don't use them, they'll just end up as food for the demons anyway. Instead of this, if you devour their corpses, recover from your injuries, and then kill all the demons to avenge them, wouldn't that also be a good thing for them? Yilin hesitated slightly. No, stop hesitating. It's decided. I'll go distract those demons in a moment. To buy time, you take the opportunity to devour the corpse mountain over there. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze became resolute. She was never one to be indecisive. Alright, at least, I can't let you die here with me. A trace of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. The two then split up and began to act. Xia Xiaoxiao took Yilin off her back. Considering that Yilin was severely injured and unable to move, Xia Xiaoxiao left a star puppet string wrapped around Yilin. Immediately after, Xia Xiaoxiao charged alone toward more than a dozen demons. As soon as she moved, the demons guarding the exit immediately noticed. Someone is trying to break out. Stop her. Heh, just one person, she's just courting death. A dozen demons sneered as they surrounded Xia Xiaoxiao, intending to kill her. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze was icy cold. She did not rush to make a move but waited quietly until more than a dozen demons surrounded her completely. Only then did she suddenly activate the star puppet strings in her hand. In an instant, countless star puppet strings, as thin as silkworm silk, shot out from her hand, slashing toward the surrounding demons. At the same time, taking advantage of the demons' unpreparedness, Xia Xiaoxiao silently tugged another star puppet string. Yilin, who had been placed aside by Xia Xiaoxiao, flew toward the pile of corpses. Since the attention of more than a dozen demons was focused on Xia Xiaoxiao at this moment, busy dodging the sharp and terrifying lines of the star puppet, no one noticed Xia Xiaoxiao's small movements. Yilin dove headfirst into the mountain of corpses. The area was littered with the bodies of job changers, so the addition of Yilin wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Falling into the mountain of corpses, Yilin looked at the pile of bodies towering before him, his eyes eyes lighting up like two giant light bulbs. This time, it's going to be amazing. Yilin raised his hand, activated the dark balance within his body, and unleashed endless devouring without hesitation. On normal days, unless it involved a large-scale massacre, how would Yilin ever have the chance to encounter so many corpses of job changers? For a moment, Yilin even felt somewhat grateful to these demons. After all, it was the demons who killed these people, so he felt no guilt while devouring them. Devour these people, then kill the demons to avenge them, and finally devour the demons as well. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Devoured level 22 job changers *5 gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increased lifespan by 250 years, gained 1100 experience points, 10 strength points, 8 agility points, and 10 spirit points. Devoured level 25 job changers *4 gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increased lifespan by 310, experience points by 1000, strength attribute by 8 points, agility attribute by 6 points, and spirit attribute by 14 points. Although the levels of these job changers killed by the demon race were not high, their advantage lay in their sheer numbers, emphasizing quantity over quality. Under the effect of endless devouring, Yilin's experience points were rapidly increasing. Yilin didn't waste the 20-something demons he had just killed. Taking the opportunity, he retrieved them from his storage ring and used endless devouring to digest them all together. Other demons only provided a large amount of experience points and three-dimensional attributes, but when devouring that scale demon, a slight change occurred. Devoured level 45 ordinary demon *1 gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of diluted dragon bloodline. Increased lifespan by 233 years, experience points by 1350, strength attribute by 16 points, agility attribute by 12 points, and mental power by 6 points. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.10086%, effect, unknown. Yilin couldn't help but be stunned. That scaled demon actually provided him with 0.1% concentration of dragon bloodline? Doesn't this mean that if he could devour 1000 beings like that scaled demon, his dragon bloodline could be fully stacked? This instantly gave Yilin a glimmer of hope. Although he didn't know what the dragon bloodline was for, as a native of Dacia, he instinctively felt that anything related to dragons must be something extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yilin suppressed his excitement and continued to gorge himself. Before long, the mountain of corpses in front of him had been completely devoured and absorbed by Yilin. At the same time, his level soared from 32 all the way to 37. Now, Yilin was finally on par with Xie Xiaoxiao in terms of level. You should know, Xie Xiaoxiao possesses countless resources and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She has everything she could ever want, and even the equipment in her hands is a divine artifact. But looking at Yilin, aside from an ancient origin artifact, Yilin has absolutely nothing. Yet now, Yilin is actually at the same level as Xie Xiaoxiao. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Yilin's heart was also filled with excitement. Entering the secret realm is indeed much faster than hunting some monsters on your own. He couldn't help but look forward to life after going to the Great Xia Academy. You must know, the reason why all the academies can attract all the job changers in droves is that almost every academy holds several powerful secret realms. Unless you're someone like Xie Xiaoxiao, who has a deeply influential background as a second-generation job changer. Otherwise, entering university is an irresistible temptation for any job changer. While Yilin was frantically leveling up on one side, on the other side, Xie Xiaoxiao's battle with more than a dozen demons had also reached a fever pitch. Although she had the divine artifact, the star puppet string, in her hands, Xie Xiaoxiao still seemed somewhat overwhelmed when faced with the siege of more than a dozen demons. Even so, Xie Xiaoxiao continued to resist desperately. Just now, Yilin fought desperately against more than 20 demons for her, a scene that clearly moved her deeply. Now that Yilin is seizing the opportunity to heal, she is willing to risk her life to buy him time for recovery. Xie Xiaoxiao's figure was agile, like a spirit butterfly weaving through more than a dozen demons. The star puppet thread danced in her hands, and with every swing, it left a deep blood mark on a demon's body. However, the demons were numerous, and with their coordinated efforts, although Xie Xiaoxiao had chances to injure them, she had no opportunity to kill them. Xie Xiaoxiao's body was already stained with quite a bit of blood, both from the demons and her own. After a prolonged battle, a trace of weariness involuntarily appeared on Xie Xiaoxiao's face. At that moment, a demon seized the opportunity and, shrouded in terrifying demonic energy, launched an attack from behind Xie Xiaoxiao. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes sharpened, and she swiftly turned around. The starlight puppet strings gathered together, transforming into a Milky Way, rushing backward to meet the attack. Galactic starburst. With a loud boom, the two forces collided. The demon clan member was repelled by the starlight puppet strings, but Xie Xiaoxiao also felt a surge of blood and energy churning within her. She clenched her teeth tightly, forcibly suppressing the discomfort in her body through sheer willpower. She knew she couldn't fall because Yilin still needed her. But many things cannot
cannot be resolved by willpower alone. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao's injuries worsen, the attacks from over a dozen demons became even fiercer, clearly aiming to take Xie Xiaoxiao down in one fell swoop. Under such circumstances, Xie Xiaoxiao's defense quickly showed a flaw. Just as one of the demons let out a sinister laugh, about to deal a heavy blow to Xie Xiaoxiao, a warm, large hand wrapped around Xie Xiaoxiao's waist at this moment, pulling her into an embrace. Ice blade technique. With a raise of his hand, Yilin conjured a terrifying ice sword, slashing it through the air toward over a dozen demons. Not good, watch out. This strike is terrifying. A dozen or so demons clearly sensed the extraordinary nature of Yilin's strike and all retreated into defensive positions. With one slash of the sword, a chilling frost raged across the sky. By the time the frost and dust had dissipated, the figures of Yilin and Xie Xiaoxiao had already vanished. The dozen or so demons were all injured, frozen stiff like grandsons, their expressions extremely grim. Near Qingcheng, how could there be such a terrifyingly strong individual? Isn't Qingcheng supposed to be just a small human county? Boom. I don't know. I suggest we quickly report the situation here to the Lord and request reinforcements. Same here. On the other side, Yilin had already fled several kilometers away while carrying Xie Xiaoxiao. Xie Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses at this moment. She looked around and asked with some confusion, Yimu Shuang, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape the secret realm and instead ran deeper inside? I agree. Yilin remained silent. Yimu Shuang, why aren't you speaking? Xie Xiaoxiao pressed further. Yilin still didn't speak. He found a secluded spot and set Xie Xiaoxiao down. The next second, Yilin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a shocking sight. Xie Xiaoxiao immediately panicked and hurriedly asked with concern, Yimu Shuang, are you okay? I'm fine, it's just that the injuries on my body haven't fully healed yet. Yilin forced a smile. Just now, it wasn't that I didn't want to take you out of the secret realm, but I was truly powerless. Looking at Yilin's face full of guilt, Xie Xiaoxiao's heart tightened. He had clearly already done his best, yet she was still blaming him for not doing better. I'm sorry, Yimu Shuang, I didn't know your injuries hadn't healed yet. Yilin smiled and reached out his hand, gently ruffling Xie Xiaoxiao's hair. Fool, you never need to apologize to me, because you're the first person who would feel sad for me. Yilin's words were like an arrow, piercing straight through Xie Xiaoxiao's heart. Her eyes were like a pool of water, gently rippling. Am I the first one? Xie Xiaoxiao felt a surge of emotion rise in her heart, something she had never experienced before, indescribable and unclear. It was a feeling she had never encountered before, and it seemed a little sweet. Yes, you are the first. To me, Xiaoxiao is the most special person in the world. Yilin spoke very naturally, his eyes exceptionally clear, without any trace of distracting thoughts. Stop talking. Xie Xiaoxiao quickly stepped back, feeling as if her face was on fire. Aren't your injuries still not healed? Hurry up and tend to them. Xie Xiaoxiao ran to the side like a startled little bird. Yilin chuckled silently. With the rapid leveling up in this number 79 secret realm and the lack of danger, he was naturally reluctant to leave so soon. Forbidden spell? One qi transforms into 3 purities. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao walk away, Yilin quickly released 2 clones, disfigured their faces, and then sent them out. The 2 clones activated the dance of the moment and rushed off in different directions. The purpose of the 2 clones was to help Yilin investigate whether there were any higher level demons in this secret realm. If there were several level 70 or 80 demons in secret realm number 79, Yilin would undoubtedly turn around and leave without hesitation. If not, then Yilin wouldn't hold back. Moments later, Xie Xiaoxiao returned. She was holding a few wild fruits in her left hand and dragging the corpse of a 4-eyed demon boar with her right. The 4-eyed demon boar is a low-level magical creature. Due to its immense strength and swift movements, its meat is incredibly tender and delicious, making it highly favored by job changers. When food is scarce in the wild, job changers often hunt 4-eyed demon pigs. It was obvious that Xie Xiaoxiao, who had just left, went to find food for Yilin. Xie Xiaoxiao manipulated the star puppet strings and effortlessly cleaned up the 4-eyed demon pig in no time. Then, she lit a bonfire and placed one of the pig's legs directly over the fire to roast. Xie Xiaoxiao's expression was very serious, but despite her efforts, the 4-eyed demon pig's leg ended up burnt as expected. Watching Xie Xiaoxiao excitedly hand the pork leg in front of him, Yilin remained silent, though he wasn't surprised at all. Given Xie Xiaoxiao's status, she probably never had the chance to cook, so just burning it a little was already quite impressive. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze, and thinking about his own immortal body, Yilin didn't hesitate to take a bite of the pork leg. With that bite, even with Yilin's tolerance, his expression twisted slightly. Xie Xiaoxiao had just thrown the pig leg directly into the fire to roast it. Now, while the outer skin was burnt, the meat inside was still undercooked. The main feature was that it was both charred and half raw. Is it good? Xie Xiaoxiao asked nervously. This was her first time roasting meat, but she had seen the elders at home do it this way before. Imitating them, she thought it couldn't go wrong. Yilin chewed a few times on the half-cooked and burnt meat in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Wow, so delicious. Really, I will definitely finish eating. Although Yilin had had an immortal body, he still experienced the most basic physiological reactions of a human. He didn't want to you, but he couldn't control it. To be honest, even when he used to live in the slums, he had never eaten something this awful. He even felt it was somewhat unworthy of the four-eyed demon pig's death. Seeing Yilin's reaction, Xie Xiaoxiao fell silent, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yi Mushuang, if it's really that bad, you don't have to force yourself. What are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense. It's obviously delicious. Well, can you bring me some water? I choked and can't stop hiccuping. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoxiao quickly went to get water for Yilin. Just as Xie Xiaoxiao turned her head, Yilin could no longer hold back. He directly activated Endless Devour, completely breaking down that cursed pork leg. To avoid arousing Xie Xiaoxiao's suspicion, he even left the bones behind. Devoured toxic magical creature corpse fragments, obtained brain parasites *12, intestinal parasites *25, 2A class carcinogen acrylamide, gene mutating heterocyclic amines, and class 1 carcinogen benzo, pyrene. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Yilin never expected that Xie Xiaoxiao roasting some meat could almost cost him his life. This skill, not practicing poison but instead practicing the star puppet path, is truly a waste of talent. Xie Xiaoxiao came back with water and was a bit surprised to see that Yilin only had a pig bone left in his hand. How did you eat so fast? Because it was so delicious, I really liked it, and I couldn't help but finish it. Yilin forced a smile on his face. Really? This is my first time cooking for someone. I was worried it wouldn't taste good. Hee, I really am a little genius, Xie Xiaoxiao said happily. Yilin fell silent again. Xie Xiaoxiao's cooking was no longer a matter of whether it tasted good or not. If he weren't immortal, eating her food twice would basically prepare him to meet the king of hell. By the way, when I went to hunt the four-eyed demon pig just now, I ran into other job changers, Xie Xiaoxiao suddenly said, as if she had just remembered something. Oh, Yilin became interested. They seem to have already realized that Secret Realm number 79 is a conspiracy of the demon clan, so they are preparing to gather together to resist these demons. This is what I think. We can't get out for the time being, and after what just happened, the demon clan will definitely strengthen their guard at the exit. Why don't we join them? There's strength in numbers, and we can break out together. What do you think? Xie Xiaoxiao looked at Yilin and asked. I think that's a good idea. This way, the pressure on both of us will be much less. After all, my injuries haven't fully healed, and I can't exert my full strength yet, Yilin said with a bitter smile. It's okay, then before that, let me protect you. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of determination. Yilin gave a wry smile. Alright, let's go then. Okay, wait for me. Xie Xiaoxiao turned around and stored the three-legged four-eyed demon pig into her storage space. What are you doing? Yilin suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't you like the roasted meat I make? I'll bring it along and roast it for you when you're hungry, Xie Xiaoxiao said considerately.